Just as I was being laughed at by the whole school as the most useless SSS class profession, I set my sights on the tamed beast of Qingshan City's lord. It was my aunt, the school belle, the companion beast of an SS class powerhouse, a white tiger with noble bloodlines so pure it could help me breed a divine dragon. At this very moment, it was raging in heat at the control center, too wild for anyone to approach. Everyone thought it had gone mad. But only I, the man with the secret of extraordinary reproduction, knew this was my heaven-sent opportunity. I will use my only companion dragon to forcibly pair with this peerless white tiger, allowing the bloodline of the dragon clan to reappear in the mortal world. My name is Lin Feng, a transmigrator in another world where everyone can change professions. My golden finger is supernatural fertility. It can forcibly combine any two organisms and guarantee 100% offspring. To make a living, I could only work at a black market Viagra pet hospital, helping with pet deliveries and inducing the birth of all sorts of bizarre hybrid creatures. For instance, griffins and cockroach rats. Boss Wang Pangzi holds up a sign that reads, "Pet doctors conducting hybrids, genetic stew guaranteed to succeed. You're the Mendel of the pet world." They congratulated me with a banner, but I'm utterly exhausted and decided to leave. I'm doing all this to raise the 100,000 yuan needed for the career transition, and today is the school's unified career transition ceremony. At the Career Awakening Altar of Qingshan No. 1 High School, the atmosphere was electric. Careers were divided into life and combat categories, with ranks ranging from F to SSS. Grade A is already as rare as phoenix feathers, and those above Grade S haven't been seen for many years. Principal Wang Dehai was worrying about poor academic performance when a golden light shot into the sky from the altar. A 6-meter-tall six-winged angel phantom appeared. This was an SSS class profession. The awakened one is the campus belle Su Yushi, with stunning golden hair and an extraordinary, ethereal aura. Backed by a powerful background, her father is an SS-ranked sacred knight. The crowd buzzed with discussions, yet Su Yushi's gaze remained indifferent, as if looking at a dog. Next up for job transition, Lin Feng. Amidst everyone's skepticism, I placed my hand on the awakening stone. In an instant, a vast and mysterious force erupted, dark clouds churned across the sky, and a dazzling multicolored light pillar shot into the heavens. A supernatural phenomenon. Could it be another SSS-ranked profession? The principal was ecstatic, and Su Yushi also stopped to watch. Amidst the dazzling radiance, the phantom forms of powerful dragons, fire dragons, ice dragons, swanni, and bishi soared and danced in varied and magnificent shapes. A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. After the phenomena subsided, the principal excitedly asked me what profession I had awakened. My profession seems to be called something like a dragon tamer? The principal's expression instantly darkened from ecstasy, as if he had just taken a bite of something foul. Laughter rose from below. It turns out that although the dragon tamer is an SSS class profession capable of contracting with dragons, the dragon clan had already gone extinct 1,000 years ago. Apart from companion contract dragons, there are no dragons on the continent that can be contracted. Without a contracted beast, how can a dragon tamer break through and level up? Lifelong stuck at level 20, this is famously the worst class. I kept my head down without a word, secretly holding back laughter inside. What if there are no dragon clans in the outside world? I have extraordinary fertility. I checked the attribute panel, profession, dragon tamer % profession talent. Possesses absolute dominance over all dragonkind, with no limit to the number of dragon contracts formed and a 100% success rate in contract binding. Growth speed increased by 500%. Passive skill. Super reproduction. Two creatures are forcibly paired with a 100% success rate and significantly increased breeding speed. Beep beep. Detected host awakening to the dragon tamer profession. Supernatural fertility automatically updating. Awakening the Atlas of 10,000 Dragons. My consciousness was drawn into a bizarre space, where the Atlas of 10,000 dragons slowly unfolded. At the top of the scroll is Zhuolong, the progenitor of all dragons, while below are the 9 sons of the dragon, Chunyo, Yazi, Swanni, and others. The scroll encompasses all dragon species in the world. Overjoyed, I pretended to be resolute and said to the principal, just because no one has seen the dragon clan doesn't necessarily mean they're extinct. I will spend my entire life searching for the giant dragon. After the job transfer ceremony ended, I was about to leave when Su Yushi stopped me. She left with a word, "I'll wait for you on the top floor of this library in an hour. I have something to talk to you about," and then turned away. I couldn't be bothered with her. There are more important matters at hand: how to find high-tiered mystical beasts for crossbreeding with my contracted dragon. Just as I was troubled, the 10,000 Dragons Atlas suddenly alerted, detected one of the bloodlines required by the 10,000 Dragons Atlas within a 1-kilometer range. On the myriad dragon diagram, within the third-tier branches, a hybrid beast resembling a cross between a dragon and a tiger lit up. His name is Bì'àn, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Following the signal from the 10,000 Dragons diagram, I arrived at the Imperial Beast Control Facility. This is a special facility for containing tamed beasts that beast masters cannot control. I bribed the gatekeeper and learned that a newly arrived beast with the highest bloodline level was here. It was the companion beast of City Lord Su, Aunt Su Yushi, which had gone berserk and was contained, with a custody fee of 1,000. After paying, I headed straight to the depths and found my target, a massive, snow-white giant tiger with ice blue eyes. The muscles throughout its body were sleek and well-defined. Though its bloodline might not be that of a pure divine beast, the white tiger, it was still formidable enough. The massive tiger violently rammed against the iron cage, with rune-laden lightning strikes scorching its body. Yet, I noticed an unnatural twitch at the base of its tail and faintly visible pink glands along its inner hind legs. There was also a sweet yet pungent scent lingering in the air. Mating season. It clicked in my mind, no wonder it had suddenly turned berserk. I stared at the white tiger with burning eyes and smirked, saying, "Little white tiger, do you want a husband or not? Just nod if you want me to give you a husband, okay?" White tiger. Chapter 4, The Abyssal Demon Dragon, beginning with the white tiger. The white tiger instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at Lin Feng. He felt that this human's gaze was downright creepy. Ahem. Lin Feng's expression darkened. What was with that white tiger's look of utter disgust? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Time to check my precious dragon should be ready to emerge. Come on out, little one. Let daddy see what you look like. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together like a maniac, his eyes burning with fervor as he stared intently at the beast taming space beside him. His companion dragon should be emerging any second now. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Snap. A jet-black dragon claw first poked out of the space, followed by 2 more, then the entire dragon head. Its eyes, like 2 embedded purple gems, darted about with lively intelligence, occasionally flashing a sly gleam that radiated an irresistibly mischievous charm. Upon its crown, 2 slender yet sharp dragon horns curved slightly, resembling 2 razor-sharp daggers, proclaiming its dragon lineage's majesty and extraordinary nature. Emerging, its eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Its body stretched over 3 meters in length, covered in scales as deep and inky as ink. Each scale resembled meticulously carved obsidian, refracting a mysterious, icy glow under the dim light like hidden currents beneath the night, profound and unfathomable. Its body was lithe and elongated, supported by 4 thick, powerful dragon legs. Its claws were sharp as hooks, leaving shallow gouges in the ground with each step. A long tail swayed from side to side, its barbed tip glinting coldly, as if silently warning of potential threats nearby. A black dragon? Lin Feng was taken aback and quickly checked the creature's information. Race, Abyssal Demon Dragon. Attribute, Darkness. Level, 1. Constitution, 100. Mental, 200. Obedience, 100. Bloodline tier, Ancient Species Note, Beastmaster bloodlines are divided into 9 tiers: Common, Elite, Rare, Lord, Overlord, Sovereign, Ancient, Mythic, Immortal. Personality, Skilled at Deception, Cowardly, Death-fearing, Lustful. Innate skills, Abyssal Depths, Dark Breath. Holy crap, holy crap! Is this the might of the dragon race? Just a level 1, yet its stats are so ridiculously overpowered. And it spawned as an ancient species right off the bat. Is that because of my SSS tier beast master profession? Lin Feng stared at the abyssal demon dragon stats and sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder they say dragon tamers are gods in the early game. With a dragon like this, crushing peers would be effortless. The moment the black dragon appeared, it began looking around curiously, its little head turning this way and that, its nostrils twitching occasionally. It looked like a curious little baby newly arrived in an unfamiliar world, fascinated by everything around it. Finally locking onto Lin Feng, it licked his hand with an air of affection, clearly recognizing who its master was. "Since you're so black, I'll call you Little Black." Lin Feng hastily named the little black dragon, and the abyssal demon dragon seemed quite pleased, grinning like a silly goose. "Little Black, I'm entrusting you with a crucial mission. See that white tiger in the cage? Your master has a task for you now. Take it down." Lin Feng pointed at the nearby cage, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "Take it down?" The little black dragon froze, its entire body going blank. Had its master lost his mind? It had only just been born, and now it was being sent into a high-level battle? That white tiger was clearly fully grown, wouldn't it just crush him? He instinctively flashed an innocent smile, signaling his confusion at Lin Feng's words. The white tiger, currently in heat, had also noticed the little black dragon. Humans who admired strength and tamed beasts were no exception. The white tiger sensed that the little black dragon's bloodline rank was 1 tier higher than its own. Most crucially, it was currently in heat. 2 bursts of scorching breath erupted from its nostrils as it fixed its gaze on the little black dragon. "Little black dragon." Lin Feng steeled his resolve. "There's no time to wait. If others discover us, it's over. You go first. Go get it." Dragons are inherently lustful, and the system interface explicitly highlighted the opponent's lecherous nature. Though it was a young dragon, it shouldn't be treated as human. Lin Feng designated the white tiger and the little black dragon, triggering the extraordinary procreation skill instantly. Instantly, the white tiger lifted its head, locking gazes with the little black dragon. Roar! Woohoo! 2 streams of scorching breath instantly erupted from the black dragon's snout, mirrored by the white tiger. The black dragon quickly grasped Lin Feng's intent to mate with it, literally. Good heavens! Who the hell makes their tamed beast do this the moment they step out as a beastmaster? But dragons are inherently lustful creatures, and the little dragon was no exception. Otherwise, the legend of the 9 dragon offspring wouldn't exist. Dragons simply don't discriminate, okay? Innate skill, abyssal darkness activated. The little black dragon tore open a dark void with a single claw, stepping directly into the cage to stare face to face with the white tiger. What followed was utter chaos, a scene of white tigers and black dragons that was downright terrifying. Lin Feng covered his face with one hand, unable to bear watching, yet he couldn't resist peeking through his fingers. Whoa, that's insane. Is that what a talent skill does? Damn, it's making me feel a bit inadequate. 3 minutes later, the little black dragon ended the battle, sprawled on the ground in a moment of sage-like tranquility, a satisfied smile spreading across its face. His master really treated him well. But just as he settled in for a rest, he met Lin Feng's devilish grin. Lin Feng chuckled softly, "Let's continue." The white tiger, equally excited, licked its lips and dragged the little black dragon into the abyss. No rest for the weary. I haven't even started yet. Little black dragon. No wonder they say women at 30 are like wolves, and at 40, like tigers? After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng waited anxiously. Supernatural fertility had always been used on ordinary animals before. How would it affect a tamed beast now? Clang! Just as he pondered this, Lin Feng saw his little black dragon collapse onto the ground, completely spent. It lay there panting, tongue hanging out, looking as if it might die any moment. Meanwhile, the white tiger froze in place, its eyes bulging as it felt intense agony. Then, as it watched its belly swell larger and larger, the white tiger was utterly bewildered. Ha! Could it be? Lin Feng watched the white tiger lie wailing on the ground. And then, it actually gave birth to an egg? A dragon egg. A jet-black dragon egg, yet adorned with white patterns, appearing truly magnificent. From start to finish, the entire ordeal had taken barely an hour. That's way too fast. What was that sound? What's happening? The guard's terrified voice echoed from the distance, likely startled by the earlier commotion. Without hesitation, Lin Feng immediately recalled the little black dragon into his beast taming space, along with the dragon egg, then hurriedly fled the scene. Half an hour later, a young, graceful figure suddenly appeared outside the cell holding the white tiger. Had Lin Feng been there, he would have been astonished to discover. The beauty before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Yushi, like an enlarged version of her hair elegantly coiled to add a touch of sophistication. She was none other than the aunt of Qingshan City's beautiful city lord, Su Yushi. Su Yun. Gazing at the mess scattered across the floor and the white tiger beastmaster lying on the ground, her face a mix of satisfaction and humiliation, Su Yun felt a surge of rage welling up inside her. She roared furiously. Who did this? Chapter 5, Declining Su Yushi's Party Invitation. The next day. With one major issue resolved, Lin Feng arrived at school early in high spirits. Who knows when that dragon egg will finally hatch? The union of a white tiger and a dragon. It couldn't be weak, could it? Lost in thought, Lin Feng was suddenly stopped by someone. It was the teacher from the reception office, informing him that the principal was looking for him and requesting he go to the principal's office immediately. What could old Bite want with me now? As Lin Feng walked toward the principal's office, he absent-mindedly rubbed his chin, his brow slightly furrowed, his mind filled with confusion. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was nothing more than a good-for-nothing who had awakened a worthless class. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the principal's office door. He took a deep breath and knocked. Upon receiving permission, he slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. In an instant, Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to a figure within the room, causing him to pause in surprise. What a breathtakingly stunning figure! She wore a simple yet elegant white dress, its hem swaying gently with her slightest movement like clouds drifting in the breeze. Her delicate collarbones were subtly visible, as if meticulously carved by divine hands. Two long, straight legs appeared even more alluring against the backdrop of the skirt. Her eyes held the deep, azure depths of the ocean, while golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her face, pure and radiant, resembled an angel descended from heaven. Yet, when her gaze fell upon anything, it remained as still as an ancient well, utterly without a ripple. Who else could it be but the school beauty, Su Yushi? His gaze shifted, and he spotted the portly principal Wang Tianhai standing before Su Yushi, his face plastered with a smile so obsequious it seemed to ooze flattery. Principal, what do you need from me? Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and asked indifferently. Actually, it wasn't me who sought you out. It's Su Yushi. This child has something to discuss with you. The principal explained. Lin Feng was puzzled. Just then, Su Yushi finally turned around and immediately began questioning him. I told you to wait for me on the top floor of the library yesterday. Why didn't you go? Do you have any idea how long I waited for you there? Lin Feng. Oh, this is what this is about? Lin Feng was speechless. You tell me to go, and I just have to go? Who do you think you are? Lin Feng thought this girl had pure princess syndrome, expecting everyone to revolve around her. But he knew full well the difference between his background and hers. Being a bootlicker won't get you anywhere, so why indulge her? You. Su Yushi was furious. No one had ever dared to refuse her, not once in her entire life. Damn it! She gritted her teeth. If she didn't need his help, she'd have punished Lin Feng right then and there. Forget it. I don't want to argue about this. I'll get straight to the point. You know about the newbie secret realm in 9 days, right? Yeah, what about it? I want you to team up with me for the novice secret realm. We're both SSS tier, you're the only one at Qingshan First High who's even remotely qualified to partner with me. Surely you won't refuse? My 6-winged angel can heal, which complements your abilities perfectly. Su Yushi declared confidently, looking like she was doing Lin Feng a favor. But the next moment, Lin Feng snorted derisively. Hey, Miss Su, do I look like a complete idiot to you? Forget about the experience split from teaming up. Your 6-winged angel class focuses on support early on, while my Dragon Tamer class is unstoppable in the early game. When it comes to leveling, I'm number 1. Why on earth would you think this is a fair trade? Lin Feng nearly laughed in exasperation. This woman must be out of her mind. Su Yushi, however, found it perfectly reasonable. She raised an eyebrow. Why are you refusing me? Your Dragon Tamer class is a useless profession that's clearly doomed from the start. There are no dragons left in this world for you to contract with. Your maximum level is capped at 19. Su Yushi stared intently at Lin Feng. But I'm different. My SSS tier 6-winged angel class has a bright future. I'm destined to become one of the most powerful beings among the human race. Given that, shouldn't you just kill more monsters in the beginner's dungeon to farm experience for me? Lin Feng fell silent. How could this woman say such shameless things with such deadpan seriousness? Why should I serve you? Am I your father? Don't you men understand the concept of selfless devotion? Just like my father, he's a sacred knight and has always dedicated himself to humanity. Su Yushi tried to morally blackmail Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had no morals to begin with. What moral blackmail could there be? Lin Feng, Yushi's right, your Dragon Tamer class has no future. Providing her a little convenience in the beginner's secret realm isn't such a big deal. It's all for the sake of humanity. The principal suddenly interjected. He'd come to realize that while Lin Feng's Dragon Tamer class had no future, it was overwhelmingly dominant in the early stages. If he were willing to team up with Su Yushi, conquering the novice secret realm would be a piece of cake. Qingshan No. 1 High School would then secure the top spot in the city with absolute certainty. Plus, it would be a great favor for the Su family. Wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? A win-win situation. He alone would win twice. Lin Feng merely sneered coldly, saying nothing. In the end, Su Yushi relented, her voice dripping with condescension. 1 million. I'll give you 1 million huagua currency. You team up with me in the novice secret realm. Lin Feng shook his head. Su Yushi frowned. 2 million. Still no. 3 million. This is the absolute limit. I can offer a fortune beyond your wildest dreams. Plus, the Su family owes you a favor. Lin Feng, don't be ungrateful. Seeing Lin Feng's refusal to budge, Su Yushi resorted to threats, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. Why couldn't this kid just be more self-aware? If you're a useless profession, you should at least have the awareness of being useless. Sorry, no matter how much you offer, I won't accept. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he stared at Su Yushi. Su Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed with fury. Why won't you help me? Because I just can't stand the sight of you. Lin Feng casually retorted, though this was merely an excuse. The real reason was that he could never team up with her. Forming a party meant they'd have to be together constantly. Then how would he explain the new dragon hatched from his dragon egg? That was his greatest secret, one he absolutely couldn't reveal. As for how to reasonably reveal the second dragon, Lin Feng was still figuring that out. In any case, as Lin Feng turned and walked away, the two parted on bad terms. Su Yushi glared at Lin Feng's retreating figure, her teeth clenched. Damn it! No one has ever rejected me like this before. Who the hell do you think you are, Lin Feng? Just a useless class. I don't need to team up with you. I can still dominate the newbie dungeon all by myself. That bastard will regret this. Chapter 6, The Novice Dungeon opens. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Central Square, Qingshan City. Transformers from Qingshan City's 5 high schools quickly gathered here, preparing to enter the novice dungeon. The square bustled with activity as principals from each school exchanged pleasantries, yet all eyes instinctively drifted toward the principal of Qingshan First High. This usually stern-faced old man was grinning like a lottery winner today. With his hands behind his back, he paced back and forth before the other principals, occasionally clearing his throat before speaking in a deliberately profound tone. Well, this year at Qingshan No. 1 High, it's nothing special, really. Just happened to have 2 SSS tier professions awaken. Old Chen, how did you know my Qingshan No. 1 High School awakened 2 SSS class geniuses? Principal Chen Taishan of No. 2 High School twitched at the corners of his mouth, struggling to suppress his urge to curse. Old one, SSS tier professions are rare, but combat prowess is what truly matters. Our No. 2 High has 2 S-tier geniuses this year, one of them even wields the rare thunder element. Principal Wang Dehai of First High waved his hand dismissively, his expression saying I get it. Come on, Chen, are you serious? How can SSS tier and S tier be the same? It's like diamonds and glass beads both sparkle, but their value. Chen Tieshan's forehead veins bulged, nearly crushing the teacup in his hand. That damn fat Wang. Back when First High was struggling, he used to trail after me like a puppy, calling me Brother Chen all the time. Now he's just lucky enough to have 2 SSS tier awakenings. What gives him the right to act so high and mighty? I seem to recall your school had an SSS tier Dragon Tamer. In this world, what's the difference between dragons and useless professions? Chen Tieshan sneered. But it's still SSS tier. Dragon Tamer is a useless class. My school awakened SSS tier classes, 2 of them, no less. UING. Chen Tieshan clutched his chest, looking utterly miserable. The principal of Third High School couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, you two stop arguing. Once the secret realm opens, let the kids prove their strength themselves. Wang Dahai nodded with a smug grin. Exactly. Anyway, either Su Yushi or Lin Feng from our First High could wipe the floor with everyone here. Other principals. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the crowd, hands in his pockets, expression serene. A dark purple dragon tattoo on his right arm began to throb faintly. A lecherous voice echoed in his mind. Master! Master! Look over there! That girl in the short skirt has such white legs. Can I come out for some fresh air? Indeed, this was the voice of his contracted abyssal dragon, Shohei. After 10 days, it had regained its vitality. Dragonkin seemed inherently different from other beasts of burden. They could actually communicate with their masters through mental connection. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he muttered, Shohei, behave yourself. Oh, come on, master, don't be so serious. Look at that woman. TSK, the Ice Queen really has a different aura about her. That waist, those legs. Shut up. A vein throbbed on Lin Feng's forehead. This abyssal dragon possessed terrifying power, but its personality was downright lecherous. It even showed interest in human girls. Just then, an icy glare pierced through the air. Lin Feng turned his head, locking eyes with Su Yushi's ice blue gaze. She stood not far away, clad in snow-white robes. Within 3 meters of her, no one dared approach, as if she radiated a frigid aura. Lin Feng awkwardly looked away. What kind of look is that? Does she hold grudges? It's just a rejection, after all. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Well, if it isn't the geniuses of Qingshan First High. Just then, a sarcastic voice cut through the air. Lin Feng turned to see a group in dark blue uniforms approaching. The boy leading them had blue hair, with electric sparks flickering around him. His gaze swept over Su Yushi, a hint of infatuation flickering in his eyes before quickly locking onto Lin Feng. A mocking smirk curled his lips. Heard you turned down Yushi's team invitation? Lin Feng replied indifferently. Who are you? You don't know me? I'm Zhou Tianyang of the Zhou family. The youth declared confidently. Oh. Lin Feng gasped in apparent alarm. Zhou Tianyang crossed his arms, clearly enjoying the attention. The next moment, Lin Feng continued. I don't know you at all. Zhou Tianyang fumed. Holy, is he Zhou Tianyang? That genius from the Zhou family rumored to have awakened an S-rank combat class, the Thunder Mage. Thunder attributes the deadliest of all elemental powers. Rumor has it he's been secretly crushing on our campus beauty for years, but it's never worked out. Lin Feng overheard the surrounding chatter and quickly grasped Zhou Tianyang's purpose. You're just a Dragon Tamer, a useless class, and you dare reject an SSS tier genius? Do you really think you're SSS tier yourself? A wave of laughter erupted around him. Before Lin Feng could respond, a voice exploded in his mind. Master! This brat is asking for death. Let me out. I'll incinerate him with a single dragon's breath. Lin Feng sighed, knowing this situation wouldn't end peacefully today. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Zhou Tianyang grew even more smug. What's that? Feeling guilty? Before we enter the secret realm, how about I teach you what a real combat class is? As he spoke, a ball of dancing lightning coalesced in his palm, distorting the surrounding air with its high-voltage current. Lin Feng stared at him, suddenly smiling. Are you sure you want to start here? Scared? Zhou Tianyang sneered. Kneel and apologize now, and I might consider letting you off. Su Yushi seemed to have noticed the conflict unfolding, yet she showed no intention of intervening, merely watching with keen interest. Lin Feng shook his head, slowly raising his right hand. Little Black, come out for some fresh air. The dark purple dragon patterns suddenly burst into blinding light. Shadows across the entire plaza began to twist and writhe, as if some terrifying presence was about to descend. Zhou Tianyang's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. Playing tricks. The next second. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar split the heavens as a pitch-black demon dragon tore through the void. 3 meters long, its body was covered in shadowy scales, while menacing bone spines gleamed coldly along its spine. Shadows engulfed half the square. Most terrifying of all were its vertical pupils. The left eye blazed with ghostly blue flames, while the right eye was a void of utter darkness. Whoa! Look at all these people watching. Xiao Hei's voice rang excitedly in Lin Feng's mind. Master, am I handsome? Lin Feng. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Zhou Tianyang's face instantly drained of color. The lightning in his hand flickered and died with a sharp crack. How powerful was Lin Feng's companion contract dragon? His legs trembled uncontrollably, and the sound of his teeth chattering could be heard. I think this might be a misunderstanding, he stammered. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Almost forgot Dragon Tamer might be a useless class, but he was still god tier in the early game. Xiao He lowered his head, his enormous dragon eyes fixed on Zhou Tianyang. His hot breath, carrying a sulphurous stench, washed over Zhou's face. Lin Feng said calmly, "Didn't you just say you wanted me to kneel?" Zhou Tianyang. He stiffly turned to look at his companions, only to find they'd already retreated 10 meters away. One was even slumped on the ground, his pants soaked through. Zhou Tianyang's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Xiao He grinned, bearing a mouthful of fangs. "How about you kneel first?" He intended to intimidate his opponent further, but unexpectedly, Zhou Tianyang's legs buckled, and he genuinely knelt down. "I'm sorry. Please spare me." Zhou Tianyang wailed in despair. Lin Feng. Everyone. Is this kid really that decisive? Enough, Xiao He. Lin Feng spoke calmly, the secret realm is about to open. Don't waste time. Xiao He grumbled reluctantly but immediately retreated to Lin Feng's side, his massive form coiling behind him like a dark fortress. The entire crowd fell silent, every pair of eyes fixed on the scene in stunned awe. They finally understood why dragon masters were hailed as gods among early game classes. With a dragon like that, who could possibly defeat him? Su Yushi's icy blue eyes widened slightly as she fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, a barely perceptible flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. You can only run rampant in the early game. Once we hit level 20, that's when my true power begins. And at that very moment. The spatial fissure stabilized completely, and the novice secret realm officially opened. Chapter 7, First Steps in the Novice Secret Realm, the Mighty Dragon Clan. The dizziness from the spatial teleportation ebbed like receding tides as Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a deep, lush primeval forest. The crowns of ancient, towering trees intertwined to form an impenetrable canopy, with only a few golden rays of sunlight piercing through the foliage like sharp blades, casting mottled patches of light upon the ground covered in decaying leaves. The air carried the damp scent of earth and the subtle fragrance of some dark orchid. In the distance, the low, guttural growls of monsters echoed faintly. A random solo teleportation? Lin Feng flicked a glowing butterfly off his shoulder with a flick of his finger. The dark purple dragon tattoo on his right arm began to throb faintly. At least it saves the trouble of hiding. Lin Feng had actually intended to keep things a bit low-key. Come out, little black. Roar. Accompanied by ripples distorting the void, the abyssal dragon Shohei descended into the mortal realm, stretching its 3-meter-long, pitch-black form. Its razor-sharp dragon claws sliced through the air, while dark purple magical patterns flowed between its scales, emitting an eerie glow. Most striking were its heterochromatic vertical pupils. The left eye blazed with a ghostly blue soul flame, while the right eye was a void of darkness that swallowed all light. Master. Are the demons here plump enough? As Shohei landed, he deliberately swept aside a patch of shrubs with his tail. His crimson, forked tongue licked his fangs, an utterly terrifying sight. During the teleportation, I detected the scent of at least 20 different beasts. Hey! There's a snow weasel peeking from behind that tree. Lin Feng's face darkened as he pressed down on the restless dragon horns. Let's handle business first. We're here to grind levels. It was said that the novice secret realm was created by the sages of our dragon nation. They seized multiple fragments of alternate dimensions and embedded precious artifacts within them, establishing this alternate space. Our Changshan city had only entered a branch of it. Though the monsters here possess the same strength as those in other realms, defeating them yields over 50% more experience. Lin Feng silently mulled over the intelligence he'd gathered earlier. Just as he was deep in thought, the pile of rotten wood on his right suddenly exploded. A blue-scaled wolf the size of a calf emerged, bearing dagger-like fangs as it snarled ferociously at Lin Feng. Its expression radiated savagery, as if declaring, "Human, you're finished." It was a full level 3 creature, a dominant force in the outer regions of the beginner's realm. Ha! Why isn't this human afraid of me at all? Confusion flashed in the blue-scaled wolf's eyes. Xiao He, take it down. I'm having wolf meat tonight. Lin Feng shouted cheerfully, and in an instant, Xiao He surged forward, its massive dragon body swaying as it charged. A dragon? Aren't dragons extinct? Xiao He didn't even turn his head, casually swiping his tail. Boom! Amidst the dull thud, the blue-scaled wolf flew backward faster than it had come, crashing through 3 birch trees as thick as bowls before finally coming to a halt. Dark purple blood dripped from its sunken sternum, instantly corroding the ground into sizzling pits. Ding! Defeated level 3 blue-scaled wolf. Experience, 40. Pale golden particles rose from the monster's corpse, splitting into 2 streams that entered Lin Feng and Xiao Hei's bodies. The latter closed its eyes in contentment, the magical patterns between its scales visibly brightening. Beast masters and their beasts do not affect normal experience distribution. Experience sharing only occurs between beasts. However, the beast's level cannot exceed that of its master. This is an ironclad rule. Indeed, within the same tier, dragons utterly crushed ordinary creatures. A level 1 abyssal dragon likely possessed attributes equivalent to a common level 10 monster. Lin Feng silently marveled at the dragon's might. No wonder this race had been targeted and nearly exterminated by all other species. It made perfect sense. He shook his head and set off with Xiao He toward the depths of the greenwood forest. Nearly every monster they encountered was instantly obliterated. A level 3 poison vine demon had barely launched its thorny vines when Xiao He's left eye ignited them with its, reducing it to ashes amid shrill screams. The level 4 shadow leopard's prized stealth skill proved useless against the dragon's intimidating aura, pinned to the ground by a single claw strike. The level 5 rock lizard's hardened skin crumbled like paper before the shadow breath, melting along with the crystal clusters on its back. Simultaneously, their levels began to rise rapidly. Ding! Your level has increased to 2. Your base attributes increased, Constitution plus 5, Spirit plus 10. Ding! Your abyssal dragon mount has leveled up to level 2. Base attributes enhanced, Constitution 30, Spirit 50. Ding! Your level has increased to 3. Level 4 attribute boost. Ding! Defeated a level 10 dungeon giant toad beyond your level, earning a 500 EXP critical hit. Ding! Your contract dragon has leveled up to LV5. Abyssal dragon talent awakened, shadow stealth. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly stopped, a hint of surprise in his eyes. A new skill awakened? He finally found time to check his data panel, but the moment he glanced at it, Lin Feng was stunned. Name, Lin Feng. Class, Dragon Tamer. Level, 5. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 60. Contract dragon, abyssal demon dragon. Class talent, exercises absolute dominance over all dragonkin. No dragon may harm you. There is no limit to the number of dragonkin you may contract. Your dragonkin contract success rate is 100%. The growth rate of dragonkin you contract increases by 500%. Passive skill, supernatural reproduction. 2 creatures designated by you will be forcibly mated with a 100% success rate, and their breeding speed will be greatly increased. Beast Master. Race, abyssal demon dragon. Attribute, darkness. Level, 5. Constitution, 220. Mental, 400. Obedience, 100. Bloodline tier, ancient species. Note, Beastmaster bloodlines are divided into 9 tiers: common, elite, rare, lord, overlord, sovereign, ancient, mythic, immortal. Personality, skilled at deception, cowardly, death-fearing, lustful. Innate skills, abyssal depths, dark breath, shadow stealth. Wow, true to its dragon heritage, each level grants such substantial base stat increases? And it even mastered a new skill at level 5. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath, marveling once more at the dragon clan's formidable power. Most tamed beasts require 10 levels to master new skills, yet his abyssal dragon had gained one at just level 5. Truly monstrous talent. Though leveling would grow increasingly difficult later on, Lin Feng was confident that with his abyssal demon dragon, he could reach unimaginable heights in the novice secret realm. He vaguely recalled that the level requirement for the novice secret realm in Qingshan City was 10. At this current pace, he could easily surpass that record. There was no denying it, dragons were simply too powerful in the early stages. Time to keep grinding levels. Lin Feng murmured. P.S. Guys, support my new book. It's a very different kind of beast taming story. Chapter 8, The Dragon Egg's Incubation Progress. Boom! The colossal body of the level 5 Lord Iron Armored Lizard crashed to the ground. Dark purple blood soaked into the soil, releasing a pungent, fishy stench. Good job, Little Black. Lin Feng praised. Xiao He let out an excited roar. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Having successfully advanced beyond level 5, he had brought Xiao He to the inner region of the Greenwood Forest only to unexpectedly encounter a rare Lord-level creature. Thus, the scene that had just unfolded. At the same level, even a Lord-class creature was no match for a dragon. Lin Feng caught his breath, wiped the blood from his short sword, and stepped forward. He used the tip of his blade to slit open the monster's chest. Between the shattered ribs, a fist-sized, dark red heart still beat faintly, its surface wrapped in strands of black energy. This was the core material of the Lord creature, the iron-armored lizard heart. A valuable find. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This thing could fetch at least 200,000 Dragon Nation coins on the market, the core material for forging high-tier armor. Just as he was about to take the core, he froze in place. Ding! High-purity life energy detected. Absorb? Absorption will accelerate the dragon egg's incubation progress. What? Lin Feng froze. He immediately summoned the system interface to check the dragon egg status within the beast taming space. Name, unnamed dragon egg hybrid. Incubation progress, 10. Status, insufficient life energy, incubation stalled. Ah, so that's it. Lin Feng realized with a flash of understanding. No wonder this dragon egg hadn't shown any signs of hatching after so long. It lacked high-purity life energy. And ordinary monster's flesh and blood simply wouldn't suffice. It had to be the core of a Lord-level creature. Lin Feng glanced at the core material of the ironclad lizard in his hand and tentatively commanded. Absorb. Ding. Initiating life energy conversion. The dark red core instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into Lin Feng's beast taming space. The patterns on the dragon egg's surface glowed faintly, and the incubation progress bar visibly jumped forward. Incubation progress 1015. Only increased by 5? Lin Feng nearly cursed aloud. This was ridiculously unfair. At this rate, he'd need to hunt down at least a dozen more lords. Damn it! This isn't a dragon egg, it's a gold-devouring beast. A single lord-level core material costs hundreds of thousands. This is ing money-sucking. Xiao He nudged Lin Feng's hand with his snout. Master, what's wrong? Our second son is a spendthrift. Lin Feng sighed. He just devoured 200,000 yuan worth. Xiao He tilted his head, confused. Lin Feng sighed again. Looks like I'll have to hunt down a lord creature. Wonder if the entire Greenwood Forest even has that many lord-level beasts. The Novice Secret Realms grand opening event lasted 10 days. Each transferee could only enter once in their lifetime. The experience gained there far surpassed that of ordinary secret realms, and countless rare treasures awaited. Truly one of the greatest perks for new transferees in their early stages. During these 10 days in the Novice Secret Realm, no one wasted a moment resting. Everyone was either hunting monsters or on their way to hunt monsters. At this moment, nearly 1/3 of the time had already passed. Outskirts of the Greenwood Forest. Boom! Blinding lightning erupted through the forest, striking a level 6 thorn lizard. The creature convulsed violently before collapsing, its body charred black. Zhou Tianyang gasped for breath, his hands still crackling with residual arcs of electricity. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and slid along his cheeks. Damn it, finally got it done. He gritted out. Behind him, several students from second high slumped on the ground, pale-faced and wounded. One archer had even been slashed by thorns, blood streaming down his arm. Brother Tianyang, you're too strong. You even soloed a level 6 monster. One of his followers fawned over him. Zhou Tianyang snorted coldly, feeling little satisfaction inside. Damn it, why are these secret realm monsters so damn tough? Each one has such thick health bars and such powerful attacks. He'd assumed his S-rank Thunder Mage burst damage would let him dominate this beginner's secret realm. Reality proved far harsher. Not only were the monsters here higher leveled, but their attacks were brutally powerful. The slightest misstep meant getting hurt. Their squad had been battling for days, barely scraping together enough experience to get him to level 4. He was still a long way off from level 5. They were still stuck wandering the outer areas. If only I could be like that Lin Feng, with a dragon to help grind levels. The image of that pitch-black abyssal dragon flashed through his mind, stirring a wave of envy. The Dragon Tamer class was truly absurdly powerful in the early game. When that black dragon appeared, he hadn't even had the strength to resist. Who knew what level that guy was at now? Still, Zhou Tianyang believed the other guy couldn't be that much stronger than him, especially since he had teammates helping out. He'd already spent money to recruit a team. Those guys would severely wound the monsters, leaving him to finish them off. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from the nearby woods. Who's there? Zhou Tianyang raised his staff warily. The next second, a cool, ethereal figure emerged from the shadows. The girl wore a gown as pure as snow, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall. In her hand, she held a scepter inlaid with sacred gems. Who else could this breathtaking beauty be but the school's most beautiful girl, Su Yushi? Su Yushi? Zhou Tianyang froze, then flashed a flattering smile. Yushi, why are you alone? Want to join us? We can watch each other's backs. But before he could finish, his words caught in his throat. Wait, your aura? You're already level 6. How is that possible? Pure luck. Su Yushi replied calmly. Holy crap. No wonder she's the genius who awakened the SSS Tier 6 Winged Angel class. Her leveling speed is downright insane. I'm only at level 2 so far. I heard the highest level anyone in Qingshan City has ever reached in the secret realm is just level 10. Could Su, the school flower, be about to break that record? So beautiful and so powerful, truly enviable. The crowd stared at Su Yushi, murmuring their astonishment. A faint smile touched Su Yushi's lips, clearly savoring their praise. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianyang's pupils suddenly contracted as he fixed his gaze intently on Su Yushi. The magical fluctuations emanating from her far surpassed their own. The sacred gem atop her staff shone with a blinding light, clearly no ordinary equipment. Is that the holy light scepter? He recognized the item, a wave of envy and resentment washing over him. This was one of the Su family's treasured heirlooms, a legendary top-tier artifact said to dramatically amplify the power of divine aligned skills. Damn it, was this the true depth of a top-tier family's resources? Zhou Tianyang felt a pang of bitterness. If only he had a thunder staff, his strength could skyrocket too. Chapter 9, Lin Feng, why is leveling up so slow? Is it? Su Yushi's lips curled slightly. She had, of course, overheard these whispers. With her elite class, the family inherited epic weapon and ample healing potions. Her combined advantages were simply incomparable to these ordinary students. That Dragon Tamer probably hasn't even reached level 5 yet, right? Recalling Lin Feng's expression when he rejected her, she felt a surge of satisfaction. Everyone, be careful. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Zhou Tianyang's expression suddenly changed drastically as he shouted a warning. Something's coming. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground beneath their feet began to violently tremble, as if an invisible giant hand deep within the earth was wildly churning. Then, trees in the distance seemed to be uprooted by a powerful force, collapsing in vast swaths. Accompanied by a heart-stopping crackling sound, they kicked up clouds of dust. A chill ran through the group. Without hesitation, they snapped to alertness, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with terror. What was happening? In the next instant, a massive wolf burst out of the thick underbrush like a specter. Standing over 3 meters tall, it towered before them like a small mountain. Its crimson eyes blazed like 2 burning flames of blood, veined with chilling red threads that seemed to conceal boundless madness and murderous intent. Foam clung to its jaws, dripping with each breath and spreading a sickening, blood-soaked stench. This is a level 7 lord, the Blood Feng Wolf King. A terrified voice rang out from the crowd, the fear in it impossible to conceal. Those 3 words felt like a curse, instantly turning the surrounding air icy cold. The strength of monsters was straightforward, generally divided into 4 tiers: common, elite, lord, and sovereign. Each tier represents a colossal leap in power, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. Take this level 7 lord tier creature, the Blood Feng Wolf King, for example. It could even hold its own against a typical level 12 ordinary monster. In other words, the Blood Feng Wolf King confronting them now possessed terrifying level 12 attributes. Among the group, Su Yushi possessed the highest combat strength, having only just reached level 6. The rest were mostly level 2, with a few at level 3. How could a lord-level creature appear so easily in the outer regions? Zhou Tianyang panicked. Su Yushi's expression was equally grim, like a sky thick with dark clouds. She took a deep breath, forcing down her worries, and swiftly drew the holy light scepter. Never mind that. With so many of us, how could we possibly fail to take down a low-tier lord? She growled. You're right. I'm a genius S-rank thunder mage, after all. Zhou Tianyang gritted his teeth. He didn't want to lose face in front of the woman he liked. Warriors take the front line. Mages follow me and focus on damage output. Soon, the makeshift squad of 15 elite fighters from various schools sprang into action, their coordination seamless. Warriors wielding shields and blades charged headlong toward the Blood Feng Wolf King like an unyielding human wall, determined to draw its attention. The mages concentrated intently in the rear, chanting incantations as elemental energies gathered in their hands. They unleashed a barrage of spells, raining down upon the Wolf King like meteors. Though these spells might not deal significant damage to the Blood Feng Wolf King, they could at least hinder its movements to some extent. Yet this Blood Feng Wolf King was in an unusually frenzied state, completely unlike the cautious nature of an ordinary lord. It seemed to have descended into a frenzied rage, utterly disregarding the wounds raining down upon it as it lunged madly at the group. Perfect opportunity. Witness my thunder chains. Seizing the moment, Zhou Tianyang roared as he unleashed his newly mastered S-rank skill. Thick bolts of lightning shot from his hands like living serpents, instantly coiling around the Wolf King's hind legs. The crackling electricity made the Wolf King let out an angry roar as its body trembled slightly, its movements momentarily restricted. Holy light aura. Su Yushi wasn't about to be outdone, immediately following up with her own control skill. The holy light scepter in her hand blazed with intense radiance. A halo of sacred light rapidly expanded outward from her center, enveloping the Wolf King. Trapped within the halo, the Wolf King's movements visibly slowed. A flicker of pain even crossed its eyes, normally filled with murderous intent. Thunderfall. Zhou Tianyang roared again, raising his hands high as thunderous power erupted from them like a volcanic explosion. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, striking the Blood Feng Wolf King with the intensity of a torrential downpour. Under the relentless assault, the Wolf King's fur was scorched, its flesh torn open, and blood gushed forth. Yet it stubbornly struggled on, unleashing earth-shaking roars. This fierce battle raged on for a full 10 minutes. Everyone was utterly exhausted, sweat soaking through their clothes, their magic power nearly depleted. They were so close. After all, they had an SSS tier player and an S tier player on their side. Though their levels were lower, they were holding their own against this powerful lord. Just as the group believed the lord was finally within their grasp, the Blood Feng Wolf King's eyes suddenly blazed crimson, accompanied by a thunderous wolf howl. Simultaneously, its wounds began healing at a visible pace. This was his lord's innate ability, Blood Soul. By burning his life force, he could temporarily heal his wounds and block out pain. A gasp of shock rippled through the group. Was this the true power of a lord? Zhou Tianyang's face instantly turned as pale as paper, his lips trembling slightly. Damn it, do I really have to use that now? Su Yushi was utterly panicked. The radiance of the holy light scepter in her hands had already dimmed. Her magic power was nearly depleted, leaving her utterly incapable of unleashing another powerful skill like before. Unless she used the life-saving skill of the Holy Light Staff, but that skill could only be used once in a short period, and she didn't want to waste it here. Her eyes darted around frantically. If she wanted to run now, she still had time. While the others hesitated, the Wolf King paid no heed to their predicament. Locking onto the defenseless priest at the front, it opened its gaping maw, bearing sharp fangs, and lunged viciously. "Help!" The priest screamed in terror, his voice filled with utter despair. At that critical moment, boom! A jet-black breath of fire plummeted from the sky like a meteor, striking the Wolf King's head with pinpoint accuracy. The Lord-level demon, which had been raging with fury moments before, instantly seemed to have all its vitality drained. Its body went limp, crashing heavily to the ground, gravely wounded. Oh, quite the commotion. A lazy voice drifted leisurely from the woods. Lin Feng emerged, hands in his pockets, strolling out at a leisurely pace. Xiao Hei followed majestically by his side, its dragon tail swaying rhythmically. Chapter 10, The White-Eyed Wolf? The scene fell into complete silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, faces frozen in disbelief. They watched as Lin Feng casually waved his hand, and Xiao Hei lunged like a whirlwind. With a single claw strike, he shattered the spine of the dominant Wolf King, leaving it no chance of survival. The entire process was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken, without the slightest hesitation. "Sorry, I missed one and let it slip through. Hope it didn't hurt you guys." Lin Feng suddenly asked. "Wait, what do you mean? You released this Lord Wolf? You weren't hunting it down, were you?" Zhou Tianyang exclaimed in disbelief. "This thing's surprisingly tough to kill." Lin Feng gave a faint, indifferent smile. The entire scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. They struggled to kill a single lord, yet he was already hunting one down. Could the gap between people really be this vast? Su Yushi clenched her teeth in shock. "You?" Zhou Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, how are you already level 7? The words exploded like a bomb across the room. Only then did everyone notice the thick, powerful magic fluctuations emanating from Lin Feng, clearly surpassing even Su Yushi's. Su Yushi's scepter clattered to the floor. Her lips trembled, and for the first time, a crack appeared on her flawless face. "Impossible. How could he level up faster than me?" Lin Feng scratched his head, looking perplexed. "Why are you guys leveling up so slowly? Don't you like killing monsters?" Everyone. Zhou Tianyang's face turned green. They'd fought tooth and nail just to take down a single lord, while he casually one-shot one. The gap was utterly demoralizing. Lin Feng, you're quite the big shot now, but what a pity." Just then, Zhou Tianyang suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng glanced back at him. "What's a pity?" Zhou Tianyang crossed his arms and sneered coldly. "Too bad your Dragon Tamer class is doomed to be half-baked. There's no second dragon left in this world for you to contract. Once you hit level 20, your class will hit a wall. Then..." He deliberately drew out the last syllable, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as a mocking curve formed on his lips. "Then, you'll be left behind by everyone." The words landed like a pebble in a still lake, instantly stirring a chorus of agreement. Exactly. No matter how strong a Dragon Tamer is, without a dragon contract, it's a useless class in the late game. What good is your arrogance now? By the time we reach our second and third class advancements, he'll still be stuck in the same place. TSK, TSK. How pitiful. The crowd chattered away, already envisioning Lin Feng's future decline, feeling somewhat vindicated. Su Yushi's previously grim expression softened slightly. "That's right. No matter how powerful a Dragon Tamer is, they ultimately have their limits. But my potential as a six-winged angel? It extends far beyond that." She lifted her chin slightly, her icy blue eyes regaining their proud expression. This was merely letting him bask in a fleeting moment of triumph. Lin Feng watched this group comforting themselves and nearly laughed out loud. These idiots. They had no idea that within his beast-taming space, a dragon egg was about to hatch. And this wasn't just any dragon egg. It was a hybrid dragon breed, born through extraordinary reproductive abilities, the union of Xiaohei and that sacred light white tiger. Once hatched, his second dragon would possess potential even more terrifying than Xiaohei's. Stuck at level 20? Come that day, he alone could crush every last one of them. But Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain to the others. He shrugged indifferently. "Fine. Whatever floats your boat." Lin Feng wiped the blood from his short sword, crouched down, and skillfully slit open the giant wolf's chest, extracting a crystal core glowing with an earthen yellow light. Heart of the Blood Wolf. The sixth Lord core material. He weighed the crystal core in his hand, a faint smile curling his lips. Ding! High purity life energy detected. Absorb? Absorption will accelerate dragon egg incubation. Lin Feng was about to pack up the materials and leave when a sudden voice snapped him to attention. Wait! Turning his head, Lin Feng saw a delicate face and a pair of enviable golden locks. It was Su Yushi, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. "You can't take this core material." "Why? I killed this lord beast, why can't I take it?" "Because we worked together to kill this lord creature. Without us, you could never have taken down a lord so easily." Su Yushi turned to face everyone behind her. Therefore, this lord's materials belong to us. Exactly, this lord is ours. Exactly. Lin Feng, you've got some nerve trying to steal the spoils from all of us. Zhou Tianyang, having grasped the situation, declared loudly, a single core material from a lord sells for hundreds of thousands on the market. It's extremely rare. People have greed. How could they possibly give it up? Su Yushi, with her vast family fortune, didn't truly care about this material. Yet for some reason, she simply couldn't stand Lin Feng. Now that she had the chance to make things difficult for him, she had no intention of letting it slip. Oomph. If I hadn't just helped you take down that Wolf King, every single one of you would be dead. And now you have the nerve to fight me over the Lord's materials? Lin Feng nearly laughed in anger. These people were nothing but ingrates. So what? You volunteered for this. Su Yushi suddenly snapped angrily. There's no way you're getting any of the Lord materials. Unless you want to start a war with all of us. Our family holds considerable power and influence outside these walls. Forget about the Zhou family. Do you really think you can take on the Su family? Zhou Tianyang snorted coldly while the others drew their weapons and confronted Lin Feng. They believed Lin Feng wouldn't dare attack them. A dragon tamer with no future wouldn't risk offending so many of them. Lin Feng stared intently at the group. Suddenly, he laughed bitterly and actually set down the Blood Wolf King's core material. Fine, I'll give you this material. Heh, why didn't you just do this earlier? A dragon tamer with no future might as well help us. We'll definitely repay you in the future. Exactly. The group celebrated as if they'd won a battle, Zhou Tianyang's grin stretching almost to the back of his head. Only Su Yushi's gaze toward Lin Feng faltered. She instinctively swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a strange dread at the look in his eyes. But remembering she was a Su family member, she proudly straightened her back. Lin Feng chuckled, then turned and walked away with Xiao Hei. I won't compete with you for this material. You decide how to distribute it yourselves. After Lin Feng departed, Su Yushi remarked in a cool tone, I wouldn't stoop to sharing a single core material with so many others. It's beneath me. Truly worthy of being the campus beauty, beautiful and kind-hearted. Thank you so much. Unlike that Lin Feng, who's so inconsiderate. I think he should just take us out to grind levels. He can't reach level 20 anyway. A chorus of voices chimed in with praise, but Su Yushi felt inexplicably irritated and prepared to leave. But unexpectedly, the others started pushing their luck. Su Campus Bell, how about we team up to slay monsters and level up? Your 6-winged angel class has powerful support abilities, and Brother Tianyang's Thunder Mage deals massive damage. We'd be a perfect match. Exactly. Let's team up. They say holy aligned classes are all about selfless service, right? Su Yushi's dad is a holy knight. He was super helpful in the early game. The group's eyes lit up as they made their proposal. Chapter 11, A Twist of Fate. Lin Feng, save us. Lin Feng's overwhelming power was still fresh in their minds. An SSS tier class truly was unmatched. With Su Yushi, an SSS tier class user, leading them, they'd soar to new heights. Moreover, Su Yushi's decision to relinquish the core material had convinced them she was truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Party up. Su Yushi's beautiful eyes narrowed in hesitation. Earlier, she had asked Lin Feng to team up with her so she could leech off his experience. But asking others to team up with her now meant they'd be leeching off her experience. Could that possibly be the same? Though she constantly preached equality, deep down, Su Yushi still looked down on these ordinary people. Forget it. I'm heading deep into the Greenwood Forest. It'd be too dangerous for you to follow me. Su Yushi made up an excuse. Zhou Tianyang also tried to persuade Su Yushi. Yushi, I hear there are king-level monsters deep in the Greenwood Forest. It's very dangerous. Dangerous? Su Yushi's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of mocking amusement. That's nothing to me. If Lin Feng dared hunt a lord-level monster, what was there for her to fear? With that, she turned her back on the others and strode deeper into the forest. As she stepped deeper into the forest, Su Yushi's expression turned completely cold. A bunch of useless fools. Do you really think you can slow me down? She raised her staff and swung it lightly. A beam of holy light sliced through the air like a blade, instantly cleaving a level 6 Shadow Panther in two. Ding! Defeated level 6 Shadow Panther. Experience plus 100. Su Yushi didn't even glance at the corpse as she pressed forward. She knew her strengths well. While the 6-winged angel class didn't boast top-tier attack power early on, combined with the Holy Light Scepter's amplification, her damage output far surpassed that of other players at the same level. After Lin Feng and Su Yushi departed, the others remained immersed in the joy of dividing the Lord's materials. Alright, enough staring. Hand these materials over to me for safekeeping. I'll take 9, you get 1. Zhou Tianyang's words snapped them back to reality. But shouldn't this material be split evenly among us? Someone murmured in protest. Zhou Tianyang immediately unleashed a thunderous strike upon the offender, the powerful lightning sending the person writhing in agony to the ground. Anyone still objecting to this distribution, he demanded. I'm an S-rank Thunder Mage. Taking more is perfectly reasonable. Zhou Tianyang's deep voice commanded. Everyone lowered their heads in silence, suddenly feeling Zhou Tianyang was even more formidable than Lin Feng. "Boss, where should we go now?" someone asked abruptly. Zhou Tianyang snapped back to attention, glancing in a certain direction as a smile tugged at his lips. "Master, there seems to be movement over there." Lin Feng continued hunting the Lord, casually dispatching ordinary monsters along the way. After walking for some time, Xiaohei suddenly lowered his voice, his dragon eyes fixed on the dense forest to the right. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and scanned the indicated area. Amidst the swaying tree shadows, several furtive figures flashed by. Though they strained to conceal their presence, under Xiaohei's dragon-like perception, they were utterly exposed. Those guys actually followed us. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, his expression saying just as I expected, though outwardly he feigned no awareness. He turned and headed in another direction. "Let's go. Head north and check it out." Not far away, Zhou Tianyang and the others hid behind bushes, holding their breath as they stared intently at Lin Feng's retreating figure. "He's gone," whispered a tall, lanky student excitedly. "Quick, go collect the materials." The group swarmed toward the rock-armored giant lizard's corpse, frantically stripping its scales, claws, and other valuable materials, their faces lit with glee. "Ha, we hit the jackpot. Rock-armored giant lizard scales are worth at least 3,000 alliance coins each." Thanks to Lin Feng clearing the way, following behind was a piece of cake. Zhou Tianyang smirked triumphantly, that's what they call the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. By following Lin Feng and picking up the scraps, Zhou Tianyang had already reached level 5 and was even pushing towards level 6. The others were also maxed out on experience. No wonder the scraps Lin Feng discarded were pure manna from heaven for them. A bespectacled girl tugged nervously at her companion's sleeve. "Isn't this a bit wrong, taking things without their consent?" "What's wrong with that?" Zhou Tianyang sneered. "He's a dragon tamer useless after level 20. These materials would just go to waste with him. Better to let us grow stronger, we can contribute to humanity in the future." "Exactly." The others chimed in. "He hasn't spotted us anyway, might as well take what's free. If you don't want to, then leave by yourself." The girl in glasses opened her mouth, but ultimately lowered her head and said nothing more. Playing the saint now?" Zhou Tianyang snorted coldly. The group gleefully divided the spoils before sneaking back to follow Lin Feng's footsteps. Lin Feng, leaning against an ancient tree, watched Zhou Tianyang and the others' every move through Xiaohei's shared vision. "Like picking up scraps, huh? Then I'll let you pick your fill." A dangerous curve tugged at his lips as he swiftly pulled a purple herb with a peculiar fragrance from his robe, phantom soul grass. This rare hallucinogenic spirit herb, when ground into powder, could drive monsters into a frenzied state, causing them to indiscriminately attack all living things around them. "Xiaohei, scatter this stuff on that open field up ahead. Give them a little something extra." "Ha, got it." Xiaohei grinned, took the herb in his mouth, and flew silently toward the designated spot. Moments later, a faint, elusive fragrance began to permeate the forest. Zhou Tianyang and the others followed Lin Feng's trail to a clearing in the woods. Strange. Where are they? He was clearly heading this way just now. Just as everyone was puzzled, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps echoed from afar, growing louder as they approached. The bushes shook violently, as if some colossal creature was closing in. "Oh no! It's a monster! Prepare for battle!" Just as Zhou Tianyang raised his staff, a 5-meter-tall berserk boar burst through the trees, its blood-red eyes locked onto the group. Name, Berserk Boar Lord. Level, 8. Damn it, an 8th level lord? How did it get here? Didn't Lin Feng wipe them all out? Panic spread among the group, but Zhou Tianyang roared in fury. "Forget it! Attack now!" Thunderbolts, fireballs, and arrows rained down on the boar, but the enraged lord ignored the pain, charging straight into the crowd. Panic spread through the crowd. This beast was far too powerful, they stood no chance against it. Ah! A student dodged too late, getting gored by the tusks and flung violently into a tree trunk. He coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Help! Use the teleportation scroll. Chaos erupted across the battlefield. Not far away, atop the treetops, Lin Feng sat leisurely on a branch, idly playing with a wind spirit fruit he'd just swiped from a nest. He munched on it while watching the spectacle unfold. Xiaohei lay beside him, his dragon tail wagging happily. "Master, they seem like they can't hold out much longer? No rush. Let's wait a bit longer." Lin Feng took a bite of the fruit, its juice spilling out. Let them savor the thrill of snatching a bargain a little longer. Below, Zhou Tianyang's robes were soaked through with sweat as he unleashed lightning spells one after another, yet the wild boar's charge showed no sign of slowing. Damn it! How can this beast not be killed? Brother Tianyang. Li Hao's badly injured. Let's retreat. Use the teleportation talisman to leave. Zhou Tianyang's face turned ashen. Using the teleportation scroll would allow them to leave the novice secret realm early and save their lives, but it also meant permanently forfeiting their chance to enter it. For early-stage practitioners, this was fatal. But without using the teleportation symbol, they might truly perish here. Just as Zhou Tianyang hesitated, a figure suddenly deliberately appeared beside him. How come there's another lord here? Lin Feng feigned innocent bewilderment. Zhou Tianyang was overjoyed. Lin Feng, weren't you eager to hunt a lord? Here's one right before your eyes, hurry up and help us take it down. The others shouted as if they'd seen a savior. Lin Feng, hurry and save us. Hurry. We can't hold out much longer. Chapter 12, Slandering Lin Feng. But Lin Feng shook his head. Forget it. I can't take your spoils. You can handle this lord on your own. I believe in you. Lin Feng clapped his hands as if cheering everyone on. Zhou Tianyang's face darkened. Stop joking around, will you? We can't handle this lord-level creature. How is that possible? You guys just killed a blood wolf king, which is a lord-level beast. Lin Feng's smile remained gentle while Zhou Tianyang was furious enough to spit blood. Had the boomerang come right back at him? Here, I'll return the core material of the blood wolf king to you. Zhou Tianyang tossed the core material of the blood wolf king before bellowing at the top of his lungs. You can have this lord to kill. We won't compete with you. Lin Feng caught the core material, smiled, and said, thanks a lot. Then he turned and walked away. Zhou Tianyang was so furious he was dumbstruck. It seemed like he finally understood something. Lin Feng, did you set this lord up? Lin Feng. You're screwing us over. Lin Feng pretended not to hear, his figure gradually fading from sight. Boom. Here, the frenzied boar's tusk slammed into Zhou Tianyang's thunder shield. Electric sparks erupted as cracks instantly spread across the shield. Damn it. I can't hold it anymore. Veins bulged on Zhou Tianyang's forehead as he roared behind him, use the teleportation scroll. Boo butt. A trembling girl clutched the scroll, her face twisted with reluctance. Just leave like this? Wouldn't that mean we came here for nothing? You idiot. If we delay any longer, we'll lose our lives. Zhou Tianyang cursed furiously. Seeing the wild boar charging again, he finally hesitated no longer and crushed his own teleportation talisman. Buzz. A blinding white light flashed and his figure vanished instantly. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and activated their talismans as well. Lin Feng. You just wait. I'll report you the moment I get out. You despicable scoundrel. With a final torrent of curses, the group retreated from the secret realm in disarray. Only after confirming everyone had left did Lin Feng slowly emerge from behind the tree, a cold smile playing on his lips. Like picking up bargains? Why aren't you picking them up now? Lin Feng saw nothing wrong with his actions. If the other side struck first out of greed, then don't blame him for fighting back. Xiao He wagged his tail excitedly. Master, can we take down this pig now? Of course. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Let's get this over with quickly. Roar. The abyssal dragon, already poised for attack, lunged forward. Its shadow breath poured down like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the already gravely wounded boar. Already at the end of its rope, this lord beast stood no chance against Lin Feng. Ding. Defeated level 8 lord, Berserk Boar. Experience, 1000. Ding. Your level has increased to 9. Ding, your abyssal dragon mount has been upgraded to level 9. Pale golden particles surged into his body. Lin Feng exhaled deeply in satisfaction, then stepped forward to skillfully cut out the boar's heart and extract its core materials. He then retrieved the core material from the Blood Wolf King he had obtained earlier. Absorb. Ding. Incubation progress, 4050. Whoa, it's only halfway done? This thing is a real money pit. Lin Feng winced inwardly, praying the creature wouldn't disappoint him once hatched. Let's go. Time to hunt more lords. The outer lords should be cleared out. We need to head deeper. Lin Feng led Xiao He deeper into the heart of the Greenwood Forest. Meanwhile, at the central square of Qingshan City, teleportation arrays flashed one after another signaling early exits. Look! Someone's coming out. It's students from Second High. How could they be back so soon? It's only the third day. The onlookers buzzed with discussion, while mentors from various schools hurried over. Principal Chen Taizhan of No. 2 High School had been holding his teacup, boasting smugly to the other principals. Our Zhou Tianyang is an S-class Thunder Mage. He'll definitely crack the top 3 in the novice secret realm, maybe even break our city's previous record and become an 11th level transferee. The other principals looked on with envy. S-rank professionals were indeed rare and powerful, though none of them possessed such talent. Only Principal Wang Dahai of First High School wore a look of contempt. Put. If your S-rank Thunder Mage student can reach level 11, then Su Yushi and Lin Feng from my school who've awakened SSS-ranked profession should be at level 15 by now. Bull. Thunder Mages are the strongest. My Second High. Chen Tieshan's face twisted with resentment. Before he could finish speaking, he saw his A student emerge from the teleportation array covered in dust and dirt, his robes torn and tattered, his face ashen. Put. Principal Chen spit out his tea. Zhou Tianyang? How did you get out? Principal Wang Dahai of First High School nearly burst out laughing beside him, offering insincere consolation. Old Chen, the novice realm is fraught with danger. Coming out early is only natural. After all, not everyone is as steady as our school's SSS tier students. Chen Tieshan's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom as he yanked Zhou Tianyang toward him. What the hell happened? Zhou Tianyang surveyed his surroundings and realized he'd actually exited early. But he was only level 5. Most C-rank transferees could reach that level with some effort in the novice secret realm. And he was S rank. Damn that Lin Feng. A flash of viciousness flickered in Zhou Tianyang's eyes as he suddenly raised his voice. Principal. We were forced out by Lin Feng. The entire crowd fell silent. Who was Lin Feng again? Someone quickly recalled he was that Dragon Tamer from First High. Lin Feng deliberately lured a Lord-level demon to attack us. He relied on his dragon pet to steal our spoils. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we would have died in there. Second High students chattered away in a flurry of accusations, weeping and wailing as they spun tales of Lin Feng's crimes. The gathered teachers and students erupted in an uproar. Attacking his own kind? That's despicable. No wonder he leveled up so fast. Turns out he was stealing from others. Does being a Dragon Tamer grant you license to act lawlessly? Chen Taizhan trembled with rage as he turned to Wang Dahai. Old Wang. Look at the fine students your school produces bullying their own kind? This is utterly outrageous. Wang Dahai was stunned. This can't be true. That kid Lin Feng always seemed so steady. The evidence is undeniable. Zhou Tianyang revealed the wound on his arm clearly inflicted by Lin Feng's black dragon. Actually, it was caused by him colliding with a tree branch in his panic. Under normal circumstances, how could a sane person attack their own kind? He must have had a reason, right? Wang Dahai's eyes locked onto Zhou Tianyang, demanding an explanation. Isn't the reason obvious? Lin Feng is jealous. He's jealous of our talents. We have bright futures ahead. While his Dragon Tamer class is a dead-end profession, he'll never break past level 20. That's why he attacked us. He wants us to end up just like him. Zhou Tianyang spared no effort in smearing Lin Feng. Chen Tieshan's expression shifted. Instinctively, he believed Zhou Tianyang from his own school. He saw no reason for Zhou to lie to him. Besides, the reasoning seemed perfectly plausible. Lin Feng must be severely punished. Chen Taizhan slammed his fist on the table. I propose that once he's released, we summon the Order Management Bureau to arrest him. Wang Dahai frowned. The matter hasn't even been investigated yet. What's there to investigate? Chen Taizhan sneered. Do you really think all of us student council members would collectively frame one person? The other principals chimed in. Attacking one's own kind is a grave offense. Such a student must be disciplined. Wang Dahai felt a wave of headache wash over him. Was it really Lin Feng who did it? Chapter 13, The Wrath of the Sovereign. Days passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the 8th day in the novice secret realm, with only 2 days remaining before its closure. Most of those still in the novice secret realm had reached level 4 or higher, with a small number already at level 7 or 8. The higher the level, the slower the progression for class changers. The experience needed to advance from level 10 to 11 might even equal that required for several earlier levels combined. Beep. Successfully defeated a level 7 wild boar lord creature. Gains 700 EXP. Beep, your level has reached 10. Su Yushi stood panting atop a massive boar, the holy light scepter clutched in her hand. Finally reached level 10? Su Yushi's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. The experience in this core zone was indeed slightly higher than the outer areas. After all, as an SSS Tier 6 winged angel, she could now easily venture into the core zone during the late stages of the newbie dungeon. Combined with the top-tier recovery potions and gear provided by the Su family, she didn't need teammates at all. But that guy, his level might even surpass mine now, right? Su Yushi thought of a certain person, her teeth clenching as a wave of despondency washed over her. From childhood, she'd been hailed as the model child, always ranking first in everything. After awakening her SSS tier profession, she felt even more like a chosen one. With the Su family now beset by internal and external troubles, she had to grow stronger. She had to become number 1. I need to slay more monsters. With the Holy Light Staff, my leveling speed might not be slower than that guy's. Gritting her teeth, Su Yushi resolved to venture deeper. The monsters there were higher level and offered more experience. Beep. Defeated level 10 Wind Wolf. Experience, 150. Beep. Defeated level 10 Elite Thunderbird, experience plus 400. Su Yushi's experience points kept climbing, but the monsters she encountered grew increasingly powerful. Pushing through dense undergrowth, Su Yushi suddenly witnessed a scene that left her stunned. A titanic blue ox, standing a full 10 meters tall, lay slumbering atop a massive boulder. It possessed enormous horns, a deep purple-blue body, and was surrounded by swirling lightning. Its entire form was covered in pitch-black magical runes, and with each breath, it exhaled dark purple mist. Its overwhelming aura made Su Yushi tremble uncontrollably. This was a sovereign-level demon beast. Su Yushi was stunned, never expecting to encounter a sovereign-level magical beast here. A sovereign. Only one could exist per secret realm. It was the ruler of the entire domain, capable of commanding all beasts within and possessing power that defied the heavens. Yet Tsuyushi's gaze wasn't fixed on the Titan blue ox. Instead, it was drawn to the rock wall behind it, where a fruit radiating a sacred aura grew. The sacred enlightenment fruit. That's the sacred enlightenment fruit? Tsuyushi's breath caught. This rare treasure could dramatically enhance the innate talents of sacred-aligned practitioners. Consuming it would allow Tsuyushi to significantly accelerate her early game leveling pace. But that wasn't the most crucial point. The most crucial point was that this sacred enlightenment fruit could aid her father's injuries. Many wondered why her father, a level 90+ SS Holy Knight, had come to the small city of Qingshan. The reason was simple: he had suffered severe poison wounds during a battle against the demonic tribes. It was a potent toxin. Every day, her father endured immense suffering while his strength steadily declined. This was precisely why Tsuyushi was so driven. The sacred light fruit was the crucial medicinal ingredient to heal her father's wounds, but it was incredibly rare. She never imagined she'd encounter it here. She must obtain it. Tsuyushi gritted her teeth. The problem was, the Titan Green Ox was a level 15 sovereign tier demon, while she was only level 10. Even with her SSS tier profession, she was no match for it. Sovereign tier demons could naturally fight opponents several levels above them. A direct confrontation would mean certain death for her. Tsuyushi narrowed her eyes, pondering for a moment before a cold smile suddenly spread across her face. If a direct confrontation won't work, then I'll steal it. She slowly raised her staff and murmured softly, "Sacred shadow." Instantly, her body dissolved into an ethereal light, drifting silently toward the sacred fruit. The Titan blue ox remained fast asleep, utterly unaware. Tsuyushi's heart raced as her fingers drew within an inch of the sacred fruit. Got it! Overjoyed, Tsuyushi grabbed the fruit and made a swift escape. It took the Titan Green Ox a long while to realize the item it had been guarding was gone. That was the high-grade material it needed for its upgrade. Roar! The Titan blue ox snapped open its blood-red eyes, unleashing a savage killing intent that swept across the entire forest. Its roar shook the heavens, terrifying sonic waves shattering surrounding trees. But what was even more dreadful was, countless monsters of the Greenwood Forest erupted into chaos. Boom! Amidst the earth-shaking roar, the entire Azurewood Forest trembled. The Titan blue ox's crimson beastly pupils burned with raging fury. As it bellowed skyward, the pitch-black demonic patterns on its body writhed like living creatures, while dark purple energy surged like a tidal wave across the entire forest. The once slumbering beasts descended into madness, eyes glowing crimson, fangs bared, lunging frantically at every living thing within sight. Chaos erupted throughout the Greenwood Forest. A lord creature was the sovereign of its domain, capable of commanding the monsters beneath it. Roar! No! How are there more and more monsters? Damn it, they're going mad! Help! Run! Screams echoed in rapid succession. Students who had been cautiously grinding levels were now facing utter annihilation. A 5-man squad was ambushing a level 7 poison vine demon when 3 blue-scaled wolves attacked from behind. Instantly, 2 members were critically injured, forcing them to shatter their teleportation scrolls and flee the secret realm. A level 5 assassin had just stealthed behind a shadow leopard, but before he could strike, he was swallowed by a horde of monsters surging from all directions. He didn't even have time to use his teleportation scroll before being eliminated. Meanwhile, over at Second High's other seated squad, their leader was another S-tier class besides the S-tier Thunder Mage. Li Ran, an S-ranked shadow assassin. This was an extremely rare and powerful profession, in no way inferior to Zhou Tianyang's Thunder Mage. Li Ran's appearance perfectly matched her profession. She wore a short black robe that enveloped her form like shadows in the night sky, tightly concealing her figure while inadvertently exuding an air of mystery. She gripped twin blades tightly in her hands, their edges glinting with a cold light, as if capable of effortlessly tearing through any obstacle. Shoulder-length hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, softly brushing her fair skin and accentuating her bold, heroic bearing. Her features were exquisitely refined and coldly beautiful. On the 8th day of the newbie dungeon, her level had already reached 8, placing her ahead of most others. Yet her party was now embroiled in a desperate struggle. Monsters they'd barely managed to handle earlier now surged like a tidal wave, forcing them into a retreating battle utterly disheveled. Damn it! What the hell is going on with so many monsters rioting at once? Li Ran's face turned ashen. The blade in her hand flashed wildly, yet it still couldn't hold back the ever-increasing horde of monsters. Thunderfall! Li Ran continuously unleashed skills, her face as pale as paper. She had initially thought the clustered monsters would save her the trouble of hunting them down. But she soon realized she truly couldn't fight them all. At the forest's edge, the surviving students rallied together, barely holding back the monster's onslaught. It felt as though someone had angered a king-level demon. Indeed, only a sovereign of the secret realm could unleash such a beast-tide. Which bastard was bold enough to provoke a sovereign? Chapter 14, continuing to slander Lin Feng. Tsuyushi stood pale-faced within the crowd, her heart pounding like a drum as she clutched the sacred light fruit, its divine radiance glowing in her hand. She had barely escaped the forest steps moments ago, using the sacred light scepter in her hand to temporarily shake off the pursuing titanic azure ox. Oh no, this seems to have escalated. She never imagined that stealing the sacred fruit would trigger such a terrifying chain reaction. Monsters in the outer secret realms had gone berserk, and many students had been gravely injured and eliminated as a result. Yet even so, she still had no regrets. What did this small price matter if it meant saving her father? Wasn't it just sacrificing a few ordinary people? To have her father healed, it was worth it. Su Yushi. Li Ran spotted Su Yushi emerging in disarray and immediately confronted her. You went deep into the Ayakigahara forest just now. Did you provoke the king? Veins bulged on Li Ran's forehead. The school beauty title meant nothing now. What the hell happened? Why did the monsters suddenly go berserk? Su Yushi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet her face wore a perfectly timed look of bewilderment. I don't know. I just ventured a little deeper, and suddenly I heard a roar, and then. She bit her lip, adopting an innocent expression. Li Ran stared intently at her, as if trying to read something in her eyes. But Su Yushi's acting was simply too convincing. Those icy blue eyes were crystal clear, showing not a hint of guilt. It really wasn't you? She asked suspiciously. Why would I lie to you? Su Yushi furrowed her brow slightly, her tone tinged with hurt. I'm one of the victims too. Li Ran fell silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Just then, Su Yushi suddenly seemed to remember something and whispered softly, oh, right, I think I saw Lin Feng earlier. Lin Feng? Zhou Tianyang snapped his head up. MHM. Su Yushi nodded, her tone gentle yet subtly suggestive. He seemed to be heading deep into the forest, saying he was going to hunt powerful monsters to level up quickly. In an instant, the surrounding students erupted into chaos. Lin Feng? That dragon tamer? Damn it! He must have angered the Dragon King. That selfish bastard. Only cares about leveling himself up, doesn't give a damn about our lives. The crowd cursed furiously, completely oblivious to Su Yushi's faintly raised lips. Perfect. The blame was shifted. She was a member of the sacred family. Her life couldn't bear such a stain. As for Lin Feng? He was just a useless class anyway. So what if he takes the fall for me? He's the one who refused to team up with me. Li Ran gritted her teeth in fury. That damned dragon tamer. As they spoke, the forest nearby erupted with more strange noises. Trees toppled in droves, as if some colossal creature was approaching. What the hell is going on? Something huge is coming. Could it be the sovereign? Su Yushi's face drained of color. That damn king seemed to be tracking her down. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. She just needed to hold out for 2 more days. Then she could take this sacred enlightenment fruit out of here. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. The king's fury had thrown the entire novice realm into utter chaos. Many of the Qingshan No. 1 high school trial participants had been forced to drop out prematurely during this period. Roar! The deafening roar of monsters echoed through the air. 5 students from Qingshan No. 1 high school stood back to back in a circle, their faces ashen. They were surrounded by over a dozen frenzied monsters, including 3 level 5 shadow leopards and 2 level 6 rock lizards. We're done for. We can't hold them back. There are just too many. I've reached my limit. A shield warrior gritted his teeth, his iron shield already covered in cracks. Activate the teleportation scroll. We'll die if we delay any longer. The party's priest trembled as he spoke. But the newbie dungeon can only be entered once per life. If we miss this chance, we'll fall way behind our peers. Someone's face twisted with bitter reluctance. Just as despair gripped them. Boom! A torrent of pitch-black dragonfire swept forward, instantly engulfing the horde of monsters ahead. Arg! The monsters screamed piercingly within the dark energy, their flesh rapidly corroding until they were reduced to piles of white bones in the blink of an eye. The stunned group turned to see a tall figure striding toward them, followed by a pitch-black demon dragon. Its heterochromatic vertical pupils flashed with an icy glint. He's Lin Feng. Lin Feng? The shield warriors stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. They were all students from Qingshan First High School. Several were even Lin Feng's classmates. They recognized Lin Feng instantly. Lin Feng swept a glance over their disheveled state and frowned. What happened? How did you attract so many monsters? Lin Feng had been hunting lords lately to hatch his dragon egg, but he found many lords weren't staying in their territories, which troubled him greatly. He had no idea what was going on. It wasn't us. The priest hurriedly explained. Someone angered a sovereign-level demon. Every demon in the entire secret realm has gone berserk. Lin Feng was utterly shocked. Whose subordinates were bold enough to do this? How dare they provoke a king-level monster after only a few days? Everyone stared at Lin Feng with puzzled expressions. Didn't you provoke the king-class monster? Me? Lin Feng pointed at himself, utterly bewildered. Why would I provoke that thing? I'm not crazy. But that's what everyone's been saying, that you provoked the king to level up. Now plenty of people know they've got a grudge against you, saying you messed up the newbie dungeon. Lin Feng was so furious he laughed. Who the hell was spreading this slander? Even though he'd reached level 13, that didn't mean he dared provoke the king. A level 15 king? Even a level 30 plus professional wouldn't stand a chance against it. That's a massive level gap, and it's got territory buffs too. Even his little black at level 15 would struggle against the king's beasts. Could it really not be Lin Feng? Suddenly, the crowd felt a twinge of doubt. Alright, if you have no business here, get out. This isn't a place for you to linger. Lin Feng lazily began shooing them away. The group exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. They had just joined Zhou Tianyang in condemning Lin Feng as selfish, yet now he was the one who saved them. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook violently. Trees collapsed in distant groves as a terrifying pressure swept toward them like a tsunami. Roar! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, a colossal tiger over 5 meters tall trampled through the forest, its blood-red eyes locked onto the group. It was a level 15 Lord tier magic pattern tiger. This might be the most powerful demon beast outside of the sovereigns. Oh no, it's a level 15 Lord tier demon beast. The shield warrior's face drained of color. Activating a teleportation scroll takes time. How could a Lord level creature possibly give them a chance? We're done for. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he immediately stepped in front of the group, his voice deep and commanding. You go first. But no more talk. Lin Feng barked coldly, shattering the teleportation scroll and departing immediately. Lin Feng, thank you so much. We'll wait for you to come out. Overwhelmed with emotion, the others hesitated no longer. They activated their teleportation talismans one after another, vanishing in streaks of light. Chapter 15, Slaying the Three Lords. Meanwhile, the demon pattern tiger closed in. Crouching low, its fangs bared, its body covered in pitch-black demonic patterns that glowed with a dangerous light. It watched Lin Feng standing alone, a faint, almost human-like, mocking smile playing on its lips. Covering the others' retreat? This human is decent, but he still must die. But daring to steal from His Majesty? Everyone must pay the price. Little did he know that the next moment, Lin Feng broke into a smile. His dragon egg was just moments away from hatching. All he needed was to hunt down 1 or 2 more Lord-level creatures. But the number of Lord-level creatures in his secret realm was limited, and Lin Feng didn't want to miss this chance. Finally, they're all gone. Now it's my time to shine. Xiaohei, go get him. So what if it's a Lord-level creature? That's exactly what we're here to hunt. The magic pattern tiger stared wide-eyed at the abyssal dragon that appeared. A dragon? Weren't dragons extinct? Roar! The magic pattern tiger launched its attack first, its massive body charging forward like a cannonball. Its claws tore through the air, aiming straight for Lin Feng's head. Swish! Xiaohei instantly unleashed the dark abyss. The dragon's body flickered, appearing directly beside the demon pattern tiger. Its tail lashed out like a steel whip. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the demon pattern tiger was violently flung back several meters, its impact plowing a deep trench into the ground. But it quickly regained its footing, a flicker of surprise passing through its crimson beastly eyes. This dragon was this fast? Before it could react, Xiaohei opened its dragon maw, dark purple energy already gathering in its throat. Boom! Dark breath unleashed. A torrent of pitch-black dragon breath erupted, instantly withering vegetation and pulverizing rock to dust in its path. The demon pattern tiger roared, its magical patterns suddenly blazing as a dark purple barrier coalesced before it, forcibly blocking the dragon's breath. Boom! 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 2 dark energies collided violently, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept across the surroundings, snapping every tree within dozens of meters clean in half. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes in surprise. This guy truly lived up to his title as a Lord-level being. He actually managed to withstand Xiaohei's breath attack head-on. But Xiaohei showed no fear, charging straight in. Roar! Awooh! Dragon and tiger locked in combat in an instant. Xiaohei's claws tore through the magic pattern tiger's fur, spattering dark purple dragon blood that corroded the earth. The tiger's fangs sank into Xiaohei's shoulder, and with a violent jerk of its head, slammed him hard against the ground. Xiaohei roared in fury, coiling its dragon tail around the magic pattern tiger's neck and unleashing its dragon breath at point-blank range. Boom! Amidst the explosive dust, the magic pattern tiger staggered backward, its neck a bloody mess. Yet the savage glint in its eyes only intensified. Xiaohei wasn't unscathed either. A gash tore open his dragon claw, dark purple dragon blood dripping steadily. Master, this big cat's a tough nut to crack. Roar! The next moment, the demon pattern tiger raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. Its howl shook the entire forest, the sound waves rolling out like tangible force, causing trees to sway violently and leaves to scatter wildly. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly grasped its intent. No! It's summoning its pack. Sure enough, the next second, rustling sounds came from all directions. Countless crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, and low growls echoed in succession. The horde of monsters was gathering, and from within emerged 2 lords. A level 14 blue-scaled wolf king and a level 14 ape demon king. Damn it, this is getting messy. Now there are 3 lords. Lin Feng grimaced, gritting his teeth. One-on-one, dragons held their own against any demon beast. But outnumbered? That was another story. Especially since Xiao Hei's level was still lower than theirs. And he was broke as hell, not even having a single piece of gear suitable for Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei swatted away the magic pattern tiger's bite, a flicker of gravity passing through his dragon eyes. Master, there are too many of them. Should we make a strategic retreat? Damn it, it's scared of dying. He's a dragon, not some dumb beast. These beasts keep growing larger. Fighting alone while also protecting Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew the situation was dire. Xiao Hei could certainly fight above his level, but against the magic pattern tiger plus an endless stream of monsters, even he couldn't hold out. Is retreating our only option? Damn it, retreat first. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and made the decision to retreat. But the magic pattern tiger wasn't about to let him go. 3 lords immediately surrounded Lin Feng and Xiao Hei, joined by other demonic beasts. Lin Feng sighed. Was a desperate last stand his only option? Lin Feng steeled his resolve. Follow my lead. Trust me. Take out the other 2 lords first. We might still have a sliver of hope. Xiao Hei had no choice but to trust Lin Feng. He immediately charged back toward the horde of beasts, focusing his attacks on the other 2 lords. The battle erupted once more. The blue-scaled Wolf King struck first, transforming into a streak of blue lightning as its razor-sharp claws aimed straight for Xiao Hei's abdomen. Simultaneously, the ape demon slammed both fists into the ground, causing countless sharp stone spikes to erupt from the earth. The magic pattern tiger watched menacingly from the sidelines, the magic patterns on its forehead flickering with a dangerous glow. Take flight. At Lin Feng's command, Xiao Hei soared upward, narrowly evading the ground spikes. Yet the blue-scaled Wolf King's claws still sliced across the dragon's belly, drawing a trail of purplish-black blood. He knew that facing the encirclement of 3 lords, he must act swiftly and decisively. Take out those 2 level 14s first. Xiao Hei plunged downward, unleashing a dragon's breath. Violet-black flames engulfed the blue-scaled Wolf King. The Wolf King let out a piercing howl as its green scales peeled away in the dragon's breath. But at that very moment, the magic rune on the demon tiger's forehead blazed brightly, unleashing a crimson beam of light that shot straight toward the dragon. Dodge left. Lin Feng shouted almost instinctively. The abyssal dragon sidestepped, but the beam still grazed its left wing, vaporizing a large patch of scales. The excruciating pain made Xiao Hei roar deafeningly. Xiao Hei was enraged. Ignore the magic pattern tiger. Focus all attacks on the Wolf King. Lin Feng bit his tongue to force his focus. Ignoring his own wounds, Xiao Hei's dragon claws slashed down like razor blades, tearing 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes into the back of the blue-scaled Wolf King, who had just escaped the dragon's breath. The Wolf King counterattacked in pain, its fangs sinking deep into the dragon's foreleg. Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness, but he knew this was his chance. Dragon breath. Close range. The abyssal dragon lowered its head, unleashing its breath at point-blank range into the Wolf King's gaping, blood-stained maw. The Wolf King's eyes instantly burst, its head igniting from within. It released its fangs and writhed in agony on the ground. The dragon pressed its advantage, crushing the Wolf King's neck with one claw while tearing it clean in 2 with the other. Watch out. Lin Feng's warning came too late. The ape demon had leapt into the air unseen, slamming both fists together like a hammer against the dragon's back. Lin Feng heard the sound of bones shattering. He couldn't tell if they belonged to the demon dragon or himself. The abyssal dragon let out a mournful wail as it plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Lin Feng was flung from the dragon's back, crashing heavily 10 meters away, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Struggling to his feet, he saw the ape demon roaring as it charged toward the fallen demon dragon. Xiao Hei, play dead. Lin Feng urgently shouted through their mental link. The abyssal dragon immediately closed its eyes, its vital energy fading. The ape demon fell for the ruse, slowing its pace as it cautiously approached, intent on delivering the final blow to this formidable foe. The instant the ape demon bent to inspect, the abyssal dragon's eyes snapped open. Its tail shot out like a spear, piercing clean through the ape demon's chest. The ape demon stared in disbelief at the dragon's tail piercing its chest, letting out a final, defiant roar before crashing to the ground. Lin Feng staggered over to Xiao Hei, reaching out to stroke its scarred body. Good job, buddy. He gasped, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. This battle had been a real struggle. Chapter 16, The Bì'àn makes its appearance, Lin Feng's second dragon. The demon pattern tiger seethed with rage. Lin Feng had killed 2 of his companions right before his eyes. Damn it! The demonic patterns on the demon tiger's body flashed as it charged at Xiao Hei with all its might. Xiao Hei, hold the line. Lin Feng leapt off Xiao Hei's back, leaving the black dog utterly dumbfounded. I think I can handle this. Thud. It was instantly knocked flying. Prolonged combat and injuries even for a dragon, that was too much to bear. Meanwhile, Lin Feng reached toward the 2 fallen lords, carefully extracting their core materials. Beep. Detected pure life energy. Absorbing and converting to accelerate dragon egg incubation progress. Current incubation progress 90%. Lin Feng didn't immediately choose to absorb it. The next moment, the incubation progress began to surge rapidly. Incubation progress reached 100%. Buzz. His beast taming space suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to emerge. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then burst into wild joy. This commotion, could it mean the incubation had succeeded? Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy and barked. Come out. Whoosh. In the next instant, a dazzling white light flashed, followed by a clear yet thunderous tiger's roar that pierced the heavens. A whoa! As the light faded, a creature the size of a full-grown wolf appeared before Lin Feng. Its entire body was snow white, its fur as smooth as silk. It possessed the head of a dragon and the body of a tiger, with a pair of small, black dragon horns sprouting from its forehead. Its back was covered in fine, dark purple dragon scales, and the tip of its tail forked, resembling a fusion of a dragon's tail and a tiger's tail. Most striking were its heterochromatic eyes, the left gleaming like liquid gold, the right an abyssal void of pitch black. It was a dragon-tiger hybrid, the Bì'àn. Lin Feng's heart pounded wildly as he swiftly summoned its attribute panel to examine it. Name, Bì'àn. Race, dragon-tiger hybrid abyssal demon dragon holy light white tiger. Bloodline grade, primordial. Level, 1. Constitution, 200. Spirit, 100. Obedience, 100. Innate ability, white tiger roar to the heavens terrifies all beasts and monsters, effect doubles against kindred beings. Aurora claw, rips through space to strike, bypassing 90% of the target's defense to deal true damage. Personality, upright and incorruptible, eager to serve the public good and uphold justice. Possesses keen discernment, adjudicates impartially, and wields formidable power to subdue evil forces. These stats are insane. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Truly the offspring of a dragon and a white tiger hatching with such terrifying stats, it utterly outclasses other tamed beasts. Judging by the stats, this beast seems to have higher physical attributes. At that moment, the Bì'àn tilted its head, its heterochromatic eyes studying Lin Feng with curiosity. It then nuzzled affectionately against his pant leg, emitting a soft, baby-like cry. Woof. Lin Feng. Damn, this is way too cute. Lin Feng was getting excited. Roar. The magic pattern tiger's roar abruptly halted. Its crimson beastly eyes fixed intently on the Bì'àn, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. Dragon? No, it's a tiger? Wait, what kind of creature is this? Xiaohei froze too, his dragon eyes widening. Master, what is this thing? Our new companion. Lin Feng grinned. Only then did the Bì'àn seem to notice the battlefield. It turned its head toward the magic pattern tiger, its golden left eye flickering with a faint glow. The next moment. Roar! A piercing tiger's roar erupted suddenly. Unlike the roar of ordinary tigers, this sound carried the dual pressure of dragon might and the sacred power of the white tiger. Wherever the sound waves passed, the air rippled. Thud! The demon pattern tiger was struck as if by lightning. His limbs went limp and he collapsed to his knees, looking utterly disheveled. He himself was bewildered what was happening. This was bloodline suppression. As a beast lord, it couldn't resist this overwhelming pressure from a superior species. But how was this possible? How could this beast possess such powerful tiger bloodlines? How could Xiaohei let such an opportunity slip? A savage glint flared in its dragon eyes as it instantly materialized before the magic pattern tiger, its claws like razor-sharp blades plunging toward its throat. Splatter! Blood spattered. Roar! The magic pattern tiger writhed in agony, but the overwhelming pressure of the Bì'àn left it utterly powerless to resist. Xiaohei let out a savage snarl. Its dragon maw opened wide, unleashing a shadow breath attack at point-blank range. Boom! The demon pattern tiger's head exploded clean off. Ding! Defeated a level 15 lord, the magic pattern tiger, earning 5000 EXP. Ding! Your level has increased to LV 14. Ding! Your Beastmaster Abyssal Dragon has mastered the new skill, Shadow Domain. Ding! Your Beastmaster Bì'àn has reached level 5. Ding! As the magic pattern tiger fell, notification sounds rang out continuously, signaling a massive haul of rewards and unprecedented bounty. Lin Feng bent down to pick up the demon tiger's dropped lord core, then glanced at the trembling horde of monsters nearby and let out a cold laugh. Bì'àn, roar again. The Bì'àn nodded excitedly, drawing in a deep breath. A whoa! Thud! Thud! All the monsters instantly threw themselves to the ground, trembling in fear. Lin Feng patted its head with satisfaction. Well done. Xiaohei edged closer, its jet-black dragon eyes brimming with curiosity. Master, where did this little one come from? Your son. Lin Feng replied calmly. Xiaohei? What? I'm a dad? My own son? Xiaohei's dragon eyes widened in shock, his entire body stiffening in place. He even forgot to swallow the magic pattern tiger meat in his mouth. Lin Feng leisurely flipped the grilled meat, glancing at him. What? Not owning up to it? No way. I'm only a few days old. I'm still a baby dragon. Xiaohei frantically slapped the ground with his dragon tail. I haven't even touched a mother dragon's paw yet, how could I have a son? Lin Feng sighed, poking the fire with a stick as he reminded him, forgot? That sacred light white tiger from a few days ago. The white tiger? Xiaohei froze, his dragon eyes suddenly narrowing as his entire body trembled. Now he remembered. It was the very first day after he'd hatched that Lin Feng had sent him to take down a sacred light white tiger, one ranked at least 60 or higher. And this takedown was meant quite literally. Though dragons were inherently lustful creatures, he'd been no match for his opponent that night and had collapsed from exhaustion. Wait. Xiaohei stammered. You mean that night when her? Lin Feng nodded, yep, exactly what you're thinking. Xiaohei, for the first time in his life, long experienced what it meant to suffer a social death. Becoming a dad so fast? No way? Chapter 17, Reunion with Su Yushi. Bì'àn lay sprawled across a boulder, happily gnawing on the leg bone of a magic-patterned tiger, completely oblivious to Xiaohei's complicated gaze. Xiaohei hesitated, then cautiously approached and gently nudged it with his dragon claw. Son? I'm your dad. The Bì'àn lifted its head, tilting its head to look at him. Its golden left eye blinked, then. It didn't recognize him at all. Perhaps in its mind, the concept of a father simply didn't exist. This might be a drawback of hybridization. The Bì'àn didn't seem to have the brightest intelligence. Xiaohei. Lin Feng nearly burst out laughing, this guy seems to think you're a stranger. Xiaohei sulked, curling up into a ball with his tail dragging on the ground. Even the grilled meat lost its appeal. Wah! First time being a dad in my dragon life, and my son doesn't even recognize me. Ignoring Xiaohei's emotional outburst, Lin Feng studied the Bì'àn dragon closely. Though the little one resembled a cub, it radiated a potent dragon essence, especially those heterochromatic eyes. The left eye gleamed golden, the right eye was pitch black. Clearly, it had inherited both the sacred light white tiger's luminous attributes and Xiaohei's abyssal power. Indeed. A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Feng's eyes. This extraordinary birthing ability truly defied the heavens, fusing two supreme bloodlines to create this unprecedented dragon-tiger hybrid. Moreover, the Bì'àn's innate skill was utterly absurd. White tiger roar to the heavens inflicts bloodline suppression on beast-type monsters, with double effect against same-species targets. Even that level 15 magic pattern tiger was stunned just now. Aurora Claw rips through space to strike, bypassing 90% of the target's defenses to deal true damage. Too bad it can't speak. Seems communicating with humans via psychic power is a pure-blooded dragon's exclusive skill. Lin Feng stroked his chin as he analyzed. Regardless, gaining a dragon had drastically boosted his combat power and even helped him break through the level 20 bottleneck early. Sizzle. The magic pattern tiger's flesh sizzled over the flames, turning golden and dripping with oil. The rich aroma of roasting meat filled the forest, making even the trembling low-level monsters in the distance swallow hard. Lin Feng sprinkled on a handful of his specially blended secret spice blend, causing the aroma to explode. Dig in. Though Xiaohei remained withdrawn, the aroma drew him closer. His dragon claw carefully tore off a large chunk of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. His dragon eyes instantly brightened. Ding. Consumed level 10 Lord Monster Flesh. Physical Constitution +5. Roar. Delicious. Bì'àn pounced over, clutching a chunk of meat larger than its own body and gnawing away, eating with grease dripping from its mouth while its tail wagged happily. Lin Feng took a bite and instantly felt a surge of warmth flood his limbs and bones, every pore in his body relaxing. Ding. Consumed level 10 Lord Monster Flesh. Physical Constitution +3, Spirit +2. Truly the flesh of a high-tier demon beast, a powerful tonic. Lin Feng sighed contentedly. Xiaohei gobbled voraciously while stealing glances at the Bì'àn. Seeing the little creature completely ignore him, he sulked and retreated back into the shadows. Amused, Lin Feng patted the dragon's horn. Alright, stop moping. It's just a newborn. It'll warm up once it gets used to things. Xiaohei grunted in a sulky before channeling his frustration into appetite, chewing the magic pattern tiger's bones to bits and swallowing them whole. The tiger's flesh sizzled over the flames, its fat dripping into the fire with soft crackles. Lin Feng sat cross-legged beside the fire, holding a golden brown, crisp tiger rib in his hand. He took a bite, and the rich, savory flavor exploded in his mouth, sending a wave of warmth rushing through his entire body. Just as Lin Feng was about to cut another piece of meat, his ears twitched. Rustle. A faint rustling sounded from the nearby bushes. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. He instantly recalled the Bì'àn into his beast taming space while pressing his right hand against Xiaohei's dragon horn. He whispered. Someone's here. Xiaohei immediately grew alert, narrowing his dragon eyes as shadow energy gathered at his claws. The next second. Swish. A white figure abruptly parted the bushes and stepped out slowly. Under the moonlight, their eyes met, reflected in the firelight. Both froze almost simultaneously. Su Yushi, Lin Feng? Lin Feng, Su Yushi? Su Yushi wore white robes, her golden hair slightly disheveled, clearly fresh from battle. She gripped the scepter inlaid with sacred gems, its tip still radiating lingering divine energy. Her gaze shifted from Lin Feng's face to the roasted meat in his hands, then to the pile of bones on the ground clearly belonging to some large magical beast. Her pupils suddenly contracted. A demon tiger? A hint of disbelief tinged her voice. Lin Feng took another leisurely bite of meat, raising an eyebrow. What? Want a piece? Su Yushi's expression shifted slightly as she instinctively took half a step back. She knew full well what level of threat a demon-patterned tiger posed a level 15 lord. Even fighting with her life on the line, she'd struggle to defeat a level 15 lord. How could this guy have single-handedly killed a level 15 lord? How was that even possible? Her eyes locked onto Lin Feng as shockwaves of disbelief surged through her mind. Dragon masters were powerful in their early stages, but surely not absurdly so? If only he had agreed to team up with her back then, her level would be so much higher now. The thought that even with her family's artifact support, she still couldn't level up as fast as Lin Feng left Su Yushi feeling frustrated. He could only console himself that Lin Feng was just gloating over his current advantage. Dragons no longer existed in this world, and level 19 was his absolute limit. He and I weren't even from the same world. She quickly composed herself and coldly demanded, "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng scoffed. "None of your damn business." Lin Feng had no regard whatsoever for this self-important woman. "By the way, about the king's uprising, don't you owe me an explanation?" Su Yushi's heart skipped a beat, yet her face remained impassive. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Playing dumb?" Lin Feng stirred the embers with a twig, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Did the sacred fruit taste good? You." Su Yushi clenched her scepter so tightly her knuckles turned white. She never imagined Lin Feng would figure it out, but that was impossible. How could he know? Observing her sudden change in expression, Lin Feng felt nearly certain of his suspicions. He sneered coldly. "For a single fruit, you nearly endangered every student in the secret realm. Miss Su, you're quite the schemer." The matter of the sacred Ming fruit was, of course, relayed to him by Xiao He through the magic-patterned tiger. That was precisely why the sovereign flew into such a rage. "Nonsense!" Su Yushi snapped, cutting him off. "What proof do you have?" "Proof?" Lin Feng pointed at the tiger bones on the ground. "This is the proof. The king's rampage was triggered by the loss of the sacred enlightenment fruit. And that fruit should be in your possession now, correct?" Su Yushi's breathing quickened slightly, but she regained her composure swiftly. "Absurd! I was merely passing through here. I've never seen any sacred fruit." Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue further. He waved his hand dismissively. "Fine. If you say you didn't, then you didn't." Seeing his dismissive attitude, Su Yushi felt a surge of frustration. She'd expected Lin Feng to press further, even preparing herself for a full-blown confrontation. Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. How could he be so calm? The atmosphere froze for a moment. After a moment of silence, Su Yushi suddenly turned and started walking deep into the forest. Lin Feng frowned. "Where are you going?" "None of your business." She didn't look back. She truly didn't want to see Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, instantly guessing her intent. This woman was planning to steal another treasure. Her previous success in stealing the sacred bright fruit had given her a taste of success. Now she was likely eyeing treasures guarded by other lord-level monsters. Chapter 18, No woman in his heart, drawing his sword comes naturally. "Hey!" Lin Feng couldn't help but call out to her. "There's more than one lord-level monster in there, plus other high-level beasts. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Su Yushi halted, turning her head. Her icy blue eyes held mockery. "What? Worried about me? I'm worried that if you die, you'll pin the blame all on me." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Su Yushi snorted coldly. "Relax. I'm not as weak as you imagine." With that, she ignored Lin Feng entirely and vanished deep into the dense forest. Xiao He peered out. "Master, is this woman mentally unstable?" Lin Feng sighed. "It's not that she's crazy, she's just too greedy." Su Yushi was clearly blinded by her desire for rapid power growth, completely impervious to reason. "Forget it. Let her be." Lin Feng shook his head and continued gnawing on his tiger meat. Lin Feng was happily gnawing on the last rib of the magic-patterned tiger, grease dripping from his fingertips. The aroma made Xiao He drool beside him. Bì'àn, meanwhile, clutched a tiger leg bone, gnawing away with his tiny fangs, completely oblivious to the danger creeping closer in the distance. "Master, can I have another piece?" Xiao He stared longingly at the meat in Lin Feng's hand. "None left. This is the last piece." Lin Feng shook the bone, preparing to toss it to Xiao He. Boom! A deafening beast roar erupted, its terrifying shockwave crashing like a tsunami. The fire instantly went out, and the ground shook violently. Lin Feng snapped his head up, his pupils contracting sharply. This was the overwhelming pressure of a sovereign-level demon beast. Snap! Crack! Towering ancient trees over 100 meters away collapsed one after another. Amidst billowing dust, a disheveled white figure fled frantically. Su Yushi. Behind her, a colossal beast over 10 meters tall charged relentlessly, its body a deep, dark blue-black. Its horns curved like crescent moons, razor-sharp, and its hooves were wrapped in raging thunder. With every step it took, the ground cracked like a spider web. Name, Titan Blue Ox. Level, 15 Sovereign Tier. Bloodline grade, Ancient. Abilities, Thunder Control, Brutal Smash, Earthquake. Damn humans. Return my sacred enlightenment fruit. The Titan Blue Ox's furious roar echoed, leaving Tsuyoshi with an extremely grim expression. What the hell is wrong with this damn sovereign? How does it always know where I am? These past few days, Tsuyoshi had been hunting monsters to level up while constantly dodging and hiding. Now she was completely cornered by the titanic Azure Ox, and the power stored in her holy light scepter was depleted. She couldn't teleport away. Holy? Lin Feng's bone clattered to the ground. This crazy woman is truly brave. She actually provoked the king again. Tsuyoshi's golden hair was a tangled mess, her white robe torn in several places by branches, a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of her mouth. The sacred staff in her hand glowed dimly, its magic clearly depleted. Run! I must get out of here. She clutched the white fruit in her arms tightly, her heart pounding wildly. This was the thing that could save her father. She absolutely had to get it out. Boom! The Titan Blue Ox stomped down, unleashing thunderbolts that crashed down like raging dragons. Tsuyoshi scrambled to roll out of the way, leaving a scorched crater 3 meters deep where she had stood. Cough cough. She gasped for breath, her legs weak. No! My magic's depleted. As the ox demon's crimson beastly eyes locked onto her and its massive hoof rose high, she closed her eyes in despair. Thud. The expected excruciating pain never came. Instead, a powerful force yanked her into a warm embrace. Swish. The hoof grazed the hem of her robe as it landed, shattering the ground. Tsuyoshi looked up in shock, meeting a face that felt incredibly familiar. Lin Feng. He saved me? An indescribable mix of emotions surged through her. She recalled her past actions, the slander and schemes she directed at Lin Feng, yet he had repaid her kindness with such a debt. Saving me? I truly deserve to die. Thank you. Her lips parted, her voice barely audible, her fair face flushing slightly. If Lin Feng had rescued her, she wouldn't mind befriending him. She could even ask him to help her level up before reaching level 20. But the next second, Lin Feng reached out expressionlessly, snatching the sacred Ming fruit from her embrace. Then, thud! A vicious kick landed squarely in her midsection. Ah! Tsuyoshi cried out in pain, sent flying backward. She slammed into an ancient tree trunk and slid to the ground. Clutching her stomach, she curled into a ball, writhing in agony. When she looked up, her face was frozen in disbelief. Lin Feng had already flipped onto his horse, Blackie, and galloped away without a word. Roar! Seeing its treasure change hands, the Titan Blue Ox instantly turned, its thunder-wrapped horns pointing straight at Lin Feng as it thundered after him. Damned human! Return my treasure! Tsuyoshi sat frozen in place, watching Lin Feng's receding figure. First came bewilderment, then a tidal wave of rage. Lin Feng! I'll kill you! Boom! 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 The Titan Blue Ox's pursuit shook the earth and mountains, leaving a trail of shattered trees and raging lightning in its wake, a truly terrifying sight. Xiaohei flew with every ounce of strength he possessed, straining every muscle. Master! That bull's gone mad? Cut the crap! Speed up! Lin Feng clung desperately to the dragon horns, glancing back at the increasingly close ox demon, cold sweat beating on his forehead. King tier and Lord tier were entirely different concepts. This Azure Ox's thunderous power alone could instantly kill any level 15 professional of the same tier, let alone its monstrous defense. Even Xiaohei would struggle to wound it. This was its territory. Xiaohei, into the gorge. Lin Feng suddenly pointed to a narrow crevice on the right. Ha! I can't fly into that place. Use void shuttle. Xiaohei gritted his teeth, his dragon eyes blazing purple. Roar! Whoosh! Man and dragon vanished instantly, reappearing 100 meters away at the canyon entrance the next second. The Azure Thunder Ox demon couldn't break in time, its massive body crashing into the mountain wall with a thunderous boom, sending rocks flying everywhere. Run! Lin Feng seized the chance to dash into the gorge. After zigzagging through twists and turns, he finally managed to temporarily shake off the Azure Ox. Leaning against a boulder to catch his breath, he pulled the sacred Ming fruit from his robe. Truthfully, he hadn't merely snatched the spiritual fruit. He could tell that the king possessed the ability to track the sacred light fruit. Tsuyoshi carrying this thing was like a beacon in the night. She was practically a death sentence. Though Lin Feng didn't care for the woman, as a normal, passionate 18-year-old, he couldn't bring himself to abandon someone in such dire straits. It wasn't that he was a saint, he simply had his limits. With Xiaohei's help, he could keep running until the secret realm ended. He, Lin Feng, was absolutely not coveting the treasure. Wonder how much this thing would fetch if sold? I saved that idiot woman's life. Keeping this shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Feng licked his lips. Little Black's eyes went dark. And you say you're not coveting this thing? Chapter 19, Poor Little Black and the Titanic Blue Ox. Name, Holy Enlightenment Fruit. Quality, legendary spiritual objects or treasures are graded into 7 tiers: common, rare, high grade, epic, legendary, sacred, and divine. Effect, consumption drastically increases light energy and elevates its quality, instantly purges all negative effects, and enhances bloodline tier. High tier magical beasts consuming it have a chance to raise their bloodline tier. Lin Feng now had the chance to examine the holy enlightenment fruit's properties and discovered this thing was truly god tier. No wonder that monarch fought so fiercely for it. This fruit actually had a chance to help him advance his bloodline rank. The monarch's bloodline was already incredibly powerful. Another advancement? Lin Feng couldn't even fathom how powerful that would make him. Perhaps even dragons of the same rank wouldn't stand a chance. Through his experiences these past days, Lin Feng had come to understand the terrifying nature of bloodline tiers. The 9 bloodline tiers of demon beasts represented a world of difference between each level. His own abyssal beast in Bì'àn possessed attributes only possible with ancient bloodlines. He suspected ordinary sovereigns likely shared this bloodline tier, while lords probably ranked slightly lower. Lost in thought, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed drastically. Boom! The Titan Blue Ox's massive hooves slammed down, instantly cracking the ground as frenzied thunder erupted like raging dragons, scattering in all directions with terrifying ferocity. Lin Feng scrambled to dodge, his clothes scorched black where the lightning streaked past. Damn it, how can this beast move so fast? He thought Xiaohei's speed would at least let them stall for a while, but reality was that this sovereign-level demonic beast was completely overwhelming them. Windrunner, tighten up! Lin Feng panicked. Fighting a sovereign alone inside the secret realm was foolish. They had to get out of here. Lin Feng quickly mounted Xiaohei and prepared to make a run for it. Xiaohei activated Shadow Stealth, moving at lightning speed. Master! Its thunder domain has sealed the space. I can't use Void Shuttle. But soon, Xiaohei's anxious voice echoed in his mind. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and scanned his surroundings. Within 100 meters, countless slender lightning snakes slithered across the ground, weaving an invisible cage. The titanic blue ox stood at the domain's center, its crimson bovine eyes blazing with fury. Damned human, you won't escape today. No escape. Looks like I have to fight to the end. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and summoned the Bishi. Bì'àn. White tiger roars to the heavens. Roar. The young dragon tiger hybrid raised its head and let out a deafening roar, its golden left eye blazing with piercing light. The invisible shockwave slammed into the azure ox, yet it merely shook its head, somehow withstanding this bloodline suppression. What? Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. This was a skill powerful enough to intimidate lord-level beasts, yet it proved ineffective against a sovereign? Do you think this is some ordinary beast? My bloodline rank is no less than yours, you little thing. The azure ox lashed its head in fury. The next instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel hurtled straight toward the Bishi. Watch out! Xiaohei lunged forward, throwing his body in front of the Bishi. The shadow breath collided with the thunderbolt, erupting in a deafening roar. Boom! Xiaohei was sent flying by the shockwave, slamming hard into the lightning net, his scales charred black in large patches. Master can't win this. Xiaohei curled up in agony. He'd already endured a fierce battle earlier, and now his strength was less than half of his peak. How could he possibly fight like this? The Bishi staggered to Lin Feng's feet, its heterochromatic eyes filled with terror. Born only recently, it instinctively felt terror facing an enemy of this caliber. Yet it stood resolutely before Lin Feng. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Feng's forehead as his mind raced. A direct confrontation was impossible. He had to find a weakness. Damn it, how could a sovereign-tier demon beast possibly have a weakness? He stared intently at the green bull and suddenly noticed a detail. 2 distinct rows of mammary glands were visible on the belly of this colossal beast. Wait, this thing was female? Lin Feng recalled that the Titan Blue Ox's voice did indeed sound different. Soon, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Wait, if it's female, then I have a way to deal with it. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly peculiar, culminating in a sinister grin. J.E. Xiaohei and Bishi both shuddered simultaneously. Master? Xiaohei, do you remember your first time? Lin Feng asked in a hushed voice. Xiaohei's dragon eyes froze. Huh? That holy light white tiger. Lin Feng winked. Haven't you been bitter about getting beaten by it? Little Black suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. So what? Lin Feng patted its horn, his smile growing sinister. Now, your chance to prove yourself again has arrived. The titanic azure ox was about to unleash its final strike when it suddenly noticed the human had stopped fleeing. Instead, he turned to face it, a strange smile playing on his lips. What is that insect laughing at? It halted warily, 2 puffs of white vapor escaping its nostrils. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suddenly pulled out a large handful from his storage ring. Pink mushrooms? Name, seduction mushroom rare. Effect, induces a brief state of arousal in female creatures upon contact. He'd gathered these while hunting the phantom thunder leopard, intending to sell them to an alchemist for extra cash. Little did he know they'd come in handy now. Of course, this was merely an auxiliary measure. The most crucial factor still relied on his special talent. Superior fertility. Within 100 meters, any forced contact with a designated target can compel Xiaohei to mate with them. Xiaohei! Go! Roar! Before the abyssal dragon could react, Lin Feng grabbed its horn and hurled it violently toward the azure ox. Remember! Use your coolest pose. Xiaohei scrambled to adjust his posture mid-air, his mind filled with question marks. What the hell is the coolest pose? I'm a dragon, not a peacock. As it was about to collide with the blue ox's sharp horns, its survival instinct forced it to hover mid-air. With a flick of its tail, it traced an elegant arc through the sky. Then, with pinpoint accuracy, smashed that bunch of enchanting mushrooms right into the blue ox's face. Slap! Pink spores exploded instantly, forming a cloud of mist that enveloped the blue ox's head. Time seemed to freeze. 1 second. 2 seconds. Moo! The furious bellow abruptly transformed into a melodious, delicate moan? But it quickly resumed its original tone. This effect on her was merely average after all, she was a sovereign. But at that very moment. Smack! Lin Feng flashed to her feet and slapped her across the face. Superior fertility. Activated. In an instant, the titan blue ox's gaze grew hazy, its thick legs began rubbing the ground unnaturally. When it looked at Xiaohei again, its crimson beastly eyes actually glowed with a heart-shaped pattern. Xiaohei? Lin Feng gave a thumbs up from afar. Nice. Keep seducing it. Master. You sold me. Xiaohei's soul-shredding wail echoed through the mental link. But it was already too late. Boom! The blue ox bounded toward Xiaohei with cheerful little steps where was the slightest trace of killing intent. It was clearly a lovesick maiden seeing her beloved. Help me. Little Black was terrified out of his wits and turned to run. Thus began a chase through the forest. One dragon, one ox, a game of cat and mouse where escape was impossible. But Little Black was soon caught, the blue ox mounting him directly. Blackie collapsed onto the ground, his dragon spirit dimmed. Soon, the familiar sounds of struggle filled the air. My innocence. My dignity. Bì'àn watched with curiosity. Though Lin Feng had witnessed this once before, he still found it utterly astonishing. This time it was truly awesome. He exclaimed. Chapter 20, The Third Dragon, Xiaonyo. It was unclear how long the battle between the dragon and the ox raged on before finally subsiding, leaving the entire valley shrouded in thick, acrid smoke. Moo! The titan blue ox affectionately rubbed its head against Xiaohei's neck. Its crimson bovine eyes brimmed with tenderness, and its sturdy hooves carefully avoided Xiaohei's wounded scales, as if afraid of causing pain. Xiaohei's entire dragon body stiffened, his dragon eyes brimming with utter despair. Master, save me. I can't hold on. This thing is way too strong. Xiao Chuan was utterly speechless. Why was every female he encountered stronger than him? First the white tiger, now this bull. This is impossible. Lin Feng stood to the side, his mouth twitching as he struggled to suppress a laugh. The blue ox turned its head, its enormous bovine eyes fixed on Lin Feng for several seconds before suddenly speaking in human language. You, not bad. Hey, cow lady? Lin Feng ventured cautiously. Guess we hit it off after a fight, huh? Fine. From now on, you're my friends. The sacred fruit is on you, right? I don't want that thing anymore. That magical feeling just now, that was your power, right? How could a ruler possibly not control his desires? But that experience just now was truly a first in my beastly life. The sensation was utterly wondrous. Lin Feng? The blue ox seemed to sense his shock and snorted, a sovereign-level being wisdom that rivals humans. She lowered her head to nuzzle Xiaohei again, her tone suddenly softening. Your dragon is wonderful. I like it very much. Xiaohei. Lin Feng gave a nervous chuckle. Ha, yeah, my Xiaohei really is quite endearing. Qingniu nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly raised her front hoof and stomped it heavily on the ground. Boom! A jade-green portal materialized out of thin air. Beyond it, a faint glimpse of a fairyland filled with birdsong and blossoms appeared, looking utterly mystical. Follow me. She seized Xiaohei's dragon tail and dragged him into the light gate without a word. Xiaohei struggled frantically. Master. Master. You can't just abandon me to my fate. It was truly burning up. Lin Feng scratched his nose, pretending not to see Xiaohei's pleading gaze, and hurried after them. Coming. Stepping through the light gate, the sight before him made Lin Feng's breath catch. Towering ancient trees hung heavy with multicolored spirit fruits, each pulsing with intense energy fluctuations. Clear streams flowed not with water, but with liquid spirit energy. Fist-sized elemental crystals littered the ground, any single one could fetch a fortune outside. This is... Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath, his expression thick with disbelief. My home. The blue ox lifted its head proudly. This was the heart of the greenwood forest, untouched by human feet for 1,000 years. She released Xiaohei and gestured with her hoof toward the surroundings. Take whatever you like. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock. He struck gold. This wasn't just some cow, she was a freaking money god. He fought the urge to rush in and loot, feigning restraint as he asked. Isn't this a bit much? The blue cow casually swished her tail. I don't need it anyway. If you don't want it, then forget it. As a sovereign, there were very few things she could actually use. Moreover, the novice realm had its own restrictions. She had already reached her limit. That sacred enlightenment fruit was merely a fleeting thought. She turned to look at Xiaohei, her bovine eyes brimming with affection. As long as it comes to keep me company often. Xiaohei shrank his neck. Can I refuse? Lin Feng pressed a hand over the dragon's mouth, his smile radiant. Of course not. Little Black loves keeping you company most of all. Master. You're selling me. Good boy, it's for your own good. Lin Feng lowered his voice. Look, Cao's sister has both power and wealth. Following her means living in luxury. Isn't that better than tagging along with me, risking our lives everywhere? Xiaohei glared at him in anguish. You're forcing me to sell myself for glory. Wrong. Lin Feng declared with righteous indignation. This is called living off someone else's money. Xiaohei was dragged away by the green ox once more, his eyes brimming with tears he couldn't shed. Time passed unnoticed. Lin Feng hummed a tune as he happily stocked up in the secret realm. Millennial vermilion fruits, earth spirit milk, stellar iron or Lin Feng spared no effort in gathering every rare spiritual treasure. These items had barely been touched by anyone, and there was simply too much of it. If he could get all this stuff out, Lin Feng would truly strike it rich. He couldn't possibly carry it all. Bì'àn wasn't idle either. The little fellow pounced on a spiritual herb, gobbled it down in one bite, and instantly radiated golden light. Ding! Bì'àn consumed dragon blood ginseng, strength plus 20. Slow down, don't choke. Lin Feng patted its head like a doting father, then promptly stuffed another spirit fruit into its mouth. In the distance, Little Black lay sprawled on the ground, utterly dejected, while the azure ox diligently licked and groomed its scales. Moo. Does it hurt? Moo, here, have this spirit fruit. Moo. Want to stay with me tonight? Xiaohei, I want to die. Lin Feng gave a distant thumbs-up gesture, mouthing silently, hang in there. For our future. Get lost. Just as Lin Feng was happily looting, the green ox suddenly spoke. Human, come here. Lin Feng scampered over. What are your orders, Cao sister? The blue ox pointed at the ground with its hoof. Dig. Ha! 3 meters down, there's something. Skeptical yet intrigued, Lin Feng pulled out his shovel and began digging. 3 meters down, the shovel's tip suddenly struck something hard. Lin Feng's expression froze instantly. What was this? A jade green token lay quietly in the soil, its surface engraved with intricate dragon patterns. Ding! Acquired Dragon's Lair Key Fragment 1. Quality, Legendary. Effect, collecting all tokens may unlock a mysterious place. Lin Feng's pupils dilated in shock. What the hell was this? A mere key fragment was already a legendary tier treasure. How mind-blowing must the place it unlocked be? And what the hell is a dragon's lair? Weren't dragons extinct? Xingniu seemed quite pleased with his reaction. This thing existed even before I was born. I don't know what it's for, but it seems connected to the extinct dragon clan. For Xiaohei's sake. She gave Lin Feng a meaningful look. Now, it's yours. Lin Feng swallowed hard. This is far too precious. Never mind. Xingniu rubbed against Xiaohei. Consider it a betrothal gift. Xiaohei? Lin Feng immediately stuffed the token into his robe, declaring solemnly, Sis Ox, rest assured. From now on, Xiaohei is yours. Use him however you like. Lin Feng. I'll fight you to the death. Just as Xiaohei was about to lash out, Xingniu slammed him back to the ground with a hoof. Good boy, no trouble. Xiaohei. Dragon's hopes were dashed. P.S. Folks, if you're enjoying this, toss a few votes or drop a comment. Your support means the world. Chapter 21, The Second Dragon Egg. As the sun set, Lin Feng prepared to leave, thoroughly satisfied. His storage ring was stuffed with rare treasures. The Bì'àn, having gorged on spiritual herbs, lay burping in his arms, its entire body radiating the golden glow of advancement. Lin Feng couldn't rely on these items to level up. Neither Xiaohei nor Bì'àn could surpass his rank. Yet Bì'àn's level had rapidly caught up thanks to these treasures. Time trickled by, and another day passed. Today marked the 10th day within the secret realm. Lin Feng sat beside a spiritual spring in the heart of the greenwood forest, idly counting his haul from his storage ring. 39,000-year-old vermilion fruits, 10 jars of earth spirit milk, 5 cubic meters of star iron Oregon. What a pity there were still so many things he couldn't take with him. He sighed, gazing at the mountains of spiritual herbs and rare ores before him, his heart aching at the loss. The storage ring held only 10 cubic meters of space, already stuffed to the brim. Not even a blade of grass could fit inside. This crappy ring cost me $1 million, and this is all the storage it offers? Lin Feng kicked a nearby stone in frustration. Once he got out of here, he'd definitely upgrade to a bigger one. Lin Feng was truly terrified of poverty. Xiaohei lay nearby, lazily swishing his dragon tail. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes. Master, your current net worth is worth at least hundreds of millions. Are you still agonizing over that 1 million? Xiaohei had a rare free moment today. For some reason, the titanic blue ox wasn't feeling well and let Xiaohei off the hook. Xiaohei had just been recharging his batteries. What do you know? Lin Feng glared at it. Money is never too much. Bì'àn was gnawing on a spirit fruit bigger than itself. Hearing their conversation, it lifted its juice-smeared little face. Huh? Lin Feng ruffled its furry head and chuckled. Keep eating. This doesn't concern you. Just then. Moo! A heart-wrenching bellow suddenly echoed from deep within the forest, shaking the entire secret realm to its core. Lin Feng sprang to his feet. Is it the Azure Ox? When Lin Feng arrived, the scene before him left him speechless. The Titan Blue Ox lay writhing in agony on the ground, its belly swelling visibly by the second. Its once robust frame now appeared frail and weakened. She tossed her head in panic, her bovine eyes filled with terror. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Lin Feng froze for a moment, then realized with a jolt, holy? Could it be? He whipped his head toward Xiao He. Xiao He froze stiff as a board. No. No way. Not again? Am I gonna be a dad again? The Blue Ox writhed in agony, its voice trembling. Human. What's wrong with me? Lin Feng rushed over to calm him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. You're about to give birth. Give birth? Give birth to what? Lin Feng scratched his head. Probably dragon eggs? Lin Feng was puzzled. Why hadn't the 10,000 Dragons Compendium warned him earlier that the Titan Azure Ox was about to lay dragon eggs with Xiao He? Could it be restricted inside the secret realm? Blue Ox? Though the Azure Ox wasn't well educated, it knew that under normal circumstances, pregnancy wouldn't lead to birth this quickly. This was completely against common sense. What was even more incomprehensible was that it would lay a dragon egg. What on earth was going on? She was clearly an ox, how could she possibly lay a dragon egg? Though all this seemed unbelievable, under Lin Feng's patient guidance, the green ox forced herself to stay calm. After all, the most important thing now was ensuring a smooth delivery. The pain was overwhelming, she could barely endure it. Minute by minute, hour by hour, after several agonizing hours of struggle, a pale green dragon egg the size of a basketball finally emerged. The eggshell was covered in flowing green lightning patterns, as if containing boundless energy. Moreover, through the shell, one could faintly perceive a pulsating life force within a powerful surge of vitality. The exhausted Blue Ox lifted its head, staring at this unprecedented egg before it. Its face was filled with astonishment and confusion, its mouth gaping wide, utterly speechless. After a long moment, it stammered out, "Did I lay this?" Lin Feng wiped his brow. "Congratulations. It's a healthy, hybrid?" He carefully cradled the dragon egg, and the system immediately popped up a notification. Name, unnamed dragon egg Titanic Azure Ox X Abyssal Dragon Hybrid. Hatching progress, 1. Jackpot. Lin Feng's eyes widened. If this hatched, wouldn't he gain another battle pet with king tier potential? Its bloodline would be at least ancient tier, if not stronger. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked down at his body. Tiny specks of starlight began to surface from his skin, scattering like fireflies blown by the wind, gradually peeling away. Teleportation? He snapped his head up to look at Xiao He, only to find it too enveloped in light, its dragon scales shimmering with tiny specks of radiance. Moo! The Blue Ox let out a panicked low growl, its enormous bovine eyes fixed intently on them as its hooves pawed the ground restlessly. What's going on? Lin Feng finally realized the secret realm's time limit had expired. Indeed, the 10-day limit had expired. All class changers who entered the secret realm would be forcibly teleported out. The Blue Ox clearly understood this too. She lowered her head, gently nudging the pale blue dragon egg in Lin Feng's arms with her snout, a low whimper escaping her throat. We have to go, Lin Feng murmured softly. The Azure Ox remained silent for a moment before suddenly speaking, will you ever come back? Her voice no longer carried its usual authority, instead tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Lin Feng opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. The secret realm isn't something you can enter whenever you please. The next opening might be months away, or even years. If I get the chance, I'll definitely return. He finally said. Xingyo gave him a deep look before turning to Xiao He. You. Come here. Xiao He hesitated briefly before stepping forward. Xingyo lowered his head, his massive horn gently touching Xiao He's dragon horn. Suddenly, a flash of purple-blue lightning erupted between them. Crackle! Electric currents surged through Xiao He's body, causing his scales to bristle. Strangely, he felt no pain instead, an unprecedented surge of power erupted within him. Ding! Abyssal Dragon Xiao He has gained Azure Lightning Blessing. Effect, Thunder Resistance plus 50, attacks now inflict paralysis. Lin Feng watched in astonishment as the Azure Ox had shared its primal thunder essence with Xiao He. Moo! After the gifting, the Azure Ox visibly weakened, yet she forced herself to pick up a pair of horns from the ground with her mouth. These were her old horns shed years ago, deep purple in color and covered in intricate lightning patterns. Take these. She placed the horns at Lin Feng's feet. If danger approaches, crush them. Lin Feng nodded solemnly and stored the horns in his storage ring. The Azure Ox gently nudged the dragon egg once more, her gaze filled with complexity. Will it be like your black dragon? Lin Feng nodded. It will likely be stronger, having inherited your thunder power. The Blue Ox fell silent for a moment before suddenly lifting its head. Take it with you. Ha! Lin Feng froze. But this is your child. Here, it will forever remain just a beast. A flicker of wisdom shone in the Azurox's eyes. Only by following you can it become a true sovereign. Lin Feng felt a deep respect well up within him. He hadn't expected this Azurox to possess such profound insight. Rest assured, I'll nurture it well. The blue ox nodded, then suddenly lowered its voice. Hurry. The secret realm is closing. As if to confirm her words, the entire sky began to warp, distant landscapes shattering like a mirror. Remember our promise. The blue ox gazed deeply at Xiao He. Come back often. Xiao He nodded solemnly, a rare display of seriousness. The teleportation light grew brighter and brighter, and Lin Feng's figure began to blur. Xiao He turned to look at Qing Niu, a rare hint of reluctance flickering in his dragon eyes. Take care. The blue ox offered no reply, merely standing still with a gentle gaze. Just as Lin Feng was about to vanish completely, she suddenly spoke. Tell the child its mother is the sovereign of the Greenwood Forest. Lin Feng nodded firmly. I will. The next second. Swish. The light faded, and the figures of one person and two dragons vanished completely from their spot. The blue ox stood alone in the empty center of the secret realm, motionless for a long while. A single crystal-clear droplet fell to the ground, scattering fine dust particles. Chapter 22. The level 15 Dragon Tamer stuns the crowd. Though it was morning, Chang Mountain City's central plaza was now teeming with people. All because today marked the final day of the Novice Secret Realm. Principals, instructors, parents, and even media reporters from various schools all waited with bated breath for the results of the Novice Secret Realm. This was Qing City's top event. The teleportation array's light flickered incessantly as figures emerged one after another. There was Qin Hai from 3rd High and a class flame mage who had actually reached level 8. A shield warrior at level 7 judging by the uniform, likely from 4th High. A healer class had reached level 6, someone must have been leveling them up. Just then, someone suddenly gasped in surprise. Look! It's Li Ran from 2nd High. A girl clad in a dark blue school uniform stepped forward, dual blades in hand, her aura steady and composed, radiating formidable power. This was none other than S-Class Shadow, Li Ran. The prodigy of 2nd High School. Level 10. She actually reached level 10. She had equaled the highest record in Qingshan City's Novice Secret Realm. Principal Chen Taizhan of 2nd High School beamed with pride, casting a smug glance at Principal Li Dihai of 1st High School beside him. Old Li, looks like our number 2 high will outshine yours this year. Even SSS tier professions might not reach this level. Wang Dehai snorted without a word, though his heart began to race. Where the hell are Su Yushi and that kid Lin Feng? Just then. Buzz. The teleportation array suddenly burst into dazzling golden light, and a slender figure stepped out slowly. Clothed in snow-white robes, her golden hair flowing lightly in the breeze, Su Yushi held the holy light scepter. An aura so overwhelming it made one's heart race emanated from her, making it impossible to look directly at her. Miss Su, please come to the testing array to assess your level. A staff member called out to Su Yushi. She gave a haughty nod before approaching the array. Soon, the array displayed a number. 13. Level 13? How is that possible? Level 13 right after emerging from the beginner's dungeon? Good heavens, is this what an SSS tier profession looks like? Woohoo, I'm so jealous. The entire crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the seasoned principals stared wide-eyed. Level 13? That shattered Qingshan City's historical record. Across the entire Dragon Nation, those who reach this level in the newbie dungeon can be counted on one hand. Truly a genius of the SSS tier profession. Li Ran's eyes flickered with disappointment, but upon recalling the opponent's SSS tier profession, he conceded it was understandable. As Su Yushi listened to the surrounding gasps of astonishment, a faint smile touched her lips. This time, she should definitely be first, right? Her gaze swept the area, searching for a specific figure. Her teeth clenched tightly. That bastard Lin Feng had stolen her sacred brightness fruit only to be killed by the king. He probably died directly at the king's hands, she thought viciously. Just as the crowd was still reeling from Su Yushi's stunning performance, the teleportation array lit up once more. This time, the light was a deep dark purple. Roar! A deep dragon's roar echoed across the plaza. A pitch-black abyssal demon dragon stepped out of the teleportation array first. Its ferocious head lifted slightly, its dark purple vertical pupils scanning the entire crowd. The terrifying dragon's aura caused many low-level adventurers to instinctively step back. Beside the dragon, Lin Feng emerged leisurely, hands tucked into his pockets. The entire square fell instantly silent. Damn it, that bastard is still alive. Su Yushi gritted her teeth. Student, come this way for level verification. The staff member called out. Lin Feng naturally stepped forward, and in the next instant, all eyes were fixed on the level indicator hovering above his head. Level 15. Boom! After a brief silence, the entire plaza erupted in chaos. Level 15? Is that even humanly possible? Cheating, right? How could anyone level up this fast in the newbie dungeon? Su Yushi's smile froze on her face, her ice blue eyes trembling violently. Level 15? Impossible. She'd nearly exhausted herself just to reach level 13, even risking her life to hunt a mob of beasts and sustaining injuries in the process. And Lin Feng was 2 levels higher than her? Ha! Principal Wang Dahai roared with laughter, grabbing Chen Tieshan's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Old Chen! See that? Level 15. My student from Green Mountain First High. Chen Taishan felt dizzy from the shaking but couldn't argue back. He could only dryly say, just got lucky. Luck? Wang Dahai scoffed. You call this luck? Then show me some luck yourself. Principals from other schools crowded around, offering their congratulations in a flurry of chatter. Old Wang, your First High is really taking off this year. 2 SSS level students, 1 level 15, 1 level 13, that's top tier nationwide. Wang Dahai grinned so widely his teeth were barely visible, waving his hands dismissively. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to the kids' hard work. But anyone could see the old man was practically walking on air. Before Lin Feng could fully bask in the praise, a figure wrapped in thunderous energy suddenly charged toward him. Lin Feng! You despicable scoundrel! Zhou Tianyang's face twisted with rage as lightning flashed in his fist, slamming toward Lin Feng's face. Humph! Lin Feng's brow furrowed as he instinctively sidestepped the attack. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, and Xiao He instantly positioned himself in front of Lin Feng. His dragon eyes fixed coldly on Zhou Tianyang, a threatening growl emanating from his throat. Zhou Tianyang, what the hell are you doing? Lin Feng demanded coldly. I'm losing my mind? Zhou Tianyang gritted his teeth, his voice rising deliberately loud enough for everyone to hear. You deliberately lured a Lord-level demon beast to attack us in the secret realm, forcing us to withdraw early. Now you're playing innocent? The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Lin Feng attacked a classmate? Attacking one's own kind is a major taboo. No wonder Zhou Tianyang and his group left early. Whispers erupted, and the previously astonished gazes instantly turned to suspicion. Principal Chen Taishan of Qingshan No. 2 High School strode over, his face dark. Lin Feng, is what Zhou Tianyang said true? After Zhou Tianyang had exited early, he reported Lin Feng. Chen Taishan already harbored grievances against Lin Feng, and now that the representative from First High had publicly humiliated him, his disdain only deepened. Principal Wang Dahai also dropped his smile, fixing Lin Feng with a stern gaze. Is this true? Su Yushi stood nearby, her ice blue eyes flickering slightly, seemingly awaiting Lin Feng's response as well. Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Tianyang, whose face was twisted with indignation, then at the group of second high students behind him, seething with righteous anger. Suddenly, he smiled. So that's how it is the villain accuses first, huh? What do you mean by that? Zhou Tianyang snapped, you dare to do it but not own up to it? Lin Feng ignored him, turning directly to the 2 principals with a calm tone. First off, I didn't attack anyone. On the contrary, I saved them. A level 7 lord attacked them, nearly wiping them out. I stepped in and rescued them. If not for Xiaohei and me, you'd have been trampled into mincemeat by those boars. Yet instead of gratitude, you secretly followed me, scavenged the monster materials I left behind, and even tried to steal my spoils. His voice wasn't loud, but each word cut like a blade, leaving Zhou Tianyang and the others pale-faced. Bull! Zhou Tianyang snapped, his anger boiling over. Got any proof? Lin Feng's lips curled slightly as he leisurely retrieved a crystal-clear stone from his storage ring. Well, as it happens, I do have some. A recording stone? Zhou Tianyang's pupils contracted sharply, his face instantly turning ashen. This stone, which Lin Feng had stumbled upon in the secret realm, could record surrounding events. He'd merely carried it casually, never expecting it would prove so useful. Chapter 23, The Truth Unveiled, Humiliating Su Yushi. Lin Feng channeled a thread of magic into it, and the shadow stone immediately projected a series of images. Zhou Tianyang and his crew had been sneaking around behind Lin Feng, whispering among themselves, let him take the lead, we'll clean up the scraps. They divided the materials from the beasts Lin Feng had slain, gloating triumphantly, Dragon Tamers have no future anyway, might as well be ours. When the berserk boar appeared, Zhou Tianyang was the first to crush his teleportation scroll and flee, not giving a damn about his comrades' lives. The most damning part was the final segment. Lin Feng. This isn't over. I'll report you the moment we get out. Zhou Tianyang's distorted face was clearly visible. The entire venue fell silent. Boom! After a brief silence, the square erupted in chaos. A crowd of people, feeling deceived, immediately began cursing. Zhou Tianyang. Have you no shame? They saved your life, and now you're turning on them? Is this the kind of students second high school produces? Principal Chen Tieshan's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. He whipped around and smacked Zhou Tianyang hard across the back of the head. You good-for-nothing brat. You've brought utter disgrace upon me. Zhou Tianyang staggered from the blow but dared not retort, only lowering his head, his eyes filled with venom. Principal Wang Dahai snorted coldly, old Chen, second high really outdid itself. Chen Taishan was mortified beyond words, forced to swallow his pride and apologize, this is entirely our fault. I'll ensure strict discipline upon returning. With that, he yanked Zhou Tianyang by the collar and barked, "Get back and write your self-criticism. It'll be posted school-wide." As Zhou Tianyang was dragged away, he fixed a deathly stare on Lin Feng, his lips moving silently to form two words. "You just wait." Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. Meanwhile, the principal of Qingshan First High School cheerfully announced, "I hereby declare Lin Feng the first-place winner of this newcomer's secret realm competition. The reward for first place is..." Lin Feng thought the matter was nearly settled and was preparing to accept his prize. But the next moment, a shrill voice pierced the silence. "Lin Feng, what are you gloating about?" From the crowd, a girl with a high ponytail stepped forwardly ran from Green Mountain Second High. She crossed her arms, her face twisted in scorn. "Don't forget, he provoked a sovereign-level beast in the realm. Think of how many were forced to withdraw early because of him." Ever since hearing Su Yushi's words in the novice secret realm, she'd harbored resentment toward Lin Feng. If not for that guy, her level might have been even higher. The principal of First High froze. What the hell? Could there be more to this? Li Ran's words sent ripples across the calm surface like a pebble tossed into a lake. Exactly. If not for him, we could have leveled up several times more. Selfish. Only caring about leveling himself up, completely disregarding everyone else's well-being. What good is it for the Dragon Tamer to level up so much now? Without a dragon to contract with, he'll be useless after level 20 anyway. Those forced out early erupted in fury, their murmurs swelling into a roar. The envious stares that had once fixed upon him now twisted into scorn. Some even compared him to Su Yushi. Look at Su Yushi, the campus beauty. She's SSS Tier 2, but she never caused this kind of mess. Yeah, Senior Su even helped us out. Lin Feng is nowhere near her level. Li Ran, seeing her words resonate, grew even more smug, her voice rising. If you ask me, Lin Feng doesn't deserve that top spot. He leveled up so fast, wasn't it by screwing others over? Lin Feng stood on the stage, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Li Ran. Finished? His tone was eerily calm, making Li Ran feel inexplicably uneasy. But he quickly straightened his back. What? Caught out, now you're lashing out in anger? Lin Feng snorted derisively, ignoring her entirely as he turned his gaze toward Su Yushi, who had remained silent nearby. Su Yushi, don't you have anything to say? Su Yushi's icy blue eyes flickered slightly as she feigned confusion. What do you mean? I don't understand. Don't understand? Lin Feng chuckled, slowly retrieving an object from his storage ring. It was a crystal-clear fruit, its surface shimmering with a sacred glow none other than the legendary spirit fruit, the sacred brightness fruit. Surely you recognize this? Su Yushi's pupils contracted sharply, the calm expression on her face shattering instantly. The sacred light fruit? You still have it? She was utterly devastated. She'd assumed Lin Feng had either used the sacred light fruit long ago or discarded it to evade the king's pursuit. She never imagined he'd been carrying it all this time. Give it back to me. She lunged forward almost instinctively, reaching out to snatch it. Lin Feng stepped back effortlessly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Why should I? It's mine. Su Yushi's voice was sharp, completely devoid of her usual cool, noble demeanor. Just because you say it's yours makes it yours? What proof do you have? I fought tooth and nail to snatch it from the king's hands. The words had barely left her mouth when she realized her slip. Her face drained of color instantly. The entire hall fell deathly silent. All eyes turned to her. Wait, what did Su just say? She said she snatched it from the king's hands? So she was the one who angered the king? Li Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Yushi. Schoolflower Su, you. Su Yushi's expression darkened, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Lin Feng. This guy was setting him up. Lin Feng toyed with the sacred Ming fruit, his tone amused. Now you all understand, right? The one who truly caused you to exit the secret realm prematurely wasn't me. His gaze shifted to Su Yushi, dripping with scorn. Our beloved Su Yushi, in her desperation to snatch the sacred enlightenment fruit, stole the treasure of the sovereign tier titanic Azurox. That's what caused all the monsters in the secret realm to go berserk. If I hadn't intervened to stop the Titan Blue Ox, far more lives would have been lost. Those Lin Feng had saved immediately stepped forward to explain. That's right. Lin Feng saved us back in the newbie secret realm. There's no way he provoked that sovereign. I can vouch for that. We can too. One by one, people stepped forward. Each word felt like a knife, stabbing deep into Su Yushi's heart. Her body trembled slightly, and the delicate features of her face drained completely of color. It's over. Everything is over. The flawless image she had painstakingly cultivated over the years crumbled in an instant. Su Yushi cared deeply about her reputation. She was the third generation of the Su family, her father a legendary holy knight above level 90, renowned throughout the entire dragon nation. The gazes of those around her shifted from admiration to shock, then to disappointment and anger. So it was her? And I actually thought she was kind. To become stronger herself, she harmed so many people. How disgusting. Li Ran stood rooted to the spot, struck dumb as if by lightning, utterly speechless. Lin Feng wore a mocking expression. This woman had provoked him time and again. Did she really think he had no temper? Chapter 24, The Bishi makes its grand entrance, shocking the entire audience. Su Yushi bit her lip hard, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. She snapped her head up, her icy blue eyes filled with hatred. Lin Feng. Give me back the sacred Ming fruit. She had nothing left to lose now. Give it back? Lin Feng sneered. Why should I? If I hadn't taken it, you'd have been killed by the king long ago. Because you're so important? I don't care. It's mine. And I saved you of my own free will. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with this madwoman, but Su Yushi suddenly shouted from the other side. Then I'll challenge you to a duel. We've both just emerged from the beginner's realm, and I'm 2 levels below you. If I win, you return my sacred light fruit. You're not scared now, are you? You're the unbeatable dragon tamer of the early game, after all. Su Yushi was now resorting to psychological warfare to provoke Lin Feng over the sacred light fruit. Lin Feng halted his steps, a faint smile playing on his lips. And what if you lose, he countered. I don't fight unfair battles. If I lose, you won't have to give me anything. If I lose. Su Yushi's gaze suddenly fell upon her holy light scepter. If I lose, I'll give you this holy light scepter. What use is that thing to me? Lin Feng was puzzled, but Su Yushi grew impatient. This is the heirloom weapon of the Su family. Its value is no less than that of the holy light fruit in your hand. Do you want it or not? Yes. Lin Feng agreed. Why refuse something offered to him? Besides, he didn't want Su Yushi clinging to him all the time. Alright, but don't go back on your word. Su Yushi felt a surge of secret delight. Though she was 2 levels below Lin Feng, the holy light scepter could easily bridge that gap. The legendary tier weapons ability was straightforward. It came with an innate talent skill, Sacred Shadow. It reduced her mana cost by 50% and boosted the power of her light elemental skills by 50%. As an SSS tier class herself, she held no fear of Lin Feng. The others saw Lin Feng and Su Yushi suddenly challenging each other to a duel and raised no objections. Transferees were inherently combative. The principals, eager to witness which of the 2 SSS tier professions held the early game advantage, stepped aside one by one, clearing a space for the duel. The 2 quickly faced each other. Su Yushi's icy blue hair stirred without wind, while the tip of her holy light scepter blazed with a dazzling golden light. 6 ethereal wings slowly unfolded behind her, the imposing aura of an SSS tier 6 winged angel sweeping across the entire arena. She would retrieve the sacred light fruit at any cost. It held the hope of saving her father. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his right hand lightly stroking Xiao Hei's dragon horns as he threatened. Don't you dare lose to this stupid woman, or you're finished next time. Xiao Hei's entire dragon form trembled. What kind of threat was this? The battle erupted swiftly. True to her reputation as a prodigy who had awakened an SSS tier class, Su Yushi possessed not only exceptional talent but also solid combat experience. She unleashed skill after skill, leaving Xiao Hei scrambling. Dark Breath. Xiao Hei unleashed a torrent of scorching dragonfire, only to have it blocked by Su Yushi's holy light shield. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Su Yushi demonstrated the terrifying prowess of an SSS tier class. Holy Nova. A shockwave of light erupted from her center, blasting Xiao Hei away as he attempted to close in. Feathers of Light. Wielding the holy light scepter, Su Yushi unleashed hundreds of feather-like light arrows that blanketed the entire battlefield, forcing Xiao Hei to roll repeatedly to evade. Holy Healing, wounded areas rapidly healed in golden light, rendering him nearly invincible. Useless, Su Yushi declared, hovering above as she looked down on Lin Feng. Before the holy light scepter, your shadow element skills are halved in effect. She suddenly gripped the staff with both hands, unfurling 6 wings of light. Face your judgment heaven spear. The staff transformed into a 10-meter-long spear of light, plunging downward with devastating might. Boom! The explosive shockwave knocked everyone within 50 meters to the ground. As the dust settled, a massive crater 20 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. Is it over? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Su Yushi gasped for breath, the glow of her light wings significantly dimmed. This move had drained most of her magic, but the effect. Xiao Hei swiftly materialized behind Su Yushi, flashing a sly grin. That dragon seems to possess spatial abilities. It simply vanished just now. Darkness combined with space manipulation, no wonder it's a mighty dragon. Someone shouted loudly. At that moment, Xiao Hei had already gathered his dragon's breath and unleashed a powerful blast. Su Yushi's expression darkened as she swiftly summoned a holy light shield to block the onslaught. Damn it! You forced my hand. Su Yushi's voice carried an unprecedented sharpness. Behold my sacred imprisonment. Whoosh! 12 golden chains shot forth from the staff, coiling toward Xiao Hei like living creatures. The abyssal dragon roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of shadow breath. Yet the moment it touched the chains, it was purified by holy light. Master! These chains seemed to counter shadow magic. Xiao Hei struggled violently, but the chains only tightened further. Su Yushi smiled. This was the innate skill she'd awakened from the start. How could it be weak? Even a level 30 professional wouldn't break free easily, let alone with the Holy Light Scepter's enhancement. The spectators gasped. Senior Su's Holy Light Staff is too powerful. With a weapon of this caliber, it completely bridges the two-level gap. It's even suppressing a dragon. Lin Feng is in trouble. The greatest weakness of a Beastmaster in the early game is the Beastmaster themselves. Su Yushi gave Lin Feng no chance to catch his breath, raising the staff high above her head. Holy judgment! A pillar of light over 2 meters in diameter descended from the sky, striking Lin Feng's position with pinpoint accuracy. The blinding light forced everyone to shut their eyes as the ground crystallized instantly under the intense heat. It's over. Someone murmured. It's over? How is that possible? Lin Feng suddenly grinned. Bì'àn. Wah! A figure of intertwined white and gold shot out like lightning, swiftly extinguishing Su Yushi's skill. The Bì'àn's appearance plunged the entire square into deathly silence. All eyes widened, fixated on this strange creature that resembled both dragon and tiger. Its body was pure white, yet covered in fine dragon scales. A pair of jet-black dragon horns gleamed with an eerie light between its brows. Its tail was long and serpentine, yet adorned with tiger stripes. Most unsettling of all were its heterochromatic eyes, the left golden as the blazing sun, the right pitch black as an abyss. Is it a dragon? Or a tiger? Weren't dragons extinct? How could Lin Feng have a second one? Could he have broken through the 20th level restriction for dragon masters? The crowd erupted into a frenzy of whispers and speculation. P.S. Folks, if you're enjoying this, toss the author a vote or two. Much appreciated. Chapter 25, Su Yun. The heads of all the major schools were stunned. Lin Feng actually contracted a second dragon? That's impossible. Weren't dragons extinct long ago? Where did this dragon come from? The extinction of the dragon race was a universally acknowledged fact. Thousands of years ago, secret realms and other began appearing on Blue Star, unleashing hordes of monstrous beasts that ravaged the land. The most despair-inducing among them were the dragons. Their power was overwhelming, and after reaching the 9th tier, they were virtually unmatched within their own tier. Nearly every secret realm was ruled by a dragon. Fortunately, human strategists managed to sow discord among the beasts, turning them against each other. With humanity joining the fray, the dragon race was ultimately eradicated. By the time the beasts realized it was a human scheme, it was too late. Humans seized the opportunity to drive the beasts back into the secret realms, ushering in the most peaceful millennium in human history. Su Yushi knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her icy blue eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible, she murmured, her voice trembling. The dragon race was extinct long ago. How could you possibly contract a second dragon? Lin Feng shrugged, casually inventing an excuse, just got lucky. Found a Bì'àn deep in the novice realm. Maybe it was the last dragon left behind. Bull. Su Yushi gritted her teeth. How could such a coincidence happen? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, Lin Feng shrugged, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't possibly reveal the secret of his extraordinary ability to contract dragons, as if he had countless more waiting in the wings. Lin Feng knew that having so many dragons would inevitably lead to exposure later on, but by then he would have grown strong enough to face any threats. The other's eyes burned with envy. This guy's luck is off the charts. With a second dragon, he could break through the level 20 bottleneck and jump straight to level 29? Is the Dragon Tamer about to turn the tables? Su Yushi listened to the surrounding whispers, her resentment growing fiercer by the second. So what if you have a second dragon? She forced herself to stand, wiping the blood from her lips. The novice realm was created by the Dragon Nation's elders, packed with all sorts of rare treasures. This dragon is likely the last one left in the world. You'll never find another one, so level 29 is your limit. You'll never truly match a real SSS tier profession. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh? Care to test that theory in another fight? The battle erupted once more. This time, Lin Feng held nothing back. Xiao He unleashed his shadow domain, solidifying the square's shadows into a tangible force that surged toward Su Yushi like a tidal wave, trapping her movements. Bì'àn transformed into a platinum lightning bolt, holy light and shadow power intertwining at his claws, each strike carrying dual-element destructive force. Though Su Yushi wielded the Holy Light Scepter, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage against the dual assault of the two dragons. Thud! Bì'àn's tiger claw slammed into her back, instantly shattering 2 of her light wings. Put! Su Yushi coughed up a mouthful of blood, stumbling forward and collapsing. Xiao He seized the moment, darting out of the shadows. His dragon tail lashed out like a whip, snatching the Holy Light Scepter right from her grasp. It's over. Lin Feng stepped forward slowly. Admit defeat. Su Yushi lifted her head, her eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. She never imagined that she, a mighty SSS-ranked 6-winged angel, would fall to a dragon tamer. She refused to accept defeat. Gritting her teeth, Su Yushi seized the moment when Lin Feng split his form and launched a surprise attack, channeling power into her hands. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Xiao He reacted instantly, casting a shadow shield to shield Lin Feng. Are you forcing my hand? For the first time, murderous intent flared in Lin Feng's eyes. Xiao He gathered dragon's breath in his mouth, poised to kill Su Yushi outright. I'm part of the Su family. You can't do this. Su Yushi finally panicked. This guy Lin Feng really intended to kill her. Lin Feng's face remained utterly cold. Roar! The next moment, a thunderous tiger roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Immediately after, a snow-white figure darted onto the battlefield like lightning, swatting away Xiao He's shadow energy with a single claw. What? Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly retreated. Standing before Su Yushi was a colossal tiger, entirely snow-white. Its size dwarfed the Bishi by several times. A golden stripe across its forehead shone like a crown, and a terrifying aura radiated from its entire body. Most astonishingly, the aura emanating from this white tiger was identical to that of the Bishi. The Bishi suddenly stiffened, its multicolored pupils contracting violently. Lin Feng froze in disbelief. No way. Enough. A cool, feminine voice cut through the air. Only then did everyone notice a woman had appeared beside the white tiger. She appeared to be around 30, clad in snow-white robes. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Su Yushi, about 70% similar, yet her demeanor was far more austere and commanding. Her figure was breathtakingly stunning, her long legs drawing immediate attention, while her ample curves seemed poised to spill forth. Most striking of all was the golden tiger patterned mark between her brows. This woman was stunning. Lin Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. She seemed like a seductive demoness descended from the heavens. Is this Su Yun, the city lord of Qingqing City? Rumor has it she was already a level 60+ professional several years ago. Who knows what level she is now? Someone gasped. Greetings, city lord. The principals of Qingshan Middle School hurried forward to offer respectful greetings. This was a figure of real authority. Su Yun gave a faint nod. Su Yushi, spotting her savior, weakly called out, Auntie. Su Yun cast a cool glance at her before fixing her gaze on Lin Feng. Young man, where forgiveness is possible, grant it. How can fellow humans harm each other so casually? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Is the city lord intending to intervene in a student duel? If it were a normal contest, I would naturally not interfere. Su Yun's voice was measured and unhurried. But when you seek to gravely wound a human race prodigy who has awakened an SSS tier profession, one destined to become a pillar of the race, perhaps even reshape its destiny, that is unacceptable. Lin Feng nearly laughed in anger. How dare you? When Su Yushi tried to ambush me just now, where was your excellency to uphold justice? Why are all these Su family members so unreasonable? Su Yushi was one, and Su Yun was another. Su Yun remained silent. She'd been observing the entire time. But Lin Feng was merely a dragon tamer, a useless profession. He might serve as a sharpening stone for Su Yushi, but inflicting serious injury? That was out of the question. Auntie. He stole my sacred brightness fruit. It's the elixir that can save father. Su Yushi, usually aloof and haughty, now had reddened eyes and a choked voice, looking as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice. What sacred light fruit? Su Yun's expression darkened. She too had been searching for this fruit. Only its recovery could restore safety to the entire Su family. Their family had been too prominent before. Both she and her brother were SS tier, making them coveted targets. Her gaze fell on Lin Feng, tinged with scrutiny. Young man, snatching what belongs to others is hardly the act of a gentleman. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, nearly bursting into laughter. Your lordship, have you made a mistake? I waved the holy light scepter in my hand. It was clearly your niece who attacked me first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Nonsense. Su Yushi snapped. The sacred fruit was taken from the king's hands. And then caused the entire secret realm to erupt, nearly killing everyone? Lin Feng sneered. Shall I replay the recording stone for you? Su Yushi's face paled, and she fell silent. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yun's eyes. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated such hidden circumstances. She turned to Su Yushi, her tone growing harsher. CC, is what he said true? Su Yushi, bit my lip, unable to meet my aunt's gaze. Su Yun sighed, her disappointment palpable. As a member of the Su family, to behave so improperly is disgraceful. Su Yushi flinched, lowering her head without daring to argue. Chapter 26, A White Tiger in Heat? Su Yun was stunned. As the city lord of Qingshan City, Su Yun couldn't possibly snatch Lin Feng's belongings in front of so many people. She could only settle for the next best option, turning her gaze to Lin Feng with her usual haughty tone. But the holy light scepter holds immense significance for the Su family. It cannot be casually used as a wager. Return it to me, and I'll give you an item of equal value. The holy light scepter must be returned. The holy enlightenment fruit can wait. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Lord City Master, your bias is rather blatant, isn't it? How dare you? Su Yun's eyes turned icy. Do you think having 2 dragons means you can run rampant in Qingshan City? As she spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from her, radiating a blinding light that made Lin Feng instinctively step back. This woman, she's incredibly powerful. She raised her hand and commanded the white tiger beside her, Shuiying, retrieve the scepter for me. Yet her white tiger remained motionless. Shuiying? Su-yun turned her head in confusion. The majestic sacred light white tiger now stared intently at Bì'àn and Shohei, its enormous tiger eyes filled with complex emotions. Shuiying? Su-yun called out again, but the white tiger remained unmoved. What was going on? Shock surged through Su-yun. Snow Shadow had followed her for over a decade, never once disobeying her commands. This was her innate awakened companion contract beast. It was also the most powerful among all her tamed beasts. Following the white tiger's gaze, she noticed its eyes lingered primarily on the bishi, carrying a certain indescribable tenderness. And toward Lin Feng's little black dragon, it seemed to be a peculiar mix of embarrassment and annoyance. What kind of expressions were these? Su-yun had never seen her white tiger display such emotions before. Wait. Su-yun suddenly remembered something, her expression shifting slightly. 3 months ago, Shuiying had suddenly gone berserk, forcing Su-yun to rush her to the Beast Control Bureau. Not long ago, some unexpected incident had occurred. The area where Shuiying was confined had been in disarray, and the white tiger's state had been highly unusual. Yet miraculously, the white tiger had recovered afterward, no longer agitated though it would occasionally zone out. At first, Su-yun hadn't thought much of it. But now, as her gaze darted between Bì'àn and Shohei, an absurd thought surfaced in her mind. Could it be? Lin Feng finally caught on, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Holy! Could it be that coincidental? This white tiger does look vaguely familiar. He stole a glance at Shohei, who was cowering with his neck tucked in, looking guilty as sin. Master, I think we should run. Is it even possible to escape now? The Bì'àn remained utterly oblivious to the strange atmosphere, approaching the white tiger with curiosity and letting out a soft howl. That sound seemed to flip a switch. The white tiger suddenly let out a low growl, lunged forward, and then began frantically licking the Bì'àn's head. Whoa! The Bì'àn was licked into a daze, staggering around in utter bewilderment. Seeing this, Xiaohei instinctively tried to slip away, only to have his tail pinned down by the white tiger's claw. Roar! The white tiger leaned in close to Xiaohei, its nose nearly touching the little black dragon's face. The hot breath it exhaled carried a distinct, peculiar scent. It licked its lips excitedly? Lin Feng instantly realized this white tiger seemed to be in heat again. Seriously? Lin Feng panicked slightly. Was this white tiger that desperate? Don't do this in public. Xiaohei's entire dragon body froze. Master, save me. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. The majestic holy light white tiger was giving the abyssal dragon a death glare, yet toward that dragon tiger hybrid, it acted like a doting mother? Su-yun's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. The crowd soon erupted in murmurs. Why does it feel like Lord Su's white tiger has taken a liking to Lin Feng's black dragon? Yeah, damn it, isn't that like praising the species? TSK. If such a bond forms between beast tamers and their mounts, how will their masters ever coexist? The crowd exchanged awkward glances, and Su-yun felt completely thrown off balance, her carefully built momentum evaporating instantly. Lin Feng, right? She said, enunciating each word deliberately. Explain yourself. Why is my white tiger acting like this around your two dragons? Did you do something to it? Lin Feng gave a nervous chuckle. I have no idea. Just as the tension hung heavy in the air, Bì'àn suddenly broke free from the white tiger's licking. He scampered to Lin Feng's feet, picked up the holy light scepter in his jaws, then trotted eagerly back to the white tiger. Placing the scepter on the ground, he woof! It rubbed its head against the white tiger's foreleg, its heterochromatic eyes brimming with affection. The white tiger's gaze instantly softened. It lowered its head and gently picked up the staff, but instead of returning it to Su-yun, it handed it to Lin Feng? Su-yun? Lin Feng was also dumbfounded. What the? The white tiger growled softly, nudging the scepter with its paw, then nudging Bì'àn. The meaning was clear. The scepter is yours. I acknowledge you as my cub. She clearly recognized the Bì'àn as her own offspring. Maternal love is profound, especially for a special beastmaster like her, who might never conceive a child in her lifetime. As for Little Black? That was merely a toy for boredom. Of course, the sensation was far too intoxicating. She was finding it hard to control herself now. The entire crowd erupted in astonishment once more. What the hell is this? A dowry? What the hell kind of betrothal gift is this? This is selling your child for glory. The city lord's face turned green. Su-yun was so furious she couldn't speak. Her contract beast had actually betrayed her in public? Snow Shadow was her most important contract beast, not only emotionally significant but also the most powerful. Yet now it had gone completely out of control. And what was the deal with that black dragon and that beast master who looked part tiger, part dragon? Su-yun's face darkened so much it could practically drip with anger. She waved her hand, forcibly recalling the white tiger into her beast space. Then, casting a cold glance at Lin Feng, her voice as icy as ice. Let's go. If she didn't leave now, her white tiger would follow them away. What the hell was this? Su-yushi glared at Lin Feng with resentment, grinding her teeth. Damn it! Lin Feng, just you wait. Today, she had truly lost face. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently, unwilling to respond. Su Yun said no more, turning to leave. Su Yushi could only hurry to catch up. Before leaving, she glanced back and saw Lin Feng bent over, playing with the Bì'àn. He didn't even spare her a glance, which only fueled her anger. How dare a mere dragon tamer ignore me like this? Once I reach level 30 and pull ahead of you, you'll see who the real genius is. Su Yushi hadn't even realized how many times Lin Feng had disrupted her calm state of mind over the past period. Chapter 27, The Mysterious Visitor. With the departure of the Su family aunt and niece, the atmosphere in the square grew tense. Spectators who had marveled at Lin Feng's dual dragon taming now averted their eyes, some deliberately distancing themselves as if he carried some contagious plague. How dare that fool offend the Su family? Su Yunqing, the city lord, is a level 71 beastmaster. Her elder brother is a sacred knight above level 90. How could a dragon tamer, no matter how powerful, possibly surpass the Su family? Whispers of disbelief reached Lin Feng's ears, yet his expression remained unchanged, only a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Climbing the social ladder, it's only human nature. He was long accustomed to it. The principal of First High hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Clearing his throat, he said, Lin Feng, you performed quite well in the newbie dungeon this time. Lin Feng looked up, his expression a mix of amusement and detachment. Principal, please speak plainly. Li Dihai felt awkward under his gaze but pressed on, the matter between you and the Su family, the school can't intervene. You'll have to be careful from now on. The implication was clear, the school wouldn't take your side. Lin Feng nodded, unsurprised. Understood. Wang Dihai exhaled in relief before adding, but you'll still receive your reward. That's the protocol. With that, he hurried away, as if lingering another second would invite trouble. If Lin Feng were a standard SSS tier profession, Wang Dihai wouldn't mind clashing with the Su family. But investing in a dragon tamer profession was simply unnecessary. What should have been a grand award ceremony became perfunctory because of this conflict. The host hastily announced the rankings, thrust the prize into Lin Feng's hands, and immediately declared the ceremony over. Lin Feng examined the prize in his hand, a ring inlaid with a spatial gem. Name, Void Ring. Grade, Advanced. Effect, 50 cubic meters of storage space. Quite practical. He slipped it onto his finger and transferred everything from his original storage ring into it. At least this trip wasn't wasted. The crowd gradually dispersed. No one approached Lin Feng to speak, and no one even dared to glance at him. Xiao He growled discontentedly. What a bunch of snobs. I'd love to gobble them all up. The intelligence of the dragon clan wasn't much different from that of humans, so they naturally understood the situation. Bì'àn tilted his head in confusion, surveying the surroundings. Lin Feng ruffled its head, because of fear. Fear of the Su family's power, fear of being implicated, and above all, fear of a dragon tamer who defies the ordinary. Let's go. He turned and walked toward the school gates. Time to head home. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and solitary, yet upright. What Lin Feng didn't know was that beneath the shade of a tree outside the school gates, a man wearing a baseball cap pressed his earpiece. Target has left campus. Emotionally stable. A hoarse voice came through the earpiece, continue surveillance. Await further instructions. The man followed silently, his figure quickly blending into the crowd. Back home, Lin Feng locked the doors and windows before carefully unpacking today's haul. Under the dim light, he sat at his desk, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. Spread out before him, the notebook was densely filled with records of his gains from this novice secret realm. The second dragon, Bì'àn. The azure white dragon egg, a fusion of Titan azure ox bloodline and abyssal demon dragon bloodline. Plus that peculiar key, the pile of treasures, and the sacred brightness fruit. Legendary equipment, the holy light scepter, the void ring, 50 cubic meters of storage space. Lin Feng listed his gains, growing more excited with each item. This novice dungeon run had truly been a huge payoff. Not only had he and the two dragons reached level 15, but he'd also acquired all sorts of treasures. Awesome. This is what time travelers deserve. What a thrilling start to the story. Lin Feng chuckled, but he didn't let it go to his head. The only thing he needed to watch out for was that he seemed to have crossed that little vixen Su Yushi. Judging by the looks of it, she wouldn't let it slide. And then there was Su Yun. Xiao He had taken her white tiger by force. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. And the Gaokao trials were just 3 months away. Lin Feng massaged his temples, muttering to himself. The high exam trials marked a watershed moment in a transmuter's life. Only those who passed could enter the top transferee universities, gaining access to superior resources and training. Beyond rank, the universities placed even greater emphasis on occupational potential. In the eyes of the world, dragon masters were universally regarded as a dead-end profession. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Even with 2 dragons under his command now, would those elite institutions recognize his worth? He couldn't reveal his secret ability to cultivate dragons. Doing so would invite endless pursuit and imprisonment. Without connections, it's truly impossible to get anywhere. Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Just as he was deep in thought. Thump. A faint knock suddenly sounded at the door, instantly alerting Lin Feng. Who would come looking for him at this hour? Lin Feng didn't have many friends. Xiao He peered out from the shadows, his dragon eyes narrowing slightly. Master, there's a very unfamiliar aura outside. The visitor seems rather powerful. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Who could it be? Who could it be? Lin Feng nodded, his right hand resting on the short sword at his waist as his left slowly pushed open the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man. He appeared to be around 40, dressed in a plain gray trench coat. His face was so ordinary he'd blend into any crowd, save for his eyes they held a shrewd, mercenary glint. Who are you? Lin Feng frowned. The man smiled, his voice gentle. Mr. Lin Feng, correct? My apologies for the intrusion. What brings you here? Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Zhang. I'm with the black market. The man pulled a badge from his breast pocket, the black market's pass. I'm an old friend of Wang's. Old Wang? Lin Feng froze. The pet hospital owner? Wang Wei? Yes. The man named Zhang sighed. He's seriously ill, and his condition isn't looking good. He doesn't have many friends here, so he asked me to find you. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Old Wang and I only had a business relationship. Why would he seek me out? He said you're different. The man's smile remained unchanged. You're one of his few friends. He trusts you deeply. Old Wang is seriously ill. A flicker of suspicion rose in Lin Feng's heart. Old Wang might be getting on in years, but he'd always been robust. How could he suddenly fall ill? And why now, of all times? Seeing Lin Feng's silence, the man added, there are some matters to handle at the hospital. Old Wang hopes you can assist. Xiao Hei's voice echoed in his mind, Master, beware of deception. Lin Feng understood this principle well, but Old Wang was one of the few people he could truly call a friend. Back when he was penniless, Old Wang had given him a job, preventing him from ending up on the streets. Later, Old Wang had even covered the costs for his career transition. Even if Old Wang had seen potential in him, the debt of gratitude was real. Lead the way. In the end, Lin Feng nodded. Chapter 28, Crisis from the Dragon Court. Following the man through the silent streets, they soon reached the entrance to the black market. Unlike the daytime bustle, the midnight black market was eerily quiet, with only a few scattered shops still lit, emitting a faint glow. When did Old Wang fall ill? Lin Feng asked abruptly. 3 days ago. The man kept walking without pause. He collapsed suddenly in the shop. The hospital couldn't find the cause. He's now kept alive by medication, and his condition doesn't look promising. Why didn't you seek a proper healer? We did. It didn't work. The man shook his head, as if cursed. Ordinary healing spells couldn't break it. A curse? Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeper. He sensed something was off, but said nothing more, only staring intently at the man's back. After winding through several narrow alleys, the sign for Wego Pet Hospital finally came into view. Half the neon tubes were broken, leaving only the words Viagra Hospital flickering on and off, casting an eerie glow in the night. The shop door stood ajar, its interior shrouded in darkness. Was Old Wang inside? Lin Feng halted in his tracks. Having worked at this hospital for years, he knew it like the back of his hand. Right, the bedroom upstairs. The man gestured invitingly. I won't be going up. I still have some things to take care of. Lin Feng gave him a long, lingering look before finally pushing the door open. Squeak! The old wooden door emitted a shrill sound. The shop was in disarray. The pets in their cages were long gone, and various medications and documents were scattered across the floor, creating a chaotic scene. Old Wang? No response. Lin Feng moved cautiously forward, his right hand never leaving the sword hilt. Xiao He materialized from the shadows, murmuring, something's off. I smell blood. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he snapped his head up toward the second floor. Splash! A dark red droplet fell through the staircase cracks. The bedroom door on the second floor stood ajar, a heavy stench of blood seeping through the gap. Lin Feng slowly pushed open the door, his pupils suddenly contracting. Old Wang lay face up on the floor, a jet-black dagger embedded in his chest. Blood had soaked through the carpet beneath him. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something utterly unbelievable in his final moments. Old Wang. Lin Feng's throat tightened as a chill shot up his spine. Behind him, the wooden staircase creaked softly. The man had appeared behind him without warning. Old Wang, did you kill him? Why? Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Old Wang was one of his few friends. If I wanted to kill him, I killed him. What other reason do I need? The man laughed. If I must give a reason, it's you. Lin Feng, an SSS-ranked Dragon Tamer, right? The man surnamed Zhang's voice echoed eerily, stripped of its former gentleness, leaving only cold scrutiny. Can you tell me how you acquired your second dragon? Lin Feng didn't turn around. His right hand already pressed against Xiao Hei's dragon mark, while his left hand quietly reached for the short sword at his waist. Of course, it was contracted in the novice realm. His tone remained calm, yet his body tensed slightly, ready to strike at any moment. Poof. The man chuckled lightly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. That kind of lie might fool the ignorant. Lin Feng slowly turned, finally seeing the man's true face. The man still wore that grey trench coat, but his gaze had completely transformed. Deep within his pupils flickered a near fanatical obsession. There absolutely cannot be a second wild dragon in this world. He advanced step by step, his voice growing increasingly agitated. Therefore, your second dragon can only be connected to you. Bì'àn? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What was this man's situation? How could he be so certain about the extinction of the dragon clan? Who exactly are you? Lin Feng took a half step back, his back hitting the wall. The man didn't answer, instead letting out a maniacal laugh. Dragon clan. Dragon clan. We've searched for so many years, and finally. His expression twisted, his voice rising. Lin Feng. You must be hiding a great secret. We? Lin Feng sharply latched onto the key word, his expression darkening. You're part of an organization? The man seemed to realize he'd slipped up, but shrugged indifferently. Doesn't matter. You'll find out soon enough. He raised his hand, and a faint green glow suddenly emanated from his fingertips. Whoosh! A poison blade shot out of thin air, aiming straight for Lin Feng's throat. Xiao Hei! Lin Feng darted sideways as shadow breath erupted, corroding the poison blade to nothingness. Bì'àn leapt out of the beast's taming space, positioning himself in front of Lin Feng. His multicolored pupils fixed intently on the man. Ha! Yes! That's it! The man trembled with excitement upon seeing the two dragons, especially Xiao Hei. I knew it! The dragon clan isn't extinct. Our dragon court still has a future. This must be an abyssal dragon and a pureblood at that. Even in the past, such dragons were rare. Dragon court? Lin Feng's heart jolted. That name didn't sound like anything good. Lin Feng growled. Who exactly are you, and what is this dragon court? The man cut to the chase, his form suddenly blurring. Shadow step. The level 40 assassin skill activated, his figure instantly splitting into three, attacking from different directions. Left. Lin Feng shouted. The little black dragon's tail swept out, shattering the left phantom, but the other two were already closing in. Thud. A phantom's dagger slashed across Lin Feng's shoulder, sending a spray of blood flying. Blazing speed. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. This guy was at least a level 40 assassin. His speed completely outclassed Lin Feng's current level. Bì'àn roared, unleashing holy light judgment. The blinding golden light temporarily forced the man back. Useless. The man darted through the shadows, his voice echoing uncertainly. Come quietly back to headquarters with me. You might just keep your life. Lin Feng ignored him, his mind racing. A direct confrontation was impossible. He had to find a way to escape. He glanced at the window, then at old Wang's corpse. Xiao Hei. Shadow realm. A pitch-black mist instantly filled the entire room, obscuring all sight. Trivial trick. The man sneered coldly. Toxic mist perception. He closed his eyes, relying on the special sensory abilities of his poison-type skills to track Lin Feng's location. Found you. The dagger darted toward the corner. Boom! The pitch-black dagger collided with the shadow breath, erupting in a piercing shriek. Lin Feng was knocked back several steps by the shockwave, slamming his back hard against the wall. A metallic taste surged in his throat. This guy's at least A rank, and he's clearly prepared thoroughly for this assassination. Seems impossible to let him get away. Xiao Hei, Bì'àn blocked this guy. Lin Feng had no choice but to fight. Xiao Hei and Bì'àn attacked the man from both sides. It must be said, the dragon clan truly was a race born for battle. Xiao Hei and Bì'àn quickly established their coordination, managing to beat the man to a pulp. Xiao Hei even wounded him with a dragon's breath. Cough. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Damn it, you've truly enraged me. The man now hovered mid-air in an eerie posture. His right arm had fully transformed into a dragon limb covered in jet-black scales. His fingers had become razor-sharp dragon claws, radiating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. Didn't expect that, did you? The man grinned savagely, flicking his dragon claws. This is my true power. Chapter 29, The True Cause of the Dragon Clan's Demise. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Dragon transformation? This guy can actually fuse with dragon power? You bet. Jealous? This is the power the Dragon Court granted me. Once I drag these two dragons back, the Lord will surely reward me handsomely. The man cackled uncontrollably. After dragon transformation, even a level 50 professional would be no match for him. Xiao Hei grumbled. Damn it. If I could just reach level 30, I'd incinerate this jerk with a single dragon's breath. Xiao Hei and Bì'àn stood guard before Lin Feng, their dragon eyes alert. Despite their seamless coordination, the level gap was simply too vast. A level 40 assassin, amplified by dragon transformation, dealt damaging blows with nearly every strike. Roar! Bì'àn suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar, its golden left eye blazing with piercing light. Skill, White Tiger Roar. The sonic waves slammed into the man like solid blows, forcing him to stumble backward, his face twisted in anger. Damned beast! He gritted his teeth. How dare a mere young dragon defy me? His dragon-transformed right arm swelled violently, gathering dark purple energy at the claw's tip. Dragon Devour! A jet-black energy wave ripped through the air, hurtling straight toward Bì'àn. Xiao Hei! Lin Feng roared. The abyssal demon dragon lunged forward without hesitation, taking the full brunt of the strike with its body. Boom! Xiao Hei was sent flying, crashing through half a wall. Large patches of scales peeled off, and dark purple dragon blood splattered across the floor. Master, it hurts a bit. Xiao Hei struggled to rise, but his injuries were clearly severe. Lin Feng's heart clenched painfully as his right hand reached for the storage ring. Looks like I have no choice but to use that. Struggling was futile. The man advanced step by step, his dragon claws scraping the ground with a shrill sound. Hand over your secrets willingly, and I'll let you die painlessly. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh and abruptly pulled out an object. The ox horn gifted by the Azure Ox. Thunder Guardian. Boom! The horn instantly exploded, transforming into a thunder barrier over 5 meters wide that violently repelled the man. Ah! He let out a piercing scream as the scales on his dragon-transformed arm were scorched black by the electricity. His entire body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. How is this possible? The man scrambled to his feet, disbelief filling his eyes. Is this the power of a sovereign? Lin Feng didn't respond, his expression grave. He could only block for a moment. He had to find a way to escape. Sure enough, the man quickly regained his composure. His dragon claws dug into the ground, forcibly withstanding the thunderous impact. Boy, you never cease to surprise me. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his grin grew more savage. Once I catch you, I'll extract every last secret from you, piece by piece. The thunder barrier began to flicker. Its energy was rapidly depleting. This was a consumable once used, it would require recharging. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Feng's forehead. Oh no! Just as the barrier was about to shatter, a blinding golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. Whoosh! The light pierced the man's chest like a sharp blade. Before he could even utter a scream, his body was reduced to ashes in the sacred flames. Lin Feng froze in shock. What just happened? As the smoke and dust cleared, a slender figure slowly materialized before Lin Feng. The figure possessed dazzling golden hair like sunlight, a strikingly handsome face tinged with an unnatural pallor, and a spotless pure white robe. The entire person exuded an aura of noble aloofness. Most striking of all were his eyes. They were a brilliant golden color. Just in time. The man spoke softly, his voice deep and melodious like a cello. Lin Feng instinctively took a half step back, his gaze fixed warily on the stranger. Who are you? The blonde man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Xiao Hei and Bì'àn, his gaze lingering on the latter for a moment as a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Suen. The blonde man offered a faint smile. You probably don't know me, but you're likely quite familiar with my daughter. Lin Feng froze. Your daughter? Su Yushi. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock, nearly blurting out, Holy? You're Su Yushi's father? Then that means the man standing before him was the Su family's legendary holy knight ranked above 90? Lin Feng instantly tensed up, instinctively taking half a step back. Xiao Hei and Bì'àn immediately went on high alert. Damn it, did I just escape the wolf's den only to walk straight into the tiger's mouth? How unlucky can I get? Suen seemed amused by his reaction, shaking his head. Relax. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have saved you just now. Then why were you there? Lin Feng remained on guard. This isn't the place for talking. Suen raised his hand, a soft white glow emanating from his palm. Let's find a safer spot. Before Lin Feng could refuse, Suen's hand was already on his shoulder. Wait, I haven't. A flash of light erupted, and the surrounding scenery instantly warped. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in an ancient yet sacred chamber. The soaring dome was painted with celestial patterns, while the surrounding walls were inlaid with faintly glowing white jade. A subtle medicinal fragrance lingered in the air. What is this? My home. Suen walked over and sat down on an intricately carved wooden chair. Master, I dislike this place. It carries a scent I detest. Xiao Hei looked around uneasily. As a dark attribute dragon, it was highly sensitive to light attributes. Bì'àn was fine, possessing the bloodline of the sacred white tiger and carrying some light attributes. You two should head back first. Lin Feng frowned. If this man intended to kill him, even with Xiao Hei and Bì'àn's protection, it wouldn't be enough. A level 90 plus professional. He's way too powerful. Now you can tell me, right? Lin Feng frowned. Who was that man just now? And what exactly do you want? Young man, no need to be so impatient. Suen didn't answer directly, instead tapping lightly on the tabletop. Before that, I'd like to tell you a story. A story about the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan? Lin Feng frowned. Thousands of years ago, a strange dimension suddenly appeared on Blue Star. Countless monstrous creatures poured forth, rampaging and slaughtering humanity. Mankind plunged into its darkest age. In just 3 months, over 90% of the human population perished. It was from that era that the age of universal transfiguration began. The Dragon Clan ruled this alternate dimension. As the sovereigns of all demonic beasts, they became humanity's greatest foes. Suan's voice was deep and magnetic, as if imbued with a certain magic, conjuring a grand vision before Lin Feng's eyes. Swarms of dragons soared through the skies, obscuring the sun. Their scales shimmered with iridescent light under the sun, and wherever their dragon breath swept, mountains and rivers changed color. They were powerful, intelligent, and nearly immortal. Yet precisely because of this might, they drew the fear of all races. Lin Feng couldn't help but interrupt. I know all this. History books say the dragon race was exterminated by humans and beasts because they were too powerful. Suan shook his head. No, it wasn't because of their power. He lifted his eyes, his emerald and dark gold heterochromatic gaze fixed on Lin Feng. That was merely the reason they wanted others to believe. The true reason was because they were. Immortality. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. Chapter 30, The Child of Prophecy. Lin Feng never imagined the reason for the Dragon Clan's extinction was tied to the secret of immortality. No wonder it all made sense now why everyone targeted the Dragon Clan. Every part of a dragon is a treasure. Suan continued. Dragon blood extends lifespan, dragon scales forge armor, dragon bones serve as medicine. But the dragon heart, the very core where the essence of the dragon resides, is the greatest secret of the Dragon Clan. Suan's voice suddenly turned icy. It is said that whoever consumes it gains eternal life. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Immortality. This temptation could drive any race mad. Thus, no matter how powerful the Dragon Clan may be, they cannot withstand the greed of the entire world. Suan murmured softly, they did not fall to power, but to desire. A brief silence fell over the room. Lin Feng processed the information, then suddenly realized, wait, what does this have to do with today's events? Suan rose and walked to the window. Moonlight bathed his pale face, outlining sharp features. That man earlier belonged to an organization called the Dragon Court. Their founder was also a human ancestor, the very first to slay a dragon king. As the first dragon slayer, they discovered the Dragon Clan's unique trait, immortality. Thus, they adopted the Dragon Clan as their totem of faith, yet made hunting dragons their goal. Why? Lin Feng couldn't understand. Because of madness. Suan sneered coldly. They believed that by gathering enough essence of the dragon race, they could transform themselves into dragons. This group existed on the fringes between humanity and the creatures of the secret realm. They pursued only immortality and power, stopping at nothing to achieve it. Legend had it they were searching for something, though no one knew what it was. And nearly every one of them is mad, a bunch of lunatics who couldn't care less if the world ends. He turned, pulling open his collar. Below his collarbone, a hideous scar snaked toward his heart, the surrounding skin an unnatural bluish gray, as if corroded by some unknown substance. 3 years ago, while investigating the Dragon Court, I was wounded by their dragon transformation serum. What was that? A poison extracted from dragon DNA. It grants humans temporary dragon power, but the cost is gradually losing your sanity and turning into a monster. Suan pointed to his right eye. The dark golden pupil contracted slightly, bearing a certain resemblance to a dragon's. Just like that man's dragon-transformed arm you saw earlier. Lin Feng suddenly realized, so they targeted me because of your dragon. Suan nodded. The Dragon Court firmly believes dragons still exist in the world. And you, a dragon tamer who suddenly possesses 2 dragons, naturally became their target. They want your dragons. Lin Feng looked utterly bewildered. When a beast master dies, doesn't the beast naturally dissipate? Aren't they afraid I'll kill myself? The Dragon Court has its methods. They can kill the beast master without the beast perishing. Do you think you're the only one in 1,000 years whose companion contract beast is a dragon? Suan smiled, but Lin Feng's heart sank to the depths. Now you understand? Lin Feng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stared into Suan's eyes. Why are you helping me? Is it not reason enough that I refuse to let a talented young successor be slaughtered by this pack of lunatics? Suan stared back at Lin Feng. But I'm a worthless dragon tamer. Dragons are nearly extinct in this world, how is that considered gifted? Suan watched Lin Feng without speaking, while Lin Feng's gaze darted nervously. Inside, he was cursing under his breath. This man's oppressive aura was overwhelming, it felt like he could see right through my underwear. Could he know the secret that I can nurture dragons? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But Suan clearly didn't want to tell Lin Feng the truth. Very well. For now, you shall remain with my Su family. Until you've grown stronger, you'll still need protection. And in all of Qingshan City, there's no place safer than mine. I've already eliminated that Dragon Court agent. His report won't reach them anytime soon. You should be safe for now. With Suan speaking so decisively, Lin Feng had no grounds to refuse. This man before him was utterly inscrutable. At least he didn't seem to harbor ill will toward Lin Feng. He might as well make the best of the situation. Where will I sleep tonight? Go out, turn left, and the second room is the one I've prepared for you. Lin Feng stared at the man's smile, feeling like he was up to something. But tonight had brought too many events, too much information. Lin Feng's mind was in complete disarray. Squeak! Lin Feng pushed open the door and quickly entered the room Su-en had mentioned. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, like an unnamed floral scent mingled with the sun-dried warmth of cotton quilts. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the soft bed without even taking off his shoes. Through his blurred vision, the chandelier on the ceiling gradually blurred into a halo of light. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed powder blue curtains, neatly arranged bottles and jars on the dressing table, and several yellowed anime posters plastered on the wall. This room looks just like a girl's. Lin Feng was puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it. Dragon Court Eternal Life Su-en. Lin Feng felt his mind spinning. Could the extinction of the dragon clan really be connected to his extraordinary fertility ability? And what exactly was the Dragon Court searching for? Could it be referring to him? Possessing extraordinary fertility and a single dragon equated to commanding 10,000 dragons. The Dragon Court worshipped dragons as their faith. Could they truly be waiting for him? Since his transmigration, Lin Feng had never felt a sense of crisis. But tonight, it had reached its peak. That Su-en clearly had a lot hidden from me, but I couldn't pry it out of him. Better to rely on yourself than others. I needed to grow stronger quickly. And the ultimate way to strengthen myself? By birthing a new dragon. Lin Feng gazed at the pale green dragon egg within his beast taming space. Incubation progress, 1%. Lacking life energy, incubation progress is slow. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed he needed to hatch the dragon egg sooner rather than later. With 3 dragons, he could absolutely achieve unrivaled power within his tier. But a problem arose. He currently lacked sufficient Lord Core materials. He'd have to figure out a way to acquire some Lord Core materials. Lin Feng pondered this as countless thoughts swirled through his mind that night. Yet exhaustion finally overtook him. After a night of combat and life-threatening peril, he succumbed to overwhelming drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. What Lin Feng didn't know was that after he left, Su-en had remained in the room, watching him the entire time. The child of prophecy? Su-en murmured. Chapter 31, Testing Strength. Inside the room, Su-en retrieved an ancient parchment scroll from the depths of a drawer and carefully unrolled it. Complex star charts and runes were drawn in dark red ink upon the scroll. At its base lay a passage of text, now blurred and indistinct. When the stars shift and the dark moon eclipses the sun, the dragon rider shall come from the east, holding the keys to destruction and rebirth. His fingertips lightly traced the words, as if he could feel the urgency of the scribe who had written them. Su-en had actually spoken. His true purpose for staying in Qingshan City was for Su-chen, a prophecy made by a level 90+ diviner from the Dragon Nation, a prophecy that cost the diviner his life. That diviner was a close friend of Su-en's. He had foreseen the impending doom of Blue Star. In truth, the Dragon Nation's high command had also sensed the unusual changes in the secret realms over the past century. He was far more volatile than usual, as if the enemy was stirring restlessly. They had thought the prophecy was false, but it turned out to be true. Every detail matched perfectly. Su-en's brow furrowed deeply. If Lin Feng was indeed the prophesied child, then the doomsday prophecy must be true. But Su-en couldn't warn the Dragon Kingdom's leadership in advance. Not all of them were good people. His wounds. The secret realm, the Dragon Court, the Western Kingdom, and those madmen lurking in the shadows. Su-en gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Things were getting more and more chaotic. I was losing sight of the future. Truly, I had to take it one step at a time. Su-en coughed heavily as he spoke, glancing down to see his hands drenched in crimson blood. Yet he paid it no mind. He simply raised his gaze to the night sky, silent and unspoken. The next morning, sunlight slipped through the window cracks, gently caressing Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng was still lost in a sweet dream when suddenly, a sharp, thunderous shout erupted beside his ear. Lin Feng! What are you doing in my room? Lin Feng jolted awake instantly, sitting bolt upright as if electrocuted, his face blank with confusion. Standing beside his bed was none other than Su Yushi, the campus beauty, her eyes wide with fury. Her cheeks were flushed crimson with fury, her chest heaving violently, and her eyes seemed ready to shoot fire. Lin Feng froze, his mind going completely blank. He stammered out an explanation. I don't know how this happened, but it must be a misunderstanding. I didn't know this was your room. Su Yushi refused to listen to his excuses, trembling with rage. You bastard. You humiliated me yesterday, and now you dare come into my room. What the hell do you think you're doing? Apart from her father, no one had ever touched this bed in her entire life, let alone slept in it. She had a severe psychological aversion to impurity. She'd only been outside practicing skills learned in the novice realm when she returned to discover this. Just as Su Yushi was fuming mad, ready to tear Lin Feng limb from limb, Su-en finally strolled in. Observing the tense standoff before him, he cleared his throat and said, Yushi, stop this nonsense. This is my decision. Lin Feng arrived too late yesterday and all other rooms were occupied, so I let him rest in your room for the night. Su Yushi could scarcely believe her ears. Her eyes widened as she stared at her father. Dad, what are you saying? How could this be your decision? He humiliated me in front of so many people and you're letting him stay in our home? Suan looked at his daughter with a serious expression and spoke slowly. Yushi, there are some things you don't understand yet. Lin Feng will be staying at the Su residence for the time being. He is very important to our family. Su Yushi was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at her father in disbelief, then turned to Lin Feng, her eyes filled with disgust and resistance. No way. I refuse. I can't stand the sight of him. He can't stay in the Su household. This time, however, Suan asserted his authority with an unquestionable tone. There is no room for discussion. This is for the good of the Su family. You must accept it. Suan coughed heavily several times as he spoke, his complexion growing even paler. Dad. Su Yushi had never seen her father so unyielding. Though she was utterly unwilling, she dared not argue further. She shot Lin Feng a fierce glare before turning away indignantly, her retreating figure seeming to radiate blazing fury. Suan looked at Lin Feng, a touch of awkwardness on his face, and said with a wry smile. Lin Feng, my daughter's been spoiled since childhood. She's a bit hot-headed. Please bear with her and give her some leeway. Recalling Suan's life-saving favor from yesterday, Lin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness but silently bowed his head in agreement. Uncle Su, rest assured. I understand. Su Yushi was just a bit willful. As long as she didn't cross the line, he could tolerate it. Soon, breakfast time arrived. Father and daughter sat down at the table with Lin Feng. Su Yushi kept shooting Lin Feng fierce glances from the corner of her eye, but he pretended not to notice, keeping his head down and eating in silence. The atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife, the awkwardness reaching its peak. Alright, everyone finished eating? Suan suddenly set down her chopsticks and looked at the two of them. Lin Feng and Su Yushi nodded in unison. Come to the practice room, both of you. Suan stood with her hands behind her back. I happen to have time today to give you both some pointers. Lin Feng followed Suan with some surprise, arriving at a spacious area located behind the Su residence. The floor was made of special mineral stone, appearing exceptionally sturdy, while the room itself was filled with various instruments. Su Yushi watched Lin Feng from the side, looking at him as if he were a country bumpkin. This is our Su family's practice room, the only one of its kind in all of Qingshan City. Renting an outside practice room costs 100,000 a day, but ours is top tier and can easily withstand attacks below level 50. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Rich people, ha! You've both just emerged from the novice realm and likely haven't fully grasped your own strength yet. Today, I'll give you both a proper assessment. Suan's voice broke the brief silence. First, strength. Yushi, you go first. He looked at Su Yushi, gesturing toward the odd-looking machine beside them. The machine featured a metal plate with a display unit mounted on it, as if quietly awaiting activation. Without hesitation, Su Yushi channeled her skill and slammed it forcefully into the metal plate. Divine Retribution. In an instant, light flashed and energy surged. The numbers on the instrument raced upward, finally settling at level 19, proof her attack power had reached level 19. Yushi, having level 19 attack power at level 13 is pretty impressive. Suan clapped his hands, and Su Yushi tossed her head with a proud, defiant air. A 6th level attack power boost was indeed impressive, especially considering she didn't even have the Holy Light Scepter yet. Next, it was Lin Feng's turn. A thought struck him, and he summoned the Abyssal Dragon Shohei and the Bì'àn. Shohei, Bì'àn, attack him with your full might. The two divine beasts roared toward the heavens, their presence commanding awe. At Lin Feng's command, they launched their attack simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged toward the metal plate like a raging tide. Dark Breath. Ultimate Void Claw. A thunderous boom echoed as the instrument's reading skyrocketed, finally stabilizing at level 29. Chapter 32, Su Yushi defeated again. How is this possible? Su Yushi couldn't help but scream, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lin Feng, as if he were some monstrous creature from another world. Suan was equally stunned, her mouth agape. She murmured, a level 15 with level 29 attack power? Even ordinary dragons couldn't bridge such a gap. The difference in late game levels can't be fully compensated by talent alone. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not entirely sure myself. Maybe it's because I work well with Shohei and Bì'àn. Lin Feng couldn't very well say that both his dragons possessed ancient bloodlines, the kind that ranked among the very best within the dragon clan. Suan frowned, scrutinizing Lin Feng from head to toe. Never mind that for now. Let's continue with the other tests. Next was the defense test. Suan activated an energy projectile device and instructed Lin Feng. Get ready. These energy projectiles will gradually increase in power. Let's see how many levels you can withstand. Energy blasts rained down on Lin Feng like hail as he channeled his entire body's strength to block them. When the energy pellets reached level 28 intensity, Lin Feng's face flushed crimson, yet he remained firmly planted in place. Level 28 defense. Suan sucked in a sharp breath. This far exceeded the standard for his level. Yushi, your defense test was only around level 20. Yushi's face was filled with shock as she blurted out, damn it. I'm a mage, it's normal for my defense to be weaker. Your attack power isn't exactly stellar either. Lin Feng retorted instinctively. Lin Feng. Yushi snapped, her voice tinged with frustration. During the speed test that followed, Xiaohei and Bì'àn darted across the field like a streak of black lightning. The instrument displayed that his speed had reached level 32. Suan and Yushi were utterly stunned. Suan couldn't help but marvel. Lin Feng, with such outstanding metrics across the board, your future achievements are boundless. What good is that? Dragon masters can only contract with dragons. There aren't enough dragons in this world for him to contract with. I reckon his limit is level 29 at best. Yushi retorted indignantly. Suan merely smiled while Lin Feng remained non-committal. Observing Lin Feng and Yushi after the test, a thoughtful look crossed Suan's eyes. Suddenly, he declared. Yushi, Lin Feng, you two should spar. Only through combat can a transmuter's true strengths and weaknesses be revealed. Alright. Lin Feng agreed. Yushi's eyebrows arched slightly. Though she'd already lost to Lin Feng once before, she'd always believed that defeat stemmed from her own carelessness. She'd never anticipated Lin Feng had a second dragon. She bit her lip, her eyes blazing with stubborn determination. Last time was my oversight. This time, I won't be careless. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, saying nothing, though his mind was already formulating a countermeasure. With a flick of his thoughts, the abyssal demon dragon Xiaohei and the Bì'àn instantly materialized on the battlefield. Both divine beasts radiated an imposing aura, their formidable presence utterly terrifying. Why do we have to fight this little brat again? It's no fun beating her. Xiaohei grumbled. I'll return the holy light scepter to you after we're done. Otherwise, this fight is too boring. Lin Feng suddenly declared. That was mine to begin with. Yushi snapped. Do you want it or not? If not, I won't give it to you. Yushi could only nod in acceptance. As she retrieved the holy light scepter, a dazzling radiance erupted from its tip. As an SSS Tier 6 winged angel, the formidable power of her light-based profession was fully revealed in that moment. Lin Feng, don't underestimate me. At Suan's command, the battle between the two erupted instantly. Fully aware of Lin Feng's formidable strength, Yushi resolved to strike first, unleashing her ultimate move from the very start. Light, heed my call. Divine judgment. In an instant, the arena erupted in blinding light. A torrent of sacred beams surged toward Lin Feng, scorching the air with a hissing sound as it passed, seemingly intent on purifying everything in its path. Lin Feng remained unflappable, decisively commanding Xiaohei to meet the attack head-on. Go! Take her down as fast as you can. Xiaohei immediately charged forward, activating his shadow shield. Like a black fortress, it braced against Yushi's fierce assault. Simultaneously, he commanded Bishi. With a furious roar, Bishi shot toward Yushi like a black bolt of lightning, its speed so blindingly fast that it was nearly impossible to track. Yushi hadn't anticipated Lin Feng's swift response. Before she could react further, Bishi was already upon her. With a fierce swipe of its forepaw, the Bì'àn unleashed a powerful force accompanied by a howling wind, sending Yushi's holy light scepter flying from her grasp. Deprived of her weapon, Yushi instantly lost her footing. Lin Feng pressed his advantage, coordinating seamlessly with Xiaohei and Bì'àn. Their relentless barrage of fierce attacks left Yushi utterly defenseless. Though Yushi had indeed improved during this period, with both combat skills and reaction speed enhanced, she ultimately succumbed to defeat under the seamless coordination of Lin Feng and the two divine beasts. How could this be? I lost again, and even faster than last time. Yushi slumped to the ground, her face twisted with frustration, eyes filled with regret. Suan observed the dejected Yushi and the composed Lin Feng on the field, then strode over. He first turned his gaze to Yushi, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes reflecting displeasure. Yushi, as an SSS Tier 6 winged angel, you should have demonstrated far greater power. In that battle, though you unleashed your ultimate move right from the start, appearing fierce and aggressive, you were too eager for victory. Your follow-up response was inadequate. You failed to demonstrate the command and skill expected of a six-winged angel. Understand this, a powerful class relies not only on formidable abilities, but also on knowing how to flexibly apply them and assess the situation. Yushi bit her lip, her head dipping slightly, her face flushed with shame. Then, Suan turned his gaze to Lin Feng, his displeasure instantly replaced by approval. Lin Feng, I must say, your performance today truly impressed me. Your command over the two divine beasts is remarkably polished, and your combat awareness is sharp. You responded swiftly to Yushi's attacks and seized the moment to counter. That's rare. Especially with these two dragons of yours, their formidable strength is a tremendous asset. Lin Feng smiled modestly, Uncle Su, you flatter me. I still have many shortcomings. Suan nodded and continued. However, you're not without flaws. Take today's battle, while Xiaohei and Bishi each performed well individually, their coordination wasn't perfect. They didn't achieve a synergy where 1 plus 1 equals more than 2. In fact, they could try combining their techniques that would surely elevate their power to a whole new level. Suan then enthusiastically illustrated for Lin Feng. For instance, Xiaohei could first use Dragon's Breath to create smoke and obscure the opponent's vision, while the Bì'àn seizes the opportunity to launch a flanking assault, catching the enemy off guard. Or, Xiaohei could use its formidable bulk to pin the enemy down from the front while Bì'àn waited for the perfect moment to deliver the fatal blow. You need to fully leverage their individual strengths and make them work together more seamlessly. A beastmaster's beasts never fight alone. Lin Feng listened intently, his eyes flashing with thought as he absorbed the wisdom. The more he heard, the more profoundly it resonated with him. He couldn't help but interject. Uncle Su, you're absolutely right. I hadn't considered this aspect before. Hearing your insights has really broadened my perspective. Suan smiled with satisfaction. As long as you're receptive. You're both still young, with long paths ahead. Keep learning and improving yourselves. Chapter 33, Starlight Auction, Reunion with Zhou Tianyang. In the end, Suan laughed awkwardly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. You two no fight, no friendship. After all, as fellow SSS tier geniuses, supporting and encouraging each other is the right path. Since the Starlight Auction is starting tonight, why not go together? After emerging from the novice dungeon, this is the perfect chance to upgrade your skills or gear. Remember, high-level gear can completely bridge the gap between professions. Upon hearing the words Starlight Auction, Lin Feng's expression turned puzzled as he asked, Uncle Su, what exactly is this Starlight Auction? Su Yushi beside him looked at Lin Feng as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever, his gaze as dismissive as if he were looking at a stray dog. He sneered. The Starlight Auction House is the largest auction house in all of Dragon Nation, catering exclusively to class changers. The treasures inside are beyond count, there's nothing you can imagine it can't offer. Of course, the prices are exorbitant, far beyond what ordinary people can afford. Su Yushi's meaning was crystal clear, this wasn't something a broke guy like Lin Feng could afford. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred. The Lord Core material had always been his heart's desire. If he could truly find it at Starlight Auction House, hatching the dragon egg would be within reach. With that thought, he agreed without hesitation to attend the auction. He frowned slightly in thought. Seeing his expression, Su Yushi snorted coldly. You wouldn't be unable to even afford the entry fee, would you? Don't go there only to watch others bid while you're left staring enviously. Suan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Yushi, don't speak like that. Lin Feng, don't take it to heart. You should definitely attend this auction. If you see anything you like, I can assist you with the funds. Lin Feng looked at Suan gratefully. Uncle Su, I can't possibly accept this. Seeing Lin Feng accept, Suan smiled and pulled a card from his breast pocket, handing it to him. Lin Feng, there's 10 million in this card. If you see anything you like at the auction, go ahead and bid on it. Don't hold back. Lin Feng waved his hands in refusal. Uncle Su, this is far too much. I can't accept it. 10 million is far too much. How could I possibly accept it from someone I'm not even related to? How about this? I, Suan, have never taken a disciple in my life. Why don't you become my disciple and pay me as your master? This 10 million can be considered your initiation fee. Suan suddenly thought of something and said, causing Su Yushi's eyes to widen in shock. What the hell? Isn't the initiation fee something ordinary students pay their teachers? Besides, his father was a level 90 holy knight, he certainly didn't need disciples. Why would he give Lin Feng money? How could that be right? Hesitating even half a second would be disrespectful to this 10 million. Lin Feng could tell Suan had set his sights on him, desperate to establish a connection. Since he couldn't resist anyway, taking on a master wasn't such a bad deal. Thank you, master. Suan rose and bowed formally. A satisfied smile spread across his face, as if celebrating some momentous joy. After Suan departed, Su Yushi immediately approached Lin Feng, her gaze sharp and hostile. Lin Feng, what kind of mind-altering potion did you feed my father? Why would he suddenly take you as a disciple and hand over 10 million yuan on the spot? Oomph. Return that money to me immediately, it belongs to the Su family. And you'd better leave the Su residence right now. Don't stay here and get in the way. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at Su Yushi and said, Miss Su, Uncle Su has been kind to me. The bond between us is not what you imagine. This money was his goodwill gesture, I won't return it lightly. As for leaving the Su family, since I promised Uncle Su I'd stay, I won't depart without good reason. Lin Feng understood Suan and Su Yushi perfectly well. He hadn't yet spread his wings fully, there was no need to risk his life for a little dignity. Su Yushi stamped her foot in fury. Stop pretending. What friendship? I see you're just after the Su family's money. 10 million, that's no small sum. How can you possibly feel good about taking it? Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Miss Su, I have no covetousness toward the Su family's wealth. I remain with the Su family for my own reasons. Besides, I won't squander this 10 million. If I truly acquire something vital to me at the auction, I will find a way to repay it in the future. Lin Feng was being remarkably gracious. But Su Yushi sneered coldly. You? Repay 10 million? With what? You're just daydreaming. Don't think joining the Su family gives you free rein to do as you please. Lin Feng was utterly exasperated. This woman was completely unreasonable. How could someone like Suan have produced such a daughter? Seeing she couldn't drive Lin Feng away, Su Yushi turned to her father, demanding he expel him. But Suan stared at Su Yushi with unwavering seriousness, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yushi, wherever Lin Feng goes today, you must follow. Su Yushi's eyes widened instantly, her face brimming with reluctance. Dad, why? Why should I follow him? I have my own business to attend to. Suan frowned and said in a deep voice, don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. This is crucial for the Su family. Though furious, Su Yushi could only grit her teeth and comply in the face of her father's firm stance. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Suan sighed helplessly. His daughter truly didn't know how fortunate she was. Staying by Lin Feng's side was her greatest opportunity. There are many SSS tier professions, but only one Dragon Tamer. If Lin Feng matures enough to command 10,000 dragons alone, he could withstand an entire army. I hope my daughter will understand my heartfelt intentions. Lin Feng, meanwhile, planned to head to the Starlight auction house first to see what was going on. He walked normally down the street, the only difference being that a chattering little sidekick now trailed behind him. Lin Feng, where the heck are you going? Don't think I want to tag along. If it weren't for Dad's orders, I wouldn't bother with you. Can you slow down? Can't you wait for me? Su Yushi complained non-stop all the way, but Lin Feng paid her no mind, walking straight toward the Starlight auction house. Lin Feng knew full well that the 10 million Suan had given him probably wouldn't be enough to buy the core materials for the Lord Score. He planned to sell the treasures he'd obtained in the Novice Secret Realm to raise some funds. Those treasures had been hard-won through perilous trials in the realm. Now, for the sake of hatching the dragon egg, he had no choice but to part with them. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Starlight auction house. The sight of its grand, imposing architecture made him inwardly marvel. Damn, they're loaded. Lin Feng felt that even a single column could easily cost him his life. Su Yushi, standing nearby, observed Lin Feng's expression with utter disdain, letting out a soft snort of contempt. Just then, a voice filled with indignation abruptly cut through the air. Lin Feng, you think you're worthy of being here? Turning at the voice, Lin Feng found it was Zhou Tianyang. The other's eyes burned with hatred, clearly still seething over Lin Feng forcing his early exit in the Novice Secret Realm. Zhou Tianyang first greeted Su Yushi with an obsequious smile, then turned his gaze coldly toward Lin Feng, sneering with contempt. You're just a penniless nobody. How dare you show your face in such an exclusive place? This isn't where you can run wild. Chapter 34, Stellar Iron or Appears, stuns the entire crowd. Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned dangerous as he retorted without flinching. Looks like you're asking for a beating again. With that, he summoned his beast companion the abyssal dragon Xiaohe with a mere thought. Woohoo, this big shot is back. The moment Xiaohe appeared, a formidable aura radiated from its massive form, its colossal body obscuring the sky. The blood-red eyes gleamed with boundless authority and coldness, instantly intimidating Zhou Tianyang. Zhou Tianyang, merely a level 6, couldn't help but tremble slightly under this overwhelming pressure. The crowd in the auction hall gasped in shock. A dragon? Damn it, weren't dragons extinct? That's Lin Feng. Rumor has it he awakened as an SSS tier Dragon Tamer. That dragon is his companion contract dragon, possibly the only dragon left on the entire continent. Many recognized Lin Feng and knew he was an SSS tier professional dragon tamer. Yet, sadly, in the eyes of the crowd, dragon tamers had long been deemed a useless profession. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a middle-aged man suddenly darted forward in the auction hall. This man bore a slight resemblance to Zhou Tianyang. His expression stern, he loudly reprimanded Lin Feng. Fighting is strictly prohibited in Starlight auction house. Causing trouble here will have serious consequences. Lin Feng snorted coldly but did not recall Xiaohe. Instead, he stared directly at the middle-aged man and declared. He provoked me first. Am I supposed to just let him humiliate me? The middle-aged man frowned deeply, glancing between Zhou Tianyang and Lin Feng before softening his tone slightly. Regardless, violence is not permitted within the auction house. Any grievances must be settled outside. Su Yushi watched from the sidelines, her feelings complex. On one hand, she never held much regard for Lin Feng. On the other, Zhou Tianyang's current display struck her as pathetic. She cleared her throat lightly and said, "Alright, enough of this. We're here for the auction, not to bicker and fight." Hearing Su Yushi speak up, Zhou Tianyang seemed to find a pillar of support. Bolstered, he declared. Lin Feng, you're lucky today. The auction house rules protect you. Otherwise, I'd make you pay. Lin Feng stowed away Xiaohe and shot Zhou Tianyang a cold glance. Watch your mouth. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The middle-aged man Zhou Tianyang's second uncle and a junior manager at Starlight Auction House heard his nephew's complaint and instantly darkened. Zhou Tianyang was furious that Lin Feng had humiliated him again. His face twisted with resentment as he exaggerated his complaint. Your Honor, just look at this Lin Feng, he's clearly a penniless upstart. He came to Starlight Auction House with no good intentions, just to cause trouble. And that dragon of his can use spatial attribute skills. Who knows, he might try to steal something in a moment. We absolutely cannot let someone like this stay here. He must be thrown out immediately. Uncle Air fixed Lin Feng with a hostile stare, his voice icy. Kid, I don't care what you're up to, but Starlight Auction House isn't your playground. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Seeing this, Su Yushi couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Treating Lin Feng like this seemed downright harsh. Just as she opened her mouth to intervene, Lin Feng spoke first. I'm not here to buy anything. I'm here to sell. Zhou Tianyang snorted derisively at this, his face twisted with contempt. You? What could you possibly have to offer? The Starlight Auction House doesn't bother with common low-grade materials. Stop embarrassing yourself and get lost. Lin Feng ignored Zhou Tianyang's mockery. He reached into his storage space and pulled out a mineral ore emitting a faint silver glow, rare star iron ore. The moment the ore appeared, its unique luster instantly drew the attention of those around. Many cast curious glances, while some knowledgeable individuals began murmuring among themselves. Star iron ore? And it looks exceptionally rare. Wow, never expected to see this here. It's the perfect material for crafting high-tier equipment. This thing is worth a fortune. The moment Lin Feng produced the star iron ore, the entire area erupted in commotion. Everyone was stunned speechless. The rarity of star iron ore was legendary across the entire continent. It typically existed only in the deepest recesses of secret realms, places often inhabited by powerful sovereign-level creatures. Obtaining it was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Precisely because of this, its value was astronomical, coveted by countless powerful individuals. Zhou Tianyang's uncle watched the starlight iron ore with such regret he could have kicked himself. He cursed inwardly, wishing he'd never crossed Lin Feng, had he known the young man possessed such a treasure. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with an extraordinary aura, clearly a high-ranking figure from Starlight Auction House, strolled over with graceful steps. She immediately spotted the starlight iron ore in Lin Feng's hand, radiating a unique glow. Her face lit up with delight, and she couldn't wait to ask. Star iron ore. Whose is this? Upon learning it belonged to Lin Feng, the fervor in her eyes intensified as she declared. Our Starlight Auction House wants this star iron ore. Name your price. Lin Feng gave a cold chuckle and replied leisurely, your house doesn't seem too keen on me. Just now you were trying to kick me out. I'm considering switching to another auction house. The stunning woman's eyebrows shot up in fury upon hearing this. She scanned the room and quickly pieced together the situation. Once informed, she pointed at Zhou Tianyang's uncle without hesitation and barked. You! Get out immediately! Starlight Auction House has no use for someone like you, a power-hungry, short-sighted individual. Zhou Tianyang's uncle instantly turned ashen-faced, his expression filled with terror and regret. He dropped to his knees with a thud, desperately pleading with Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, I failed to recognize your true worth. My mind was clouded by greed. Please forgive my petty transgression and spare me this time. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhou Tianyang, standing nearby, was also terrified, his face turning ashen, his legs weak, his entire being thrown into panic. Yet Lin Feng's expression remained icy, as if he hadn't heard a word. He paid no heed to their pleas. He knew well that if such people weren't taught a profound lesson, they would inevitably repeat their schemes. Besides, he, Lin Feng, wasn't exactly a saint himself. Moral blackmail? That's something only a moral person could pull off. Zhou Tianyang, his face drained of color, slunk away. His Zhou family was only of average standing in Qingshan City. They dared not provoke Starlight Auction House. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng, her tone softening slightly as she said, Young Master Lin, we sincerely apologize. It was our failure in management that caused you this injustice. We humbly ask that you overlook his behavior for the sake of this Star Iron Oregon. Starlight Auction House will offer you a price that meets your expectations. Lin Feng pondered inwardly. Though he deeply despised Uncle Zhou Tianyang's behavior, Starlight Auction House was undeniably powerful and well connected within the industry. Perhaps they could even assist him in obtaining core materials for his domain. Besides, switching to another auction house would inevitably involve more hassle. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng spoke slowly, All right. For your sake, I'll let this matter slide for now. But I hope I won't encounter such unpleasantness again at your auction house. The stunning woman smiled as she extended an invitation to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, shall we step into the appraisal room nearby to discuss this in greater detail? Lin Feng considered it for a moment, finding no issue with the suggestion. He nodded in agreement and followed her to the appraisal room. Su Yushi remained rooted to the spot, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Feng's retreating figure. She couldn't help but mutter under her breath, that guy. A wave of inexplicable frustration washed over her heart. Why does that Lin Feng always manage to become the center of attention in any crowd? Damn it! Chapter 35, 80 Core Materials. Entering the appraisal room, the door closed slowly. Shangguan wore a warm smile as she introduced herself first. Mr. Lin, hello. I'm Shangguan, Vice President of Starlight Auction House. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a slight jolt in his heart. He truly hadn't expected this stunningly beautiful woman before him to hold such a high position. No wonder that manager was scared out of his wits earlier. Shangguan's gaze swept over Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she inquired. Mr. Lin, I'm curious just how much star iron ore do you actually possess? Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated the power of his spatial ring. In an instant, a large quantity of star iron ore appeared on the floor of the appraisal room. At a glance, the piled-up ore amounted to roughly 2 cubic meters. In truth, Lin Feng possessed far more star iron ore, but he understood the principle that possessing a treasure invites trouble. He couldn't possibly reveal all his cards at once. Shangguan's eyes widened instantly, her entire body frozen in shock. In her understanding, star iron ore was always extremely rare. Whenever it appeared in the past, it was only in small fragments. Even a piece as small as the palm of one's hand could fetch astronomical prices at auction. Yet now, such a massive quantity lay before her. She could scarcely fathom the value of this enormous chunk. She slowly crouched down, her hand gently caressing the ore as if touching a priceless treasure, her eyes brimming with astonishment and awe. Indeed, these were all star iron ore, and of the highest purity. Even among star iron ore, they were the finest quality. After a long moment, Shangguan slowly rose to her feet and turned to Lin Feng, her voice tinged with both excitement and caution. Mr. Lin, the value of these star iron ore is truly beyond estimation. How about this? Starlight Auction House is willing to offer you our most sincere terms for a long-term partnership. We will purchase all the star iron ore in your possession at a price 20% above the market rate. What do you think? Starlight Auction House clearly intended to snap up the entire lot in one go. Lin Feng pondered silently. This was indeed a favorable proposal. On one hand, it would yield greater profits. On the other, establishing a long-term partnership with Starlight Auction House would greatly benefit his future acquisition of various resources. Agreed. Lin Feng agreed, and the next step was to finalize the price. Lin Feng and Shangguan engaged in a fierce negotiation over the price of the stellar iron ore. But Shangguan, having cut her teeth in the business world for years, proved shrewd and seasoned in every word. Though her offer showed sincerity, it still fell short of Lin Feng's expectations. Lin Feng held his ground, arguing his case with conviction. He elaborated on the rarity of the stellar iron ore and its irreplaceable value in crafting high-tier equipment. After a series of back-and-forth exchanges, both parties finally reached an agreement. Shangguan would purchase the star iron ore at the price of 1.5 billion per cubic meter. Lin Feng inwardly marveled at Shangguan's tenacity. This woman truly lived up to her reputation as the young vice president of Starlight Auction House. Even as a branch president, she was formidable. Young Master Lin, are you certain you have no more star iron ore? If you do, we can still offer you a satisfactory price. Lin Feng naturally shook his head. The woman inwardly sighed at the missed opportunity. After the deal was sealed, Shangguan was about to arrange the financial transfer when Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject. Vice President Shangguan, I have a proposal. I'd like the auction house to accept core materials from the Lord as payment. Shangguan paused slightly, a flicker of puzzlement crossing her eyes. She quickly regained her composure and asked with a smile. What might you need the core materials for, young Master Lin? Most Lord core materials are used for alchemy or weapon crafting. What could Mr. Lin possibly need them for? I have my reasons, of course. Is your association unable to accommodate this? Lin Feng frowned as he asked. Certainly no problem. Since you've requested it, as long as the quantity is reasonable, we can consider it. How much does young Master Lin require? Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering. I'll take every last one. Shangguan pondered for a moment before replying. Our auction house currently holds approximately 80 units of Lord core materials below level 20. For higher tier materials, we'd need to apply to higher authorities. As you know, our Starlight Auction House in Qingshan City is merely a branch office with limited authority. Lin Feng nodded in understanding, quickly calculating in his mind. Given his current progress in beast incubation and the resources he might need later, this quantity should be sufficient. He nodded and said, Alright, just these for now. Shangguan, pleased by Lin Feng's decisive response, smiled warmly, her generosity evident. Young Master Lin is indeed straightforward. Since this is our first collaboration and we've hit it off so well, I'll extend you an additional 20% discount. These Lord core materials average around 1 million each. 80 units would be 80 million, discounted to 64 million, perfectly offsetting part of your star iron ore payment. I'll transfer the remaining amount to this card shortly. This is our Starlight Auction House VIP card. Use it for any purchase and receive an immediate 20% discount. The woman handed over a card golden in color, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. Hearing the price, Lin Feng felt a twinge of pain in his heart. But considering he could obtain the urgently needed Lord core materials, he gritted his teeth and accepted the deal. After all, these materials were crucial for the incubation and growth of his beast tamers. Soon, the staff carefully presented 80 portions of Lord Core materials. Lin Feng stared at the materials before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Each of these core materials, radiating a mysterious glow, contained immense power. Damn, this is burning through my savings. If it weren't for Cow Sister telling me to dig for treasures in the core region, I'd never have scraped together this much cash. Lin Feng couldn't wait to find an extremely quiet corner, where he carefully extracted each precious Lord Core material one by one. His eyes burned as he stared at the dragon egg glowing with an enigmatic light before him, his heart filled with anticipation. Is my son about to emerge again? Little Black beside him was also getting excited. He'd grown accustomed to this by now. More sons meant more playmates, at the very least. I don't know if it'll hatch successfully. After all, its mother is the sovereign at the heart of the secret realm. Lin Feng replied. Never mind, let's just try it. He immediately channeled his own power, guiding the immense energy contained within the Lord Core material to slowly converge toward the dragon egg. 80 portions of material? Shouldn't be a problem. The moment the core materials touched the dragon egg, they burst into brilliant light, as if engaging in some mysterious communication with it. Detecting pure life energy. Commencing absorption. Energy surged into the dragon egg like a raging tide. Lin Feng watched its transformation with rapt attention. Chapter 36, Explosive Surge in Life Energy Demand. However, after all the core material's energy was completely absorbed, the dragon egg's incubation progress had only reached 30%. No way, only 30%? That's way off. Lin Feng was stunned. Last time, it took only about 20 pieces of Lord Core material to hatch the Bì'àn, but this time, even with a full 80 pieces, the progress was so minimal. I'll probably figure out what's going on soon. However, Lin Feng was sharp-minded and quickly analyzed the reason. This dragon egg was conceived by Xiaohei and a sovereign-tier magical beast. Its bloodline was immeasurably more powerful than that of an ordinary dragon egg. Precisely because of this, the incubation energy it required was naturally far greater. Lin Feng couldn't help but inwardly groan. This situation clearly demanded vast resources. Raising a dragon was ridiculously expensive. No wonder they say beast masters are the most money-guzzling profession of all, and dragon masters are the most money-guzzling among beast masters. His brow furrowed as he fell deep in thought. Now, a grueling path lay before him. To successfully hatch the dragon egg, he must find every possible means to acquire more resources. Lin Feng had no time to dwell on such thoughts now. After all, the auction was about to begin, and he was eagerly anticipating finding treasures of value to him. He hurried to meet up with Su Yushi. Seeing Lin Feng rush over, Su Yushi wore a clear look of displeasure on her face as she coldly asked. Lin Feng, where did you disappear to just now? You just up and leave without a word. Su Yushi was visibly flustered. While others were desperate to get close to her, this jerk was actually avoiding her. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. He merely gave a perfunctory reply. Had some business to attend to. This only fueled Su Yushi's anger further. She turned away, refusing to acknowledge him, plunging them back into another cold war. Despite this, they still walked together toward the auction venue. The moment they stepped inside, Lin Feng was once again stunned by the spectacle before him. The venue was lavishly decorated, with golden patterns winding up the walls. Huge crystal chandeliers cast soft yet dazzling light, bathing the entire space in a dreamlike glow. Moreover, the venue was packed to the rafters, bustling with powerful individuals and wealthy merchants from all corners of the realm. So many people. And each one radiated immense power. That man must be at least a level 50 professional. Lin Feng marveled inwardly. Lin Feng and Su Yushi found their seats at the back of the hall. No sooner had they sat down than an excited voice called out. Yushi! Why'd you come without telling me? Lin Feng turned to see a young man in lavish attire running toward them, his eyes fixed intently on Su Yushi while completely ignoring Lin Feng. Lin Feng shot Su Yushi a helpless glance. Truly, beauty brings trouble. Lin Feng frowned, but before he could speak, Su Yushi quickly interjected. This guy's from the Li family. The Li family, they're the biggest clan in Qingshan City. Before my dad came back, the Lis were the top dogs here. Rumor has it they've got high-level professionals above level 50. Try not to provoke him. Lin Feng looked at Su Yushi in surprise. This woman was actually informing him of the situation. Don't get me wrong, I just dislike this guy. He's a womanizer who treats women like playthings. Su Yushi clarified. In her eyes, Lin Feng might be a bit annoying, but he was still better than that guy. The young man strode up to them and addressed Lin Feng bluntly. How dare you sit with Yushi? Get up! Give me your seat. I'm sitting with Yushi. His attitude was utterly contemptuous, as if Lin Feng should obey his command without question. Lin Feng sneered inwardly, ignoring the young man's unreasonable demand. He replied calmly. This is my seat. Why should I give it to you? The young man's temper flared instantly. He pointed an accusing finger at Lin Feng and shouted. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? In Qingqing City, there's nothing young Master Li can't handle. Know your place and get lost. Su Yushi frowned and addressed the young man. Li Yang, don't push it too far. He's my father's guest. Don't give him a hard time. Li Yang's face twisted with disdain, yet something about Lin Feng's features seemed familiar. So your name is Lin Feng, right? I know you. You're that good for nothing who awakened the SSS-ranked Dragon Tamer class, aren't you? Lin Feng's fame skyrocketed after his battle in the novice realm. As a native of Qingqing City, Li Yang couldn't help but recognize him. Crossing his arms, he began to sneer sarcastically. You don't seriously believe your Dragon Tamer class is actually SSS rank, do you? Without a dragon to contract with, you're a complete dead-end class. No transfer university would ever accept a worthless failure like you with no future. I'm warning you, stay away from Ayushi. A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he slowly rose to his feet, locking gazes with Li Yang. I don't care if you're from the Li family or the Wang family. I won't give up this seat. And watch your mouth. Lin Feng despised this kind of thoughtless, idiotic talk. It was even more outrageous than Su Yushi's behavior. Especially that attitude. Lin Feng had no interest in Su Yushi. If she'd been polite, he might have stepped aside. But now? Not even the King of Heaven himself could make him budge. Li Yang flinched at Lin Feng's glare, but quickly steeled himself, relying on his status. Fine, you've got guts. Do you even know the consequences of crossing the Li family? If you don't give way today, I'll make sure you don't walk out of this auction hall alive. People nearby heard the commotion and gathered around, whispering among themselves. Who is this kid, daring to confront Li Yang of the Li family? Yeah, the Li family rules Qingshan City with an iron fist. This youngster's in for trouble. Su Yushi found herself caught in the middle, torn between choices. Damn Lin Feng, how could he be so foolish? Everyone warned him not to provoke Li Yang. That guy enrolled in a capital city transferee academy years ago and has long surpassed level 25. Plus, his profession is a class. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, ready to erupt at any moment, the lights on the auction stage suddenly illuminated. The auctioneer stepped onto the platform. Just as Lin Feng and Li Yang were locked in a standoff, the auction commenced at the perfect moment. It was like a bucket of cold water poured over the impending conflict, forcing both sides to halt their quarrel for now. Just wait a little longer, you brat. Once we're out of this auction hall, you'll have it coming. Though Li Yang stopped his verbal taunts, his gaze toward Lin Feng remained filled with malice, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Asshole. Lin Feng retorted coolly. You. Li Yang seethed. Lin Feng paid it no mind, his gaze fixed firmly on the auction podium, his heart brimming with anticipation for the official start of the auction. Chapter 37, Mockery? Lin Feng's counterattack. Auctioneer Lu Ruyan glided gracefully onto the stage. She wore a magnificent purple gown, its hem swaying gently with each step like a blooming violet. A perfectly measured smile graced her exquisite features, her beautiful eyes sparkling with confidence. Her mere entrance drew cheers from the crowd below, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Truly the ace auctioneer of Starlight Auction House, her charm was extraordinary. Lu Ruyan parted her crimson lips, her voice clear and melodious as a nightingale's song. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Starlight Auction. I shall now present a series of rare treasures, each an absolute rarity. I am confident you will find them to your liking. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, an assistant beside her presented the first item. First up is this Spirit Wind Battle Armor, ideal for Wind Elemental class changers. Its intermediate quality, woven from century-old wind silkworm silk. Not only is it incredibly lightweight, but its defensive capabilities are astonishing, offering powerful protection for Wind Elemental class changers in critical moments. Even more remarkably, it enhances the casting speed of wind element skills, granting you a decisive edge in combat. Suitable for class changers below level 30, the starting bid is 1 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. Lu Ruyan detailed the item's features, prompting murmurs among the audience below the podium. Many wind elemental class changers already gleamed with determination in their eyes. 1,100,000. Soon, a voice from the audience called out a new bid. 1,300,000. Another voice followed immediately, the bid crisp and decisive. Watching the fierce bidding from below, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. These were indeed treasures suited for class changers, and the prices were truly exorbitant. Any item started at 1,000,000 star coins. He glanced at Su Yushi beside him. She too was intently watching the auction podium, occasional flashes of excitement flickering in her eyes. Lin Feng couldn't muster much interest in the current items. His mind was still preoccupied with items related to dragon egg incubation. But Li Yang, standing beside him, mistakenly assumed Lin Feng's lack of reaction stemmed from financial constraints. He began to sneer sarcastically. Some people come to auctions just to make up the numbers, watching others bid with longing eyes, yet lacking the courage to bid themselves. He deliberately shot a glance at Lin Feng before launching into a flurry of bids, securing several items to flaunt his wealth. Just then, another item was presented. It was a necklace named the Dawn Necklace, emitting a soft glow that immediately marked it as no ordinary piece. Lu Ruyan introduced it with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is one of the grand finale pieces of this auction. It comes with quite the pedigree. Named the Dawn Necklace, it is of high quality and possesses light attributes, suitable for light elemental class changers below level 30. Not only does it grant the wearer powerful defensive bonuses, but it also automatically casts a light shield at critical moments to block fatal blows. Even more remarkably, prolonged wear gradually heals physical injuries and enhances constitution. Starting bid, 10 million star coins. Bids must increase by at least 1 million star coins. The announcement sent ripples of excitement through the auction hall. High-grade equipment was a rare sight indeed. Each piece is a rare treasure. Even if you're not a light elemental practitioner, snapping it up for your collection or resale won't be a loss. The moment Su Yushi laid eyes on the necklace, her eyes lit up instantly. Clearly, she was utterly captivated. After all, light attribute gear was inherently rare, and the diverse properties this necklace possessed were truly tempting. However, her excitement was fleeting. She sighed helplessly and refrained from bidding. She knew the Su family's true financial situation well. Their holdings weren't extensive, and they weren't nearly as wealthy as outsiders imagined. Moreover, since Suwon's injury, the monthly medical expenses alone were astronomical. She simply couldn't afford to squander money on personal whims. Though she often presented a willful and capricious image to outsiders, deep down, she was profoundly devoted to her father, always considering his well-being in every decision. Li Yang keenly noticed this subtle shift in Su Yushi's demeanor, inwardly delighted at the opportunity to make his move. He immediately stood up and declared loudly, "Yushi, don't worry. I'll win this necklace and give it to you. After all, you're my favorite person." Su Yushi frowned and replied coldly, "Li Yang, don't waste your effort. Even if you win it, I won't accept anything from you. Give up that idea." But Li Yang wasn't about to give up. Determined to show off his generosity and wealth in front of Su Yushi, he continued shouting, 1,100,000. Seeing Li Yang's desperate eagerness, many in the audience exchanged amused glances. Someone murmured under their breath, "This Li Yang is really willing to spend big to win Su Yushi over." Yeah, but that Dawn necklace really is something special. If he could win it, it wouldn't be a bad deal. Lin Feng watched the scene unfold beside him, his heart barely stirred. This starlight auction seemed rather lackluster. Nothing here caught his interest. Soon, another bid came in. 12 million. The voice came from across the hall, belonging to a rather stout middle-aged man. Li Yang frowned, turning to face the man with a flash of displeasure in his eyes. He snorted coldly and called out, 13 million. I'll see who dares to outbid me. The man didn't seem intimidated by Li Yang's aggressive tone and raised the bid again, 14 million. Seeing the man determined to go head-to-head with him, Li Yang prepared to raise his bid again. But his gaze fell upon Lin Feng's calm expression, and his tone instantly turned sarcastic. Some people, he sneered, can't bid properly, so they just stare longingly. I wonder why they even bother coming to the auction. The remark drew snickers from nearby attendees, whose eyes turned toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng had initially intended to ignore Li Yang's provocation, but the repeated taunts pushed him past his limit. A faint smile touched Lin Feng's lips as a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. He called out decisively, 30 million. The roar instantly silenced the entire hall. Everyone stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. Li Yang was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined Lin Feng would suddenly bid, and not just bid, but jump straight to 30 million. This price far exceeded his budget. More importantly, he didn't believe the necklace was worth that much. It simply wasn't worth such a huge expense. Why aren't you bidding higher? Broke? Need a loan? Lin Feng smiled faintly. His mouth opened, wanting to say something, but no words came out. His face flushed alternately pale and crimson. Aren't you an orphan? Where'd you get all this money? None of your business. Lin Feng sneered coldly. Sometimes, people live just to prove a point. Auctioneer Lu Ruyan paused in surprise, then broke into a delighted smile as she called out, 30 million, going once. 30 million, going twice. After calling out 3 times and seeing no further bids, she brought down her gavel with a resounding thud. Sold. This Dawn necklace belongs to this gentleman. All eyes turned back to Lin Feng, wondering what kind of background this young man possessed to wield such immense wealth. Lin Feng rose to his feet and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, walked straight to the auction podium. After completing the formalities, he returned to his seat, the Dawn necklace in hand. Su Yushi stared at Lin Feng in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She never imagined Lin Feng would bid on this necklace. Before she could recover from her daze, Lin Feng held the necklace out to her and said calmly, "Take it. Consider it my way of not wanting to owe your father a favor." That's right, Uncle Su has been very kind to me. Chapter 38, Mysterious Black Stone, 100 million. Lin Feng's bid for the necklace wasn't merely about venting frustration, it was primarily an act of gratitude. Uncle Su had truly been kind to him. Su Yushi stared blankly at the necklace held before her, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. She hadn't expected Lin Feng's reason for bidding on it. The resentment and prejudice she'd harbored toward him began to quietly dissipate. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and accepted the necklace, murmuring softly, "Thank you." Holding the necklace, Tsuyushi felt an overwhelming mix of emotions as she stole glances at Lin Feng beside her. This guy she had previously disliked didn't seem quite so repulsive anymore. His actions stirred an unusual feeling within her, a subtle emotion that defied words, quietly taking root in her heart. Li Yang, witnessing this scene, felt his anger boil over. He glared at Lin Feng with eyes that seemed to shoot flames, silently vowing to find an opportunity to make Lin Feng pay. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's voice rang out again, pulling everyone's attention back to the auction. Next, let us examine the following lot. On the auction podium. A mysterious smile played on Lu Ruyan's face as she deliberately paused for a moment, building anticipation before slowly introducing the next item. Esteemed guests, the next item boasts a remarkable origin. It was obtained by a formidable professional of level 70 or higher from a high-risk secret realm, and what's more, it was seized from the king's domain itself. The room erupted in shock. Whispers spread through the crowd as everyone speculated about what kind of rare treasure this could be. As everyone knows, secret realms are generally classified into 6 danger levels: ordinary, low risk, medium risk, high risk, catastrophic, and finally, annihilation level. High-risk realms harbored kings of level 50 or higher. Moreover, a sovereign's domain was notoriously treacherous. Anything seized from such a place was bound to be priceless. Yet, when the assistant unveiled the auction item, the crowd was dumbfounded. Placed on the stage was a black, lacquered stone, roughly 1 cubic meter in size. It appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any distinctive features, its surface even pitted and uneven, a far cry from the extraordinary treasures everyone had imagined. What on earth is this thing? It looks so ordinary, how could it be a treasure? This thing is just an ordinary rock, right? A chorus of puzzled murmurs rose from the audience. Lu Ruyan, undeterred, continued her explanation. You're all correct, this is indeed a stone, but it's no ordinary stone. It's incredibly hard, so much so that even level 80 plus professionals can't easily break it. The reason this high-level adventurer brought it to auction is that after years of study, he still couldn't determine its true nature. But anything originating from the king's domain must be extraordinary. Thus, he decided to sell this treasure to someone destined to possess it. This mysterious black stone has a starting bid of 50 million, with each increment not less than 5 million. Hearing such an exorbitant starting price, many gasped in disbelief. Though they all knew the stone might hold secrets, no one dared bid lightly. What if it turned out to be a false hope? The losses would be devastating. Lin Feng initially felt nothing special about the pitch-black stone on the stage. Yet, in the very next second, he froze in place. Master, bid on it now. Xiao He urgently called out to him from within the beast taming space, conveying an intense desire to secure this item. Startled, Lin Feng quickly asked Xiao He telepathically. Do you know what this thing is? Xiao He's reply carried a hint of urgency. I don't know, but I just have this overwhelming feeling we must obtain it. I sense it might be useful to me. Lin Feng frowned. He knew Xiao He never acted this urgently without reason. This stone must hold some hidden secret. Though hesitant, he chose to trust Xiao He. Gritting his teeth, he declared, 55 million. His bid immediately drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. No way, someone's actually buying this thing. Is this kid crazy? Just a piece of junk rock and he's bidding so high? What if there's nothing inside? He'd be getting ripped off. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Li Yang saw Lin Feng's bid and a flash of malice crossed his eyes. He already disliked Lin Feng, and seeing Lin Feng so determined to get the stone, he decided to sabotage him. With a smirk on his lips, he slowly called out. 60 million. Lin Feng seethed inwardly, knowing Li Yang was deliberately causing trouble, but he was even more determined not to give up on this stone. So he raised his bid again, 65 million. Li Yang wouldn't let it go, countering again, 70 million. As he raised the bid, he looked at Lin Feng with smug satisfaction, as if declaring his victory. Lin Feng's expression grew grim as an intense internal struggle raged within him. On one hand, he knew Li Yang's malicious intent. On the other, Xiao He's desperate cries made it impossible for him to give up easily. After a moment's thought, he steeled himself and shouted, 75 million. The surrounding crowd was stunned speechless by the rapidly escalating bid. Many wondered whether Lin Feng had truly uncovered the stone's secret or was simply acting on impulse. Li Yang hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so persistent, and hesitation flickered in his own mind. But the thought of letting Lin Feng have his way made him grit his teeth and shout, 80 million. Lin Feng's eyes were now bloodshot. He knew he couldn't back down. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly. 100 million. The sound echoed through the quiet auction hall, stunning everyone present. Li Yang's face instantly turned grim upon hearing the figure. Though he wanted to disrupt the bidding, 100 million far exceeded his budget. What if Lin Feng suddenly backed out? After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly conceded defeat, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng as he cursed inwardly. Lin Feng successfully won the stone, yet his heart held not a shred of joy. He knew full well the price was exorbitant, nearly depleting his funds, a bloody loss. But seeing Xiao He's excited expression, he felt perhaps it was all worth it. Li Yang stood nearby, thoroughly smug. He felt triumphant at having successfully made Lin Feng the sucker who paid a hefty price for a rock of dubious value. He sneered coldly, muttering under his breath. Let's see how long you can gloat. 100 million for a worthless rock? What a fool. Those around Lin Feng watched him, their eyes filled mostly with confusion and bewilderment. They all speculated what secret this stone could possibly hold that made Lin Feng willing to pay such an exorbitant price to win it. Many eyes darted around, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Just then, auctioneer Lu Ruyan smiled and announced. Congratulations, sir, on securing this mysterious black stone for 100 million. Please proceed to the back office shortly to complete the necessary formalities. Chapter 39, Level 15. The subsequent items up for auction held nothing that truly piqued Lin Feng's interest. Soon, the auction concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. As Li Yang passed by Lin Feng, he made a vicious throat-slitting gesture at him before walking away with a sinister grin. You just wait, kid. You'll get yours soon enough. Lin Feng merely gave him a dismissive glance, paying no heed to Li Yang's threat. The guy was nothing but a clown, a villain through and through. Lin Feng felt a wave of weariness. Was there truly no one normal in this world? Turning to Su Yushi, he spoke calmly. You go ahead and head back. I've got some things to take care of. Su Yushi froze upon hearing this, her face blank with disbelief. She thought Li Yang had just made it clear he intended harm toward Lin Feng, and now he was telling her to leave? What was this about? Besides, she believed that while her strength wasn't top tier, she could at least offer some assistance. Su Yushi couldn't help but protest. Didn't you see Li Yang's expression? He's definitely going to cause trouble for you. I can stay and help you out. Lin Feng was taken aback. What did this woman have to do with it? Shouldn't she be happy he was getting beaten up? He shook his head and stated bluntly. You're too weak. Go back. Getting involved in this will only make things worse. Besides, why would I be afraid of that guy? He's a student at Magic City Academy, already a sophomore this year. His strength might be approaching level 30. Su Yushi exclaimed urgently, and Lin Feng froze in surprise. Already approaching level 30? Still, Lin Feng didn't want Su Yushi tagging along, it would only distract him. At those words, Su Yushi flushed crimson with anger. She never imagined that her well-intentioned offer to help would be met with such condescension from Lin Feng. This was the first time she'd ever offered to help so eagerly, only to be rejected. It was utterly humiliating. Su Yushi gritted her teeth and declared angrily. Fine, Lin Feng, don't regret this. You better not get beaten to death or I won't even bury your body. With that, she stomped her foot and turned to leave. Watching Su Yushi's retreating figure, Lin Feng felt a pang of helplessness. What a strange woman. First you hated me, now you're the one clinging to me. Women's hearts are truly as unpredictable as the depths of the sea. After Su Yushi left, Lin Feng didn't immediately depart the auction hall. Instead, he continued browsing around the venue. Though the auction had ended, staff were still tidying up items, and some merchants were packing their stalls. Hey, boss, how much for these beans? Oh, not this gear. Lin Feng cheerfully ran over. It wasn't until late at night that Lin Feng finally concluded his exploration of the Starlight auction. Satisfied, he departed the venue, though no one noticed the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if he were grieving over something. He decided to walk back to the Su residence, pondering today's gains and his next steps along the way. As he entered a dimly lit alley, his footsteps abruptly halted. His gaze fixed straight ahead. There, standing before him, was a familiar figure, none other than Li Yang. Li Yang stood with his arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face as he watched Lin Feng. He sneered coldly. You bastard, hiding like a turtle. Made me wait forever. Lin Feng looked at Li Yang, showing no fear, and calmly retorted. You idiot. Blocking people in the middle of the night? How boring. And what's with that stench coming from your mouth? Did you just eat? The remark instantly enraged Li Yang. His face turned ashen with rage as he bellowed. You dare insult me. You'll pay for your insolence tonight. To show such disrespect to Li Yang at the auction, you're the first in Qingshan City to do that. Li Yang suddenly shifted his tone. But I'm not completely closing the door on you. Kneel and kowtow to me 100 times right now, or compensate me with 10 million yuan. Maybe I'll consider forgiving you this once. Having witnessed Lin Feng's extravagant spending at the auction, Li Yang suspected he'd acquired a substantial fortune from somewhere and decided to extort him. Lin Feng responded bluntly, I don't have 10 million, but I can cover your medical expenses. This enraged Li Yang completely. He roared. You refused the wine, so now you'll drink the punishment wine. Don't blame me for what comes next. With that, he summoned a massive sword. Its blade flashed with a cold gleam, piercing the dim alleyway like a sharp blade. I'm a level 29 A-class shadow warrior. Today, I'll show you country bumpkin what it means to see the world through my eyes. Before the words faded, he moved. Swift as a shadow. Li Yang's toes dug into the ground, launching him forward like a cannonball. He swung the terrifying greatsword with both hands, tearing through the air with a shrill hiss as he brought it crashing down toward Lin Feng's forehead. Fast. Brutal. Lin Feng's heart clenched. Damn. Just like that? That's sneaky. But he wasn't one to back down. The instant the blade descended, Lin Feng's body twisted violently to the side. Simultaneously, a thought flashed through his mind. Roar! A dragon's roar so thunderous it made the scalp tingle. Xiao Hei's massive, ferocious form thundered into the narrow alley, filling it completely. His blood-red dragon eyes locked onto Liang as a savage aura from the depths erupted violently. Whoosh! Without needing Lin Feng's command, Xiao Hei opened its maw and unleashed a dragon's breath. Not fire. It was a wind pressure of extreme ferocity. Like a shockwave, it crushed toward the charging Liang. Liang, basking in his triumph, hadn't anticipated this. The savage wind pressure slammed into him head-on, instantly halting his momentum. His feet slipped as if on a banana peel, sending him stumbling. That sword strike, delivered with absolute certainty, clanged loudly as it slammed into the stone slab beside Lin Feng. Shards of rock flew everywhere, sparks flying in all directions. Liang scrambled to steady himself, his gaze fixed on the mountain like abyssal dragon before him. His heart skipped a beat, a chill creeping down his spine. Damn it, dragons are even more terrifying than the legends. But he quickly suppressed that moment of cowardice, roaring with feigned bravado. It's just a giant lizard with wings, right? I'm taking you down today, dragon and all. Dragon masters might be overrated at this level, but what the hell level are you? You're nearly 15 levels below me. Before the words faded, Liang lunged again. This time faster. His door-sized sword whirled like a windmill. Shoo! Blinding white sword chi erupted from the blade like it was going out of style. Half lashed at Xiao Hei, while the other half struck treacherously at Lin Feng. Pure white blade. Die for me. Lin Feng's brows knitted tightly as he commanded Xiao Hei, shadow breath. Spit on him. All the while, he kept his eyes glued to Liang's movements, searching for an opening. Xiao Hei opened his gaping maw, and boom! A torrent of viscous, ink-black flames erupted. It slammed into the incoming sword chi. Boom! 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 Crash! Black flames and sword chi collided, a thunderous explosion shaking the entire alley. Sparks flew everywhere, black smoke billowed. A beastmaster's Achilles heel is their own body. Catch you, and your dragon is useless. Liang was cunning. Amidst the chaos and smoke of the explosion, his figure flickered, dodging Xiao Hei entirely. The sword tip now pointed straight at Lin Feng's heart. His speed had reached its absolute limit. As the cold steel of the blade threatened to pierce his body, Lin Feng didn't flinch. Instead, a cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Is that all you've got? Who the hell told you I only have one dragon? His hands swiftly formed a seal as he growled a command. Light flashed again. Roar! Another dragon's roar, distinct yet equally majestic, thundered through the air. The sacred and awe-inspiring form of Bì'àn descended with blinding radiance. The narrow alley was instantly crammed full by two colossal dragons. Terrifying dragon might erupted like a tangible tsunami. The air creaked under the unbearable pressure. Dust rained down from the crumbling walls lining the alley. Liang's forward momentum was brutally halted by this overwhelming pressure. His eyes bulged wide as he stared fixedly at the suddenly appearing Bì'àn. His mind went blank, filled only by one thought screaming frantically. Two dragons? Chapter 40, Xiao Hei and the Bì'àn's gear. Liang had thought he could handle one dragon alone, but now two dragons appeared simultaneously, leaving him stunned. His intelligence was outdated. He hadn't known Lin Feng possessed a second dragon. Damn it! Didn't they say dragons were extinct in this world? Where the hell did Lin Feng get his second dragon? He quickly regained his composure, silently calculating. Lin Feng, you're only level 15. That's a full 14 levels below me. How could you possibly defeat me? So what if you have two dragons? Do you think you're the only one capable of fighting above your level? You're not the only genius here. I can fight above my level too. Most level 30 professionals aren't my match, let alone with my top tier gear. With this thought, confidence reignited in Liang's eyes. Yet Lin Feng seemed to read Liang's thoughts, a faint smirk curling his lips, a mocking smile. Oh, gear? Think you're the only one with it? With a casual wave of his hand, sets of equipment materialized on Xiao Hei and Bì'àn. The gear was exquisitely crafted, radiating a unique glow that instantly marked it as extraordinary. Every piece fit the two dragons perfectly, from helmets on their heads to armor covering their bodies, down to protective gear on their limbs. Judging by the quality, each item was at least high grade. This spectacle left Liang wide-eyed, his face etched with utter disbelief. He never imagined Lin Feng had such a hidden card up his sleeve. In truth, this was precisely why Lin Feng had lingered so long at the Starlight auction. He understood that in this world where might ruled supreme, raw power was the ultimate currency. Therefore, he had spent every last coin left after bidding on the mysterious black stone on gear for his two dragons. Money well spent, as they say. Once Xiao Hei and Bì'àn were outfitted with these high-grade pet gear, their presence grew even more formidable. Xiao Hei's black scales gleamed with an even harder, more mysterious sheen against its armor. It let out a long, piercing roar that made the walls lining the alley rattle and tremble. Master, do I look cool in this gear? Holy crap! Bì'àn's eyes flashed like lightning, his armor gleaming with golden light as if a war god had descended. His clear gaze now brimmed with excitement, clearly delighted with his new gear. Now, do you still think you can win? Lin Feng looked at Liyang, his tone brimming with confidence. These were complete sets. Equipment for pets was scarce, and gear suitable for the Dragon Clan was practically non-existent. He'd searched for ages just to find these two sets. One was called the Shadow set, the other the Tiger Yang set. The former cost 80 million Dragon Nation coins, the latter 60 million. Suitable for tamers below level 30, they provide roughly a 20% enhancement. However, due to incompatibility, they could only deliver half their intended effect, a 10% boost. Liyang gritted his teeth. Though his heart raced with panic, he refused to concede defeat. Oomph. Don't think a few pieces of gear can turn the tide. Today, I'll make you pay for crossing me. With that, he gripped his greatsword tightly and charged once more toward Lin Feng and the two colossal dragons. Witness my level 25 skill, Sacred Sun Slash. This time, his assault was fiercer than before, the blazing light on his greatsword nearly piercing the darkness of the alley. This was one of the advanced skills. Xiaohei and Bixie, empowered by their high-level gear, charged toward Liyang like war gods descended from heaven, their momentum overwhelming. The black flames spewing from Xiaohei's mouth surged like a raging black tide, sweeping toward Liyang with world-ending fury. Wherever the flames passed, the air seemed to ignite, sizzling as it burned, scorching the ground black. Bì'àn, swift as lightning, darted around to Liyang's rear at breakneck speed. Its razor-sharp claws glinted coldly, like four blades. With a furious roar, it lunged, claws outstretched, aiming for Liyang's back. Damn it, this thing is fast. Sensing the threat behind him, Liyang spun around, swinging his greatsword horizontally in a desperate attempt to block the Bixie's attack. Yet, amplified by its equipment, the Bixie's strength was terrifying. The strike sent the greatsword trembling slightly, and a sharp pain shot through Liyang's arm. At the same time, Xiaohei's black flames closed in. Liyang's expression changed drastically as he quickly sidestepped to evade. But the flames were too swift, grazing the hem of his robe and instantly setting it ablaze. Unable to extinguish the flames on his body, Liyang swung his greatsword again, unleashing several fierce sword chi strikes toward Xiaohei. The sword chi flew toward Xiaohei like countless transparent blades. Xiaohei neither dodged nor retreated. His high-grade armor unleashed formidable defensive power. The sword chi collided with the armor, merely sparking a shower of sparks before dissipating into nothingness. Seizing the moment, Xiaohei unleashed a dragon's breath. A powerful gust of wind pressure surged toward Liyang. Liyang staggered under the force, nearly stumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, the Bixie launched another attack. It leaped high into the air, diving toward Liyang's head, its claws aimed straight for his throat. Terrified, Liyang mustered every ounce of strength to raise his greatsword in defense. With a thunderous crash, the Bì'àn's claws collided with the greatsword. The immense impact sent shockwaves through Liyang's legs, causing him to buckle and drop to one knee with a thud. Seeing this, Xiaohei seized Liyang's greatsword in its jaws and flung it with all its might. Liyang felt immense force surge through him as the greatsword instantly flew from his grasp, plunging deep into the nearby wall. Without his weapon, Liyang was now utterly defenseless. Master, shall I just devour it outright? Xiaohei and Bixie flanked him, trapping him completely. They could deliver a fatal blow to Liyang at any moment if they chose. Lin Feng slowly stepped forward, looking down on the battered Liyang with utter contempt in his eyes. Is this all you've got? You're no match. Without hesitation, he stomped his foot down on Liyang's head, grinding his face into the ground. Liyang was both shocked and enraged, yet powerless to resist. He could only grit his teeth and threaten. Lin Feng, don't push your luck. I'm a member of the Li family. If you dare touch me, the Li family won't let you off. Don't let your youthful arrogance get the better of you. Lin Feng sneered coldly in response. What kind of young man isn't hot-headed? Ignoring Liyang's threats, he proceeded to strip him of his belongings. First, he searched Liyang and seized some precious pills and gold coins. Then, pointing at the high-grade equipment on Liyang's body, he coldly ordered. Now strip off all your gear, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I won't mind stripping you naked and tossing you out onto the street. You. Liyang's heart brimmed with humiliation, but he knew he was powerless to resist. With bitter resentment, he obeyed. He removed each piece of high-level equipment from his body, his hatred deepening with every item he shed. Once Liyang had stripped off all his gear, Lin Feng snatched it all up before finally lifting his foot off Liyang's head. Liyang scrambled to his feet, his gaze filled with venom as he glared at Lin Feng. Gritting his teeth, he spat out. Lin Feng, you just wait. I'll make you pay for this doubled. With that, he gathered his clothes and slunk away from the scene. Chapter 41, Lin Feng's Final Probe. After the battle concluded, Lin Feng wasted no time returning to the Su residence. But when he reached the Su family gate, he was surprised to find Suan standing there, looking around with a concerned expression. Seeing Lin Feng return safely, Suan hurried forward, urgently asking, Lin Feng, did you handle it? Are you hurt? Lin Feng felt a warm surge in his heart, yet he was also somewhat surprised. Suan knew about what had just happened. It seemed she must have heard about it from Su Yushi. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, It's taken care of, master. Rest assured, I'm fine. Suan nodded with relief upon hearing this, motioning for Lin Feng to follow her inside. The two entered the Su family's main hall, where the dining table was already laden with steaming dishes. Suan gestured for Lin Feng to sit down and said, "You must be starving after all that work. Let's eat first." Lin Feng was indeed feeling peckish and didn't hesitate to dig in alongside Suan. It must be said, Suan's cooking was quite impressive. Just then, Su Yushi descended the stairs. Spotting Lin Feng seated at the table, her expression darkened instantly. She was clearly still angry. She strode straight to the table, sat down, and without so much as a glance at Lin Feng, picked up her bowl and chopsticks and began eating. Not a single word was exchanged between them throughout the entire meal. Lin Feng watched Su Yushi's sulky expression, utterly perplexed and unable to fathom women's minds. Suan glanced from Su Yushi to Lin Feng, finding the whole situation rather amusing. Shaking her head helplessly, Suan said, "You two, stop arguing. Lin Feng, watch how you speak to Yushi. And Yushi, don't be so stubborn. Lin Feng genuinely cares about you." The atmosphere at the table felt heavy because of Su Yushi's mood. Lin Feng ate silently, pondering how to ease Su Yushi's resentment. Meanwhile, Su Yushi kept stealing glances at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with resentment and hurt. That jerk. She'd finally started to feel a flutter for someone. After the meal, Suan said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, you must be tired today. Go home and rest early. As for the Li family, don't worry about them. They may be somewhat influential in Qingshan City, but in my eyes, they're nothing special." Lin Feng looked at Suan gratefully and said, "Thank you, teacher. I understand." Later, Lin Feng returned to his room. Sitting on his bed, he replayed the day's events in his mind. 300 million yuan had been nearly depleted. If he needed to raise more funds, he'd have to sell something, but the stellar iron ore was definitely off limits. He still needed this stuff himself. This stuff could be used to craft high-tier equipment. But the remaining funds could only buy things like thousand-year-old Zhu fruits items of mediocre value. And he couldn't sell these either? Because these were meant to be the rations for Xiuhei and Bixie. After advancing 10 levels, ordinary food could no longer meet the daily needs of the Dragon Clan. Xiuhei and Bixie required at least mid-grade spiritual sustenance. These two were absolute gold-devouring beasts. Lin Feng felt helpless. He was still too poor. Feeding just Xiuhei and Bixie alone cost 100,000 gold. The only silver lining was that the dragon's strength would gradually increase, even if their levels remained unchanged. He glanced at his current data panel. Name, Lin Feng. Class, Dragon Tamer. Level, 15. Constitution, 110. Spirit, 200. Contract Dragon, Abyssal Demon Dragon, Bixie. Class Talent, exercises absolute dominance over all dragonkin. No dragon may harm you. There is no limit to the number of dragonkin you may contract. Your dragonkin contract success rate is 100%. The growth rate of dragonkin you contract increases by 500%. Passive skill, supernatural breeding. 2 creatures designated by you will be forcibly mated with a 100% success rate, significantly accelerating their reproduction speed. Special ability, Dragon Compendium. Beastmaster interface. First beast. Species, Abyssal Demon Dragon. Attribute, Darkness. Level, 15. Constitution, 1000. Mental, 2000. Obedience, 100. Bloodline tier, Ancient Species. Note, Beastmaster bloodlines are divided into 9 tiers: Common, Elite, Rare, Lord, Overlord, Sovereign, Ancient, Mythic, Immortal. Personality, Skilled at Deception, Cowardly, Lustful. Innate abilities, Abyssal Depths, Dark Breath. Second beast. Name, Bixie. Race, Dragon Tiger Hybrid Abyssal Demon Dragon Holy Light White Tiger. Attributes, Light and Darkness. Bloodline grade, Ancient. Level, 15. Constitution, 2000. Spirit, 1000. Obedience, 100. Innate skill, White Tiger Roar to the Heavens, intimidates all beasts and monsters. Effect doubles against kindred beings. Aurora Claw, rips through space to strike, ignoring 90% of the target's defense to deal true damage. Personality, upright and incorruptible, it is eager to serve the public good and discerns right from wrong with impartial judgment. Its formidable presence alone can subdue evil forces. I must admit, just looking at the stats panel, it's incredibly powerful. Even most level 30 class changers don't have stats like Xiuhei and the others. The only certainty is that my Beastmaster stats are way too underwhelming compared to other classes at the same level. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain inwardly. But then he thought if Beastmasters themselves had absurdly high stats, then other class changers might as well quit playing altogether. Deep into the night, the entire Su household was enveloped in stillness. Lin Feng tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes, his resolve finally firm. He quietly made his way to Suan's room. "Teacher, are you asleep?" Suan heard the knock and opened the door, surprised to see Lin Feng. She asked, "Lin Feng, so late at night, what brings you here?" Lin Feng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he silently entered the room and retrieved a golden fruit and a dazzling scepter from his storage space. The two items hovered in midair, radiating a powerful and extraordinary aura. They were the sacred light fruit and the sacred light scepter. Suan stared at the two items, her eyes filled with astonishment. She asked in confusion, "The holy light fruit and the holy light scepter? Why are you bringing these out?" Lin Feng shook his head gently and replied earnestly, "Teacher, I've thought long and hard about this. I've decided to return these to the Su family. The holy light scepter originally belonged to the Su family. I merely won it by accident. Now I feel it should be returned to its rightful owners. After all, you've been exceptionally kind to me these past few days. I, Lin Feng, am not one to forget kindness." This was a stark contrast to his earlier refusal to give them to Su Yushi when she demanded them. P.S. Folks, if you think the author's doing a decent job, toss a few votes my way. Much appreciated. Chapter 42, Xiaohei's Evolutionary Opportunity. Suan listened, then shook his head with a smile. Lin Feng, don't even think about it. That holy light scepter was won fair and square from Yushi. It's rightfully yours. The Su family won't demand it back. I'll handle things with Yushi, so don't worry. Lin Feng still frowned, holding up the sacred light fruit again. What about this then? Yushi said it could heal your injuries. A wry smile flickered across Suan's face as his voice grew solemn. That's all nonsense. My injury was long beyond healing. This fruit might delay the inevitable, but it won't eradicate the root cause. A wound severe enough to bring down a level 90 tough guy like him isn't something that heals easily. Even legendary spiritual treasures are useless. His earlier words to Yushi were merely to give the child something to hold on to. He himself was a master of light healing. He knew his own body better than anyone. Lin Feng's heart clenched sharply. Seeing the unmistakable loneliness on Suan's face, his throat tightened. He paused, then spoke. Teacher, even delaying it a little would be good. Please take it. Consider it a token of my heart. Besides, who knows? Maybe someday I'll find a way to cure you completely? Suan looked at him with warm eyes and patted his shoulder. Young man, I appreciate the sentiment, but this sacred brightness fruit is far too precious. Keep it for yourself. It might prove invaluable someday. As for my injury, he sighed. All these years, I've tried countless methods, but nothing worked. Ah. Lin Feng fell silent, his heart churning like an overturned jar of mixed emotions. Truthfully, returning the holy light scepter and the sacred light fruit was his last attempt at testing the waters. Suan's kindness had made him uneasy, wondering if she was after something. And now, she wouldn't even take the sacred light fruit. Suan's heartfelt words and genuine concern poured cold water on his petty schemes, dousing them completely. His own scheming felt utterly shameful. Only now did Lin Feng truly, from the bottom of his heart, accept this teacher. As if sensing the shift in his thoughts, Suan's lips curved into a faint smile before abruptly changing the subject. By the way, Lin Feng, I heard your second dragon is light attributed? Lin Feng froze, huh? Yes, teacher. It's called Bì'àn. It possesses both dark and light attributes. Light and darkness coming together like this first time I've seen it. Is this the dragon's true power? Suan was genuinely curious. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He couldn't very well say this was the result of Xiaohei, well, you know, with that sacred light white tiger, forcing out this little one. Suan's eyes lit up. Summon it. Feeding it the sacred light fruit might yield extraordinary results. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Though a bit bewildered, he trusted Suan. With a flash of thought, Bì'àn appeared in the room. Its posture was erect, scales shimmering faintly, its aura deep and solemn. Suan examined it, nodding approvingly. What a magnificent dragon. This sacred light fruit stores immense luminous energy. Since your Bì'àn already possesses light attributes, it might just trigger something extraordinary. It could make its power surge dramatically. He paused, then added. I'm light attributed too, so I can help it absorb the energy more effectively. As he spoke, Suan handed the sacred light fruit to Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Lin Feng took it and walked up to the Bishi. Bishi, eat it. The Bishi clearly sensed the fruit's extraordinary nature. It opened its massive jaws and swallowed it whole with a gulp. The moment the fruit touched its stomach, a blinding light erupted from Bì'àn's body. The light intensified, nearly piercing through the room. Its body began to tremble slightly, as if struck by some immense force. Seeing this, Suan swept his arm wide. A surge of pure, crystalline light instantly enveloped Bì'àn completely. Lin Feng, sharp-eyed, caught a glimpse of a faint silhouette behind Suan, a knight mounted on a unicorn, wielding a great sword and shield, radiating a blinding, holy light. A holy knight above level 90? This light energy is so dense it seems indissoluble. Lin Feng was stunned, marveling at Suan's power. This was after he'd been injured. How formidable must he be at full strength? Both held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the Bishi. After a long while, the blinding light finally began to fade. The Bishi's aura had grown significantly stronger. It reared its head with a thunderous roar that made the room hum. Pure exhilaration and excitement. Lin Feng was thrilled to discover the Bishi's power had genuinely surged. Its physical constitution skyrocketed by 500 points, its aura of light now so intense it was almost suffocating. Even its bloodline seemed purer. He looked at Suan gratefully. Master. Thank you so much. If you hadn't pointed this out, I'd never have known this fruit would work so well on the Bishi. Suan waved his hand with a smile. It was just a guess, a lucky coincidence. Seeing it grow stronger makes me happy too. Lin Feng, take good care of these two dragons. In the future, they will absolutely be your greatest allies. Lin Feng nodded vigorously. Absolutely. With these dragons and your guidance, I'll make a name for myself in this world. Deeply moved, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the strange stone he'd acquired at the auction. Why not ask about it now? Suan was so knowledgeable, perhaps he recognized it? He pulled the pitch-black stone from his storage space and handed it to Suan. Oh, master, take a look. Do you recognize this thing? This is... Suan took it, weighing it in his hand. Dead heavy. The surface was smooth, yet it felt strangely resilient to the touch. When Lin Feng mentioned he'd paid 100 million for it, Suan's eyebrows shot up. He glanced at Lin Feng, his surprise tinged with confusion. Was this worthless rock really worth 100 million? Where did this kid get so much money? But he didn't press further, his focus returning to the stone. Closing his eyes, he channeled his spiritual energy, letting his perception wrap tightly around the black stone. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression grave. Wait a minute, there seems to be something inside this stone. Lin Feng perked up. Master. Then hurry up and open it. Alright, let's try. Suan nodded, trying several methods, tapping, shaking, even channeling spiritual energy into it, but the black stone wouldn't budge an inch. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. No use. This stone's cursed unbelievably hard with a bizarre structure. Forcing it open would shatter whatever's inside. In simpler terms, you could smash it open, but whatever's inside would be destroyed. Lin Feng frowned deeply, his brow knotted with worry. Suddenly, Suan's eyes lit up as he turned to Lin Feng. Hey! What about that dragon that controls space? Summon it. Maybe its spatial abilities can extract whatever's inside? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Right. That'll work. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, Xiaohei. Get to work. Xiaohei's massive form thumped into the room, its blood-red eyes darting around sleepily. Master, what's up? Just fell asleep, huh? Is it this stone? Chapter 43, Xiaohei's slumber. Xiaohei's dragon eyes widened, fixated on the object. Strange. It felt like a claw was scratching inside his mind. This thing held an overwhelming attraction for him, so much so that he could barely control himself. Suan glanced at Little Black, then turned to Lin Feng and said, Hold on. Have your little black dragon try using its spatial power to seep into that black stone. See if it can extract whatever's inside. Remember, be gentle. Don't damage whatever's in there. Lin Feng nodded, then sent Suan's instructions to Xiaohei with a mental command. Xiaohei understood. It abruptly spread its massive dragon claws. A surge of blue light erupted from its paws, moving like a living entity as it slowly enveloped the black stone. Shadow Fissure. The ghostly blue light crawled across the surface of the black stone, like insects searching for cracks, desperately trying to burrow inside. The air in the room felt almost frozen. Lin Feng and Suan held their breath, their eyes glued to the black stone, afraid to miss even the slightest movement. Xiaohei kept exerting pressure, and the blue light grew increasingly intense. The black stone began to tremble, humming with a low vibration. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. A fine fissure split open on the black stone's surface. Then, like a rampant vine, the crack spread like wildfire, instantly covering the entire stone. It shattered. As the black stone shattered, a dark, shadowy object drifted out slowly. A blood-red light flickered within it, and more alarmingly, it was moving. It was a heart. Suan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His face twitched violently as he screamed hoarsely. Wait! A dragon heart! This is a dragon heart! Even Suan, known for his deep composure, lost his cool. Lin Feng was stunned too. He'd suspected something was inside, but he never in a million years would have guessed it was a dragon's heart. What was a dragon heart? It was the crystallization of a dragon's entire essence. Priceless beyond measure. 100 million? That wouldn't even buy a dragon tooth. Lin Feng had just pulled off a massive win. Suan swallowed hard, his throat making a gulp sound. His eyes were so complex you could practically wring water out of them. The dragon heart held immense allure, even for him. It might even heal his injuries. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't forgotten Suan mentioning that consuming a dragon heart could grant immortality. This temptation could drag even immortals down to earth. He tentatively spoke up. Master, why not try the dragon heart? Perhaps it could heal your injuries. The allure of the dragon heart was simply too great. He dared not gamble on Suan taking it, better to just hand it over outright and save himself the trouble. What if Suan couldn't resist? Suan looked at Lin Feng, his expression a mix of relief and bitterness. Young man, no need to test it. This thing is dark, attributed, it clashes with my own nature. Besides, I, Suen, am not so low as to snatch a junior's destiny. Keep it. Rest assured. A huge weight lifted from Lin Feng's heart. He looked at Suen with gratitude, feeling even more that choosing this master was worth it, yet also a bit ashamed. Just then, Xiaohei, who had been holding back nearby, suddenly stirred. Its eyes gleamed, its massive jaws snapped open, and it let out a deep growl. I can't hold back any longer. Without so much as a sound, the dragon heart was swallowed whole. Lin Feng and Suen were both stunned. Xiaohei! What are you doing? After swallowing the dragon heart, Xiaohei's excitement vanished instantly. His face contorted into a grimace as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. His massive body thrashed wildly across the room, churning the air into a frenzy. Master! It hurts so much. I feel like I'm splitting apart. But the agony didn't last long. As Xiaohei writhed, his movements gradually stiffened. Finally, with a thud, his entire body curled up and crashed to the floor, motionless, as if dead. Lin Feng's soul nearly flew out of his body. He turned to look at Suen, his voice trembling. Teacher! What just happened? Little Black? A beastmaster's beast is half their life, especially since Xiaohei was his first dragon, his most vital companion. Suen's expression was so grave it seemed as if water could drip from his face. He hurried forward, a faint glow of spiritual energy emanating from his hands as he cautiously reached out toward Xiaohei. After a long moment, Suen's furrowed brow finally relaxed slightly. He turned to Lin Feng and said, Don't panic. Your dragon swallowed the brutal force from the dragon heart and couldn't handle it's evolving. It's in a deep slumber now. Once it wakes up, it'll be fine. But it won't be waking up anytime soon. Hearing this, half of Lin Feng's anxiety lifted, yet he still clutched at the remaining worry. Teacher, is it really okay? How long will it sleep? Suen shook his head. Hard to say. The energy within that dragon heart is too overwhelming. Judging by the situation, that heart might even share the same bloodline as your Little Black. Who knows what ruthless person dug it out and sealed it within stone? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Was this too much of a coincidence? Divine intervention? He composed himself and continued, Xiaohei needs time to digest this power. How long? That depends on its own fate. But judging by its current aura, it seems stable should be fine. Lin Feng crouched down, gently stroking Xiaohei's icy scales with a pained expression. Get well soon, Xiaohei. Though there was no response, he could sense that Xiaohei's faint breath remained steady. Xiaohei was already of ancient bloodline. If it evolved once more, what level of bloodline would it reach? The thought filled Lin Feng with anticipation. Suen patted his shoulder. Don't fret too much. Obtaining the dragon heart was a huge stroke of luck for Xiaohei. Once it finishes evolving, its power will skyrocket. What you need to focus on now is rapidly improving yourself. Don't let Xiaohei wake up to find you holding it back. He paused, his tone sharpening. You're down a dragon now. Your combat power is halved. Got it? Lin Feng drew a deep breath, stood up, and his gaze sharpened once more. Uncle Su, I get it. I'll train like hell. Since Little Black can't fight for now, I have to toughen up myself and step up training with Bì'àn. We can't let anyone take advantage of this gap. Suen nodded. Good. Clear thinking is key. From now on, the Su family's resources are yours to use. We'll fully support your cultivation. And about Xiaohei's evolution, keep your mouth shut tight. Not a single word to anyone except those you absolutely trust. After speaking, Lin Feng quickly withdrew the sleeping Xiaohei into his beast taming space. Suen watched him, his expression as stern as iron. Lin Feng, I forgot to mention one thing. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin special training, true beastmaster training. Don't expect it to be easy. This determines how high you'll climb in the future. To find you a good master, I went to great lengths and specially invited someone. Su Chen was a bit baffled. What did that mean? He was getting a teacher too? P.S. Folks, this book is about to hit 100,000 words. If you're enjoying it, please give it a 5-star rating. Thanks a bunch. Chapter 44, Master Su Yun. Lin Feng looked utterly bewildered upon hearing this and blurted out. Teacher, aren't you already my teacher? With you guiding me, I feel perfectly fine. Suen smiled gently and shook her head slowly. Lin Feng, while I can offer advice in many areas, I'm not a beastmaster myself. What I can teach you is ultimately limited. This teacher, however, is different. He possesses profound expertise in the field of beast mastery. Studying under him will benefit you far more. Lin Feng suddenly understood, his mind filled with curiosity about this mysterious teacher. Someone Suen recommended couldn't be weak, right? After all, he was a professional above level 90. He couldn't help but ask eagerly. Teacher, who exactly is this mysterious beast master? Do I know him? Suen stroked his chin, playing coy as he smiled and replied. You'll find out tomorrow. For now, rest well and conserve your energy. Tomorrow, the special training officially begins. It won't be easy, be prepared mentally. Seeing Suen wouldn't reveal more, Lin Feng nodded and said. All right, teacher. I'll be ready. With that, Lin Feng returned to his room. Early the next morning, gentle sunlight bathed the training grounds. Lin Feng arrived early, his heart a mix of trepidation and curiosity. The moment his gaze fell upon the figure standing at the center of the training ground, he froze in place. The woman before him was undeniably a sight impossible to ignore. Tall and slender, her curves were perfectly proportioned, as if she were heaven's most exquisite creation. She wore a form-fitting black leather outfit that perfectly accentuated her sensual figure. The leather sheen glistened in the sunlight, adding an air of mystery and allure. A cascade of long hair fell casually over her beautifully contoured shoulders, the ends curling slightly, radiating an air of languid charm. Her face was exquisitely sculpted like a work of art, her skin as white as snow and delicate enough to break with a touch. Her eyes were like deep, mysterious pools when they shifted, they held both the alluring charm of a mature woman and a hint of icy authority, making one hesitate to meet her gaze. Beneath her high, straight nose sat delicately rosy lips, now pressed together in a subtle, almost imperceptible frown. Lin Feng recognized her instantly. Wasn't this Su Yun, Su-Yun's younger sister and Su Yushi's aunt? As the young city lord, Lin Feng couldn't possibly not recognize her. He'd met her just days ago, and she'd left a profound impression. But that wasn't the crucial point. Recalling the incident between Xiao Hei and her white tiger, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, his face instantly turning crimson with embarrassment. It's you, you brat. Damn it, how could my brother have taken you as a disciple? What future could a dragon tamer profession possibly hold? My elder brother must have lost his mind. Su Yun was equally stunned to discover that the gifted apprentice her elder brother claimed needed her personal guidance was none other than this Lin Feng, the very boy who had left her both furious and exasperated. Ha, I have no idea what my teacher saw in me either. Lin Feng gave an awkward chuckle. Su Yun glared at Lin Feng. Her already icy eyes now seemed to shoot flames. Gritting her teeth, she spat out each word. Well, what a small world. Looks like even the heavens want me to take good care of you, Lin Feng. Now, tell me honestly, what exactly did your black dragon do to my white tiger? Why did she suddenly go into heat? And what's the story with your second dragon? Su Yun was brimming with questions. Lin Feng inwardly groaned, his face plastered with an awkward smile as he stammered, Teacher Su, I really don't know. Perhaps, it's a secret between beast tamers? Su Yun snorted coldly, her ample chest rising and falling slightly with anger, making her look even more alluring. She shot Lin Feng a dismissive glance and declared. Fine. Everyone has their secrets. But since my brother entrusted this to me, I won't show favoritism. From now on, prepare yourself for hellish special training. I hope you've got some backbone and won't beg for mercy easily. Su Yun's face remained stern as her gaze shot at Lin Feng like lightning. She coldly commanded. Summon both your little black dragon and that tiger-like dragon. Lin Feng dared not disobey and hurriedly complied. A flash of light erupted, and Bì'àn appeared in the arena, radiating an imposing presence. Its scales shimmered with a soft glow, emanating a powerful aura. Its dragon head and tiger body looked both formidable and profoundly mystical. Even Su Yun couldn't help but praise it as a masterpiece of the creator. However, Su Yun scanned the area and saw no sign of Xiao Hei. Her brows furrowed as she demanded. Where's the other one? Your black dragon? Lin Feng sighed helplessly and had to tell the truth. Teacher Su, Xiao Hei is currently evolving. It's not convenient for it to appear right now. Su Yun's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise as she murmured in astonishment. It's evolved already? Truly worthy of the dragon clan. Alright then. Since that's the case, I'll conduct a special training session just for you. Let's see what you're really made of. No sooner had the words left her lips than Su Yun's jade-like hand swept through the air. Instantly, the surrounding space rippled with strange fluctuations. The once serene training ground was instantly filled with phantom figures. These simulated enemies took various forms, massive, claw-wielding beasts alongside human-like warriors brandishing blades with icy stares. They radiated a bone-chilling aura, as if poised to pounce and tear their victims to shreds at any moment. These simulated foes would automatically adjust their difficulty based on your strength. Your mission, command your beast to eliminate them all in the shortest time possible. If you fail? Oomph. I won't take losers as disciples. Su Yun crossed her arms, her ample chest accentuated by the gesture, as she spoke coldly. This was her bottom line. Bì'àn, let's go. At Lin Feng's command, Bì'àn surged forward like a golden bolt of lightning, charging fiercely toward the nearest group of simulated beasts. The beasts roared in response, charging forward. Instantly, both sides were locked in fierce combat. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, eyes fixed on the battlefield as his mind raced. He observed that though these simulated foes were illusory, their movements were exceptionally agile. They coordinated with remarkable precision, each attack carrying a fierce intent to kill, placing significant pressure on Bì'àn. Bì'àn, shield yourself with the light shield, then unleash the light shockwave. Lin Feng shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. Hearing the command, a dazzling golden shield instantly materialized around Bibi, like a massive golden bell, securely enveloping it within. Then, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a blinding surge of light like a raging torrent. The force instantly hurled the nearby beasts backward, reducing them to specks of light that vanished into the air. Chapter 45, Su-yun's Trial. Just as the Bishi was about to catch its breath, the next wave of simulated enemies lunged at it with ferocious intent. This time was even more brutal. Not only were there more ferocious beasts than before, but several humanoid warriors wielding spears were mixed in. They charged from all directions, seemingly intent on surrounding and killing Bì'àn. Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. His eyes darted across the enemies as his mind raced, desperately searching for a solution. At this critical moment, Su-yun spoke up from the side. The slight curve of her lips held a blatant sneer. "Oh, is that all you've got? Can't even handle a few fake monsters, yet you aspire to be a formidable beast master? You might as well give up now." Lin Feng knew she was goading him, but that stubborn streak of his flared up instantly. He clenched his jaw, his eyes flashing with determination. Fixated on the enemy's advance, his gaze suddenly sharpened as if he'd spotted a weakness. He roared. "Bì'àn! Wait until they close in. First warp the space, then seal them in the light prison." Bì'àn understood. The instant the enemy charged forward, space violently twisted, as if being violently kneaded by an invisible hand. The enemy's movements instantly slowed and became chaotic, their attacks lurching wildly off course. Before they could recover, Bì'àn swiftly unleashed the prison of light. Blinding golden beams shot down like iron cages, trapping all enemies within. "Nice! Bì'àn!" Lin Feng wasn't about to let this chance slip away. Roaring his command, he seized the moment, light's judgment. "Smash them!" Bì'àn roared, his body erupting in blinding light. A colossal golden light sword materialized from thin air, carrying an earth-shattering momentum as it came crashing down upon the trapped foes. Boom! After the deafening explosion, the simulated enemies shattered into dust within the light of the judgment, vanishing without a trace. Su-yun watched, a fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of approval crossing her eyes. Yet her expression remained icy. "Don't get cocky. This is nothing. Just a warm-up. What comes next will be far tougher. If you can't handle it, cry for mercy now. Don't waste my time." Lin Feng wiped sweat from his brow, his gaze fixed on Su-yun as he declared loudly. "Teacher Su, rest assured. I won't fall. I'm determined to pass this special training. I will become a truly powerful dragon tamer." A flicker of surprise flickered in her eyes, but the chaotic thoughts were quickly suppressed. She raised her hand, summoning her white tiger. The moment it appeared, a biting wind followed, its form agile and majestic. Yet who could have guessed that the moment this mighty beast spotted Bì'àn, its stern expression instantly softened. It seemed to recognize a long-lost child eagerly nuzzling up to Bì'àn with eyes brimming with joy and affection, even purring softly. Bì'àn looked utterly bewildered, clearly unprepared for this turn of events. Yet its gentle nature prevailed, and it responded to the white tiger's affection with equal warmth, gently nudging back with its head. Su-yun's face darkened instantly. She knew this would happen. The way Little Black and the white tiger had been acting all lovey-dovey earlier already felt off. Now the white tiger was doing the same with the Bì'àn. Something was definitely fishy. But what exactly was going on? She couldn't figure it out, her mind itching like a cat scratching at it, curious and stifled. What the hell was going on? Su-yun fixed Lin Feng with a gaze sharp as knives. "Are you hiding something from me? Why is White Tiger acting so friendly toward Bì'àn?" Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "Miss Su, I genuinely don't know. When Xiaohei and Baihat first met, they just clicked. I'm puzzled too." Su-yun snorted through her nose. "Poof. You better not be lying to me. This feels fishy. I'll get to the bottom of it sooner or later." She turned to watch the White Tiger and Bì'àn cuddling together, the uneasy feeling in her heart growing heavier by the second. Watching the affectionate pair, Su-yun sighed helplessly. "Fine. Let the White Tiger train your Bì'àn. As for you, Lin Feng, I'll personally teach you the ways of a beastmaster." Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy, and he nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Teacher Su. I'll study hard." True to her reputation as a genius beastmaster, Su-yun's teaching was clear and methodical, backed by seasoned expertise. From the most fundamental use of spiritual energy, to communicating with beasts in one's mind, to the intricate battle strategy, she broke it down piece by piece, explaining everything thoroughly. Lin Feng listened with rapt attention, feeling as if he'd opened the door to a whole new world. His understanding of the beastmaster profession deepened immensely, and he gained a wealth of knowledge. Mid-lecture, Su-yun mentioned, "Lin Feng, remember this, level 30 is a watershed moment for beast tamers. At that point, the beast can share a portion of its power with its master, enabling the master to undergo beast transformation." Lin Feng's eyes lit up with curiosity and astonishment. "Teacher Su, what does beast transformation look like? How does this transformation happen?" Su-yun explained. After beast transformation, the beastmaster takes on some of their beast's traits and abilities. Strength, speed, and resilience all skyrocket. That's why powerful beastmasters can handle high-level combat later on. Otherwise, if a high-level assassin tried a sneak attack, the beastmaster would be just an ordinary human. No matter how strong their beast was, they could slip up close and finish you off in an instant. Only by being tough enough yourself can you control the situation. Seeing Lin Feng's look of curiosity and anticipation, Suyun decided to give him a glimpse. She closed her eyes, and a soft white glow began to emanate from her body, subtly resonating with the white tiger beside her. Immediately, the white tiger's form began to fade, gradually merging into Suyun's body. A blinding flash erupted. When the light faded, Suyun was transformed. She seemed taller and more graceful, her skin glowing with the lustrous sheen of a white tiger's fur, radiating an indescribable aura of sanctity. Her eyes had transformed into deep, icy blue, cold as a winter lake. Her long hair flowed wildly, revealing faint white streaks within. Her ears had sharpened into pointed tips, like those of a white tiger, twitching ever so slightly as if no sound could escape her notice. Every movement radiated raw power, wild and breathtakingly beautiful, like a goddess of war stepped straight from myth. With a single light leap, she soared into the air, then unleashed a thunderous punch. "Watch this, kid!" A blinding white fist beam screamed through the air. With a thunderous crash, a massive boulder in the distance was shattered into dust, raining down like a torrential downpour. Lin Feng was first frozen in awe. The beauty of teacher Su and her beast form, a blend of sacred grace and untamed ferocity, was utterly mesmerizing. Then he was rendered speechless by the sheer terror of that destructive force. Finally, only a burning envy remained in his heart. He couldn't help but wonder, if Little Black could fuse with him too, how cool would that be? How much stronger could he become? Suyun landed steadily, catching Lin Feng's envious gaze. A faint smile touched her lips. There you have it, the power of beast form. But reaching level 30 and mastering it? That won't happen overnight. It'll take grueling effort and tons of time. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with determination. Teacher Su, I'll train like crazy. I'll reach level 30 as fast as I can and master this beast transformation skill. Suyun nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 46, Back to School. Suyun's training regimen was truly brutal. It was relentless and incredibly efficient. Yet Lin Feng gritted his teeth and endured it, progressing so rapidly it left even him doubting his own limits. The moment he opened his eyes, he had to go toe-to-toe with those massive beasts. Falls and collisions were a daily occurrence, leaving his bones feeling like they were about to fall apart. On top of that, he had to cram all that beast master knowledge into his head, a bewildering array of concepts that made his skull buzz. By the end of each day, he was as exhausted as a dead dog. The strange thing was, whenever he felt he'd grasped a new trick, or when that beast Bì'àn seemed to understand a bit more of his commands, that surge of excitement would shoot up, drowning out every ache in his body. Crawling back to his room in the dark, his face and arms were often covered in bruises, looking pretty miserable. But lying in bed, a smile would always creep onto his face. Why? Because he could tangibly feel that surge of strength growing stronger day by day. That feeling? Worth every bruise. The night was eerily quiet. Suyun tiptoed to Suyun's door, tapping her knuckles lightly twice against the wood. Knock knock. The door opened a crack. Suyun peered out, surprised to see her brother. Brother? This late at night? She shifted to make room. Suyun stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Suyun stared at him, her eyes filled with question marks. Something up, bro? In the middle of the night? She decided to speak first. Also, I still don't get it. Why did you insist on taking in that kid, Lin Feng? Why? Suyun's shoulders slumped. He sighed heavily, the slight ease on his face vanishing, replaced by a profound heaviness. Taking Lin Feng on was related to that incident. That incident. Suyun's words caught in her throat. As Suyun's younger sister, she understood the weight of that mountain of guilt that had been crushing her brother's heart for so many years. That kid Lin Feng is connected to that incident? Really? The room fell into an unnerving silence. After a moment, Suyun remembered something else. Oh right, brother. Did Lin Feng take our family's holy light scepter? And the sacred enlightenment fruit? Could that fruit help your injuries? Since they've been staying with us anyway, why not just ask for it back? Suyun, his face grim, recounted Lin Feng's actions one by one. Upon learning that Lin Feng had actually offered Suyun the sacred enlightenment fruit, Suyun's expression shifted. The kid's got some initiative. The holy light scepter was won by that kid. But she really needs it now. I got it back, but it's considered borrowed from Lin Feng. He'll have to return it later. Suyun explained. Little sister. Suyun's voice snapped her back to reality. His gaze held a sense of entrustment. Lin Feng, this boy is no ordinary talent. He possesses rare determination and is willing to put in relentless effort. Talents like his are hard to come by. He locked eyes with Suyun. Brother, I implore you guide him well. Suyun's brow furrowed deeply. Teach Lin Feng? Truthfully, the kid was relentless in training, but Suyun felt uneasy about it, especially now that she knew he might be involved in her brother's case. He felt like a hot potato. Yet when she met Suyun's earnest gaze, her reluctance deflated. Fine, big brother. Alright, big bro, I got it. Since you value him so much, I'll do my best. That best sounded dry, yet it carried weight. Suyun's face softened slightly as he gave Suyun's shoulder a firm pat. Thanks for this, little sis. With you guiding him, I'm at ease. That kid will make something of himself someday. I believe in him and I believe in you. The siblings murmured for a while longer. Finally, Soo-yun left. Soo-yun stood at the doorway, watching his figure disappear, her heart heavy. Her brother's weighty expectations now rested squarely on her shoulders. She drew a deep breath and gritted her teeth at the empty corridor. Fine, Lin Feng, huh? Since you can't escape, bring it on. Just wait and see what I'll make of you. And that black dragon, once it emerges, I'll show it what's what. The days of intensive training flew by. Just as Lin Feng was getting into his groove, finding a new rhythm with the bishi, reality smacked him in the face. It was time to return to school. Emerging from the novice realm, he'd spent his 10-day break wilding out and training intensely every single day gone. What he never expected was that Su Yushi would be assigned to the same vehicle as him. And the driver? Soo-yun. This combination felt awkward no matter how you looked at it. The sky was just beginning to lighten as sparse rays of sunlight spilled into the Su family courtyard. Lin Feng slipped into the backseat first, barely settling in before Su Yushi pulled open the door and slid in beside him. The moment the door closed, the air seemed to freeze. Since getting in, Su Yushi had kept her lips pressed into a thin line, not uttering a single word. Her eyes, however, were anything but idle. Occasionally, they darted toward Lin Feng with a complex gaze, icy, yet tinged with something else. Clearly, she hadn't forgotten what had happened earlier. Lin Feng? He couldn't care less. Still drowsy, he let out a long yawn and stretched lazily, his joints cracking loudly. Then he leaned back comfortably against the seat, closing his eyes to rest. Su Yushi's low-pressure aura hadn't even registered in his mind. These past few days, Soo-yun had pushed him to the limit, draining him completely. Dozing off in the car felt like pure bliss. Catching up on sleep. The wheels rolled over the asphalt. Houses and trees outside the window receded backward. Soon, the gate bearing the large Colonel plaque came into view. Soo-yun slammed on the brakes, came to a stop, and turned her head. We're here. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. Lin Feng and Su Yushi stepped out. The doors clicked shut. Soo-yun's car merged into the traffic and vanished from sight. Lin Feng stood at the school gate, looking up and taking a deep breath of the morning air. The scent of fresh grass, textbooks, and cafeteria breakfast filled his lungs. The intensive training with Soo-yun had yielded astonishing results, yet stepping onto campus grounds brought an odd sense of stability. Finally, his feet felt firmly planted. Lin Feng and Su Yushi stepped out of Soo-yun's car together, standing side by side. The bustling crowd of students rushing through the gates seemed to freeze in place. Countless gazes instantly converged on them. The center of attention was Su Yushi. Her face was flawless, her skin dazzlingly pale, her features like a painted portrait. Standing there, she radiated an icy, noble aura that clashed sharply with the chaotic surroundings, like a fairy stepping straight out of a painting. A magnet for attention. What about Lin Feng? After the newbie's secret realm incident spread, he too had become a figure of attention, drawing whispers wherever he went. Though the buzz had died down a bit after all, he was only level 15 now. These two together? Riding in the same car? The visual impact was overwhelming. The buzzing whispers instantly erupted. Damn! What's going on? Didn't they say Lin Feng and Goddess Su didn't get along? How come they're in the same car now? Exactly. And that's City Lord Su Yunqing driving, right? Holy crap. There's definitely something going on. Absolutely. When did they get this close? Oh no, my goddess's heart is broken. Heartbreak level 1. Did Lin Feng just get lucky? All those guys who secretly adored Su Yushi but never dared speak up, their pink bubbles burst with a pop, shattering into dust. Their faces wore the disappointment of failing an exam, mixed with fierce resentment, their eyes shooting daggers at Lin Feng. Suddenly, a sharp, biting voice cut through the crowd. Oomph. It was obvious. The speaker was a lanky guy, his face beaming with schadenfreude. No wonder Lin Feng was shamelessly chasing Su City's top beauty only to get rejected flat out. Now. Probably groveling for the Su family to take him in, shamelessly acting as their lackey. Otherwise, why would the Su City Lord personally escort him? Who does he think he is? The remark caused a momentary hush. Then, many faces lit up with understanding. Oh, I see. Nodding in agreement. Right. It all made sense now. What was the Su family's standing? Lin Feng? Even if he'd reached level 15 in the novice realm, he was still just a student. Compared to the mighty Su family, he wasn't even a sapling. What else could it be but climbing the social ladder? The looks they gave Lin Feng now were completely different. Gone were the curiosity and envy, replaced by undisguised contempt and disdain. Put. A freeloader. Climbing up by sucking up to women. What a loser. The air thickened with sour contempt. Lin Feng felt every piercing stare and every deliberately audible whisper around him. The tall, thin man's words felt like needles stabbing his ears. His face remained unruffled, his eyebrows didn't twitch. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile so faint it was almost invisible. No anger, no embarrassment, just a calmness that was almost frightening. Bunch of idiots. Like the buzzing flies, they were nothing but noise. He even casually picked his ear with his pinky, as if trying to scoop out the din. Then, as if nothing had happened, he lifted his foot and strode straight toward the academic building, leaving the mess of feathers and dust behind him. Chapter 47, Wuxia Academy? Su Yushi had also heard the harsh whispers. Her willow brows instantly knitted together as an inexplicable rage surged within her. She turned to look at Lin Feng, who wore a calm expression, seemingly unconcerned by the words. For some reason, a faint irritation stirred within her. She couldn't help but wonder inwardly, how could he be so unconcerned? Damn it, am I really that bad? Simultaneously, a seed of self-doubt began to take root within her. Could it be that in his eyes, she was nothing special, which was why he let these rumors spread unchecked? Lin Feng and Su Yushi arrived together at their new class. The school had already divided students who had awakened combat or life skills into two groups. Lin Feng, with his outstanding abilities, was unsurprisingly assigned to Class 1. This was undoubtedly the top class at Qingshan First High School, gathering numerous promising candidates destined to participate in the upcoming high exam trials. Stepping into the classroom, Lin Feng quickly surveyed the room. 40 students filled the space, each an awakened individual of considerable power at the very least. See Class Profession Awakenings? As Lin Feng and Su Yushi entered the classroom together, their classmates' eyes flickered with a mix of reactions. Curiosity, confusion, and even a hint of jealousy flickered in some boys' eyes. Yet, everyone kept their speculations to themselves, none daring to voice their thoughts aloud. Lin Feng casually chose a seat in the back row. The moment he sat down, he began observing his surroundings and classmates. Su Yushi found a seat nearby, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Feng, seemingly concerned about whether he could adapt to the new class. Soon, a teacher with graying hair and black-rimmed glasses entered the classroom with steady, deliberate steps. He walked to the front, tapped the blackboard lightly to signal silence, and addressed the class. Before beginning the formal cultivation lessons, today we'll start with a humanities class primarily to introduce you to the knowledge of job changers. The teacher's rich, resonant voice instantly captured the entire class's attention. Lin Feng, who had been somewhat distracted, perked up at the mention of job changers. His gaze fixed intently on the teacher as he listened with rapt attention. The teacher began by recounting the origins of job changers. Students, the history of class changers stretches far back. In ancient times, when spiritual energy in the world was chaotic, humans constantly explored ways to connect with the power of heaven and earth to survive. Finally, some succeeded in awakening, becoming the first class changers. Over time, transfiguration practitioners gradually developed distinct occupational systems. From mighty warriors and mysterious mages to unique beast tamers, each profession possessed unique abilities and developmental paths. Lin Feng listened with rapt attention, feeling as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. Though he had experienced the novice realm and knew he had embarked on the path of a transferee, his understanding of this vast and mysterious world was still far too limited. Take the Beast Master, for instance. The teacher continued. Beastmasters must not only forge deep spiritual bonds with their beasts but also devise cultivation plans tailored to each beast's attributes. Moreover, the number and types of beasts a beastmaster can command vary greatly by rank. Low-level beastmasters could typically only contract one or two ordinary beasts, while high-level beastmasters might command several powerful divine beasts simultaneously. They could even fuse with their beasts to unleash world-shattering power? Lin Feng listened intently, mentally organizing this new knowledge. The more he learned, the more he realized the world of class changers held limitless possibilities. The warrior class focuses on enhancing personal strength, speed, and defense. From mastering foundational martial arts to later comprehending formidable combat techniques, warriors charge into battle with resilient physiques and fearless courage. Mages, relying on their perception and manipulation of elements, could unleash dazzling yet devastating spells. However, the profession demanded immense mental fortitude. The slightest misstep could lead to backlash during spellcasting. The instructor detailed each class's characteristics, development paths, and precautions. Lin Feng felt like a parched sponge, frantically soaking up this knowledge. He had never imagined the world of class changers to be so complex and fascinating. Before he knew it, the bell rang, snapping Lin Feng back to reality with a lingering sense of unfulfilled curiosity. Classmates around him began whispering and discussing the newly acquired knowledge. The world of class changers is so complex. Feels like there's still so much to learn, one classmate remarked. Yeah, but the more you learn, the more fascinating it gets. I can't wait to level up and see a wider world. Another student chimed in. Sitting at his desk, Lin Feng silently resolved to study diligently, delve deeper into this world, and grow stronger. The old professor watched the murmuring students below and slammed his fist on the desk, bellowing. Attention, everyone! The classroom instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on the old professor. I must emphasize that the college entrance exam trial in 2 months' time will be another major turning point for you newcomers who have just changed professions. His expression stern, the professor's gaze swept across every student's face. The scores you achieve in this high-level examination will directly determine which class change academy you can enter. The students' faces immediately grew focused and tense. Lin Feng pricked up his ears, determined not to miss a single word. The Transferee Academy is where the true journey of transferees begins. The old professor emphasized slowly. The resources available there far surpass anything found outside. The academy offers unique cultivation methods to rapidly enhance your strength, along with top-tier mentors to guide and protect your cultivation journey. Lin Feng listened with his heart yearning, his eyes filled with aspiration. Though he had known the cultivation path was long and fraught with challenges, only now did he truly grasp the importance of a good platform for his future development. You must understand that the most formidable transferee academy in our nation is Huaxia Academy. Next comes Magic Capital Academy. These two institutions are the twin stars of domestic transferee academies, gathering countless top talents and resources. The old professor explained. Below them are key institutions in major cities, roughly 10 in number. Following that are Tier 1 academies, and so on. The higher the academy's ranking, the richer the resources it can provide, and the broader your future prospects will be. Lin Feng silently committed this information to memory, setting a firm goal for himself. He must strive to gain admission to a top-tier transferee academy. He understood that only by standing on a higher platform could he access greater resources and become stronger. So, students, the next 2 months will be a crucial period in your lives. You must give it your all and prepare thoroughly for the college entrance exam. The old professor said earnestly. Do not slack off. Do not give up. Your future lies in your own hands. The bell rang again, but instead of rising immediately as usual, the students fell into deep thought. Lin Feng remained seated, his mind racing with thoughts on how to enhance his abilities within these 2 months. He aimed to achieve outstanding results in the Gaokao trials and gain admission to his ideal transferee academy. Lin Feng stroked his chin and murmured to himself. The higher the ranking, the more resources available. That Huaxia Academy should be a better fit for me. Though his mutterings were quiet, they still reached the ears of his classmates. A sharp snort of derision cut through the air. Lin Feng, aren't you just dreaming? The speaker wore a look of utter disdain, shaking his head exaggeratedly as he spoke. He continued in a sarcastic tone. Your Dragon Tamer class is notorious for being useless. It has absolutely no future prospects. And you're thinking about applying to a prestigious university? I doubt even an average one would accept you. Chapter 48, Battle Against Chen Hai. Lin Feng turned to see the most aggressive speaker was none other than Chen Hai from Qingshan First High. One of the few to awaken an A-rank profession, the Shadow Assassin. Chen Hai, who prided himself on his exceptional talent, had always looked down on everyone else at school. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and indifferent as he looked at Chen Hai. His gaze held not a single ripple, yet it seemed to harbor endless chill. Under that gaze, Chen Hai's heart skipped a beat, an inexplicable panic rising within him. He barked out, his voice loud but betraying his inner fear. Fighting is strictly forbidden on school grounds. You'll get expelled. Don't do anything rash. Clearly, despite his tough talk, he harbored a lingering fear of Lin Feng deep down. Lin Feng gave a cold chuckle and replied. Chen Hai, whether I have a future isn't for you to decide. Time will prove whether Dragon Tamer is a useless profession. As for you, you'd better not keep yapping in front of me, or else. Lin Feng didn't finish his sentence, but the threat hung heavy in the air. Chen Hai's face drained of color, then flushed. He tried to retort but was silenced by Lin Feng's icy glare. At that moment, classmates began gathering around. Some wore expressions of eager anticipation, while others whispered among themselves. Chen Hai seemed to have bitten off more than he could chew this time. Lin Feng wasn't someone to mess with. Yeah, but Chen Hai's a rank profession, Shadow Assassin, is pretty formidable too. Wonder who'd come out on top if they ever clashed. Lin Feng looked at Chen Hai, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Chen Hai, he said, since you hold my Dragon Tamer profession in such contempt, why don't we find a time to spar? I'll show you whether my Dragon Tamer has any future at all. Chen Hai's heart skipped a beat. Though he was sharp-tongued, he knew full well that Lin Feng's prowess in the newbie secret realm was no joke. He certainly didn't want to actually fight Lin Feng. If he lost, his reputation at school would be completely ruined. I won't spar with you. School rules forbid private fights. Stop trying to provoke me, Chen Hai said, forcing himself to sound calm. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew Chen Hai lacked the courage to accept the challenge. He didn't press the issue, merely stating flatly. Fine, if you're afraid. Just watch your mouth from now on. With that, he returned to his seat. Chen Hai watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, a flash of venomous hatred flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself. Lin Feng, just you wait. Someday I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing me. The surrounding students, seeing the conflict temporarily subside, dispersed. However, news of the altercation between Lin Feng and Chen Hai quickly spread among the classmates. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Chen Hai's smug expression, just another clown. He refocused his attention on the lesson. The rest of the class proceeded without incident. The entire morning was devoted to cultural studies. The teacher provided a detailed explanation, covering the historical evolution of job changers, the skill systems of various professions, and the unique cultivation characteristics of different regions. Lin Feng listened with rapt attention, his pen constantly jotting down key points in his notebook. Meanwhile, Su Yushi sat in her seat, looking bored. She had heard her father, Suen, recount these very topics countless times since childhood. They were so familiar she could recite them backwards. Bored, she propped her chin up, her gaze drifting around the classroom. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at Lin Feng, who was listening intently, and a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. Why is this guy so interested in all this? His Dragon Tamer profession doesn't even have an endgame. What's the point of memorizing all that? Finally, the afternoon bell for combat practice rang. The students perked up with excitement. For class changers, real combat was the ultimate test of strength. The teacher entered the classroom, clapped his hands, and announced, "Students, for this afternoon's combat practice, you will pair up for sparring drills. Prioritize safety, but push yourselves to perform at your best. Identify weaknesses and solve problems through hands-on experience. Now, listen to my arrangements." Lin Feng and Chen Hai were unexpectedly paired together. Lin Feng felt it was quite a coincidence an opportunity had come so quickly. Chen Hai, however, felt like he'd swallowed a mouthful of. Though he looked down on Lin Feng's Dragon Tamer profession, he couldn't deny that the current Lin Feng was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Lin Feng intentionally injuring or crippling classmates at school was illegal. Chen Hai suddenly warned. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Lin Feng replied calmly. The two arrived at the center of the combat arena. Surrounding students gathered around, eager to witness the showdown. Who would emerge victorious in this duel? The teacher stood nearby, his expression stern as he declared, "Begin the match. Stop at the first touch. Should I detect any dangerous moves, I will halt the contest immediately." At the teacher's command, Chen Hai sprang into action. His figure blurred like a black streak of lightning, vanishing from his spot in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. Lin Feng knew the shadow assassin's greatest strengths were speed and stealth. He dared not be careless, channeling his spiritual energy to sharpen his senses, trying to track Chen Hai's movements. Blazing speed. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a faint disturbance in the air behind him. Startled, he swiftly sidestepped. A cold gleam sliced past the hem of his robe Chen Hai's dagger. Having missed his strike, Chen Hai swiftly retreated, vanishing once more to seek his next opportunity to attack. But that was all. "Bì'àn, come forth." With that thought, he summoned the Bishi. The moment Bì'àn materialized, it let out a thunderous roar, radiating a powerful aura that illuminated the surrounding space. The arena was flooded with light as the Bishi materialized, its massive, imposing form delivering a powerful visual impact. Whoa, so this is a dragon? It really is powerful. But why does this dragon look so different from what I imagined? Dragon's head summon. The crowd murmured. Though Chen Hai remained concealed in the shadows, the overwhelming aura emanating from the Bishi sent a chill down his spine. Lin Feng knew he couldn't give Chen Hai a chance to catch his breath or launch another surprise attack. He immediately commanded the Bishi. "Bì'àn, unleash the light impact." A wide area attack. The Bishi opened its massive jaws, unleashing a dazzling light impact that surged forth like a raging torrent, its brilliance illuminating the entire combat arena. The attack's range was vast. Even with Chen Hai's speed, evading it entirely was impossible. A muffled groan echoed as Chen Hai's figure was forced out of stealth. He tumbled awkwardly to the ground, his clothes scorched by the shockwave, leaving several charred patches. Before he could rise, Lin Feng shouted again, "Bì'àn, prison of light." Golden beams of light descended from the sky, instantly trapping Chen Hai within. Chen Hai struggled fiercely, but the prison of light was unyielding. He couldn't break free. The surrounding students watched in stunned silence. They'd expected this duel to be fiercely contested, yet Lin Feng had defeated Chen Hai so swiftly and decisively. Unbelievable. Lin Feng is this powerful? Yeah, the Dragon Tamer class in his hands doesn't seem like a useless class at all. Exclamations of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lin Feng looked at Chen Hai, trapped within the prison of light, and declared, "Chen Hai, you've lost." Chen Hai's face flushed crimson with bitter resentment. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "This is only temporary. Once I reach a higher level and master more powerful skills, you won't stand a chance against me." Lin Feng sneered coldly and replied, "Then wait until you have the ability to prove it. But I advise you stop wasting your energy belittling others. Use that time to improve yourself instead." With that, he signaled Bì'àn to release the light prison. Chen Hai scrambled to his feet, glaring viciously at Lin Feng before pushing his way through the crowd. Though his words remained defiant, deep down he'd gained a new understanding of Lin Feng's strength. He silently resolved to rapidly enhance his own power and reclaim his pride. Surrounding classmates gathered around, casting admiring glances at Lin Feng. Even those who had previously doubted the potential of the Dragon Tamer profession were now forced to reconsider its capabilities. However, this minor incident during the combat training session did not end there. After returning to his seat, Chen Hai remained sullen, his heart consumed by burning jealousy and hatred. Chapter 49, Sudden Change, Secret Realm Descends. Lin Feng felt his body slightly warm after the fight, and his mouth was parched. He decided to head to the restroom first, then get something to drink. Stepping into the restroom, he had just settled in to relieve himself when a strange, faint glow caught the corner of his eye, emanating from the floor below. Startled, he looked down. The glow spread slowly across the floor like ripples, as if something beneath was trying to break through. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, silently wondering what was happening. Crouching down to observe the phenomenon closely, he sensed a faint yet peculiar energy fluctuation. However, his rest time was limited, and he wasn't sure if this phenomenon posed any danger. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decided not to dwell on it. He stood up, quickly took care of his business, and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the restroom, he instinctively glanced back. The strange phenomenon still lingered, yet it seemed unchanged. Though still puzzled, Lin Feng didn't linger. He headed toward the water fountain. Shortly after his departure, the anomaly on the restroom floor intensified. The faint glow grew brighter, and the surrounding space began to ripple with subtle vibrations. In the days that followed, campus life seemed to settle into a calm, orderly rhythm. Given Lin Feng's outstanding abilities and the highest rank among his classmates, he was naturally appointed class monitor. Su Yushi, with her excellent overall qualities, took on the role of vice monitor. Most classmates accepted this arrangement without complaint. After all, Lin Feng's overwhelming display of power during his battle with Chen Hai had thoroughly impressed them. Lin Feng embarked on an almost frenzied dual-track learning regimen. At school, he absorbed every ounce of knowledge imparted by his teachers, never missing an opportunity to elevate his theoretical foundation. After school, he returned to the Su residence and immediately began receiving dual instruction from Su En and Su Yun. Su En's profound experience and unique insights into cultivation, combined with Su Yun's mastery as a prodigious beast tamer in the art of beast control, proved immensely beneficial to Lin Feng. However, this also left him with almost no leisure time whatsoever. That evening, after dinner, Lin Feng and Su En came to the pavilion in the Su family garden to rest. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a touch of comfort. Su En looked up at the sky. His previously calm expression suddenly flickered with surprise, and he couldn't help but say, "Why is the moon so red tonight?" Hearing this, Lin Feng followed Su En's gaze. There, high in the night sky, hung a full moon that seemed drenched in blood, radiating an eerie crimson hue. "It does seem a bit red." Lin Feng frowned slightly, a strange feeling welling up within him. Su En's brows knitted tightly, worry etched on her face as she spoke slowly. "These past few days, I've felt inexplicably restless, as if something significant is about to happen." Lin Feng looked at Su En and offered reassurance, "Teacher, don't overthink it. Perhaps it's just fatigue from recent exhaustion causing this illusion. It might pass in a few days." Su En shook her head gently. "I hope so. But in all my years of struggling on this path of cultivation, I've never felt such a strong premonition before." As they spoke, Su Yun arrived at the pavilion. Noticing their solemn expressions and glancing up at the blood-red moon, she asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Su En shared his concerns and puzzlement over the moon's unusual glow with Su Yun. After listening, Su Yun's expression also turned grave. She pondered for a moment before saying, "The moonlight does seem peculiar. And lately, there have been subtle fluctuations in spiritual energy within the city, though not very noticeable, so I hadn't paid much attention. Combined with your unease, his brother, it might truly signal impending change." Lin Feng's heart sank. He had thought it was merely Su En's imagination, but now, hearing Su Yun's words, it seemed the matter was far from simple. Su En took a deep breath and declared, "Starting tomorrow, Lin Feng, in addition to your regular studies, you must intensify your cultivation practice. Su Yun, keep a close watch on the city's movements and see if you can uncover any clues. We cannot sit idly by waiting for disaster, we must prepare our defenses in advance." Su Yun and Lin Feng nodded simultaneously in understanding. The three discussed preliminary strategies for potential crises before retiring to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, that blood-red moon still hung high in the night sky, emitting an eerie glow, as if foretelling the imminent arrival of a colossal storm. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, only 1 month remained until the Gaokao trials. During this period, the school had essentially completed its core curriculum. To help students boost their abilities during the final sprint, the school meticulously planned a special operation, organizing everyone to undergo training and level up in an ordinary secret realm. The news sent the entire campus into an instant frenzy. For class changers, level was the foundation of power. Such a rare opportunity to level up naturally had everyone buzzing with excitement. Upon hearing the news, Lin Feng instinctively shrugged his shoulders, silently musing to himself, finally, stepping into the secret realm again. By all accounts, Lin Feng should have been as thrilled as his classmates. Yet at this moment, he felt nothing but helplessness, even a bit of a headache. Ever since swallowing the dragon heart, Xiao He had been immersed in evolution, showing no signs of awakening. The hatching of that dragon egg remained a distant prospect. As a result, his only reliable combat power now was Bì'àn. Meanwhile, Su Yushi had made significant progress in both her beast cultivation and personal cultivation during this period. Now, Lin Feng's combat strength was actually inferior to hers. Entering the secret realm under these circumstances felt rather awkward. Lin Feng knew full well that the secret realm was fraught with danger. Every extra combatant meant an extra layer of protection. Yet the current situation left him at a disadvantage, and he couldn't help but frown as he pondered countermeasures. Lin Feng was in the middle of relieving himself when he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. He instinctively looked down to see fine cracks suddenly appearing on the floor without warning. The fissures spread rapidly like a spider web. His classmates nearby also sensed the anomaly, letting out alarmed cries. "Damn it! What the hell is this? Oh no!" Lin Feng's expression changed instantly. Without a second thought, he hurriedly pulled up his pants and dashed toward the exit. Just as he took a few steps, the cracked floor suddenly burst open with a popping sound, spewing forth numerous dark green vines. Immediately after, enormous carnivorous plants began emerging from the ground. Each carnivorous plant stood taller than a person, its serrated petals opening and closing while emitting a nauseating stench of decay. Chapter 50, Sudden Crisis. The students closest to the monstrous carnivorous plant were truly unlucky. Before they could even utter a full cry, the carnivorous plant's massive jaws snapped open like a steel trap, biting down with brutal force. Sticky sap splattered everywhere. The victim could only scream in terror. "Help!" They struggled futilely, only to be dragged down into the earth by a brutal force, half their bodies instantly buried in mud. Lin Feng didn't even think it was pure instinct. His mind raced and he barked a command. "Bì'àn!" A mighty beast, radiating the aura of an ancient predator, materialized out of thin air. Its golden pupils locked onto the carnivorous plant. "Light's judgment!" Lin Feng's voice was unwavering. A blinding light erupted from the beast's body, like a miniature sun rising amidst the chaos of the campus. Immediately after, a massive golden sword, formed purely from condensed light, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, carrying devastating force as it came crashing down. Boom! The deafening roar made ears ache. The carnivorous plant, which had been rampaging moments before, didn't even get a chance to struggle. It was instantly obliterated by the raging light force, exploding into a sky filled with flying green fragments and viscous sap. A foul stench spread through the air. In that instant, a cold, emotionless notification sounded abruptly deep within Lin Feng's mind. Experience points increased. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 common carnivorous plant. Experience points 100. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as a chill shot up his spine. This was terribly wrong. How could this be? Wasn't EXP supposed to be earned only by slaying beasts in those treacherous, unpredictable secret realms? This was Qingshan First High School, inside a classroom. Killing a mutated carnivorous plant in the school flower bed actually granted experience? The bizarre situation made his scalp tingle. His mind was a tangled mess, but his feet wouldn't stop. Lin Feng bolted out the door, slamming it behind him with a loud clang. Yet the moment he burst out, the sight before him froze him solid, like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. Qingshan No. 1 High School had descended into utter chaos. Screams, cries, the shattering clatter of desks and chairs, mingled with the snarling roar of some unknown beast, coalesced into a sea of apocalyptic noise. Students scrambled like headless flies, while teachers shouted hoarsely, desperately trying to restore order. Yet fear spread like a plague. His gaze swept over the school walls toward Qingshan City. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. The city was violently shaking. The earth churned like an enraged beast, while skyscrapers in the distance toppled like dominoes, one after another, collapsing and overturning, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. A suffocatingly vast spatial fluctuation erupted from the city center like an invisible tsunami, sweeping out in all directions. Accompanying this terrifying disturbance, the city seemed to open countless fissures leading to hell. All manner of monstrous beasts, grotesque and terrifying in form, emerged. Some resembled insects magnified 100-fold, others were like mythical monsters crawling from legends. They roared and bellowed. Roaring, they poured out madly and endlessly from street corners, gaps in collapsed ruins, and even rifts torn open mid-air. Qingshan First High School instantly transformed into a battlefield of chaos. Panicked crowds fled in terror, jostling and shoving one another as the scene spiraled completely out of control. Lin Feng's face turned as pale as paper. A terrifying thought gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. This is the harbinger of a secret realm descending. How could a place like Qingshan City possibly witness the emergence of a new secret realm? New realms had all but vanished in recent years. Lin Feng. A tearful cry snapped him from his horror. Su Yushi stumbled to his side, her beautiful face drained of color, her chest heaving violently, clearly terrified. What on earth was happening? How had these monsters suddenly appeared everywhere? She couldn't explain why herself, but in this moment of utter chaos, she'd instinctively run toward Lin Feng, as if he were the only anchor in this storm. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath, the icy air filling his lungs, forcing himself to snap out of his shock. It seemed. His voice was hoarse with tension. A new secret realm is about to fully manifest in Green Mountain City. These beasts that have burst forth are the vanguard leaking out from that nearly formed secret realm space. Su Yushi bit down hard on her lower lip, almost drawing blood. The initial fear in her eyes was swiftly replaced by a resolute determination, as if she had nothing left to lose. I understand. What should we do now? She stared at Lin Feng, her tone unusually firm. Lin Feng's gaze darted around the area. A pack of wolf-like beasts, eyes glowing green and drool dripping from their jaws, bared their sharp white fangs. Like sharks sensing blood, they charged straight toward their position. A savage aura washed over them. No time for hesitation. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened like blades. Take out these beasts first. Su Yushi, handle the flanks and provide support. Bishi and I will hold the front line. Coordinate perfectly, we absolutely cannot let them break through the ranks. Sensing his master's battle intent, Bì'àn let out a soul-shaking growl. Su Yushi nodded firmly, no words needed. A flash of summoning light erupted as her beast companion roared into the chaotic battlefield. A brutal battle between man and beast erupted amidst the chaos of scattered books and overturned desks, drawing the bloody curtain on this blood-soaked campus. Amidst this boiling cauldron of chaos, Principal Wang Dahai of Qingshan First High School suddenly shot skyward from the top of the administration building. Astonishingly, with a rustling sound, a pair of enormous, jet-black wings unfurled from his back. Spread wide, they measured over 10 feet in length. Each feather gleamed with a metallic, cold hardness, their edges sharp enough to slice through air. Whoosh! Lin Feng caught the sight out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but gasp. Only then did he realize that this seemingly jovial, slightly portly principal, Old Wang, was actually a deeply concealed level 50 powerhouse. This old guy had been hiding his true strength well. Yet, despite Wang Dahai's formidable strength, his usually dignified, plump face now bore only unmasked terror and pallor. Hovering in midair, his massive black wings flapped slightly, stirring up whirlwinds. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared down at the countless monsters surging forth from beneath his feet like ants from a disturbed nest. His voice cracked. Impossible. How could this be? Wang Dahai understood better than anyone what a secret realm appearing without warning truly meant. It was a complete and utter catastrophe. Qingshan City was not a frontline fortress. It was home to countless ordinary citizens and those who made their living through trades. Cooks, tailors, gardeners, their combat prowess was virtually indistinguishable from that of ordinary citizens. Once the secret realm fully formed, its terrifying suction would act like a black hole, forcibly dragging everything nearby into its depths. Just imagine the consequences of thousands of ordinary people being sucked into an unknown realm teeming with vicious beasts. It would be an utterly catastrophic disaster Qingshan City could never survive. We cannot wait to die. A resolute light flared in Wang Dahai's eyes. Chapter 51, Suan takes action. He violently flapped the enormous black wings on his back. A powerful, unstoppable air current erupted from his center like an invisible shockwave, instantly hurling a group of low-tier beasts near the school wall into the air and temporarily clearing a small area. Summoning his spiritual power, his voice boomed like thunder across the chaotic campus. All teachers. Immediately. Right now. Organize students to assemble at the central plaza. Activate the defensive formation. All trans-class students, assist teachers in maintaining order. Prioritize protecting life class students and ordinary students. Quickly. Move. The principal's command struck like a stabilizing force. Though fear lingered, the teachers found their anchor and sprang into action. Hoarse shouts echoed in waves. This way. Run to the plaza. Don't push. Hold on to each other. Hurry. Move out. The crowd began to be painstakingly guided toward the relatively open central square. Lin Feng and Su Yushi exchanged a glance. Without a word, they immediately joined the ranks protecting their classmates. At Lin Feng's command, golden light surged around his Bì'àn once more. Concentrated beams of light, solid as projectiles, blasted out like cannon fire. They struck several wolf-like beasts charging at the student group with pinpoint accuracy, tearing them apart and scattering their flesh and blood. This forcefully carved out a relatively safe passage through the chaos. Su Yushi, meanwhile, commanded her beast mount like the most cunning hunter, relentlessly intercepting and slaying stragglers attempting flanking maneuvers from the sides or rear. Together, she and Lin Feng formed an effective offensive-defensive synergy. Yet the beasts were overwhelmingly numerous. Kill one, and 2 or 3 more would immediately pounce, seemingly endless. Their snarling and foul stench filled the entire space. Suddenly, a savage roar shook the very ground. A bear-like demon beast, massive as a small hill and clad in rock-hard armor, had violently breached the teacher's barely held defensive line. Its blood-red eyes locked onto a group of students frozen in terror. Its massive bare paw capable of shattering rock slashed downward with a terrifying whistling sound. Beast! Stop! At the critical moment, a figure darted forward like lightning. It was a martial arts instructor. A cold gleam flashed from the long sword in his hand. With unyielding resolve, the blade's tip pierced with pinpoint accuracy toward the giant bear's blood-red eyes, as large as lanterns. The bear let out a deafening howl of pain, its attack halting momentarily as it was forced back. Amidst the desperate efforts of countless defenders, more and more students finally gathered in the central square. A faint blue light barrier struggled to rise from the plaza's edges. The defensive formation was activating. Yet a heavy weight pressed down on everyone's hearts, like a massive boulder. They looked up at the ever-twisting, expanding spatial fissure at the city's heart, where the aura of destruction grew ever more intense. Everyone knew this temporary respite was merely the final calm before the storm. The unknown realm about to descend completely was the true sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads, one powerful enough to destroy everything. Just as the defensive light barrier flickered uncertainly and the stench of despair began to spread like a cold tide, a brilliant light tore through the gloom. Like a falling meteor, it streaked across the sky at an unimaginable speed, breaking through the air from the other end of the city. Within that light stood a magnificent snow-white warhorse. Its hooves seemed to tread on air, its mane billowing like burning silver flames. Each step it took appeared to land upon invisible staircases. Upon its back sat a knight, wholly enveloped in dazzling silver armor. Each plate of the armor shimmered with potent spiritual light, its lines cold, rigid, and sacred. Beneath the helmet, a face as resolute as rock yet veiled in sullen frost was revealed. It was Suan. At this moment, Suan's expression was more severe than ever before. His piercing gaze, sharp as tangible blades, swept instantly over the city and school below, which resembled a living hell. He saw the madly expanding spatial rift and Wang Dahai struggling desperately to hold his ground in the air. Old Wang. Suan's voice, channeled through spiritual energy, cut cleanly through the cacophony, ringing in Wang Dahai's ears. Forget everything else. Organize everyone and evacuate. The farther away, the better. Leave the rest to me. Before the words faded, Suan dug his heels into the horse's flanks while tightening the reins. The divine white steed let out a piercing, shattering bray. Beneath its hooves, invisible shockwaves seemed to explode, transforming it into a streak tearing through the sky. A silver bolt of lightning streaked through the sky, charging relentlessly toward the city center, the demonic eye of a spatial node, ceaselessly spewing beasts and expanding with frenzied intensity. Mid-charge, Suan's right hand grasped at the void. A long sword of archaic design, radiating an indescribable aura of ancient mystery, instantly materialized in his palm. The blade hummed, as if yearning for battle. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he raised it high as boundless spiritual energy poured forth from his body without restraint. Suddenly, a blinding light brighter than the sun erupted from the blade. The light was so intense that even the chaotic, fleeing crowd below instinctively squinted their eyes, as if a second sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. Halt! Suan's roar thundered like the wrath of a celestial deity. Man and horse merged into a pillar of light piercing heaven and earth, charging headlong toward the colossal fissure with a self-destructive fury, defying the terrifying suction and spatial turbulence emanating from it. Boom! An indescribable roar. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The raging spatial turbulence, the howls of demonic beasts, the cries of the crowd, all sounds were drowned out by this earth-shattering strike. Heaven and earth paled in comparison. The spatial node, which had been expanding and warping like boiling water, was suddenly seized by an invisible giant hand under Suan's sword, a strike that channeled all his power, as if capable of severing the very fabric of reality. Its momentum of expansion was forcibly halted. The frantically twisting spatial ripples at the crack's edge froze in place, suspended for a fleeting instant. Blocked. Wang Dahai's heart sank heavily. His massive black wings flapped excitedly as he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Truly worthy of a top-tier being above level 90. So powerful. So powerful. That awe-inspiring scene filled every witness with reverence, as if witnessing the descent of a myth. Almost simultaneously with Suan's intervention, another agile figure arrived at the battlefield's edge. Su Yun, radiating heroic vigor, rode a fearsome white tiger. The beast roared skyward, its voice shaking the wilderness, its tiger eyes blazing with savage intent. Even more astonishing was the swirling aura of diverse beastly specters surrounding her, each radiating powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. They formed a protective barrier, like loyal guardians shielding their queen. Su Yun's clear, piercing voice, amplified by spiritual energy, instantly echoed throughout the entire city of Qingshan. Attention all citizens! This is Su Yun. Immediately execute the highest level evacuation protocol. Abandon all non-essential items. Prioritize protecting the elderly, children, and civilians. Maintain order. Proceed along designated routes to the safe zone outside the city. Repeat. Maintain order. Do not panic. Protect the elderly, children, and civilians. Maintain order. Evacuate along designated routes to the safe zone outside the city. Repeat. Maintain order. Do not panic. Evacuate immediately. The voice was like a reassuring balm. The crowd, previously on the verge of collapse from extreme panic, regained a measure of composure upon hearing these clear and forceful instructions. Teachers worked even harder to organize students like skilled professionals suppressed their own fear to support those with limited mobility. Soldiers of the city guard and some adventurers who had rushed to the scene spontaneously formed small teams to intercept scattered beasts along the evacuation route. Chapter 52: The Secret Realm Ceases Expansion. Yet the crisis was far from over. Suspended before the spatial rift, Suan endured unimaginable pressure. Though he had halted the fissure's expansion with a single sword strike, the terrifying power emanating from the nearly fully formed secret realm deep within the crack surged forth like a breached flood, wave after wave, relentlessly battering his sword-light barrier. Suan's armor hummed throughout his body. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his stern forehead, trickling down his resolute cheeks. His arms, gripping the sword hilt, bulged with knotted muscles and protruding veins, trembling slightly despite his efforts to suppress it. The ancient sword, radiating resplendent divine might, clashed fiercely at its tip with the spatial turbulence, spewing blinding sparks and shards of energy. Time had become the most precious commodity. Suan clenched his teeth so hard his gums nearly bled. He felt his strength rapidly draining away, like sand in an hourglass. Every second stretched unbearably long, every second weighed like 1,000 pounds. How long could he hold? No one knew. The lives of everyone, the very survival of Qingshan City, rested upon his trembling blade. He could only pray that the evacuation would proceed faster, just a little faster. Damn it! Suan's mind was filled with shock and confusion. He never imagined a new secret realm would appear in Qingshan City without warning. Was this a pure accident, or was there someone behind it all? He couldn't tell for certain. Suan's true level was 92, placing him among the continent's elite. Yet, while handling some thorny matters earlier, he had suffered severe injuries that had yet to fully heal. At this moment, he could only muster at most 70% of his strength. Facing this surging secret realm and the looming crisis, he knew conventional methods would likely prove insufficient to resolve the situation completely. The spatial node must not be allowed to expand further. Gazing at the spatial node, which had temporarily halted its expansion yet still radiated a terrifying gravitational pull, Suan clenched his teeth. His resolve hardened, and he ultimately decided to activate that forbidden, life-consuming skill. An eerie crimson flame ignited around his body, fueled by his very life force, burning with frenzied intensity. The long sword in Suan's hand blazed with intense light, his aura surging to its absolute peak. With a furious roar, he channeled every ounce of his strength into the blade and struck the spatial node with all his might. Boom! This strike felt like the creation of the heavens and earth, unleashing a power capable of shattering the world. Under this ruthless assault, the spatial node shattered instantly like fragile glass, dissolving into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. With the node's destruction, the relentless stream of beasts seemed to lose their source, gradually ceasing to appear. However, the cost of using the life-burning skill was devastating. After successfully shattering the spatial passage, Suan suffered a severe backlash. The crimson flames enveloping his body instantly extinguished, and he plummeted from the sky like a. His once jet-black hair turned completely snow-white within mere breaths, and his face instantly became covered in wrinkles, as if he had aged decades overnight. Just as Suan began his descent, Suyun arrived at breakneck speed, riding the white tiger. Seeing Suan in such a state, her eyes instantly filled with tears, her face etched with heartache. She urgently urged the white tiger to catch Suan mid-air. Gazing at her brother, whose breath was faint, Suyun wept uncontrollably. "Brother, why are you so foolish? Why did you push yourself so hard?" Suan barely moved his lips, his voice faint as he managed, "Little sister, report the situation." Suyun took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and quickly replied. "Brother, over a dozen spatial nodes appeared across Qingshan City. After you shattered the main node, the others stopped expanding. However, at the last moment, the secret realm generated a powerful suction force, pulling many people away. Without exception, these individuals were all practitioners below level 30. Preliminary assessment indicates this is a medium-risk secret realm, restricting entry to those above level 30. Suan's brow furrowed, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Suyun continued. "The problem is, most job changers in Qingshan City are fairly average. Many are just awakened students. A medium-risk secret realm is far beyond their capabilities. Even the lowest-level monsters there likely start at level 10. For these low-level job changers, the danger factor is extremely high." Suyun looked at Suan, her expression grave as she continued, "Brother, there's another situation. Lin Feng and Yushi were also sucked into the secret realm." "What?" Suan's previously composed expression instantly shifted, his eyes filling with anxiety and worry as he nearly sat up abruptly. Seeing this, Suyun felt a pang of confusion. She couldn't help but think. Shouldn't he be most concerned about Yushi first? Why is he reacting so strongly to Lin Feng? Suan's face remained composed, his lips tightly sealed, not uttering a word, though his inner turmoil raged like a storm. Could all this be fate? This secret realm wasn't a place one could enter and exit at will. Just now, in order to stop the realm from expanding, she had shattered the spatial node. Now that the node was broken, it would be impossible for the temperature to return to a passable level anytime soon. Even if he summoned a spatial type class changer immediately, it would take at least 10 days. But Lin Feng and the others were trapped inside. Facing a medium danger level secret realm teeming with perilous magical beasts, could they truly endure that long? Lin Feng couldn't die. Suan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He said to Suyun, "Little sister, push forward with the rescue team preparations. Not a moment can be wasted. Also, gather as much information as possible about this secret realm. We might find a way to open the passage early." Suyun nodded. "Understood, brother. I'll handle it. Take care of yourself, don't push yourself too hard." After Suyun left, Suan sat alone on the bed, lost in thought. Lin Feng possessed extraordinary talent. Suan had placed great hopes in him and intended to entrust him with important responsibilities. Now trapped in the secret realm with his fate unknown, how could Suan not be consumed by anxiety? After a moment of silence, Suan spoke slowly. It seems we must find a way to rescue those children. Su Yun looked troubled. Brother, you've just suffered severe injuries and are still weak. Besides, even if we wanted to go in, we don't meet the restricted conditions for entering the secret realm. After pondering for a moment, Suan proposed, contact powerful individuals from other cities. See if we can assemble a rescue team specifically for this secret realm operation. Simultaneously, we should select several level 20+ job changers from Qingshan City who are relatively strong and experienced. Give them intensive emergency training so they can go in as inside contacts and coordinate with the external rescue efforts. Su Yun nodded in understanding. Got it, brother. I'll start making arrangements right away. After leaving, Su Yun swiftly began implementing Suan's plan. First, she used special communication channels to contact powerful individuals in several neighboring cities, explaining Qingshan City's situation and requesting assistance. Most of the powerful individuals expressed their willingness to lend a hand upon hearing the news. Simultaneously, Su Yun issued an emergency mobilization order within Qingshan City, summoning level 20+ transferees with exceptional combat prowess. The call spread rapidly, drawing responses from numerous young transmuters. Chapter 53, The Secret Realm of Medium Peril. Meanwhile, Lin Feng felt the world spinning violently. When he regained his senses, he found himself immersed in this mysterious realm. He soon learned the name of this realm. Misty Forest. Thick fog enveloped the surroundings, true to its name. Everything appeared illusory and eerie beneath the hazy mist, visibility extremely low. Anything slightly farther away was swallowed by the fog, obscuring all sight. Yet, to Lin Feng's surprise, the group hadn't been randomly scattered upon arrival. He faintly heard someone nearby calling out. Is anyone there? The voice echoed through the mist, tinged with fear and helplessness. Before long, as cries and responses echoed, a group gradually gathered around them. Lin Feng looked closely and was startled to discover that these people were all classmates from Class 1 of Qingshan First High School. He even spotted Su Yushi, her face looking rather grim, understandable, since they'd been closest when the crisis erupted, making them more likely to be swept into the secret realm. Wait, what the hell is going on? How did we get trapped here? One classmate asked, their voice trembling with fear. Another frowned and said, I'm not entirely sure either, but everyone, don't panic. Since we're all gathered here, let's stick together and figure out how to get out of this place. Lin Feng spoke with a solemn expression. We were forcibly drawn into this secret realm. And judging by the situation, it appears to be a new one. Hearing this, the group grew even more panicked. Gathered in this mist-shrouded forest, fear etched itself upon every face. After all, none of them had expected to be suddenly swept into a brand new secret realm while safely at school. Such an unknown situation was bound to make anyone feel disoriented and anxious. Damn it, I wasn't ready to enter a secret realm. Me neither. I heard you can't just leave any secret realm except the beginner one. Damn it, I'm only level 6. I don't want to die so soon. Just as fear gripped the group, Chen Hai stepped forward with a carefree swagger. Hands on his hips, he bellowed. Everyone, don't panic. This might be a huge opportunity. A brand new, unexplored realm. What does that mean? It means treasures could be everywhere in here. His words ignited a fire in everyone's hearts. The previously terrified group instantly became excited. Exactly. This is a new secret realm. Only official expedition teams have ever been allowed in early before. If you happen to find something here, you'd hit the jackpot. After all, most of the students present didn't come from wealthy families. Finding something valuable in this secret realm could mean striking it rich overnight. This sudden surge of greed actually diluted the fear in their hearts considerably. Only Lin Feng wore a solemn expression tinged with a hint of peculiarity. He knew full well that even if treasures existed within the secret realm, one must have the life to claim them. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the secret realm's difficulty level was clearly far beyond that of a beginner's realm. Frowning, Lin Feng cautioned. Everyone, don't get carried away. This place looks dangerous, far tougher than the beginner's realm we went through before. Our top priority is staying safe and getting out alive, not just hunting for treasures. At your current levels, you'd be better off staying put and waiting for rescue. Lin Feng's words poured cold water on the group's newly ignited excitement. Chen Hai immediately grew displeased. He glared at Lin Feng and demanded. Lin Feng, what's your problem? You're undermining morale. Maybe you're just scared and saying this to scare everyone. Other classmates, blinded by greed, chimed in with Chen Hai. Exactly. Lin Feng, stop spreading alarmist nonsense here. We finally have this chance, don't try to ruin it for everyone. Lin Feng looked at the crowd, feeling a sense of helplessness. He knew these classmates had been blinded by greed, turning them into nothing but clowns. This secret realm looks extraordinary and they're still thinking about treasure hunting? Just then, Su Yushi suddenly stepped forward to speak for Lin Feng, saying, Everyone, calm down. Lin Feng is only looking out for us. This secret realm is genuinely dangerous, we can't afford to be careless. If we get caught up in greed and end up in peril, it'll be a case of losing more than we gain. Lin Feng glanced at her in surprise. How had this woman changed? She was actually speaking up for him. Yet the crowd, swept up in excitement, refused to heed Su Yushi's words. Shenhai sneered coldly, saying, Su Yushi, stop always sticking up for Lin Feng. What's the deal between you two? Whatever. I'm going treasure hunting. If you're too scared, just stay here. At this moment, who cared about school beauties? Just as he spoke, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the mist nearby. Everyone's nerves instantly tightened, their expressions shifting abruptly. Something's there. Everyone, be careful. At the critical moment, a fire elemental class changer reacted swiftly. His hands formed seals rapidly, and with a whoosh, a blazing ball of flame ignited in his palms, illuminating a small area around them. By the flickering light, they squinted and realized it was just a few trees, likely the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. Relief washed over the group. Someone muttered under their breath. That gave me a fright. Thought it was some powerful magical beast. What a fuss over nothing. But before the tension could fully dissipate, something eerie happened. Suddenly, the branches of one tree began writhing as if alive, then lunged toward the group at breakneck speed. Oh no! This sudden turn of events threw everyone into a fluster. Everyone, stay calm. Charge together. Shenhai shouted loudly. The students reacted swiftly. Beastmasters hurriedly summoned their beasts, warriors gripped their weapons and charged forward, while mages began chanting spells, preparing to unleash magic. In an instant, blinding bursts of light erupted from their combined skills, converging on the tree that had begun to stir. Though caught off guard, their numbers and relatively coordinated teamwork proved advantageous. Under their united assault, the tree soon fell silent. With a thud, it crashed to the ground, transforming into a grotesquely twisted magical beast, a common level 15 creature. The group gathered around to inspect it, discovering several oddly glowing fruits scattered beside the beast. One student recognized them as likely belonging to the level 15 Willow Demon Tree Guardian, items of considerable value. Seeing these fruits, joy spread across everyone's faces. Shenhai, brimming with smug satisfaction, picked up a fruit and shot a taunting glance at Lin Feng. Well, Lin Feng? I told you this place was full of treasures, but you're always so timid and afraid of trouble. If we'd listened to you, we'd have missed out on these goodies. Lin Feng looked at Shenhai, no longer bothering to reason with him. Fine, you're right. Why don't you use your brain? This is the outermost area. The very first beast was already level 15. Shenhai's expression remained unchanged, unconcerned. He dismissed the 15th level as mere luck. Tucking the fruit into his robe, he snorted. You're always pouring cold water on things. Anyway, I'm going to keep searching for more treasures. If you're scared, just follow behind me. With that, he led most of the students deeper into the misty forest. The group proceeded cautiously through the misty forest, but soon realized their haste had been foolish. Along the way, they encountered several waves of magical beasts, the lowest level of which were all 10th level. Meanwhile, the students present were mostly only level 5 or 6. Wait, how are we supposed to fight these? One student's voice trembled, his face etched with terror. The initial excitement from obtaining a few fruits had vanished without a trace. This is just the outer perimeter. At least level 10 monsters everywhere? This place must be a medium-risk secret realm at the very least. Another student couldn't help but curse under his breath, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Feng's expression instantly darkened. He knew well that medium-risk secret realms typically required adventurers above level 20 to venture into. Moreover, in such a secret realm, level 30 magical beasts were likely not uncommon. Given their current strength, their situation was indeed extremely perilous. Chapter 54, Leveling Up continues. Though their current situation was perilous, fortune favors the bold. The high-level beasts here meant that hunting them would yield extremely rich experience. If they seized this opportunity, their leveling speed would undoubtedly be astonishing. With this in mind, Lin Feng made a decisive choice, summoning the Bì'àn without hesitation. Bì'àn, manifest. A dazzling flash of light erupted as the Bì'àn appeared before them in all its majestic glory. It raised its head and let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, its overwhelming aura instantly engulfing the surroundings. Now at level 15, the Bì'àn held absolute dominance over monsters of its own tier. Charge! The Bì'àn charged like lightning, plunging instantly into the horde of beasts. Its razor-sharp claws gleamed with a cold light, each swing unleashing a shower of blood. Its massive frame charged relentlessly, leaving a trail of screams and fallen beasts in its wake. Within mere moments, countless beasts fell to the Bì'àn's relentless assault. With each fallen beast, Lin Feng's mind echoed with level-up notifications. Defeated level 15 Common Demon Willow Tree, gain 300 EXP. Defeated 15th level Common Carnivorous Flower, gain 300 EXP. Ding! Congratulations on successfully leveling up to level 16. In mere moments, Lin Feng had successfully leveled up, further enhancing his strength. No wonder high-level monsters grant so much experience. Lin Feng grinned. Seeing this, Su Yushi swiftly joined the fray. Holding the holy light scepter, she radiated a sacred glow. Chanting incantations, she unleashed a series of powerful spells. Blinding beams of holy light pierced the mist, scorching the beasts like the sun's rays. Wherever the light fell, the monsters writhed in agony before perishing one after another. After eliminating a large number of beasts, Su Yushi successfully leveled up, reaching level 13. Watching Lin Feng and Su Yushi dominate the battlefield, the others stared in stunned admiration. Is this the power of an SSS class change user? It's terrifying. One classmate couldn't help but exclaim, eyes brimming with longing. Under the relentless assault of Lin Feng and Su Yushi, hordes of beasts fell, dropping all manner of loot. Seeing these treasures, the group instantly lost their composure. They rushed forward, scrambling to pick up the loot dropped by the beasts Lin Feng had slain. After all, in this resource-scarce environment, such loot was undeniably a huge temptation. Wow, this magic crystal is so beautiful it must be worth a fortune. Look! This medicinal herb is a rare treasure too. The crowd shouted excitedly, their eyes gleaming with greed. Just as they were engrossed in the frenzy of grabbing the spoils, Lin Feng roared angrily. Everyone, stop right now. Is this yours? Then take it. The rebuke thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in their ears and making their eardrums ache. Startled by the sudden outburst, they instinctively halted, turning to stare at Lin Feng with expressions of confusion and grievance. Hearing Lin Feng's rebuke, they paused only briefly. Though a flicker of hesitation crossed their eyes, greed quickly reclaimed their gaze. Someone murmured under their breath. Lin Feng, just be a little more generous. You're so powerful anyway you can kill plenty more beasts later. What's the harm in sharing a little loot? We're classmates, after all. Lin Feng listened to these words, feeling nothing but bitter irony. Not long ago, these very people had sneered at him and told him to keep his distance. Now, for the sake of this petty gain, they were spouting such shameless nonsense. Seeing no sign of them stopping, a resolute glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he commanded the Bì'àn. Bì'àn, attack. The Bì'àn roared to the heavens, its massive form erupting with overwhelming power. Opening its massive jaws, a terrifying beam of light surged forth like a raging torrent, crashing directly into the ground before the crowd. Boom! A deafening explosion instantly carved a massive crater in the ground. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and the powerful shockwave knocked everyone off their feet, sending them tumbling to the ground. This sudden assault sent shockwaves through the entire group. Their faces drained of color, eyes filled with terror. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? A classmate stared at Lin Feng in terror, his voice trembling. Lin Feng stared coldly at the group and said, "Let me reiterate, this is not the time to covet these spoils. If you persist in your folly, don't blame me for being ruthless. That was merely a warning. Should it happen again, I won't hold back." Overwhelmed by Lin Feng's icy glare and unyielding stance, the others fell silent. Reluctantly, they stopped fighting and reluctantly stood up. Lin Feng scanned the group and bellowed. "If you want to follow me to collect loot, that's fine. But first, you must contribute. I'm willing to lead the entire class to survive in this mist forest, but you must follow my commands. If you refuse, you can leave now. I won't force you." He had come to realize that going it alone wasn't necessarily the most efficient approach. At the very least, the class had many support-type professions. With their assistance, they could increase hunting speed and provide mutual protection. The crowd's expressions darkened instantly, their discontent palpable. Someone muttered under their breath. "So what if he's a few levels higher than us? What's so great about that? He really thinks he's the boss now. Just wait a while. We'll see how smug he is then." But now, trapped in this perilous secret realm, they knew their numbers were too few. Without Lin Feng as their anchor, the danger would only grow. After weighing their options, everyone gritted their teeth and reluctantly agreed. Su Yushi naturally had no objections. Fighting alongside Lin Feng these past days had given her a full appreciation of the overwhelming strength of the Dragon Tamer profession in its early stages. Those formidable beasts, combined with Lin Feng's clever tactics, always unleashed astonishing power in battle. She had already made up her mind, below level 30, she would avoid conflict with Lin Feng whenever possible. After all, given the strength he had demonstrated so far, opposing him was clearly not a wise choice. Su Yushi had always been clever and sharp since childhood. While her earlier targeting of Lin Feng in the newbie dungeon was genuine, her current reconciliation with him was equally genuine this time, for her own sake. Besides, he's my father's disciple anyway, this isn't exactly throwing good money after bad. Su Yushi consoled herself with this thought. Alright, since everyone agrees, from this moment onward, all actions will follow my commands. Seeing their agreement, Lin Feng's expression softened slightly as he immediately began issuing orders. Beastmasters, maintain constant communication with your beasts and stay vigilant of your surroundings. Mages, prepare offensive and support spells to provide assistance as needed. Warriors, strengthen your defenses and protect the rear ranks. The group responded in unison, swiftly adjusting their stances according to Lin Feng's orders. At that moment, the massive dark silhouette within the mist drew ever closer, emanating a palpable, heart-stopping pressure. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on the shadow's direction, murmuring, "Everyone, be cautious. This creature means us no good. Wait for my command before acting, do not engage prematurely." As the shadow sharpened, a colossal demon beast materialized before them. Resembling a colossal bear, its entire body was covered in black scales, each shimmering with a cold, eerie glow. Its eyes burned like two flames, radiating a bloodthirsty glow, while its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, sending a chill down the spine. "What kind of beast is that? It looks so powerful," one student whispered in awe. Lin Feng's expression grew grave as he clenched his fists tightly and declared, "Whatever it is, we can defeat it if we stand united. Everyone stay calm and follow my lead." Just then, the giant bear beast let out a deafening roar and charged violently toward the group. Chapter 55, Leading the Entire Class? Lin Feng looked at the group of classmates before him, his heart filled with inner conflict. Logically speaking, he didn't want to lead so many people. In this perilous secret realm, most of them were weak. To Lin Feng, they felt like heavy burdens. One misstep could slow them down and put him in danger. Yet Lin Feng was still just an ordinary 18-year-old youth, his heart retaining that core of kindness and passion. Even though these classmates hadn't been kind to him before, he couldn't bring himself to just watch them die. In a secret realm of this danger level, relying solely on their individual combat abilities, they had no chance of survival. "Listen up, everyone. This demon beast is powerful, but we're not completely without a chance." Lin Feng spoke rapidly while keeping his eyes fixed on the charging giant bear beast. "Beastmasters, send your agile beasts to harass it and draw its attention. Avoid direct confrontation. Mages, wait until its focus is diverted, then seize the moment to unleash your powerful attack spells. Warriors, prepare your defenses. The moment it charges toward us, immediately form a shield wall." The students nodded nervously and swiftly moved into position according to Lin Feng's commands. Agile beasts darted toward the giant bear like dark shadows, weaving nimbly around it and launching sporadic attacks to provoke its rage. The giant bear monster, thoroughly annoyed by these little pests, roared furiously, repeatedly swiping its massive paws in an attempt to crush these bothersome insects. Just as the giant bear monster's attention was drawn to the beasts, Lin Feng shouted, "Mages, now!" Several mages swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. Instantly, massive fireballs and ice spikes coalesced in the sky, raining down upon the giant bear like hailstones. Boom! A series of explosions erupted, flames shot skyward, and ice shards flew everywhere, engulfing the giant bear monster in a cloud of attack smoke. Yet the beast's defenses surpassed everyone's expectations. When the smoke cleared, it bore only scorched and frosted marks upon its hide, its fury undiminished. It roared in fury, ignoring the beastmasters entirely as it charged straight toward the group. "Warriors, shield wall!" Lin Feng bellowed. The warriors reacted swiftly, linking their shields tightly together to form a solid wall. The colossal bear beast slammed into the shield wall with tremendous force, sending the warriors staggering backward. Some even had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, yet they gritted their teeth and held their ground. Lin Feng knew this wasn't sustainable. He turned to Su Yushi and shouted, "Su Yushi, use the holy light scepter to fortify the warriors' defenses. Bì'àn and I will flank it from the sides and try to find its weak spot." Su Yushi nodded and immediately swung the holy light scepter. A soft glow descended, enveloping the warriors and bolstering their defenses. Simultaneously, Lin Feng directed Bishi to charge at the giant bear demon beast's flank. The Bishi roared furiously, its body glowing intensely as its sharp claws slashed viciously at the giant bear demon beast's flank. Under Lin Feng's masterful command and the Bishi's formidable assistance, the group launched a frenzied hunting expedition at the edge of the secret realm. With each battle, their coordination grew increasingly seamless, evolving from the initial flustered chaos of facing demon beasts to a well-orchestrated rhythm. Their experience points skyrocketed like rockets, and their levels steadily climbed. Moreover, the bounty from slaying these beasts' rare materials, magic crystals, and other treasures was abundant, filling each storage pouch to the brim. Just as the group was charging forward triumphantly, Lin Feng encountered classmates from other classes at Qingshan First High School along the way. Struggling to survive in this perilous secret realm, these students saw Lin Feng's group advancing like a steamroller. They weren't fools, they instantly realized joining this team was the best choice available. Without much hesitation, they all expressed their desire to join. Lin Feng considered briefly before nodding his approval. After all, strength lies in numbers. In this perilous secret realm, every additional ally meant another sliver of hope for survival. As students from other classes joined one after another, Lin Feng's team rapidly expanded. Soon, the group swelled to over 300 members, nearly gathering the entire student body of Qingshan First High School. Such a massive force naturally required meticulous planning for any action. Standing atop a high ground, Lin Feng addressed the group. "Everyone, our team has grown, but the danger remains just as great. From now on, we will divide into specialized squads, each with clear responsibilities. Beastmasters will handle reconnaissance and early warning. Mages will prepare for attack and support. Warriors will lead the defense and close combat. Everyone must follow commands and refrain from acting on their own initiative." The group responded in unison, their eyes brimming with trust in Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's organization, the team swiftly completed their division and pressed deeper into the outer reaches of the secret realm. However, as they advanced deeper, the surrounding mist grew increasingly dense, and the aura of the magical beasts became more powerful and eerie. Occasional low growls echoed through the air, as if warning the group that the dangers ahead were escalating. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the entire team, led by Lin Feng, fought and maneuvered against the demonic beasts at the outer perimeter of the secret realm. Their efforts paid off handsomely, with everyone achieving significant level gains, most reaching level 10. Lin Feng, however, soared ahead of the pack. With his exceptional combat skills and the formidable aid of his Bì'àn, he reached an impressive level 20. Su Yushi was no slouch either, successfully climbing to level 17 and growing ever more formidable. After these days of intense combat, many in the team gained a newfound respect for Lin Feng. They were astonished to discover that Lin Feng not only possessed exceptional personal strength but also demonstrated commendable leadership skills. Before every impending danger, Lin Feng seemed to sense it ahead of time with his keen perception, allowing him to guide the team in adjusting tactics just in time to avert disaster. Initially, some members of the team did harbor doubts about Lin Feng's leadership and even occasionally voiced complaints. But as time went on, these voices grew quieter. After all, in the brutal survival challenges of the secret realm, actions speak louder than words. Time and again, Lin Feng led everyone out of perilous situations while also securing substantial gains for the group. Through his concrete actions, he earned the recognition and respect of the vast majority. P.S. Folks, the beta testing for this book has begun. New book testing is crucial for authors. If you can, please give it a 5-star review. The author thanks you all here. Chapter 56, Parting Ways? As the group delved deeper into the mist forest, their leveling pace remained swift. Yet the challenges that followed came like surging tides, escalating at an exponential rate. The beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable, culminating in a confrontation with a Lord-level beast exceeding level 25. Monsters undergo a qualitative change upon reaching level 20, and this was a Lord-level beast. These Overlord-tier beasts possessed intelligence far surpassing ordinary monsters, and their terrifying power was enough to strike fear into any heart. They were not foes that could be overcome by sheer numbers alone. That Lord beast was as massive as a mountain, radiating an aura chilling to the bone. Each time it let out a piercing howl, it seemed as if the very heavens trembled and the earth itself quivered in fear. A level 25 Lord? That's terrifying. There's no way we can fight it. Damn it. Faced with such overwhelming power, the group instantly found themselves in a desperate situation. A wave of near despair swept through the crowd. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with resolve. Without hesitation, he commanded the Bishi to charge forward like an arrow released from its string. Bì'àn, advance. Divine Judgment. Extreme Void Claw. The others were tasked with dealing with the ordinary beasts nearby. Drawing upon its own formidable strength, the Bishi engaged the Lord-level beast, temporarily holding back its frenzied assault. Once again, the group witnessed the overwhelming might of the Dragonkin, utterly unreasonable. A mere level 20 Dragonkin could stand toe-to-toe with a level 25 Lord-class beast, while most level 30 professionals couldn't even hope to defeat a level 25 Lord. Meanwhile, Su Yushi poured every ounce of her strength into her holy light scepter, which blazed with dazzling radiance. Blasts of sacred power shot forth like meteors streaking across the night sky, striking the Lord Beast with devastating force. Damn it, that Lin Feng is stealing the spotlight this time. I can't let her outshine me too much. Through their seamless coordination and an arduous, heart-pounding battle, they finally succeeded in slaying the terrifying Lord Beast. The moment its mountain-like form crashed to the ground, the tension in everyone's nerves instantly dissolved. Cheers erupted spontaneously, their joy nearly piercing the heavens. We actually killed a level 25 Lord? Is this real? Awesome. Yet Lin Feng showed no trace of joy. Instead, his face was clouded with worry, his eyes filled with deep concern. He understood better than anyone that as they ventured deeper into the forest, the monsters awaiting them would only grow stronger like an ever-ascending ladder. The strength of his classmates simply couldn't keep pace with this rapidly escalating danger. Even Su Yushi, whose strength stood out among them, would likely struggle more and more against the stronger beasts that might appear ahead. Without much deliberation, Lin Feng stepped forward as usual to take the core material from this Lord-level magical beast. This was an incredibly precious item, worth millions in the outside world. As the group watched the core material in Lin Feng's hands, flashes of envy and greed flickered in their eyes. Every time they defeated a Lord-level beast, Lin Feng claimed the core material, leaving them feeling somewhat resentful. They wondered if he was being too greedy, especially since they had contributed their share in the battle. Human nature being what it was, greed knew no bounds, desires only grew ever larger. Chen Hai, in particular, stared intently at the Lord-level core material, his heart racing with desire. He knew clearly that if this thing could become his own, he could use it to craft high-level equipment, which would undoubtedly boost his combat power significantly. Chen Hai had always been greedy, and now he couldn't contain himself. He immediately put on an act of speaking for everyone, his face plastered with a fake smile, and approached Lin Feng, saying, Lin Feng, you know we all work together to take down that Lord-level beast. You always take the core materials, isn't that a bit unfair? You've already gotten your share. This time, why not let us all have a piece of the Lord's core material? The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. Some agreed with Chen Hai, chiming in. Yeah. We all put in the effort. You can't just take all the rewards for yourself every time. However, many others thought Chen Hai was being greedy and couldn't help but retort. Chen Hai, don't push your luck. Lin Feng has already done more than enough for us. If it weren't for him, we'd have died in this secret realm long ago. How dare you still demand the core materials? Exactly. Chen Hai, learn to be content. Don't be so ungrateful. Faced with the barrage of criticism, Chen Hai's face flushed red then drained pale. Deep down, he felt a twinge of guilt. He'd only been testing the waters, hoping to get a share from Lin Feng by leveraging their numbers. He never imagined Lin Feng would simply reply, "Fine." What? This left Chen Hai completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened, his mouth agape, yet he remained speechless for a long moment. Not just Chen Hai, everyone else around him was equally stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Yushi was equally stunned, silently wondering when Lin Feng had become so generous and easygoing. However, before anyone could recover from their shock, Lin Feng coldly added, "Seems everyone has quite the opinion of me. In that case, why don't we just part ways? This way, we can all move on without lingering resentment. Who knows? Perhaps we'll each find better paths ahead." His words exploded like a bombshell through the crowd. Everyone panicked. Following Lin Feng had allowed them to level up rapidly, reap abundant rewards, and enjoy an incredibly smooth life. Without Lin Feng, relying solely on their own strength, navigating this peril-filled secret realm would be utterly impossible. Chen Hai panicked upon hearing this, frantically waving his hands as he protested. "No, Lin Feng, it's not like that. I was just momentarily confused, my brain went blank. We don't want the core materials of the demon beast. You're so magnanimous, please don't take it to heart." The others chimed in. Yes, Lin Feng. We were wrong. We shouldn't have been greedy. You can't abandon us now. Exactly. Without your leadership, we're lost. We'll follow your every word from now on and never speak out of turn again. Watching their anxious expressions, Lin Feng smirked inwardly, though his face remained stern. He swept his gaze across the group and spoke slowly. "I've always given my all to lead you. In every battle, I've charged ahead first, all to ensure we all survive this crisis together. But what about you? You question me over a mere scrap of profit. How can I expect you to unite when we face even greater dangers?" Hearing this, the others hung their heads in shame, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. "Enough. My mind is made up." Lin Feng's face bore a look of resolute hurt. Ignoring their attempts to stop him, he turned and walked away with unwavering determination. His stride was firm, without a hint of hesitation, as if he had already resolved to part ways with them completely. No matter how loudly they shouted or pleaded, they couldn't sway his resolve to leave. Seeing Lin Feng's unwavering resolve, the crowd's anxiety and helplessness instantly transformed into fury directed at Chen Hai. They all turned their anger toward Chen Hai, each taking turns to vent their frustration. "It's all your fault, Chen Hai. If you hadn't been so greedy, Lin Feng wouldn't have left." "Exactly. Are you satisfied now? Without Lin Feng, what are we supposed to do?" Chen Hai's face flushed crimson under the barrage of insults, wishing he could vanish into thin air. He hung his head in silence, consumed by regret. He never imagined his momentary greed would lead to such a disastrous outcome. Chapter 57, Su Yushi's Cooperation. Meanwhile, after successfully shaking off the others, Lin Feng breathed a huge sigh of relief. Truthfully, he'd long wanted to venture deeper into the mist forest, but had been struggling to find the right opportunity. His classmates' abilities were gradually falling behind the pace of this secret realm, and to him, they had indeed become a burden. Chen Hai's recent unreasonable demands had provided him with the perfect excuse to leave. But just as Lin Feng had slipped away, secretly celebrating his freedom to venture deeper into the mist forest unencumbered, he suddenly realized Su Yushi had followed him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a face of unparalleled beauty, yet it wore the expression of a corpse. Who else could it be but Su Yushi? "How did you catch up?" He stared in utter shock, utterly unprepared for this woman to pursue him relentlessly. "Why not? This secret realm is practically your family's domain." Su Yushi met Lin Feng's slightly disdainful gaze and immediately flared up. Lin Feng curled his lips, staring at Su Yushi until she felt thoroughly embarrassed. She could only admit honestly, "Lin Feng, I want to team up with you. I'm also an SSS tier professional, specializing in support. If we join forces, we'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. As for the treasures we find, I'll take 30% and you can have 70%. Su Yushi had fully grasped the overwhelming strength of the Dragon Tamer class in its early stages. Naturally, she wanted to join him. This newly opened secret realm was a tremendous opportunity for her. Lin Feng scrutinized Su Yushi for a long moment. He was genuinely conflicted. On one hand, he owed the Su family a debt of gratitude. Suan was his mentor who had taught him so much. On the other hand, though Su Yushi was a bit aloof and proud at times, she wasn't fundamentally a bad person. Most crucially, he currently only had Bì'àn as his powerful battle pet. Facing the unknown dangers of the Mist Forest, his combat strength felt somewhat thin. Having someone skilled in support by his side might prove vital. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng finally nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll team up. But let me make one thing clear, if we're partners, you've got to trust me completely, follow my lead, and not hold me back." Su Yushi gave a soft snort. "Don't worry, I won't slow you down. Since I proposed this partnership, it's because I want us both to gain something from this secret realm." After sealing the deal, Lin Feng wasted no time. He led Su Yushi straight into the depths of the Mist Forest, aiming directly for the domain lord beasts. "Let's take down a few lords first." Lin Feng licked his lips. Su Yushi's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't fathom why Lin Feng was so fixated on hunting lord beasts and blurted out, "Why must we kill the lord beasts? Can't we start with ordinary beasts and level up gradually?" Bì'àn could take down ordinary beasts with a single swipe. They could easily grind levels for days until reaching level 30 before hunting the lord. Wouldn't that be better? Lin Feng naturally wouldn't reveal that he coveted the core materials from the lord beast to hatch a second dragon egg. He couldn't delay any longer. He sensed something eerily off about this secret realm. His expression turned cold as he said flatly, "Su Yushi, if you're afraid to follow, you can leave now." "Like hell I'm scared. Damn you, Lin Feng." Su Yushi gritted her teeth in fury, cursing Lin Feng inwardly. Yet she refused to give up so easily. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to follow. The two navigated through the mist for a while. Soon, a relatively open area appeared ahead, where a colossal willow tree stood. The willow tree radiated an eerie green glow. Strange runes faintly appeared on its trunk. It was a level 20 lord, the Demon Willow King. "Found it." Lin Feng smiled excitedly. The Demon Willow King seemed to sense their approach. Its massive canopy suddenly shook violently, and countless willow branches twisted like snakes, lashing out fiercely toward Lin Feng and Su Yushi. The willow branches moved with blinding speed, whistling through the air wherever they passed. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as he swiftly commanded the Bì'àn to charge forward. The Bì'àn roared furiously, its body glowing with golden light. It thrust its front paws against the ground and launched itself like a cannonball toward the willow branches. Its sharp claws tore into the branches with a crack, severing several in an instant. Yet the Demon Willow King did not retreat. Instead, its fury intensified. A massive maw suddenly opened on its trunk, spewing a cloud of green smoke that billowed toward Bì'àn. The smoke carried a pungent, acrid stench, seemingly laced with potent venom. Seeing this, Su Yushi swiftly swung the holy light scepter, chanting incantations. A pure, snow-white light barrier instantly unfolded before the Bì'àn, blocking the green mist. "Lin Feng, this Demon Willow King is no pushover. Be careful. I'll do my best to support you and the Bì'àn." Su Yushi shouted. The battle erupted anew, with Bì'àn and the Demon Willow King instantly locked in fierce combat. The Demon Willow King's branches lashed out like a barrage of whips, each strike whistling through the air with a sharp, cutting sound. The Bì'àn, relying on its agile movements and immense strength, dodged and weaved constantly, seizing opportunities to counter with its claws. For a time, the two fought fiercely, locked in an intense stalemate. However, a turning point soon emerged. Seizing the moment, Su Yushi's holy light scepter blazed with brilliance as she rapidly chanted incantations. A dazzling radiance instantly enveloped the Bì'àn. Divine protection. As a fellow light-aligned force, the Bì'àn received this powerful blessing, its body erupting in golden light as its strength surged dramatically. The Bì'àn's overall strength increased by at least 30%. Lin Feng watched this unfold, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Su Yushi, however, lifted her chin slightly, a hint of smugness in her gaze, as if to say, "How could I not have a secret weapon? As fellow light attribute beings, my six-winged angel class is the ultimate support." The enhanced Bì'àn surged forward with overwhelming momentum, charging once more at the Demon Willow Tree King. Its attacks grew fiercer, each claw packing immense power that effortlessly tore through the Demon Willow King's defenses. With the two working in tight coordination, the Demon Willow Tree King gradually found itself unable to withstand the onslaught. Finally, with a furious roar from the Bì'àn and a powerful strike from Lin Feng's sword, the Demon Willow Tree King let out a mournful cry. Its massive form crashed to the ground, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. Both of their experience points surged significantly. "Continue." Lin Feng calmly retrieved the core material of the Lord. "I'll take this core material. The rest is yours." "All right." Su Yushi had no objections either. From that point onward, Lin Feng and Su Yushi moved through the misty forest like a perfectly synchronized hunting duo, pushing deeper into the depths and targeting only the Lord-level beasts. With each battle fought side by side, their coordination grew increasingly seamless. From their initial cautious approach against a single Lord-level beast, they eventually reached a point where they could simultaneously engage two level 20+ Lord-level beasts in fierce combat without faltering. Through these heart-pounding battles, both rapidly elevated their prowess. Lin Feng successfully broke through to level 23, his power growing ever stronger. Every move he made radiated a powerful confidence. Su Yushi was not to be outdone, successfully reaching level 20. The skills she wielded with her holy light scepter grew more proficient and astonishingly powerful. Chapter 58, Re-encountering the King. Simultaneously, each successful hunt of a Lord-level beast yielded a wealth of precious treasures. These treasures, be it precious magic crystals, rare herbs, or weapons and equipment imbued with formidable power, were all priceless. Su Yushi gazed at the treasures overflowing her storage bag, her eyes sparkling with delight. She often pulled them out to admire and play with them. We've struck it rich. This new secret realm truly lives up to its name. Lin Feng was equally delighted, though his joy stemmed not solely from these valuable treasures. What truly thrilled him was the dragon egg he carried with him. After absorbing the core materials of numerous lord beasts, its incubation had reached a critical stage. It was just a step away from hatching. My third dragon is about to emerge. As Lin Feng gazed at the egg on the verge of hatching, alarm bells rang in his mind. This dragon egg would hatch into an extremely precious dragon, and he certainly didn't want Su Yushi to see it. After all, this was one of his major trump cards. If others found out, who knew what trouble might arise? His eyes darted around as he rapidly calculated how to part ways with Su Yushi. Su Yushi had now reached level 20, possessing formidable strength. In this medium-danger secret realm, she was fully capable of surviving on her own. Given her power and support skills, even taking on a lord alone wasn't impossible. While Lin Feng was pondering the dragon eggs hatching, the entire mist forest suddenly seemed to endure a terrifying catastrophe. The earth shook violently. The ground trembled violently, as if it might split open at any moment. Trees swayed wildly, creaking and groaning. Suddenly, a piercing, commanding wolf howl erupted from the heart of the mist forest. The sound thundered like rolling thunder, exploding through the air and making ears ache. This howl seemed like a terrifying command. Instantly, countless beasts within the mist forest grew restless, surging toward a single direction. That sound. Lin Feng's expression instantly turned grave. Even with his current strength, sensing the sovereign's majesty contained within that sound, he couldn't help but pale. Could a sovereign-level magical beast be in trouble? He silently speculated, an ominous foreboding clouding his mind like dark clouds. King? Su Yushi's face paled. Sovereign-level beasts were the mightiest rulers of the secret realm. Virtually no adventurer could take one on alone. It often required countless people working together to stand a sliver of a chance, and that was assuming the sovereign didn't call for reinforcements. Within its tier, the sovereign reigned supreme. Swoosh, swoosh. Trees toppled one after another, as if an unstoppable force surged toward them. Su Yushi's face instantly drained of color, her eyes filled with terror. At that moment, a colossal wolf with eyes as red as blood appeared before them like a specter. This colossal wolf radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Every hair on its body seemed imbued with destructive force, distorting the very air around it. Lin Feng swiftly summoned Bì'àn. The moment Bì'àn materialized, it sensed the terror of the approaching wolf. It growled warily, every hair on its body bristling as it assumed a battle-ready stance. Gazing upon this beast, its eyes glowing crimson, its entire being radiating savage fury, Lin Feng felt a chill run through him. This was a variant of the wolf clan. On full moon nights, the Silver Moon Wolf King would enter a frenzied state, greatly increasing its combat prowess. Damn it, tonight seemed to be a full moon night. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The misty forest's visibility was too poor, but now, with Su Yushi's light magic, he could see the night sky clearly. That night sky held a full moon, round, clear, and transparent. Damn it! The Silver Moon Wolf King seemed to vent all its fury upon Lin Feng and Su Yushi. It launched its attack first, its form as swift as lightning, closing the distance to them in an instant. Its razor-sharp claws whistled through the air, slashing viciously toward Lin Feng. Block him, Bì'àn. Lin Feng swiftly commanded Bì'àn to intercept. Bì'àn leapt up, using its powerful body to block the Wolf King's strike. A thunderous crash echoed as the Bì'àn was sent reeling backward several steps by the immense force, while the Wolf King remained unscathed, immediately launching another assault. What should we do now, Lin Feng? Seeing this, Su Yushi dared not slacken for a moment. The holy light scepter in her hand blazed with intense radiance. Waves of supportive light instantly enveloped Lin Feng and Bì'àn, attempting to enhance their combat prowess. However, even with Bì'àn and Su Yushi joining forces at full strength, they remained utterly outmatched against this level 25 Silver Moon Wolf King in its frenzied state. They were being relentlessly overwhelmed, the situation growing increasingly perilous. The Silver Moon Wolf King's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each lunge and swipe carrying earth-shattering force. Deep gashes already marred Bì'àn's body, blood flowing freely. Lin Feng, too, was struggling to defend against the Wolf King's onslaught, his body gradually covered in scrapes and bruises. Su Yushi watched the perilous situation unfold, her heart filled with terror. Panic seized her, and a single thought kept flashing through her mind. Was she truly going to die here? While Lin Feng focused intently on maneuvering the Bì'àn to engage the Silver Moon Wolf King, he keenly sensed the growing agitation among the surrounding beasts. It felt like a terrifying storm was about to break. A sense of dread washed over him, his expression instantly turning grave. He whipped his head around and shouted at Su Yushi. Su Yushi, run! Go warn all the students the beasts in the mist forest are about to go berserk. Tell them to assemble immediately and prepare their defenses. Su Yushi froze upon hearing this, her face blank with shock. She never imagined that at this critical moment, Lin Feng would tell her to leave first. Then what about you? Su Yushi asked anxiously. Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering as he replied without hesitation, don't worry about me. I'll do my best to stall them. You must deliver this message quickly, everyone's lives depend on it. Su Yushi stared intently at Lin Feng, a strange flutter suddenly stirring in her heart. Before this, while she recognized his abilities, she had always found him somewhat self-centered. But now, seeing him willingly stay behind to face danger alone for the sake of the group, she suddenly realized this guy wasn't as bad as she'd thought. He even carried a sense of admirable responsibility. Su Yushi clenched her jaw and said, "Alright, hold on. I'll go get reinforcements right now." With that, she hesitated no longer. Turning, she sprinted toward the direction where her classmates had split off, the flickering light of her holy light scepter fading into the mist as she ran. She knew she was nothing but a liability now, requiring Bì'àn's distracted protection. Better to seek reinforcements while there was still a chance. Lin Feng, don't you dare die. Su Yushi murmured hoarsely. Chapter 59, Xiaohei's Successful Evolution. Lin Feng watched Su Yushi's retreating figure and silently exhaled in relief. Then, he refocused all his attention on the Silver Moon Wolf King, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Bì'àn, it's up to us now. Hold on just a little longer. Lin Feng murmured. Bì'àn seemed to understand Lin Feng's words. It let out a long, piercing howl to the heavens, its body glowing intensely. Despite its numerous wounds, it charged fearlessly toward the Silver Moon Wolf King once more. Seeing Su Yushi depart, the Silver Moon Wolf King attacked Lin Feng and Bì'àn with even greater fury. Each strike carried an earth-shattering force, aiming to utterly crush the obstacles before it. Facing the Silver Moon Wolf King alone, Bì'àn felt pressure crashing down like a tidal wave. The Silver Moon Wolf King's claws, hard as steel, whipped through the air like gales, striking the Bì'àn again and again with crushing force. Each blow sent the Bì'àn reeling backward, its fur torn and blood gushing forth, staining the ground crimson. Truly a monarch-level demon beast, even ordinary dragons couldn't stand against it, let alone Bì'àn, whose rank fell short of its opponents. Yet, facing such dire straits, Lin Feng's expression remained composed, his eyes showing not a trace of panic. He still had a backup plan. He swiftly raised his hand, murmuring incantations. A dazzling flash of light erupted, instantly opening the beast-taming realm. Xiaohei, it's your turn. In that instant, a terrifyingly powerful aura surged forth like a raging tidal wave, distorting the very air around them. Immediately after, a colossal black dragon burst forth from the beast-taming space like a black comet. Indeed, this was the evolved abyssal demon dragon, Xiaohei. This was precisely why Lin Feng dared to face the sovereign tier demon beast alone. Xiaohei had successfully evolved. Now, Xiaohei's form was colossal, resembling a moving black mountain. Its serpentine body coiled and twisted, stretching dozens of zhang in length. Its entire body was covered in scales as black as ink, each shimmering with a cold, metallic sheen. They appeared as though forged from the strongest steel, reflecting a bone-chilling light under the sun. The edges of the scales were razor-sharp, as if a single flick could cleave through space itself. Xiaohei's head was enormous and ferocious, resembling a black fortress. Its massive dragon eyes burned like two crimson suns, radiating an intense and vicious light that seemed capable of piercing the very souls of all living things. Its jaws were lined with sharp, massive fangs, each gleaming like a cold blade, seemingly capable of crushing steel with a single bite. Its thick dragon tail, like a black iron rod, whipped through the air with a whooshing sound, cleaving trees clean in two wherever it passed. The moment Xiaohei appeared, he excitedly whipped his massive tail, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, with a cheeky grin, he greeted Lin Feng. "Boss, I'm out. Finally get to stretch my legs. I feel like I'm bursting with power right now, huh?" Lin Feng was both shocked and delighted. Carefully sensing the surging power emanating from Xiaohei, he was thrilled to discover that not only had Xiaohei successfully evolved, but his strength had skyrocketed. Astonishingly, Xiaohei had reached the same level as Lin Feng, level 23. With Xiaohei's formidable power joining the fray, the previously precarious situation instantly shifted in their favor. Xiaohei was still strutting about, chatting smugly with Lin Feng, completely oblivious to the peril the Bì'àn was facing nearby. Seeing Bì'àn being forced back by the Silver Moon Wolf King, Lin Feng grew frantic. He urgently shouted at Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, keep showing off and your son will die." Only then did Xiaohei snap out of his daze. Turning his head, he saw Bì'àn covered in blood, nearly suffocated under the Silver Moon Wolf King's ferocious attacks. His eyes widened instantly, and a blaze of fury shot from them. He roared. "Who dares bully my son? Son, father's coming to help you." Before the words had even left his mouth, Xiaohei shot forward like a black cannonball, streaking toward the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Bì'àn. After its evolution, Xiaohei's power had indeed surged dramatically. The moment it joined the fray, it swept through the battlefield like a dark storm, instantly shifting the momentum. Shohei opened its gaping maw, unleashing another torrent of black flames imbued with terrifying demonic power toward the Silver Moon Wolf King. The flames seemed to carry the curse of the abyss, causing ripples to spread through space wherever they passed. The Silver Moon Wolf King dared not meet it head-on, swiftly sidestepping to evade. Its attack against the Bì'àn was abruptly halted. Seizing the opening, Bì'àn leapt backward, temporarily escaping the danger zone. Panting heavily, his eyes brimmed with gratitude for Xiaohei's timely rescue. Xiaohei, undaunted, stood his ground, facing the Silver Moon Wolf King in a standoff. Frustrated by the interrupted attack, the Silver Moon Wolf King let out a thunderous roar. Its silver fur bristled like steel needles as it lunged toward Xiaohei with blinding speed, its form nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Xiaohei showed no fear. His massive dragon tail lashed out like a black club, colliding with the Silver Moon Wolf King's razor-sharp claws. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed like a crack of lightning, the immense force shattering the surrounding ground. Huge cracks spread out like spider webs in all directions. Xiaohei and the Silver Moon Wolf King clashed fiercely, locked in a brutal battle. Leveraging its massive frame and potent magic, Xiaohei unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks, spewing black flames one moment, swinging its colossal dragon claws the next. The Silver Moon Wolf King, relying on its agile form and razor-sharp claws, sought openings between Xiaohei's attacks, waiting for the chance to strike back. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with sparks and dust, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Lin Feng watched intently from the sidelines, his mind racing with strategies to seize the moment. He contemplated how he could join forces with Xiaohei and the Bì'àn to deliver a fatal blow to the Silver Moon Wolf King. The clash between Xiaohei and the Silver Moon Wolf King intensified. Drawing upon his newly evolved power, Xiaohei forced the raging Wolf King into a defensive posture. Its massive dragon claws swung repeatedly, unleashing waves of black gale winds. Each strike forced the Silver Moon Wolf King to respond cautiously, and wounds gradually appeared on its body. Seeing this, Xiaohei grew more confident, attacking relentlessly while letting out triumphant roars. Lin Feng watched the fierce battle unfold, his heart filled with both awe and worry. Awe at how Xiaohei's power had surged after evolving, allowing him to push the Silver Moon Wolf King into such a desperate state. Worry that this Silver Moon Wolf King was a sovereign-level demon beast within the secret realm. How could it be defeated so easily? Sure enough, the Silver Moon Wolf King, seemingly jolted awake by Xiaohei and Bì'àn's relentless assaults, shook its head violently. It shook its head forcefully, its eyes filled with disbelief, and let out a deep growl. How could two dragonkin possibly? Weren't the dragon clans all extinct? But swiftly, its regal pride returned. With a cold snort, it declared, "Still, you two are far too green to defeat me here." Chapter 60, Shonyo makes his entrance. With that, the Silver Moon Wolf King raised its head to gaze at the full moon high in the night sky, letting out a lone, resounding howl. With that howl, an eerie light radiated from the Silver Moon Wolf King, growing ever brighter until it completely enveloped his form. Visibly, the wounds on the Silver Moon Wolf King's body began to heal at a rapid pace. Its already formidable aura surged steadily, its combat power soaring to new heights. Sensing the shift in the Silver Moon Wolf King's aura, Xiaohei froze slightly, his previously smug expression turning grave. This guy, he's cheating. How infuriating. Bì'àn also regained his composure, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiaohei as they watched the Silver Moon Wolf King warily. Lin Feng inwardly groaned, knowing the upcoming battle would be even more difficult. He rapidly considered countermeasures, his gaze darting between Xiaohei, Bì'àn, and the Silver Moon Wolf King, searching for any weaknesses the wolf might have exposed after its power surge. The Silver Moon Wolf King's body blazed with intense light, like a silver bolt of lightning, charging once more toward Xiaohei and Bì'àn. This time, its momentum was even more overwhelming than before, its speed reaching an extreme limit, tearing through the air with a hissing sound. Xiaohei and Bì'àn charged fearlessly toward the Silver Moon Wolf King. Xiaohei opened his gaping maw, unleashing an even more torrential black flame in an attempt to halt the Silver Moon Wolf King's advance. Bì'àn, swift as lightning, circled around from the flank, his sharp claws gleaming coldly, poised to deliver a fatal blow. In an instant, the three collided, unleashing a fury of power that threatened to shatter everything around them. The earth shook violently, cracks spreading like spiderwebs in all directions. Trees were uprooted by the powerful air currents, torn to shreds mid-air. Even the clouds in the sky were churned into chaos by this force. Not only that, but the surrounding beasts sensed the Silver Moon Wolf King's call and surged toward this location. For them, the king was in peril. They could never stand idly by. In an instant, the mountains and plains were filled with the galloping forms of beasts, their roars intertwining like a symphony of death. Lin Feng stood nearby, his brow deeply furrowed. Watching the increasingly dire situation unfold before him, he felt a surge of panic. If this continued, even with Xiaohei and Bì'àn's formidable strength, they would still lose. He had to find a way. Otherwise, not only would their own lives be in jeopardy, but Tsuyoshi carrying the news back would likely lead their classmates into a desperate situation as the beasts ran amok. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. At this critical juncture, the chaos intensified. More and more beasts surged in from all sides. The battle between Xiaohei, Bì'àn, and the Silver Moon Wolf King had reached a stalemate, and they were gradually losing ground. Lin Feng's heart burned with anxiety as his mind raced for a solution. The only glimmer of hope he could grasp was his third dragon, nearing hatching. Seizing the brief moment when Xiaohe and Bì'àn temporarily held back the Silver Moon Wolf King's assault, Lin Feng wasted no time. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the remaining Lord core materials and absorbed them with all his might. A torrent of colossal energy surged into his body, channeled by him toward the dragon egg within his beast taming space. As the energy continuously poured in, the cracks on the dragon egg grew larger and larger, its surface flickering with an unsteady glow. Finally, under Lin Feng's tense gaze, the dragon egg shattered completely with a crack. "Come out!" Lin Feng cried out in elation. A soft glow blossomed from the shattered dragon egg and a small figure slowly emerged. It was a strange beast with the body of an ox and the head of a dragon Xiaonyo. Accompanied by a crisp chirp, a luminous glow began to flow around Xiaonyo's body, and a wondrous transformation unfolded. Beneath its tiny four legs, wisps of thunder slowly materialized. Blue and white lightning arcs danced and flickered, crackling with a sharp popping sound, adding a touch of majesty to its already adorable appearance. This was a small yellow dragon, its entire body covered in scales. The scales were arranged in perfect order, resembling meticulously crafted golden armor. Under the sunlight, they reflected dazzling brilliance, each scale emanating a mysterious aura, as if containing boundless power. Its head bore the classic dragon features, exquisitely crafted yet undeniably commanding. Two round, luminous dragon eyes shone with a lively yet resolute light. Upon its crown, a pair of small yet sharp horns stood proudly erect, proclaiming its noble lineage among the dragon kin. Xiaonyo's four hooves stood firmly upon the thunderous ground, its posture agile and powerful. Despite its small stature, those four limbs were remarkably strong, as if they could bear the weight of the heavens and earth. From the moment of its birth, it radiated an overwhelming aura that seemed utterly out of place in its surroundings, as if it had been born with the strength of a level 10 creature. Race, Xiaonyo. Attributes, lightning, darkness. Level, 1. Constitution, 300. Spirit, 500. Obedience, 100. Bloodline tier, mythical note, Beastmaster bloodlines are divided into 9 tiers: common, elite, rare, lord, overlord, sovereign, ancient, mythical, immortal. Personality, righteous, skilled in musical arts. Innate skills, thunder prison, Xiaonyo's melody. Lin Feng gazed at the Xiaonyo before him, his heart overflowing with joy. In this moment of extreme peril, Xiaonyo's emergence was nothing short of a godsend. "Xiaonyo, lend us your strength," Lin Feng called out urgently. Xiaonyo's lively eyes met Lin Feng's, as if understanding his intent. It raised its head once more and bellowed, its hooves radiating blinding thunderlight. Then, like a golden bolt of lightning, it charged toward the heart of the battle. At that moment, Xiaohe and Bì'àn were locked in fierce combat with the Silver Moon Wolf King, while numerous other beasts drawn to the fray watched with predatory eyes. Xiaonyo seized the moment, closing in on the Silver Moon Wolf King. He opened his mouth and unleashed a dragon's breath infused with thunderous power. The dragon's breath surged like a thick pillar of lightning, carrying an earth-shattering force as it hurtled straight toward the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King, fully absorbed in its battle with Xiaohe and Bì'àn, was caught off guard by this overwhelming thunderous force. It whipped its head around, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. But as a monarch-level demon beast, its reflexes were lightning fast. It darted sideways, attempting to evade the strike. Yet Xiaonyo's dragon's breath was too swift. Though the Silver Moon Wolf King avoided the vital areas, the blast still grazed its body. Its fur instantly charred, sending wisps of black smoke billowing upward. This sudden assault caused a brief stalemate in the battle. The Silver Moon Wolf King roared furiously, fixing its gaze on Xiaonyo. It seemed to realize that this newborn cub would pose a significant threat. Chapter 61, Defeating the Silver Moon Wolf King. Xiaonyo, seeing the Silver Moon Wolf King shift its attention to him, showed no fear. Instead, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. A blinding thunderous light erupted around its body as it unleashed its innate skill. Thunder Prison. In an instant, thick bolts of lightning materialized from the void, like shimmering ropes of electricity, coiling toward the Silver Moon Wolf King at blinding speed. There was something peculiar about this lightning. The Silver Moon Wolf King sensed danger and attempted to evade, only to find the surrounding space seemingly locked by the thunder's power. No matter how it struggled, the lightning ropes wrapped precisely around its body. In the blink of an eye, the Silver Moon Wolf King was tightly imprisoned within a cage woven from thunder, its body crackling with continuous flashes of electrical arcs. Xiaonyo's melody. Simultaneously, Xiaonyo emitted a strange howl. This cry seemed to contain some mysterious power, piercing straight into the Silver Moon Wolf King's ears. The Silver Moon Wolf King, mid-evolution, jolted violently. The radiant glow enveloping its body instantly dimmed, its evolutionary process brutally halted by that howl. He finally panicked. What was this sound? It actually interrupted my evolution? No, that couldn't be possible. With his evolution halted, the Silver Moon Wolf King's combat power instantly returned to normal levels. The surge of strength gained from the evolution receded like a tide. Perfect opportunity. Watch me. Xiaohe had been waiting for an opening. Seeing this, a flash of excitement and ruthlessness crossed his eyes. With a thunderous roar, magic surged through its body. Its massive dragon form hurtled toward the Silver Moon Wolf King like a black meteor. Shadow breath. Xiaohei opened its gaping maw, unleashing an even more terrifying black flame that erupted like surging magma. It swept straight toward the Silver Moon Wolf King, trapped within the thunder prison. The black flames carried an air of utter destruction. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to ignite, crackling and popping, instantly scorching the ground and carving out a bottomless chasm. Bì'àn wasn't idle either. Seizing the moment, it charged swiftly at the Silver Moon Wolf King from the side. Its foreclaws gouged deep furrows into the earth. The sharp talons glinted coldly like four blades, slashing viciously at the Silver Moon Wolf King's legs in a bid to deliver a fatal strike. Aurora claws. Trapped within the thunder prison, the Silver Moon Wolf King roared with fury and refusal as it faced the dual assault from Xiaohei and Bishi. No! Every silver hair on its body stood on end as it strained with all its might to break free from the thunder's bonds. Yet the thunder prison's power was overwhelming, leaving it unable to escape for the moment. Under the combined assault of Xiaohei, Bishi, and Xiaoniao, the Silver Moon Wolf King gradually faltered. Black flames, razor-sharp claws, and thunderous power relentlessly pounded its body. Though a sovereign-tier demon beast, it fought with every ounce of strength, yet under the assault of these three formidable forces, its wounds grew deeper and deeper. Finally, with a deafening, heart-wrenching howl, the Silver Moon Wolf King's massive form crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Victory? Lin Feng gazed at the fallen Silver Moon Wolf King, his heart filled with both surprise and emotion. He truly hadn't expected the newly born Xiaoniao's control abilities to be so formidable, playing a crucial role in this battle. Of course, Xiaohei's devastating offensive power and Bì'àn's exceptional defense-breaking abilities were equally indispensable. Though the Silver Moon Wolf King lay defeated, its eyes, filled with bitter resentment, remained fixed on Lin Feng. A low, guttural growl escaped its jaws. Human, this victory is undeserved. Had that strange beast not possessed skills that countered mine, I would never have fallen to you. Lin Feng remained utterly unfazed, his expression calm as he replied. In this world of survival of the fittest, being countered is your fate. Isn't that the very law of survival you beasts hold most sacred? Strength is a comprehensive measure. If your skills fall short, why seek excuses? King of beasts, indeed. The Silver Moon Wolf King understood the logic of survival of the fittest, yet the bitter resentment surged within him like an unstoppable tide. Its blood-red eyes glared at Lin Feng as it snarled. Oomph. Think killing me solves everything? You won't bear the consequences. I'm a sovereign-tier beast. My death will plunge this entire secret realm into chaos. Do you truly believe your meager skills can protect yourself and your followers amidst that turmoil? As a sentient demon beast, the Silver Moon Wolf King understood human weaknesses all too well. It knew many had followed Lin Feng into the secret realm, and that humans were creatures easily swayed by emotion. It felt it had seized Lin Feng's Achilles' heel, as if victory were already assured. Lin Feng stared at the Silver Moon Wolf King, falling into a brief silence. Seeing this, the Silver Moon Wolf King assumed his threats had worked. He burst into a triumphant laugh, his laughter brimming with defiance and arrogance. I knew you wouldn't dare. Be reasonable, there's still room for negotiation. Just release me, and I can give you many treasures. We can settle this. How about it? The Silver Moon Wolf King offered an enticing deal, certain Lin Feng would yield like any rational being faced with the carrot and stick. Yet in the next instant, a resolute gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He commanded coldly. Bì'àn, come forth. Slay it. Hearing his master's command, Bishi dragged his weary yet resolute body forward. Its eyes burned with hatred for the Silver Moon Wolf King, the pain and wounds from the earlier battle now fueling it with boundless energy. The Silver Moon Wolf King was utterly shocked. It never imagined Lin Feng would dare issue such an order regardless of the consequences. How dare you? Kill me, and you will die too. My followers will stop at nothing to kill you. The Silver Moon Wolf King roared in terror, his voice thick with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend Lin Feng's actions. Lin Feng's expression remained cold and indifferent, his voice as icy as if it came from the depths of hell. You wounded my Bishi. It is my companion. Whoever harms my companions must pay with blood. Lin Feng never treated his beasts as tools, they were true companions. Just like Xiaohei, all his other beasts were the same. This time, Bishi was truly gravely injured. How could it not seek revenge? Hearing Lin Feng's words brimming with protective fervor, the Bishi's eyes blazed with renewed intensity, as if infused with a fresh surge of power. Its long-simmering hatred for the Silver Moon Wolf King now erupted like a volcano. Truly worthy of being my master. The gaze Xiaohei cast upon Lin Feng now held an added layer of reverence and unwavering loyalty. Chapter 62, Slaying the Monarch Beast. It understood that with a master who valued his companions so deeply, its future path would surely be filled with hope. Xiaoniao, though still somewhat bewildered, seemed to sense the tension in the air. Its round eyes widened with curiosity as it watched everything unfold. The Bishi hesitated no longer, unleashing its signature move, the Aurora Claw. In an instant, its foreclaws were enveloped in a dazzling aurora, its blinding light seeming capable of tearing through space itself. Like a golden meteor, Bì'àn charged toward the Silver Moon Wolf King. The crescent-shaped energy blade of the Silver Moon Wolf King seemed almost powerless against Bì'àn's resolute attack. With a sharp thud, the Bì'àn's aurora claws pierced clean through the Silver Moon Wolf King's body. The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a piercing howl as its massive form crashed to the ground, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. With the Silver Moon Wolf King's demise, a colossal surge of experience power washed over Lin Feng and his three tamed beasts like a raging tide. Lin Feng felt a powerful force surging wildly within him. He quickly activated his cultivation technique to channel this energy. In an instant, his body seemed to transform into a massive vortex, frantically absorbing the experience. His level surged upward like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, skyrocketing from level 23 straight up 4 levels to reach level 27. He could distinctly feel a qualitative leap in his strength, speed, and mastery over spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Xiaohe, Bì'àn, and Xiaonyo were also bathed in this torrent of experience. Xiaohe's already massive frame now radiated an even more imposing aura as his power surged further. Bì'àn's wounds rapidly healed, his fur growing increasingly glossy. Its muscles were taut, seemingly brimming with boundless power. Xiaonyo let out a joyful cry as its scales grew tougher and its thunderous energy intensified. Xiaohe and Bì'àn both reached level 27, while Xiaonyo soared directly to level 20. The instant the Silver Moon Wolf King fell, a crimson light as vivid as blood shot into Lin Feng's body like an arrow. Lin Feng felt a strange force coursing through his body. Before he could fully sense it, he realized it seemed to be some kind of mark. Almost simultaneously, the sky above the entire secret realm underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The once clear sky instantly turned crimson, as if drenched in blood, radiating an eerie and oppressive aura. Immediately after, the wails of countless demonic beasts echoed from all directions, rising and falling in waves, as if the entire secret realm had plunged into profound sorrow. Lin Feng understood this was the special reaction triggered by the death of a sovereign-level demon beast, much like how the passing of an emperor in the human world would cause a series of abnormal changes across the heavens and earth. And he, having personally slain the Silver Moon Wolf King, was now marked by that mysterious symbol. What followed would likely be the relentless pursuit of countless demonic beasts. Yet Lin Feng's eyes held not a trace of regret. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze unwavering. Hunt me down? So be it. I refuse to live under the Silver Moon Wolf King's threats and oppression. If need be, I'll fight to the bitter end. He vowed silently within his heart. Xiaohe, Bì'àn, and Xiaonyo seemed to sense their master's resolve. They huddled tightly around Lin Feng, their eyes radiating fearlessness and loyalty, ready to face the impending crisis alongside him. Sure enough, moments later, the beasts summoned by the Silver Moon Wolf King, along with countless others drawn by the strange celestial phenomenon, surged toward Lin Feng like a tidal wave. Their eyes blazed with fury and bloodlust, as if they intended to tear Lin Feng limb from limb to avenge their fallen king. Lin Feng acted decisively, swiftly storing the Silver Moon Wolf King's corpse into his storage space. This was the corpse of a sovereign-level demon beast. Every part was a treasure. Whether it was the precious demon core, the resilient fur, or the powerful bones, each was priceless and would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Gazing up at the blood-red sky and sensing the restless beasts closing in, Lin Feng's mind raced. After a moment's consideration, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he resolved to press deeper into the secret realm. After all, with the Silver Moon Wolf King slain, the core area of the secret realm was now ownerless territory. And he, having once been fortunate enough to visit that core area, knew full well that it held countless treasures. Obtaining even one item could potentially bring about a qualitative leap in his strength. Xiaohe, Bì'àn, Xiaonyo, let's push deeper into the secret realm. At Lin Feng's command, the three beasts immediately perked up and followed closely beside him. Xiaohe's massive frame led the way, clearing the path ahead. Bì'àn kept a watchful eye on the surroundings, while Xiaonyo trotted happily at Lin Feng's feet, occasionally letting out a soft, youthful chirp. As they advanced, the surrounding demon beasts sensed the aura of the Silver Moon Wolf King Slayer emanating from Lin Feng. They charged at him like mad beasts, only to be easily repelled by Xiaohe and Bì'àn. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Su Yushi sprinted relentlessly until she finally reached the main group. What on earth was going on? The scene before her left her utterly stunned. A dense crowd had gathered, numbering thousands at a glance. Filled with confusion, she inquired until she grasped the reason. It turned out her father had sensed something amiss within the secret realm and decisively sought outside assistance. These were the professional rescuers who had rushed in from outside, each exceptionally skilled, most around level 30. Leading this group was a young prodigy. He stood tall and straight, his handsome features radiating an innate confidence and authority. His awakened profession was an extremely rare S rank, a rarity among adventurers. The moment this young prodigy laid eyes on Su Yushi, he couldn't help but pause, inwardly marveling. Su Yushi was simply too striking, her exquisite features, lively eyes, and every gesture radiating a unique aura that was impossible to ignore. The young prodigy smoothed his clothes and stepped forward, solemnly introducing himself to Su Yushi. Miss Su, correct? I'm Wang Chun from the Magic Capital Academy, here in response to Mr. Suan's distress signal. After Wang Chen's brief introduction, Su Yushi remained non-committal. Get to the point. This newly emerged secret realm is far more dangerous than we anticipated. At your current level as transfigured beings, it will be difficult to withstand the perils within. I will lead everyone, protect you with all my strength, and wait for the right moment to guide you safely out of here. His voice was steady and authoritative, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Su Yushi gave a slight nod, though her heart was filled with worry for Lin Feng's safety. She knew full well the peril Lin Feng faced alone against the Silver Moon Wolf King. Her voice trembled with urgency as she said, "One person hasn't returned yet. He's still fighting the Silver Moon Wolf King inside to protect me. We can't just leave him behind." Chapter 63, Shadow Jackal. Is the Silver Moon Wolf King a sovereign-level demon beast? Yes. Wang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. His tone carried a hint of reassurance as he said, "Miss Su, please don't worry too much. The Silver Moon Wolf King is a sovereign-level demon beast of terrifying power. That's student likely. We will do our utmost to search for his whereabouts, but ensuring everyone's safety is the top priority now." Su Yushi's heart burned with anxiety, her mind filled with harrowing images of Lin Feng facing the Silver Moon Wolf King alone. No matter what, she couldn't stand by and do nothing while Lin Feng's fate hung in the balance. After all, he had saved her life. She, Su Yushi, understood the principle of repaying kindness. Without Lin Feng, she would have perished moments ago. Thus, she appealed to Wang Chen once more, her voice unwavering. "Wang Chen, I must take men to rescue him. He stayed behind alone to buy me time to send word." Wang Chen's brow furrowed, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. He crossed his arms, his tone resolute. "Miss Su, this is absurd. How can one person's safety compare to the lives of everyone present? I've come here with a crucial mission, to ensure everyone's safe evacuation. Besides, a Silver Moon Wolf King of sovereign rank, how could he possibly stand against it alone? He's most likely already." "Don't say another word." Su Yushi cut him off furiously, her eyes red with fury. "You haven't seen his true potential. He can absolutely do it. We can't just give up on him like this." The two argued fiercely, each insisting on their own point. Surrounding onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, yet none dared step forward to intervene. Just then, the entire secret realm seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, trembling violently. The crowd froze in shock. Immediately after, a bone-chilling wail of demonic beasts echoed from the horizon. Instinctively, everyone looked up. The sky, which had seemed normal moments before, instantly turned a blood-red hue, as if completely drenched in blood. The eerie crimson glow cast ghostly reflections upon every face. Stunned by this sudden spectacle, the group fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the echoing wails of the beasts reverberating through the valley. Wang Chen stood frozen in place, his face etched with utter disbelief. A sense of foreboding welled up within him as he murmured to himself. Could this be the secret realm's unique blood-soaked reaction after the fall of a sovereign? One king falls, and 10,000 beasts wail. How could this be? At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to stir. Everyone was so terrified by this bizarre spectacle that they were at a loss, and the dispute between Su Yushi and Wang Chen also became the subject of heated discussion. All were stunned speechless by this phenomenon triggered by the sovereign's demise, their minds racing with the same question. Who could have slain the demon beast sovereign? Su Yushi's eyes widened in shock as a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be Lin Feng? But she immediately shook her head in self-mockery, silently dismissing the notion. After all, in her understanding, a single person defeating a monarch-level demon beast was nothing short of a fairy tale. Something unexpected must have happened. Yet, even if the odds were minuscule, she couldn't suppress her growing anxiety. An increasingly urgent desire surged within her to find Lin Feng immediately. Wang Chen naturally couldn't grant Su Yushi's request. He knew full well that with the king's death, the entire secret realm would become a powder keg, plunging into chaos where all outsiders would become targets for the demon beast's attacks. Sure enough, before long, a bone-chilling roar echoed from the dense forest. Immediately afterward, a horde of beasts surged out like a tidal wave. Their eyes blazed crimson, radiating a bloodthirsty glow as they charged recklessly toward the group. Wang Chen's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he bellowed. "Beast tide approaching. Everyone prepare to defend." His voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating through the crowd. Instantly, everyone sprang into action, each deploying their skills to brace for the beast's onslaught. Warriors gripped their weapons, forming a solid front line at the forefront. Mages chanted incantations from the rear, preparing to unleash powerful magical assaults. Archers drew their bows, unleashing a hail of arrows that rained down upon the beasts. Su Yushi clenched her teeth. Though her heart ached for Lin Feng, she knew she couldn't abandon her duty in this critical moment. She drew a deep breath, gripped her holy light scepter tightly, and murmured incantations. Rays of sacred light burst forth from the scepter's tip, streaking toward the beasts ahead. Wherever the light touched, weaker beasts were instantly purified, dissolving into wisps of smoke. Amidst the fierce battle, Su Yushi unleashed her skills to attack the beasts while glancing repeatedly toward the direction Lin Feng had vanished. In her heart, she silently prayed. "Lin Feng, you must come back safely. While the others outside engaged in a life and death struggle with the beasts, Lin Feng had already reached the core of the secret realm, the former lair of the Silver Moon Wolf King. The moment he stepped inside, Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock. He froze, utterly transfixed, as if transported into a fantastical treasure realm. Holy crap! The ground was piled high with all manner of rare treasures, shimmering with dazzling, multicolored light. Spirit crystals radiated soft halos, each plump and brimming with spiritual energy, as if proclaiming their immense power. Others exuded an ancient aura, clearly extraordinary. Rare medicinal herbs dotted the area, their leaves glistening with dewdrops and releasing tantalizing fragrances, each plant worth a fortune. Lin Feng felt his heart race, excitement making his mouth water. He struck gold. He couldn't help but cheer softly, immediately crouching down to frantically search through the treasure-strewn ground. He had deliberately prepared a large-capacity storage space for this very occasion, and now it proved invaluable. His hands moved like lightning, swiftly stowing each treasure into the storage space. He scooped up spirit crystals like they were pebbles, and without a second thought, he stuffed all the magical artifacts into the space as well. When he encountered rare medicinal herbs, he carefully dug them up root and all, afraid to damage even a single part. Xiaohei, Bishi, and Xiaoniao stood vigilantly guarding nearby. Though drawn by the treasures themselves, they remained loyal to their duty of protecting their master, constantly alert to any movement around them. Lin Feng was happily treasure hunting when he suddenly heard a faint yet eerie sound. The sound seemed to burrow up from beneath the earth, jarringly out of place in the quiet heart of this secret realm. His heart instantly tightened, every nerve in his body snapping taut. Could there be other demon beasts here? That shouldn't be possible. This was the domain of the sovereign. Lin Feng cautiously traced the sound, each step taken with extreme caution, his eyes darting warily around him. After searching, he discovered the source of the sound was beneath a massive stone. The boulder stood over 2 people tall, its surface covered in mysterious runes that emitted a faint glow, as if sealing something within. Xiaohei, come here. Move this boulder aside. Lin Feng whispered to Xiaohei. Xiaohei obeyed. His massive dragon body strained as his thick claws gripped the boulder's edge. With a deep, resonant dragon's roar, he hefted it upward. The stone flew aside effortlessly, as if tossed aside by a gust of wind. Beneath the boulder, a deep, dark pit revealed itself. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, peering curiously into the pit. At the bottom, a creature lay curled up. At first glance, its form bore a striking resemblance to the Silver Moon Wolf King. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly, his heart skipping a beat as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could there be another Silver Moon Wolf King? Chapter 64, The Past of 2 Wolf Kings. If another one appeared, he'd be in real trouble this time. But upon closer inspection, he realized he'd overthought it. Though wolf-like in form, this creature was noticeably smaller. Its fur was jet black as ink, glowing with an eerie, ghostly light, clearly a jackal, and not just any jackal, but a rare variant, a shadow jackal. At this moment, the shadow jackal looked rather bedraggled, several distinct wounds on its body oozing blood that slowly seeped out, staining the surrounding earth a deep crimson. Not only that, its limbs were tightly bound by several chains that emitted a faint glow, clearly restraining it in this location. Lin Feng silently pondered why this shadow jackal was trapped here, suffering such severe injuries. Was it the work of the Silver Moon Wolf King, or was there more to the story? Regardless, this hybrid jackal before him, even weakened, was a force to be reckoned with. Lin Feng dared not be careless. He kept a watchful eye on the shadow jackal while contemplating his next move. Master, this creature's aura is incredibly powerful, second only to that giant beast we encountered earlier. Xiaohei, Bì'àn, and Xiaoniao also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the jackal. They gathered closely around Lin Feng, forming a protective circle around him. At that moment, the shadow jackal at the bottom of the pit seemed to sense the presence above. Slowly lifting its head, a pair of blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Feng, filled with hatred and resentment. Just as Lin Feng watched the shadow jackal warily, it suddenly spoke. Its voice was clear and melodious, like a nightingale singing in the valley, a beautiful female voice. How did a human get here? Where is that dead wolf? Lin Feng was genuinely startled. He hadn't expected this jackal to be not only a mutant species but also capable of speaking human language. Regaining his composure, he replied calmly. I killed that Silver Moon Wolf King. The shadow jackal froze, then widened its blood-red eyes in utter disbelief, bellowing. Impossible. By yourself? The Silver Moon Wolf King is the ruler of this secret realm. How could you possibly have killed it? Seeing the other's disbelief, Lin Feng saw no point in further explanation. He shrugged and said, believe it or not. The shadow jackal stared intently at Lin Feng. Seeing his unwavering confidence and lack of guilt, she began to believe him a little more. Moments later, she burst into excited cheers, pacing back and forth in the pit while cursing. That damn wolf deserved to die long ago. Serves it right, though it's a shame it didn't die by my hand. Lin Feng keenly sensed a deep grudge between this shadow jackal and the Silver Moon Wolf King. A thought struck him, and he tentatively asked. Looks like you and that Silver Moon Wolf King aren't exactly on good terms, huh? The shadow jackal stifled her laughter and spoke slowly, recounting to Lin Feng the untold history between her and the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King and I were among the earliest beings born in this secret realm. Once, we were as close as siblings. Back then, we roamed this realm together, exploring every mysterious corner, supporting each other, growing side by side. She paused briefly, a flicker of nostalgia crossing her eyes before being replaced by venomous hatred. Yet the rules of this realm are brutally unforgiving. Only one ruler may ascend. At that time, my powers surpassed all others. Becoming the ruler seemed inevitable. But human hearts are unpredictable. That Silver Moon Wolf King, driven by lust for supreme power, struck me down without mercy. He ambushed me when I was most vulnerable. At this point, the Shadow Jackal's body trembled slightly, clearly stirred by the memory of that painful ordeal, his hatred still unresolved. Caught completely off guard, I was gravely wounded. He then imprisoned me here, scheming to slowly devour my power to cement his reign. But I would never let him succeed so easily. In my final moments of captivity, I mustered every ounce of strength to unleash my most potent innate ability, casting a curse upon him. Lin Feng's heart stirred at this revelation, and he couldn't help but ask, "What curse?" The Shadow Jackal gave a cold chuckle and replied, "This curse will plunge him into a 2-hour frenzy each day. Though his strength temporarily surges, he loses all reason and suffers agonizing torment. I intend to make him pay for his deeds." Lin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder the Silver Moon Wolf King had gone berserk during their battle earlier. This was the reason behind it. He couldn't help but marvel this secret realm, seemingly tranquil, actually concealed such intricate web of grudges and passions. "So, can you help me break these chains now?" The Shadow Jackal gazed at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. "Once freed from these shackles, I shall never forget your kindness." Lin Feng stared at the Shadow Jackal, still feeling some hesitation. Though she bore a deep grudge against the Silver Moon Wolf King and clearly needed urgent aid, the creature's formidable power remained a concern. Once freed from its bonds, whether it would honor its promise was still uncertain. "First tell me," she said, "even if I release your chains, what can you do for me?" Lin Feng decided to test the Shadow Jackal first. A flicker of urgency passed through the Shadow Jackal's eyes as it hurriedly replied, "I know this secret realm like the back of my hand. I know many places where powerful treasures are hidden, and I know many secrets that can enhance one's strength." Lin Feng pondered for a moment, finding the Shadow Jackal's offer undeniably tempting. Yet he hesitated to commit lightly. After all, this concerned the safety of himself and his 3 tamed beasts. These were demonic beasts, after all. Not every one of them was so easy to deal with. "Let me think it over," Lin Feng said, glancing at Xiaohei, Bì'àn, and Xiaoniu beside him, as if seeking their input. "Master, trouble's brewing." Xiaohei let out a low growl, while Bì'àn stared warily at the Shadow Jackal lurking at the bottom of the pit. Xiaoniu blinked its round eyes, looking utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted nearby, its intensity threatening to collapse the entire cave. Lin Feng's face instantly drained of color as a silent cry of alarm echoed in his mind. He whirled around to see dust billowing in the distance as countless demon beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. Focusing his gaze, he recognized over a dozen colossal, terrifyingly powerful lord-level beasts leading the charge. Behind them, a dense swarm of ordinary beasts followed like a dark ocean, surging toward them. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress a low curse. "This is like the entire nest has come out. There are way too many." Facing such a colossal horde, despair washed over Lin Feng. Though Xiaohei, Bixia, and Xiaoniu possessed formidable strength, their battle against the Silver Moon Wolf King had already taken a heavy toll, leaving them all bearing wounds to varying degrees. Even if they fought to the point of exhaustion, they couldn't possibly hold back this overwhelming tide of beasts. What to do? What to do? Lin Feng's heart burned with urgency as his mind raced, desperately seeking a solution. He instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon, yet he knew deep down that relying solely on himself and his 3 beasts to confront this threat head-on would be like hitting a stone with an egg. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's gaze fell once more upon the Shadow Wolf at the bottom of the pit. The Shadow Wolf had also heard the commotion of the beasts outside. She lifted her head to look at Lin Feng, a flash of urgency in her eyes. "Let me out. I can help you." Chapter 65, The Second Sovereign. The Shadow Jackal vowed emphatically that she had a way to handle the crisis at hand if only Lin Feng would release her. "I don't seem to have any other choice. I'll have to do this." Lin Feng watched the demon beasts surging like a tidal wave, his mind torn. After a moment's hesitation, weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to take the gamble. He gave Xiaohei a knowing glance. Xiaohei understood and used his dragon claws to tear apart the iron chains binding the Shadow Jackal one by one. The Shadow Jackal, newly liberated, stretched its limbs, savoring the breath of freedom. Then, it turned its head, its eyes burning with intensity as it demanded of Lin Feng. "You slew that Silver Moon Wolf King. Is its corpse still here? Give it to me." Lin Feng didn't hesitate. Since he'd already freed the beast, he might as well trust it completely. He retrieved the Silver Moon Wolf King's corpse from his storage space. "This creature is actually dead?" The Shadow Jackal stared at the Silver Moon Wolf King's corpse, a flash of unmistakable greed darting across its eyes. It eagerly sank its teeth into the heart, the most crucial core material, and swallowed it whole. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly at the sight. Damn it, that's the king's core material. Left out in the open, it's worth a fortune. Worth at least $1 billion. But now wasn't the time for heartache. You need to be alive to enjoy your wealth. The next moment, a startling transformation occurred. A blinding light erupted from the shadow jackal's body. Within the radiance, its form began to twist and warp, its aura surging upward like a rocket. Lin Feng watched in stunned silence. This shadow jackal seemed to be evolving toward the rank of sovereign. Swallowing the silver moon wolf king's heart had apparently granted it a tremendous opportunity. Was a new sovereign about to emerge from the secret realm? As the transformation progressed, the surrounding space began to violently tremble. The horde of beasts that had been surging forward halted involuntarily under the pressure of this overwhelming aura, letting out waves of uneasy growls. Master, her aura is growing ever more powerful. Should we intervene? Xiaohe, Bishi, and Xiaoniao also sensed the pressure from this immense power, instinctively gathering close to Lin Feng as they watched the shadow jackal warily. Let her evolve. Lin Feng murmured to himself, his heart filled with both astonishment and apprehension. Surprised that the shadow jackal could evolve by devouring the core material of the silver moon wolf king, yet worried whether the evolved shadow jackal would still honor their previous agreement. If this creature breaks its promise. A dangerous gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng's judgment proved correct. As one of the top-tier lord beasts in this secret realm, the shadow jackal was already just a step away from the sovereign realm. The silver moon wolf king's existence had always been an obstacle on its path to advancement. Now that the silver moon wolf king was dead, the immense energy contained within its core material perfectly filled the critical gap needed for the shadow jackal's breakthrough. Soon, the light gradually faded, and the shadow hyena's aura stabilized around its body. Clearly, its evolution had succeeded. It raised its head and let out a deafening howl, its voice carrying boundless majesty and dominance. This howl seemed to possess some mysterious power, instantly spreading throughout the entire space. All the demon beasts, upon hearing this cry, seemed to be crushed by an invisible force. They bowed their heads submissively, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The dense horde of beasts, whether powerful overlords or common minions, now resembled docile lambs, not daring to entertain the slightest thought of defiance. This scene delivered a profound visual and psychological impact to Lin Feng, allowing him to witness firsthand the true nature of a sovereign's commanding presence. This evolutionary power was truly formidable, reminiscent of Xiaohe's own evolution. That innate majesty, capable of instantly subjugating countless formidable beasts, was truly awe-inspiring. Immediately afterward, the shadow jackal gave a slight shake of its head and let out a low, furious growl toward the beasts. As if receiving a command, all the beasts immediately turned and slunk away in the direction they had come, vanishing without a trace in an instant. The cave fell instantly silent, leaving only Lin Feng, his 3 tamed beasts, and the shadow jackal, newly evolved into a sovereign. Lin Feng watched the shadow jackal before him, its power now utterly transformed. A quiet wariness settled in his heart as he wondered what its next move might be. The shadow jackal slowly turned its head, its gaze settling on Lin Feng. The blood-red light in its eyes flickered faintly, as if deep in thought. Moments later, it strode toward Lin Feng with an elegant yet powerful gait. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the shadow jackal as it drew nearer. A dangerous signal flickered in its eyes, causing Lin Feng's heart to tighten. His eyes instantly narrowed, like a hawk locking onto its prey. What are you doing? Stop right there. Almost simultaneously, Xiaohe, Bishi, and Xiaoniao sensed their master's alertness. Without hesitation, they positioned themselves in front of Lin Feng, radiating a powerful aura as they confronted the shadow jackal. The cave's atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a fierce battle would erupt any second. The shadow jackal faltered slightly under Xiaohe's overwhelming aura, its footsteps halting momentarily as it froze in place. Then, it suddenly chuckled and said, "What's all this about? We beasts of the dark hold our word, you know. This human saved me, how could I possibly repay kindness with harm?" "Yeah, right." Lin Feng's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a faint smile, but he remained silent. He understood clearly that the shadow jackal's words were merely born of fear for the power of Xiaohe and the other dragons. Given the shadow jackal's current sovereign-level strength, if it truly harbored ill intent, he and his 3 beasts would likely face a bloody battle. But Lin Feng saw no point in exposing the truth. After all, in this perilous secret realm, having one more ostensible ally was better than having one more enemy. In truth, Shadow Jackal genuinely thought this way. She feared the strength of Xiaohe and the other dragons, otherwise why would she ever cooperate with a human? What sense of honor could a demon beast possibly have? In that case, I hope we can continue our friendly cooperation. Shadow Jackal said. Pleased to cooperate, Lin Feng replied, his expression outwardly calm while maintaining high alertness within. By the way, I still don't know your name. Lin Feng spoke up, breaking the silence. You may call me Shadow Moon. Shadow Moon said. Seeing this fierce beast-tide crisis resolved so easily, Lin Feng's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he exhaled deeply. He glanced around, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What followed was simple enough: gather as many valuable treasures from this place as possible. Chapter 66, The Fourth Dragon? Lin Feng began exploring the core of the secret realm and soon discovered many valuable items. Among them was stellar iron ore, capable of forging high-tier equipment. This ore emitted a mysterious silver glow, seemingly imbued with the power of the stars. A gentle touch revealed a faint yet pure energy emanating from it. There were also various rare spiritual fruits, growing on special spiritual plants. Their vibrant colors and intoxicating fragrance alone brought a sense of ease to the body, even invigorating one's spiritual energy. However, Lin Feng understood that this was ultimately a secret realm below level 30, meaning the value of these spiritual treasures had its limits. Even so, with his extensive knowledge and understanding of spiritual treasures' value, he estimated that selling these treasures could easily net him several billion. He'd struck it rich, truly rich. The shadow jackal beside him, now evolved into a sovereign, seemed indifferent to these items. Seeing Lin Feng's fervent collecting, it merely shrugged indifferently, generously letting Lin Feng take whatever he wanted. Consider it repayment for saving my life. Take whatever you can carry from here. The shadow jackal said lazily. Most of these were actually the Silver Moon Wolf King's collection. She wouldn't miss them. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He swiftly stowed the starlight iron ore and spirit fruits into his storage space. Xiaohei, Bì'àn, and Xiaoniu helped out nearby, picking up scattered spiritual items from the corners and handing them to Lin Feng. This human looks like such a money-grubbing miser, not a shred of a powerful warrior's dignity. Watching Lin Feng's money-grubbing behavior, the shadow jackal rolled its eyes in exasperation. The shadow jackal then turned its curious gaze toward Xiaohei, Bishi, and Xiaoniu. After staring at the three dragons for a while, she finally blurted out the question that had been on her mind. Human, I've been meaning to ask, weren't dragons supposed to be extinct? How come you have 3 of them here? As she spoke, she extended a paw and playfully teased Xiaoniu. With her keen eye, she could tell Xiaoniu seemed newly born, radiating an air of innocence. Amused by her attention, Xiaoniu curiously nudged Shadow Wolf's paw with its head, emitting a clear, tinkling cry. Xiaohei and Bishi shot the Shadow Wolf a wary glance, edging closer to shield Xiaoniu more protectively. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and explained. It's a long story. By a stroke of luck, they formed a contract with me. Xiaohei is my companion contract dragon. As for the other 2, I managed to contract them by sheer chance. Have you heard of the human novice secret realm? That's where I encountered them. Xiaoniu and Bì'àn hatched from a dragon egg, perhaps descendants of the dragon clan left behind from ancient times. Lin Feng didn't elaborate further, as it touched upon his own fate and secrets. A flicker of envy crossed the shadow jackal's eyes as he asked. The novice secret realm? That human-created sanctuary is quite unique. It's entirely possible dragons exist there. Dragons possess extraordinary talents and immense power. Having even one dragon ally would offer significant protection while venturing through that realm. To have 3 is truly remarkable luck. She then turned her gaze to Xiaoniu, her eyes brimming with affection. With a soft sigh, she murmured. Truthfully, I too long for an heir. Lin Feng's ears perked up instantly at these words. Curious, he asked. Why? Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, the shadow jackal rolled her eyes and replied. What's so strange about that? For our kind, bearing offspring is already extremely difficult. Especially for hybrids like me, it's even harder. Bloodline inheritance is crucial to us. Every drop of blood carries immense power and ancient memories. She paused briefly, her tone tinged with resignation and melancholy. But ordinarily, common beasts of magic simply don't meet our standards. Our requirements for mates are extremely high. Not only must they be equally powerful and blood compatible, but there must also be a spiritual resonance. Such stringent conditions mean that most of the time, we are doomed to live out our days alone. Upon hearing the Shadow Wolf's response, Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, as if struck by a brilliant idea. He couldn't wait to ask. If you ever have a child in the future, would you be willing to let it fend for itself? I mean, not being able to be by its side for long periods of time. Shadow Jackal paused, puzzled by Lin Feng's unusual question. But she gave it serious thought before nodding. Of course, no problem. For our kind, children must eventually learn to grow on their own. As long as I know my bloodline lives on in this world and it can thrive, even if I can't be by its side for long periods, I'd be fine with that. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Lin Feng's gaze immediately turned fervently toward Xiaohei, who was buried in his food, munching away. Xiaohei seemed to sense something and instinctively lifted his head, meeting Lin Feng's eyes directly. Xiaohei inwardly groaned, a sense of impending doom washing over him. Lin Feng chuckled mischievously, then turned to the Shadow Jackal and said with great enthusiasm. Shadow Moon, I might just have a partner candidate to recommend for you. Shadow Jackal's expression turned serious as she replied earnestly, I won't accept just anyone. Don't go pairing me off carelessly. Lin Feng quickly cut her off, his voice brimming with confidence, how about a dragon? Would that be acceptable? Shadow Wolf followed Lin Feng's gaze to Xiaohei. With just one glance, she sensed the immense power and purity of the bloodline coursing through his veins. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The dragon clan is indeed worthy. But even if we unite, there's no guarantee we'll produce offspring. The probability is extremely low, and Lin Feng waved his hand, saying, "Shadow Moon, don't be so hasty. While we can't guarantee 100% success, trying still gives us a chance, doesn't it? Besides, Xiaohei is immensely powerful, a worthy match for you. Who knows? Your offspring might become an incredibly formidable being." At this, Xiaohei nearly dropped the food from his mouth. His eyes widened in shock and he let out a furious growl, clearly protesting Lin Feng's suggestion. Lin Feng, however, was ecstatic inside. This was the first time he'd encountered a powerful sovereign-level magical beast like the shadow jackal that actively desired offspring. It was an absolutely perfect opportunity, perfectly fitting the requirements of his 10,000 Dragons compendium. He couldn't let this slip away. After all, he possessed extraordinary fertility abilities. With proper execution, he could guarantee the shadow jackal and Xiaohei would produce offspring. His eyes gleaming, he turned to Xiaohei and called out, "Xiaohei, this is where you come in." Upon hearing this, Xiaohei felt his entire dragon body recoil in protest, his heart filled with helplessness and resistance. Chapter 67, Little Black becomes a father again. Though dragons were inherently lustful creatures, Xiaohei had only recently hatched. He was still clueless about such matters and couldn't possibly accept this so quickly. Xiaohei let out several displeased roars at Lin Feng, the meaning crystal clear. "Not again. I just hatched not too long ago." Lin Feng paid no heed, leaning close to Little Black and pleading earnestly. "Little Black, think about it. This is a royal-level mate. Your offspring will surely possess extraordinary talents. And if you have offspring with Shadow Moon, it would be a monumental achievement in dragon history. Just go with it." Xiaohei, however, remained unmoved. He shook his head vigorously and twisted his body away, making his refusal abundantly clear. Watching the interaction between the man and the dragon, the shadow jackal found it rather amusing and chuckled, saying, "Lin Feng, don't push it too hard. Matters of the heart can't be forced." Lin Feng wasn't about to give up so easily. After a moment's thought, he addressed Xiaohei again. "Xiaohei, how about this? If this works out, once we're out, I'll find you all kinds of top-tier spiritual treasures to help you grow stronger, just like that treasure that helped you evolve last time." "Evolve?" Recalling that previous evolution, Xiaohei's expression flickered with desire. The shadow jackal was utterly baffled, completely unable to fathom why Lin Feng was so certain he could help her and Xiaohei produce offspring. Before she could ponder further, Lin Feng suddenly activated his extraordinary ability, supernatural fertility. In an instant, a strange and mysterious force spread out. Xiaohei and the shadow jackal instantly seemed as if they'd been enchanted. Their eyes widened, their breathing became rapid, and hot breath escaped their mouths. "Wait, what's happening? I feel like I can't control myself anymore." The shadow jackal's expression changed dramatically. They gazed at each other, their eyes gradually igniting with intense passion. Uncontrollably, hearts began to flicker in their eyes. The atmosphere around them suddenly grew charged, an air of intimacy spreading rapidly. Then, as if driven by instinct, they naturally began that familiar intimate contact. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly grabbed Xiaohei with one hand and Bì'àn with the other, spinning around to leave as he muttered, "Don't look at indecent things. You two little ones, don't watch." The three humans and one beast hurried to a slightly more distant spot before Lin Feng finally stopped. Xiaohei and Bì'àn looked utterly bewildered, seemingly clueless about what had just transpired. Lin Feng looked at them, smiling helplessly, unsure how to explain this to the two little ones. At that moment, distant sounds echoed intermittently from afar, causing Lin Feng to feel a pang of unease. Though he had confidence in his abilities, this was still the fusion of two powerful alien species. If something unexpected happened, it would be trouble. While Xiaohei and the shadow jackal were engrossed in their own business, Lin Feng naturally didn't idle. He turned his attention to his third dragon, Xiaohei. He scrutinized Xiaohei, his heart filled with awe. This little creature was born with a mythical grade bloodline. Such terrifying innate potential was truly rare in this world. Moreover, it possessed dual attributes of thunder and darkness. These two elements complemented each other perfectly, unleashing unimaginable power when combined. Not only that, Xiaohei also mastered powerful control skills. Once unleashed, they could likely trap enemies in a desperate situation. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Truly the offspring of Xiaohei and the sovereign, this talent is nothing short of divine. This thought only deepened his anticipation for the union between Xiaohei and the shadow jackal, hoping it would yield an even mightier being. Xiaohei seemed to sense Lin Feng's admiration, sticking out its tongue and licking his hand with an adorable, innocent expression. Lin Feng gently stroked Xiaohei's head and said, "Xiaohei, you've got to grow up fast. Once we're out there together, we'll definitely make a name for ourselves." Xiaohei let out a cheerful bark, as if responding to Lin Feng. During the wait, Lin Feng began contemplating Xiaohei's future training path. Given its dual attributes, Lin Feng decided to focus on developing its control and burst capabilities. Meanwhile, he utilized resources within the secret realm to seek out spiritual treasures that could enhance both of these attributes for Xiaohei. Lin Feng made a decisive choice, seized this rare opportunity to take Xiaohei outside for leveling. "My current level is 27. While the Beastmaster's level can't surpass mine, Xiaohei's level hasn't caught up yet. He believed this was an excellent chance to boost Xiaonyo's strength. After all, though Xiaonyo possessed astonishing talent, it still lacked practical combat experience. The Shadow Jackal raised no objections. After all, within this secret realm, demonic beasts were plentiful and seemingly endless. As long as they didn't provoke the powerful beings, low-level beasts could indeed be hunted freely. Thus, Lin Feng led Xiaonyo and Bì'àn, under the protection of Shadow Jackal, into a densely populated area of low-level demon beasts. Most beasts here were common varieties around level 10, posing little threat to Lin Feng and his beast companions. Yet they were perfect for Xiaonyo to hone his skills. The moment they entered the area, Xiaonyo let out an excited cry, seemingly sensing the thrill of battle to come. Lin Feng issued his command, urging Xiaonyo to take the initiative. The beast instantly transformed into a dark shadow, charging toward a wolf-like magical beast. Lightning crackled around its body as dark energy surged, propelling it to the wolf-like beast in an instant. Xiaonyo opened its maw, unleashing a beam of energy woven from darkness and thunder that struck the wolf-like beast squarely. Before the wolf-like beast could react, it was sent flying backward by the powerful impact, crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated. "Well done, Xiaonyo. Keep it up," Lin Feng shouted encouragement. Bolstered by the praise, Xiaonyo grew even more excited, turning to pounce on another beast. It darted nimbly through the horde of beasts, skillfully wielding both thunder and darkness attributes. One moment it paralyzed enemies with lightning, the next it bound opponents with dark power, routing the monsters one after another. Bì'àn stood by, ever vigilant, ready to prevent any stragglers from ambushing Lin Feng. Lin Feng observed Xiaonyo's battle from the rear, occasionally offering tactical guidance such as how to unleash skills with greater precision or how to time attacks effectively. As the battle progressed, Xiaonyo's movements grew increasingly proficient and its mastery of its abilities became more refined. The aura emanating from its body grew progressively more formidable, a clear sign of its growth through combat. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In this short span, Lin Feng rapidly leveled up to 29 by relentlessly hunting beasts for experience. Just as he was about to break through the level 30 barrier, he abruptly halted his grinding. The reason was simple: the Shadow Jackal was about to give birth. Yes, it happened that quickly. At first, the Shadow Jackal had been reluctant to come, but it had grown accustomed to it later. Lin Feng hurriedly brought Xiaonyo and Bì'àn back to the core of the secret realm. Upon arrival, he found the Shadow Jackal lying quietly on the ground. Its once agile frame was now noticeably rounded around the belly, giving it a rather comical appearance. Xiaohe, however, waited with a calm expression. Clearly, after so many times, he had grown accustomed to it. Sigh. Time to be a dad again. Chapter 68, The Opportunity to Leave the Secret Realm. The Shadow Jackal's expression turned utterly bizarre upon seeing Lin Feng arrive. It never imagined it would actually become pregnant, and the speed of this pregnancy was simply too fast. I'm actually about to give birth this soon? This is unbelievable. The Shadow Jackal's voice trembled slightly. The entire wolf was in turmoil. What the hell was going on? She was about to give birth so soon. Human, what exactly did you do to me? Lin Feng stepped forward and reassured her. It's fine. It's normal. Just give birth first. As he spoke, he turned to look at Xiaohe, who was staring at him with an equally anxious expression, seemingly seeking help. Lin Feng knew that at this critical moment, there could be no mistakes. He quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for a relatively safe and comfortable spot to assist Shadow Jackal with the delivery. Ah! Just then, the Shadow Jackal let out a low, agonized growl as her body began to shake violently. The labor pains had clearly begun. With the Shadow Jackal about to give birth, everyone held their breath, not daring to relax for even a moment. Hang in there, Xiaohe. Your dark attribute shares the same origin as hers. You can help restore her strength. Lin Feng urged. Xiaohe agreed and began to assist. Fortunately, the Shadow Jackal's inherent dark attribute perfectly complemented Little Black's, making the birthing process remarkably smooth. Before long, accompanied by a faint flicker of light, a jet-black dragon egg appeared before everyone's eyes. The surface of this dragon egg emitted a soft, dark glow, with mysterious runes subtly swirling across it. It was immediately apparent that this was no ordinary object. The Shadow Jackal stared at the dragon egg it had laid, its expression utterly bizarre. No way, how did I lay a dragon egg? As a wolf, giving birth to a dragon egg felt utterly bizarre. Yet, she could distinctly sense the bloodline within the dragon egg, one that was intimately connected to her own. But, this really is my child. The Shadow Jackal murmured to herself, her eyes brimming with complex emotions: surprise, confusion, and above all, the tender affection of a first-time mother. Xiaohe approached curiously, gently sniffing the dragon egg with his nose and emitting soft dragon whimpers, as if greeting the tiny life within. Lin Feng gazed at the dragon egg, his heart equally stirred with excitement. This was the crystallization of the powerful bloodlines of both Shadow Jackal and Xiaohe, its future potential truly boundless. Shadow Moon, Xiaohe, congratulations to you both. This child will surely become a force that stirs the winds of change. Lin Feng said with a smile. Just then, the dragon egg suddenly trembled slightly. The runes on its shell glowed ever more intensely, as if the tiny life within was already eager to emerge and see this world. But clearly, its energy was insufficient. Xiaohei's bloodline is now mythical tier, and the Shadow Jackal has ascended to the rank of sovereign. Their union might even surpass Qiu in power. One could only imagine the immense life force required for hatching. The Shadow Jackal gazed at Lin Feng with a complex expression and spoke slowly. Human, your power is truly formidable, but exercise utmost caution when wielding it. Even if she were slow-witted, she now understood that all this was the result of Lin Feng's mysterious power. After all, such wondrous events were something she had never witnessed in her entire life. Hearing this, Lin Feng merely gave a sheepish grin before quickly changing the subject. Shadow Moon, I'll take this dragon egg with me, then? He harbored a lingering worry that the Shadow Jackal might suddenly change her mind and forcibly keep the dragon egg. Shadow Wolf rolled her eyes and snapped. What say do I have? All I care about is my bloodline continuing. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned to look at Xiaohei and said, Xiaohei, you can stay with you for a while longer. Little Black started to perk up at the suggestion, but the Shadow Jackal rolled her eyes again and said, Not interested. Now that there's offspring, it's unnecessary. What? Xiaohei instantly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, his heart sinking with frustration. A mighty dragon like him now felt like nothing more than a disposable tool used and discarded. So he wasn't needed anymore? What did they take him for? This was a first for him. His entire dragon form drooped, head hanging low as he let out a few pitiful whimpers. Seeing Xiaohei like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle and comforted him. Little Black, don't be so down. More important things await you. Once this little one hatches, you'll have to teach it skills. Hearing this, Xiaohei perked up slightly. Before Lin Feng could fully savor the joy of soon possessing a powerful dragon egg, the entire secret realm began to shake violently without warning. Immediately, everyone's gaze was drawn to the southeast, where a bright point of light appeared. Having experienced the novice secret realm before, Lin Feng instantly recognized this as the signal that they were about to exit the secret realm. He turned to the Shadow Wolf and said, Shadow Moon, looks like we're leaving. Thanks for your help in the secret realm this time. If we ever cross paths again in the world, let's meet again. The Shadow Jackal smiled faintly and replied, Don't rush off. I can escort you part of the way. Lin Feng gladly agreed. After all, with the Shadow Jackal a sovereign-level being as their escort, they could avoid much trouble along the way. Thus, the group set off toward the light point in the southeast. Along the way, the demonic beasts within the secret realm seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, stirring restlessly. Yet under the Shadow Jackal's formidable aura, they merely watched from afar, not daring to approach. In another part of the secret realm, Su Yushi also keenly sensed the unusual changes unfolding. Wang Chen, standing beside her, instantly lit up with joy. Excitedly, he exclaimed. It must be the powerful beings outside exerting their influence. This spatial passage has been stabilized ahead of schedule. From now on, we'll be able to freely enter and exit this secret realm. He silently rejoiced this was the crucial mission the school had entrusted to him. His purpose in coming was to ensure everyone's safe retreat and await external rescue. Initially, Wang Chen had been filled with worry. After all, this secret realm was fraught with danger, and they had even encountered the terrifying beast tide crisis. He had assumed this operation would inevitably result in heavy casualties. Yet events unfolded far beyond his expectations. The seemingly overwhelming beast tide crisis had abruptly ended in a remarkably short time. Wang Chen couldn't fathom what had happened, his mind filled with confusion. Su Yushi, how come the beast tide suddenly retreated? Wang Chen couldn't help but ask Su Yushi. Su Yushi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering for a moment before replying, I'm not sure either, but there must be a reason. Perhaps some major change occurred within the secret realm, causing the beast's behavior to shift. Wang Chen scratched his head and muttered, Whatever. At least the crisis is over now. As long as we complete the mission, that's all that matters. Let's hurry and notify the others. We need to get out of this hellhole. Chapter 69, The Sovereign Riding a Demon Beast, Astonishing the Crowd. As time passed, the spatial passage was finally breached. A soft, luminous glow emanated from within, as if beckoning them home. Witnessing this, everyone present couldn't contain their ecstasy and erupted into cheers. The spatial gate is finally open. We can finally get out. I truly never want to come back to this hellhole. This journey through the secret realm had been fraught with peril and challenges. To emerge safely now was nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, those who survived this ordeal had reaped substantial rewards. After all, this was the first time the secret realm had been opened, and precious treasures lay hidden throughout its depths. Everyone's storage spaces were now brimming with rare spiritual treasures and magical artifacts, truly a bountiful haul. Yet amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Su Yushi appeared deeply troubled. Her gaze darted anxiously through the crowd, yet she could not find Lin Feng anywhere. Where the hell is that annoying Lin Feng? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Could Lin Feng have truly met with an accident? Recalling how he had saved her earlier, her worry deepened. That arrogant jerk, he wouldn't just die that easily, would he? Wang Chen, have you seen Lin Feng? Su Yushi urgently grabbed Wang Chen, who was still buzzing with excitement, and asked. Wang Chen froze for a moment, carefully recalling his movements before replying. No, I haven't seen him. But this secret realm is so vast, maybe he's somewhere else. He'll be here soon. Though he said this, deep down he felt that so-called Dragon Tamer was probably finished. After all, that was a sovereign tier beast. Yet he felt no regret. Lin Feng's Dragon Tamer profession held no future. Replacing him with Su Yushi, a promising SSS tier professional, was a fitting end. Su Yushi bit her lip and said. No, I have to go find him. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up soon. With that, she ignored Wang Chen's attempts to stop her and sprinted deeper into the secret realm. Su Yushi was consumed by anxiety, driven solely by the urge to plunge into the depths of the secret realm and find Lin Feng. Even discovering his remains would be preferable to this endless, directionless worry. Su Yushi, hated owing anyone anything in this life, let alone a life. She didn't know what she felt for Lin Feng, but she desperately needed to see him. The moment she took a step, Wang Chen grabbed her arm. Wang Chen's face was etched with anxiety. He knew full well Su Yushi's special status. She was someone high-ranking figures outside had specifically ordered to be protected at all costs. He couldn't bear the responsibility of letting her step back into that perilous secret realm. Su Yushi, calm down. Lin Feng might already be. Wang Chen stopped mid-sentence, swallowing the unspoken words, but the implication was clear. Su Yushi glared at him, her eyes blazing with fury. That scoundrel couldn't have died so easily. I must find him. Don't stop me. Wang Chen stood his ground, arms spread wide to block her path. No. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to account for it to the higher-ups. This secret realm is fraught with danger. Who knows what unknown threats lurk within? Su Yushi trembled with fury. Does Lin Feng's life mean nothing? He risked everything for us in this secret realm, and now his fate hangs in the balance. Yet you stand here blocking me from saving him. Wang Chen's face twisted with distress, yet his stance remained firm. I understand how you feel, but my duty is to protect your safety. You can't risk this. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension. The air around them seemed ready to ignite from the palpable strain, as if the slightest provocation would spark a fight. Just as Su Yushi and Wang Chen were locked in a standoff, ready to strike, a sudden clamor erupted from the distance. Everyone turned to look. Dust swirled in the air as a vast horde of beasts surged toward them like a tidal wave. Panic instantly gripped the group, and cries of alarm erupted in rapid succession. What's happening? Another beast tide? No way, what bad luck, I haven't even left yet. Holy crap, this looks like even more beasts than last time. Damn it. Su Yushi and Wang Chen were forced to halt their argument, their faces etched with alertness. Wang Chen swiftly drew his weapon and whispered to Su Yushi. Forget about that Lin Feng guy for now. This wave looks fierce. We need to figure out how to handle it first. Su Yushi gritted her teeth, readying herself for battle. Her gaze fixed on the approaching horde, she growled. Damn it! At that moment, the surviving people around them also grabbed their weapons, each seeking advantageous positions to prepare for resistance against the beast tide. Yet, facing the beast horde looming like a dark cloud overhead, fear was evident in many eyes. As the horde drew nearer, the survivors finally discerned several colossal lord-level beasts leading the charge. They radiated overwhelming power, each step sending tremors through the earth. These overlord-class beasts seemed to be leading the horde in an organized charge, heading straight for the spatial passage where the survivors stood. Everyone, stay calm. Follow my commands. Wang Chen bellowed, attempting to steady the group's nerves. He swiftly assessed the situation and began assigning defensive roles. Those skilled in ranged attacks were positioned at the rear to prepare spells and arrows, while melee fighters formed a frontline defense. Su Yushi stood at the front of the formation, gathering a blinding orb of light in her hands. The radiance held immense power, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the approaching beasts at any moment. Just as everyone was overcome with despair, nerves stretched to the breaking point, convinced they were about to face a brutal life or death battle, the situation shifted like a sudden storm. The horde of beasts, which had been surging forward like a raging tidal wave, seemed to receive some invisible yet absolute command. Instantly, their frenzied advance halted. They retreated in perfect unison to both sides, forcibly carving out a wide passage in the center. Each beast crouched low, heads nearly touching the ground, bodies trembling slightly. Their aura radiated reverence, as if welcoming the arrival of a supreme sovereign. What the hell is going on? Why are the beasts kneeling? Have they surrendered? Impossible. I feel like a major boss is about to appear. The group stood frozen in place, stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their faces were etched with bewilderment and confusion, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the end of the passageway. It was a massive, pitch-black wolf, resembling a moving black mountain, its size beyond imagination. With each step it took, the earth trembled beneath its weight, and the surrounding space seemed to warp under its presence. Its dark coat shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, like an impenetrable suit of armor. Its pair of deep green eyes were profound and icy, seeming to pierce through one's soul. The majesty and killing intent contained within caused anyone meeting its gaze to tremble involuntarily, cold sweat breaking out. The overwhelming pressure radiating from it spread outward in waves, tangible and relentless. Everyone felt as though a 1,000-pound boulder pressed upon their chests, breathing became painfully difficult and their legs grew weak beneath them. Could this be a monarch-level demon beast? Finally, someone in the crowd managed to force out a sentence, their voice thick with terror and disbelief. Chapter 70, The Shadow Wolf's Parting Gift. A sovereign-level demon beast, a legendary existence whose power could easily annihilate a small army, now stood before them in the flesh. For most, this was their first encounter with a sovereign-level beast. Its terrifying power was palpable, even a single glance instilled dread. Though they were roughly the same level, the beast's power was simply incomparable to theirs. Wang Chen swallowed hard, already contemplating retreat. If such a sovereign-tier beast charged at them, he wouldn't stand a chance even if he fought to the death. Yet the truly jaw-dropping revelation was yet to come. A sharp-eyed observer noticed a figure seated atop the terrifyingly imposing King Wolf. As the giant wolf slowly approached, the crowd finally got a clear look at the figure. Someone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Wait, how is there a person on top of a sovereign-tier beast? How could this be? How could a sovereign beast possibly become a human's mount? There really is someone there. Lin Feng. That looks like Lin Feng. This exclamation instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd like a bombshell, sparking an uproar. All eyes instantly fixated on Lin Feng, filled with shock, confusion, and utter disbelief. How could Lin Feng be riding a sovereign beast? Had he tamed this sovereign beast? How could that be possible? A cacophony of gasps and whispers erupted. Su Yushi's earlier worries instantly transformed into surprise and confusion. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at Lin Feng, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. She felt immense relief at his safe return, yet was equally curious about the reason he was traveling alongside the sovereign beast. That dragon tamer? How could that be? Wang Chen, however, was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. He simply couldn't believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. In his understanding, how could an ordinary adventurer possibly form an alliance with such a formidable sovereign-tier beast? This utterly shattered his worldview. Lin Feng rode his shadow wolf, approaching the group with leisurely ease. Observing the faces of the crowd, contorted with shock, a faint smile touched the corners of his lips. Then, he gently patted the shadow jackal's head, leaped down from its back, and landed steadily on the ground. Sorry to startle you all. This is my friend, Shadow Moon. Lin Feng spoke while gesturing toward the shadow wolf. The shadow jackal raised its head and let out a deafening roar, its voice like rolling thunder exploding in everyone's ears. The roar carried boundless majesty, causing the surrounding air to tremble. A powerful gust of wind swept over the crowd, knocking many backward. With a low growl, it acknowledged the group. That deep growl seemed to carry an intangible force, compelling a sense of awe to rise involuntarily in everyone's hearts. Watching the man and beast, the crowd felt both awe and curiosity. They could scarcely fathom what extraordinary encounter Lin Feng must have experienced within the secret realm to forge a friendship with such a formidable sovereign-level demon beast. Su Yushi watched Lin Feng return safely, riding atop the majestic, regal shadow wolf, like a hero descending from the heavens. Surprise and joy instantly flooded her eyes. The worry-lined frown on her brow instantly smoothed out, and the corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably. Her eyes glistened with tears of excitement and happiness. Lin Feng, I thought you were dead. Without hesitation, she hurried toward Lin Feng, her steps urgent yet light, as if all her worries had vanished in that instant. Meanwhile, Wang Chen watched Lin Feng, whose aura now stood in stark contrast to before, and a wave of unease washed over him. Once, in his eyes, Lin Feng had been merely a capable adventurer. But now, not only had Lin Feng returned unscathed, but he stood shoulder to shoulder with a formidable sovereign-level beast. This instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure within Wang Chen. His smile grew stiff, his lips twitching dryly as he forced an unnatural grin. His eyes betrayed a hint of awe and apprehension. You must be that prodigious dragon rider, Lin Feng. I am Wang Chen, the head of this region, representing the Demon Capital Academy. Lin Feng noticed the peculiar look in Wang Chen's eyes but paid it little mind, his full attention focused on urging everyone to evacuate. Everyone, hurry up! The spatial passage could close at any moment. Lin Feng bellowed, directing the crowd to enter the portal in an orderly fashion. The shadow jackal stood silently nearby. Its formidable presence kept the surrounding beasts frozen in place, while the panicked crowd felt inexplicably calmer. Su Yushi approached Lin Feng and asked urgently, "Where have you been all this time? How did you end up with a sovereign-level demon beast?" Lin Feng met Su Yushi's concerned gaze and replied hurriedly, "We'll talk about this later. Our immediate priority is to get out of this secret realm." Though filled with questions, Su Yushi knew this was not the time to press him. She followed Lin Feng as they helped the others evacuate. Thanks to their collective efforts, most had successfully entered the spatial passageway. Amidst the tension and chaos, they began departing one after another through the spatial passageway. Lin Feng turned to face the Shadow Jackal, preparing to bid farewell to this ally he'd fought alongside. But Shadow Jackal suddenly spoke. Lin Feng, wait. Lin Feng looked surprised but halted his steps, waiting patiently. The shadow jackal produced a necklace from somewhere. Its design was simple and ancient, crafted from an unknown metal that shimmered with a mysterious glow. The pendant was a deep blue gemstone, faintly radiating a luminous aura. This is a storage artifact of your humankind. It holds some of my collections. Take it for your use. The shadow jackal spoke, his voice still carrying a hint of coldness, yet upon closer listening, a barely perceptible softness could be detected. Those nearby who hadn't yet fully entered the passageway were utterly stunned upon hearing this. This is a gift from the sovereign. A ripple of hushed astonishment rippled through the crowd. Such an invaluable gift clearly demonstrated the shadow jackal's high regard for Lin Feng. Lin Feng examined the necklace, understanding shadow jackal's intent. He touched his nose, inwardly amused. The shadow jackal clearly wanted him to use these treasures for her unborn child, yet was too proud to say so directly. How stubbornly proud. Shadow Moon, thank you. Rest assured, I'll put these to good use and take excellent care of the little one. Lin Feng solemnly accepted the necklace and stored it away in his storage space. Shadow jackal nodded slightly. Once we exit, this secret realm may still hold uncertainties. You're carrying these little ones, be cautious in all things. Lin Feng replied, you two stay safe within this secret realm. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Everything proceeded smoothly thereafter. The group entered the teleportation passageway in an orderly fashion, one after another. Lin Feng followed the flow of people into the passageway. Suddenly, the world spun violently. Flashes of light danced before his eyes, and his consciousness began to grow hazy. Chapter 71, Su'an's Shock. When Lin Feng's senses finally cleared, he found himself standing on a vast, open plain. Surrounding him were others equally bewildered, all apparently freshly teleported out of the secret realm. Some looked exhausted, others beamed with delight, chatting animatedly about their experiences within the secret realm. Before Lin Feng could sink into thought, sorting through the gains and strange encounters of this secret realm journey, he heard someone nearby shouting his name loudly. Lin Feng. Lin Feng followed the sound and saw a familiar figure pushing through the crowd, striding quickly toward him. It was none other than his teacher, Su'an. Su'an appeared as energetic as ever, his eyes brimming with concern and urgency. Master. Lin Feng hurried forward to meet him. Su'an came to Lin Feng's side, gave him a thorough once-over, and upon seeing he was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. He said, "You're finally out safely, you little rascal. I heard this journey through the secret realm was fraught with all sorts of trouble. I've been worried sick about you." A warm wave washed over Lin Feng. "I'm sorry for worrying you, master. See? I'm just fine. And I actually gained quite a bit from this trip." Before Lin Feng could open his mouth, Su'an waved him off, his expression turning serious. "Hold your tongue for now. Come with me back to the Su residence. This isn't the place for talking." "Father." Su Yushi nodded in agreement beside him. The three set off together toward the Su residence. Along the way, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, his heart filled with astonishment. The once familiar Qingshan city had undergone earth-shattering changes. Many buildings lining the streets bore traces of recent repairs, while crumbling walls and ruins spoke of the crises they had weathered. Moreover, he noticed a steady stream of people pouring into the city from outside. They marched in perfect formation, expressions solemn, dressed in uniform attire, clearly military personnel. Soon, the three arrived at the Su residence. The mansion remained as grand and imposing as ever, but the number of guards at the entrance had visibly increased. Each stood at the ready, the atmosphere thick with tension. Upon entering the residence, Su'an led Lin Feng and Su Yushi to a secret chamber. Back home, seeing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, Su'an took the initiative to explain. "Lin Feng, this new secret realm has descended upon Qingshan City. This sudden catastrophe has brought immense destruction, like a deluge of ruin. The entire city's ecological environment has been severely damaged. The lingering energies of the secret realm run rampant, rendering it uninhabitable for ordinary people." Su'an's expression grew solemn as she spoke slowly. "That's why the higher-ups decided to establish a military garrison here. They'll oversee and clean up this area, minimizing the negative impacts of the secret realm. This garrison will be managed by personnel from the nearest academy to us, tasked with maintaining order and suppressing any threats." Su'an elaborated. Lin Feng felt a sudden clarity wash over him, yet simultaneously, an indescribable sense of strangeness welled up within him. After all, he had lived in Qingshan City for so long. This place held countless memories for him, and now it was to vanish without a trace. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss and reluctance. Su'an waved his hand, signaling the guards to withdraw, and quickly steered the conversation back to the new secret realm. "You two, tell me in detail about this new secret realm. What kind of world lies within?" At this mention, Su Yushi grew visibly agitated, her eyes still flickering with the lingering terror of narrowly escaping death. "Teacher, this secret realm is extremely dangerous. The demonic beasts within are not only numerous, but their power far exceeds anything imaginable. And..." Su Yushi paused, took a deep breath. "Most crucially, we encountered a sovereign-level demon beast. What? A sovereign-level demon beast? Suwon's expression turned pale with shock, his usually composed face instantly clouded with worry. He sprang to his feet, his eyes darting urgently between Su Yushi and Lin Feng as he scanned their bodies. Are you two injured? A sovereign-level beast is nearly invincible against humans of the same rank. How did you manage to handle it? Su Yushi looked somewhat awkward, hesitating for a moment before finally gathering her courage to say. Teacher, we only made it out safely because of Lin Feng. The situation was dire. He single-handedly took on the beast's attacks to protect me. As she spoke, her eyes reflected a complex blend of gratitude and admiration. Suwon watched his daughter's expression and couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of amusement playing across his face. He could clearly see the special feelings his daughter harbored for Lin Feng, but he chose not to address it just yet. Su Yushi composed herself and continued. Later, the secret realm underwent a strange transformation. It felt like a sovereign had fallen, causing the entire realm to tremble with unrest. But strangely, at the very end, Lin Feng returned riding a sovereign-level demon beast, and that sovereign was not the same one we had seen earlier. At this point, Su Yushi's eyes brimmed with deep confusion. She had kept this doubt bottled up inside, and now seized the chance to voice it. Suwon's brows furrowed deeply as he fell into deep thought. The fall of a sovereign was no trivial matter. It would inevitably send shockwaves through the cultivation world. And the fact that Lin Feng had managed to form connections with two sovereign-level demonic beasts in succession, the reasons behind this were truly intriguing. Lin Feng, explain to us what exactly is going on here. Suwon fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with scrutiny and inquiry. Suwon and Su Yushi stared at Lin Feng, their faces filled with confusion, waiting for his explanation. Lin Feng cleared his throat twice, meeting their gazes with an unflinching expression. It's simple. I killed the first sovereign. The words exploded like a thunderclap within the chamber. Su Yushi's eyes widened in shock, and she blurted out instinctively. Impossible. How could that be? That's a king-level demon beast. She simply couldn't believe that someone of Lin Feng's strength could possibly slay a king-level demon beast. Suwon felt equally incredulous, his brow furrowing deeply. He knew all too well the sheer power of a sovereign-level demon beast. Even seasoned powerhouses would retreat 3 steps in its presence. Seeing this, Lin Feng said nothing more, simply tossing the Silver Moon Wolf King's corpse out of his storage space. Though the core materials were missing, the sheer size of the corpse and the lingering aura it emitted still radiated a terrifying sense of oppression. Suwon stepped forward, carefully sensing the aura. His expression instantly turned grave. He could clearly discern that the aura emanating from this corpse was unmistakably that of a sovereign-level demon beast. How on earth did you manage this? Suwon turned to look at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with both shock and intense curiosity. Lin Feng knew this story was utterly astonishing, so he recounted the entire battle with the Silver Moon Wolf King in detail. He described how he had coordinated Xiao He and the Bì'àn, and how he had mastered a new skill at the critical moment. Suwon and Su Yushi listened quietly, their astonishment deepening with every word. Who would have imagined that within that peril-filled secret realm, Lin Feng had endured such a heart-stopping battle and, through his own wit and strength, slain a sovereign-level demon beast? Chapter 72, Departure for the Southern Capital. By all accounts, your gains in the secret realm far surpassed my expectations. But remember this, you must never speak of this lightly. The death of a sovereign-level demon beast will inevitably draw the attention of various factions. Should word leak out, you will face immense danger. Suwon cautioned with grave expression. Suwon couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Though he had high hopes for Lin Feng, he had vastly underestimated the young man's power to single-handedly slay a king-level demon beast. Such prowess would turn countless heads, even on a global scale. Su Yushi, however, seemed to have suffered a tremendous blow, plunging into deep self-doubt. Why was the gap between herself and Lin Feng so vast, despite both being SSS-tier professionals? Her heart was filled with frustration and confusion. However, she soon found a sliver of solace, quietly reasoning to herself. Lin Feng's Dragon Tamer profession had no dragon to command. By all logic, he should be unable to level up further. This thought eased the weight of disappointment in her heart slightly. What about that other king the down jacket mentioned? Suwon pressed further. Facing Suwon, Lin Feng decided to tell her the truth about the Shadow Jackal. Teacher, that Shadow Jackal wasn't originally a king. By chance in the secret realm, I helped it break through to become a king. That's why we became friends later, and it even escorted me out of the secret realm. Lin Feng narrated calmly, striving to keep his explanation concise and clear. However, regarding the dragon egg, Lin Feng chose to conceal the truth. After all, this dragon egg fused the bloodlines of the Shadow Jackal and Xiao He, holding boundless potential for the future. He knew that if this matter were leaked, it might endanger the unborn dragon. Suwon listened, nodding slightly. She gained a clearer understanding of Lin Feng's journey and couldn't help but marvel inwardly at his extraordinary fortune and skill. Then, Suwon turned her gaze to Lin Feng and Su Yushi, asking, "By the way, what levels have you two reached now?" Lin Feng answered first, "Teacher, I'm already level 29. Su Yushi followed closely, "Teacher, I'm level 25. Suan's face was filled with emotion as his gaze shifted between Lin Feng and Su Yushi. He said, "This new secret realm has truly presented you both with a rare and monumental opportunity to level up so rapidly in such a short time. Especially you, Lin Feng. At your level, you'd easily rank among the top practitioners of your age group in all of Dragon Nation." Suan's eyes brimmed with satisfaction and pride, as if witnessing a rising star. In this era of fierce competition for cultivation resources, achieving such a realm at such a young age was truly astonishing, a testament to Lin Feng's innate talent and extraordinary fortune. Su Yushi stood nearby, watching Lin Feng with a mix of envy and a quiet resolve to train even harder. Though she and Lin Feng both held SSS tier professional ranks, the current gap between them brought her an unprecedented sense of pressure. "Dad, I'll train harder too." Su Yushi clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Suan nodded slightly, offering encouragement. "Good. That resolve is what matters. You two are the hopes of the Su family. Support each other in the future, and you will surely go further on the path of cultivation." Suan's expression turned urgent as he looked at Lin Feng and Su Yushi, saying with haste, "You two prepare immediately. We're heading to Nandu, the provincial capital of Jiangnan province, right now." Lin Feng looked utterly bewildered and couldn't help asking, "Master, what are we going there for?" Suan chuckled, then replied with a hint of exasperation. "For the Gaokao trials, of course. Think about it, with Qingshan City in its current state, riddled with hidden dangers from the secret realm, how could the Gaokao possibly continue here? After urgent discussions among the higher-ups, it's been decided that all students from Qingshan City will be relocated to the provincial capital, Nandu, to take the Gaokao trials." Lin Feng suddenly understood, yet was immediately struck by surprise he hadn't realized the Gaokao trials were approaching so quickly. Still, numerous concerns lingered in his mind. Although his strength had increased in the secret realm, the Gaokao trials would pit him against the province's elite students. The competition would undoubtedly be fierce. "Teacher, with this sudden relocation and such a tight schedule, we're unfamiliar with Nandu. Could there be any problems?" Lin Feng voiced his concerns. Suan's expression grew serious as he replied, "That is indeed a concern. But since the higher-ups have made this decision, they must have their reasons and arrangements in place. The institutions and relevant departments in Nandu are surely already preparing to ensure the Gaokao trials proceed smoothly. As for being unfamiliar with the area, once you arrive, our Su family has connections in Nandu. You won't be left without support. Moreover, this is your chance to step beyond Qingshan City and see a broader world." Though lingering unease remained in Lin Feng's heart, he had come to terms with it and no longer dwelled on the matter. He nodded in agreement. The three quickly sprang into action, each returning to their rooms to pack the necessary items. After everything was packed, Suan informed Lin Feng and Su Yushi that he couldn't accompany them to Nandu. "I still have a lot of loose ends to tie up in Qingqing City. The affairs here are complicated, and I really can't get away. You two will take a specially arranged train to Nandu. Once you arrive, someone from the Su family will meet you there." Suan said apologetically. Lin Feng and Su Yushi understood. After all, Qingshan City was currently in turmoil, and as a key figure in the Su family, Suan undoubtedly had numerous responsibilities demanding his attention. The two arrived at the train station, which was now under military lockdown. A brand new train sat quietly on the tracks, its body painted jet black with a metallic sheen. The massive smokestack at the front slowly puffed out wisps of blue smoke. Lin Feng scanned the carriage and indeed spotted many familiar faces, classmates who had journeyed together from Qingshan City to take the Gaokao trials. Unlike before, when their gazes fell upon Lin Feng, their eyes no longer held the usual disdain. Instead, they were filled with profound respect. "Lin Feng. Class president, hello." This journey into the secret realm was a life or death trial for everyone. Had it not been for Lin Feng's wisdom and courage repeatedly steering them to safety within the secret realm, they would never have reaped such rich rewards. They might well have lost their lives there. One classmate stepped forward and said sincerely, "Lin Feng, we really owe you a huge thanks this time. Without you, we wouldn't have made it out of the secret realm safely, let alone come away with so much." The surrounding classmates chimed in, Yeah. Lin Feng, you're amazing. If you ever need help, just ask." For the first time, Lin Feng felt genuine goodwill from others. It seemed that with true strength, everyone became kind-hearted. But Lin Feng didn't find them overly pragmatic, it felt perfectly natural. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need to thank me. We're classmates, helping each other is only natural. Besides, getting out safely was a team effort." Chapter 73, The Contrasting Little Lolita, Yao Yao. The train raced forward at breakneck speed. After a night of swift travel, by noon the next day, the train slowly pulled into the station of Nandu Changnan City. Lin Feng and Su Yushi disembarked with the crowd. As soon as they exited the station, they spotted a middle-aged man dressed in a crisp suit, his face kind and welcoming, holding a sign that read Qingshan City Candidate Reception Desk. Spotting Lin Feng and Su Yushi, the man immediately approached them warmly. "Are you Lin Feng and Su Yushi? I'm here to assist you. Please follow me, your hotel accommodations have been arranged." "Just the two of us?" Lin Feng was somewhat surprised, and the other party explained. For S-rank and above practitioners this time, we've arranged separate accommodations. This is to prevent unnecessary conflicts. After all, geniuses tend to have rather temperamental personalities. Lin Feng suddenly realized there was some logic to this arrangement. Soon, the two followed the middle-aged man in a private vehicle to a luxurious hotel. The hotel's exterior was grand and imposing, while its interior was lavishly decorated to the extreme. Crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, and marble floors shone like mirrors. The man led them to the elevator and explained. All students participating in the high-level exam who hold S-rank or higher professions will be staying at this hotel. This arrangement facilitates mutual exchange and preparation for the exam. Lin Feng, you will be staying in room 3601, and Su Yushi will be in room 3602, right next door. Lin Feng and Su Yushi accepted their room keys and thanked the man. As they were about to enter, Su Yushi suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt and pulled him back. Lin Feng, the manager just said the exam begins in 2 days. We need to prepare thoroughly these next 2 days, no slacking off. Su Yushi said earnestly. Got it. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Anything else? No, that's all. Su Yushi returned to her room, thoroughly disheartened, and stomped her foot in frustration. That arrogant Lin Feng. How dare he treat me so coldly? Am I really that hard to get along with? Su Yushi seethed inwardly. Ever since Lin Feng saved her in the secret realm a few days ago, she'd been trying to mend fences with him. But this jerk wasn't showing any appreciation at all. So annoying. What a mystery. Watching Su Yushi storm off in a huff, Lin Feng shook his head before turning and entering his own room. Inside, he found the room spacious and bright, decorated warmly and comfortably, with every amenity provided. After a brief rest, he organized his belongings, contemplating the upcoming Gaokao trials. Just as Lin Feng finished organizing his things and was about to settle into this luxurious hotel room for some rest while strategizing for the upcoming Gaokao trials, suddenly, a series of urgent, violent knocks erupted like popping beans, the sound seemingly intent on tearing the door off its hinges. Lin Feng was puzzled. Who could be in such a mad rush? He hurried to the door, flung it open, and asked with a hint of confusion. Who is it? The moment the door swung open, Lin Feng froze. There was no one standing there. He instinctively scanned left and right, but no one was in sight. No one? Just as he was puzzled, a clear yet distinctly annoyed voice came from below. I'm right here. What's wrong with you? Why did it take so long to open the door? Lin Feng quickly looked down and saw a cute little girl standing at the doorway. Her petite frame stood barely 5 feet tall, her round, rosy cheeks glowing like a ripe peach, tempting one to pinch them. Her large, watery eyes were now glaring at Lin Feng with indignation, as if he had committed some unforgivable crime. The little girl stood with her hands on her hips, her chin slightly raised, and declared indignantly. What are you doing in my room? Are you planning something shady with this cute little girl? As she spoke, she took a small step back, watching Lin Feng warily. Seeing this, Lin Feng nearly burst out laughing at the sudden misunderstanding. He managed to hold it in and patiently explained. Little one, this is my room. You must have gotten the wrong one. Look, I have my room key too. He pulled out his key card to show the little girl. But the little girl wasn't buying it. She wrinkled her adorable little nose and pouted. No way. I remember perfectly clearly I'm staying in 3601. You must be a bad guy. Her expression was both adorable and stubbornly infuriating. Lin Feng looked at the stubborn little girl before him, his face filled with helplessness. He could only patiently continue explaining. Sweetie, you've really got the wrong idea. This is definitely my room. Take another look at your key card. But the little girl wouldn't listen to his explanation. Her face flushed bright red as she puffed out her cheeks and declared loudly. Oomph. I don't believe a word you say, you bad guy. You just want to take my room. With that, she stomped her feet hard on the floor, and an odd energy fluctuation erupted around her body in an instant. The next second, a jaw-dropping transformation unfolded. The once petite and adorable little girl rapidly bulked up before his eyes. Muscles surged and bulged, stretching her clothes taut and exaggeratedly tight. Her height seemed to increase slightly, and her entire demeanor instantly transformed from soft and adorable to overwhelmingly imposing. Lin Feng was genuinely stunned by this sudden contrast, his mind racing. What kind of loli is this? Is this even right? But if you want to fight me, you've picked the wrong person. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned Xiaonyo with a single thought. Accompanied by a melodious dragon's roar, Xiaonyo appeared at the doorway, radiating an imposing presence. You're a beast master? What the heck is that? What a weird creature. Dragon head, ox body. The little girl froze for a moment. Lin Feng unleashed his skill, Thunder Prison, without hesitation. Thick bolts of lightning surged from Xiaonyo like coiling dragons, hurtling straight toward the little girl. Damn it, you ambushed me. Crackling and popping filled the air as the little girl was instantly engulfed in thunder. The electricity made her scalp tingle, her hair standing on end like a black dandelion gone wild, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. Not only was she trembling from the shock, but the thunder's force had also frozen her into an utterly bizarre pose, like a shrimp frozen in time. Her face flushed crimson instantly, a mix of shame and fury. She never imagined Lin Feng could subdue her so easily, leaving her looking this utterly humiliated. Her heart was filled with hurt and humiliation, wishing she could sink into the ground. "Let me go." Seeing the little girl subdued and no longer struggling, Lin Feng finally began to patiently reason with her. "Look, if I truly had ill intentions toward you, would I need to go through all this trouble explaining? I would have acted already." Just then, a room key card clattered to the floor from the little girl's pocket. Lin Feng quickly picked it up and held it to his eyes. Instantly, his vision went dark and he was filled with helplessness. He held the key card in front of the little girl and couldn't help but raise his voice. "Look! It clearly says 3901 right here. Couldn't you have looked at the key card more carefully?" Chapter 74, Top Contender for the College Entrance Exam. Only then did the little girl clearly see the number on the card. She flushed bright red with embarrassment, wishing she could sink into a hole in the ground. Head bowed, her voice barely above a whisper. I was in such a hurry just now, I didn't notice." Seeing this, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, released his hold on her, and set her down. The little girl shifted her body, hurriedly straightening her disheveled clothes before explaining with a flushed face. "My name is Yao Yao. I'm so sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng looked at Yao Yao, who had reverted to her petite, adorable appearance, and couldn't help but ask with curiosity. "By the way, that ability you just used was pretty unique. What exactly was that?" Yao Yao lifted her head, meeting Lin Feng's gaze with a hint of pride as she replied. "This is called the Raging War God. It's an SSS tier class. I'm currently at level 22. Once activated, it instantly grants me immense strength and significantly enhances my physical abilities." Lin Feng was speechless upon hearing this. He never imagined that this petite, adorable little girl before him would awaken such a formidable class. He looked Yao Yao up and down, half-jokingly remarking, "You really can't judge a book by its cover. Such an adorable exterior hides such a formidable class. What about you? I didn't recognize that beast you summoned earlier." "My class is Dragon Tamer. As for that beast earlier? Naturally, it was a dragon." Lin Feng replied calmly. The little girl was stunned. "You're that SSS tier Dragon Tamer who awakened a useless class?" "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to, I meant a powerful Dragon Tamer." The little girl blurted out again. "Am I that smart?" Lin Feng frowned in confusion, and Yao Yao began to explain. "Of course. There are only 4 SSS tier awakened classes in the entire Jiangnan province. Your Dragon Tamer class is so damn unique, how could you not be famous?" "All right." Lin Feng stroked his chin. Yao Yao felt deeply guilty. To express her apology to Lin Feng, she enthusiastically suggested, "How about I treat you to a meal? Consider it my apology." After a moment's thought, Lin Feng felt he couldn't refuse such a kind offer and nodded in agreement. The two stepped out of the hotel and strolled along Nandu's bustling streets, searching for a suitable restaurant. Soon, they came upon a bustling open-air barbecue spot. The restaurant buzzed with the lively chatter of diners mingling with the sizzle of grilled meat, creating a vibrant and inviting atmosphere. They found an empty table and sat down, ordering skewers and drinks. While waiting for their food, the two chatted casually. Yao Yao, with her lively personality, soon opened up. Lin Feng took the opportunity to ask her about the Gaokao trials. Sipping her juice, Yao Yao recounted the story vividly. "Lin Feng, you know what? The rewards for this Jiangnan Province College Entrance Exam trial are ridiculously generous. Especially for the top scorer, the prize is absolutely jaw-dropping." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows in curiosity and pressed, "Oh? What kind of rewards?" Yao Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied. "I heard the top scorer gets to pick any treasure they want from the Jiangnan Provincial Treasury. That vault holds countless rare and precious artifacts from all over the province. Every single item is worth a fortune. Plus, they get early admission to Huaxia Academy." Lin Feng was utterly astonished upon hearing this. He knew full well the immense value of a provincial treasury. The treasures stored within were undoubtedly rare and precious items, offering immeasurable benefits for cultivation and strength enhancement. The chance to select one from such a collection was an overwhelming temptation. Such a fantastic opportunity meant that geniuses from all factions would undoubtedly give their all in this Gaokao trial. Lin Feng murmured to himself, a quiet determination igniting within his heart. It must be said, this little girl Yao Yao knew quite a lot. Her eyes sparkling with excitement, she continued detailing the top contenders for the provincial top scholar title in Jiangnan province. Lin Feng perked up, listening intently. Yao Yao then pointed at herself with a serious expression and declared in a clear, crisp voice, "I'm one of them." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, but upon reflection, it actually made sense. After all, Yao Yao's berserker god of fury was an SSS tier profession. Once unleashed, her power would be formidable. Next, Yao Yao mentioned Su Yushi's name, followed by Lin Feng's. Like a seasoned expert, she began analyzing their respective strengths and weaknesses. There's also someone named Su Yushi. I think she's from the same place as you. Her abilities are quite well-rounded, with strong control skills. She'd be a real asset in team coordination or handling complex situations. Then there's you. Your Dragon Tamer class is exceptionally strong in the early game. Yao Yao continued, counting on her fingers as she spoke. In this entire Jiangnan province cohort, only the 4 of us are SSS tier class students. However, as she finished, Yao Yao's expression suddenly turned serious, and she said earnestly, "But if you ask me, the one most likely to snatch the top spot in the college entrance exams is this guy named Wang Teng, though I really hate having to mention his name." As she uttered Wang Teng's name, a look of disgust slowly crept into Yao Yao's eyes. It was as if she had a significant grudge against him, as if they were bitter enemies. Lin Feng asked curiously, "This Wang Teng, is he that formidable? From the way you talk, it sounds like you have some history with him?" Yao Yao wrinkled her nose and snorted coldly. "Oof. He does have some talent. He awakened an SSS tier class called Star Commander, which allows him to manipulate stellar energy with immense power. But his character leaves much to be desired. He's arrogant about his talent and always bullies other students. I can't stand his cocky attitude." Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, forming a preliminary impression of this Wang Teng. It seemed that besides navigating the complex trials of the college entrance exam, he'd also have to watch out for rivals like this. As the two were deep in conversation, an untimely voice suddenly cut in. Gossiping behind someone's back is a rather poor habit. Lin Feng turned at the sound to see a young man approaching them at a measured pace. The youth was exceptionally handsome, his features sharp and sculpted like carved stone, exuding an extraordinary aura. His white training uniform accentuated his tall, straight posture. However, the arrogant smirk on his face instantly turned people off. The little girl beside him instantly darkened her expression, gritting her teeth as she whispered, "That's Wang Teng." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. Gossiping behind someone's back only to be caught red-handed by the person themselves. Chapter 75, Wang Teng. Wang Teng descended like a wrathful deity, his presence instantly turning the atmosphere at the open-air barbecue joint tense. Patrons who had been feasting and chatting turned their heads in unison, their faces frozen in shock. Clearly, Wang Teng commanded considerable fame in the Nandu region. Arms crossed, Wang Teng's gaze swept over Lin Feng and Yao Yao with unabashed scrutiny, a mocking smirk curling his lips. "So it's you, Yao Yao. What's this? Didn't suffer enough in the secret realm? Now you want to make a fool of yourself in the college entrance exam trials too?" Yao Yao's face flushed crimson with anger. She sprang to her feet, glaring at Wang Teng. "Wang Teng, spare me your sarcastic remarks. If you've got the guts, let's settle this on the Gaokao trial grounds." Wang Teng scoffed dismissively. You think you're worthy to compete with me in the high exam trials? Fine. Then I'll make sure everyone sees the vast difference between us." Lin Feng observed the little lowly and Wang Teng arguing. From the looks of it, the little lowly had clearly gotten the short end of the stick from Wang Teng in the secret realm. "And do you find it amusing to badmouth people behind their backs?" Wang Teng suddenly turned his head to glare at Lin Feng. Lin Feng realized his words might have been a bit rash. After all, it was better to avoid trouble, especially with the Gaokao trials approaching, no room for distractions. So, with a calm expression, he stepped forward and bowed his fist, saying, "Wang Teng, right? Apologies for any offense my words may have caused earlier." Wang Teng didn't even lift an eyelid. A mocking curve tugged at his lips, his face brimming with defiance. His chin jutted out arrogantly as he spoke in a tone bordering on command. "Who do you think I am? Wang Teng? You think a flimsy apology will make this go away? It won't be that easy. Get down on your knees and apologize, or this won't end today." Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly, a flash of anger darting through his eyes. This guy was pushing it way too far, showing no gratitude whatsoever. Unfamiliar onlookers gathered around, drawn by the commotion. A bespectacled youth urgently interceded. "Bro, just do what he says. Wang Teng has a temper like a bull. He's not someone you want to mess with. I heard back in school, he beat a classmate into a coma over some petty thing. The school couldn't do a damn thing about him." A portly middle-aged man chimed in beside him. Yeah. Look at his background, he's definitely got connections. We ordinary folks shouldn't mess with him. Better safe than sorry. Just apologize and give him a way out." The crowd chimed in, recounting Wang Teng's daily misdeeds in detail. But Wang Teng showed not a shred of remorse. Instead, he stood smugly with his arms crossed, arrogantly declaring, "In this world, the strong can do as they please. Only the weak need to follow those boring rules. People like you? You just have to obey me." Lin Feng watched Wang Teng's utterly arrogant demeanor, his heart filled with cold laughter. His gaze grew icy as he spoke slowly. "The so-called strong you speak of are merely those who abuse their natural gifts to act recklessly. True strength lies in upholding justice and respecting others, not in bullying others like you do. You're not worthy enough to make me kneel and apologize." Wang Teng froze at the words, then burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke. When the laughter abruptly stopped, his face turned ashen. His rage twisted his smile into a sneer. Fine. You've got some nerve. I've never seen anyone so clueless in the southern capital. You're refusing the wine offered and choosing the punishment instead. Today, I'll show you the consequences of crossing me. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Brilliant starlight power coalesced wildly in his hands. The previously clear sky now darkened with gathering storm clouds, and a suffocating pressure filled the air. The onlookers, seeing this, turned pale with fear. They screamed and scrambled backward, knocking tables and chairs askew in the ensuing chaos. Yao Yao, however, stood anxiously in front of Lin Feng, arms spread wide, shouting. Wang Tong, don't you dare touch him. This is Nandu, you won't get away with this. If you make a move, I won't let you off. This guy is at least level 25 and has clan gear. He's a force to be reckoned with. The little girl looked at Lin Feng with a hint of panic in her eyes, her meaning clear, she was no match for him. Level 25, is that really that strong? But Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as he summoned his beast companion without hesitation. With an earth-shaking roar, the abyssal demon dragon Xiaohei made a majestic entrance. Xiaohei's massive form was covered in scales as black as ink, each gleaming with an eerie light. Every scale resembled polished obsidian, radiating a chilling aura. Want me to fight again? Who's next? It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening roar. Its overwhelming aura surged outward like a tidal wave, instantly stunning everyone present. It was a dragon. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Eyes widened like copper bells, faces frozen in disbelief. In this world, dragons were legendary beings. Merely hearing of them was enough to stir the blood. Witnessing one now was an indescribable shock. Impossible. Weren't dragons extinct? No, wait, hadn't we heard that a student in this Gaokao trial had awakened the Dragon Tamer profession? Could this be him? Yet Wang Tang remained utterly expressionless, as if the majestic demon dragon before him held no significance whatsoever. Not a trace of surprise flickered across his face. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering inwardly. He had a hunch why this person had come looking for trouble so eagerly. Apparently, they recognized him. He couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself that not all second-generation scions from noble families were so brainless and impulsive. Just as tensions were running high and a major confrontation seemed imminent, the sound of urgent sirens pierced the air from nearby. A squad of law enforcement officers swiftly arrived at the scene. Their stern-faced middle-aged captain bellowed. Private combat among job changers is strictly prohibited in Changnan City. Violators will be detained for 15 days. Cease immediately. Wang Tang's eyes flashed with reluctance at the words, but he forced down his anger and slowly withdrew the starlight energy gathered in his hands. Nevertheless, he glared haughtily at Lin Feng, his voice dripping with venom. Dragon Tamer Lin Feng, is it? Oomph. We'll settle this at the high-level examination trial. Then I'll show you that even among SSS-ranked professions, there are still gaps. With that, he shot Lin Feng a fierce glare before turning and striding away. Lin Feng watched Wang Tang's retreating figure, his gaze hardening into resolve. He knew a fierce battle was likely inevitable. The high exam trial was destined to be anything but peaceful. Xiaohei seemed to sense his master's resolve. With a low growl, his massive form slowly shrank, transforming into a black streak of light that vanished into Lin Feng's body. The surrounding crowd, seeing the immediate danger averted, slowly dispersed. Yet whispers persisted about the incident, curiosity swirling around the feud between Lin Feng and Wang Tang. Yao Yao looked at Lin Feng with concern and said, Lin Feng, Wang Tang won't let this go. You must be careful during the Gaokao trial. Lin Feng gave a slight nod, patted Yao Yao's shoulder and reassured her. Don't worry. I've got this. If he wants to settle things at the high exam trial, I'll see it through to the end. Chapter 76, Su Yushi's Jealousy. Yao Yao looked guilt-ridden, biting her lip as she spoke to Lin Feng with a touch of unease. Lin Feng, I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble again. It's all my fault. If I hadn't mentioned Wang Tang, none of this would have happened. Seeing Yao Yao's self-reproachful expression, Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her. Don't take it to heart. This isn't your fault. Look at Wang Tang, he clearly had it out for me from the start. Even if you hadn't mentioned him, he'd have found another excuse to pick a fight. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yao Yao's guilt eased slightly. She lifted her head to look at him, her eyes holding a hint of gratitude. Thank goodness you said that. Otherwise, I'd have felt truly guilty. Despite Lin Feng's reassurance, Wang Tang's presence hung like a dark cloud over both of them, dampening their previously cheerful mood. By now, night had deepened, and the bustling barbecue shop had regained some calm. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade into the distance. Lin Feng glanced at his watch and said, It's getting late. Today's events have been quite taxing. We should both head back to rest. We need to recharge our energy to prepare for the college entrance exam trials in 2 days. Yao Yao nodded softly. Yes, okay. You get some rest too. Hopefully everything will be better when we wake up tomorrow. After bidding farewell, they each headed toward their respective hotels. Moonlight spilled over them, casting 2 long shadows. As Lin Feng walked, he replayed today's events in his mind: Wang Teng's provocation, Yao Yao's warmth, and the impending Gaokao trials. It all made him realize that the days ahead would likely be anything but peaceful. Seems I'll need to find a way to boost Shohei and the others' combat strength. Lin Feng thought to himself. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and before he knew it, 2 days had passed. The day of the college entrance exam trials had arrived. The entire city of Changnan was immersed in a tense yet fervent atmosphere. All examinees would face this crucial test of their lives here. The examination grounds were set up in a dedicated venue. From afar, it resembled a massive stadium, though its scale and splendor far surpassed any ordinary sports complex. The main structure was built from a special stone that emitted a faint glow. Under the sunlight, it radiated an ethereal, dreamlike brilliance, resembling a temple from the divine realms. Su Yushi followed closely behind Lin Feng, grumbling indignantly as they walked. Lin Feng, what have you been doing these past few days? You're out early and back late. I can't even find you. The Gaokao trials are almost here. Don't you know we should be pushing hard these last couple of days? Her words came in rapid succession, like a barrage of bullets, her face brimming with discontent. Lin Feng listened to her nagging, his brow furrowing as he silently thought. This woman is getting more and more naggy. She never used to be like this. He turned to look at Su Yushi helplessly and said, I've got my own plans these days. Don't worry about me. Just focus on getting yourself ready. Su Yushi wouldn't let it go, hands on her hips, insisting. How could I not worry? We came all the way from Qingshan City together. This college entrance exam is crucial for both of us. If you mess it up because you're too busy playing around, you'll regret it later and it'll be too late. My dad will be disappointed in you too. She added. Lin Feng knew Su Yushi meant well, but her nagging was getting to him. Taking a deep breath, he patiently explained. I'm not wasting time. I'm preparing for the college entrance exam just in a different way than you. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Seeing Lin Feng's firm stance, Su Yushi couldn't press further. She just muttered under her breath. I hope you really are ready. Don't let us down when it counts. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance to the exam hall. The place was packed with people, every candidate looking solemn, their eyes betraying both tension and anticipation. The tide of examinees poured in from all directions, gradually gathering in the designated area. Over there, Yao Yao spotted Lin Feng in the crowd instantly. Her eyes lit up, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, and she waved her hands excitedly, calling out, Lin Feng! Lin Feng, I'm over here! As she bounded toward him like a playful little rabbit. Lin Feng, seeing Yao Yao, returned her greeting with a friendly smile and a raised hand. However, Su Yushi, standing beside Lin Feng, instantly darkened. Her eyes fixed intently on Yao Yao running toward Lin Feng, a flicker of displeasure crossing her gaze. She promptly turned her head and demanded of Lin Feng. Who is that girl? For some inexplicable reason, she found herself intensely uncomfortable seeing any other woman near Lin Feng at that moment. Caught off guard by Su Yushi's abrupt question, Lin Feng paused before answering. Her name is Yao Yao. We met at the hotel earlier. You could say we hit it off after a little altercation. She's here for the college entrance exam trial too. What's the matter? Su Yushi snorted coldly, turning her head away as she muttered under her breath, met at a hotel, and in just a few days, you're already so close. Just then, Yao Yao had already run up to them. Oblivious to Su Yushi's unusual mood, she beamed as she said, Lin Feng, I finally found you. You have no idea how long I've been searching for you in the crowd. Lin Feng smiled and replied, well, I found you now. By the way, Yao Yao, this is Su Yushi. We also came from Qingshan City to take the exam. Only then did Yao Yao notice Su Yushi and greeted her enthusiastically. So you're Su Yushi, the SSS tier professional six-winged angel, one of the top ranked in all of Jiangnan province. May I call you Sister Su? Please keep an eye on me during the Gaokao trials. Su Yushi merely gave a slight nod in response, her expression still somewhat unwelcoming. Yao Yao, however, beamed with a cheerful smile, continuing to greet Su Yushi with an adorable, innocent expression. Sister Su, you're so beautiful. We can hang out together from now on. She batted her big eyes innocently, gazing at Su Yushi with pure wonder. Faced with Yao Yao's warmth, Su Yushi found herself momentarily speechless. She silently pondered that she truly couldn't find a reason to stop Lin Feng from making friends. After all, strictly speaking, she wasn't Lin Feng's girlfriend. This thought only deepened her frustration. She turned her head away sullenly, adopting a cold demeanor, and responded with a mere "mm." Yao Yao seemed oblivious to Su Yushi's unease, continuing to speak as if to herself. Sister Su, I think it's fate that we met here. I hope we both do well on the exam later. Noticing the awkward silence, Lin Feng quickly broke the ice. All right, everyone, stop standing around. We're about to enter the exam hall. Get yourselves ready. Just then, the exam staff began guiding candidates into the hall in batches. The trio moved slowly with the flowing crowd. Along the way, Yao Yao chattered away about amusing anecdotes, trying to lighten the mood, but Su Yushi only offered occasional, perfunctory replies. Surrounding candidates noticed Lin Feng flanked by two strikingly different yet equally stunning beauties, the icy, aloof older sister type Su Yushi and the lively, adorable little sister type Yao Yao. They couldn't help but wear expressions of envy and jealousy. Some were so green with envy they practically drooled, thinking bitterly, why does this guy get to have two gorgeous women by his side? Many in the crowd began to wonder about Lin Feng's true identity. Chapter 77, Huaxia Academy. At that moment, Wang Teng happened to be nearby. Hearing the murmurs, a disdainful smile curved his lips as he casually replied. That guy is Lin Feng from Qingshan City. His awakened profession is an SSS-ranked Dragon Tamer. Upon hearing this, many immediately recalled Lin Feng's background. They had heard that the Dragon Tamer profession was once considered useless. After all, without a dragon to command, a Dragon Tamer held no advantage whatsoever. Immediately, many began to sneer and mock him. Ha! A Dragon Tamer with no dragon to command? What's he doing here for the entrance exam trials? Just padding the numbers? Exactly. What academy would even accept a Dragon Tamer? What a waste of a spot. Who knows? Maybe he only got this far because of those two beauties. Could be some shady dealings involved. A torrent of harsh words washed over him, yet Lin Feng remained utterly oblivious. His expression remained calm, as if these taunts had no effect on him. After all, in his heart, he was no longer the disdained dragon rider without a dragon to command. The abyssal demon dragon Shoei, Shonyo, and Bì'àn were his greatest assets. Yao Yao's face flushed crimson with anger at the taunts. Placing her hands on her hips, she retorted loudly. What do you know? Lin Feng is incredibly powerful. If you dare face him in the Gaokao trials, you'll regret it. Yet the crowd ignored Yao Yao's words, continuing their cold, sarcastic taunts. Yushi, though not as impulsive as Yao Yao in her rebuttal, flashed a look of displeasure in her eyes as she coldly swept her gaze over those mocking Lin Feng. Just then, a crisp bell rang throughout the exam hall, and a stern voice echoed over the loudspeaker. Attention all examinees, the Gaokao trials have officially commenced. Please proceed to your designated assessment areas as instructed. Lin Feng glanced at Yao Yao and Su Yushi, murmuring softly. Ignore them. True masters speak through their strength. With that, he lifted his head high and strode purposefully toward his designated testing area, leaving behind a crowd still buzzing with whispers. Upon the elevated platform, 9 figures of extraordinary presence stood silently, overlooking the tide of candidates slowly flowing into the examination grounds below. They were the chief examiners for the Changnan City high-level trial, 8 men and 1 woman, each radiating an imposing aura that commanded respect. The sole female among them stood like a cold glacier, radiating an aura that kept others at arm's length. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her expression remained impassive. Uttering not a word, she simply watched the candidates in silence. The other middle-aged men, however, broke the silence, eagerly discussing the progress of the examination. One examiner, clad in a gray robe and sporting a goatee, spoke first. The caliber of students taking this year's exam is truly impressive. From what I understand, there are over 100 S rank or higher practitioners, among them a remarkably high number. A burly examiner with a square jaw chuckled in agreement. Indeed. What's even more surprising is that we have 4 SSS rank practitioners. It seems Jiangnan province will be producing quite a few talents this year. Another examiner, bespectacled and scholarly in demeanor, pushed his glasses up his nose and remarked. These 4 SSS class practitioners are the focal points of attention from all quarters. Their performance in the high-level examination will undoubtedly be spectacular. They might even break some previous records. However, the high-level trial is no simple matter. Beyond raw strength, their adaptability and mental fortitude will be crucial. Many formidable candidates have faltered in the past due to psychological pressures. A white-haired yet sharp-minded examiner remarked earnestly. The crowd nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, all the candidates below had already entered the arena, awaiting the official commencement of the assessment. The conversation quickly turned to the top contenders for this year's top honors. When Su Yushi and Yao Yao were mentioned, several examiners nodded in agreement. That girl Su Yushi, born in Qingshan City, apparently the child of that distinguished figure, she's exceptionally well-rounded. She might just have a shot at taking the top spot. The examiner with the goat-style beard spoke first. The sacred knight Suen is renowned throughout the entire Dragon Nation. They were all familiar with these names, so Su Yushi's name held no mystery for them. That little girl Yao Yao shouldn't be underestimated either. She looks petite and adorable, but once she unleashes her berserker god profession ability, her explosive power is astonishing. The burly examiner suddenly added, clearly impressed by both candidates' talents. Oh, right, didn't this year's SSS tier candidates include someone who awakened as a dragon tamer? Someone suddenly called out. That's right. It's a shame that kid awakened as a dragon tamer. Why did it have to be that class? Any other class would have been better. Yet when the topic turned to Lin Feng, everyone shook their heads in sighs. Though Lin Feng had awakened the SSS tier dragon tamer class, everyone knew that without a dragon to command, a dragon tamer's future prospects were bleak. The scholarly examiner shook his head helplessly. Yes, it was truly a waste of such top-tier class talent. The other examiners echoed his sentiment, their words brimming with regret. But the moment Wang Teng's name came up, the examiners perked up, showering him with praise. That Wang Teng, they said, not only possesses extraordinary talent, but his mastery of stellar power is nothing short of divine. Reaching level 26 already, he stands a strong chance of becoming this year's top graduate. The white-haired examiner gave him a thumbs up in praise. As they spoke, their gazes kept drifting toward the one among the 9 who radiated the most profound aura. This man was Wang Buwei, the current head of the Wang family and Wang Teng's father. Noticing the collective gaze, the examiners instinctively offered their congratulations. Brother Wang, you truly have raised your son well. With Wang Teng being so outstanding, he's practically guaranteed to be the top scholar this year. Wang Buwei felt a surge of quiet delight within, yet outwardly he remained modest, waving his hand and saying, "You flatter me. The imperial examinations are fiercely competitive, nothing is certain yet. Children must rely on their own abilities. As parents, we merely offer support." Though he spoke thus, the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his inner satisfaction. While Wang Buwei spoke with humility, his gaze drifted unconsciously toward Luo Qingxin standing nearby. She was undoubtedly the most distinctive among the examiners, a teacher from Huaxia Academy. Dressed in a pale blue gown, her figure was graceful, her demeanor as cool and frosty as ice. As a teacher from Huaxia Academy, she possessed not only extraordinary talent but also limitless potential, making her renowned throughout the cultivation world. Wang Buwei was calculating in his mind, certain that his son, Wang Teng, would undoubtedly claim the top spot in this college entrance exam. If Wang Teng could become Luo Qingxin's disciple, the Wang family's standing in the cultivation world would surely rise to new heights. With this ambition in mind, Wang Buwei found himself unconsciously showering Luo Qingxin with excessive attentiveness. "Teacher Luo, I must say these children have shown remarkable promise in the entrance exam trials. My son, Wang Teng, in particular, has made significant strides in his comprehension of stellar force. Should he have the fortune to excel in the trials, I humbly request your guidance. To be accepted as your disciple would be a blessing he could only dream of in a lifetime." Wang Buwei's face was plastered with a smile, his tone dripping with flattery. Chapter 78, Lin Feng's College Entrance Exam. Let's see him become the top scorer first. After all, even SSS tier practitioners have failed the exam in previous years. Luo Qingxin remained impassive, seemingly untouched by Wang Buwei's words. She furrowed her brow slightly, her cool voice ringing out. "Lord Wang, the entrance exam is about to begin. Please maintain quiet and refrain from disturbing the examinees." Wang Buwei's smile froze instantly at this blunt rebuke, his expression turning awkward. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, yet found himself at a loss for words. The surrounding examiners, noticing the scene, quickly averted their gazes, pretending not to witness it. The atmosphere in the arena grew slightly awkward. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, filled with both nervousness and anticipation, arrived punctually at the examination site. The Gaokao trial comprised 2 major sections, comprehensive quality and practical performance, totaling 600 points combined. Lin Feng understood that the comprehensive aptitude test was crucial. This assessment evaluated candidates' theoretical maximum stats and potential, broadly categorized into profession level, profession potential, and the 3 core attributes: attack, defense, and speed. At this moment, he stepped into the room designated for testing attack power. The room was spacious and sparsely furnished. A force measuring device stood at its center. Similar to the one used at the Su residence, it gleamed with a metallic sheen, its surface engraved with intricate runes that seemed to silently proclaim its exceptional nature. This force measuring device appeared far more advanced. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly approached the device. To ensure fairness and impartiality in the assessment, the rules for the Beastmaster profession explicitly stipulated that only one's strongest beast could be deployed in battle. Without hesitation, Lin Feng summoned his trusted companion, the abyssal dragon Xiaohe, with a single thought. Xiaohe materialized from a cloud of black smoke, its massive, fearsome form instantly dominating the room. Its black scales shimmered with a cold, eerie glow under the lights, while its blood-red vertical pupils radiated a chilling, commanding presence. Lin Feng fixed Xiaohe with a resolute gaze and issued his command. "Xiaohe, attack the strength testing machine with everything you've got." "Got it." Xiaohe seemed to understand Lin Feng's words. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar, then opened its massive dragon jaws. A ball of black flame rapidly coalesced within its mouth. This was the formidable skill it had mastered at level 25, Dark Flame. In an instant, the black flames erupted like a surging tidal wave of fury, sweeping toward the strength measuring device with an apocalyptic force. Wherever the flames passed, the air seemed to ignite, crackling with a hissing sound. The moment the dark flame touched the strength measuring device, the readings began to jump wildly, soaring like a runaway horse. The surrounding examiners were drawn to the spectacle, their eyes widening in astonishment. The reading surged to 4,500 points, causing the entire room to tremble slightly under the sheer force. Lin Feng watched the number, a surge of pride welling up within him. This wasn't just a testament to Xiaohe's strength, it was the fruit of his own relentless efforts over the past period. As Lin Feng watched the reading stabilize at 4,500 on the strength gauge, the corners of his mouth lifted into a satisfied smile. This meant that Little Black, at level 25, possessed an attack power equivalent to that of a level 45 class change user with the same innate talent. Such data was truly terrifying. The scoring system of the high-level trial was exceptionally fair and reasonable. As an SSS tier professional, Lin Feng's test results were compared against those of other SSS tier professionals. In other words, the 29-level Lin Feng could rival a 45-level class change user who had also awakened an SSS tier profession. 4,500 attack power? Not too shabby. However, when Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Xiao Hei's imposing figure, it all seemed perfectly natural. After all, Xiao Hei was no ordinary beast tamer, he was a mythical tier being, possessing extraordinary potential and power. Next came the assessment of defense and speed. Lin Feng led Xiao Hei to the designated testing area. The defense testing ground was surrounded by a special rune formation capable of simulating various powerful attacks. Xiao Hei crouched vigilantly at the center of the arena. As the test commenced, beams of light shot toward him like arrows. The scales on Xiao Hei's body instantly glowed with a black aura, deflecting each attack one by one. Each collision triggered ripples of energy, yet Xiao Hei remained as steady as a mountain. When the test concluded, Xiao Hei's defensive stats proved equally astonishing, matching the defense of a 45+ level class transition warrior. Next came the speed test. The arena instantly transformed into a vast maze, and Xiao Hei had to traverse it in the shortest time possible. Xiao Hei let out a piercing howl, thrusting all four paws against the ground. Like a bolt of black lightning, he shot forward. He weaved through the maze with effortless agility, his speed so blindingly fast that only streaks of black afterimages could be caught by the eye. Soon, Xiao Hei successfully completed the traverse. Its speed test results were equally jaw-dropping, far surpassing other beasts of the same level and reaching the speed standard of a level 45+ class change user. With all three tests complete, Lin Feng led Xiao Hei out of the testing area, his heart now brimming with confidence. The top spot in this college entrance exam should be his for the taking. The surrounding examinees and examiners now regarded Lin Feng and Xiao Hei with added awe and reverence in their eyes. Just then, the broadcast sounded again. All candidates are requested to proceed to the next assessment location for the professional potential evaluation. Lin Feng remained completely unaware of just how astonishing the test results he and Xiao Hei had achieved truly were. The examiner overseeing Lin Feng's group stared wide-eyed at the data panel, utterly incredulous. Is this instrument malfunctioning? The examiner muttered to himself, his mind reeling with confusion and shock. After all, in his years of overseeing the high exam trials, he had never witnessed such extraordinary readings. How could anyone achieve an average of 4,500 points in the high-level trial? That's the level of a 45th tier professional. His voice rose involuntarily, drawing the attention of nearby examiners. It was common knowledge that these candidates had only recently awakened their professions. Typically, the top scorers in the high-level examination trials only reached around level 35 in overall proficiency. Yet Lin Feng's demonstrated prowess far exceeded this benchmark. How could it not be astonishing? Quickly check the instruments. Don't let some malfunction cause a laughingstock. A more senior examiner frowned and remarked. Several examiners scrambled to conduct a thorough inspection of the equipment. However, after repeated verification, the instruments were found to be functioning perfectly, with no malfunctions whatsoever. This meant that the strength Lin Feng had demonstrated was undeniably genuine. Chapter 79, Luo Qingxin's Curiosity. The examiners were buzzing with heated discussion over Lin Feng's astonishing test results, the atmosphere so charged it felt like the air itself might ignite. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to report the matter to the chief examiner, who would decide on this baffling result. The news spread like wildfire, reaching Luo Qingxin and the other chief examiners like a bombshell. Upon hearing that someone had achieved a level equivalent to a 45th level professional with the same talent during the preliminary test of the high exam trial, all the examiners were instantly stunned into silence. How could this be possible? One examiner broke the silence first, his voice thick with skepticism. Could this be cheating? Another examiner instinctively speculated the results were simply too extraordinary to be true. It had been less than 2 months since they successfully changed professions. But no sooner had he spoken than someone countered. This is the high exam trial. The testing procedures are extremely rigorous. How could anyone possibly cheat? A brief silence fell over the group. Everyone understood the authority and fairness of the high exam trial. Cheating was practically impossible. But if it wasn't cheating, how could a candidate who just took the exam demonstrate such terrifying strength? In any case, none of the chief examiners could remain composed. After all, demonstrating the combat prowess of a level 45 job changer so early in the exam was practically equivalent to securing the top spot. Chaos briefly erupted, but soon everyone instinctively linked this astonishing achievement to Wang Tang. Reaching level 45 wasn't impossible. Rumor had it that the Star Commander profession excelled at challenging higher levels and mastered a myriad of transformations. If it was Wang Tang, it seemed plausible. Yeah, that sounds about right. All eyes now turned to Wang Bui's side, filled with envy. A portly chief examiner beamed with a broad smile, hastily congratulating Wang Buwei. "Brother Wang, your son's talent is truly remarkable. Even before the assessment concludes, he's demonstrated such prowess this year's top scholar title is undoubtedly his." Others chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Wang Tang has awakened the formidable profession of stellar master. Such performance is entirely expected. Though Wang Buwei felt a flicker of secret delight, he remained modest on the surface. "You flatter him. The imperial examinations aren't over yet, anything could happen. The other candidates are also outstanding. My son still has much to strive for." Though he spoke thus, the faint trace of pride on his face was impossible to conceal. He had previously tested Wang Tang and knew that leaping 10 levels wasn't impossible. That he had surpassed so many levels this time suggested he was either performing beyond his usual capabilities or deliberately holding back. As the crowd chattered back and forth, the examiner who had delivered the news suddenly snapped out of it and asked in confusion. "Wait, the candidate I just mentioned isn't Wang Tang. He's a beast master named Lin Feng." "Ah, not Wang Tang?" The crowd froze, finally snapping back to reality and realizing the mix-up. Earlier, they'd been so stunned that they'd instinctively assumed such an extraordinary performance could only come from Wang Tang. How could that Dragon Tamer be so strong? Didn't we hear that even if someone from a small town lucked out and awakened a decent dragon, they couldn't possibly train it to that level? Realizing the group had made such a blunder, Wang Buwei's face instantly flushed crimson. He was so embarrassed he wished he could sink into a hole. Just moments ago, he'd been basking in the praise showered upon his son, only to discover they'd mistaken the recipient. For someone who prided himself on his status, this was a truly humiliating situation. As for Luo Qingxin, upon hearing the name Lin Feng, a peculiar gleam flashed in her eyes, sparking a deep curiosity. "So he's the student who awakened as a dragon tamer? Interesting," she murmured softly, her curiosity piqued. "What kind of person could display such astonishing prowess in the entrance exam trials? I'll go see what's going on." Luo Qingxin suddenly spoke, her voice crisp yet commanding. Her already cool and composed face now held a hint of inquiry. With that, she turned and headed toward the career potential assessment area where Lin Feng was located. The other examiners exchanged puzzled glances, though they dared not intervene. After all, Luo Qingxin hailed from Huaxia Academy, held a special status, and commanded considerable authority among the examiners. Wang Buwei watched Luo Qingxin's departing figure, a vague unease settling in his heart. He sensed that this Lin Feng would cause his son considerable trouble, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. Some nobody who popped up out of nowhere. What could he possibly accomplish? "My son, Wang Tang, is the true prodigy," Wang Buwei muttered under his breath, trying to reassure himself. Meanwhile, after completing the 3 fundamental assessments, Lin Feng followed the directions to the venue for talent evaluation. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed several familiar faces already gathered there. Su Yushi, sharp-eyed, spotted Lin Feng immediately. A smile instantly lit up her face, though she quickly suppressed it, feigning composure. Beside her, Yao Yao waved her hands excitedly, bouncing up and down as she called out. Lin Feng, we're right here." Lin Feng smiled and responded to each of them, quickening his pace toward them. However, before he could exchange more than a few words of greeting, a voice dripping with provocation cut through the air. Well, isn't this Dragon Tamer Lin Feng? Never thought you'd make it this far. But don't get too excited. The next assessment will have you crying. After all, your Dragon Tamer class is practically useless. You might not even pass." Lin Feng followed the voice and saw Wang Tang standing not far away, arms crossed, a haughty expression on his face. His eyes were filled with contempt and provocation. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. This Wang Tang was truly a persistent nuisance, following him everywhere to cause trouble. "Wang Tang, save your snide remarks. If you've got the guts, wait until the assessment results are out. Dragon Tamer is an SSS tier profession." Yao Yao's face flushed crimson with anger as she couldn't help but retort on Lin Feng's behalf. Though Su Yushi remained silent, she shot Wang Tang a hostile glance, her eyes carrying a warning. Wang Tang, however, remained unconcerned, sneering contemptuously. "Him? What could a dragon tamer without a dragon possibly accomplish? I'm giving you some friendly advice, Lin Feng, don't lose too badly later. Save yourself the embarrassment. Mark my words, I'm taking that top spot in the college entrance exam. Anyone who tries to steal it gets a beating." Wang Tang bellowed like a raging demon. Deep down, he knew the early dominance of the Dragon Tamer profession was precisely why he targeted Lin Feng so fiercely, because he saw him as the sole threat to his path to becoming the top scholar. Wang Tang wasn't stupid, quite the opposite, he was shrewd. He intended to use this opportunity to unsettle his opponent's mindset. Lin Feng remained calm, replying indifferently. "You idiot, strength isn't something you can just talk your way into. Once the assessment is over, the winner and loser will be clear." With that, he turned away from Wang Tang and engaged Su Yushi and Yao Yao in conversation, inquiring about their earlier assessment experiences. Chapter 80, Wang Tang's Taunts. Seeing Lin Feng completely ignore his provocation, Wang Tang's anger flared even more. He persisted in his taunts. Lin Feng, you've only got 1 or 2 dragons, right? I bet you can't even hit the passing score from the test earlier. Don't embarrass the SSS rank profession with a pathetic result and make everyone laugh their heads off. With that, he deliberately lifted his chin and announced triumphantly. My test score just now reached a level 37 standard, skipping 10 entire levels. The words exploded like a bomb, instantly setting the surrounding candidates abuzz. Wow, level 37. That's insane. No wonder it's Wang Teng, his talent truly is extraordinary. With this score, the top spot is practically his. Exclamations of astonishment and envy rippled through the crowd. Wang Teng basked in the crowd's praise, his gaze challenging as he looked at Lin Feng, as if saying, "What can you possibly compare to me?" Lin Feng remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he sneered coldly. He knew Wang Teng was deliberately trying to intimidate him in front of everyone, aiming to unsettle his composure. But Lin Feng wasn't about to play along. He responded calmly. Level 37 is indeed impressive, but the Gaokao trials aren't over yet. Who'll be laughing last remains to be seen. As for whether I'll pass the qualifying line, you needn't concern yourself with that. Su Yushi and Yao Yao felt their hearts sink upon hearing Wang Teng had achieved a 37-level test standard. They both realized he was an extremely formidable opponent. Su Yushi's own test score was 3,300, while Yao Yao had scored 3,200. They understood that in level assessments, the difficulty of advancing increased significantly with each subsequent level. Even among geniuses, the gaps between individuals would gradually become apparent. It was clear that Wang Teng's demonstrated talent was truly astonishing. Su Yushi's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. She knew the competition in this high-stakes exam was already fierce, and now with Wang Teng emerging, the difficulty of standing out had undoubtedly increased significantly. But she was fiercely competitive by nature. Quickly regaining her composure, she clenched her fists silently and urged herself onward. Su Yushi, you cannot back down. No matter how formidable the opponent, you must give it your all. Though younger, Yao Yao also grasped the gravity of the situation. She shot Wang Teng a furious glare and muttered under her breath. So what if he's a higher level? What's so great about that? Lin Feng is definitely stronger than him. Despite her words, she couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Is 3,700 points really that high? Lin Feng remained expressionless. Wang Teng couldn't help but snort at Lin Feng's question about whether 3,700 points was high. With utter disdain, he sneered. Lin Feng, you're just talking tough. I bet you can't even match my low end, yet here you are spouting big talk. In his eyes, Lin Feng was merely putting on a brave face, stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Yet the next moment, an examiner in charge of the assessment suddenly bellowed from ahead. Who is Lin Feng? Lin Feng froze for a second before raising his hand. That's me. The examiner's gaze locked onto Lin Feng, eyes burning with scrutiny and astonishment. He confirmed again. You're the Dragon Tamer who achieved a comprehensive strength rating of level 45, spanning 16 levels? Lin Feng scratched his nose, replying with a touch of embarrassment. If there isn't another Dragon Tamer here, then it should be me. 4,500 points? The moment the examiner finished speaking, everyone froze as if struck by a petrification spell. Instantly, a deafening roar of astonishment erupted. This score was absurdly high. Throughout the entire history of the Dragon Nation's high-level trial, such a terrifying score had never been seen before. Calling it an undisputed perfect score would be no exaggeration. All eyes turned to Lin Feng, their gazes a mix of shock, awe, and disbelief. Su Yushi and Yao Yao were so overcome with emotion their eyes welled up. Yao Yao, especially, bounced up and down with excitement, shouting, Lin Feng, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. In stark contrast, Wang Teng's face flushed from pale to crimson, shifting like a palette. Just moments ago, he had been strutting before Lin Feng, boasting about his 3,700-point score. Now, it felt like he'd been slapped hard across the face. He felt like a clown. Compared to Lin Feng's miraculous 4,500 points, his pride and arrogance seemed utterly ridiculous. This can't be real, he must have cheated. Rage boiled within Wang Teng, his mind instinctively rejecting the idea that Lin Feng could have achieved such a score through his own abilities. Driven by jealousy and resentment, he couldn't help but shout. He must have cheated. How could anyone possibly reach 4,500 points? It defies all logic. Wang Teng's outburst stirred a small commotion. Surrounding examinees exchanged glances. While most were stunned by Lin Feng's score, a few, influenced by Wang Teng, began to harbor a hint of doubt. At that moment, the examiner who had brought Lin Feng frowned and looked sternly at Wang Teng. Candidate, refrain from making baseless accusations. The Gaokao examination's verification system is exceptionally rigorous. Cheating is impossible. Lin Feng's results have undergone multiple confirmations and are beyond question. Wang Teng was rendered speechless by the examiner's words. He clenched his jaw, fists tightened until his fingernails dug deep into his palms. Hatred surged within him like wild grass growing unchecked. After speaking, Lin Feng ignored Wang Teng and followed the examiner into a separate room to undergo questioning by the chief examiners. Lin Feng followed the examiner to stand before the panel of examiners. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed something off about the atmosphere. Glancing up casually, he saw an icy beauty with a cool, aloof aura approaching with elegant steps. She wore a pale blue gown, her figure graceful and her face breathtakingly beautiful, yet radiating an icy coldness that kept others at arm's length. The Ice Queen gave a subtle nod to an examiner beside her. The examiner immediately stepped aside with a look of utmost respect. Lin Feng felt a pang of surprise. Who was this suddenly appearing woman? What was her status that commanded such awe from the original examiner? The woman scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, her gaze both appraising and curious. After a moment, she finally spoke, her voice clear and melodious, yet carrying an air of unquestionable authority. You are Lin Feng? The Dragon Tamer who achieved a comprehensive strength rating of level 45 in this high-level examination? Lin Feng nodded, replying plainly. That's me. Despite the formidable presence of the woman before him, Lin Feng felt not a shred of fear, his expression remaining calm and composed. The woman raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised by his composure. She continued. Your results are astonishing and have caused quite a stir. I come from Huaxia Academy and am deeply interested in your situation. I will now ask you some questions personally, and you must answer truthfully. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Huaxia Academy was among the most prestigious institutions in all of Dragon Nation. Gaining its attention could hold significant implications for his future development. Chapter 81, 60-point talent rating. He replied respectfully. I'll do my best. The woman nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sharpening as she inquired. Explain in detail how you elevated the Dragon Tamer profession to such formidable strength in such a short time. You must understand, without a dragon to command, a Dragon Tamer's power rarely achieves major breakthroughs. Damn it, why does this guy have to be so abrupt with his first question? Facing Luo Qingxin's interrogation, Lin Feng's guard immediately went up. His extraordinary fertility ability could forcibly fuse Beastmaster bloodlines. This was undoubtedly his greatest secret, a treasure buried deep within his heart that must never be revealed lightly. Feed and care for the beasts well. Therefore, he chose silence as his response, merely staring intently at Luo Qingxin with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Luo Qingxin sensed he was holding back. She did not press further, instead shifting her tone. In that case, release all your beasts. At her words, Lin Feng hesitated not a moment. With a thought, he summoned the abyssal demon dragon, Xiaohe, first. Amidst swirling black smoke, Xiaohe's massive, fearsome form materialized out of thin air. Its enormous wings spread wide, nearly filling half the room. Its blood-red vertical pupils flashed with an aura of authority, and a bone-chilling presence radiated from its entire being, as if a demon god from the dark abyss had descended. Roar! Your humble servant is back. Oh my, another Ice Queen beauty. The moment Xiaohe appeared, he fixed his gaze on Luo Qingxin. Lin Feng's vision went black for a second before he smacked him. Quiet down. Next, Lin Feng summoned the Bì'àn. The Bì'àn was agile, its foreclaws sharp as hooks, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. It stood tall and proud, letting out a deep, resonant roar that carried an aura of unyielding integrity. Finally, Xiaoniu appeared before the group. Xiaoniu looked gentle, surrounded by a faint halo, as if radiating an aura of tranquility. Its presence added a distinct atmosphere to the oppressive space. The simultaneous arrival of the three dragons created a truly magnificent spectacle. The overwhelming aura emanating from them caused everyone present to turn their heads in awe. Especially Xiaohe, as a mythical tier beast, its aura was the most intimidating, as if it could freeze the very air around it. The crowd watched the three dragons summoned by Lin Feng, whispering and murmuring among themselves. Is this the power of a dragon tamer? It's breathtaking. But how could he have three dragons? Aren't dragons extinct? 3 dragons. Each radiating such overwhelming power. Lin Feng truly kept his strength hidden. Exclamations of awe echoed throughout the crowd, all captivated by the overwhelming might the dragons displayed. Su Yushi stood among the crowd, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She knew Lin Feng had Xiaohe and had seen Bì'àn before, but this sudden appearance of Xiaoniu was completely unexpected. She stared intently at Xiaoniu, her eyes deep in thought as she silently wondered. Where did Lin Feng obtain this beast? He'd never mentioned it before. This Xiaoniu clearly wasn't an ordinary dragon. Could he have some undisclosed opportunity? Yao Yao, however, was bursting with excitement. Her eyes sparkled as she bounced up and down, exclaiming, "Wow, Lin Feng, you're amazing. You actually have 3 dragons, so cool." Her admiration for Lin Feng deepened. Meanwhile, Wang Tong stood nearby, his face dark as storm clouds. He had believed his own strength stood out among the candidates, but Lin Feng's successive displays of overwhelming power shattered his pride completely. Gritting his teeth, consumed by jealousy and resentment, he thought to himself, "Lin Feng, don't get too cocky just yet. This entrance exam trial isn't over. I won't let you get your way." At that moment, Luo Qingxin paced around the 3 dragons, scrutinizing every detail of their bodies. Her gaze shifted between Xiaohe, Bì'àn, and Xiaoniu, her inner shock surging like unquenchable tidal waves. With her expertise, she could clearly see that each of these three dragons was an otherworldly existence. Whether it was Shohei's abyssal darkness, Bishi's unmatched ferocity, or Chionyo's aura of mysterious serenity, each signaled they were far from ordinary dragons. Even alone, anyone possessed near invincible power among their peers. Her curiosity about Lin Feng grew ever stronger, and she couldn't help but press further. You said the last two dragons were obtained by chance. What kind of chance was that? Lin Feng merely replied indifferently. A stroke of luck, I suppose. Then he added. Since when did the Gaokao trials have so many questions? He said no more. Luo Qingxin stared at Lin Feng, silent for a long while. She tried to read something from his expression, but his face remained calm, showing no hint of weakness. Luo Qingxin gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with complexity. She sighed softly and shook her head slowly. In her heart, Lin Feng's demonstrated potential and opportunities were truly astonishing. It was just a pity he was a dragon tamer. Had he pursued any other beastmaster profession based on his current performance, Luo Qingxin would have recruited him into Huaxia Academy without hesitation. However, the limitations of the dragon tamer profession were simply too great. In Luo Qingxin's view, Lin Feng's current luck in contracting 3 dragons might already be his limit. It was well known that without a sufficient number of powerful dragons by their side, dragon masters faced immense difficulties in advancing their strength. Breaking through level 40 in the future was practically impossible. What a pity. Truly a pity. Based on these considerations, Luo Qingxin finally pressed the number 60 on the display. Lin Feng's talent rating, 60. When this score was announced, the surrounding crowd erupted in a roar of astonishment. After all, given the prowess Lin Feng had previously demonstrated, everyone had expected him to receive an exceptionally high rating. Yet, to their astonishment, he had barely scraped by with a passing grade. How could it be only 60? Lin Feng's performance was clearly outstanding. Yeah, that score is way too low. Did they make a mistake? Typically, a B tier profession scores around this mark, while an SSS tier profession should easily surpass 90 points. Candidates murmured among themselves, their faces etched with disbelief. Su Yushi and Yao Yao were equally stunned. Yao Yao couldn't help but exclaim. How could this happen? Lin Feng shouldn't only get this score. Su Yushi frowned deeply, her mind filled with confusion. Yet she knew that as a teacher at Huaxia Academy, Luo Qingxin must have had her reasons for assigning such a score. Perhaps it was due to the unique nature of the dragon tamer profession. Upon hearing the score, Wang Teng froze for a moment before breaking into a smug, gloating smile. Oomph, I told you he was nothing special. Look at his measly score. Ha! The dragon tamer profession has no future. What does he have to compete with me? Wang Teng muttered under his breath, his earlier frustration at being overshadowed by Lin Feng's score completely vanishing. Lin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the score, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood that Luo Qingxin had based her score on her assessment of the dragon rider profession. On the surface, Lin Feng appeared utterly composed, though deep down, he had anticipated this outcome. Chapter 82, Wang Teng, the 98-point talent rating. Prejudice against the dragon tamer profession ran deep. While Luo Qingxin's score was somewhat disappointing, it hadn't surprised him. Still, Lin Feng didn't consider it a major issue. After all, his performance in the first 3 assessments had been outstanding, nearly perfect. Even if he only scored 60 in the talent rating section, his overall score remained highly competitive. He silently calculated in his mind that the admission cutoff for Huaxia Academy in previous years hovered around 550 points. Given his current standing, as long as he performed exceptionally well in the upcoming practical combat assessment and achieved near-perfect scores, securing admission to Huaxia Academy was still a sure thing. At this thought, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with renewed fighting spirit. He glanced at Shohei, Bishi, and Xionyo beside him. The 3 beasts seemed to sense his resolve, each letting out a low growl as if cheering him on. The surrounding murmurs had yet to subside. Many examinees looked at Lin Feng with eyes filled with both sympathy and confusion. Those unaware of the truth couldn't fathom why Lin Feng, who had performed so outstandingly, had only received a talent rating of 60 points. Soon after, Su Yushi and Yao Yao stepped forward one after another for their talent assessments. Su Yushi scored 95 points, and Yao Yao scored 93 points, both near perfect results. After all, no profession is flawless. Su Yushi's 6-winged angel class was weak in the early stages and lacked burst damage, while Yao Yao's class lacked area of effect abilities and had a low upper limit. Wang Teng's talent rating was also announced swiftly, an unprecedented 98 points, nearly perfect. Ha! I told you I'm the real genius here, just 2 points shy of perfect. The other examinees looked at Wang Teng with envy and flattery. 98 points was truly extraordinary. But for the Star Tamer class, it made sense. Star Power was versatile, capable of both support and damage, nearly a perfect class. Wang Buwei, an SS tier Star Master, had already defeated an SSS tier professional of the same level at level 80. The sheer power of this talent was evident. Meanwhile, Wang Teng secretly gloated to himself, occasionally shooting defiant glances at Lin Feng, as if to say, "This is the gap between us." Lin Feng ignored Wang Tang's provocation. He took a deep breath and began preparing for the upcoming combat assessment. He knew the practical combat assessment would be the real test. Not only would he face other formidable candidates, but he'd also have to navigate complex scenarios and unexpected situations. Yet he was confident that with his own strength and that of his beast companions, he would surely excel in the practical combat assessment. As time passed, the other candidates gradually completed their talent assessments. Soon, the broadcast sounded again. All candidates are requested to proceed to the practical combat assessment grounds. The practical combat assessment is about to commence. Lin Feng patted Xiaohei's head, then led his 3 tamed beasts with determined strides toward the practical assessment grounds. Su Yushi and Yao Yao followed closely behind, confident that Lin Feng would deliver an outstanding performance in the upcoming combat assessment. Soon, the first phase of the assessment concluded for all candidates. In an instant, a soft, mysterious light enveloped the crowd. When the glow faded, they found themselves transported to a vast plaza. The plaza floor was paved with ancient-looking bluestone, surrounded by towering stone pillars engraved with strange runes that exuded an air of mystery. At that moment, the examiners began distributing wristbands to each candidate. Lin Feng accepted his and slipped it onto his wrist. He noticed the bracelet was exquisitely crafted, emitting a faint glow throughout its body. Its material felt smooth and warm, as if it possessed a life of its own. The examiner stood before them, cleared his throat, and began explaining the upcoming assessment. Candidates, you will now enter the high examination trial realm. The task is straightforward: slay the beasts within. Your wristbands will precisely record your kills. The scoring system is as follows. Elite monsters of the same level are worth 10 points each, while Lord-level monsters are worth 50 points. Higher-level monsters will follow this increasing scoring pattern. Within the realm, you must rely on your own strength to earn as many points as possible. This will directly impact your final assessment results. After hearing this, the candidates began whispering among themselves, discussing the impending challenge. Lin Feng pondered silently. This secret realm assessment was both an opportunity and a challenge for him. He glanced at Xiaohei, Bishi, and Xiaoniu beside him, feeling a surge of confidence. With the strength of these 3 beasts at his command, he truly feared no demon beast save for the sovereign-level ones. Su Yushi and Yao Yao also gathered around. Su Yushi said with a serious expression, Lin Feng, this secret realm trial is fraught with danger. If we get the chance, let's watch each other's backs. Yao Yao nodded vigorously, exactly. Let's work together to earn as many points as possible. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Alright, everyone be careful. Let's all aim for great results. Just then, a massive teleportation array slowly materialized in the center of the plaza, its light flickering and radiating a powerful suction force. The examiner bellowed. Candidates, prepare to enter the high-stakes trial secret realm. Good luck! Lin Feng took a deep breath and led his beast companions toward the teleportation array first. The other candidates followed suit, and an intense battle within the secret realm was about to begin. At the examiner's command, the group began being transported one by one into the high exam trial secret realm. During the teleportation, Wang Tang couldn't resist taunting Lin Feng. Lin Feng, just you wait. This year's top scorer will be me. You're not even worthy of competing against me. Lin Feng merely gave him a dismissive glance, paying his words no mind. In Lin Feng's eyes, Wang Tang was nothing more than a clown. Seeing Lin Feng ignore him so blatantly, Wang Tang's face flushed crimson with rage. His fists clenched tightly, he itched to charge forward and confront Lin Feng. Yet the teleportation light began enveloping his body. He could only watch Lin Feng, gnashing his teeth in frustration. With a flash of light, Wang Tang vanished from his spot. Soon after, the other candidates were transported one by one. In the blink of an eye, everyone on the square had vanished. Luo Qingxin and the other chief examiners watched this scene in silence, their hearts filled with waves of emotion. This secret realm trial was the true crucible that revealed the gap between candidates. In past trials, many candidates with mediocre scores had emerged as dark horses, standing out through their own strength and luck within the secret realms. After all, the data recorded on paper before was merely theoretical reference. Only in the real-world trials of the secret realm could a candidate's true level be truly tested. I wonder which candidates will shine brightly in the secret realm this year. A chief examiner couldn't help but speak up. Indeed, each year brings fresh surprises. May this year also yield even more outstanding talents. Another chief examiner agreed. Luo Qingxin nodded slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the now-closed teleportation array as she silently anticipated the candidate's performance within the secret realm. Chapter 83, Frozen Gorge. As space flickered, Lin Feng felt the light and shadows shift before his eyes. When his vision cleared, he found himself within the so-called Gaokao trial secret realm. Before him lay a frigid ice canyon. Bitingly cold winds howled, sweeping in like countless ice blades slicing across his face. Frost crystallized on the surrounding rocks and trees, glistening with a bitterly cold light. How the hell is it this cold in this place? Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. He'd traveled to many places, yet this was his first encounter with a secret realm so harsh. The Gaokao trial's secret realm changed every year, and he never expected it to be an icy canyon this time. This was no blessing for some of the more physically fragile transfigures. Scanning the horizon, he saw nothing but endless snow and solid ice, not a single soul in sight. Clearly, they had been teleported separately. Lin Feng swiftly summoned Xiaohe, Bì'àn, and Xiaoniu once more. The moment Xiaohe materialized, it let out a joyful howl to the heavens. Its blood-red vertical pupils gleamed with excitement. Clearly, it adored this chilly place. This place is so cool, I love it. The frozen wasteland seemed like an ideal playground for him. Stop all the fuss and warm me up first, Lin Feng said, patting Xiaohe's dragon scales. Xiaohe let out a low growl and breathed out a dark flame, dispelling some of the biting cold in the icy surroundings. Suan had thought ahead, already preparing plenty of extreme weather gear for Lin Feng's group. Lin Feng quickly opened his spatial ring and slipped into a thick fur coat. The fur seemed to come from some kind of magical beast, providing exceptional warmth. Moo! Roar! Bì'àn and Xiaoniu suddenly perked up, their keen senses alert to the surroundings, ready to confront any potential danger. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the distance, reverberating through the canyon with an eerie, sinister quality. Lin Feng's heart sank. He followed the sound and saw a pack of wolf-like beasts trudging through the snow. A faint layer of icy mist shrouded them, and their eerie green eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light in the blizzard. Lin Feng quickly identified them as level 10 common icefield wolves, the most common magical beasts in this region. According to the assessment rules, defeating one granted 1 point. Lin Feng had Xiaohe unleash any skill to instantly wipe out a pack. Lin Feng found this rather tedious. Now at level 29, he had long since lost interest in such low-level beasts. They yielded far too little experience. Surveying his 3 spirited beasts, Lin Feng swiftly devised a tactical plan. Alright, let's split up this time. He knew well that the greatest advantage beastmasters held over other class changers was that the experience gained from beast-slaying monsters would also be reflected back to the beastmaster. With the formidable Xiaohe by his side in this high-exam trial secret realm, his personal safety was largely assured. This meant Bì'àn and Xiaoniu could be unleashed to independently hunt beasts, earning points and experience. Xiaohe, stay by my side and protect me. Bì'àn and Xiaoniu, each of you seek out prey, but stay safe. If you encounter danger, return immediately. Lin Feng issued his commands methodically. Master, can I go out alone? Or should I send Xiaoniu to accompany you? Little Black suddenly piped up timidly. He'd never ventured out alone without Lin Feng before, and this secret realm looked incredibly fun. What do you think? Lin Feng shot Xiaohe a warning glance. Xiaohe could run and fight if danger arose. He could even carry Lin Feng to safety. Xiaoniu only has offensive abilities. If danger struck, what would he do? Xiaohe's eyes instantly dimmed. Bì'àn and Xiaoniu, however, were thrilled. After receiving their orders, they vanished like lightning into the vast snowstorm. Xiaohe remained firmly by Lin Feng's side, his massive wings slightly spread, forming a black shield-like barrier. Before long, Bì'àn's furious roar echoed from the distance, followed by the clamor of intense combat. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy, knowing Bì'àn must have encountered demonic beasts. Through their spiritual bond, he sensed the battle unfolding. Meanwhile, Xiaoniu was making its own move elsewhere. Using its keen senses, it stealthily approached a group of ice hares foraging for food. Though merely level 10 ordinary beasts, their sheer numbers were formidable. Xiaoniu took a deep breath. A flash of light enveloped him, and a sonic wave spread out like ripples, instantly stunning the herd of rabbits. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any sudden attacks from other magical beasts. Let's move on. Xiaohe periodically spat out bursts of dark flames, melting the surrounding snow to clear a safe zone for them. Lin Feng mounted Xiaohe and rode deeper into the frozen canyon. His purpose was clear, to hunt a lord-level demon beast. His 4th dragon egg had yet to hatch successfully, urgently requiring large quantities of lord-level core materials or other high-grade life energy to aid the process. He reasoned that this high-exam trial secret realm, gathering so many candidates for testing, must hold abundant treasures. At this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his hands together, his excitement palpable. Xiaohe seemed to sense his master's fighting spirit, accelerating his flight until he streaked through the blizzard like a black lightning bolt. As they delved deeper into the canyon, the surrounding temperatures grew increasingly frigid. Even the flames Xiaohe exhaled froze instantly into shards of ice. Yet neither Lin Feng nor Xiaohe showed the slightest sign of retreat. Lin Feng's forces advanced on 3 fronts simultaneously. His 3 mounts Xiaohe, Bì'àn, and Xiaoniu each unleashed their full power, each capable of holding their own against formidable foes. Xiaohe, fueled by its mythical bloodline, surged with raging dark flames. Any ordinary demon beast that dared to approach was instantly engulfed and reduced to ashes. Bì'àn was unmatched in ferocity, its 4 claws razor-sharp. Each pounce carried immense force, leaving unfortunate beasts it targeted utterly helpless, torn to shreds in an instant. Xiaoniu, however, wielded a unique sonic attack. The sound waves it emitted pierced through wind and snow like razor-sharp blades, striking targets with pinpoint accuracy. Afflicted beasts writhed in agony, swiftly losing their combat effectiveness or else met with a follow-up strike of thunderous force. Since his massive power surge in the secret realm last time, Lin Feng's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Now, navigating this high-stakes trial realm felt as effortless and enjoyable as play to him. He leisurely commanded his 3 beasts while observing his surroundings, searching for stronger prey. As the 3 beasts relentlessly hunted down monsters, the glow on Lin Feng's wristband flickered incessantly, his points skyrocketing like a rocket. Level 10 common beasts, level 11 common beasts one after another added to his tally. Occasionally, an elite-level demon beast would appear, but under the combined assault of the 3 beasts, it would quickly fall, contributing a valuable 10 points to Lin Feng's tally. Before long, Lin Feng's points had far surpassed those of most other candidates. Yet Lin Feng remained unsatisfied. His gaze remained fixed on the deeper reaches of the frozen gorge, where he believed more powerful lord-level beasts lurked along with the crucial materials needed to hatch the 4th dragon egg. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Tang had also been teleported to a remote corner of the frozen canyon. Indeed, it was the frozen valley. The moment he stepped into this frozen wasteland, the biting wind sliced across his cheeks like a blade. Yet it failed to extinguish the seething jealousy and anxiety burning within him over Lin Feng. His brows were tightly furrowed, his face dark and stormy, his eyes gleaming with ruthlessness and unwillingness. After rummaging through the storage space, he finally pulled out a strange black stone that emitted an eerie aura. The stone felt icy to the touch, its surface patterned like twisted veins, as if it contained some mysterious and sinister power. Chapter 84, Splitting Up, 3 dragons rampage through the frozen gorge. Wang Tang stared intently at the stone in his hand, clenching his jaw so tightly his lips trembled slightly with rage. The memory of Lin Feng's 3 majestic dragons and the astonishing prowess he displayed during the assessment stirred a surge of jealousy within Wang Tang, a tide of envy as unstoppable as a raging storm. He had been utterly certain the top spot in the college entrance exam was his for the taking, but Lin Feng's emergence shattered his dreams, making him feel a threat unlike any he had ever known. He was determined to claim the top spot this time after all, entering Huaxiao Academy as the top scholar carried immense advantages. Lin Feng, don't think having a few dragons makes you special. Wang Tang muttered under his breath, his face contorted into a hideous grimace. Then, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a sinister grin. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes as he hurled the black stone in his hand with all his might onto the ground. Thud! The stone shattered with a dull thud. An odd ripple instantly rippled through the surrounding space, like ripples spreading from a boulder thrown into water. That fluctuation spread outward like an invisible signal, radiating in all directions. Before long, several figures darted in like ghosts from different directions, appearing before Wang Tang in the blink of an eye. Each clad in black robes, their agile forms bearing respectful expressions, they called out in unison to Wang Tang. Good day, young master. Wang Tang lifted his head slightly, scanning the figures before him. The gloom in his eyes lifted slightly, replaced by a smug sense of control. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Listen. I've summoned you here for one purpose only. He paused here, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes before he continued. You all know how that brat Lin Feng performed in the assessment. He poses a significant threat to me. From now on, you must hunt down as many beasts as possible at any cost to boost my points. If you encounter Lin Feng, do whatever it takes to block him. Under no circumstances can his points surpass mine. Yes. Young master, rest assured. We will not let him succeed. The group responded in unison, their voices firm and powerful, echoing through the frozen landscape with an unquestionable resolve. Wang Tang nodded with satisfaction, a cold smile curling his lips. Very well. If I succeed in becoming the top scholar this time, you'll all reap the rewards. But if you fail... He didn't continue, but a flash of icy coldness in his eyes sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Then, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, Wang Tang commanded. Move out. The group immediately scattered like a pack of well-trained hounds, darting off in all directions to hunt for their prey. Wang Tang wore a defiant smirk. Surviving in this world relied not only on strength, but also on connections. Lin Feng rode his steed, Little Black, deep into the heart of the frozen canyon. At this moment, he resembled the ruler of the frozen realm, striking terror into every beast that crossed his path. Xiaohei's massive frame sliced effortlessly through the blizzard. The dark flames swirling around its body resembled hellfire itself, instantly consuming everything they touched. Whenever a group of beasts appeared, Xiaohei's roar alone unleashed a powerful sonic wave. Like an invisible blade, it scattered the horde before him into disarray. Scum, your dragon grandpa's here. Scatter, you-hoo. Immediately after, Xiaohei opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of dark flames that swept forth like a raging flood, instantly reducing any beasts that dared resist to ashes. Lin Feng sat steadily atop the dragon's back, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the battlefield. Commanding with unwavering composure, the entire battle unfolded with effortless ease, as if it were a game. Moreover, through his tight spiritual bond with Bì'àn and Xiaoniao, Lin Feng could sense their battle progress in real time. The constantly flickering lights on his bracelet displayed the kill counts of Bì'àn and Xiaoniao. With each fallen beast, Lin Feng's experience points skyrocketed like a rocket. He could distinctly feel that breaking through to level 30 was drawing ever closer. This sensation of rapidly increasing power filled Lin Feng with excitement and anticipation. As Lin Feng ventured deeper into the frozen gorge, the air grew increasingly bitter. Even Xiao Hei had to flap its wings harder to resist the bone-chilling cold during flight. Just then, the sound of intense combat erupted ahead, a cacophony of monster screeches and human shouts. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Mounting Xiao Hei, he swiftly rode toward the commotion. Wait! A colossal ice scorpion loomed at the center of a frozen expanse, its entire body encased in rock-hard ice armor. Its scorpion tail arched high, glinting with a cold, icy light and radiating a spine-chilling aura. It was unmistakably a level 20 Lord-tier magical beast. Facing it were three candidates who appeared to be fellow participants in the high exam trial, 2 men and 1 woman. None of them exceeded level 20, and under the overwhelming pressure of this Lord-level ice scorpion, they seemed utterly insignificant. At this moment, the trio was being forced back step by step by the ice scorpion. The scorpion moved with astonishing agility, each swing of its claws unleashing a gust of icy wind that swept toward the trio. The lead male candidate wore an expression of utter misery, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead and instantly freezing into ice shards in the frigid air. He gripped a long sword tightly in his hand, its blade already pockmarked with numerous chips, clearly the result of fierce clashes in previous battles. This boss is too powerful. We can't hold out much longer. At this rate, we'll get teleported out early. The boy shouted, his voice filled with desperation and resignation. Being teleported out meant the Gaokao trial would end prematurely, and all their efforts would go to waste. Their luck was truly terrible. They had come to the secret realm full of anticipation to prove themselves, only to be randomly teleported deep into the frozen canyon. The moment they landed, they encountered such a powerful Lord-level magical beast. I can't hold on much longer. The girl's staff flashed with light as she struggled to cast a spell, trying to inflict some damage on the ice scorpion. Yet her attacks only chipped away at its hardened ice armor, sending tiny shards flying. Me too. I can't hold out much longer. Another boy, shield in hand, struggled to block the ice scorpion's assaults. Each impact sent numbing shocks through his arms, and his legs trembled slightly under the immense force. Just as the three were overcome with despair, on the verge of giving up, a dark figure streaked through the blizzard like a shooting star. Lin Feng, riding Xiao Hei, appeared before them like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Xiao Hei's blood-red vertical pupils flashed with excitement. Before Lin Feng could give the order, the beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of dark dragon flame that erupted like a volcano. The dark dragon flame, carrying a world-shattering might, instantly engulfed the level 20 ice scorpion lord. The ice scorpion didn't even have time to utter a scream before perishing swiftly in the searing dragon flames, its body charred black. We seem to be saved. That's wonderful. The three who had been struggling desperately first wore blank expressions, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. Then, wild joy washed over their faces like a tidal wave. The girl, sharp-eyed, instantly recognized Xiao Hei Lin Feng's signature dragon pet. Gratitude poured out like a burst dam. Bro, you must be that dragon master Lin Feng. Thank you so much. If you hadn't stepped in, we'd be in big trouble. The leader's voice trembled with excitement. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Feng, exclaiming, "You're just too powerful. That lord who was such a headache for us, you took him down in an instant." Lin Feng turned his head and asked instinctively, "Do you want this lord?" The three shook their heads vigorously. One of them said, "We're just thankful to be alive. How could we possibly compete with you for the spoils? You saved our lives, we can never repay you enough." Watching the three refuse the spoils without hesitation, Lin Feng felt a pang of emotion. In all the situations he'd encountered before, he'd seen far too many people become greedy and unscrupulous for the sake of profit. He'd expected these three to scramble for the rich spoils of a lord-level demon beast like the ungrateful fools he'd known. If they had, he wouldn't have minded ending their trial early. After all, in this brutal gauntlet of trials, strength was the only currency that mattered. Chapter 85, Lin Feng's 20,000 points left Wang Tang speechless again. Fortunately, these three proved remarkably sensible, leaving Lin Feng pleasantly relieved that he'd finally encountered normal people. Without further thought, he turned to begin collecting the core materials from the frost scorpion. Xiao Hei stood guard nearby, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any signs of other beasts attempting to ambush them. Lin Feng crouched down with practiced ease, first extracting the magic crystal from the frozen scorpion's remains. This magic crystal was a deep, pure blue, emitting a faint chill. Inside, it seemed as if countless tiny snowflakes were dancing. It was the very core of the ice scorpion's power, holding immense value for both enhancing one's strength and incubating dragon eggs. Next, Lin Feng carefully cut off the icy scorpion's hard ice armor. This armor not only offered astonishing defense but could also be used to craft exceptionally powerful equipment or concoct special potions. Every action Lin Feng performed was meticulous, leaving no valuable part behind. The three others watched Lin Feng gather the materials, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. They knew full well that had Lin Feng not intervened in time, they would likely have been teleported out of the secret realm by now, forever missing out on these precious materials. Contentment is the key to happiness. Deep within another part of the frozen gorge, Wang Tang moved like a cold-blooded killing machine, slaughtering hordes of beasts. His cultivation of the Star Commander profession granted him unique abilities. A layer of dazzling starlight armor slowly enveloped his entire body. The armor shimmered with flowing starlight, not only radiating formidable defensive power but also perfectly shielding him from the surrounding bitter cold, allowing him to traverse this frozen wasteland as if walking on level ground. Wang Tang gripped a long sword tightly in his hand. Its blade was a deep, azure blue, as if it had condensed the power of the entire starry sky, none other than the legendary heirloom weapon of the Wang family, the Star Sword. Threads of starlight swirled around the blade, emitting a piercing shriek with each swing of Wang Tang's sword. At that moment, a colossal Lord-tier demon beast lunged at him, claws and fangs bared. Resembling a snow bear, its body bristled with sharp ice spikes, its roar shaking the surrounding snow into a shower of flakes. Yet, facing such a formidable foe, Wang Tang showed not a trace of fear. "Could you at least let me have a little fun?" A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and launched himself like a meteor toward the snow bear lord. The star sword in his hand was raised high, its brilliant starlight suddenly intensifying, nearly illuminating the entire ice valley. With a powerful swing, Wang Tang unleashed a blade of energy imbued with stellar power. It streaked through the air like a silver ribbon, striking directly at the Snow Bear Lord's head. The Snow Bear Lord seemed to sense the immense power of this strike, but it was too late to evade. The sword chi struck its head in an instant. The immense force severed its head cleanly. Scorching blood spurted forth, rapidly freezing into ice upon the frigid ground. Wang Tang snorted coldly, casually flicking the blood from his star sword. "Oof, lords of the same level aren't even worth a single exchange against me." Howling winds still raged deep within the frozen gorge. Wang Tang had just concluded a fierce battle, successfully slaying a level 25 lord. He gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his forehead and instantly freezing into ice crystals in the frigid air. Yet his eyes blazed with pride. After all, dispatching a level 25 lord so cleanly placed his prowess among the absolute elite of the candidates. Wang Tang's heart brimmed with confidence. He thought to himself, "I should be firmly seated at the top of the leaderboard now, right? Ha! After all, who could match the genius of Wang Tang? Let me see." At this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle smugly, then eagerly checked the ranking list on his wristband. This bracelet was the key artifact of the high exam trial dungeon, capable of recording candidates' scores in real time and displaying the top 100 rankings. When Wang Tang first saw his own score, his face lit up with delight and satisfaction. The screen displayed his points, a staggering figure that had broken through the 8,000 mark. Such a high score was beyond the reach of most candidates. 8,000 points? That's just okay. It's only been a day. Based on previous years, this would definitely be first place. Wait, no? But when his gaze shifted upward to the name at the top of the leaderboard, his smile instantly froze. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The top spot belonged to Lin Feng, whose point stood like an insurmountable mountain, soaring past 20,000. Wang Tang's face was etched with shock and disbelief as he muttered repeatedly, "This can't be, impossible. Absolutely impossible." His world seemed to collapse in that instant. All his confidence evaporated, replaced by a crushing sense of defeat that nearly shattered his resolve. He couldn't fathom it. He had fought so desperately, relying on his Star Commander profession and Star Sword to cut through opponents and dominate the battlefield. Yet why was the gap in points with Lin Feng so enormous? 20,000 points? That was absurd. He'd even enlisted help from some of the Wang family's young members, people the Wang family had nurtured. Damn Dragon Tamer. A useless class should have given up long ago. I'm an SSS tier Star Commander, the future backbone of the human race. A cold, vicious glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. He clenched his fists and vowed silently. "Lin Feng, I will never concede defeat. I will find you and make you see what I'm capable of." Wang Tang's eyes were fixed on the ranking list on his wristband, as if he could stare holes through the numbers. This vast chasm felt like an insurmountable gulf, filling his heart with despair and resentment. He muttered, his soul shattered, "But with such a vast gap, how on earth can I ever catch up?" If he fell so far behind Lin Feng in this combat assessment, wouldn't his cherished dream of becoming the top student in the college entrance exam vanish into thin air? Wang Tang held himself in high regard. His supremely proud heart would never tolerate being trampled upon by others, especially not by Lin Feng, the Dragon Tamer he had always dismissed as possessing a worthless profession. This thought burned like a raging fire within him, consuming him to the point of near madness. Just as Wang Tang was consumed by fury, nearly igniting the surrounding ice and snow, a panicked subordinate rushed over, panting heavily as he reported. "Brother Wang, it's bad. We finally hunted down a level 20 lord, but something went wrong. Someone snatched it right from under us. And that person is incredibly powerful, a blonde girl." Wang Tang's rage flared instantly at the subordinate's abrupt interruption. He whipped his head around, eyes blazing, ready to explode. "What the hell are you yelling about? Can't you see I'm busy?" But then, as if catching a crucial detail, his gaze sharpened instantly. The anger in his eyes gave way to suspicion and inquiry. Wait, you said a stunning blonde girl? He wondered inwardly, could it be Su Yushi, the one beside Lin Feng? The thought sparked a sudden surge of interest within Wang Tang. If it really was Su Yushi, perhaps he could find a way to counterbalance Lin Feng through her. Suppressing his rage, he ordered his subordinate in a deep voice. Let's go. Take me to see her. Seeing Wang Tang didn't reprimand him further, the subordinate secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurried ahead to lead the way. The two sped through the icy wilderness, the biting wind howling past their ears. Chapter 86, The Judgment of the Goddess of Light. Meanwhile, deep within the frozen gorge, beneath the towering ice mountain, the tension hung thick like a bowstring ready to snap. Two opposing forces stood locked in a standoff, swords drawn and crossbows cocked. Between them lay the corpses of two lord-level beasts, sprawled in stark contrast. The beasts' massive forms were gradually being covered by snow and ice, while the remaining blood had frozen into eerie shapes on the ice, bearing witness to the ferocity of the battle that had just taken place. One side, of course, was Su Yushi. Holding the holy light scepter, she stood like a sacred radiance in the icy world. The gem embedded at the staff's tip emitted a soft yet brilliant glow, starkly contrasting with the frigid aura surrounding them. Su Yushi's face was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, her eyes reflecting both resolve and cool detachment. Yet, her expression now was noticeably grim. Opposite her stood over 20 class transitioners, each at level 20 or above. Leading them was a towering man radiating a biting icy aura, a uniquely shaped longbow slung across his back, the very individual who had awakened the SS-ranked Frost Archer class. His eyes burned with malice, his face brimming with arrogance as he bellowed at Su Yushi. Hey, woman! Know your place and back off. Those two lords were ours after we hunted them down. How dare you try to steal them? Don't you know your own place? Su Yushi gripped her holy light scepter tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. She responded coldly. Nonsense! These lords are my spoils of war. You're the ones trying to steal from me. The Frost Archer sneered, stepping forward as the icy power surging from his body intensified, drawing snowflakes from the surrounding area to swarm toward him. Poof! I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Let me be blunt, we're all from the Wang family. Never heard of the Changnan Wang family? Our clan boasts powerhouses above level 90. Su Yushi remained silent as the ice archer Chen Bing continued. He was a houseborn son of the Wang family. Gifted with exceptional talent, he had grown up alongside Wang Tang since childhood, becoming a loyal guardian of the Wang clan. For the Wang family's interests, he'd stop at nothing. If Wang Tang was to become the top scholar, he'd clear every obstacle in her path. This Su Yushi is one such obstacle. His earlier provocation was deliberate. He sneered coldly. So what if you're an SSS tier transmuter? In this frozen gorge, I have elemental advantages. Fighting above my level is no challenge for me. Besides, we have numbers on our side. If you don't hand over the items today, don't expect to leave unscathed. Su Yushi's face flushed crimson as she bit her lower lip. These scoundrels were nothing but a bunch of thugs. She had discovered and wounded this Lord Beast first. Right at the critical moment when she was about to finish it off, these people had suddenly appeared to take the final blow. Now they dared to brazenly attempt to seize her spoils of war. Su Yushi came from a wealthy family and had never lacked for cultivation resources. Truthfully, she didn't need this lord material. But this humiliation? She simply couldn't swallow it. From childhood onward, she had always been the darling of Qingshan City, surrounded by admirers. Who had ever dared to bully her so brazenly? Now, in this frigid ice canyon, she would not tolerate such humiliation without a fight. Su Yushi was no pushover. The rage in her heart instantly transformed into a fierce offensive. If you want to take what belongs to Su Yushi, you'll have to defeat me first. Gripping the holy light scepter tightly with both hands, she unleashed a torrent of dazzling light elemental skills. The radiant energy surged from the scepter's tip, blazing like shooting stars as it slammed toward her opponent. The dazzling light pierced the icy darkness, instantly banishing the surrounding gloom. Chen Bing, the leader, the youth who had awakened as the Frost Archer, frowned slightly upon seeing Su Yushi strike first. But his eyes held more disdain than anything else. In this frozen canyon, he relied on his elemental advantage and didn't think much of Su Yushi. In an instant, he drew back his icy longbow, a blue glowing ice arrow forming on the string as he bellowed. Brothers, fear not. She's alone. Let's fight her. At his command, over 20 class transformed warriors behind him unleashed their respective skills. In an instant, a torrent of elemental skills, ice spikes, fireballs, wind blades intertwined and surged toward Su Yushi. Amidst the frozen wasteland, dazzling lights interlaced as an intense battle erupted. Forced back by the relentless barrage, Su Yushi swung her holy light staff, unleashing shields of light to block the onslaught while searching for an opening. Chen Bing, positioned behind her, continuously unleashed ice arrows. Each arrow carried immense frigid power, whistling through the air toward Su Yushi. You think you can take stuff from us? Today you'll learn who's boss in this frozen gorge. Chen Bing shouted defiantly as he fired arrows. Su Yushi snorted coldly, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. You scoundrels! Today, I'll make you pay for your actions. Su Yushi gripped the holy light scepter, her expression grave. She swiftly wielded the scepter, causing layers of soft, luminous shields to rapidly coalesce before her. Like indestructible shields, the light barriers held firm against wave after wave of attacks. Yet the enemy's onslaught was overwhelmingly dense. Each collision sent the light barriers trembling violently, their glow flickering and steadily fading. You scoundrels! Do you think sheer numbers can intimidate me? Su Yushi's almond-shaped eyes widened in fury as she shouted, "This is utterly shameless." Oomph. In this frozen gorge, might makes right. Chen Bing sneered coldly. Hand over the loot while you still have the sense, or you'll regret it. Su Yushi trembled with rage, her fury boiling like a volcano ready to erupt. Gritting her silver teeth, she silently vowed, "Since you're so aggressive, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, you'll pay dearly for your greed." Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted around Su Yushi. The holy light scepter seemed infused with boundless power, unleashing an unprecedented brilliance. The light blazed like the scorching sun, instantly melting the surrounding ice and snow into gurgling streams. Standing firmly planted on the ground, she murmured incantations as she began to unleash the Su family's secret technique. The judgment of the goddess of light. As her chanting continued, a faint, radiant goddess emerged in the sky. Her countenance was both merciful and majestic, as if stepping forth from ancient myths. She wore a magnificent white robe that billowed in the wind, each fold seeming to hold infinite mysteries. In her hand, she held aloft a radiant sword, its blade etched with mystical runes. As the runes flickered, they seemed to whisper of ancient power. In an instant, a colossal pillar of light descended from the heavens, like a cascading galaxy, crashing directly toward Chen Bing and his companions. Wherever the pillar passed, the air seemed to ignite, crackling as if subjected to unimaginable heat. Within that pillar lay pure, overwhelming light energy, as if intent on purifying all darkness and evil from the world. No! What kind of skill is this? Chen Bing's henchmen shrieked in terror, their faces etched with fear and despair. Those with weaker abilities had no time to react before being swallowed whole by the beam. Accompanied by piercing screams, their bodies dissolved into specks of light, forcibly teleported away, ending their trial prematurely. Chen Bing's eyes widened, filled with terror and disbelief. Damn it! This woman is incredibly powerful. As expected of an SSS-ranked transferee, the trump card is terrifying. He tried to dodge, only to find his body immobilized as if bound by some powerful force. He struggled desperately, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as regret gnawed at his heart. If only I hadn't provoked this lady, I'm in big trouble now. The pillar of light unleashed its relentless fury, shattering the surrounding ice mountains with each impact. Giant chunks of ice tumbled down like cannonballs, crashing onto the ground and sending snow and ice flying everywhere, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The tide turned instantly. Chen Bing's side, which had just been overwhelmingly dominant, now crumbled into disarray. Chapter 87, Wang Tong steps in, Su Yushi retreats in defeat. After unleashing that move, Su Yushi's face paled slightly. Beads of sweat as large as beans trickled down her cheeks, and her body trembled faintly. Yet her gaze remained iron-hard as she coldly fixed it on Chen Bing, enunciating each word deliberately. This is the price you pay for crossing Su Yushi. At this critical moment, the situation shifted abruptly. A dazzling starburst streaked across the sky like a meteor, descending from the heavens with lightning speed. With a thunderous boom, it forcibly blocked Su Yushi's devastating judgment of the goddess of light. In an instant, blinding light erupted, ice and snow flew everywhere, and the immense shockwave cracked the surrounding ground into countless fissures. You dare bully my people? Woman, you're playing with fire. Wang Tang's expression was haughty. Chen Bing and the others, whose faces had been etched with despair, instantly lit up with joy. They shouted in unison. Young master has intervened. It was as if they had glimpsed a ray of hope in the darkness. Su Yushi inwardly cursed her misfortune. She knew Wang Tang was no pushover. Before she could react further, Wang Tang had already launched his attack. The power of the stars surged violently around him, as if the entire cosmos had channeled its might into his being. The dazzling starlight illuminated the entire canyon, reflecting off Su Yushi's holy light yet carrying an underlying, piercing sense of oppression. Wang Tang's gaze fixed on Su Yushi with icy coldness. A cruel curve lifted at the corner of his mouth as he snarled. You're quite familiar with that Lin Feng fellow, aren't you? Poof. If I capture you, would that mean I could use you to threaten the little brat? His voice echoed in the biting wind, carrying an undeniable ruthlessness. Su Yushi's heart tightened. She knew she was in grave danger. But she had possessed a stubborn streak since childhood and would never yield easily. Gripping the holy light scepter tightly, her body still weak from the previous battle, her gaze remained unwaveringly firm. She stared back at Wang Tang without fear and sneered coldly. Wang Tang, don't even think about it. Lin Feng isn't someone you can threaten. If you dare touch me, he won't let you off. Wang Tang remained utterly unmoved, instead bursting into laughter. Ha! I'll see just what he can do to me. You won't escape today. With that, he swept his hands, unleashing streams of star power that transformed into razor-sharp starlight beams. They rained down upon Su Yushi like a torrent. Each beam carried immense power, slicing through the air with a hissing sound wherever it passed. Su Yushi dared not take it lightly, urgently waving the holy light scepter to unleash layer upon layer of light shields for defense. The light barriers collided with the star beams, erupting in blinding flashes and thunderous booms. As a strong contender for the top scholar title, Wang Tang's prowess proved formidable indeed. Stellar energy swirled around him, each strike carrying overwhelming momentum. Already drained from battling Chen Bing and others, Su Yushi now faced a formidable opponent in Wang Tang. Fighting alone, her disadvantage became glaringly apparent, and she was quickly forced into retreat. Seizing the moment, Wang Tang's lips curled into a smug smile. As he prepared to capture Su Yushi alive, he thought to himself, "Let's see where you run off to this time. Once I've got you, I'll make sure that brat Lin Feng falls into line." Yet, at this critical moment, a petite figure materialized like a ghostly apparition. "Sister Su, I'm here." It was Yao Yao, making her dazzling entrance. Instantly transforming into a muscular loli, her previously sweet face now radiated tenacity and ferocity. Her small frame seemed to contain boundless power. Clenching her fists, she launched a sweeping attack toward Wang Tang. Each punch whistled through the air, its force shattering the surrounding ice and snow into flying shards. Wang Tang was genuinely startled by this sudden turn of events, scrambling to block Yao Yao's assault. Yao Yao's assault was ferociously swift, and Wang Tang momentarily struggled to parry, forced back several steps by the sheer force of her blows. Seizing the moment when Wang Tang was off balance, Yao Yao lunged toward Su Yushi, grabbed her arm, and shouted, "Sister Su, run!" Su Yushi knew this was no time to linger in battle. She turned and ran alongside Yao Yao. Their figures darted swiftly through the snow and ice, vanishing from Wang Tang's sight in the blink of an eye. Wang Tang was furious, his face flushed crimson as he roared, "Useless fools! What are you standing around for? Chase them! If you let them escape, none of you will get off easy." Chen Bing and the others shuddered at Wang Tang's fury, daring not to delay. They immediately gave chase in the direction Yao Yao and Su Yushi had fled. Amidst the frozen wasteland of the cold ice canyon, the atmosphere was tense and grim. Yet for Lin Feng, it felt like a leisurely stroll. Seated atop Shohei's broad back, Lin Feng sat upright, his expression composed yet tinged with faint boredom. The biting wind sliced through the air like blades, yet left not a trace on his face. Shohei's massive form soared through the air, its powerful wings beating with such force each stroke seemed to tear through the atmosphere, producing a whistling roar. Its blood-red vertical pupils flashed with arrogant light as it surveyed everything below, as if it were the ruler of this frozen realm. Throughout the canyon, other students were locked in desperate battles with the beasts. Hunted relentlessly, they fled in disarray, their faces etched with terror and exhaustion. Some students' weapons trembled in their hands as they stumbled, slipping on the ice only to struggle back to their feet. Others cried out for help, their voices sounding helpless in the biting wind. The beasts, revealing their usual ferocity, clawed and snarled as they pursued their prey, their bone-chilling roars echoing through the air. But around Lin Feng, everything was utterly different. Wherever he went, the beasts ceased to be fierce hunters and instead became trembling prey. A massive ice bear of lord-class stature, which had been swiping its enormous paws while chasing a group of students. Yet the moment Shohei's shadow fell upon it, the bear froze in its tracks. Its fur bristled with terror, and its massive frame began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. "So this is the Gaokao trial? Nothing to write home about. Where are the opponents worthy of my interest?" With that, he gave Shohei's dragon head a light pat. Shohei immediately understood, letting out a thunderous dragon's roar that shook the heavens. The roar echoed like rolling thunder through the canyon, causing the ice bear to collapse in terror, its eyes filled with utter despair. The dragon's head reared up, terrifying. Shohei flapped his wings and dove down like a black bolt of lightning. The ice bear tried to struggle to its feet and fight back, but Shohei bit down on its neck and tossed it aside effortlessly. The ice bear crashed heavily to the ground, never to stir again. This marked the 35th Lord-level magical beast he had hunted down. Lin Feng, perched on Shohei's back, casually glanced at the ranking list on his wristband. The striking number, 31,586 points, stood out brilliantly among the scores of all the examinees. He now sat firmly atop the leaderboard with a commanding lead. Only 2 days remained until the conclusion of this high-stakes examination trial. This should be a sure thing. In previous years, the top scorer only managed around 10,000 points. A faint smile touched Lin Feng's lips as he silently calculated. Given the current situation, barring any unforeseen incidents over the next 2 days, achieving a perfect score in this subject seemed virtually guaranteed. With such results, gaining admission to Huaxia Academy should pose no significant challenge. After all, Huaxia Academy has always placed great emphasis on candidates' performance in practical assessments, and his outstanding display in the Frozen Gorge was ample proof of his capabilities. Chapter 88, Sovereign, the Polar Ice Bear. Lin Feng didn't pause either, continuing to lead Shohei deeper into the Frozen Gorge. He didn't know the exact situation with Bishi and Xionyou, but it seemed they had also taken down a pair. His experience points kept climbing steadily, and he had now reached level 32. The higher the level, the harder the grind. Lin Feng felt it acutely. Even slaying a same-level lord now yielded only 1/10 of the experience needed for the next level. As he rode Shohei through the canyon, Lin Feng couldn't help but grumble. This Gaokao Trial's secret realm looks so grand, yet it doesn't have a single thing of real value. It's downright stingy. It feels like it's only good for hunting beasts, and the rewards aren't even as good as the beginner's secret realm before. He'd been filled with hope of finding rare materials here to aid the dragon egg's incubation, but reality had dashed his expectations. After spending ages in the secret realm, enduring countless battles and hunting innumerable beasts, the incubation progress of his third dragon egg remained dismal, barely exceeding 20%. Watching the sluggishly advancing incubation progress bar, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown, a sense of frustration settling in his heart. Xiaohei seemed to sense Lin Feng's discontent, letting out a low growl as if echoing his frustration. Lin Feng patted Xiaohei's head and said, "Little Black, you think we should try somewhere else? Maybe there's a hidden treasure trove out there with something that could speed up the dragon eggs hatching." Xiaohei tilted his head, his blood-red eyes gleaming with intelligence as if pondering Lin Feng's suggestion. As Lin Feng sank into deep thought, calculating how to find more aids for the dragon egg, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from ahead. The sound seemed to pierce his very soul, causing his heart to lurch violently. Simultaneously, the surrounding air violently trembled, followed by thunderous booms as an avalanche erupted without warning. What a powerful aura! Lin Feng's expression shifted instantly, a flicker of alertness darting through his eyes. Massive snowmasses rolled down the mountainside like surging waves, uprooting trees and burying boulders effortlessly in their path. Amidst the chaos, a colossal figure slowly emerged atop the mountain. It was a colossal ice bear, its form as majestic as a mountain. Its entire body was covered in crystalline ice armor, refracting iridescent light under the sun's rays. Its icy blue eyes, like deep, frigid pools, fixed coldly upon Lin Feng, radiating boundless majesty and fury. "Human, you've gone too far." The ice bear actually spoke human words, its voice deep and resonant, echoing through the valley like the toll of a great bell. Lin Feng's heart leapt in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. A talking magical beast with such powerful aura, this must be a sovereign-level creature. Lin Feng's heartbeat surged. He never expected to encounter another sovereign. Sometimes he wondered if he had some kind of toxic constitution the sovereigns others never encountered always seemed to find him whenever he entered the secret realm. This sovereign seemed slightly stronger than the Silver Moon Wolf King he'd faced before, likely a level 30 sovereign. Lin Feng silently analyzed. "I have an agreement with you humans. Every year, you may enter freely to hunt some beasts. After all, resources in the frozen canyon are limited. You humans are responsible for protecting the safety of this secret realm. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement." The polar ice bear spoke in a deep, resonant voice, its tone carrying the chill of millennia-old ice as it flowed through the air. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He truly hadn't expected this sovereign-level polar ice bear to possess such high intelligence, let alone engage in a transaction with humans. Yet after a moment's thought, he found the arrangement reasonable. After all, this was the Gaokao Trial's secret realm, a place meticulously crafted by humans to select exceptional talent. Without some form of agreement with the powerful beings within the secret realm, how could human examinees enter so smoothly to undergo their trials? The novice secret realm must have been the same. If that's the case, why are you angry with me? I only hunted ordinary and lord-level beasts. Lin Feng steadied himself, lifting his gaze to meet the polar ice bear's icy blue eyes. He asked calmly, without a trace of subservience. The Arctic ice bear snorted coldly, its massive paw slamming the ground. Instantly, the surrounding ice cracked and shattered. "Oomph. Though you haven't broken the pact, your hunting speed and volume have severely disrupted the valley's ecological balance. At this rate, it won't be long before you've slaughtered every lord-level beast in the canyon. Over 30 lords slain in such a short time? Your hunting pace is far too swift. Are you truly only recently transferred?" The polar ice bear spoke with palpable exasperation. This was the first time he'd ever intervened in an assessment. Typically, even the strongest human warriors, those around level 30, would flee upon encountering a lord-level beast. But this human? He chases down lords like they're nothing, slaughtering them as easily as killing dogs. Ah! Lin Feng was genuinely stunned. He never imagined this majestic, sovereign-level polar ice bear would actually complain that he'd hunted too many lord-level beasts. Yet his current situation left him desperately short of lord-level core materials, essential resources for hatching dragon eggs. Seeing Lin Feng unmoved, the polar ice bear continued in a deep voice. "Young man, know when to quit. You've hunted so many lords already, it's time to be satisfied. If you don't stop now, I'll truly become angry. Though I cannot kill you, I can certainly end your trial prematurely." Its voice carried an unquestionable authority, sounding like a final ultimatum. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as inner conflict raged within him. He understood the polar ice bear's words held some truth, yet the thought of the dragon egg's slow incubation process made him unwilling to stop. After much deliberation, he slowly shook his head and declared firmly, "Sorry, but this is nowhere near enough for me. The polar ice bear's already stern countenance darkened further. It could scarcely believe Lin Feng dared to refuse. As a sovereign ruler, it had condescended to negotiate with a mere human, a tremendous favor indeed. Yet this human had the audacity to spit in its face. Oomph! You're courting death. The polar bear was utterly enraged. It let out a furious roar that shook the wilderness, causing the surrounding ice and snow to shatter and fall. With that roar, the icy armor covering its body blazed with an intense glow, and a terrifying aura surged toward Lin Feng like a tidal wave. Feeling the polar bear's hostility, Xiao He immediately stepped in front of Lin Feng. "Master, be careful." Without further hesitation, the enraged polar bear swung its massive paw, slamming it viciously toward Lin Feng. A thunderous roar echoed as the surrounding ice shattered instantly. Countless sharp ice shards shot toward Lin Feng like cannonballs, tearing through the air with a piercing screech wherever they passed. Seeing this, Xiao He charged forward without hesitation. His blood-red eyes blazed with fierce combat intent. With a mighty flap of his enormous wings, a violent gale erupted, attempting to blow the ice shards off course. Simultaneously, Xiao He opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of blazing dragon flame. The fiery blast collided head-on with the incoming ice projectiles. With sizzling sounds, the ice stones instantly melted under the intense heat, turning into billowing white mist. As a dragon, Xiao He had already clashed with numerous sovereign-level beasts. Through countless battles, its strength had reached new heights. Now, it yearned to test its mettle against this equally formidable polar ice bear, to see which of them truly reigned supreme. There are actually dragons in this world? Seeing Xiao He dare to block its path, the polar ice bear roared furiously. Its massive body, like a moving iceberg, charged straight toward Xiao He. Xiao He showed no fear. He dug his claws into the ice and charged straight at the polar ice bear. In an instant, dragon and bear clashed fiercely mid-air. Bear paws and dragon claws collided relentlessly, unleashing deafening booms. Each collision sent powerful gusts of air rippling through the air, sending swirling snow and ice flying everywhere. Xiao He, relying on his agile form and powerful dragon flames, fought the polar ice bear in a deadlock. The polar ice bear, relying on its massive frame and terrifying strength, repeatedly attempted to overwhelm Xiao He. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, neither yielding, as the battle reached a stalemate. Chapter 89, Bargaining with the King, Helping the Lord with Production? The polar ice bear, enraged beyond measure, roared furiously at Lin Feng while locked in combat with Xiao He. "You selfish human! How dare you push your luck? Don't think you can act recklessly before me just because you have a little dragon. This is my territory." With its roar, a colossal, frigid aura radiated outward from its center. In the blink of an eye, a vast realm of ice crystallized into existence. Within this frozen domain, temperatures plummeted. The air itself seemed to solidify, and countless icicles erupted from the ground, piercing toward the sky. The polar ice bear stood at the domain's center, its aura growing ever more potent as its power surged instantly. This was the power of the secret realm bestowed upon him. He was the king here. Just like the Silver Moon Wolf King's eruption back then. Damn it! Fight me fairly. Don't use outside power. Xiao He had previously been evenly matched with the polar ice bear, but with the emergence of this frigid domain, he suddenly felt the pressure multiply, his movements growing sluggish. The air around him thickened, as if countless invisible hands were tugging at him. Each flap of his wings demanded immense effort. Icicles kept flying toward it, forcing Little Black to dodge left and right, gradually getting pushed back by the Arctic ice bear. Sure enough, going solo to take down a king was still impossible even for a dragon. Or perhaps it wasn't impossible. Little Black hadn't yet reached his peak. His full potential remained untapped. Lin Feng watched this unfold, his expression growing exceptionally grave. He knew well that within this secret realm, attempting to single-handedly take down a king-tier demon beast with just one dragon was indeed an incredibly difficult task. If Bì'àn and Xiao were here now, 3 dragons working together might just stand a chance against this polar ice bear. Watching Xiao He struggle deeper into the polar ice bear's frigid domain, the situation growing increasingly dire for his side, Lin Feng made a decisive call, shouting, "Enough! Enough! Alright! Xiao He, come back! Master, I could actually keep fighting." Hearing Lin Feng's command, Xiao He feinted a move, using the opportunity to evade the polar ice bear's attack. He swiftly flew back to Lin Feng's side, glaring warily at the bear while letting out a low growl. Seeing Xiao He retreat, the polar ice bear halted its assault. It sensed Xiao He was a formidable opponent. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle might not end well for it. This dragon was truly formidable. Without the power of the secret realm, it might not have been its match. Now, it turned its imposing gaze toward Lin Feng and snorted. "Why didn't you just do this sooner, human? I consider myself quite reasonable. Those lords truly cannot be killed any further. Once they're all gone, the entire ecosystem of the frozen gorge will be thrown into chaos. I truly didn't want to interfere with your trial." But Lin Feng's face suddenly broke into a broad smile as he declared, "No. I still intend to eliminate another batch of lords." At these words, the polar ice bear's recently calmed fury erupted anew. Its eyes widened as it roared furiously. "Are you toying with me? You just begged for peace, and now you change your mind. Do you really think I won't kill you? The frigid ice domain surged violently around its body once more, the surrounding temperature dropping further as icicles grew wildly, seemingly poised to attack Lin Feng and Xiaohei again at any moment. Lin Feng showed no fear, maintaining his smile, though his eyes held an added resolve. He met the Arctic ice bear's gaze directly and spoke slowly. I did not toy with you intentionally. I had compelling reasons for my actions. Should you choose to aid me, you shall be richly rewarded. The polar bear's rage twisted into a bitter laugh. Generous reward? As the sovereign of this frozen gorge, what could I possibly desire? Cease your flattery. Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall never leave this gorge. A new crisis loomed in the tense, charged atmosphere. Seeing the Arctic ice bear's fury boiling over, Lin Feng remained unflappable. He raised his hand, signaling for the beast to calm down, and said, I truly mean no mockery. On the contrary, I've come to aid you. The polar bear looked utterly perplexed, tilting its massive head to one side. Its icy blue eyes brimmed with confusion as it snorted coldly. Help me? Stop spouting nonsense. I'll hear what this human has to say. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew the polar bear was willing to listen and continued. You mentioned the limited number of lords in this frozen canyon. But what if I had a way to significantly increase their numbers? Wouldn't that mean I could continue hunting some of them? That way, I'd satisfy my needs without disrupting the valley's ecological balance. Wouldn't that be a win-win for both of us? A flicker of surprise crossed the polar bear's eyes. It hadn't expected Lin Feng to propose such an idea. But quickly, its guard was back up, and it questioned. What makes you think you can increase the number of lords? Lords are born with great difficulty in this frozen valley. Do you really believe you can just increase them at will? Could it be you're up to some trick again? Lin Feng smiled confidently and replied. I have my methods, but they require certain materials and your assistance. With these materials, I can create an environment within the canyon that favors the birth and growth of lords. I believe it won't be long before their numbers increase. Moreover, I promise to hunt only a reasonable number of lords. I will never again engage in the kind of excessive hunting that harms the canyon's ecology. The polar ice bear fell deep in thought, weighing whether Lin Feng's words held any truth. On one hand, it genuinely feared that Lin Feng's continued excessive hunting of lords would indeed destroy the valley's ecosystem. On the other hand, if what Lin Feng proposed could truly be achieved, it seemed like a viable solution to the problem. After a long pause, the polar ice bear spoke slowly. Tell me how I can assist and what materials you require. If your words prove false, don't blame me for turning ruthless. Lin Feng looked at the polar ice bear, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his mind. The method he referred to was, of course, his own extraordinary reproductive ability. He was confident he could facilitate the random mating of these lords, producing more powerful offspring. This would rapidly increase the population of lord beasts in a short time. Truthfully, Lin Feng had long harbored this idea, but he had always lacked a suitable and qualified partner. Now, a steady polar ice bear like you seemed the perfect choice. As for the required materials, those were naturally added by Lin Feng himself. After all, he wasn't about to do such a favor for free. The polar ice bear listened, its eyes brimming with astonishment. In its long life, it had witnessed countless marvelous abilities, yet never had it heard of such a wondrous power. After a moment of astonishment, it regained its usual caution and inquired. Your ability sounds truly extraordinary, but why should I trust you? What if you use this opportunity to disrupt the order of the canyon? What then? Lin Feng hastened to explain. Rest assured, I only seek to gather sufficient lord core materials. Once my goal is achieved, I will depart without further interference in the valley's affairs. Moreover, with your strength, you could intervene at any moment should I show any ill intent. The polar ice bear pondered for a moment, weighing the feasibility of Lin Feng's proposal. On one hand, it genuinely feared the stability of the canyon being disrupted. On the other, if Lin Feng's proposal truly succeeded, it might even lead to a more prosperous ecosystem within the canyon. Finally, the polar ice bear lifted its head, its icy blue eyes meeting Lin Feng's directly. Very well. I shall trust you this once. But you must promise to follow your plan precisely. Should I discover any breach of your commitment, I will not let you off lightly. Now, explain how this will be implemented. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy, knowing the polar ice bear was already swayed. Chapter 90, The True Purpose of Supernatural Fertility. The polar ice bear weighed the pros and cons in its mind. Its long lifespan had taught it that the human world brimmed with the unknown and the wondrous. All manner of bizarre abilities emerged constantly, so it seemed entirely plausible that Lin Feng possessed such extraordinary powers. After much deliberation, it decided to take the gamble. The polar bear raised its head, opened its gaping maw, and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. This roar seemed to carry some mysterious force, radiating outward from its center in all directions, instantly echoing throughout the entire frozen canyon. With that call, the entire frozen gorge erupted into chaos. The scattered sovereign beasts, whether slumbering deep within ice caves, foraging in the canyon, or locked in combat with other creatures, all sensed the monarch's call in the very first instant. They dared not delay, rushing at top speed toward the direction of the polar ice bear. In an instant, a spectacular sight unfolded across the ice fields. Massive ice mammoths plodded forward with heavy footsteps, their hooves thudding loudly against the frozen ground. Agile snow leopards streaked across the snow like lightning, leaving trails of snow mist in their wake. While the colossal ice serpents twisted their bodies, gliding swiftly across the frozen surface. All manner of lord-level beasts converged from every corner of the canyon, their eyes filled with both reverence and confusion, unsure of the purpose behind the king's summons. Lin Feng stood to the side, watching the tide of lord beasts surge in. His heart raced with both excitement and tension. Excitement surged within him as the plan had finally taken a crucial step forward. Yet, tension gripped him as he prepared to unleash his extraordinary fertility ability before these formidable beasts. There could be no room for error, the consequences of failure were unimaginable. The polar ice bear turned to Lin Feng and declared, "I've summoned all the lords for you. Now it's up to you. If you try any tricks, you won't leave this valley alive today." Lin Feng met the polar ice bear's gaze and replied calmly, "Rest assured. Since I proposed this plan, I will give it my all. I won't bring trouble upon myself." Before long, the lords of the entire frozen canyon arrived in droves. Lin Feng witnessed the most awe-inspiring sight of his life, the vast ice plain teeming with hundreds of lord-level beasts. Each radiated formidable power, like mobile fortresses of might. These lords hailed from diverse races, each with unique forms. There was the ice armor rhino, massive as a small mountain, its entire body encased in thick ice armor, its sharp horn glinting with a cold light. Others resembled ice sprites, like the ice feather phoenix, whose crystalline plumage seemed imbued with arcane frost magic. As it spread its wings, it radiated an aura of noble, icy elegance. And the ice-mane mad wolf, resembling a werewolf yet towering even taller, surrounded by biting cold winds, bearing sharp fangs as its fierce gaze swept the surroundings. Lin Feng marveled inwardly. With so many powerful lords gathered in one place, if he could push his extraordinary fertility ability to its absolute limit, the number of lords in this frozen gorge would surely skyrocket. Yet he knew this seemingly magnificent scene was fraught with danger. The slightest misstep could draw the wrath of these lords, consuming him in an instant. So many lords, and a king among them even with Chou and Bì'àn present, he knew he was no match. There were simply too many. As hundreds of overlord beasts arrived in succession, the ice plain was instantly enveloped by a powerful and complex aura. They first bowed their heads in perfect unison toward the polar ice bear, performing a reverent salute that displayed their loyalty and awe toward the sovereign. Yet, when their gazes fell upon Lin Feng, their eyes instantly shifted to one of confusion and savage hostility. After all, in their minds, humans were intruders, enemies sent to hunt them down. Now, seeing a human standing beside their sovereign, how could they not feel alert and enraged? Roar! Roar! The polar ice bears responded to the sight by unleashing a series of deep, powerful roars toward the assembled lords. Its voice seemed to carry a special rhythm, a unique form of communication within their species. Through its roars, the polar bear explained in detail to the lords the purpose of Lin Feng's arrival and the significance of this alliance. Initially restless, the lords occasionally let out low growls, expressing their discontent. Yet as the polar bear continued its explanation, they gradually quieted down. Some lords tilted their heads, seemingly pondering the deeper meaning behind the polar bear's words, while others exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Ultimately, under the polar bear's imposing presence and thorough explanation, the lords provisionally accepted Lin Feng's presence. They waited quietly for his next move, though their watchful eyes remained fixed on him, not daring to relax even slightly. Lin Feng felt the lord's piercing stares like needles in his back, the pressure on his heart intensifying. "Human, what do you require to wield that ability?" the polar ice bear inquired. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying. "I need 1 cubic meter of 10,000-year-old ice marrow." "What? Do you even know how precious 10,000-year-old ice marrow is? You dare ask for none?" The polar ice bear was stunned. This Lin Feng was asking for the moon. 10,000-year-old ice marrow was incredibly rare. She had only managed to ascend to the rank of sovereign by absorbing a tiny fragment of it. For this human to demand so much was utterly ridiculous. 1,000-year-old ice marrow would work too. You lords and beasts all possess ice attributes. I need this stuff mainly to harmonize your attributes, it's not for my own use. You can refuse, but if anything goes wrong, I won't be held responsible. Lin Feng waved his hands dismissively. His earlier mention of the 10,000-year frozen marrow was merely setting the stage, first throwing out an astronomical price, then lowering it to make the other party feel more reasonable. As for the 1,000-year frozen ice marrow, he knew it was one of the most precious ice attribute treasures, comparable to the sacred brightness fruit from before. It must exist here in the frozen gorge. Alright, you'd better not deceive me. The polar ice bear finally produced a piece of 1,000-year-old cold ice marrow, no larger than the palm of a hand. Lin Feng took it and walked aside to begin mixing the medicine. Shortly after, he returned with 2 mud pills. Alright, just mix this with the medicine. Though the Arctic ice bear signaled Lin Feng to proceed boldly, its watchful gaze never left him. It seemed poised to strike without hesitation at the slightest unusual movement. Lin Feng hesitated not a moment, his gaze swiftly scanning the assembled lords. To ensure the plan proceeded smoothly, he pondered for a moment before settling on a pair of frost wolf lords who were already a mated pair. The male ice wolf lord was agile and powerful, radiating an icy aura, while the female ice wolf lord appeared slightly more graceful, yet her eyes held the same piercing, icy glint. Take this. Lin Feng stepped forward, gently patting both ice wolf lords on the back to administer the potion. He then instantly activated his extraordinary procreation skill. Chapter 91, Lord's Brawl. In an instant, an eerie light enveloped the two frost wolves. Heart-shaped lights suddenly blossomed in their eyes. The wary expressions that had lingered were instantly replaced by a primal, intense desire. Before the eyes of all, the two frost wolf lords began mating. Their movements were intensely violent, their sounds jarringly out of place on the silent ice plane. The polar ice bear's eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for this profoundly jarring spectacle. The other lords were drawn over, gathering curiously around to watch. Their eyes brimmed with confusion and astonishment, unable to comprehend what this human had done to their kin. Alright, now all that remained was to wait. After unleashing his ability, Lin Feng immediately stepped aside, closely monitoring the unfolding situation. Before long, the fierce battle concluded. The male wolf lord collapsed to the ground as if drained of all strength, panting heavily and looking utterly disheveled. In stark contrast, the female wolf lord appeared vibrant and energetic, though this state wouldn't last long. Suddenly, a drastic change occurred. The female wolf lord suddenly threw her head back and let out a piercing howl, then began thrashing wildly on the ground, her expression twisted in agony. Damn you, human! What did you do to her? The polar bear's eyes instantly turned dangerous. It instinctively suspected Lin Feng of secretly plotting to kill the lord. The icy aura radiating from its body grew bone-chillingly cold. Its bare paw lifted slightly, poised to strike at Lin Feng at any moment. Hold on, keep watching. Lin Feng hurriedly called out to stop it, his gaze fixed intently on the female wolf leader as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He knew that if he couldn't prove his innocence to the Arctic ice bear in time, this alliance would shatter instantly, plunging him into an abyss of no return. At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded. The female wolf leader's belly swelled visibly at a rapid pace, as if something were growing inside it with alarming speed. The surrounding lords were all drawn to this bizarre spectacle. The previously restless atmosphere fell silent once more as they stared wide-eyed, curiously watching the female wolf lord. The polar bear temporarily shelved its attack, watching the unfolding events with puzzled eyes, eager to see what Lin Feng was up to. The she-wolf's belly inflated like a balloon, swelling rapidly as if a powerful force surged within. The lords present, all seasoned veterans, instantly understood what this signified. Shock spread across their eyes. Is she about to give birth? Such rapid gestation and birth defied their understanding. How could it happen so quickly? Before long, the frost wolf raised her head and let out a long, drawn-out howl, her voice carrying both the agony and joy of childbirth. Immediately after, a small wolf cub was born. Still covered in its amniotic sac, the newborn pup shook its body in bewilderment before struggling to its feet. Woof! The little creature was pure white, its eyes like two sparkling sapphires, utterly adorable. It had actually given birth, and in such a short time. Yet the polar bear's focus wasn't on the cub's adorable appearance. Its face was filled with excitement, its eyes sparkling with disbelief. As a sovereign-tier magical beast, it possessed a keen perception of bloodline power. It sensed clearly that the newborn cub's bloodline was actually several degrees stronger than that of its parents. How could this be? The polar bear murmured to itself, turning to look at Lin Feng. The wariness and suspicion in its eyes had been replaced by astonishment and awe. The other lords gathered around, curiously examining the newborn cub as low murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. Watching this scene, Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He knew this first step had succeeded. Yet he was equally aware that achieving the goal of significantly increasing both the number and quality of lords would require continued effort. See? I told you so. Lin Feng said to the Arctic ice bear. As long as we follow this method, both the quantity and quality of lords will improve. The polar ice bear nodded slightly, its gaze still fixed on the little wolf cub, as if seeing the new hope of the future of the frozen canyon. The polar ice bear understood exactly what this cub of powerful bloodline signified. It immediately turned to Lin Feng, urging, quickly, do the same for the other lords. Whatever you need to consume that medicine, I'll provide it. A monarch's breakthrough is intrinsically linked to the strength of the beasts within its inner realm. The mightier and more numerous those beasts are, the stronger the monarch becomes. That was why he was so agitated. This time, the polar ice bear was far more generous. Except for what it couldn't provide, whatever Lin Feng asked for, it promised. In no time, Lin Feng reaped a bountiful harvest. After brewing a batch of fake medicine, Lin Feng wasted no time, immediately diving back into selecting suitable candidates. With the previous successful example, all the lords cooperated fully this time. After all, as powerful lord beasts, procreation was already extremely difficult for them under normal circumstances. Coupled with the harsh climate of the frozen gorge, breeding offspring was an even greater challenge. That Lin Feng could make procreation so effortless and even enhance the vitality of their offspring was nothing short of thrilling. This time, Lin Feng selected an Icefield Mammoth Lord and an Icewing Eagle Lord. Though these two lords belonged to different species, under the influence of Lin Feng's extraordinary ability, the barriers between their races seemed to dissolve. He placed his hands on each of them and activated his extraordinary procreation ability. Instantly, a strange light enveloped them once more. Their eyes grew hazy, and their bodies began to draw closer without conscious effort. The surrounding lords watched in silence, their eyes filled with anticipation. Soon, under the influence of the ability, the Icefield Mammoth Lord and the Icewing Eagle Lord completed their union. The colossal Ice Mammoth Lord now appeared somewhat weary, while the Icewing Eagle Lord circled overhead, emitting excited cries. Immediately afterward, the Icewing Eagle Lord's abdomen began to rapidly swell. With a piercing cry, a massive egg emerged from its belly, slowly settling onto the ice. The egg glowed with an uncanny light, its surface faintly revealing the patterns of the ice mammoth's hide and the feathers of the Icewing Eagle. The polar ice bears and other lords gathered around, sensing the immense power contained within the egg as if it nurtured an extraordinarily powerful life. Time ticked away amid the tense and excited atmosphere. Before long, 80% of the dominant beasts present were thrown into a chaotic melee by Lin Feng's psychic abilities. The entire ice plane instantly descended into chaos, a cacophony of beastly snarls and panting breaths intertwining. From the outset, the overwhelming number of male lords made one-on-one pairings impossible. Lin Feng had initially been meticulously selecting suitable pairings, aiming to breed superior offspring through cross-species combinations. However, as more lords joined the fray and the sheer diversity of beast species and forms made selection increasingly difficult. Eventually, Lin Feng gave up in frustration. He stopped meticulous screening, instead casting his abilities on the lords almost at random. His hands flashed as beams of light flickered across the bodies of one lord after another. What was even more amusing was that Lin Feng, with a touch of mischief, deliberately paired lords who had grudges against each other. For instance, the Ice Wolf Lord, who had long contested territory with the Snow Leopard Lord, was now paired with the Snow Leopard Lord. Under the influence of his ability, these two, who had been like oil and water, momentarily set aside their past grudges and obediently completed the fusion. The polar bear stood by, watching this chaotic yet hopeful scene, its heart filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 92, Lin Feng becomes the king of the secret realm, where all sovereigns are his vassals. Hours passed in the blink of an eye as the lords who had participated in the great battle gradually welcomed the birth of new life. Gazing upon their offspring, their eyes brimmed with ecstatic joy, utterly immersed in the bliss of new parenthood. Some of the hybrid offspring did possess rather abstract appearances. Take, for instance, the child born from the union of an ice wolf and an ice spider. Its body retained the wolf's sleek, athletic form, yet it was covered in spider legs and could spit out crystalline silk from its mouth. Its appearance was truly bizarre. Yet to these lords, none of this mattered. In their hearts, any offspring of their own was priceless. After all, beasts did not share humanity's obsession with racial purity. Previous limitations on cross-species reproduction had merely been constraints imposed by various conditions. Now, Lin Feng's unique abilities had shattered that barrier. Their sole focus was on forging powerful unions to produce even mightier offspring. At this moment, the lords gathered around Lin Feng, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Should any outsider witness this scene, they would surely be stunned. After all, humans and beasts had been sworn enemies since time immemorial. In the common understanding, encounters between humans and beasts meant either death or annihilation, never such harmonious coexistence, let alone a scenario where beasts expressed gratitude toward humans. Lin Feng gazed at the lords crowding around him, a wave of emotion washing over him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he addressed them. Don't get too excited just yet. These little ones may have been born, but their growth will still require your own efforts. Lin Feng never imagined he'd one day say such words to a lord beast. Previously, he'd only spoken like this to customers at the pet hospital. Yet he felt as if he'd discovered a new continent. The polar ice bear nodded and bellowed several times at the other lords, seemingly conveying some command. Upon hearing this, the lords dispersed, each taking up guard beside their own offspring. The polar bear watched helplessly as numerous lords gained offspring with Lin Feng's aid. Its envy boiled over, an overwhelming longing surging like a tidal wave within. This majestic monarch, always imposing and formidable, could no longer remain composed. Its eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, the meaning in its gaze unmistakable. It too wanted a child. The polar ice bear, shedding its usual majesty, now wore a fawning expression toward Lin Feng. Not a trace of its earlier, world-ruling arrogance remained. It cautiously approached Lin Feng, emitting low, soft hums that seemed to express its intense desire. You know, human. I want a child too. As a king, having offspring is nearly impossible for me. But your technique has given me hope. You wanted the 10,000-year frozen marrow, right? This isn't bad either. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at this stark contrast, yet he understood the principle of not feeding someone too much at once. If he conceded too easily to the Arctic ice bear, he might lose control of the situation later. So he immediately adopted an utterly exhausted demeanor, feigning pallor on his face as he weakly declared. But I've just helped so many lords conceive it's drained me completely. I'm utterly exhausted now and must rest properly. As he spoke, he deliberately let his body tremble slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. Seeing this, the polar bear scratched its massive head, a look of helplessness on its face. It could tell Lin Feng was genuinely drained, so it reluctantly suppressed its own craving and grumbled. Alright then, rest first. Once you've recovered, you absolutely must help me with this favor. Lin Feng felt a surge of secret delight, but outwardly, he nodded weakly and replied. Don't worry. Once I'm back on my feet, I'll definitely help you out. But this rest. I'll need to find a safe and comfortable place. The Arctic ice bear pondered for a moment before saying, go rest in my cave deep within the canyon. It's relatively safe there, and no other magical beasts will disturb you. Lin Feng feigned weakness while subtly reminding the polar ice bear. Oh, and remember our earlier agreement. You promised to help me hunt down some lords and provide me with their core materials. You can't go back on your word. The polar ice bear, now filled with anticipation for Lin Feng's help in breeding offspring, didn't hesitate at all regarding his request. As a sovereign, how could I ever break my word? Rest assured. With a grand gesture, it instantly retrieved 50 pieces of Lord core material, each around level 25, from its domain space. These materials shimmered with a mysterious, soft glow, clearly extraordinary objects. The polar ice bear declared, take these. Keep them for now. As for hunting down the lords, leave that to me. I'll personally deal with those bastards. After all, the frozen canyon isn't a solid block of ice. Some of them refuse to obey my commands. This is the perfect chance to eliminate them. Lin Feng gazed at the alluringly glowing Lord core materials before him, his heart surging with secret delight, though his expression remained impassive. He replied, my deepest gratitude. Once I've rested, I'll fulfill your wish. However, how powerful are these disobedient lords? I need to know beforehand to prepare accordingly. The polar ice bear pondered briefly before replying, among these lords, the strongest approach the power of a top-tier lord. They fall just short due to limited opportunities and the fact that only one monarch can exist within the secret realm. Otherwise, they too could have become monarchs. Most are between levels 25 and 30, each occupying strategic strongholds within the canyon. They're surrounded by numerous ordinary beasts serving as their minions. Taking them on alone would be truly dangerous. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He hadn't expected these rebellious lords to be so formidable. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Eliminating them would not only yield vast quantities of Lord core materials to bolster his own strength but also help the polar ice bear consolidate its rule, thereby further earning its trust. Just then, the lords who had received Lin Feng's favor gathered around, their intentions clear. They could lend their strength. Without Lin Feng's aid, they would never have had their own offspring. This debt of gratitude, they vowed to repay. As for the lords who hadn't been chosen to bear offspring this time, they were even more eager. They figured helping Lin Feng now would increase their chances of being selected next time. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated such an unexpected windfall. This development significantly increased his odds of dealing with the rebellious lords. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately agreed. With a single command, this peculiar army of magical beasts began its grand departure. The polar ice bear displayed regal grandeur, gesturing for Lin Feng to mount its head. This position ensured his safety while facilitating command of the operation. Human, climb onto my head. Lin Feng readily agreed. Sitting atop the polar bear felt remarkably comfortable. Its furry coat was far more pleasant than Xiao Hei's hard, stiff hide. Master, you're just abandoning me like this? That's too much. Seeing this, Little Black flashed a hint of resignation in its eyes before flapping its wings into the sky, following the advancing army. Behind them, nearly 100 formidable lords followed in perfect order, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Their footsteps were synchronized, causing the ice plains to tremble slightly beneath their tread. The procession appeared vast and imposing. Its sheer presence alone was enough to strike fear into any enemy. As they marched, biting cold winds howled past, yet they could not dispel the fighting spirit of this procession. Lin Feng sat atop the polar ice bear's head, surveying the surroundings with boundless ambition. He knew this mission was fraught with danger, but success would not only bring him great rewards but also shift the balance of power in the frozen gorge in his favor. Meanwhile, the polar ice bear steadily advanced while briefing Lin Feng on the details of the rebellious lords they were about to confront, their territory locations, habits, and potential defensive measures. Chapter 93, The Astonishment of the Crowd, Lin Feng riding the king. In this frozen secret realm, biting winds howled, whipping up swirling snow mist. Some examinees were fully engrossed in battling ordinary magical beasts, painstakingly earning points in an attempt to stand out in this assessment. After all, not everyone was a prodigy. Most candidates could only handle ordinary beasts. Finally hit 500 points. That should be enough to pass, right? I'm not greedy, just enough to get into a regular academy. A boy grinned brightly after slaying a level 15 frost scorpion. Many students shared his determination. With the assessment ending in days, every point counted. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed candidate glanced up and saw dust billowing in the distance, accompanied by faint, low growls. A massive horde of beasts charged toward them, their aura overwhelmingly powerful. His face instantly drained of color as he shrieked in terror. No way! What the hell is going on? How can there be so many beasts? A beast tide? His voice was thick with terror and disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. The surrounding examinees were drawn by the shriek and followed his gaze. Instantly, they froze in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. In the distance, a dense swarm of beasts surged forward like a black tidal wave. The scene felt as though the entire ice plane was trembling. We only killed a few ordinary beasts. How did this suddenly trigger a beast tide? No way, what the hell is this? I'm going home. A candidate's voice trembled as he spoke, his legs shaking uncontrollably, nearly dropping his weapon. What truly froze the blood in everyone's veins was the colossal bear marching at the forefront. Its form was as massive as a mountain, radiating a terrifying, majestic aura. It was unmistakably a sovereign-tier magical beast. Sunlight glinted off its hide like cold steel, as if it ruled this frozen wasteland. Following the giant bear were nearly 100 powerful lord-level beasts. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, each stomp causing the ice plane to tremble. These lords varied in form, some covered in sharp ice spikes, others with massive wings unfurled behind them. Their eyes burned with savagery and bloodlust, as if ready to tear everything before them to shreds at any moment. What the hell is this massive display? That great bear must be the king. Just looking at it feels terrifying enough to make me explode. A candidate murmured, his voice thick with despair. The crowd was stunned into blank silence by this unimaginable spectacle. Then, fear washed over them like a tidal wave, and the crowd erupted into chaos. Run! Someone's shout snapped them out of their daze. Panicked, they scattered in all directions. Some fell to the ground, ignoring the pain as they scrambled forward on hands and knees. Others discarded their weapons to run faster. The snow was strewn with frantic footprints, and cries of terror and wails echoed in waves. Yet amidst the chaos, a few bold candidates couldn't resist glancing back as they fled. Their gaze was drawn to Lin Feng, seated atop the polar bear's head, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. How could a mere mortal sit atop the king's head? How is this possible? One examinee's eyes bulged wide, as if they might pop out entirely. Impossible. I must be seeing things. Maybe it's a humanoid beast. Another examinee muttered in utter disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. The crowd was filled with confusion, yet dared not approach to investigate. They could only stare blankly from afar as this peculiar procession gradually faded into the distance. Lin Feng sat firmly atop the polar ice bear's head, radiating majesty. Behind him, 100 lord-level beasts marched in perfect formation. The scene resembled a king setting forth to battle, its grandeur overwhelming. This was the feeling of invincibility, how profoundly lonely it could be. The biting cold wind howled past, yet it couldn't dispel the heroic resolve burning within Lin Feng. His gaze fixed firmly on the horizon, he seemed to already see the dawn of victory. Before long, they reached their first destination. This was the domain of a formidable level 30 ice serpent lord. This ice serpent was notoriously defiant, often ignoring even the commands of the polar ice bears. It stood out as a unique presence in the frozen gorge. Now, coiled within its cavern, the ice serpent keenly sensed the commotion outside. Slowly, it raised its head. The sight of the massive force before it instantly widened its eyes. The fierce glare that had filled its gaze was now replaced by nothing but boundless astonishment. It seemed unable to believe what it was seeing, frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while. What the hell? Have I violated some divine law to attract this many beasts? A wave of panic swept through the ice serpent, causing it to let out an involuntary low growl. It could never have imagined that simply resting in its territory as usual would suddenly attract such a terrifying display. The polar ice bear leading the charge, followed by nearly 100 lord-level beasts. This was a death sentence. The ice serpent's body twisted unconsciously, feeling pressure unlike anything it had ever known. Yet as a mighty lord beast, stubbornness ran deep in its bones. After a moment of shock, it swiftly regained its composure. Its scales instantly bristled, radiating a frigid aura as it prepared to face the impending battle. Charge! The polar ice bear issued the command without hesitation. The battle erupted instantly. Nearly 100 lord beasts swarmed forward like starving tigers pouncing on prey, completely surrounding the frost serpent. Each of these lords possessed formidable power. Some unleashed biting cold breath from their jaws, others swung razor-sharp claws, attacking the ice serpent from all directions. Though powerful, the ice serpent gradually struggled to withstand such overwhelming numbers. It twisted its massive body with all its might, attempting to break through the encirclement, yet each struggle only drew fiercer counterattacks. Its hard scales began to crack under the relentless assaults of the many lords. Blood seeped through the fissures, staining the surrounding snow red. Under the relentless assault of the lords, the ice serpent's movements grew increasingly sluggish, its life force fading. Before long, it lay on the snow, barely clinging to life, gasping weakly. The Arctic ice bear stepped forward, seized the frozen serpent in its massive paw, and presented it before Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at the once proud and untamed ice serpent before him, his eyes devoid of any pity. He turned to look at Xiao He and gave the order to finish it off. Xiao He, finish it. Upon receiving the command, a fierce gleam flashed in Xiaohei's eyes. Opening its gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon flame that instantly engulfed the ice serpent. With an agonized shriek, the ice serpent gradually fell silent within the dragon's inferno. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 30 Lord, the ice serpent. You have gained 3000 EXP. The system notification chimed in Lin Feng's ears. Simultaneously, he felt a colossal surge of power flood into his body, slightly enhancing his strength. Gazing at the Lord core material he'd just obtained, and recalling the battle that had unfolded as smoothly as flowing clouds and water, Lin Feng felt as though everything were a dream. Is it really that simple? He murmured to himself, his heart filled with both the joy of accomplishment and a lingering disbelief that the process had been easier than he'd imagined. Let's go! Onward to our next target! Lin Feng declared with unwavering resolve. The polar ice bear and the other lords responded in unison, and the group once again set off in a mighty procession toward their next destination. Chapter 94, Rescue of Xiaoyu and Bì'àn. Meanwhile, Su Yushi and Yao Yao stood with grim expressions. Cornered at the cliff's edge, they were trapped. That frost archer class was practically invincible here. He showed no fear of resource depletion and possessed keen perception, leaving them with no escape. The howling wind raged around them, its roar echoing their own despair. Wang Tong stood not far away, a repulsive, savage grin plastered across his face. Arms crossed, his eyes brimming with smug arrogance, he bellowed. You two, surrender now. Stop this futile struggle, or don't blame me for being ruthless. A surge of anger burned within Wang Tang. His original plan had been to capture these two to threaten Lin Feng, but he hadn't expected these women to be so stubborn. The Gaokao trials are nearly over. Why push yourselves to the brink for Lin Feng? If you just obey me, I might even spare your lives. Wang Tong continued his persuasion, though his words were laced with threat. Su Yushi gripped her weapon tightly, her gaze as unyielding as steel. Without a flicker of fear, she retorted. Wang Tong, don't even think about it. We'd rather die than let you succeed. Su Yushi had her pride. If she were captured by Wang Tang like this, she'd never be able to hold her head high in front of Lin Feng again. Yao Yao echoed her words from the side. Though her voice trembled slightly with tension, her resolve remained unshaken. Exactly. You despicable scoundrel, don't ever think you'll use us against Lin Feng. If it comes to it, I'll end this trial early. Yao Yao's reasoning was simple, she didn't want to cause Lin Feng any more trouble. Wang Tong understood perfectly well. Even if he captured Su Yushi and Yao Yao, the top scholar position was far from guaranteed. After all, unless Lin Feng voluntarily withdrew from the assessment, everything remained uncertain. But he had no real grasp of just how crucial these two girls were to Lin Feng. Still, capturing them first couldn't hurt, they might just become the keycards to counterbalance Lin Feng. Wang Tang's expression darkened, his anger flaring at their resistance. Oomph. You refuse the wine offered, so you'll drink the punishment wine. Don't blame me for being ruthless. All of you, move in. Don't let them escape. At Wang Tang's command, the battle erupted instantly. I am the stars. As a star tamer, his hands formed seals with phantom-like speed. Brilliant starlight power coalesced wildly in his palms, transforming in an instant into streaks of meteor-like light arrows. They shot fiercely toward Su Yushi and Yao Yao, their momentum seemingly poised to swallow them whole. Simultaneously, over 20 henchmen behind him swarmed in like ravenous wolves from all directions, bellowing. You won't escape this time. Wang Tang had promised them, as long as he secured the top spot in the college entrance exams, even if they couldn't enter the academy, the Wang family would support them for life. As a six-winged angel, Su Yushi instantly unfurled her 6 pure white wings, radiating a sacred glow, appearing like a goddess descended to earth. A long sword, radiating holy light, materialized in her hand. Her gaze was unwavering and fearless. You're not worthy to capture us. Holy sword! She cried out, deftly wielding the sword. Its flashes danced like stars, deflecting every light arrow aimed at her. Each collision between blade and beam erupted in blinding flashes, illuminating the snow-shrouded landscape and reflecting the unyielding resolve etched upon her exquisite features. Yao Yao, the wrathful god of war, saw the perilous situation and felt her rage ignite within her. Ah! Her earth-shattering roar seemed poised to rend the very heavens and earth. Instantly, her body began to transform. Muscles bulged like inflated balloons, her frame rapidly swelling to immense proportions. Her once delicate features twisted into a feral grimace as raw power surged forth like an erupting volcano. She swung the enormous battle axe in her hands, each strike whipping up a gale that sent snow swirling wildly through the air. Dare to bully this girl, you bastards? All of you, die. Her roar sent approaching enemies reeling backward, the fury in her eyes seeming capable of incinerating everything in its path. Wang Tong watched, his brows furrowing deeply into a deep V shape. A flicker of surprise and irritation crossed his eyes. Even SSS-ranked professions have their limits. I alone could take on both of you. This is nothing but futile struggle. He gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Then, he amplified his output of stellar power. The light arrows grew denser, pouring down like a torrential downpour upon Su Yushi and Yao Yao. Simultaneously, his form flickered like a specter, closing in on Tsuyoshi. His longsword blurred into countless phantoms, striking relentlessly at her vital points while he cursed incessantly. "See where you can hide now." Though Tsuyoshi fought desperately to defend herself, Wang Tang's assault was too fierce, and she gradually found herself struggling. Several gashes had already been carved into her sacred wings. Crimson blood trickled slowly down the pure white feathers, staining the snow beneath her with a series of sorrowful, blood-red blossoms. "I won't let you succeed." She gritted her teeth, her forehead beaded with sweat, yet her gaze remained unwavering. The sword in her hand danced with unrelenting speed, even as each parry sent a stabbing ache through her arms. Over at Yao Yao's position, despite her immense strength, the sheer number of enemies overwhelmed her. Her subordinates worked in seamless coordination, like a pack of cunning foxes harassing and attacking from all directions, gradually sapping her strength. Her battle axe struck with devastating force, yet the pauses between swings left her vulnerable. Seizing the moment, the foes carved deep gashes into her flesh. "Damn it!" Yao Yao roared in fury, her rage fueling another surge of strength. Yet she knew this was no sustainable solution, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. Let's see how long you can hold out. Just give up and surrender, don't waste your breath struggling." Wang Tang laughed triumphantly as he unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, his cackling echoing harshly in the frozen wasteland. To him, Tsuyoshi and Yao Yao were spent arrows, victory within his grasp. Tsuyoshi and Yao Yao were now trapped in a desperate situation. Their bodies swayed precariously, their weapons hanging limply from their hands as both physical and spiritual energy were completely depleted. A cruel smile of certainty spread across Wang Tang's face as he slowly approached, his voice dripping with contempt. Now you know resistance is futile. Just come with me quietly. Why did you have to suffer so much?" At this most perilous moment, a beastly roar erupted, piercingly loud and shrill. The sound rolled like thunder, beginning as a dragon's cry, clear and piercing, as if it would shatter the heavens. It then transformed into a tiger's roar, deep and powerful, carrying a magic that seemed capable of shattering all things. Wherever the sound reached, the air seemed to boil, violently convulsing. Chapter 95, Xiao Niu makes his entrance. Among Wang Tang's men, those of lesser strength were instantly struck as if by an irresistible force. Their eyes widened in terror, their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blood spilled uncontrollably from their mouths as they screamed in horror. What was that sound? I can't move." Those slightly stronger felt as if their chests had been struck by a heavy hammer, their internal organs churning violently. Their faces turned as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, legs trembling uncontrollably as they muttered. "What on earth is this thing? How can it possess such terrifying power?" Wang Tang's face instantly turned as white as frost, a wave of intense unease surging through him. What's going on? Could someone else be interfering? Damn it, who dares obstruct the Wang family's affairs? Before his words had fully faded, a figure plunged from the sky like a meteor, crashing down with thunderous force and charging straight into the crowd. The figure bore a dragon's head held high, its whiskers fluttering in the wind, radiating majesty and mystery. Its tiger's body was sleek and muscular, every contour seeming to contain boundless power. Indeed, it was Lin Feng's beast companion, Bì'àn. A peculiar glow enveloped its form, flickering with faint thunderous roars that made it appear even more formidable. Roar! The moment the bishi touched the ground, the earth collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending countless fragments of ice and snow flying. Its gaze swept the area like a piercing torch, the icy killing intent in its eyes sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Without hesitation, it launched its attack, swift as lightning. With a single swipe of its paw, a man was sent flying like a cannonball. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily into the distant snow, kicking up a cloud of white flakes. His fate remained unknown. Each strike was accompanied by the crack of shattering bones and the wails of its subordinates. Wherever it struck, screams echoed relentlessly, and no one could stand against it. Wang Tang's men were thrown into panic by this sudden turn of events, their tightly knit encirclement instantly collapsing. They abandoned their mission entirely, driven only by the desperate urge to flee this terrifying beast. Someone screamed in terror. "Run! We can't possibly fight this monster. Help! I don't want to die here." Chaos erupted in an instant. Hope flickered in Tsuyoshi and Yao Yao's eyes, which had been filled with despair just moments before. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, "Is this a bishi? Why would it come to save us?" Yao Yao was equally stunned, gasping for breath as she said, "Could it be that Lin Feng sensed our danger and sent the bishi?" They never imagined that at this critical moment, it would be Lin Feng's beast that arrived just in time to save their lives. Wang Tang was both furious and enraged, his eyes bloodshot like a rabid beast. Watching his men get crushed and torn apart by the bishi, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Hold your ground. Don't lose your composure. Charge together and take down this beast." Yet his men were already terrified beyond reason. They couldn't hear his orders, frantically fleeing in all directions. The bishi's arrival here was actually quite accidental. It was originally a spirit pet born from the union of Tsuyoshi's aunt Suyun's sacred light white tiger and Xiaohei, possessing a unique bloodline that gave it an instinctive affinity for Tsuyoshi. Though its spiritual intelligence hadn't fully awakened, Suen had always treated it kindly. Witnessing Su Yushi in such peril instantly ignited the latent affection within its bloodline, propelling it to rush to her rescue without hesitation. Wang Tong watched his men routed by the Bì'àn, his heart boiling with rage and panic. He knew that if this colossal beast wasn't dealt with swiftly, today's plan would be utterly ruined. What a bunch of useless fools. I'll have you all kicked out when we return. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to intervene personally. A brilliant radiance erupted around Wang Tang as he activated his Star Commander abilities to their fullest extent. Brilliant starlight gathered around him like flowing water, instantly coalescing into a set of starlight armor. Runes flickered across the armor, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura that made Wang Tang appear like a war god stepping out of the stars. Just a little dragon? Let's see how strong it really is. Seeing Wang Tang charging toward it with fierce momentum, the Bì'àn showed not a shred of fear. Instead, its fighting spirit burned even brighter. It let out a long, piercing roar that shook the wilderness, then darted toward Wang Tang like lightning. Its dragon head held high, its tiger tail lashing out, it radiated an unstoppable momentum. The icy glint on its massive claws seemed capable of tearing through any obstacle. Wang Tang and the Bì'àn instantly locked in combat. Starlight coalesced in Wang Tang's hands into a long sword, its blade shimmering with celestial energy. Moving with agile precision, he unleashed fierce sword strikes, each imbued with stellar power, aiming for the Bì'àn's vital points. The Bì'àn, relying on its agile movements and immense strength, either parried with its claws or countered with its tiger tail. Each of its attacks was brutally fierce, tearing through the air with a hissing sound wherever it struck. For a moment, starlight and beast shadows intertwined, sparks flying as powerful spiritual energy rippled outward. The surrounding snow was whipped up by this force, transforming into a blizzard of flying flakes. It must be acknowledged that Wang Tang's talent and prowess were truly one in a million among his peers. Now, he wielded the legendary family heirloom, the Star Sword. Its blade shimmered with brilliant starlight, as if channeling the power of the vast cosmos into a single point. With each swing of the blade, it unleashed razor-sharp sword chi, each stroke carrying the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Under Wang Tang's relentless assault, the Bì'àn gradually found itself on the defensive. Leveraging the Star Sword's formidable might and his own masterful swordsmanship, Wang Tang successfully suppressed the Bì'àn. His form darted around the beast like a ghostly apparition, each strike evading its attacks with pinpoint accuracy while delivering devastating blows. Several bloody gashes now marred the Bì'àn's body, crimson blood staining its once imposing fur. Yet Wang Tang's face showed no trace of triumphant joy, only utter astonishment. He thought to himself, "Damn it, this is merely one of Lin Feng's dragons, and not even the strongest one. Yet it has managed to fight me to such a stalemate. If Lin Feng were to unleash all three of his dragons onto the battlefield, how could I possibly withstand them?" At this thought, a chill crept up Wang Tang's spine from the soles of his feet. He knew full well that Lin Feng's rise to prominence in this high exam trial was no fluke. If he couldn't eliminate this immediate threat now, once Lin Feng learned that Su Yushi and Yao Yao were being pursued by him, and Lin Feng arrived with all three dragons, he would surely be plunged into an abyss of no return. Wang Tang gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He resolved to give his all, determined to eliminate the Bì'àn in the shortest time possible. He absolutely could not give Lin Feng any opening. Just as Wang Tang was consumed by worry, a deafening beastly roar erupted. The sound carried both the deep, resonant roar of an ox and the high-pitched, passionate cry of a dragon, as if it could shatter the very heavens and earth. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, their depths slashed by thick, writhing bolts of lightning. Then, Quinia descended upon the thunder, descending like a celestial being. Its colossal form bore a proud dragon's head atop a powerful ox's body. Crackling lightning coiled around its frame, radiating a bone-chilling aura. The moment Xiao appeared, it locked onto Wang Tang. A fierce light flashed in its eyes as it opened its massive jaws. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel shot toward Wang Tang like a dragon emerging from the sea. The bolt moved with blinding speed, closing the distance to Wang Tang in the blink of an eye. Wang Tang had no time to dodge, feeling an overwhelming surge of electricity instantly engulf him. Ah! He let out a piercing scream as the lightning struck his entire body. His limbs convulsed violently, his flesh tingling with electric numbness. The star sword in his grasp nearly flew from his hands. His starlight armor flickered erratically under the lightning's impact, seeming on the verge of shattering at any moment. Chapter 96. Hey, no sleeping here. Ah! Wang Tang was utterly enraged. Never in his life had he endured such humiliation. Rage erupted within him like a volcano. The worst part was, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Lin Feng, yet he'd been driven to the brink by Lin Feng's beast. For someone as proud and arrogant as him, this was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. Damn it! Damn it! Wang Tang roared hoarsely as he channeled his stellar power to its absolute limit. In an instant, the starlight surrounding him grew dazzlingly brilliant. His starlight armor blazed with such intensity it seemed poised to rival the stars in the sky. Get the hell out of my way! Gripping his star sword, the cosmic energy coursing through its blade overflowed like tangible matter, radiating an apocalyptic aura as he engaged in a life-or-death struggle against the Bì'àn and Xiaonyo. Dianan and Xiaonyo showed no fear. Dianan roared furiously, charging Wang Tang's defenses with unmatched brute force, each collision sending powerful shockwaves rippling out. Xiaonyo, meanwhile, continuously spewed thunder from its maw. Thick bolts of lightning, like silver serpents, coiled and lunged toward Wang Tang, pounding the surrounding snow into a pitted, uneven landscape. Caught between these two formidable beasts, Wang Tang struggled to defend himself. Yet he refused to back down, shouting defiantly as he fought. Lin Feng, where are you? What kind of skill is hiding behind the scenes in manipulating these beasts? If you've got the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. What's so special about 2 dragons? If you've got the guts, bring all 3 at once. I, Wang Tang, fear nothing. His voice echoed through the frozen wasteland, brimming with boundless fury and defiance. Su Yushi and Yao Yao watched the fierce battle nervously from the sidelines. They knew Wang Tang possessed extraordinary strength. Though Bishi and Xiaonyo were formidable, Wang Tang was no pushover when he fought for his life. But the two of them were nearly spent, able only to handle Wang Tang's underlings. Damn cowardly turtles. What kind of dragon tamer is he? More like a stone insect tamer, if you ask me. Wang Tang seethed with resentment, convinced that Lin Feng, this dragon tamer, was nothing but a cowardly rat hiding in the shadows to manipulate his beasts. Such utter cowardice. In his mind, Lin Feng would never have the guts to show his face and confront him directly. Just as he was cursing and venting his pent-up frustration, a voice suddenly exploded in his ear without warning. Who called me? The sudden voice struck Wang Tang like a thunderclap, sending a jolt through his entire body. He instinctively looked up. One glance was enough to leave him frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Before his eyes stood a colossal figure towering like a mountain, a polar ice bear. Its immense form nearly obscured half the sky. It radiated an immense, bone-chilling aura and innate majesty that towered above all beasts, clearly proclaiming its supreme status as a sovereign. Wang Tang's gaze was instantly drawn to Lin Feng, seated atop the polar bear's head. Lin Feng sat with an air of leisure, a faint, amused smile playing at the corners of his lips. His eyes sparkled with mockery as he looked down upon Wang Tang, his gaze treating him like a ridiculous, pathetic clown. It's you, Lin Feng? How could this be? This scene stirred a powerful wave of humiliation within Wang Tang. But the humiliation was far from over. When Wang Tang's gaze shifted behind the polar ice bear, it felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched his heart, stopping his breath. Behind the polar bear, a dense horde of lord-level beasts followed in close formation. They were arranged in perfect order, like a well-trained iron army. Each lord beast radiated a powerful, piercing aura. These auras intertwined, forming a suffocating pressure that seemed to squeeze the very air from the surrounding space. Wang Tang felt his legs grow heavy as if filled with lead. His knees buckled, barely supporting his weight, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. What the hell is going on? How the hell does that bastard Lin Feng get to sit on the king's head with a lord beast following behind him? His voice trembled involuntarily as fear and despair completely filled his heart. He could never have imagined that Lin Feng would not only appear, but also bring such a terrifyingly formidable force that shook the very depths of his soul. The certainty of victory he once held seemed to vanish in an instant, plunging him from heaven into hell, reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. On the other side, Su Yushi and Yao Yao were equally stunned into silence by the scene before them. Su Yushi's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Her mouth hung slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, yet the shock left her speechless. Yao Yao stood frozen in place, her face etched with utter bewilderment and disorientation. They could never have imagined Lin Feng sitting atop a monarch-level polar ice bear, with such a vast procession of lord-level beasts following behind him. This scene completely shattered their understanding of reality. How could Lin Feng be sitting atop a king? And what on earth was the situation with that entire horde of lord-level beasts behind him? Yao Yao finally snapped back to reality, her voice stuttering with shock and confusion. Su Yushi shook her head, equally incredulous. I don't know either, but since Lin Feng is here, we must be saved. This wasn't the first time Su Yushi had seen Lin Feng perched atop the king's head, so her surprise was muted. Wang Tang remained submerged in profound shock and terror, his soul seemingly drained from his body. He stood frozen in place, utterly helpless. At this critical moment, the Arctic ice bear stirred. Its mountain-sized paw lifted high, stirring a fierce gale that sent snow swirling through the air. Then, like a mountain crushing down, the paw slammed down with overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, Wang Tang didn't even have time to react before being crushed beneath that massive paw. The ground instantly caved in, forming a massive crater as dust billowed upward. Put! Wang Tang was pinned beneath the bear's paw, feeling as though his internal organs were being crushed. A mouthful of blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Lin Feng sat atop the polar bear's head, a mocking expression on his face, as he called out to Wang Tang beneath his feet. Hey, this isn't a place to sleep. Get up already! His voice echoed across the vast snowy expanse, dripping with mockery and scorn. Wang Tang was consumed by shame and rage. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he, a peerlessly gifted powerhouse, would sink to such depths, trampled underfoot like an insect, subjected to such utter humiliation. Damn you! Rage burned fiercely within him, yet his body was pinned down by the Arctic ice bear's overwhelming strength, leaving him unable to move and only able to emit a pained groan. Su Yushi and Yao Yao witnessed this scene. They froze for a moment, then couldn't help but break into delighted laughter. Su Yushi chuckled. Wang Tong, this is your day. Yao Yao chimed in, humph. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant again. Wang Tang's henchmen, witnessing their boss subdued so effortlessly, collapsed to the ground in terror, their faces as pale as paper. Some even turned tail and fled in a panic. Trapped beneath the polar bear's paw, Wang Tang's rage boiled over. His face flushed crimson, like a ripe tomato. His eyes nearly shot flames as he bellowed hoarsely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you cheat? You must be a traitor, how else could you command so many beasts? This trial was meant to be fair competition, yet you shattered the rules. Utterly shameless. Lin Feng sat atop the polar ice bear's head, his expression calm, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with Wang Tong's pointless accusations. His voice was cold as ice. Wang Tong, stop this nonsense. I'll give you two choices, either withdraw from the assessment willingly, or I'll personally escort you out. Your choice. Wang Tang's expression instantly twisted into sheer agony. He knew full well that if he withdrew now, forget about the top scholar position, even his admission to Huaxia Academy would be in jeopardy. Returning home looking this pathetic would make him the laughingstock of the Wang family. Those already jealous of him would surely seize the chance to kick him while he was down. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Tong gritted his teeth, attempting to leverage his family's influence to threaten Lin Feng. Raising his voice, he snarled. Lin Feng, don't push your luck. I'm a member of the Wang family. Our family has a 90-level transcended powerhouse. If you dare touch me, the Wang family will never let you off the hook. When that happens, you and everyone around you will suffer. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Lin Feng, Su Yushi, and Yao Yao with venomous hatred. Lin Feng remained unmoved, responding coolly, oh? So what if you have a level 90 transferee? In this trial ground, can your family's power really reach in here? Don't try to intimidate me with your so-called family connections, I'm not falling for that. I'll ask you one more time, are you backing off or not? As he spoke, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, radiating an invisible pressure. The Arctic ice bear seemed to sense his intent, subtly increasing the force of its paws on the ground. Wang Tang felt as if a boulder pressed against his chest, making breathing increasingly difficult. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. He was both furious and anxious, yet helpless, trapped in a dilemma. Chapter 97, Wang Tong's Threat? Wang Tang's face flushed crimson as he clung to his dying threat. Lin Feng, you'd better release me now. Otherwise, once I'm out, I'll make you pay. The methods of the Wang family are beyond your imagination. You and everyone you care about will pay a heavy price for today's events. His distorted face, paired with his hysterical roar, looked utterly insane. How noisy! As Wang Tang's endless threats echoed, Lin Feng's irritation grew like wild grass. He furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a glance with the polar ice bear. The Arctic ice bear instantly understood. A thunderous roar shook the surroundings as its aura surged. Its massive paw rose high, glowing with an icy blue light, the sign of a full power strike about to erupt. Simultaneously, the numerous lords following the polar ice bear responded in unison. Some let out piercing howls to the heavens, others surged with spiritual energy, all preparing to unleash a fatal strike upon Wang Tang. The air trembled violently with spiritual energy, as if a terrifying storm was about to descend. Seeing the dire situation, fear finally overcame Wang Tang's stubbornness. He knew that if he didn't leave now, he would truly meet his end here. In his panic, he hastily pulled out a teleportation talisman emitting a soft glow and crushed it without hesitation. A flash of light erupted as Wang Tang's figure gradually faded from the spot. Even in the final moment of teleportation, Wang Tang couldn't resist snarling viciously at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you just wait. I'll make you pay for this. As the light faded, Wang Tang vanished completely, leaving only his venomous voice echoing in the air. Lin Feng stared at the spot where Wang Tang had vanished and snorted coldly. I'll see what tricks your Wang family can pull. Su Yushi and Yao Yao approached at that moment. Su Yushi spoke with concern. Lin Feng, the Wang family wields immense power. Won't this bring trouble upon you? Lin Feng smiled faintly, reassuring them. Don't worry. I'll handle whatever comes my way. Whatever happens, I'll take the hit. Once Wang Tang's men had completely departed, the surrounding air seemed to relax, and calm finally returned to the scene. The tense and ominous atmosphere that had hung heavy moments before was now replaced by soft sunlight and the gentle murmur of the wind. Xiaoniao and Bì'àn, like two victorious little generals, bounded excitedly toward Lin Feng, their faces beaming with triumph. Xiaoniao swayed his head, dragon whiskers dancing with each step, his eyes sparkling with lively brilliance. Bì'àn strode forward with the agile stride of a tiger, his tail swinging merrily from side to side, accompanied by a few low growls. Lin Feng gazed at the two adorable creatures, a fond smile spreading across his face. He crouched down, affectionately ruffling Xiaonyo's head before gently patting Bì'àn's skull. He said, "You two really came through today, you did an amazing job." With that, he retrieved 2 pieces of Lord Core material from his spatial ring. They glowed with an unusual light, shimmering like 2 brilliant gems in the sunlight. "This is your reward. Eat up." Lin Feng smiled as he tossed the Lord Core materials toward Xiaonyo and Bì'àn. The 2 little creatures opened their mouths excitedly and caught them steadily. They couldn't wait to swallow the materials whole. Instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from their bodies. Xiaonyo's body crackled with increasingly intense lightning energy, its already bright eyes growing even more fiercely alert. Bì'àn's muscles seemed to tighten, his tiger-like frame trembling slightly as an aura of authority radiated outward. Bolstered by the Lord Core material, his power had reached a new level. Su Yushi and Yao Yao watched this heartwarming scene unfold, smiles spreading across their faces. Yao Yao couldn't help but remark, "Lin Feng, you and your beasts have such a strong bond." Lin Feng stood up, nodded, and said, "They're not just my beasts, they're my partners. We've been through so much together. The trust and bond between us is beyond words." Su Yushi and Yao Yao's gazes darted between Lin Feng, the polar ice bear, and the pile of powerful-looking lords behind it, their eyes filled with shock and curiosity. They involuntarily swallowed hard, their minds churning with questions like a rising tide. Before they could speak, Lin Feng seemed to read their minds and preempted them. "I have a partnership with them, so within this secret realm, they'll temporarily follow my commands." After pausing briefly, his expression grew slightly grave. "As for the specifics of our arrangement, I'm afraid I can't disclose that yet." Su Yushi and Yao Yao exchanged a glance, finding understanding in each other's eyes. After all, everyone had secrets they didn't wish to reveal lightly. How could they possibly demand Lin Feng lay everything bare? Yao Yao smiled softly and said, "It's fine, Lin Feng. We understand. Since you're not comfortable talking about it, we won't pry." Su Yushi raised an eyebrow, speaking with a touch of pride. "I'm not really that curious anyway." As they continued on their way, Su Yushi and Yao Yao chatted back and forth, recounting in meticulous detail to Lin Feng the entire sequence of events leading up to their encounter with Wang Tang's pursuit. Su Yushi's expression grew grave as she recalled the scene, still feeling the lingering fear. "Lin Feng, Wang Tang ambushed us from the start with his men, clearly intending to capture us to threaten you. He was ruthless throughout, completely disregarding the fact this was the college entrance exam trial. He only cared about achieving his goal. Seems the top exam candidate is incredibly important to him." Yao Yao added angrily, "Yeah. We fought back desperately, but they had overwhelming numbers. If you and your beast hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Lin Feng listened quietly, his expression darkening. He never imagined Wang Tang would become so fanatical in pursuing his goal, completely disregarding the trial's rules and the safety of others. Lin Feng murmured to himself, "Is the prize for the top scorer really that important? Is it worth going this far?" Su Yushi frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "Lin Feng, the rewards for the top scholar aren't trivial. Not only do they include vast cultivation resources, but also direct access to the core cultivation area of Huaxia Academy. I've heard that core region is rich in spiritual energy and holds many rare cultivation manuals and magical treasures, offering tremendous benefits for cultivators." Yao Yao nodded in agreement. Moreover, entering Huaxia Academy as the top scorer earns the favor of numerous top-tier mentors. The cultivation resources and training opportunities granted far exceed those of others. Within the academy, one's status and standing are entirely different, with boundless potential for future development. For many, this is indeed an immense temptation. Lin Feng listened, his thoughts turning inward. He understood that these rewards held undeniable allure for cultivators, but resorting to unscrupulous means for them was truly despicable. Chapter 98, The Polar Bears Made a Seal? Lin Feng knew Wang Tang's matter was now in the past. His immediate priority was to make the most of this final assessment period. With only 1 day left until the assessment concluded, he must maximize the benefits obtainable within the Frozen Canyon's secret realm. As SSS tier professionals, Su Yushi and Yao Yao possessed formidable strength to begin with. Now that Wang Tang was no longer causing trouble, they wouldn't face significant danger within the secret realm. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decided to have the polar ice bear select 10 of the numerous lords to accompany Su Yushi and Yao Yao on their journey. "Assign 10 lords to protect my friends." Lin Feng looked at the polar ice bear, signaling with his eyes. The polar ice bear understood immediately, letting out a mighty roar to the heavens. Then, 10 agile and imposing lords stepped forward from the group. Each radiated a formidable aura, their presence causing the surrounding air to tremble. Lin Feng turned to Su Yushi and Yao Yao and said, "These 10 lords will accompany you, tasked with eliminating lower-tier beasts. Within this secret realm, ordinary beasts are plentiful, and their lives hold relatively little value. Most lords consume quite a few daily. Having them with you will ensure your safety while also helping you gather more resources." Su Yushi and Yao Yao exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with surprise and gratitude. This time, Su Yushi finally smiled and nodded. "Lin Feng, thank you. With their help, we're sure to gain a lot." Even Su Yushi, with her usual pride, couldn't help but acknowledge Lin Feng's kindness. With less than a day left before the assessment ended, they'd wasted considerable time earlier being pursued by Wang Tang. Without outside assistance, passing the Huaxia Academy entrance exam seemed unlikely. Ya quickly chimed in, yes, Lin Feng, you've really thought this through. Lin Feng smiled and said, let's all work together and strive to gain as much as possible before the assessment ends. Thus, the trio parted ways. Su Yushi and Yao led 10 lords toward one direction, while Lin Feng mounted his Arctic ice bear, guiding the remaining lords down another path in pursuit of opportunity. Seated atop the polar ice bear, Lin Feng gazed ahead with unwavering resolve. He knew that in this final day, every minute and every second was crucial. He must fully utilize this time to enhance his strength, acquire more resources, and lay a solid foundation for his future cultivation path. As he rode the polar ice bear, Lin Feng rapidly strategized his next moves. He no longer felt it necessary to split Bì'àn and Xiongnu into separate three-pronged operations. After all, he now commanded such a vast and formidable lord's army. Pooling this strength together, they possessed the power to sweep through the entire frozen gorge directly, and doing so would be highly efficient. Bì'àn and Xiongnu seemed to grasp Lin Feng's intent. They followed closely behind the Arctic ice bear, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation, as if they couldn't wait to prove themselves in the frozen canyon. Go! At Lin Feng's command, the polar ice bear let out a thunderous roar, leading the mighty army of lords in a grand march deeper into the frozen gorge. The ground trembled, snow flew everywhere, and the scene was utterly majestic. Along the way, every demon beast they encountered trembled in fear at the sheer power radiating from the group. Those with some strength attempted resistance, but against the combined attacks of numerous lords, they were but a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Each lord deployed their unique abilities, some unleashed blazing infernos, others summoned icy spikes, while still others released powerful psychic blasts. Wherever they passed, beasts fell in droves. Lin Feng stood by, directing operations with calm precision while keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings, leaving no corner unexamined in search of potentially hidden treasures. He knew well that beyond the materials from the beasts, this frozen canyon might conceal other rare treasures of heaven and earth. These would become invaluable gains for his high exam trials. As they delved deeper into the canyon, the beasts encountered grew increasingly formidable. Yet under the relentless advance of the Lord's Legion, every obstacle was effortlessly crushed. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack, and before they knew it, a full day had passed. The atmosphere in the frozen gorge suddenly shifted. A dazzling light erupted from one direction of the secret realm, its brilliance piercing like the dawn's first light. It illuminated the surrounding snow-covered landscape, simultaneously signaling the imminent opening of the teleportation portal, the precursor to their departure from the secret realm. Lin Feng, riding atop the Arctic ice bear, gazed at the beam of light, knowing in his heart that it was time to leave. He hadn't realized time had passed so quickly he almost didn't want to leave just yet. Recalling his days in the frozen canyon, he felt a surge of emotion. The rewards from this journey had been truly immense. Moreover, with the mighty polar ice bear as their sovereign, leading 100 formidable lords, their entire journey had been smooth sailing, encountering not a single danger. During this period, their group swept through the frozen canyon like an unstoppable torrent. Wherever they passed, neither fierce high-tier beasts nor hidden treasures could escape their search. The precious furs and magic cores from the beasts, along with the rare treasures occasionally discovered in the canyon, were all collected by Lin Feng. The polar ice bears and the lords played a tremendous role in battle, their formidable strength causing enemies to flee at the mere sight of them. As Lin Feng commanded the battles, his mastery over his beast-taming abilities grew increasingly adept, and the synergy between him and his companions deepened day by day. Now, the light intensified, ripples distorting the surrounding space as the teleportation portal activated. Just as the light enveloped him, about to be transported away, the Arctic ice bear seemed to sense something. It slowly turned its head, its enormous eyes fixed on Lin Feng. "Human, you're about to leave, aren't you? That thing from before." Seeing the polar bear's expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He certainly hadn't forgotten the promise he made to this monarch. The polar ice bear had always yearned to have its own offspring. But Lin Feng was also curious. In this vast frozen canyon, among all the magical beasts, who exactly did the polar ice bear wish to bear offspring with? "Don't worry, but you must tell me who is the one you've set your heart on?" Lin Feng said with a smile to the Arctic ice bear. The bear understood his meaning, letting out a deep growl and nudging Lin Feng with its head, as if expressing both its eagerness and trust. The polar ice bear motioned for Lin Feng to wait a moment before turning and departing. Before long, it returned with deliberate strides, trailing behind it a slow-moving creature whose appearance bordered on adorably clumsy. Lin Feng stared intently, his eyes widening in surprise. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wait a minute, isn't that a seal?" In his understanding, seals were the polar bear's favorite food. The scene before him was utterly unexpected. Could this be the legendary hunter who fell for his prey? The polar bear seemed to sense Lin Feng's puzzled expression. It raised its massive paw to scratch its head, then let out a few earnest woofs. "What do you know? This is true love." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought this majestic polar bear could develop genuine affection for a mere seal? Gazing at the adorable seal before him, then at the towering, formidable polar bear beside it, Lin Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. This wondrous connection was truly beyond anyone's expectations. However, Lin Feng could sense that this female seal possessed extraordinary strength. At the very least, she was a formidable lord-level seal, otherwise, she wouldn't have caught the polar bear's eye. Alright then, since you're sincere, I'll definitely help you. Lin Feng gave a resigned smile as he addressed the polar bear. Upon hearing this, the polar bear let out an excited growl and gently nudged the seal with its head, its expression unexpectedly tender. Chapter 99, Wang Tang's Ambush. At this final moment, Lin Feng held nothing back. He strode over to the female seal lord and the polar bear, gently placing both hands upon them. Immediately, Lin Feng activated his extraordinary fertility ability. Instantly, a mysterious and strange force radiated out from Lin Feng, enveloping the polar bear and the female seal. Both creatures froze as if struck by a petrification spell. Their normally lively eyes suddenly filled with two enormous hearts, and their breath grew hot. The air itself seemed to thicken with an unusual aura. Though I was genuinely intrigued, I had no time to linger. Lin Feng had no intention of staying to observe how things would unfold. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted from his body, blinding like the sun itself. The surrounding space began to violently ripple. Lin Feng knew the teleportation was about to activate. He was about to leave this place. As the white light intensified, Lin Feng's figure gradually blurred within the radiance. Through his fading vision, he could still see the polar bear and the mother seal immersed in the strange sensation brought by that peculiar force. Just as Lin Feng's figure was about to vanish completely, the polar bear, acting on its last instinct, lashed out with a powerful swipe of its paw. A crystal-clear object shot toward Lin Feng. The object radiated a bone-chilling cold, freezing the air in its wake and leaving trails of white frost in its path. Lin Feng instinctively reached out to catch it. The moment his fingers touched the object, a bone-piercing chill instantly surged through him, as if it were trying to penetrate his very marrow. He felt a deep, penetrating coldness, the icy sensation rapidly spreading up his arm. His hand felt as though it had been plunged into a 1,000-year-old ice cellar, as if it would freeze solid in the next second. Whoa, this! Lin Feng stared in shock. There was no mistaking it, this was the exceedingly rare 10,000-year frost marrow. He never imagined the polar ice bear would bestow such a precious gift upon him at this final moment. He couldn't help but marvel. Monsters can actually be so trustworthy. He'd almost thought the polar ice bear wouldn't give it to him. His bounty had been so plentiful these past few days that he'd nearly forgotten about it. After all, the polar ice bear had done him such a tremendous favor, it was only fair. Before he could dwell on it further, a blinding light erupted, and Lin Feng's figure gradually vanished from the square. The moment Lin Feng was teleported back to the square, his feet hadn't even touched the ground before his consciousness began to waver. He's finally back. No, wait. At that moment, a piercing whistling sound suddenly tore through the air from the side. The sound cut through the atmosphere like a blade, carrying a force that demanded attention. A warning bell rang in Lin Feng's mind, and his body reacted instinctively. Like a black bolt of lightning, he darted swiftly to the opposite side. Xiao He! Simultaneously, he summoned Xiao He with a mere thought. Agile as ever, Xiao He materialized before Lin Feng like a burst of black flame. Its fur bristled, a low growl ripping from its throat as it shielded Lin Feng behind it, eyes fixed warily ahead. Who dares harm my master? Lin Feng, I'll kill you. Accompanied by a venomous roar, Lin Feng finally recognized the attacker, none other than Wang Tang. Wang Tang's eyes blazed crimson, his face twisted with fury and resentment, his expression seething with a desire to devour Lin Feng alive. It was clear the man had been lying in wait specifically for him. The other candidates in the square were startled by this sudden scene, their eyes darting around in shock. The previously lively atmosphere instantly turned tense. Instinctively, the crowd stepped back, creating space between them, their eyes filled with equal parts curiosity and concern. A fight? How entertaining. That furious guy must be Wang Tang who dares provoke him? That's Lin Feng? No wonder then. Lin Feng frowned, glaring at Wang Tang as a wave of disgust washed over him. Wang Tang, can't you take a loss? The assessment is over. Why are you still harping on this? Don't you feel ashamed? Wang Tang was utterly consumed by rage, his reason extinguished. Like a rabid beast, he roared. Lin Feng, you despicable cheat. You dared to command the sovereign beast to attack me. Your crimes are heinous. Today, I will uphold justice and rid humanity of this traitor. His eyes bulged wide, bloodshot and seething, as if flames might erupt from them any second. As he spoke, the stellar power surged violently from Wang Tang's body, enveloping him in a dazzling radiance. The light flickered erratically, like countless tiny stars swirling around him. Now at level 29, Wang Tang radiated an overwhelming pressure toward Lin Feng as his starlight surged, causing the very air around them to tremble. The candidates in the square erupted into an uproar upon hearing Wang Tang's words. Some looked puzzled, beginning to whisper among themselves. Is this real? Lin Feng actually cheated? If it's true, that's outrageous. Others remained skeptical. Could Wang Tang just be a sore loser, deliberately slandering Lin Feng? Lin Feng watched Wang Tang, now consumed by fury, feeling both anger and helplessness. He snorted coldly and declared loudly, "Wang Tang, you can't accept your defeat, so you fabricate these baseless accusations to slander me. The rules of the Cao trial never said you couldn't command powerful beasts. You were simply outmatched. Stop making a scene." Xiao He, sensing Wang Tang's overwhelming aura, roared defiantly in response. Black light swirled around his body as his formidable pressure clashed with Wang Tang's stellar might. "I don't care what you're doing, just die." Wang Tao roared, holding nothing back as he resolved to make Lin Feng pay. The rage in Lin Feng's heart flared up like a barrel of oil had been poured on it, burning even more fiercely. His eyes widened with fury as he fixed his gaze on Wang Tang, thinking to himself, "This Wang Tang keeps provoking me time and again. Does he really think I'm a pushover?" Clenching his jaw, he thrust his feet off the ground. His body launched like a cannonball, hurtling toward Wang Tang. "You want to fight? Bring it on." Seeing Lin Feng actually charging at him, Wang Tang froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. His cackle dripped with scorn and contempt. "Ha! Lin Feng, has my presence clouded your judgment? What kind of dragon tamer abandons their beast and charges in with their own body to court death? Do you think you're some kind of warrior? With that frail frame of yours, I could crush you with a single finger." As he mocked freely, he swept his gaze triumphantly across the surrounding crowd, as if showcasing his impending victory to all. The surrounding candidates erupted into a buzz of confusion, murmurs and whispers rising in waves. What's gotten into Lin Feng? Has he really lost his mind? Charging in with his true form? That's just suicide. A short candidate muttered, his face full of confusion. A girl with a ponytail chimed in beside him. Yeah, even if he's great at summoning beasts, what good will charging in do? Wang Tang is level 29 now, his strength is no joke. Maybe Lin Feng has some hidden trick up his sleeve? But this is way too risky. A bespectacled candidate pushed his glasses up, speculating. However, most still deemed Lin Feng's move reckless. They shook their heads and sighed, convinced this was an impulsive mistake. Lin Feng paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. As he sprinted forward, spiritual energy surged around him like a boiling river. A mysterious and powerful aura slowly emanated from his body, growing increasingly intense, as if heralding an impending storm. Xiao He followed closely behind Lin Feng, its jet-black eyes gleaming with excitement as a low growl rumbled from its throat. Wang Tang watched Lin Feng draw nearer, his face twisted with even greater contempt. His hands swiftly gathered starlight energy, the brilliant celestial glow swirling within his palms, its radiance intensifying. He sneered coldly at Lin Feng, shouting, "Come on, let me see what you've got, you overconfident fool. Today, I'll show you the consequences of crossing me." With that, he violently unleashed the condensed starlight power toward Lin Feng. Chapter 100, Merging with Xiao He. Black Dragon Armor. Facing the mocking stares of the crowd, Lin Feng remained unflinching. A faint curve lifted the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with disdain. Just as everyone thought he was recklessly charging toward Wang Tang, Lin Feng suddenly bellowed, "Xiao He!" The cry echoed like a thunderous bell. In the next instant, Xiao He shot toward Lin Feng like an arrow released from its string. "Here I am." In an instant, Xiao He's massive dragon form enveloped Lin Feng completely, like a black cocoon. The crowd froze in shock, their faces quickly giving way to stunned expressions. But the transformation had only just begun. To their astonishment, Xiao He seemed to merge with Lin Feng. The black dragon body gradually fused with Lin Feng's form, transforming into a set of black armor that fit him perfectly. The scales on the armor shimmered with a mysterious glow, extending into sharp dragon claws. The ensemble radiated an air of supreme nobility, yet it also carried an undeniably sinister aura. As the fusion was completed, the aura emanating from Lin Feng surged violently. His already formidable spiritual energy now churned like surging waves, relentlessly churning the surrounding air into violent turbulence that whistled with a roaring sound. The crowd that had just been mocking Lin Feng now fell speechless at this sudden turn of events. Eyes wide, faces frozen in disbelief, they stared in shock. What the hell is this? Wang Tang's smug grin froze on his face. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he quickly forced it away, replacing it with an even more vicious expression as he bellowed. "Oomph! Playing tricks! Even with that bizarre armor, so what? I, Wang Tang, will defeat you today." With that, he channeled the power of the stars once more. The light blazed brighter than before as he unleashed a fierce attack toward Lin Feng. The crowd watched Lin Feng complete his stunning transformation, as if struck by lightning. Finally, as if awakening from a dream, they remembered something. Various cultivation texts and legends had long mentioned that S-rank beast masters, upon reaching level 30, would undergo a qualitative leap. They could fuse with their beasts, greatly enhancing their own power. However, in most people's understanding, this fusion was typically a last-ditch survival tactic employed by beast masters in life or death situations. Moreover, according to conventional wisdom, the power manifested after fusion generally wouldn't exceed that of the beast itself. After all, while this fusion technique was remarkable, it also came with numerous limitations. Yet, the Lin Feng before them now delivered a powerful blow to everyone's understanding. Someone couldn't help but speak up, their face filled with confusion. That's not right. Usually, fusion only matches the beast's strength, but Lin Feng seems even stronger than before? Is this the unique advantage of a dragon tamer? Yeah, I've never witnessed anything this peculiar. Are dragon masters truly this different? Another person chimed in, eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. Perhaps Lin Feng possesses some special cultivation method that allowed him to break through the norm. Someone in the crowd speculated. Regardless, this battle has already become unpredictable. Amidst the murmurs, Wang Tang's attack, a concentrated burst of stellar energy, swooped toward Lin Feng like a shooting star. Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint, confident smile. He faced the attack without a hint of fear. He abruptly raised his arm, the black armor covering his dragon claws glinting with a cold, sharp light under the sun. Without hesitation, Lin Feng met the attack head-on, unleashing a thunderous punch. The fist's momentum roared as it collided with Wang Tang's stellar force. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated like a crack of lightning, its immense shockwave radiating outward from the two combatants. Surrounding candidates felt a violent gale sweep toward them, instinctively shielding their faces with their arms. When the dust settled, all eyes turned to the scene. Lin Feng stood firmly rooted to the spot, while Wang Tang was sent reeling backward several paces, his face frozen in disbelief. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, feeling the surging power within him like raging waves. This was his first time merging with Xiao He to transform. In the previous secret realm of the Frozen Gorge, he had relied on the polar ice bear's vassal army to breeze through the journey. The environment had been far too safe, making it unnecessary to unleash this fusion technique. But Wang Tang's sudden attack presented him with a perfect opportunity to test just how far his current strength had truly progressed. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. The sensation of this power surging wildly within him filled him with genuine exhilaration. Though as a beastmaster, safely commanding beasts from the rear offered both security and formidable combat power, what blood-boiling young man didn't harbor a dream of personally hacking through obstacles and engaging in hand-to-hand combat with his own strength? Now, Lin Feng finally experienced the exhilaration of confronting enemies head-on. Was this what invincibility felt like? Ha! Lin Feng flashed a villainous grin. Master, rein it in. Our fusion has a time limit. Wang Tang steadied himself, the disbelief on his face gradually replaced by rage. He never imagined that after Lin Feng's fusion transformation, his power would be so overwhelming. Wang Tang's full force strike not only failed to scratch Lin Feng but was instead repelled. Lin Feng, don't get cocky. That was just a test. Next, I'll show you what I'm really made of. Wang Tang roared furiously, the stellar energy surging wildly around him once more, its radiance growing ever more dazzling. Lin Feng met Wang Tang's gaze with unwavering resolve, his fighting spirit ignited. Come on then. I'm eager to see what else you've got. With that, he stomped his foot down hard. His entire body shot forward like a black lightning bolt, hurtling toward Wang Tang. The surrounding candidates watched the two with bated breath, not daring to breathe. They knew the clash ahead would be fiercer than ever, and this battle between Lin Feng and Wang Tang was destined to become a topic everyone would talk about for years to come. Boom! As Lin Feng hurtled toward Wang Tang like a black meteor, the two instantly erupted into a fierce battle. Starlight shimmered around Wang Tang as he swiftly channeled celestial energy to form a set of crystalline starlight armor. The armor glowed with a dreamlike radiance, translucent and ethereal. In his hand materialized a celestial sword, long and slender, its blade coursing with starlight. It looked formidable and radiated an extraordinary aura. Yet the moment their attacks collided, Wang Tang felt the staggering power of Lin Feng. His earlier confidence shattered as Lin Feng now dominated the fight. With every clash, Lin Feng's black armor, adorned with dragon claws, effortlessly parried Wang Tang's strikes before launching counterattacks that forced him into retreat. Damn it! To be pushed back by a beastmaster's true form, utterly preposterous. Shock and rage surged through Wang Tang, his face flushing crimson with fury. He couldn't accept being at a disadvantage in a battle against a beastmaster's true form. A surge of unwillingness raged within Wang Tang, compelling him to unleash his full power. His eyes instantly turned blood red as the starlight energy surged around him like an uncontrolled torrent, its brilliance intensifying to several times its previous intensity. His starlight armor, which had begun to dim, now blazed with renewed intensity. The starlight sword in his hand hummed, as if echoing his master's frenzied battle intent. With a furious roar, Wang Tang lunged at Lin Feng like a wounded beast. The star sword, trailing a sharp wind, stabbed straight for Lin Feng's throat. This strike was his all-out effort, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. Amidst the fierce clash with Wang Tang, as Lin Feng grew increasingly familiar with the fused power within him, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He had made up his mind, no more holding back. Enough. I'm done playing with you. His gaze flashed like lightning as he raised his hand and beckoned toward the void. In an instant, the very atmosphere shifted. A black radiance erupted from the emptiness, and a black sword, emanating a bitterly cold aura, slowly materialized. The blade was long and slender, jet black as ink. Its surface was engraved with vivid dragon patterns, as if black dragons were coiling and soaring across it. A faint dragon's roar seemed to echo from the steel. Lin Feng gripped the sword tightly, his expression solemn as he declared, "Black Dragon Sword." Chapter 101, The Mighty Luo Qingxin. With the Black Dragon Sword in hand, Lin Feng's offensive power surged instantly. His feet shifted, and he lunged toward Wang Tang like a ghostly apparition. Wang Tang, relying on the strength gained from his frenzied power surge, struggled to hold his ground. Yet under Lin Feng's relentless onslaught, his defenses began to crumble. Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword whirled in a relentless storm, each strike carrying the force of a tidal wave, relentlessly targeting Wang Tang's vital points. How can you be this strong? It's impossible. Wang Tang fought back with all his might, barely managing to block the strikes. His starlight armor was already cracking under the relentless assault of the Black Dragon Sword. Thud! Wang Tang ultimately couldn't withstand Lin Feng's strike. The sword pierced his shoulder, sending blood spattering. Staggering back several steps, he hadn't regained his footing when Lin Feng closed the distance like a shadow. Instantly before him, the Black Dragon Sword pressed firmly against Wang Tang's throat. "You lose." Lin Feng's icy gaze fixed on Wang Tang. His voice was quiet, yet it struck the crowd like a heavy hammer. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by this sudden outcome. Moments ago, they had believed Wang Tang would turn the tide with his explosive power, only to witness Lin Feng crush him with overwhelming superiority in the blink of an eye, claiming victory. The gazes directed at Lin Feng now brimmed with awe and reverence. Wang Tang stood frozen in place, feeling utterly lost and disoriented, as if the entire world had collapsed around him in that instant. His eyes were vacant, his entire being drained of vitality as if it had been completely ripped away. He muttered over and over, "I lost. I actually lost." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Luo Qingxin, Wang Buwei, and the other chief examiners finally arrived at the scene. Wang Buwei immediately spotted his son, Wang Tang, with Lin Feng's sword pressed against his throat. The sight of his son's pitiful state sent a wave of rage surging through him. "Lin Feng! How dare you! To attack a candidate on the square after the assessment has ended, and with such relentless aggression! Do you have any regard for the rules of the examination?" Wang Buwei's face flushed crimson with fury as he pointed at Lin Feng and bellowed, his voice reverberating across the square like thunder. Witnessing this, the surrounding candidates instinctively took a step back, instantly heightening the already tense atmosphere. They all knew Wang Buwei held considerable status within the academy. This incident would likely land Lin Feng in serious trouble. Lin Feng, however, remained calm. He slowly sheathed the Black Dragon Sword and spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. "Examiner Wang, I did not initiate this. Wang Tang attacked me without provocation after the assessment concluded. I was merely acting in self-defense to protect myself. The numerous candidates present can all attest to this." As he finished speaking, Lin Feng's gaze swept across the surrounding candidates. Many nodded in agreement, confirming the truth of his words. Luo Qingxin frowned, her gaze shifting between Wang Tang and Lin Feng. Her expression turned stern as she declared, "We will investigate the truth of this matter thoroughly. Regardless, engaging in open combat on this plaza is fundamentally against the rules." Wang Buwei snorted coldly, his anger still raging within. Heartbroken that his son had been wronged, he was determined to teach Lin Feng a lesson. He immediately retorted, "Oomph. Investigation? What's there to investigate? I saw with my own eyes that Lin Feng attacked Wang Tang. He must be punished." Lin Feng thought to himself, Wang Buwei was clearly taking his son's side. This matter wouldn't be easily resolved. He lifted his head, met Wang Buwei's gaze directly, and declared firmly, "Examiner Wang, right and wrong will be judged by the public. I trust the truth will not be buried. If punishment is truly warranted, it should fall upon those who instigated this incident." The surrounding examinees listened to the standoff between Lin Feng and Wang Buwei, all holding their breath for Lin Feng, unsure how this storm would ultimately settle. Just as Wang Buwei was about to press his advantage, determined to teach Lin Feng a lesson, Luo Qingxin's eyebrows shot up in anger. Her voice was cold and sharp as she snapped, "Enough! Wang Buwei, this is the assessment plaza. You have no right to act recklessly here." Her rebuke cut through the air like a sharp arrow, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Luo Qingxin's aura erupted suddenly, a powerful presence spreading outward like a surging tide. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Moisture in the air rapidly condensed, and within the blink of an eye, frost formed into ice crystals. A thin layer of ice instantly coated the ground, walls, and even the clothing of the crowd. Wang Buwei felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him like a mountain crushing him. His expression changed as he instinctively tried to resist, only to realize this force was utterly beyond his capacity to withstand. Under Luo Qingxin's overwhelming aura, he involuntarily stumbled back several steps, his face etched with shock and unwillingness. Lin Feng, witnessing this, was equally stunned. He could distinctly sense the colossal power emanating from Luo Qingxin. Judging by its intensity and the distinct icy properties it displayed, she was clearly a class-transitioned adventurer above level 70 and most likely a formidable ice element specialist. The crucial point was that she appeared to be only around 30 years old. Lin Feng couldn't help but inwardly gasp, marveling, is this the power of a teacher from the Huaxia Academy? It was truly terrifying. Luo Qingxin was instructed to swiftly gather intelligence. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had commanded a king tier and several lord tier beasts within the secret realm, even her usually unflappable expression betrayed a hint of shock. Her brows furrowed, her gaze scrutinizing as she fixed a stern, unyielding look on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, within the rules of the High Examination Trial's secret realm, beast masters may command beasts. However, sovereign-level and lord-level beasts possess formidable power and fiercely independent natures. That you could command their obedience is no ordinary feat. You must provide a detailed explanation. The surrounding examinees, hearing this, instantly perked up. They crowded around, staring at Lin Feng with curiosity, eager to learn the reason. Lin Feng remained composed, stepping forward respectfully and stating, Master Luo, to be perfectly honest, this is all connected to my beast companion, Xiaohe. As a dragon tamer, Xiaohe is of the dragon clan. The dragon bloodline is noble and possesses a bloodline suppression effect over many beasts. Within the secret realm, Xiaohe's formidable dragon bloodline intimidated the polar ice bears and other sovereign and lord-level magical beasts, compelling them to temporarily obey my commands. This explains why I possessed such formidable assistance in the secret realm, and why the entire process did not violate the assessment rules. He had already prepared his justification. After all, he was the only dragon tamer in this world who could say he was wrong? Luo Qingxin's gaze burned like fire as she fixed her eyes on Lin Feng, searching his expression for the slightest hint of unease. But Lin Feng remained composed, his gaze unwavering, showing no trace of evasion or guilt. Chapter 102, Rankings announced. After a moment's thought, Luo Qingxin spoke slowly. I see. I will investigate this matter further. If your account is true and no rules were broken, no further action will be taken. But if you have concealed anything, you will face severe punishment. Lin Feng hastily nodded in response. Thank you for your discernment, Teacher Luo. Every word I've spoken is true, and I am prepared to accept any consequences. At that moment, the crowd in the square murmured among themselves, buzzing with speculation about Lin Feng's unique abilities as a dragon tamer. After giving his explanation, Lin Feng appeared calm on the surface, yet inwardly he knew that the matter of him commanding powerful magical beasts would likely lead to further complications. Luo Qingxin's cold gaze swept over Wang Buwei before settling on Lin Feng. Her expression softened slightly as she stated, this incident will be subject to a fair ruling once the subsequent investigation is thoroughly concluded. Until then, no one is permitted to cause any further disturbances. Turning to the crowd of examinees in the square, she announced loudly, the assessment has concluded. Candidates, please remain here briefly. The final results and rewards for this high-level trial will be announced shortly. The candidates responded in unison, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Lin Feng understood that although Luo Qingxin had forcefully mediated the dispute for now, the matter would likely not end here. Wang Buwei clearly favored his own son, and he anticipated further complications ahead. Yet he felt no fear whatsoever. After all, he had acted with integrity and had nothing to hide. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he joined the other examinees in awaiting the results. With this minor disturbance temporarily resolved, the tense process of tallying scores commenced. Over 10,000 candidates sat in silent anticipation, the atmosphere thick with both tension and eager expectation. The chief examiners temporarily withdrew to tally and organize the scores. Just then, Yao Yao, like a cheerful little bird, tugged Su Yushi back over and immediately crowded close to Lin Feng. Her face beaming with excitement, she chattered non-stop. Lin Feng, do you think we'll score high enough this time? Can we get into Huaxia Academy? I heard the top 3 in this exam get amazing rewards, precious cultivation resources, and even the chance to be personally mentored by top-tier instructors. Her face glowed with envy, her eyes sparkling brightly, as if she could already see those tempting rewards. Su Yushi smiled beside them, gently patting Yao Yao's head as she said, you, stop obsessing over the rewards and just wait patiently for the results. But Lin Feng, you performed so outstandingly in the secret realm, you're bound to get great scores. After their journey through the secret realm, Su Yushi and Yao Yao had weathered many crises together and had since become close friends. Su Yushi particularly liked Yao Yao's pure-hearted nature. Lin Feng scratched his head with a laugh, I'm not so sure myself. But everyone worked hard, so we should all get decent results. Huaxia Academy is our shared goal, hope we all make it in. Yao Yao nodded vigorously, yeah, we definitely will. I'm so curious to see who the top 3 are. It'd be amazing if one of us snagged a reward. As the 3 chatted, the surrounding candidates were also buzzing with lively discussions, speculating who might stand out in this assessment. Some shared their experiences in the secret realm, while others analyzed the strengths of each candidate. The entire plaza buzzed with murmurs as everyone eagerly awaited the final results. Before long, Luo Qingxin led the panel of examiners back onto the stage with measured steps. The square instantly fell silent as over 10,000 pairs of eyes turned toward them. The results were in. Luo Qingxin's expression remained composed. With a casual wave of her hand, a massive screen prepared nearby instantly illuminated. Rankings began appearing on the screen, arranged from highest to lowest. All eyes were instantly drawn to the screen. The last name displayed was 12,588th. The entire square erupted in a frenzy as everyone frantically searched for their names. Holy crap, I scored over 400 points. College is in the bag. Some burst into tears of joy upon seeing their scores, clearly exceeding expectations. Others looked utterly dejected, heads hanging low. No questions needed to know their results fell short. Lin Feng scanned the list, his eyes darting quickly across the names, only to find his own absent. Not only that, but he noticed the top 100 spots on the list were all blank. This sight stirred a flicker of confusion within him. The surrounding examinees had also sensed the anomaly, and murmurs of discussion once again rippled through the crowd. Why are the top 100 spots blank? What's going on? Was there some special circumstance? Or was the list still incomplete? Could there be some kind of error? Just as everyone was puzzled, Luo Qingxin cleared her throat softly, and the square fell silent once more. She scanned the crowd and spoke slowly. As the crowd buzzed with whispers and speculation, Luo Qingxin raised her hand to signal silence before finally speaking. Everyone, the top 100 candidates in this assessment are all the finest talents of Jiangnan province. Their scores and performances possess unique qualities. Therefore, I shall personally announce the results for these top 100 candidates. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly understood, nodding in agreement. The once noisy square fell silent once more. Everyone perked up their ears, eyes fixed intently on Luo Qingxin, filled with anticipation. After all, those who made it into the top 100 were the very cream of the crop in Jiangnan province. Everyone wanted to know exactly who these exceptional individuals were. Holding the list in her hand, Luo Qingxin's eyes swiftly scanned the names before she began to announce them clearly and forcefully. Number 100, Yang Ming, total score 532 points, professional rating, S-class, Wind Warrior. As the name was called, a burly young man with a full beard rose confidently from the crowd. His face radiated uncontrollable excitement and pride, his chest puffed out proudly. Surrounding candidates gazed at him with envy, murmuring admiration. To rank among Jiangnan province's top 100 was an unparalleled honor. Gates to all elite institutions beyond Huaxia Academy stood wide open for them to choose. Wow, 532 points? That's incredibly high. And an S-class profession too, so impressive. Yeah, this person has a bright future ahead. They can pick any academy and still come out as an elite. Unfazed by the surrounding buzz, Luo Qingxin continued reading names methodically. 99th place, Qin Shuang, total score 533 points, S-class profession, Frost Princess. A girl with a stern expression slowly rose to her feet. Her demeanor remained composed, yet the slight upturn of her lips betrayed a hint of joy. 98th place, Zhou Yuxuan, total score 535 points, S-class profession, Shadow Assassin. A lithe, sharp-eyed youth stepped forward. His appearance caused the surrounding candidates to gasp in awe. Shadow assassins were already rare, and achieving S rank was exceptionally uncommon. Those whose names were called reacted differently. Some flushed with excitement, high-fiving their companions in celebration, while others maintained a low-key composure. Some merely nodded in acknowledgement, while others had tears of emotion glistening in their eyes. Evidently, they had poured immense effort into this moment. Lin Feng, however, remained utterly focused, his anticipation growing by the second. His hands clenched unconsciously as he silently prayed for a favorable ranking. I should be ranked pretty high, right? Lin Feng thought to himself. Chapter 103, Lin Feng, Top Scholar. Luo Qingxin continued reading the list at a measured pace. As the rankings grew higher, each name announced sparked a wave of astonishment. A tense yet exhilarating atmosphere permeated the entire square, every heart racing with anticipation for the imminent revelation of glory. Lin Feng stood among the crowd, trying to maintain a calm exterior, but his nerves were unavoidably frayed. He knew his talent rating score wasn't ideal. Though he'd excelled in the secret realm, he still worried it might affect his final results. His palms grew slightly sweaty as his gaze fixed intently on Luo Qingxin, his ears straining to catch every syllable. After all, he was still just a young man, not one to hide his feelings so deeply. Yaya beside him was even more on edge, panting heavily with wide, unblinking eyes fixed on Luo Qingxin, as if afraid to miss a single word. Her feet shifted restlessly, her hands unconsciously tugging at her skirt hem as she remained in a state of extreme, heightened tension. Su Yushi, the usually haughty beauty, could not conceal her inner tension at this moment. Her elegantly poised hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Her eyes betrayed a mix of anticipation and worry as her lips pressed together slightly, waiting silently for the results to be announced. 30th place, Zhao Ling, total score 542 points, SS class profession, Holy Paladin of Light. Luo Qingxin's voice rang out as a young man of extraordinary bearing stepped forward, radiating an aura of confidence. A wave of admiration rippled through the crowd, and the tension grew thicker with each passing name, for the competition intensified as the rankings descended. Time ticked by, and soon the announcement of the top 5 began. Luo Qingxin's voice echoed across the plaza, drawing even more attention. 5th place, Lu Shuriao, total score 555 points, profession rated SS class, Dark Witch. As the name was announced, a gentle and charming-looking girl slowly stepped out from the crowd. Dressed in pale blue robes, her expression serene, a gentle aura radiated from her eyes and brows. The surrounding candidates were momentarily stunned before erupting into a chorus of astonished gasps. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at her several times, inwardly amazed. This girl had kept a low profile the entire time, yet she turned out to be such a formidable figure, a true dark horse. Wow, she's also an SS class profession. Dark Witch seems to be a hidden class disease. It's completely on par with SSS class, yet I've never heard of her before. Yeah, she looks so delicate, yet she's this powerful. They say dark witches are extremely rare. Lu Shiryao gave a slight nod, politely acknowledging those around her with a faint smile, humble yet elegant. Just then, Luo Qingxin's clear voice echoed across the plaza once more. She turned her head slightly, her gaze locking precisely on a corner of the arena. Her tone steady and authoritative, she announced. 4th place, Wang Tong, total score 557 points, SSS tier profession, Starry Sky Sensor. This announcement exploded like a bomb among the crowd, instantly sending the entire square into an uproar. What? Wang Tong only 4th? How is that possible? A slender candidate stared in utter shock, eyes wide as saucers, shouting in disbelief. Yeah, everyone had considered him the top contender for the top spot from the very beginning. This result was completely unexpected. A girl with a ponytail beside him gasped in shock, her face etched with astonishment. Whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd, with everyone speculating about the reasons behind Wang Tang's sudden drop in ranking. As for Wang Tang himself, the moment he heard his ranking, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. His face instantly turned as pale as paper, drained of all color. His eyes widened enormously, filled not only with shock but also with endless resentment and unwillingness. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Wang Tang roared hysterically, his voice shrill and piercing with fury. How could I only be 4th? I should be 1st. It's all Lin Feng's fault, that bastard. If he hadn't sabotaged me in the secret realm, how could I have ended up in this mess? His body shook violently beyond his control. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned pale and blue, as if he might lunge forward at any moment to tear Lin Feng to shreds. Suddenly, a surge of blood rushed to his throat. With a gurgling sound, Wang Tang couldn't hold it back. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, splattering onto the ground before him, a vividly jarring sight. The surrounding examinees instinctively took a few steps back, startled by Wang Tang's crazed expression. At that moment, all eyes seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, unconsciously turning toward Lin Feng in unison. They all wanted to see how Lin Feng would respond to Wang Tang's intense outburst. Luo Qingxin observed the crowd's reaction calmly as she continued announcing. 3rd place, Yao Yao, with a total score of 558 points. Upon hearing her name, Yao Yao froze for a moment before breaking into a smile brighter than the sun itself. Overwhelmed with excitement, she began jumping up and down. I'm 3rd. I really am 3rd. She shouted joyfully, drawing envious glances and congratulations from the surrounding candidates. 2nd place, Su Yushi, total score 559 points. Upon hearing her ranking, Su Yushi's face, which had previously held a hint of envy, softened into a satisfied smile. She tilted her head back slightly, her pride evident. Though she had narrowly missed 1st place, she was thoroughly satisfied with her achievement. And the top scorer of this assessment. Luo Qingxin paused, her gaze settling on Lin Feng as her voice rose slightly. Lin Feng, with a total score of 560 points. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent, as if time itself had frozen. Then, a thunderous roar erupted. Lin Feng was the top scorer. That's incredible. Everyone's faces were frozen in shock, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Consider this, beyond his innate talent rating of 60 points, Lin Feng had achieved perfect scores in every single subject. Such terrifying results were utterly unheard of. Yao Yao, overcome with emotion, threw her arms around Lin Feng and exclaimed. Lin Feng, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. Su Yushi approached as well, her eyes holding a hint of admiration and respect. You actually beat me. But it's okay, next time, I'll surpass you. Su Yushi remained as proud and stubborn as ever. Lin Feng chuckled helplessly. Meanwhile, Wang Tang watched Lin Feng standing at the center of everyone's attention, his eyes filled with venom so intense it seemed almost tangible. No, this can't be. He's just a cheat who scraped by on dishonesty. How could he possibly be the top scholar? Wang Tang gritted his teeth, growling under his breath as rage threatened to consume him. Lin Feng stood there, calm beneath the gazes of the crowd, yet his heart was filled with 1,000 emotions. This is all because of my talent and hard work. Yes, I deserve every bit of it. Lin Feng let out a wicked laugh, adopting the demeanor of a villain. The crowd's vision went black at the sight. This top scholar was nothing like they'd imagined. Chapter 104, Luo Qingxin's recruitment rejected. Luo Qingxin stared at Lin Feng with a complex expression, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She truly hadn't anticipated that the one to ultimately claim the top scholar's laurels would be this seemingly ordinary dragon tamer. Lin Feng's performance in the assessment was undoubtedly outstanding, yet her concerns were not entirely unfounded. In this world, dragons were exceedingly rare, their presence almost impossible to trace. She couldn't help but wonder, could there really be so many dragons willing to form contracts with Lin Feng? After all, a dragon tamer's power depended largely on the number and strength of the dragons they had contracted. Though Lin Feng was basking in glory now thanks to his outstanding performance in the assessment, what path would he take from here on out? She shook her head gently, sighing silently within. She truly did not hold high hopes for Lin Feng's future development. Yet rules were rules. Lin Feng had earned his outstanding results through his own strength. She could not possibly bar him from entering the gates of Huaxia Academy. Luo Qingxin took a deep breath to steady her emotions before speaking again. Let us congratulate the above candidates, especially Lin Feng, the top scorer of this assessment. They have proven themselves through their abilities and brought honor to Jiangnan province. May all candidates take them as role models and forge ahead on their future cultivation paths. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted across the square, all eyes fixated on Lin Feng, Yao Yao, and Su Yushi. Lin Feng felt the envious and admiring gazes around him, knowing deep down that this was only the beginning. Wang Tong stood in the crowd, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The jealousy and resentment on his face grew more intense by the second. He muttered under his breath. Lin Feng, don't get too cocky too soon. Entering Huaxia Academy is just the beginning of the real contest. I'll make you pay for today's glory. Lin Feng seemed to sense Wang Teng's malevolent gaze and turned his head slightly toward him. Their eyes met. Lin Feng's gaze held unwavering resolve and calm composure, as if declaring to Wang Teng that no matter what schemes he plotted, Lin Feng would fear nothing. Luo Qingxin's gaze swept over Lin Feng, her eyes carrying a hint of disdain, before settling on Su Yushi beside him. After a moment's consideration, a seemingly gentle smile spread across her face as she inquired. Su Yushi, your performance in this assessment has been truly outstanding. I am very impressed. Would you be willing to become my student? As the instructor dispatched by Huaxia Academy to oversee the assessment, Luo Qingxin held the privilege of recruiting students early. Within Huaxia Academy's system, the fates of students and teachers were inextricably linked. Outstanding students brought glory to their mentors, while the resources and guidance of teachers played a crucial role in a student's growth. Deep down, Luo Qingxin had no intention of recruiting Lin Feng. Although his assessment results were astonishing, that 60-point talent rating stood as an insurmountable barrier in her eyes, severely limiting his future potential. Nevertheless, she offered a seemingly reasonable explanation. Lin Feng, don't read too much into this. Personally, I've always preferred recruiting female students, which is why I extended the invitation to Su Yushi. At these words, mocking expressions flickered across the faces of some nearby candidates. See that? Even though Lin Feng topped the exams, Teacher Luo doesn't think much of him. Low talent rating? That's just not going to get you anywhere. A lanky candidate sneered sarcastically. Exactly. So what if he's the top scholar? Dragon Tamer is a dead-end profession. He won't get very far in the future. Another chubby examinee chimed in, his face twisted into a mocking grin. Su Yushi paused slightly, clearly caught off guard by Luo Qingxin's sudden invitation. A wave of conflict washed over her heart as her gaze drifted unconsciously toward Lin Feng, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. After all, they had endured the trials together, forging a deep bond between them. Yao Yao's eyes lit up instantly beside her, and she exclaimed excitedly. Sister Su, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Teacher Luo is incredibly influential at Huaxia Academy. Following her, you'll surely gain access to valuable resources and your cultivation path will become much smoother. Lin Feng sensed the peculiar glances and mocking remarks from the surrounding candidates. Though he felt a touch of helplessness, his expression remained composed. He offered Su Yushi a gentle smile and encouraged her. Su Yushi, this is a rare opportunity. Don't let me hold you back. Becoming Teacher Luo's disciple will greatly accelerate your cultivation progress. Su Yushi bit her lip, pondered for a moment, then lifted her head. Her gaze fixed firmly on Luo Qingxin as she declared. Teacher Luo, I deeply appreciate your recognition. However, I wish to grow alongside Lin Feng and Yao Yao at Huaxia Academy. For now, I prefer not to seek individual tutelage. After being declined, Luo Qingxin's smile froze momentarily, a flicker of awkwardness crossing her face. To quickly escape this slightly awkward situation, she promptly shifted her gaze to Yao Yao, forcing a warm smile onto her face as she said. Yao Yao, your performance in the assessment was equally outstanding. I'm very impressed. Would you consider becoming my student? The surrounding candidates, who had been murmuring among themselves, fell silent. They watched the scene with keen interest, eager to see how Yao Yao would respond. Yao Yao froze slightly, surprised that Luo Qingxin had taken notice of her again. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. But quickly, she remembered Lin Feng's kindness toward her. With a polite smile, Yao Yao declined. Professor Luo, I truly appreciate your offer. However, I wish to study and grow alongside Lin Feng and Su Yushi at Huaxia Academy. My teaching position isn't urgent at the moment, so I must regretfully decline your kind invitation. At this, Luo Qingxin's expression froze completely. An awkward atmosphere hung over her like a dark cloud. She never imagined she'd be rejected by two outstanding candidates in succession. She couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Was she, a teacher at Huaxia Academy, really so insignificant at the Jiangnan province assessment site? The gazes of the surrounding candidates carried mixed emotions, some tinged with sympathy, others with a hint of schadenfreude. Luo Qingxin felt prickles of discomfort on her back, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Grasping at the last shred of dignity, she managed an awkward smile and said, "In that case, you'll have to manage on your own." With that, she turned and hurried away, her footsteps betraying a hint of panic as she fled the scene. Watching Luo Qingxin's retreating figure, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. But he understood that the days ahead at Huaxia Academy would certainly not be peaceful. Wang Tang, observing the scene from the sidelines, felt a surge of secret delight. Sensing an opportunity to exploit, a malicious grin spread across his face. He schemed over how to exploit Luo Qingxin's resentment toward Lin Feng and the others to create an opportunity to deal with Lin Feng himself. After Luo Qingxin hurriedly departed, Lin Feng turned to Yao Yao and Su Yushi with a hint of resignation. Shaking his head gently, he said, "You two really shouldn't have gone out of your way to offend a teacher from Huaxia Academy over me. Teacher Luo seems exceptionally talented. She must hold some standing within the academy. This could cause you trouble down the line." Yao Yao raised an eyebrow mischievously, unconcerned. "Lin Feng, don't talk like that. If it weren't for your help this time, how could I have gotten third place? For that alone, what's wrong with sticking up for you? I, Yao Yao, am not someone who forgets kindness." As she spoke, she lifted her chin, her expression bold and unapologetic. Chapter 105, Tallying the Harvest. Su Yushi snorted softly beside them, her voice tinged with pride. "Humph, don't flatter yourself, Lin Feng. It's nothing to do with you. I simply don't want to commit to a mentor so early. I want to make a name for myself at Huaxia Academy through my own abilities. You're not part of this at all." Though her words denied it, her eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. Lin Feng watched the two of them and couldn't help but chuckle. He knew in his heart that both Yao Yao and Su Yushi genuinely cared about him. This kindness warmed his heart. "Alright, I'd been judging noble-minded people with petty thoughts. Still, thank you both. Having friends like you is my good fortune," Lin Feng said with a smile, his eyes brimming with sincerity. "Oh, no need to thank us. We're partners who went through the trials together. We'll still need to look out for each other at Huaxia Academy," Yao Yao said with a carefree laugh, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. "Exactly, no need to be so fussy. But seriously, once we're in Huaxia Academy, we've got to work hard. We can't let anyone look down on us." Su Yushi dropped her aloof demeanor and spoke earnestly. She, Su Yushi, had always been unrivaled among her peers, yet this time Wang Tang had left her utterly flustered. Su Yushi finally understood the saying, "There are always people better than you, and skies beyond skies." Her former arrogance was gradually fading. With the scores announced, this highly anticipated assessment finally drew to a close. Now, the candidates faced the crucial decision of selecting their universities. For Lin Feng, Yao Yao, and Su Yushi, admission to Huaxia Academy was practically a certainty, leaving little room for hesitation. However, with 2 months remaining before Huaxia Academy's opening, everyone needed to prepare thoroughly during this period. Yao Yao spoke first, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I'm heading home first. This whole exam process has worn me out. I really want to rest and spend time with my family. Plus, I can start gathering things I'll need for Huaxia Academy." Su Yushi nodded lightly before adding, "I'm heading back too, but I need to find my dad, Suen. He should have arrived in Changnan City by now, but for some reason, I haven't heard from him. Lin Feng, wanna come with me? Maybe you can help me figure things out. Teacher Su is a level 90 plus transcended. Who would dare harm him? Don't worry, he's probably just delayed by some minor matter." Su Yushi wore a thoughtful expression, having taken Lin Feng's advice. "Still, I need to return to Qingshan City. After all, it won't be easy to go home later." Su Yushi was still the elder. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "As an orphan, I have no particular attachments to Qingshan City. I also have matters to attend to here, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Travel safely on your own. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to contact me." Su Yushi didn't press the matter. She waved her hand with a carefree gesture. "Alright, I know you're busy too. I'll go on my own. If anything happens, I'll let you know." The two parted ways. Watching Su Yushi's receding figure, Lin Feng silently contemplated the tasks ahead. Though he'd excelled in the assessment, he knew his path ahead at Huaxia Academy would be arduous. He must use these 2 months to deepen his bond with Xiuhei and fully unlock the power of the dragon lineage. Meanwhile, Su Yushi embarked on her journey to find her father, her heart filled with unease. Suen was always punctual, yet this time there was no word from him truly unusual. As she hurried along, she pondered places her father might be, silently praying for his safety. Meanwhile, upon Yao Yao's return home, her family erupted in excitement upon learning she had placed third. Her elders beamed with pride, bringing out treasured cultivation resources that filled an entire room. Yao Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she cheered and jumped among the piles of resources, eagerly planning how to use them to enhance herself. Meanwhile, Lin Feng couldn't stop thinking about the incredible privilege of being the top scorer in the college entrance exam, the chance to select a gift from the Jiangnan province treasury. The officials had informed him that the treasury needed time to prepare, so the specific notice for selecting gifts wouldn't come for a few more days. There was nothing he could do but wait patiently. What treasures could possibly be hidden in that vault? He really wanted to go take a look sooner. Muttering to himself, Lin Feng decided he couldn't just sit around wasting time. He was a restless soul, and besides, it was high time he properly organized the gains from his previous assessments. Who knows? They might just help him take his strength to the next level. Returning home, Lin Feng headed straight for his room, snapping the door shut with a click to block out the outside noise. First, he carefully retrieved all the rare materials he'd collected in the secret realm from his storage space. Look at these treasures, all obtained through my own hard work. I'm pretty awesome, huh? Gazing at the diverse array of materials before him, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. A cloud-like ore shimmered with a dreamlike iridescent glow, its light shifting as if mist swirled within. If used to craft a spirit artifact, this thing might even grant the ability to conceal one's form. It had definitely come in handy for saving my life in critical moments. Lin Feng pondered as he sorted it into a category. There was also a translucent spirit herb, its leaves veined with distinct patterns. Mysterious energy flowed within its veins, and upon closer sniff, its fresh fragrance invigorated the senses. Such vibrant life force within this herb, it might just be the key ingredient for refining a pill to break through cultivation bottlenecks. Lin Feng meticulously sorted and arranged the rare materials, his mind already scheming how to maximize their utility. These materials were truly rare in the world. He needed to carefully consider how to craft the most suitable spirit artifact for himself. On his future cultivation path, having a reliable spirit artifact would give him more confidence when facing danger. After organizing the materials, Lin Feng pulled out the crystal cores he'd obtained from the Arctic ice bear and other magical beasts. Wow, this energy is truly immense. He picked up one crystal core, and in an instant, a colossal surge of power coursed through his arm and into his body. If he could harness these crystal cores effectively, breaking through his current bottleneck would be no problem. Once his strength increased, he'd navigate the academy with greater ease. Lin Feng was thrilled. This Gaocao's secret realm had truly been worth it. However, since it wasn't a welfare-type realm, the treasures obtained were actually fewer than those from the previous newcomer's secret realm. The only exception was the 10,000-year-old frost marrow from the polar ice bear, which was rather special. Lost in thoughts about his future plans, Lin Feng suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, he nearly forgot about that. He still remembered the gift the shadow jackal had given him last time. He'd been too busy with assessments to deal with it. Now, with this break, it was time to take a look. He eagerly rummaged through his storage pouch to retrieve the spatial necklace given to him by the shadow jackal. The necklace had an ancient design, its chain crafted from an unknown black metal that felt icy to the touch. The pendant was a crystal-clear gemstone, faintly glowing with a soft light. Chapter 106, 2 billion resources. Lin Feng channeled his spiritual energy into it. A flash of light erupted, revealing its contents before his eyes. Holy crap, this shadow jackal is legit. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a pile of items radiating peculiar glows and unique auras. Upon closer inspection, he counted roughly 30 pieces of Lord-level materials. Each of these materials came from powerful Lord-level magical beasts. They were exceptional ingredients, whether for refining high-grade elixirs or crafting top-tier spirit artifacts. Alongside the Lord-grade materials lay several rare ores. These ores came in various forms. Some resembled burning flames, their surfaces dancing with fiery red patterns, while others resembled deep oceans, glowing with a faint azure light, as if containing endless mysteries. Each was an indispensable, precious ingredient for forging divine weapons and sharp tools. Any single piece, if brought to the outside world, would spark a frenzy of competition. What delighted Lin Feng even more were the precious spiritual herbs among them. These herbs pulsed with vibrant life. Some leaves sparkled with starlight, as if channeling the cosmic energy of the heavens, while others exuded a refreshing, invigorating fragrance that cleared the mind and made spiritual energy flow more smoothly. Gazing at the pile of treasures before him, Lin Feng's hands trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I've struck it rich. These are priceless treasures. Who would have thought that one day, I, Lin Feng, would become one of those despised rich people?" He could already envision himself using these resources to surge forward on his cultivation path, breaking through layer upon layer of barriers. Amidst his joy, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and began contemplating how to utilize these resources wisely, maximizing their value. Lin Feng stared intently at the pile of Lord materials before him, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. He knew these materials were crucial for accelerating the dragon egg's incubation progress. There were roughly 120 pieces of Lord core materials here. He carefully placed each piece of Lord material around the dragon egg, then channeled his spiritual energy, guiding the energy within the materials to converge toward the egg. As the energy continuously poured in, a soft glow began to emanate from the dragon egg's surface, as if greedily absorbing this precious energy. Time ticked by second as Lin Feng remained utterly focused, daring not to slacken his vigilance for even a moment. After an unknown duration, more than half of the surrounding Lord materials had been consumed. When the energy from the final piece of Lord material was completely absorbed by the dragon egg, Lin Feng eagerly checked its incubation progress. The previously stagnant progress bar finally showed significant growth, indicating it had reached 80%. Yet, upon seeing this number, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. No way, this is way too hard. Is this dragon egg's incubation progress on a curve or something? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. To hatch this dragon egg, he had nearly depleted nearly 100 pieces of Lord material. Keep in mind, these were core materials from Lords around level 30. On the open market, even a single piece commanded a hefty price. A conservative estimate put the value of nearly 100 pieces at no less than 500 million. Yet now, he'd poured them all into hatching this dragon egg, watching it vanish into thin air. Raising dragons really was a money pit. Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling both helpless and resolute. Though it pained him to see those precious Lord materials flow away like water, Lin Feng knew full well that this third dragon egg absolutely had to be hatched. After all, it held pivotal importance for his current combat prowess. To ensure the incubation process proceeded smoothly and to comprehensively enhance his own strength, Lin Feng decided to properly handle the remaining spoils of war. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the nearby Starlight auction house. In his view, it was undoubtedly the best place to convert these spoils into gold. Moreover, he might even discover treasures within the auction house that could help enhance the strength of Xiao He and the others. With his mind made up, Lin Feng swiftly gathered the remaining rare ores and precious spiritual herbs, carefully stowing them into his spatial necklace before hurrying out the door, heading straight for the Starlight auction house. Along the way, his mind raced with calculations of the potential auction prices for these items and the things he might need to purchase. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at Starlight Auction House. The auction house was grand and imposing, boasting a unique architectural style. Its massive signboard shimmered with golden light under the sun, radiating its extraordinary prestige and nobility. The entrance bustled with activity, teeming with cultivators coming and going, some bearing treasures to consign, others hoping to find coveted items. Stepping back into Starlight Auction House, Lin Feng no longer carried the slight awkwardness of his first visit. His stride was composed, his expression calm, radiating confidence and ease. Armed with the VIP card he had obtained last time, he passed through without hindrance. With little effort, he smoothly secured an audience with the auction house's most esteemed appraiser. This appraiser was a gray-haired elder clad in a dark-colored robe. His gaze was sharp and keen, radiating the aura of a seasoned expert. Lin Feng greeted the elder politely, then without delay, presented half of his recent acquisitions. "I'd like to sell some items for some pocket money," Lin Feng stated plainly. Instantly, the table was covered with rare minerals emitting strange glows and precious spiritual herbs radiating vibrant vitality. The elder had maintained a professional composure, but as his gaze swept over the items, his eyes instantly froze. His breathing grew rapid and hot. His slightly trembling hand reached out, gently cradling a spirit herb. His voice rose involuntarily as he murmured, This is a 1,000-year-old ice spirit herb. It contains extremely pure ice elemental spiritual energy, offering extraordinary efficacy for ice element practitioners breaking through bottlenecks. Its value is at least 30 million. Setting the ice spirit herb aside, he picked up a mineral ore. Its surface shimmered with multicolored light, as if starlight itself flowed within. The old man's eyes widened in astonishment. A multicolored starstone of such quality was worth at least 50 million. Used to forge spirit artifacts, it could imbue them with powerful spatial attributes, a truly rare treasure. Moreover, items with stellar properties were almost impossible to come by. The elder then examined each treasure in turn, murmuring their names and values aloud, his excitement growing with every piece. If these treasures were placed at an auction, they would undoubtedly spark fierce competition among countless cultivators, fetching astronomical prices without question. The old man's gaze toward Lin Feng now held a hint of admiration and envy. He must be the scion of some great clan, squandering his inheritance like this. Many of these items are priceless, beyond market value. Ordinary people wouldn't dare auction them off unless desperate for cash. Could this kid have stolen them? Had Lin Feng known the old man's thoughts, he would have laughed. These resources were merely a fraction of what he possessed. The sovereign's sanctuary was untouched by humans. Did he think its treasures were a joke? Observing the elder's reaction, Lin Feng felt a surge of delight despite having anticipated it. He knew that once these treasures were successfully auctioned off, he would not only gain immense wealth but also use that money to purchase more resources to enhance Xiao He and the soon-to-hatch dragon egg, taking more solid steps on his future cultivation path. Chapter 107, Purchasing Potions. As the appraiser evaluated item after item, the final conclusion sent a jolt through Lin Feng's heart. The items laid out on the table were valued at a minimum of 1.5 billion. Lin Feng was genuinely stunned. This was the first time he had ever held such immense wealth in his hands. Consider this, even if a small family sold everything they owned, they likely couldn't amass such wealth. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, these treasures all originated from the sovereign's domain. Each had been tempered by the passage of time, imbued with powerful and unique energies. Acquiring them in the perilous king's domain undoubtedly meant surviving against all odds. Lin Feng surveyed the priceless treasures spread across the table, his mind racing with calculations. Of course, he had no intention of selling everything. Take that bottle of 10,000-year frozen ice marrow, for instance, an exceedingly rare natural treasure. Within the vessel, a pool of blue liquid flowed silently, emitting wispy threads of chill that seemed capable of freezing the very air around it. Even approaching it brought a bone-chilling cold that penetrated deep into the marrow. The 10,000-year frozen ice essence could be used to refine top-tier ice attribute elixirs, enhancing the power of ice attribute cultivators. For Lin Feng, it might even play an unexpectedly crucial role in hatching the dragon egg or during Xiaohei's growth. Could play an unexpectedly crucial role. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to keep it for the time being, to be prepared for any eventuality. Young Master Lin, these treasures are bound to cause a sensation once they appear at the auction. The appraiser gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if already envisioning the fierce bidding war that would unfold on auction day. Lin Feng nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll leave it to your capable hands. I hope they fetch a good price." He knew deep down that this fortune would become vital capital for his future cultivation advancement, clearing many obstacles along his path. Now, all he needed to do was wait patiently for the auction to arrive and see just how much astonishing wealth these treasures would bring him. Lin Feng was now thoroughly familiar with this entire process. Without hesitation, he addressed the appraiser directly. "Once these items are auctioned off, please exchange all the proceeds for level 30 Lord Core materials." The appraiser paused slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. After all, in the eyes of most cultivators, wealth took many forms. Converting it into universal spirit crystals or purchasing various cultivation techniques and spirit artifacts were the common choices. Directly requesting conversion into Lord Core materials was indeed rare. Yet, professional courtesy prevailed, and the appraiser readily agreed. "Certainly, young Master Lin. Though I'm unsure why you're so particular about Lord Core materials, rest assured our auction house will offer you the most favorable terms." Lin Feng offered a faint smile, offering no further explanation. He understood clearly that for him, Lord Core materials were the key to accelerating the dragon egg's incubation progress and enhancing his own strength. Each time the dragon egg absorbed energy from the Lord Core materials, its incubation progressed further, bringing it one step closer to fighting alongside him. "My thanks. Based on current market valuations, how many portions of Lord Core material might these items fetch at auction?" Lin Feng inquired. The appraiser pondered for a moment before replying. "Young Master Lin, these treasures are all rare items. Conservatively speaking, if the auction goes smoothly, securing over 100 pieces of level 30 Lord Core material should be achievable. With the preferential terms we're offering you, the quantity might even be higher. However, it will take a bit longer. To secure a higher auction price, we may need to build anticipation for the event. Also, gathering that many Lord Core materials will require time." Lin Feng understood upon hearing this. Over 100% of the core materials required by the Overlord would undoubtedly accelerate the dragon egg's incubation process significantly. He wasn't in such a rush to obtain it now. "Excellent. I hope the auction proceeds smoothly," Lin Feng remarked. "Rest assured, young Master Lin. Starlight Auction House enjoys an impeccable reputation within the industry. We will spare no effort in preparing for this auction to ensure it achieves an ideal price," the appraiser declared with confidence. Afterward, Lin Feng discussed further auction details with the appraiser, including setting a reserve price and promotional strategies. Once all arrangements were finalized, Lin Feng departed the auction house. Walking home, Lin Feng was filled with anticipation for the arrival of these Lord materials. He knew that once these materials were in hand, the third dragon egg would likely hatch successfully. With the aid of his tamed beasts, his strength would surely reach new heights. However, a newly hatched dragon alone wouldn't suffice. He needed to comprehensively enhance the combat capabilities of all his beasts. He considered what else he could purchase for Xiaohei and the others. Lin Feng understood that resources capable of enhancing dragon physique were not only scarce but also absurdly expensive. With his current financial means, such expenditures were simply beyond his reach. After weighing his options, he concluded it wasn't necessary to invest excessive resources in this area for now. After much deliberation, Lin Feng set his sights on certain potions that could temporarily boost his beast's combat strength. Stimulants, for instance, could unleash their beast's latent potential at critical moments, igniting an extraordinary fighting spirit. Speed potions could grant beasts a sudden burst of velocity, granting them the initiative on the battlefield. Strength potions could multiply a beast's power, making each attack more devastating. And recovery potions, which swiftly restore a beast's stamina and heal injuries sustained in battle, ensuring they can keep fighting. These potions are undoubtedly the favorites of pay-to-win players, as the saying goes, the poor rely on mutations, while the rich rely on technology. These items are truly beyond the reach of ordinary players. Though they only offer temporary combat boosts in battle, they often prove decisive. Lin Feng pondered silently. Compared to the rare resources needed to enhance dragon physique, the price of these potions was relatively more affordable. Upon returning home, Lin Feng immediately began organizing his current financial situation, calculating how many of these potions he could purchase with his auction proceeds. Simultaneously, he mentally catalogued information about major trading venues in Changnan City, pondering where he could acquire these potions at the most favorable prices. The Starlight Auction House was reliable, but prices there might be inflated. Some underground markets might offer better value, but the risks were high. Weighing the pros and cons, it seemed he'd need to conduct some field research, exploring multiple channels to ensure both the potion's quality and cost control. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng decided to first visit Changnan City's most bustling Lingyun Street. That street was home to numerous pill shops and trading houses. Perhaps he could find the potions he needed there. After brief preparations, Lin Feng set out once more on his quest for potions. Lin Feng knew full well that these potions, capable of temporarily boosting Beastmaster combat prowess, were all rare treasures meticulously crafted by high-tier alchemists. Precisely because of this, they shared one common trait: their prices were shockingly exorbitant. A single bottle on the market hovered around 10 million credits, a luxury only the wealthiest tycoons could afford. Yet these potions were not only remarkably effective but also exceedingly rare. Despite the outrageous price, Lin Feng had no other choice. Driven by his urgent desire to enhance his beast-taming prowess, Lin Feng made his way to a well-known alchemy shop on Lingyun Street. The shop's interior was decorated in an elegant, antique style, filled with the scent of herbs. Shelves were stacked high with all kinds of pills and potions. Chapter 108, Shen Haitian. The proprietor, a shrewd middle-aged man, immediately greeted Lin Feng warmly upon his arrival. "What can I get for you, sir? Our shop carries every kind of elixir and potion imaginable, all of the highest quality," the proprietor introduced with a broad smile. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush. 5 bottles each of high-grade stimulant potions, speed potions, strength potions, and recovery potions. The shopkeeper paused slightly, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes at the unexpected generosity of this young customer. But he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Sir, these are all our signature potions. As you know, they're rare treasures crafted by high-tier alchemists. Each bottle costs 10 million credits. 5 bottles would be 50 million. 4 types, totaling 200 million. But seeing how generous you are, I'll give you a 10% discount. How about 18 million? What do you say?" Lin Feng inwardly gasped. Even discounted, the price remained shockingly high. But for the sake of boosting his beast tamer's combat power, he gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, could you knock off a bit more? I might be a regular customer in the future." The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, his face clouding with reluctance, but he finally said, "I can see you're serious. I'll make one more concession, 170 million. That's the absolute minimum. This is practically cost price. I'm barely making any profit on this deal." Lin Feng knew the owner still had some profit margin, but this price was indeed close to the bottom line. He stopped haggling and said, "All right, then. 15 million it is. But boss, I need your guarantee on the quality of these potions." "Rest assured, sir. Our shop has been operating on Lingyun Street for years. Our reputation speaks for itself. If there's any issue with the potions, come find me anytime." The shopkeeper patted his chest emphatically. In the end, Lin Feng paid nearly 200 million to purchase the 20 potions and several supplementary items. Holding the heavy vials in his hands, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret mixed with anticipation. Time flew by, and 2 days later, at dawn, Lin Feng was deep in cultivation when a sharp ringtone suddenly shattered the room's tranquility. He opened his eyes, still carrying a trace of focused concentration from his practice. Glancing at his phone, he saw a notification from the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education, instructing him to immediately proceed to headquarters to claim his top scholar award. Holy crap, it finally happened? I almost thought the authorities were going to stand me up. In an instant, Lin Feng's previously calm face erupted with uncontrollable excitement. He leapt up from his meditation platform, unable to think twice, and rushed headlong toward the headquarters. When Lin Feng arrived at the Jiangnan Provincial Education Department headquarters, the sight before him made him gasp in awe. A towering edifice stood before him, its height easily exceeding 300 meters, piercing the clouds as if reaching for the heavens. The building's overall style was solemn and dignified, its lines sharp and angular. Every brick and stone seemed to whisper of the weight of history and authority. As Lin Feng approached slowly, he grew increasingly aware of the powerful aura permeating the surroundings. It was the unique aura of high-tier transcended warriors, a palpable, tangible pressure that made the very air tremble. Every thread of that energy seemed imbued with boundless power, making Lin Feng acutely aware of the formidable presence gathered here. Was this the true depth of the Jiangnan Provincial Education Department headquarters? So powerful. He drew a deep breath, striving to calm the shock and excitement within. Straightening his clothes, he stepped inside with a slightly nervous yet determined stride. The moment he stepped into the grand hall, opulent decorations met his eyes. The floor was paved with marble as smooth as jade, reflecting a soft glow under the lighting. The walls around the hall were adorned with exquisite murals depicting the legendary tales of cultivators, as if showcasing the former glory of this land to every visitor. Lin Feng paused briefly in the hall, surveying his surroundings. A staff member in a crisp uniform noticed him and approached with a professional smile. "May I ask if you are Lin Feng, this year's top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination?" Lin Feng nodded promptly. "Yes, that's me. Please follow me. Your top scholar award will be presented to you personally by our minister." The staff member turned and gestured for Lin Feng to follow. Following behind the staff member, Lin Feng felt both anticipation and unease. He had no idea what kind of prize awaited him, but judging by the grandeur of the headquarters and the powerful aura surrounding it, this reward was bound to be extraordinary. Lin Feng followed the staff member down a spacious, well-lit corridor. Embedded at regular intervals along the corridor walls were magical lamps emitting a soft glow, illuminating the entire passageway as brightly as daylight. Lin Feng's gaze drifted unconsciously around the surroundings, his curiosity piqued about the head of the Jiangnan Provincial Education Department he was about to meet. Finally, they came to a halt before a heavy solid wood door. The staff member knocked lightly. Hearing it enter from inside, they slowly pushed the door open and gestured for Lin Feng to step inside. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped inside. Before him sat a middle-aged man behind an imposing desk, the head of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. Minister Chen Haitian. Tall and imposing, Minister Chen wore a perfectly tailored black suit. His hair was meticulously combed, and his stern, resolute face exuded authority. However, the moment his gaze fell upon Lin Feng, a smile instantly blossomed across his face. That smile seemed to dispel all the tension in Lin Feng's heart. "You are the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam, Lin Feng, correct? I hear you're also a rare dragon tamer." "Impressive, very impressive." Minister Chen rose from his seat, stepped around his desk, and strode toward Lin Feng. He surveyed him from head to toe, his eyes brimming with admiration. Lin Feng promptly responded with respectful deference. "Minister Chen, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Lin Feng. Your praise truly humbles me." Minister Chen smiled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, saying, "No need to be so formal. Your performance in this college entrance exam was truly outstanding. Especially as a dragon tamer, the strength and potential you demonstrated during the assessment left many people in awe. I'm not joking. I genuinely believe you have a bright future ahead. Normally, I wouldn't need to personally present this award, but I was curious about you, so I came myself." Lin Feng looked at the affable smile on Minister Chen Haitian's face, his surprise evident as he couldn't help but ask, "Minister Chen, do you not look down upon my dragon tamer profession? To many, it's considered a dead-end career." At those words, Chen Haitian's expression instantly turned serious. His gaze fixed firmly on Lin Feng as he replied, "There's no such thing as a worthless profession. In my view, no profession is inherently superior or inferior. Each holds unique value and potential. I've always believed in education for all. With dedicated study and diligent practice, any profession can shine brilliantly." At this point, Chen Haitian paused briefly, a smile returning to his face as he quipped, "Besides, you're currently the top scorer in the college entrance exam for our entire Jiangnan province. If even the top scorer like you were useless, wouldn't that imply hundreds of thousands of students in Jiangnan are all useless? That's clearly impossible." Chapter 109, Selecting the Top Scholars Reward. Hearing Chen Haitian's words, Lin Feng felt a wave of warmth wash over him, instantly fostering greater respect for the minister. He responded sincerely, "Minister Chen, hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Before, because of this dragon tamer profession, I really did endure a lot of strange looks." Chen Haitian patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Young man, don't dwell on others' opinions. Trust your own choices and walk your path with conviction. With your talent and dedication, your future holds boundless potential." Lin Feng nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "Minister Chen, rest assured. I will work tirelessly and won't let you down. Alright, enough talk. Let's start selecting your reward." No sooner had Chen Haitian finished speaking than he led Lin Feng to a mysterious place, the Jiangnan treasure vault. Stepping inside, Lin Feng instantly felt as though he had entered a strange dimension. This enclosed space was blanketed in a dazzling white haze, as if he were floating amidst a sea of clouds. Within this white expanse, multicolored bubbles floated lazily in midair. Each bubble emitted a unique glow, some soft, some dazzling, weaving a dreamlike, ethereal scene. Chen Haitian stood nearby, his expression solemn as he explained, "Lin Feng, every single item in here represents thousands of years of accumulated wisdom from our predecessors in Jiangnan province. These are the spoils of war they earned through bloody battles within the secret realm." As he spoke, an expression of profound reverence spread across Chen Haitian's face. Observing Chen Haitian's expression, Lin Feng felt himself deeply moved. He could imagine these predecessors risking life and limb in the secret realms, relying on their indomitable will and extraordinary prowess to leave such immense wealth for future generations. These bubbles contain not only precious treasures, but also the glory and fighting spirit of our forebears. Each treasure here possesses unique properties, some enhance cultivation, others contain powerful techniques, while still others are rare and extraordinary spirit artifacts. You may rely on your intuition and judgment to select the one you deem most suitable for yourself. Chen Haitian said. Lin Feng gazed at the dazzlingly colorful bubbles, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Faced with this treasure trove brimming with marvels, he found himself truly perplexed. His limited experience made it difficult to judge which artifact would benefit him most. In that moment, he couldn't help but think of Suan. If that experienced senior were here, he would surely offer some reliable advice. Lin Feng gazed at the bubbles drifting through the air, his emotions tangled. Each of these rare treasures, embodying the immense dedication and glory of the elders of Jiangnan province, held profound significance for him. Yet his limited experience left him indecisive. Suddenly, Suan's image flashed through his mind. If that seasoned veteran were present, he could surely guide him through this dilemma. After much contemplation, a sudden thought struck Lin Feng: why not let the beast tamers who fought alongside him make the decisions? After all, these items were meant for them to use. It was only fitting they decide for themselves. His mind made up, he immediately cast the contract technique. As light flickered, the abyssal dragon Shoei, the Bì'àn, and the Chonyo appeared one after another in the snow-white vault space. First to appear was the abyssal dragon Shoei, its massive form resembling a moving black mountain. Its entire body was covered in scales as hard as obsidian, each emitting a cold, eerie glow that seemed to swallow the surrounding light. Two thick, twisted horns arched menacingly from its head, like two blades piercing the sky. Within its blood-red vertical pupils, fiery and frenzied flames burned, the very essence of the abyss surging within. Holy crap, what is this place? So bright and shiny, wait, how come there's so much stuff I like here? The moment Shohei appeared, he excitedly circled the treasure vault, his massive form darting freely through the dazzling white space, his eyes brimming with curiosity and longing for the unknown treasures. Immediately after, Bì'àn made a majestic entrance. With a dragon's head and a tiger's body, its dragon head held high, dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind, radiating supreme authority. Upon its dragon head, a pair of golden eyes blazed like two fiery suns, their piercing gaze seemingly able to see through everything. Its tiger body was agile and powerful, its stripes resembling burning flames, radiating a scorching aura. Its limbs were thick and sturdy, like four pillars supporting the heavens. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. With steady, powerful strides, it paced slowly through the treasure vault, scrutinizing each floating bubble with majestic authority. Its gaze, sharp as blades, seemed to pierce through the bubbles, revealing the secrets of the treasures within. Last to appear was Chonyo, a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of an ox. The dragon's head had soft, rounded lines and horns, giving it a gentle appearance. Its lively eyes were like clear lakes, radiating intelligence and kindness. Its ox body was robust, radiating an aura of ancient simplicity and profound richness. Chonyo drifted gently, its ears twitching occasionally as if catching faint sounds in the air. It approached the bubbles slowly, seemingly listening intently to the mysterious melodies emanating from the treasures within. You may select an item you like here. If something catches your eye, feel free to bring it over. Lin Feng said. Xiaohei was first drawn to a bubble radiating a thick aura of darkness. Excitedly circling the bubble, he let out a low growl that echoed through the treasure vault, as if conveying his fondness for this treasure to Lin Feng. Master, I want this one and that one. Bì'àn halted before a bubble radiating powerful light energy. Staring intently, its eyes betrayed a hint of craving and instinctive yearning for strength. Roar! Roar! Chonyo slowly approached a bubble from which drifted a faint, melodious tune, seemingly capable of cleansing the soul. Immersed in the sound, Chonyo swayed gently, utterly captivated by the exquisite melody. Lin Feng observed the distinct reactions of the three uniquely shaped beasts and felt reassured. These dragons of his are different from the ones I know, Chen Haitian thought. They feel like hybrids. Chen Haitian watched Lin Feng's three dragons in silence, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as a thoughtful expression settled on his face. As the head of the Jiangnan Provincial Education Department, he was a true powerhouse with a keen eye and extraordinary insight. With just a brief glance, he keenly sensed that these three dragons of Lin Feng's hadn't been born too long ago. The abyssal demon dragon, Shohei, though immensely powerful and radiating a savage aura, still carried an undeniable hint of immaturity that did not escape Chen Haitian's keen eye. The same held true for Bì'àn and Chonyo. Though each exuded a unique aura of authority, Chen Haitian could discern from their occasional expressions and subtle movements that these two dragons were also relatively young. One newly born dragon might be explained away as coincidence, but three dragons all being so? That was no accident. Chen Haitian pondered silently, his curiosity about Lin Feng deepening. He knew well that in this cultivation world, while fortuitous encounters were not uncommon, possessing three newly born colossal dragons as mounts in succession must conceal some unknown secret. Chen Haitian maintained an outwardly calm expression, revealing not a trace of his inner astonishment and speculation. Standing quietly by, he observed the three dragons reacting differently to the bubbles within the treasure vault, his mind churning with thoughts about the immense secret Lin Feng might harbor. A dragon tamer without a dragon to tame? How long has it even been? He already has three dragons. How could those people think dragon taming is a useless profession? Chen Haitian cursed inwardly. Chapter 110, Chen Haitian's Gift. The moment Shohei, Bishi, and Shio-no appeared in the treasure vault, they were instantly consumed by a fiery passion, their excitement nearly overwhelming. The dense, complex spiritual energy within the vault, along with the aura of countless treasures radiating strange light, acted like a powerful gravitational pull, instantly capturing their full attention. When it came to dragon nature, beyond the well-known traits from legend, one prominent characteristic was their greed for treasure. At this moment, this trait was displayed to the fullest by the three dragons. Little Black let out a low growl and charged like a black lightning bolt toward the multicolored bubbles. Its massive body crashed wildly through the white expanse, stirring up gusts of wind. Its blood-red vertical pupils locked onto the bubbles, as if poised to claim the treasures within at any moment. Bì'àn was not to be outdone. Raising its dragon head high, it let out a thunderous roar. Its tiger body surged forward, all four hooves pounding the ground as it raced toward another section of the treasure vault. Its golden eyes flashed with excitement, brimming with desire for the treasures imbued with immense power. Each gallop made the ground tremble, as if declaring its sovereignty over the riches to all around. Shio-no's normally gentle nature was stirred into action. Its dragon head lifted slightly, its ox body drifting swiftly, ears quivering with excitement as it glided toward a bubble emitting a mysterious melody. The melody held a deadly allure, compelling it to draw near without delay. Three dragons ran wild and uncontrolled through the treasure vault. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he hurriedly reached out to stop them, shouting, "Xiao Hei! Beishia! Shou-no! Stop!" Yet the three dragons, utterly mesmerized by the treasures within the vault, paid no heed to Lin Feng's cries. They charged wildly through the bubble swarm, creating utter chaos. Lin Feng was flustered and couldn't pull them back. My dragons are a bit lively," Lin Feng explained with an awkward laugh. "Ha!" Chen Haitian responded with a forced smile. Before long, Shohei, Bishi, and Shio-no swept back like a whirlwind, trailing a dozen or so vibrantly colored bubbles. Inside each bubble lay one of the treasures they had each selected. The three dragons excitedly gathered around Lin Feng, their eyes sparkling brightly. Each tilted their heads upward, looking at Lin Feng as if seeking praise, as though waiting for their master's commendation. Lin Feng stared at the dozen or so bubbles before him, suddenly so flustered he began slapping his thigh. With a mix of laughter and exasperation, he exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? I can only choose one treasure, why did you bring so many?" But the three dragons seemed oblivious to his frustration, continuing to circle him gleefully. Xiao Hei even nudged Lin Feng with his head, letting out a low growl, as if to say these were all the finest treasures. Chen Haitian, standing nearby, was also dumbfounded. Staring at the dozen or so bubbles, he couldn't help but inwardly gasp. You must understand that the treasures within this vault are all of incalculable value. Among them are numerous legendary artifacts and even items of higher tiers. Each treasure, if taken outside, would be worth at least 10 billion. With over a dozen such treasures, the wealth amounted to an astronomical sum. Chen Haitian couldn't help but speak up. "Lin Feng, the rule of this treasure vault is that you can only select 3 items. Don't get greedy. While your dragons may be unruly, we mustn't break the rules." Lin Feng looked helplessly at Chen Haitian, offering an apologetic smile. "Minister Chen, I'm truly sorry. My beasts got too excited, and I couldn't control them. I'll have them put everything back immediately." Turning to the three dragons, he said earnestly, "Shohei, Bishi, Shio-no, we can only choose 3. Anything extra must go back." The three dragons seemed to understand Lin Feng's words. Xiao Hei let out a slightly aggrieved low growl and pushed several bubbles away. Bì'àn also reluctantly used its claws to nudge 2 bubbles, sending them back to a distance. Shio-no gazed longingly at one bubble, hesitating for a long while before finally letting it go. After some tidying, only 3 bubbles remained. These 3 bubbles, however, Shohei and the dragons absolutely refused to return. "You guys are driving me crazy. You're trying to make me look bad," Lin Feng lamented. Chen Haitian couldn't help but find it amusing to watch Lin Feng's seemingly anxious yet somewhat affected demeanor. With his keen eye for judging people, he could easily tell this fellow was putting on an act. He felt both annoyed and amused, nearly fooled by the guy's performance. However, Chen Haitian's gaze quickly shifted to the 3 dragons beside Lin Feng. In ancient times, the profession of dragon tamer was the most coveted, enjoying boundless prestige. To ride mighty dragons across the heavens and earth, what majesty! Yet, as time flowed onward, not a single dragon tamer had appeared for 1,000 years. Was Lin Feng's emergence truly just a coincidence? Chen Haitian fell silent, his mind racing through the myriad possible reasons behind this. After a moment's pause, Chen Haitian seemed to reach a decision. With a sweeping gesture and a touch of generosity on his face, he declared, "Enough, enough! For the sake of these young dragons' discerning taste, and for the sake of your status as the top scholar, each of these 3 dragons may choose 1 item. As for the other 2, I shall bestow them upon you." Lin Feng, who had been agonizing over his choice, froze upon hearing Chen Haitian's words. Then, overcome with joy, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Minister Chen, I can't thank you enough. Your generosity leaves me truly overwhelmed. Chen Haitian waved his hand with a smile, saying, "No need for such formality. To become the top scholar in the college entrance exam and awaken the millennia unseen profession of Dragon Tamer, clearly, you possess profound destiny. These treasures were meant for someone destined to possess them. Accept them with confidence. I hope you'll utilize them well in the future and bring glory to our Jiangnan province." Lin Feng nodded firmly, his eyes brimming with gratitude and resolve. "Minister Chen, rest assured I will not disappoint your expectations." Then, turning to Xiaohei, Bishi, and Xiaonyo, he said, "You three little ones, thank Minister Chen." Xiaohei gave a low growl and bowed his head in acknowledgement. Bì'àn let out a thunderous roar, expressing his gratitude. Xiaonyo drifted gently, emitting a melodious hum, as if offering thanks to Chen Haitian. Lin Feng had only been testing his luck, never expecting Chen Haitian to be so generous and actually agree to gift these treasures. For a moment, Lin Feng felt utterly delighted, even secretly teasing himself, could it be his overwhelming charm that made Minister Chen so generous? But in an instant, Chen Haitian's expression turned solemn. His gaze fixed on Lin Feng with piercing intensity as he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. "Lin Feng, these gifts are not given without reason. On the path of cultivation, what you gain comes with a purpose, and the responsibility is heavy. Should your homeland ever face peril in the future, I hope you will not hesitate to lend your full support." Lin Feng's heart jolted. He instantly shed any trace of jest, his expression turning solemn and grave. He deeply sensed the weighty expectations and responsibility in Chen Haitian's words. Without hesitation, he pledged firmly. "Minister Chen, rest assured. Should that day ever come, I, Lin Feng, will charge forward without hesitation, giving everything I have to protect our homeland." Chapter 111, Suan's Serious Injury. Chen Haitian gazed into Lin Feng's resolute eyes, nodded with satisfaction, and his expression softened, revealing a warm smile once more. "Good. With your word, I am at ease. I firmly believe you will become the pride of Jiangnan province in the future." Lin Feng understood the weight of this promise. He silently vowed to train relentlessly, elevate his strength with all his might, and never betray Chen Haitian's trust and expectations. His gaze then shifted to the three bubbles containing rare treasures. The bubble chosen by Xiaohei contained a supreme treasure radiating an intense aura of darkness. It was a crown as black as ink, crowned with a massive black gem. Within the gem, a dark abyss seemed to swirl, ceaselessly devouring the surrounding light. This treasure was clearly forged from the essence of a dark elemental sovereign beast, its value beyond estimation. Xiaohei circled it, letting out excited, low growls, his eyes brimming with possessiveness. Within the bubble chosen by Bishi lay a treasure of light. It was a shield radiating a holy glow, its surface intricately carved with angelic patterns. Every engraved line flowed with pure light energy, its brilliance so intense it seemed capable of dispelling all darkness in the world. Undoubtedly the creation of a light elemental sovereign beast, it was priceless. The Bishi gazed intently at the shield, its golden eyes flickering with light, its imposing form radiating an even greater sense of solemnity. Within the bubble Qianyo had selected lay a thunder-attributed treasure. It was a long spear whose entire body flickered with electric arcs. Crackling thunder coiled around the shaft, sparks flying in all directions, as if poised to unleash world-shattering thunderbolts at any moment. This spear clearly originated from a thunder-attribute sovereign demon beast, its value beyond measure, leaving one in awe. Xiaonyo drifted lightly around the spear, its lively eyes brimming with delight. Carrying the precious treasure, Lin Feng returned home with a heart full of joy. Upon arrival, he eagerly prepared to have Xiaohei, Bì'àn, and Xiaonyo absorb these hard-won treasures. After some deliberation, Lin Feng decided to have Xiaohei absorb it last. "Ah, why must I absorb last? Those two brats get to go first." At the mention, Xiaohei let out a mournful growl. His large eyes brimmed with resentment, as if accusing his master of favoritism. "Cut it out. If you go to sleep too, what happens if I die?" However, Lin Feng's mind was made up. After all, in this perilous world, he needed to keep a powerful beast by his side for protection. In comparison, Bì'àn and Xiaonyo were better suited for advancement first. Thus, Lin Feng first brought Bishi to a tranquil cultivation chamber. The Bì'àn gazed at the shield, a sacred treasure radiating holy light, a flicker of excitement and anticipation flashing in its eyes. Following Lin Feng's instructions, it slowly approached the shield, then opened its gaping maw and swallowed the shield whole. In an instant, the power of light erupted within the Bishi, its sacred radiance illuminating the entire cultivation chamber as brightly as daylight. The Bishi's body trembled slightly, seemingly struggling to withstand the impact of this immense force. Gradually, its body became completely enveloped in light. It then slowly closed its eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Immediately after, Lin Feng led Xiaonyo to another cultivation chamber. Xiaonyo gazed at the thunder-attributed spear treasure, its body quivering with excitement. It too swallowed the spear whole. Instantly, thunderous energy surged through its body, arcs of lightning flickering and dancing across its form. Xiaonyo let out a lone, drawn-out cry before, much like Bì'àn, it too fell into a deep slumber. Watching the two beasts slumber, Lin Feng felt both anticipation and concern. His anticipation stemmed from the certainty that their power would surge upon awakening, while his worry arose from the possibility of unforeseen complications during this process. But now that it had come to this, he could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, Xiaohei continued to emit low, mournful growls from time to time, circling around Lin Feng as if still resentful about being placed last. Lin Feng stood joyfully beside the slumbering Bishi and Xiaonyo, his mind filled with visions of their future adventures together once all three beasts had grown stronger. Xiaohei lingered nearby, still carrying a hint of resentment though only a slight one. After all, Xiaonyo and Bì'àn were ultimately his own children. He soon quieted down, seemingly sensing Lin Feng's current joy. What if these two brats end up stronger than me? How's this old daddy supposed to keep up? Xiaohei mused gloomily. Just then, the urgent ring of a phone shattered the tranquility. Lin Feng pulled out his phone. The screen displayed Su Yushi's name. Ha! Why is Su Yushi calling me? In his eyes, Su Yushi, that proud and aloof girl, almost never reached out to him first. He wondered why she was suddenly calling. The moment he answered, Su Yushi's tearful voice came through. Lin Feng, I found my dad. Why are you crying? What happened? Lin Feng frowned, a bad feeling rising within him. Sure enough, Su Yushi continued the next moment. But he's seriously injured now. He might be in critical condition. Lin Feng felt as if struck by lightning. His initial joy vanished instantly, leaving no trace behind. Suan was both a mentor and a friend to him, offering countless words of guidance and support. His heart raced with anxiety as he urgently demanded, "Where is he? Tell me the location immediately." Su Yushi gave the address, her voice trembling with tears. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng stowed Bì'àn and Xiaonyo into his beast taming space and shot out the door like an arrow released from its string. He channeled his spiritual energy, his feet stirring up a whirlwind as he raced toward the location Su Yushi had given at top speed. The wind whistled past his ears along the way, but he paid it no mind. Only one thought occupied his mind, to reach Suan as quickly as possible and see exactly how he was doing. Scenery along the streets receded at breakneck speed as Lin Feng's figure flashed through the crowd, drawing startled glances from passers-by. But at that moment, he had no time to spare for such things. His mind was consumed solely by concern for Suan's injuries. Lin Feng raced like the wind, leaving shallow footprints in his wake as he sped toward the outskirts of Changnan City like a phantom. That's right, the location Su Yushi gave was also in Changnan City, but it was in the suburbs. Finally, he arrived at the luxurious mausoleum Su Yushi had described. The cemetery exuded an air of solemn dignity, its surroundings shrouded in a misty aura that seemed to block out the clamor of the mortal world. Towering stone gates stood majestically, intricately carved with mystical runes and divine beast patterns, showcasing the extraordinary status of its owner. Lin Feng was consumed by anxiety, his mind filled with images of Suan's critical injuries. Without a second thought, he charged toward the entrance of the cemetery. Yet after taking only a few steps, two shadowy figures materialized like ghosts, blocking his path with steady resolve. Halt! Who are you, and what business do you have at the Mu Manor? He focused his gaze and saw two guardians clad in black. Their stances were rigid and upright, their eyes sharp and piercing. They radiated the powerful aura unique to around level 30 transcended warriors, every thread of it warning Lin Feng not to make a rash move. Do not proceed further, or we shall be compelled to act. One of the guards wore a stern expression, his voice as cold as steel, reverberating through the air. Lin Feng froze as if struck by a sledgehammer, his feet halting abruptly. Yet, he immediately took a desperate step forward, his hands clenching into fists unconsciously, knuckles turning white from the force. I'm here to see my teacher, Suan. He's critically injured and fighting for his life right inside your Mu Manor. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with desperation and pleading. The two guardians frowned slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing their eyes, yet they remained unmoved. In unison, they declared. Without an invitation from our master, no one may set foot inside. This is an ironclad rule, not even the heavens themselves could break it. Chapter 112, Mu Linglong. Lin Feng felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart, squeezing it with unbearable pain. Suan was not only his mentor who had guided him on his path but also a dear friend who had fought alongside him. How could he stand by, watching Suan's fate remain uncertain inside while he himself was barred from entering? Gentlemen, I don't have an invitation for now, but I'm here to see someone. Why don't you report my presence? Lin Feng was panting heavily, having rushed here almost non-stop. He was truly exhausted. His body trembled slightly, and beads of sweat as large as beans covered his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. The two guardians remained impassive, like two cold statues. One of them softened his tone slightly, yet remained firm. We understand your urgency, but rules are rules. They cannot be broken. You'd best obtain an invitation and return later. Lin Feng paced back and forth like a caged animal, his hands clutching his head one moment, then frantically tearing at his hair the next. Chaos reigned in his mind as thoughts surged like a tidal wave, yet no quick solution to enter the mausoleum came to him. Desperate and frantic, Lin Feng had no invitation letter at all. Seeing the two guards as unyielding as stone, not budging an inch, he steeled his resolve. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. Without further hesitation, he bellowed. Xiaohei, come out. In an instant, a deep, ominous glow flared as the abyssal demon dragon, Xiaohei, appeared in all its majestic glory. Xiaohei let out a piercing howl that echoed across the wilderness. Fierce flames burned within its blood-red vertical pupils, and a thick aura of darkness enveloped its body, as if it were about to devour everything around it. Before Xiaohei could act, Lin Feng shouted. Xiaohei, no time for explanations. We're charging in. As if understanding Lin Feng's urgency, Xiaohei's massive wings flapped violently, stirring a whirlwind as he charged straight toward the two guards. Boom! 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 The battle erupted instantly. Xiaohei's massive form darted like black lightning, swift beyond measure. It swung its claws, spewing black flames from its mouth, unleashing wave after wave of attacks. You dare force your way in? Though the two guards were also around level 30 transcended, possessing considerable strength, they were utterly powerless against a formidable presence like Xiaohei. In mere moments, the two guards were defeated by the combined assault of Lin Feng and Xiaohei, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the intense clamor instantly shattered the cemetery's tranquility, drawing more guards to the commotion. A swarm of black-clad figures poured in from all directions, surrounding Lin Feng and Xiaohei. You insolent bastards! How dare you cause trouble in the Mu Manor? Do you know who our master is? Each guard wore a stern expression, blades gleaming in their hands, their eyes burning with vigilance and murderous intent. Lin Feng's expression grew grave as he surveyed the enemies surging toward him like a tidal wave, yet his heart held not a shred of retreat. Xiaohei, fight with all your might. Protect me as I get inside. He shouted. Got it! Xiaohei roared, the dark aura around him intensifying as his scales shimmered with a cold, eerie glow. Spreading its massive wings once more, the runes upon them blazed brightly. With a thunderous flap, a powerful surge of dark energy radiated outward from its center. Guards nearby were knocked back by the force, some even sent flying. Xiaohei, carrying Lin Feng, charged into the heart of the mausoleum like a black cannonball. Along the way, waves of guards charged relentlessly, only to be repelled by Xiaohei's overwhelming combat prowess. Xiaohei tore through enemies with claws, incinerated obstacles with dark flames, and advanced unstoppably, shielding Lin Feng as they plunged deeper into the mausoleum. Just as the situation spiraled out of control, with guards surging like a relentless tide and the battle reaching a stalemate, a woman in a green dress appeared silently in the fray. Her form was light and graceful, like a green leaf drifting down with the wind, silent yet strikingly conspicuous. With a slight lift of her hand and a soft opening of her crimson lips, she issued a clear command. Cease fire! Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an intangible authority that instantly pierced the chaotic battlefield, reaching every ear. All the guards immediately halted their actions, bowing in unison with perfect synchrony as they respectfully cried out. Master! Lin Feng, fully engrossed in fighting alongside Xiaohei, instinctively turned his head at the sound of the command. That glance left him momentarily stunned, utterly captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the woman before him. Her face was exquisitely painted, her skin fairer than snow, seeming to emit a soft halo under the sunlight. Her bright eyes were like clear lakes, radiating liveliness and gentleness, as if they could see straight into one's soul. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, carrying a magical charm that instantly dispelled Lin Feng's tension and anxiety. An unprecedented sense of warmth welled up within him. Her beauty was breathtakingly captivating, yet she carried none of the intimidating aloofness one might expect. Instead, she radiated warmth and approachability, like a kind and welcoming older sister next door. Lin Feng had never encountered a woman so stunningly beautiful and approachable. For a moment, he found himself utterly transfixed, inwardly marveling that such an otherworldly beauty could exist in this world. What a beautiful woman! Moments later, Lin Feng snapped back to reality, realizing his own awkwardness, and quickly averted his gaze. Just as Lin Feng was momentarily lost in the green-dressed woman's peerless beauty, Su Yushi's anxious call pierced through the haze like an arrow, snapping him back to reality. Lin Feng, snap out of it. This is Senior Mu Linglong, one of the top 3 medical class job changers in the Dragon Nation, a full level 93. Be polite and don't offend her. Su Yushi's voice brimmed with worry and urgency. She knew full well the revered status of this formidable figure before them, fearing Lin Feng might act rashly and commit some indiscretion. Lin Feng snapped out of his daze, his mind churning with shock. He was well aware of the vast chasm between levels in the cultivation world. A level 93 medical class transfer was like a distant star, unreachable. Only a handful existed in the entire Dragon Nation. Such a formidable figure was now standing right before him. Turning his gaze to the woman in green, she radiated a gentle aura, blending seamlessly with her surroundings. Her demeanor was graceful yet subtly imbued with the dignity of a superior. She stood quietly, her gaze probing as she studied Lin Feng and the imposing little black. Lin Feng hastily smoothed his disheveled robes and bowed deeply with utmost respect, his words earnest. Senior, I truly apologize. Suan is my teacher. Upon hearing of his critical injuries, I was overcome with anxiety and rushed into the mausoleum without regard for the consequences. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my transgression. A faint smile graced the green-robed woman's face, as warm as spring sunshine, enveloping one like a gentle breeze. It matters not. Such selfless devotion for a mentor is a rare and sincere heart. However, this mausoleum has many rules. In future matters, do not act so recklessly again. You little black dragon are quite something, no wonder you're his disciple. The green-skirted woman remarked. Lin Feng nodded hastily, his heart surging with worry for Su-en. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, Senior, how is teacher Su-en faring now? The green-skirted woman gently smoothed a strand of hair at her temple before speaking slowly. Su-en and I are old friends. He had originally planned to visit me but was delayed. When I went out to check on him, I found him locked in fierce combat with an unknown powerful figure. Both were severely wounded. I rushed to intervene and managed to rescue Su-en. However, that mysterious combatant was formidable, and I'm not skilled in battle. Ultimately, he managed to escape. Chapter 113, Fire Poison. Mu Linglong sighed softly, her eyes filled with helplessness and worry as she continued. Su-en's current injuries are extremely severe. Combined with his previous wounds, the situation is far from optimistic. Even with my abilities, I can only barely keep him alive for now. As Lin Feng listened to Mu Linglong's account, his heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, a mix of heartache and rage surging within him. Lin Feng never imagined Su-en would suffer such a devastating blow. Who could inflict such severe damage on Su-en? The assailant must be at least a level 90 plus transcended. Who exactly were they, and why would they strike Su-en with such ruthless force? Countless questions swirled in Lin Feng's mind. Just then, Su-en's faint yet familiar voice echoed from within the room. Is that Lin Feng? Let him come in. Mu Linglong gave a slight nod, signaling Lin Feng to enter. Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to calm the complex emotions churning within him, and slowly entered the room. A faint medicinal scent filled the air. Su-en lay on an antique bed, her face as pale as paper, lips devoid of color. The once vibrant and spirited countenance was now utterly haggard. Faint, shimmering light swirled around her body, the healing energy Mu Linglong was channeling, desperately sustaining her life. Lin Feng hurried to Su-en's bedside, his eyes reddened, his voice trembling slightly as he said, Master, I'm here. How are you feeling? Su-en slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Lin Feng, a flicker of relief crossed his gaze. He tried to lift his hand, but the effort proved agonizing. Lin Feng quickly grasped Su-en's hand and whispered softly, Teacher, don't move. Rest well. Senior Mu has already told me everything. Lin Feng's face was etched with anxiety as he nearly blurted out. Teacher, what happened? Who could have done this to you? Su-en's expression darkened as she sighed heavily. Her voice was weak yet tinged with endless exhaustion as she slowly uttered two words. Long Ting. Hearing those two words struck Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning, freezing him solid in an instant. Immersed in cultivation and mastering dragon control these past days, the shadowy organization known as the Dragon Court had gradually faded from the edges of his memory. Su-en smiled bitterly, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen. His eyes were filled with resignation and resentment. Lin Feng, your rise in the cultivation world shines too brightly. How could those from the Dragon Court possibly overlook it? They covet your dragons, seeking to claim them as their own. I resolved to block them at all costs, buying you time. But... Su-en paused, then began coughing violently. Lin Feng hurried forward, gently patting his back. After catching his breath, Su-en continued. Unexpectedly, they struck with brutal force this time, sending a level 92 fire elemental transcender directly. With my old injuries already weakened, I was utterly defenseless against his fierce assault. His fire poison has invaded my body, now deeply embedded within my vital organs and spreading throughout my meridians. A flicker of despair crossed Su-en's eyes. Though Mu Linglong possesses exceptional medical skills, she's among the top healing class job holders in the Dragon Nation. She specializes in wood magic. Wood nourishes fire, making it difficult to fully heal injuries caused by fire magic. My wounds may be beyond cure. Su-en hadn't anticipated such a twist, yet he didn't fear death, only felt a pang of regret. Lin Feng's eyes reddened as his heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. A wave of grief and rage surged within him. Master, don't say that. There must be a way. I won't let anything happen to you. Those bastards in the Dragon Court, I won't let them get away with this. Su-en shook his head slightly, lifting his hand with effort to pat Lin Feng's shoulder gently. Lin Feng, don't be impulsive. The Dragon Court's power is vast and deeply entrenched. You're no match for them now. I don't want to see you die in vain. This fire poison is exceptionally vicious, ravaging my body. Would element healing alone cannot suppress it? My time is short. I only hope you can live on, avoid direct conflict with the Dragon Court, find a place to cultivate diligently, and strengthen yourself. Lin Feng clasped Su-en's hand tightly, his voice as resolute as stone. Master, your kindness to me is as deep as a mountain. How could I stand by and watch you leave? No matter how difficult it is, I will find a way to cure you. Even if I have to traverse the entire world, I will not hesitate. Su-en gazed into Lin Feng's eyes, filled with unwavering resolve and determination. Her heart brimmed with both comfort and deep concern. Lin Feng, I understand your heartfelt resolve. But seeking a cure is no simple task. The Dragon Court will spare no one who stands in their way. Your journey ahead will be fraught with peril. Master, is there truly no cure? Lin Feng drifted into a daze, murmuring to himself, his voice thick with disbelief and grief. Though he had known Su-en for only a short time, she held extraordinary significance to him. Su-en was his mentor. When he was lost on his cultivation path, Su-en recognized his potential at a glance, offering guidance and support. Not only that, Su-en had once risked his own safety to save Lin Feng's life. That debt of gratitude weighed as heavy as a mountain. During their time together, Su-en had been both mentor and friend. Without her, he never could have made such tremendous progress. Lin Feng simply could not accept that someone so crucial to him was about to leave. Memories of their time together flooded his mind. Those moments discussing cultivation insights, those instances supporting each other in danger now felt like sharp blades stabbing his heart over and over. No, there must be a way. Lin Feng suddenly clenched his fists, hope reigniting in his eyes. He refused to give up. He couldn't give up. Even if there was only the slightest chance, he would try. Lin Feng looked at Su-en again, his gaze unwavering. Teacher, hold on. I will find a way to save you, no matter the cost. Su-en shook her head gently, her eyes brimming with tenderness and relief. Lin Feng, don't be foolish. This fire poison is too overwhelming. Even Mu Linglong was powerless against it. Why torment yourself? Teacher, please don't say another word. Lin Feng cut her off. You've done so much for me. How could I just stand by and watch you die? I'm leaving now. Even if I have to search to the ends of the earth, I will find a way to save you. Just as Lin Feng turned to leave the room, Mu Linglong and Su Yushi quietly pushed open the door and entered. Su Yushi's eyes were swollen red, tears streaming down like a burst dam, her whole body shaking with uncontrollable sobs. Her former pride and arrogance had vanished without a trace. In this moment, she was nothing but a helpless girl about to lose her father. Mu Linglong gazed at Lin Feng's resolute expression and sighed softly. Lin Feng, you must brace yourself for your teacher's injuries. Fire poison has entered his body. It's extremely difficult to treat. I've done everything I could. Lin Feng looked at Mu Linglong and said earnestly. Senior Mu, I know you've done more than enough. But I can't give up. Is there anywhere we might find a cure for the fire poison? Mu Linglong glanced at Su-en, then at the grief-stricken Su Yushi, unable to suppress a heavy sigh. Her face was filled with helplessness and regret. With any other type of injury, I'd have complete confidence in curing him with my abilities. But this fire poison has entered his body. The situation is truly. Unless we can find a sacred artifact capable of suppressing the fire element, then. Mu Linglong shook her head slowly, her eyes brimming with helplessness. A sacred artifact that suppresses fire attributes? A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Senior Mu, do you know of any sacred artifacts that can suppress fire attributes? Mu Linglong furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. Sacred artifacts like the Ice Soul Divine Jade or the World Purifying Blue Lotus possess immense icy coldness or purifying power, naturally countering fire attributes. But these artifacts are exceedingly precious and rare, mostly hidden in mysterious realms, guarded by powerful factions or guardian beasts. I've heard of them, but never seen them with my own eyes, let alone possessed any. Moreover, time is pressing now. Finding one in such a short time frame, how could that be easy? Su Yushi's sobs grew more heart-wrenching. Is there truly no way? Daddy. Chapter 114, 10,000-Year Frozen Ice Marrow, Stunning Mu Linglong. In this room suffocated by despair, each heart felt crushed beneath a heavy stone, the oppressive atmosphere stifling to the point of breathlessness. Amidst this deathly silence, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened as if he'd remembered something. He spoke up abruptly. I don't possess the ice element's sacred artifacts the elder mentioned, but I have some 10,000-year frozen ice marrow. Could that work? Mu Linglong's previously dull eyes instantly flared with disbelief, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. What? You actually have 10,000-year frozen ice marrow? Mu Linglong knew all too well that this 10,000-year-old frost essence was undoubtedly the most supreme sacred artifact for countering the fire poison within Su-en's body. Its rarity was beyond imagination, scarcely found throughout the entire cultivation world, and even catching a glimpse of it was an extraordinary feat for ordinary people. This was a true ice elemental treasure. Even a small fragment was worth a fortune, a genuine sacred great artifact. Lin Feng swiftly reached into his robe. Moments later, he slowly drew out a jade box, his face bearing a look of relief and excitement as if he'd narrowly escaped disaster. He declared, "This is the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow." Lin Feng nodded emphatically and quickly explained. This was the reward the polar ice bear gave me after I helped it resolve a major crisis last time. It said this was 10,000-year frozen ice marrow, and I've kept it all this time. I never imagined it would be used to save you today. Su Yushi, who had been weeping inconsolably beside him, abruptly stopped her sobs. Her eyes ignited with fierce hope as she rushed to Lin Feng's side, staring intently at the jade box. It was as if she feared that if she looked away, the hope would vanish. Mu Linglong took a deep breath, struggling to steady her emotions. If it truly is the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow, then Su-en can be saved. Lin Feng, open it quickly, let me see. Lin Feng carefully opened the jade box. An extreme chill instantly filled the air, the room's temperature plummeting as everyone's breath instantly froze into frost. Within the box lay a pool of liquid, glowing with a faint blue light. As the light rippled, it seemed to contain boundless icy power. It was indeed the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow. Mu Linglong's eyes flashed with delight and relief. Yes, it's this. Lin Feng, you finally brought Suan a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Senior Mu, please use it to save my teacher without delay. Mu Linglong gently took the jade box, her expression turning grave as she said. Though this 10,000-year frozen ice marrow can counteract the fire poison, its use demands utmost caution. One misstep, and the icy power could spiral out of control, inflicting severe harm upon Suan. Stay nearby and guard her, but do not disturb me. With that, Mu Linglong focused her mind, her hands swiftly forming seals. Waves of gentle wood elemental energy slowly poured into the jade box, guiding the icy power of the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow to permeate Suan's body. Lin Feng and Su Yushi stood tense by her side, eyes fixed intently on Suan. They held their breath, afraid to miss even the slightest change. Lying on the sickbed, Suan's once dull eyes flashed with an incredibly complex light the moment he saw Lin Feng take out the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow. That gaze held relief, emotion, and above all, the profound gratitude of one who had narrowly escaped death. His lips moved slightly, his voice faint yet clear. Lin Feng, I never imagined you would possess such a treasure as the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow. Truly, it is both fate and destiny. Suan smiled softly, a look of release in his expression, as if marveling at the strange twists of fate. Once, by a twist of fate, he had saved Lin Feng. Now, the tables had turned. Lin Feng had produced this rare treasure to save his life. When I saved you back then, it was simply out of kindness. I never imagined this day would come. Suan spoke slowly, his gaze tender as he looked at Lin Feng. Yet fate works in mysterious ways. Now you save me in return. Perhaps this is destiny. Suan recalled his old friend's words. Could Lin Feng truly be the destined one? Lin Feng looked at Suan, his eyes slightly reddened, and said, Master, I've always cherished your kindness toward me. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. This is all you deserve. Suan shook his head slightly, his smile growing even gentler. Don't say that, child. This world operates on cause and effect. Good deeds yield good results. Your actions today are the fruit of your benevolent intentions. At that moment, Mu Linglong was fully focused, channeling the power of the 10,000-year frozen marrow. The room fell into complete silence, broken only by the faint hum of circulating spiritual energy. Lin Feng and Su Yushi stood guard nearby, their eyes fixed intently on Suan. Their hearts brimmed with hope, praying that the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow would fulfill their wish and pull Suan back from the jaws of death. Under Mu Linglong's guidance, the deep blue glow of the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow gradually merged into Suan's body. The icy cold power clashed fiercely with the raging fire poison within him. Suan's body trembled slightly, his forehead beaded with fine sweat, a clear sign of the immense agony he endured. Yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. Mu Linglong's expression grew solemn. She understood the immense responsibility of this treatment. There was no room for error. Her hands moved swiftly, channeling waves of gentle yet powerful wood elemental energy from within her. As the energy surged, the phantom of an ancient, emerald green tree slowly materialized behind her. This ancient tree pulsed with vitality, its trunk thick and sturdy, its branches and leaves lush and vibrant, radiating a potent essence of life. Its branches and leaves extended like living tentacles, gently unfurling to envelop Suan's body in a tender embrace. Mu Linglong carefully lifted the jade box containing the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow. She once again focused her mind and gathered her energy, channeling spiritual energy into it. Guided by the spiritual energy, the 10,000-year frost marrow transformed into wisps of blue mist. These wisps flowed along the ancient tree's branches and leaves, slowly permeating Suan's body. The icy cold force collided instantly with the fire poison within Suan's body. The temperature in the room fluctuated wildly, shifting from unbearable heat to bone-chilling cold. Mu Linglong gritted her teeth, concentrating intensely on balancing the two forces. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down her forehead, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. Time dragged on in a tense, agonizing slow motion. After an unknown duration, the violent clash of forces finally subsided. Mu Linglong exhaled a long breath, withdrawing her spiritual energy as the ancient tree's phantom behind her slowly dissipated. Suan's face remained pale, but his breathing had steadied considerably. He slowly closed his eyes and slipped into unconsciousness. Mu Linglong collapsed exhausted into a nearby chair, yet a relieved smile touched her lips. It's done. His life is no longer in danger. The power of the 10,000-year frozen ice marrow has successfully suppressed the fire poison and begun repairing his damaged meridians and internal organs. However, his body has suffered severe trauma. He will need 6 months of quiet recuperation to fully recover. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Su Yushi finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng stepped forward, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Mu Linglong. Senior Mu, we truly owe you this time. Had you not intervened, my master? Mu Linglong waved her hand and smiled. No need for such formalities. The 10,000-year frozen ice marrow was the crucial factor. Besides, Suan and I are old acquaintances. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Let him rest well and focus on recuperation in the days ahead. He should be fine. Su Yushi approached her father, gently clasping his hand as tears welled in her eyes. Dad, you have to get better soon. Lin Feng gazed at the unconscious Su-an and silently vowed he would ensure his teacher could recuperate in peace. He would also strengthen himself, never again burdening his teacher with worry. And as for Longting, he remembered this grudge. Learning that Su-an was out of immediate danger, Lin Feng's taut nerves finally relaxed and he exhaled a long breath. Yet this fleeting ease was swiftly replaced by intense fury and vigilance. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his loathing for Longting deepened. These bastards, pressing their advantage relentlessly. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. He knew full well that the Dragon Court wouldn't let this setback go unpunished. They were undoubtedly still lurking in the shadows, coveting him, ready to strike again at any moment. Before, Su-an had been there to shield him in critical moments. But now, with Su-an injured and needing prolonged rest, the road ahead would be one he had to walk alone. Lin Feng was acutely aware that his current strength was still far too weak against a colossal power like the Dragon Court. He felt like a candle flame in a raging storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. An unprecedented sense of urgency surged within him, driving an intense desire to strengthen himself. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he stand firm in this perilous world, protect those around him, and prevent similar tragedies from recurring. I can't just sit here waiting for disaster, I must strengthen myself immediately. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Dragon Court, you'll pay for this. One day, I'll make you answer for every single thing you've done. Lin Feng swore silently within his heart, the vow burning like a raging flame within him. Chapter 115, Mu Linglong's Gift. After confirming Su-an was out of immediate danger, Mu Linglong turned her gaze toward Lin Feng and Su Yushi. She smiled and said, I hear both of you have been accepted into Huaxia Academy. That's truly remarkable. Since there's still time before classes begin, why not stay with me for now? I can teach you a few things that will surely aid your cultivation journey at the academy. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy at the news. Gratitude immediately spread across his face as he hastily replied. Senior Mu, that would be absolutely wonderful. It would be an honor to receive your guidance. I gladly accept. This was a level 93 transferee. Though not a combat specialist, he was still more than capable of teaching him. Su Yushi wiped the lingering tears from her eyes and nodded, saying, Thank you, Senior Mu. We'll be in your care during this time. She understood that Mu Linglong, as one of Dragon Nation's top medical-type job changers, possessed unfathomable strength. The chance to learn at her side was truly rare. Mu Linglong gazed at the two of them, her eyes filled with warmth and expectation. No need for formalities. Consider this place your home. Su-an is my old friend. I'll take good care of him and share everything I know to help you both grow. And so, Lin Feng and Su Yushi remained at Mu Linglong's mausoleum. In the days that followed, Mu Linglong began her instruction of them. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, Mu Linglong led them to a secluded valley behind the mausoleum. The valley was rich with spiritual energy, enveloped in profound silence, an ideal place for cultivation. Mu Linglong began with the fundamentals of spiritual energy manipulation, explaining in detail how to control it with greater precision to unleash its full power. Demonstrating as she spoke, she said, The essence of spirit energy lies in subtlety. It's not about blindly channeling force, but understanding its nature, guiding it, mastering it. Like flowing water, one must learn to harness its momentum to form a river, surging endlessly. All class changers share the same ultimate goal, mastering their own power. Beast masters are no exception. Lin Feng and Su Yushi listened intently, their eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Following Mu Linglong's guidance, they attempted to adjust their methods of channeling spiritual energy. Lin Feng closed his eyes, calming his mind as he felt the flow of spiritual energy within his body. Previously, he had always relied on instinct to command his spiritual energy. Now, under Mu Linglong's guidance, he began experimenting with a more nuanced approach to channeling it. Su Yushi stood nearby, carefully observing Lin Feng's movements while silently absorbing the lessons herself. She continuously adjusted the pathways of her spiritual energy within her meridians, seeking the most perfect alignment. As time passed, both gradually mastered techniques for manipulating spiritual energy, their strength subtly improving. Throughout her instruction of Lin Feng, Mu Linglong grew increasingly astonished by his innate talent. No matter how complex the spiritual energy techniques or profound the cultivation theories she explained, Lin Feng grasped them instantly, as if he possessed an innate, extraordinary comprehension of such knowledge. With each demonstration, Lin Feng swiftly grasped the crucial points and mastered them through practice. His astonishing learning speed left Mu Linglong secretly amazed. Lin Feng, your talent is truly rare. Mu Linglong couldn't help but praise, her eyes brimming with admiration and satisfaction. Throughout her long years of cultivation, she had encountered many exceptionally gifted practitioners, but those with Lin Feng's extraordinary level of comprehension were truly few and far between. Yet, a faint sense of regret lingered in Mu Linglong's heart. Lin Feng was a beast tamer, while she herself was a medical-type transferee, two distinct professions. While certain foundational principles of cultivation overlapped, their specific skills and paths diverged significantly. She couldn't offer him the most specialized, systematic guidance for a beastmaster's cultivation path, only providing assistance in universal aspects like spiritual energy manipulation. Moreover, Lin Feng was already a disciple of Suen, who held considerable prestige in the cultivation world. She could also sense that Lin Feng likely had another teacher. Mu Linglong understood that every teacher had their own teaching methods and lineage systems. She couldn't overly interfere with Lin Feng's cultivation path. Even so, Mu Linglong resolved to impart all beneficial knowledge within her grasp to Lin Feng. She believed that with Lin Feng's innate talent, he would make tremendous progress regardless of the specific area of cultivation support he received. Senior Mu flatters me. I'm just better at thinking things through. After Suan's severe injury, Lin Feng had visibly matured and grown more composed. Mu Linglong watched him with satisfaction. In the days that followed, Mu Linglong devoted herself even more earnestly to teaching Lin Feng and Su Yushi. She not only imparted techniques for manipulating spiritual energy but also shared years of accumulated experience from her own cultivation journey, including how to handle unexpected situations, maintain composure in perilous environments, and seek out opportunities for survival. Lin Feng absorbed this knowledge like a sponge, fully aware that every bit of progress could prove vital in saving his life someday. Under Mu Linglong's guidance, Su Yushi's abilities steadily improved. The trio immersed themselves in this intense yet fulfilling atmosphere of cultivation. Whenever Mu Linglong took a break from instructing Lin Feng, her gaze would unconsciously drift to the imposing figure of Xiao He standing beside him. This abyssal demon dragon radiated an aura of mystery and immense power. Every movement exuded the majesty and strength of the dragon clan, intensifying Mu Linglong's curiosity. Finally, Mu Linglong couldn't resist speaking to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I'm quite intrigued by this dragon, Xiao He. I wonder if you could provide me with a sample of its dragon blood. Of course, I won't ask for it without compensation. I'll offer you appropriate payment. I've heard some legends about the dragon race, but I've always been skeptical. I'd like to study the dragon blood to learn more. Lin Feng froze slightly, instinctively glancing at Xiao He. As if sensing his gaze, Xiao He turned his head. Its blood-red vertical pupils locked with Lin Feng's. It gently swished its tail, as if inquiring about Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He knew Mu Linglong to be an upright person who would never harm Xiao He. Moreover, she had generously shared her knowledge with both him and Su Yushi during this period. Both in terms of sentiment and reason, he found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, deepening their collaboration with Mu Linglong might prove beneficial for both his and Xiao He's future development. Senior Mu, Xiao He's dragon blood is indeed precious. But given your kindness to us, I'm happy to grant this request. However, I must first ask Xiao He's opinion. Lin Feng stated. Lin Feng then relayed Mu Linglong's request to Xiao He through telepathy. Xiao He tilted his head in thought for a moment before letting out a low growl, seemingly indicating agreement. Lin Feng smiled at Mu Linglong and said, Senior Mu, Little Black has agreed. But please take as little as possible, since dragon blood takes time to regenerate. Mu Linglong was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Of course. I'll be careful and won't let your little dragon come to any harm. With that, Mu Linglong produced a specially crafted jade vial and approached Xiao He with utmost care. Xiao He obediently extended a claw. Mu Linglong channeled her spiritual energy, making a light incision on the claw. A single drop of dragon blood, glowing with a faint, mysterious light, slowly oozed out and fell into the jade vial. In an instant, a potent and distinctive aura filled the air, the formidable power inherent in the dragon bloodline. Mu Linglong swiftly sealed the bottle, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. She knew this single drop of dragon blood might be the key to unlocking a new world in her research. Lin Feng, thank you, and Xiao He. This is your reward. Mu Linglong looked at Lin Feng with a gentle smile, drawing a small jade box from her sleeve. She gently opened the box to reveal 3 emerald green leaves inside. The leaves were tender and dewy, with faint glimmers of light flowing through their veins, exuding a fresh and mysterious aura. Lin Feng, these 3 leaves belong to my life-bound ancient tree. As long as your beast companion isn't killed instantly, these leaves can revive it and restore it to its original state. Mu Linglong said. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly, filled with astonishment and disbelief. For a beast tamer, their beast is like a partner, an indispensable part of their life. These 3 leaves were like 3 powerful insurance policies for his beasts, like Xiao He. Senior Mu, this is far too precious. Lin Feng's voice trembled with excitement. He knew well how rare such life-saving treasures were in the cultivation world, their value beyond measure. You provided me with dragon blood, granting me the opportunity to study the mysteries of the dragon clan. This is the reward you deserve. Mu Linglong smiled as she spoke, hoping these leaves would aid you and your beasts in their hour of need. Lin Feng carefully accepted the jade box, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure. His heart swelled with delight. This trade had been an absolute steal. Though Xiao He's dragon blood was precious, it paled in comparison to these 3 green leaves that could save his beast's life. He had undoubtedly come out ahead. Senior Mu, I, Lin Feng, shall forever remember this kindness. Should you ever need me, I'll walk through fire and water without hesitation. Lin Feng declared solemnly, his eyes brimming with gratitude and resolve. Mu Linglong nodded gently, her voice warm with satisfaction. Don't dwell on it. We're all in this to help each other. I hope you make good use of these leaves and advance ever further on your path of cultivation. After safely storing the jade box, Lin Feng turned his gaze back to Xiao He, his heart brimming with joy and reassurance. Xiao He seemed to sense the shift in Lin Feng's mood, nuzzling affectionately against his shoulder. In the days that followed, Lin Feng studied even more diligently under Mu Linglong's guidance. Chapter 116, Journey to Huaxia Academy. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack, and a month and a half vanished in the blink of an eye. It felt like only a blink of an eye, and now only half a month remained before the start of classes at Huaxia Academy. The acceptance letter had already arrived earlier. Lin Feng and Su Yushi stood before Mu Linglong, their eyes brimming with reluctance. During their time with her, not only had their abilities significantly improved, but they had also gained invaluable insights into cultivation and life lessons from her. Lin Feng spoke first, his voice tinged with gratitude and reluctance. Senior Mu, we've benefited immensely from your care and guidance these past days. With the start of the semester approaching, it's time for us to prepare our departure. Su Yushi added, yes, Senior Mu, we are truly grateful. Without you, Father wouldn't have recovered so quickly, and we wouldn't have made such tremendous progress. Mu Linglong smiled at the two, her eyes filled with satisfaction. No need for formalities. Seeing your growth brings me great joy. As you head to Huaxia Academy, continue your diligent cultivation. The academy is filled with masters and abundant opportunities, but also no shortage of challenges. Huaxia Academy is the highest institution of learning in the Dragon Nation. Even Mu Linglong hadn't managed to attend back then, not because she lacked the qualifications, but because her family wouldn't let her go. She was a bit curious about university life herself. Lin Feng and Su Yushi nodded firmly, vowing to remember Mu Linglong's teachings. Then, Lin Feng remembered Su En, who was still recuperating, and asked with concern. Senior Mu, Teacher Su En. Mu Linglong understood Lin Feng's concern and replied, go with peace of mind. Su En's injuries have stabilized. With proper rest and care, he will gradually recover. I will look after him. Lin Feng and Su Yushi finally felt at ease. After bidding farewell to Mu Linglong, the two returned to their room to pack their belongings. Before leaving, they visited Su En one last time. Lying in the hospital bed, his complexion was still somewhat pale, but his breathing was steady, and he appeared to be out of the woods. Dad, we're heading to Huaxia Academy. You must take good care of yourself, Su Yushi said softly, her eyes glistening with tears. Su Yushi murmured softly, her eyes glistening with tears. Su En slowly opened his eyes and offered a faint, weary smile. Go with peace of mind. Study hard at the academy and don't worry about me. Lin Feng added, Teacher, please focus on your recovery. When we return from the academy, we'll show you how much we've grown. Su En nodded slightly, offering encouragement. Lin Feng, of all my students, you two are the ones I trust most. I know Yushi can be stubborn at times. But if it's convenient, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye on her. Lin Feng's expression turned slightly awkward. Did that woman need his care? But he understood Su En was only concerned because he'd temporarily lost his ability to protect his daughter. Who needs your care? I can take care of myself just fine. Su Yushi retorted indignantly. Alright, teacher, I'll take good care of her. Lin Feng agreed. After bidding farewell to Su En, Lin Feng and Su Yushi stepped out of the cemetery. They glanced back. Bathed in sunlight, the cemetery appeared serene and peaceful. This place held their unforgettable training days and carried the hopes Mu Linglong and Su En had placed in them. Exchanging a glance, they resolutely set off toward Huaxia Academy. Lin Feng and Su Yushi soon boarded the train bound for the capital. The train began its slow ascent, its rhythmic rumble filling the air as the scenery outside the window swiftly passed by like a painting. Su Yushi sat by the window, her gaze fixed blankly outside, clearly disinterested. Her lips were tightly pressed together, her brow slightly furrowed, and the worry etched on her face was impossible to hide. Clearly, her mind was still preoccupied with Su En, who was still recuperating. Lin Feng sat across from her. Seeing her like this, he felt a twinge of pity but refrained from offering excessive comfort. He knew Su Yushi too well. Beneath her aloof exterior, this young woman possessed an unyielding inner strength. He trusted she would find her own way to adjust her mindset and emerge from the shadow of worry. The train raced along the tracks. Passengers bustled through the carriage, occasional clamor drifting in, yet all noise remained shut out of their little world. Time passed slowly in silence. Su Yushi remained lost in her own thoughts, while Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest, silently circulating his spiritual energy to consolidate what he had learned from Mu Linglong during this period. After an unknown period, the train slowly pulled into a major station for a brief stop. The platform bustled with people, a lively scene. Lin Feng opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Su Yushi, finding her still staring out the window, her gaze vacant. Su Yushi, don't worry too much. Senior Mu is a master healer. Teacher Su En will be fine. Lin Feng finally couldn't resist whispering softly. Though he believed Su Yushi could pull herself out of this on her own, seeing her so despondent, he couldn't help but offer a word of comfort. Su Yushi turned her head slightly, glanced at Lin Feng, nodded faintly, and murmured, "I know. I just can't help thinking about it." After speaking, she turned her gaze back to the window. Lin Feng gave a helpless smile and said nothing more. He knew that at this moment, any words of comfort might seem hollow and powerless. He could only wait for Su Yushi to come to terms with it herself. A crisp whistle sounded as the train slowly began to move again, gradually picking up speed. Lin Feng closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation practice, while Su Yushi remained gazing out the window, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. After a long journey spanning 2 days and 1 night, the train finally pulled into Kyoto Station. As the train came to a steady halt, Lin Feng and Su Yushi gathered their luggage and followed the bustling crowd out of the carriage. The moment they stepped outside the station, Lin Feng was instantly stunned by the scene before him. The city's prosperity far exceeded his imagination. Skyscrapers stood densely packed, seemingly piercing the sky. The streets were teeming with vehicles and pedestrians, while high-tech transport systems moved seamlessly through the air and along the ground. Flashing neon lights adorned the city, transforming it into a dreamlike fantasy. He had thought Chang'an City was already dazzling enough, but compared to Kyoto, it was like comparing stars to the moon. The gap was staggering. "Is this Kyoto? It's truly magical," Lin Feng murmured in awe. In contrast, Su Yushi appeared remarkably composed. Perhaps due to her distinguished background, or perhaps having already composed herself during the train journey, she seemed quite unperturbed. Though her eyes held familiarity and emotion toward the capital, they betrayed little surprise. After the quiet time on the train had settled her emotions had clearly returned to normal, no longer as anxious as before. "Let's go. Head straight to Huaxia Academy to register." Su Yushi glanced at Lin Feng, who was still looking around, and spoke first. It was the start of the semester, and traffic in the capital was indeed quite inconvenient. After discussing with Su Yushi, Lin Feng decided to take the subway to Huaxia Academy. Upon arriving at the subway station, they found the crowd at this particular stop was just right, not too crowded. They easily found seats and sat down. Lin Feng leaned back comfortably, surveying the subway car. It was clean and tidy, with clear signage everywhere. Occasionally, he spotted advertisements from the cultivation world. Su Yushi sat quietly beside him, arms crossed over her chest, eyes half closed as if cultivating her spirit. However, this tranquility did not last long. Soon, the next station arrived. As the subway doors slowly opened, a wave of noise instantly flooded the carriage. A wave of people surged in like a tidal flood, instantly transforming the previously spacious carriage into a cramped, crowded mess. People jostled and pushed, scrambling to find a foothold. Lin Feng instinctively shielded Su Yushi behind him, protecting her from the crushing crowd. "Everyone, please don't push," Lin Feng shouted, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the cacophony. A burly man, having lost his footing, stumbled directly toward Lin Feng and Su Yushi. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, bracing himself against the man and steadying his weight to prevent him from crushing Su Yushi. "Whoa, sorry about that." The man apologized immediately after regaining his balance. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Everyone, be careful. Don't hurt anyone." But chaos still reigned in the carriage. People kept shifting around, trying to find a more comfortable spot to stand. Su Yushi opened her eyes, watching the chaotic scene, her brows tightly furrowed. She whispered to Lin Feng, "I didn't expect it to be this crowded during the back-to-school season." Lin Feng gave a helpless smile. "Can't be helped. So many students are rushing to register for school. Be careful, don't get crushed." As he spoke, he pulled Su Yushi closer to his side for protection. Chapter 117, Humiliation on the Subway. The next station arrived quickly. An old woman with a face that looked impossible to get along with pushed her way onto the train, leading a teenager about the same age as Lin Feng and his group. Scanning the carriage and finding no empty seats, her expression darkened instantly. She began to grumble incessantly. "Young people these days, they're getting more and more inconsiderate, showing no respect for elders or kindness to the young. What a decline in morals." As she spoke, her gaze kept darting menacingly toward Lin Feng, who was closest to her. "Shark-armed granny, what are you staring at?" Lin Feng frowned slightly, feeling a bit helpless. He wanted to stand up and offer his seat, but the carriage was so crowded that he feared if he moved, Su Yushi would be jostled even more uncomfortably by the crowd. Besides, he noticed the young man was strong and fit, perfectly capable of standing. The old woman's complaints seemed utterly unreasonable. Su Yushi also sensed the old woman's unfriendly glare. She lifted her head and returned the stare coldly, refusing to back down. Seeing that Su Yushi not only refused to give up her seat but also dared to meet her gaze, the old woman raised her voice. "Goodness gracious! What kind of upbringing do young girls get these days? Seeing an elderly person and not offering your seat, then glaring at me. What kind of manners is that?" Su Yushi's face flushed with anger, ready to retort, but Lin Feng gently pressed his hand against hers, signaling her to calm down. Lin Feng turned to the old woman and said calmly, "Ma'am, this carriage is terribly crowded. If I stand up, my friend might get crushed." Besides, the young man beside you seems perfectly capable of looking after you. Please don't put us in such an awkward position." The old woman immediately jumped to her feet. "What are you talking about, you brat? He's my grandson. What if he gets tired standing? You young people are strong and healthy, what's the big deal about giving up a seat?" Passengers nearby turned to look at the commotion, but most just shook their heads helplessly. No one dared to speak up. After all, in such a situation, no one wanted to get unnecessarily involved in a dispute. The young man stood awkwardly to the side, tugging at the old woman's sleeve and whispering, "Grandma, let it go. I'm fine standing." But the old woman wouldn't let it go. "No way. Today, I'm making them give me their seats. Otherwise, I won't let them off the hook." With that, she reached out to grab Lin Feng, trying to pull him up from his seat. As she reached for Lin Feng, she bellowed at the top of her lungs, boasting about her grandson. "Listen up, all of you. My grandson is a true prodigy. He aced the college entrance exam with a perfect 500 points and got accepted straight into a prestigious university in the capital. Now look at you young people, how many of you can match that?" Her face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with pride. In that moment, her grandson's achievements felt like her greatest glory. The young man felt a bit embarrassed by his grandmother's praise, yet he couldn't hide his pride. His chest puffed out proudly, radiating self-satisfaction. He kept stealing glances at Su Yushi. Her beauty made his heart race, a faint blush spreading across his fair cheeks. Passengers nearby overheard and shot envious glances their way. Some parents seized the moment to lecture their own children, their voices brimming with urgency and expectation. "Look at that young man, such a credit to his family. He scored so highly and got accepted into a prestigious university in the capital. You must work hard too, so you can be just as accomplished as him one day." The children nodded blankly, their eyes reflecting a vague hope for the future. Lin Feng watched this farcical scene with growing irritation, his brow furrowing deeply. He forcefully pulled away from the old woman's grasp and declared loudly, "Old lady, your grandson's excellence is his own business. What does it have to do with me?" The old woman paid no heed to Lin Feng's words. Instead, she doubled down, hands on her hips, eyes wide with fury. "You insolent brat, you dare talk back to me? My grandson is so accomplished, what's wrong with giving up a seat? This is the blessing you earned in a past life." Su Yushi's face flushed crimson with fury. Unable to contain herself any longer, she sneered coldly, her voice dripping with contempt. "Is a 500-point score really worth such bragging? Oomph. We got into Huaxia Academy, and we're not parading it around like you are." The moment these words left her mouth, the carriage erupted. Passengers froze in shock before erupting into a chorus of astonished murmurs. After all, Huaxia Academy's reputation was legendary. Those admitted were nothing short of prodigies. The old woman's smug expression froze upon hearing Su Yushi's words, as if she'd been slapped hard across the face. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she shrieked, "Stop bragging! You think you could get into Huaxia Academy? With your abilities? Stop daydreaming." Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with this stubborn old woman any longer. He yawned, feigning indifference as he abruptly stood up. Just then, something slipped from his pocket and fell to the floor. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my! How careless of me, my acceptance letter just fell out." The exclamation instantly captured everyone's attention. Passengers who had been minding their own business all turned their gaze toward him. Lin Feng slowly bent down to pick up the letter from the floor. Unfolding it, the 4 characters Huaxia Academy stood out prominently. The carriage fell silent for a moment before erupting into a chorus of gasps. "It's an admission letter from Huaxia Academy. This young man is actually a student at Huaxia Academy? That's incredible." Envy and admiration instantly filled the passengers' eyes as they crowded around, eager to catch a glimpse of the letter. Meanwhile, the old woman and her grandson, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now flushed alternately red and white, as if publicly slapped. The old woman's mouth opened, as if to speak, but no words came out. Her grandson hung his head in shame, unable to meet the stares of those around him. His earlier air of pride had vanished without a trace, leaving him looking like a complete fool in everyone's eyes. Su Yushi watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but chuckle. She shot the old woman a smug glance and said, "Well, believe it now? We weren't bragging." The old woman's face flushed crimson. She gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath, "Oomph, so what?" But her voice clearly lacked the earlier confidence. Passengers nearby shot disapproving glances at the old woman. Someone whispered, "She started this nonsense and now blames others. Serves her right for making a fool of herself." Su Yushi couldn't help but laugh until she doubled over, watching the grandmother and granddaughter's flustered expressions. As she laughed, she pulled her Huaxia Academy acceptance letter from her bag, waved it toward the crowd, and declared crisply, "Look, everyone! I'm going to Huaxia Academy too." The carriage erupted once more, filled with waves of astonished gasps from the passengers. "Wow, both of these students got into Huaxia Academy. That's amazing." "Exactly. Look at her credentials. That old woman didn't believe her earlier, but now she's made a fool of herself." The old woman and her grandson's faces grew increasingly grim, flushing red then turning pale. Under everyone's gaze, they felt like sitting on pins and needles. The boy hung his head, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. The old woman, stripped of her earlier arrogance, stammered incoherently, unable to make any sense of her words. Finally, the pair slunk away under everyone's gaze, squeezing toward the other end of the carriage, desperate to escape the awkward scene. Watching their retreating figures, Tsuyoshi turned to Lin Feng with a smile. She gently tapped his chest and teased. "Lin Feng, you were being a little mischievous just now," deliberately pulling out the acceptance letter to embarrass them. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows smugly, grinning widely. She was the one being unreasonable and wouldn't let it go. This was just a little lesson for her. After speaking, he deliberately puffed out his chest, looking supremely pleased with himself. Tsuyoshi couldn't help but laugh again at his expression. Alright, stop gloating. But seriously, we really owe it to you this time. Who knows how long she would have kept pestering us otherwise. Lin Feng chuckled and said, "No need to be polite with me, we're in this together. Besides, I promised teacher Suan I wouldn't let her pick on you. Is it just because of my dad?" Tsuyoshi stared at Lin Feng's face, her expression complex. Chapter 118, Sudden Crisis. The slight swaying of the subway car finally ceased, and a clear female voice came over the intercom. Huaxia Academy Station. Passengers heading to Huaxia Academy, please disembark here. We're here. Lin Feng's voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. He tapped Tsuyoshi, who was staring blankly out the window beside him. "Yushi, snap out of it, we're at school." Tsuyoshi snapped back to reality, a flushed glow of excitement spreading across her fair face. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. It feels like a dream. We're finally here." The two squeezed through the bustling crowd exiting the subway station. Outside, sunlight poured down instantly, carrying the distinctive heat of late summer. Almost the moment they stepped onto the station plaza, an invisible, overwhelming aura swept over them. At the horizon's edge, a gateway of indescribable grandeur stood like a slumbering ancient colossus. Holy crap! Lin Feng instinctively sucked in a breath, his eyes wide as saucers, mouth slightly agape. After a long moment, he managed to squeeze out 3 words. Absolutely breathtaking. This school was definitely the right choice. Tsuyoshi held her breath as well, her clear eyes reflecting the colossal structure built from massive, unnamed stones. The gate tower soared dozens of meters high, its ancient simplicity seeming to have weathered millennia. Each massive stone was deeply engraved with intricate, esoteric runes and totems. Yet now, these runes were not lifeless. They pulsed with a warm, mysterious glow, flickering like breath, silently narrating the Academy's unfathomable depth and its glorious past, one that could look down upon all rivals. The archway was astonishingly wide, easily accommodating dozens of people passing side by side. "Is this the entrance to Huaxia Academy?" Tsuyoshi murmured, a barely perceptible reverence in her voice. It felt as though merely standing here accelerated the flow of spiritual energy within her. "Ha! Exactly. Now that's more like it." Lin Feng grinned, his spirit soaring. "Come on, let's go inside and see where we'll be studying." As he stepped through the massive archway, it felt like crossing an invisible barrier. The world before him suddenly opened up, yet it was utterly different. The initial awe hadn't diminished, instead, the Academy's interior only amplified it. The road beneath their feet stretched wide and level into the distance. Flanking it, clusters of buildings in diverse architectural styles rose majestically, each vying for attention. To the left, a massive ancient tower with soaring eaves, ornate brackets, and intricately carved beams stood quietly, exuding an air of scholarly refinement and the weight of centuries. It seemed like a library, a temple of knowledge. To the right, a futuristic silver-gray colossus stood, constructed entirely from a special material that shimmered with a cold metallic glow. Under the sunlight, it refracted blinding rays. Occasionally, a low rumble or intense energy fluctuations emanated from within, likely the training building, a crucible for real combat. "Hey, look over there!" Lin Feng nudged Tsuyoshi with his elbow, pointing toward the distance. A tapestry of humanity flowed along the roads. A kaleidoscope of class changers formed this vibrant tableau. Their attire served as silent declarations. Flowing white robes embroidered with intricate magical runes, their owners wielding staffs inlaid with dazzling gems, their tips radiating light that seemed to imprison the vastness of the cosmos. Form-fitting black armor outlined agile figures. Several silhouettes blended into the shadows like leopards, their eyes sharp as hawks, their strides carrying a dangerous aura that suggested they could vanish into thin air at any moment. Heavy metal armor clanged as warriors bearing door-sized swords marched past, each step steady as mountains. An oppressive aura pulsed from them, a presence that could cleave mountains. Huff! Tsuyoshi exhaled softly. The overwhelming pressure was palpable. It felt like any senior student they encountered would be far stronger than them. She had once believed her SSS-tier profession made her a prodigy, but now... A bitter taste touched Tsuyoshi's lips. Suddenly, her confidence wavered. "What's there to fear? I'm number 1 in Jiangnan province, I'll be number 1 here too." Lin Feng, however, felt his blood boil, his eyes burning with intensity. Even more dazzling were the beast tamers accompanying their masters. Their presence infused the academy with boundless wildness and mystery. A colossal beast resembling a qilin, its body encircled by eternally burning crimson flames. Wherever its hooves trod, scorched black footprints remained on the stone slabs, steam rising from the scorched ground. A vast shadow swept across the sky. Looking up, the crowd saw a kuanping beast gliding low, its wingspan vast enough to obscure a patch of sky. Its majestic golden pupils surveyed the earth, radiating an innate regal presence. A snow-white, graceful nine-tailed fox glided lightly beside a senior student. Its 9 fluffy tails swayed like drifting clouds, and the enchanting flickers in its eyes drew frequent glances from passers-by. Wow! A qilin! And a flying kuanping! That must be a 9-tailed fox, right? So beautiful! Lin Feng was like a child in wonderland, his eyes darting everywhere. He tugged at Tsuyushi's sleeve, pointing excitedly. This place is 100 times more mind-blowing than I ever imagined. Wow, powerful beast tamers. It's all about bloodlines. Doesn't that mean Little Black won't have to cause trouble in the secret realm anymore? Lin Feng was thrilled. And Tsuyushi was equally captivated by the dazzling spectacle before them. She nodded vigorously, her clear eyes sparkling with determination. Yes. Getting in here is such a rare chance. Lin Feng, we have to work our asses off, we can't let this luck go to waste. Absolutely. Lin Feng pumped his fist. The two marveled as they followed the directional signs. Soon, a fork in the road appeared before them. Lin Feng studied the sign, scratching his head. The girls' dorm registration point seems to be over there. He pointed in a direction completely opposite to the boys' registration point. Looks like we'll have to part ways for now. Yeah, registration comes first. Tsuyushi nodded, looking at Lin Feng. Be careful, don't get into trouble again. Her tone carried a hint of habitual caution. Hey, when did I ever cause trouble? Am I that kind of person? Lin Feng protested with an innocent look, then grinned. Relax. I'll contact you once I'm settled. We'll grab dinner tonight and see what this school cafeteria has to offer. Having promised Suan he'd look after this proud yet spoiled girl, Lin Feng naturally couldn't go back on his word. Alright, deal. Tsuyushi flashed a smile and waved her hand. I'll head over now. Take care. With that, she turned and merged into another stream of people. Got it. Lin Feng called after her retreating figure. Watching her graceful silhouette disappear around the building corner, he finally set off alone down the tree-lined avenue leading to the male student registration point. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of plants and trees. He drew a deep breath of the spirit-filled air, feeling every cell in his body rejoice. This is where my dreams begin. Lin Feng's heart swelled with boundless ambition, his future filled with limitless anticipation. A smile crept onto his lips. Yet this tranquil beauty of his new arrival proved as fragile as morning dew. Just as Lin Feng was lost in his beautiful visions of the future, a sudden, sharp clamor erupted. Like a cold spike, it violently pierced the harmonious atmosphere, growing louder and closer at breakneck speed. Move! Move out of the way! Help! Someone help me! The terrified screams, like a duck being choked, pierced the air with a shrill, heart-stopping desperation, rapidly closing in on Lin Feng's location. Chapter 119, Mutant Thick-Shelled Turtle. Lin Feng's heart lurched violently, snapping him out of his reverie. Every muscle tensed instinctively as he came to an abrupt halt, anchoring himself firmly to the spot. His piercing gaze swept like a searchlight toward the source of the chaos. A boy in freshman uniform, his face as pale as paper, features contorted by extreme terror, was scrambling and crawling, hands and feet flailing, desperately racing toward him. Sweat drenched his back, hair plastered to his forehead, a pitiful sight. Barely a dozen meters behind him, a massive, oppressive shadow was closing in at breakneck speed. It was a mutant turtle? Lin Feng's pupils contracted as he instantly identified the target. But this turtle bore no resemblance to the sluggish creatures he knew. Its massive frame resembled a small armored vehicle. Its seemingly clumsy limbs now unleashed astonishing power. With each stomp, the hard ground groaned under the strain, leaving deep gouges as the entire surface trembled. Its thick carapace bore a deep, earthy brown hue, covered in ancient, twisted patterns. Now, it radiated an intense, mustard yellow glow, like a burning core of earth elemental energy. Its crimson eyes blazed with fury and chaos, locked onto the fleeing figure ahead with astonishing speed. The fleeing freshman, clearly exhausted, caught sight of Lin Feng ahead. Grasping at this last straw, his voice cracked with desperation. Classmate! Help! This turtle's gone wild. Totally out of control. Think of something fast. It's catching up. As the freshman was about to crash into him, the mutant turtle's massive foreleg, enveloped in earth-colored spiritual energy, roared through the air with a tearing sound, raised high and aimed directly at the two of them. In the blink of an eye, thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind. Dodge? Behind him lay open ground, and other stunned freshmen. Take the hit? This turtle's impact was no joke. In this academy teeming with powerhouses, panic would only make things worse. He had to stop it immediately. Xiao Hei! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng issued the most urgent call from his heart, driven almost purely by combat instinct. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar, as if from the deepest abyss, reverberated through the soul without warning. Thick black smoke surged from nowhere, carrying the scent of sulfur and the depths, instantly expanding and solidifying. Xiao Hei's colossal form, covered in cold black scales and radiating overwhelming pressure, materialized before Lin Feng and the charging newcomer like a demon god descending. The unique, overwhelming pressure of the abyssal demon dragon, a blend of destruction and savagery, spread like an invisible tidal wave. The surrounding air seemed to freeze solid, and the temperature plummeted. Almost simultaneously, the mutant turtle's foreleg, charged with savage power, swung down with brutal force. A beam of earth-colored spiritual energy, solid as substance and thick as a water barrel, tore through the air like a cannonball from a siege crossbow. Roaring with destructive intent, it slammed toward Lin Feng and the nearly collapsed freshman. At the critical moment, Xiao Hei's crimson vertical pupils blazed with ferocity. Without even shifting its massive frame, it simply opened its gaping maw, bristling with sharp teeth, and unleashed another deafening roar. With that roar, a bizarre shield black as ink, its surface swirling with countless shadowy vortexes, instantly unfolded before Lin Feng and the new recruit. Boom! The earth-yellow beam of destruction collided head-on with the pitch-black shadow shield. A deafening roar shook the ground like a thunderclap. Blinding light erupted, yellow and black intertwining and annihilating. A frenzied shockwave of spiritual energy, like a runaway stallion, spread wildly in all directions, kicking up clouds of dust and shattering rocks. The solid ground crumbled like fragile biscuits, spiderweb like cracks spreading meters outward from the collision point. Amidst the swirling dust, that seemingly flimsy shadow shield remained unshaken, steadfastly absorbing the terrifying attack powerful enough to shatter stone. On the shield's surface, a dark vortex swirled rapidly, layer by layer dissipating the impact force. The freshman, slumped on the ground, witnessed this miraculous defense. The terror on his face receded like a tide, replaced by the dazed stupor of someone who'd narrowly escaped death. Then, overwhelming elation erupted. Gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, he looked at Lin Feng with eyes brimming with disbelief and gratitude, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Thank you. Thank you so much, brother. You saved my life. Just now. I thought I was done for." Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the giant turtle outside the shield, its frustration mounting as its attack was thwarted. Without turning his head, he barked urgently. "Don't let your guard down. That beast isn't done yet. Quick! Get behind that column over there. Stay back." His voice was steady and commanding, carrying an unquestionable authority. "Ha! Oh! Got it! Got it!" The newcomer snapped out of his daze, scrambling to his feet and scrambling toward the massive stone column Lin Feng had pointed to. He hid himself tightly behind it, only his wide, frightened eyes peeking out to observe the situation outside. As the dust settled, Xiao Hei's massive form stood like an impenetrable wall between the mutant turtle and Lin Feng. It crouched low, its thick neck covered in cold scales thrusting forward. A deep, warning growl rumbled from its throat, its crimson vertical pupils locked onto its opponent. A dragon's aura poured forth unreservedly, as if declaring, one more step forward, and it would be annihilation. The mutant turtle seemed to sense the lethal threat emanating from the black colossus before it. Its frenzied charge finally halted, and it came to a stop. Yet it did not retreat. Instead, it paced restlessly in place, its heavy body causing the ground to thud with dull, muffled sounds. Its tiny crimson eyes fixed intently on Xiao Hei, brimming with alertness and a defiant fury. The earth-yellow patterns on its shell blazed intensely as potent earth elemental energy surged wildly, coalescing into a layer of increasingly solid rock armor across its surface. Even the air itself grew heavy and viscous. A low, guttural growl, like stone scraping against stone, rumbled from its throat as it gathered even more terrifying power. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the heavy breathing of the two colossal beasts and the invisible pressure field created by their standoff. The surrounding screams had ceased at some point, replaced by deathly silence and distant shouts from startled onlookers. Lin Feng's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, his palms glistening with sweat. He stared intently at the mutated turtle, which resembled a moving fortress, his mind racing. He could distinctly sense the spiritual energy gathering on its shell, intensifying with each passing moment. This was no ordinary collision. The next strike would surely be earth-shattering. "Xiao Hei, brace for a tough fight." Lin Feng's voice was low and solemn, transmitted clearly through their mental link. Chapter 120, Zhuge Ling. The dust had yet to fully settle, the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth and stone, mingled with the distinctive sulfuric stench of the abyssal demon dragon. Xiao Hei's massive form stood like a rock before them, his crimson vertical pupils locked onto the mutated giant turtle. The creature stamped its feet impatiently, its earth-yellow glow growing increasingly blinding. A heavy oppressive weight made the air itself feel viscous. Just then, from the clusters of students who had been scared back, a buzzing murmur drifted into Lin Feng's ears like fallen leaves stirred by the wind. "Whoa, another one escaped from Professor Zhuge's lab? How many times this month is that? You bet. Her extreme potential awakening method sounds downright crazy. Pumping energy into perfectly healthy beast tamers like they're ticking time bombs, no wonder they go berserk." Hey, should we go help out? It'd be trouble if someone got seriously hurt. Wait, that black thing the freshman summoned, is that a dragon? Looks pretty intimidating. Professor Zhuge made the mess, let her people clean it up. Professor Zhuge? Extreme potential awakening? Lin Feng's brow knotted into a tight knot, his heart twisting like a cat's claws had scratched it. While keeping a close eye on the giant turtle's increasingly luminous shell patterns, the thing was clearly building up a massive attack. Lin Feng quickly turned his head and whispered to a bespectacled senior student beside him who seemed relatively composed. Hey, buddy, do you happen to know if that Professor Zhuge they mentioned has anything to do with this crazy beast? He nodded toward the giant tortoise, his eyes brimming with confusion. The bespectacled boy pushed his frames up, shot Lin Feng a glance, and explained in a rapid whisper. New here? Professor Zhuge Ling is a big shot in beast energy fusion research, but she's got some wild methods. She specializes in high-risk, high-reward innovations. Last month, that lava lizard in her lab went berserk and nearly torched half the breeding grounds. See, today's specimen. He nodded toward the mutant turtle. Probably another masterpiece from her new project. Pumped too much energy into it, fried the CPU clean. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, so it was her. No wonder this turtle was raving mad without reason. Its eyes were filled with chaotic fury, not a trace of rationality to be found. Roar! Before Lin Feng could process this, the mutated turtle, having gathered enough power, unleashed a deafening roar. Its massive body slammed downward, its limbs driving deep into the ground like pile drivers. The twisted, earth-yellow patterns on its shell flared with blinding light. A visible torrent of heavy, viscous earth-yellow spiritual energy surged forth like a breached mudslide, bearing down on Xiaohei and Lin Feng with an overwhelming force that threatened to crush everything in its path. Wherever it passed, the hard ground shattered and buckled inch by inch. Xiaohei! Watch out! Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted the warning, his heart instantly leaping to his throat. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, a savage glint flared in Xiaohei's crimson dragon eyes. Far from retreating, it let out a roar even more savage and destructive. Its massive body charged forward instead of backing down, its wings covered in jet-black scales snapping together. The edges of its wing membranes instantly ignited with black demonic flames as deep as night, transforming into two massive shields ablaze with hellfire. They slammed head-on into the raging torrent of earth spirits. Boom! Two overwhelming forces collided with devastating force. A deafening roar, heavy enough to make hearts skip a beat, exploded. Yellow and black energies violently tangled and annihilated each other. A ring of furious shockwaves erupted, instantly sweeping dust and debris from within tens of meters into the sky, forming a chaotic dust storm. The ground was scarred as if plowed by a colossal harrow, leaving horrifyingly deep gullies. Many nearby students were knocked off their feet by the shockwave, screaming in panic. As the dust began to settle, Xiaohei's massive dragon form was seen being forcibly pushed back several meters, plowing two deep furrows into the ground. On its folded wings, demonic flames flickered violently, flickering on and off. Its hard scales showed obvious warping and cracks. Several strands of dark red dragon blood, carrying a sulfuric stench, seeped out from the fissures, dripping onto the scorched earth with a faint hissing sound. Xiaohei! Lin Feng felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart, the pain making him gasp sharply. He could distinctly sense the agony and fury radiating from the other end of their contract. The pride of an abyssal dragon, how could it tolerate such desecration from a mere reptile? Arg! You damn stinking turtle, you want to die? Xiaohei's fury ignited completely. It spread its wings wide and let out a roar that tore through the heavens. The pitch-black demonic flames enveloping its body surged skyward like boiling oil. Terrifying dragon might surged outward like a tangible tidal wave, crushing weaker students nearby until they could barely breathe. Those vertical pupils, burning with the fire of destruction, locked onto the equally enraged giant turtle ahead. It intended to tear it apart. Lin Feng stared intently at the giant turtle, which continued to gather earth spirit energy. The longer he watched, the more alarmed he became. The energy fluctuations emanating from this creature were nothing like the tamed energy of an ordinary tamed beast. Instead, it carried a primal, chaotic, and intensely aggressive aura of a demon beast. Combined with that terrifying impact earlier, Lin Feng swiftly concluded, this thing was definitely above level 40, and for some reason, its power had surged dramatically. And an extremely rare lord-level beast at that. No wonder Xiaohei, at level 32, struggled so much to suppress it without resorting to devastating ultimate moves. Damn it, if Xiaonyo were here, one soul-sealing sound would have taken it down. Or that Bì'àn one swipe of its claw would have shattered any turtle shell to dust. Lin Feng stared at the blood seeping from Xiaohei's wings, feeling both heartbroken and frustrated, unable to suppress a silent curse. This feeling of being held back was unbearable. The mutated turtle, now surging with frenzied energy, seemed to have entered some kind of overclocked state. It ignored Xiaohei's raging fury, its crimson eyes now filled solely with the instinct to destroy. The glow on its shell intensified, solidifying into a rock-hard armor. The sheer weight of earth elemental energy warped the very air around it. A deep, rumbling growl like rolling boulders erupted from its throat. Its limbs plunged downward once more, the impending strike promised to shatter the heavens. Feeling the mortal threat, Xiaohe lowered its massive frame even further. A devastating dragon's breath brewed deep within its throat, black demonic flames compressing and swirling in its maw to form a heart-stopping core of energy. It too was going all out. The surrounding shrieks instantly rose several decibels. Back up. It's going to explode. That dragon is about to breathe. The power will be absolutely terrifying. Oh no. This square is going to be ruined. Lin Feng's heart sank to the bottom. He knew all too well the devastating power of Xiaohe's abyssal breath. Once unleashed, this entire area would likely be. But at this moment, did he have any other choice? The turtle's next strike would also unleash devastating destruction. At this critical moment, as destruction loomed on the brink of collision, a ghostly white figure darted out from the crowd behind him, faster than a phantom. Its speed was so blinding it left a faint afterimage in its wake. Lin Feng saw only a blur before his eyes. Before he could make out the figure, a clear, melodious yet commanding voice rang out. Monster! Freeze! Before the words had fully faded, the white figure landed with unearthly grace, landing precisely at the center of the mutant turtle's mountain-like shell, which glowed with a blinding light. Tall and graceful, she wore an immaculate white lab coat, delicate gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Behind the lenses, her eyes were clear and bright, sparkling with intelligence. Everything about her suggested a scholarly, delicate researcher fresh from the laboratory. Yet the action that followed shattered every jaw in the room. Her right leg shot upward, long and straight, the motion as crisp and precise as a trained fighter's. Then, she slammed her foot down with brutal force onto the very center of that indestructible turtle shell, which had been imbued with terrifying earth elemental power. As that seemingly light kick landed, time itself seemed to freeze for an instant. Crack! A shattering sound, crisp and jarring like the explosion of shattered glass, erupted. Chapter 121, Zhuge Ling's Excitement. Under the stunned gazes of all present, the thick tortoise shell, which had only sustained shallow marks from Xiaohe's claw strikes and remained unscathed by the terrifying earth spirit torrent, suddenly became covered in spiderweb like cracks radiating from the point where the petite lady's leather shoe had struck. Then, like tempered glass struck by a sledgehammer, the entire shell shattered with a thunderous crash. Shards of the shattered shell flew like projectiles in all directions, sending nearby students who couldn't dodge in time screaming in terror. Fortunately, it was a scare without harm. No one was injured by the fragments. The mutated turtle let out a pained growl from the impact. Its massive body swayed several times before crashing to the ground. Lin Feng's eyes widened in stunned disbelief as he stared at the figure standing steadily atop the shattered shell. After crushing the turtle, she patted her chest, exhaled deeply, and exclaimed, "Thank goodness I got here in time. Who knows what chaos would have ensued otherwise?" At that moment, the group of students who had been attacking the mutant turtle cried out in unison. "Teacher Zhuge Ling! It really is her! Is she the research maniac? Why did she come personally?" Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Lin Feng froze upon hearing this, his mind filled with astonishment. Is this the Professor Zhuge? And what on earth is this research maniac business? His mind swirled with questions as his gaze instinctively scanned Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling seemed to sense his gaze. She hopped down from the turtle shell, walked over to Lin Feng in a few strides, and gave him a thorough once-over. A pleased smile spread across her face. "Young scholar, you and your beast companion handled yourselves admirably just now. To remain so composed in such a dangerous situation." Lin Feng hurriedly replied, "Professor, you flatter me. I had no choice. I couldn't just stand by and watch it hurt someone. But Professor, what exactly happened? How did this turtle lose control and go berserk?" Zhuge Ling frowned slightly, a hint of frustration flashing across her face. "This is my fault. This mutant turtle was the test subject for my latest research project. I attempted to enhance its power using a new energy fusion method, but an unexpected accident occurred during the process. It caused its energy to become chaotic, leading to complete loss of control." The surrounding students, hearing Zhuge Ling's explanation, began whispering among themselves again. "See? I told you her research was too risky. It was bound to cause trouble sooner or later. But if it weren't for Teacher Zhuge's bold experiments, our academy's beast-taming research wouldn't have made so many breakthroughs." A faint, fishy stench mingled with the acrid smell of scorched energy lingered at the edge of the training ground. Zhuge Ling's gaze suddenly locked onto Lin Feng's side, or more precisely, onto the small dragon lazily coiled on his shoulder, its entire body covered in scales as deep and mysterious as the night sky. Those eyes, usually gleaming with wisdom and inquiry, now blazed with a light more intense than any experimental data had ever ignited. That light was like a traveler trekking through a desert suddenly catching sight of a legendary oasis filled with an almost greedy, pure, soul-deep excitement. This. No words were spoken, only a sharp intake of breath, so brief it was nearly missed. Instantly, Zhuge Ling's figure seemed pulled by invisible threads. In a few swift strides, she crossed the ground strewn with shards of rock and ice, landing precisely before Lin Feng. She didn't even pause to smooth out the disheveled lab coat worn from the recent battle. "Wait!" Her voice rose sharply with excitement, trembling with disbelief as she grabbed Lin Feng's arm so tightly he furrowed his brow. You brat, you actually have a dragon? And this bloodline, this primal, almost primordial aura? Good heavens, this is nothing an ordinary sub-dragon could match. Quick, tell me, where did you get this little guy? Her words came in rapid succession like a machine gun, yet her gaze remained fixed on the little black dragon perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, as if she intended to scan and analyze every single scale with her eyes. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught of questions, Lin Feng felt a bit dazed. He instinctively tried to pull his hand back, only to find her grip as ironclad as of ice. With a helpless tug at the corner of his mouth, he offered a wry smile. Teacher, calm down. Is it so strange that I have a dragon? My profession is a dragon tamer. For a dragon tamer to have a dragon as their mount, isn't that perfectly natural? Dragon tamer? The fervor on Zhuge Ling's face instantly gave way to a near-biting disdain. As if hearing the most laughable joke imaginable, she snorted derisively and poured cold water on his claim without hesitation. That? The legendary dragon tamer profession? Kid, wake up. What era do you think this is? Dragons are practically mythical legends now. Do you think we're back in the ancient, barbaric times when you could just step outside and stumble upon a bunch of dragon cubs waiting for you to contract them? She released her grip on Lin Feng's arm, instead placing her hands on her hips. Adopting the posture of a seasoned mentor lecturing an ignorant freshman, her words cut like ice shards. Listen up. Even if you pulled off some insane stroke of luck and somehow managed to contract a real dragon, then what? Do you have any idea how many resources it takes to raise a dragon? Astronomical. Mountains of dragon crystals, top-tier elemental essences, and those long-extinct dragon blood herbs. Not to mention the growth bottlenecks later on, you couldn't break through them even with mountains of gold and silver. The investment is completely disproportionate to the returns. The cost-effectiveness is outrageously low. This profession is a bottomless pit you can never fill, utterly useless. It's like eating something tasteless yet too precious to throw away. Honestly, you wouldn't abandon a dragon even if you had one. But it's absolutely not worth the effort. She rattled off a tirade, tearing the dragon tamer profession to shreds. Yet at the end, she suddenly leaned in close to Lin Feng. The eyes that had just been filled with contempt instantly shifted to extreme suspicion and scrutiny, fixating intently on Lin Feng's own eyes. Her voice dropped, carrying an almost interrogative intensity. But, from the sound of it, you've got more than just this one trick up your sleeve, don't you? Trapped by Zhuge Ling's piercing gaze, Lin Feng felt as if he were being x-rayed. He instinctively rubbed his nose, averting the other's scorching gaze, then nodded, admitting in as matter-of-fact a tone as he could manage. Yeah, 3. What? 3? 3? Zhuge Ling's eyes instantly bulged wide, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Struck as if by an invisible thunderbolt, she froze solid for a full 3 seconds. Then, she gasped sharply, her voice warped by utter shock, becoming shrill and almost piercing. As if seeing Lin Feng for the first time, or encountering some unimaginable monster specimen, she released her hands from her hips. She began pacing mechanically around Lin Feng and the little black dog on his shoulder, circling him over and over. Her steps were slightly unsteady as she muttered incessantly, her voice low yet clear enough for every attentive ear nearby to catch. 3 genuine dragons? How is that possible? Where in this world could there be so many dragons? Besides mine, ugh, ugh. The brief silence on the training ground shattered. Like a drop of water splashing into boiling oil, it instantly ignited a frenzy. Holy crap! 3 dragons? Did I hear that right? A dragon tamer with 3 dragons? Who just called dragon tamer a useless class? Does your face hurt? This kid must be some kind of monster. 3 dragons. Just imagine the scene: a sky-filling, earth-shaking dragon's breath. So terrifying. So badass. No wonder Dean Zhuge was so excited anyone would go nuts seeing that. What's the deal with this junior? Looks ordinary, but turns out to be a super hidden boss? Whispers coalesced into a thunderous roar as countless eyes fixated on Lin Feng, filled with shock, envy, disbelief, and deep reverence. Lin Feng instantly became the absolute center of attention across the entire training ground. The sudden spotlight made him feel slightly uncomfortable, and he instinctively straightened his spine. Finally, Zhuge Ling stopped circling. Chapter 122, Becoming Zhuge Ling's Disciple. She abruptly halted directly before Lin Feng, so close he could see the unquiet storm raging in her eyes, and beneath that tempest, the undeniable urgency and yearning erupting like volcanic lava. Lin Feng. Her words cut through the air with unwavering authority, leaving no room for refusal. Become my disciple. Now. Immediately. Seeing Lin Feng about to speak, she raised her hand to cut him off. Don't refuse so quickly. Hear me out. Following me will be to your absolute advantage. Her speech quickened again, as if afraid Lin Feng might slip away, as she began listing her credentials. With your talent, combined with these 3 dragons, what an unparalleled combination. Add my guidance to the mix, and I guarantee your future achievements will surpass your wildest dreams. Standing at the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world isn't just a dream, it's within your grasp. She took a slight breath, calming her overly excited emotions, but the intensity in her eyes remained searingly intense. And let me tell you who I am? I'm Zhuge Ling, Dean of the Beastmaster Academy at Huaxia University. She deliberately emphasized the last 3 words, her voice dripping with self-assured pride. Across the entire academy, indeed, across the entire cultivation world's beast taming field, those who could challenge me in research and cultivation could be counted on one hand. Resources? The finest cultivation resources, the highest grade energy crystals, the rarest heavenly treasures, whatever you need, I can procure it. Methods? Those bottlenecks that drive other instructors mad? For me, they're just a few formula derivations and targeted experimental protocols. Trial? I know where the fiercest beasts lurk, those most likely to catalyze breakthroughs. I know which secret realms and ancient ruins can unleash the full potential of dragon bloodlines. Follow me, and your dragons will unleash their true, world-shattering power. She took a sharp breath, her gaze as piercing as a blade, striking deep into Lin Feng's heart. More importantly, I have few students. Including you, only 2. What does this mean? It means I can pour every ounce of my energy and resources into you. One-on-one, even one-to-many, top-tier customized training. Ask around the entire Huaxia Academy who else offers this? Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably under Zhuge Ling's relentless barrage of persuasive salesmanship. Dean of the Beastmaster Academy. A superclass transcender above level 90. The undisputed authority in the entire Beastmaster realm. The sheer weight of these titles was staggering. The future she painted was undeniably enticing, the finest resources, the most advanced methods, the rarest opportunities for growth. For someone like him possessing 3 dragons and craving power, it felt like a tailor-made path to greatness. He instinctively tried to pull back the arm Zhuge Ling had re-gripped, only to find her hold even tighter than before. Faced with Zhuge Ling's unyielding stance, refusing to let go until he agreed, Lin Feng felt both amused and exasperated. He gently pulled free, scratched the back of his head, and offered a sincere hesitation. Master, what you've said truly moves me. I'm deeply grateful for your recognition, I really am. But such a momentous decision as becoming your disciple, one that shapes my future path, might I be permitted a moment to consider? Consider? At this, Zhuge Ling's eyebrows shot up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She nearly leaped up in frustration. What else is there to consider? The opportunity is slipping away. Lin Feng, do you have any idea how many people are desperate to become my disciples? Once this chance is gone, it won't come back. Opportunities are fleeting. Just look at that mutant turtle from earlier. She jabbed toward the massive, lifeless turtle carcass in the center of the arena, her voice tinged with almost boastful fervor. That was merely an insignificant test subject among my numerous research projects. If I can devise a method to make docile rock-shelled turtles go berserk, I can certainly figure out how to unleash your dragon's power beyond their limits safely and under control. How to optimize their bloodline connections, how to overcome growth barriers. These are all unique skills. A small experiment. Lin Feng stared at the turtle carcass, nearly the size of a small hill, a barely perceptible twitch flickering at the corner of his mouth. Yet the bone-deep mastery of beast-taming research revealed in Zhuge Ling's words struck yet another nerve. The future of Xiuhei and the others, the bottomless pit of resources they would require, the countless bottlenecks they might encounter. This dean, whose actions might seem eccentric, yet whose power and status were undeniable, seemed to be the optimal solution. The scales of his inner deliberation swung violently between immense temptation and latent risk before finally tipping heavily to one side. Agreed. Lin Feng lifted his head, his gaze hardening as he met Zhuge Ling's expectant eyes. With solemn resolve, he declared, Professor Zhuge, I wish to become your disciple. Ha! That's the spirit. A radiant smile laced with a hint of triumphant scheming instantly blossomed on Zhuge Ling's face. He slapped Lin Feng's shoulder so hard it sent the young man stumbling back. You've got guts, kid. Follow me, and I'll make sure you dominate the Beastmaster realm. Fame across the land is just around the corner. Yet, just as Zhuge Ling basked in triumph and Lin Feng resolved himself, the expressions of the students who had been watching and whispering on the training ground underwent an extremely subtle shift. Envy and astonishment ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a complex mix of pity, sympathy, and even a hint of schadenfreude. They exchanged glances, silently conveying a shared understanding. Oh no, oh no. Another brave soul has fallen into the trap. Little brother, you're just too young. Got blinded by the dean's empty promises. TSK. Just thinking about his future makes me sweat for him. The lab lights will probably become more familiar to him than the moon. Looking for materials? Last time the dean wanted to study the fluorescence decay of aurora butterfly phosphor powder in dark energy environments, he had seen your brotherly camp out in the eternal night swamp for a whole month. When he came out, he was practically green. Experimenting? When Senior Wang tested that new potential boosting serum, she nearly had her ground dragon tear half the training ground apart. She got sentenced to 3 months cleaning the animal pens. 3 seconds of silence. These hushed whispers, barely audible yet distinctly perceptible to Lin Feng, burrowed into his ears like tiny insects. The smile on his face froze, replaced by a creeping sense of foreboding. He turned to his new mentor, who stood beside him with a kindly expression, and asked in confusion. What's with the expressions on your faces, teachers? Could it be that being your student comes with some special perks? TSK. Zhuge Ling immediately shot a warning glare at the gossiping students. Then, turning back to Lin Feng, she explained in a light tone, as if to say, don't listen to their nonsense. Ignore them. They're just sour grapes. Pure, naked jealousy. Researching with me does mean a slightly heavier workload than with regular advisors. She held up her thumb and index finger, making a tiny gesture. But, Lin Feng, you must understand, hard work pays off. What you'll learn, the growth you'll achieve, the challenges you'll face under my guidance, none of those sheltered by the book students could ever hope to match. Those who endure hardship rise above the rest. Your future accomplishments will prove how wise your choices today. Watching Zhuge Ling's earnest, almost hypnotic demeanor, Lin Feng chose to trust her despite lingering doubts. Chapter 123, The Magnificence of Huaxia Academy. He nodded, his face breaking into a smile, once more a youthful vigor mixed with the fearless drive of a newborn calf. Yes, master, I believe in you. Having chosen this path, hardship is nothing I fear. Now that's more like it. Zhuge Ling smiled with satisfaction. Without further ado, she deftly pulled a palm-sized token from the lining of her loose, multi-pocketed lab coat. Its surface felt smooth and warm to the touch. The token was neither metal nor wood, radiating a deep, ink-green hue. Its surface was engraved with intricate, esoteric runes, faint energy ripples pulsing through it, exuding an aura of ancient elegance and nobility. Here, take this. She thrust the token into Lin Feng's hand without further explanation. This is the identity token for core disciples of the Beast Taming Academy. Take it and go directly to the Qilong Courtyard dormitory area behind the academy. Find the administrator and mention my name, Zhuge Ling. They'll arrange everything for you. After giving her instructions, Zhuge Ling didn't even wait for Lin Feng to say thank you. Her gaze darted like radar toward the enormous mutated turtle carcass in the center of the arena. Her petite frame seemed to harbor the strength of a colossal beast. In a few strides, she reached the turtle's carcass, bent down, and gripped a hollow indentation along the edge of its shell. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Ha!" With a light grunt, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Zhuge Ling managed to hoist the colossal creature dozens of times her size onto her shoulders. The massive shell rested steadily on her slightly slender shoulders, the dead turtle's head and limbs drooping limply. This visually striking scene was filled with absurdly comical humor. Shouldering this massive research specimen, she turned with steady steps and addressed Lin Feng, who still clutched the token, his expression frozen in shock. I'll take this precious specimen back to the lab first. The data needs to be analyzed while it's fresh. You go settle into your dorm and get familiar with the surroundings. Once I finish this little project I'm working on. She gave the giant tortoise on her shoulder a little bounce, as if it were a trivial little package. Then I'll have a proper chat with you about your 3 precious dragons. Remember, Qilong Garden, don't get lost. Before her words had fully faded, the newly appointed mentor had already strided off, shouldering her precious trophy. She swept through the training grounds with purpose, leaving behind a jaw-dropping silhouette that swiftly vanished toward the experimental building. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, clutching the still warm, dark green token in his hand. His lips twitched uncontrollably once more. Gazing at the direction Zhuge Ling had vanished, his heart felt like a jar of mixed emotions had been overturned, a complex turmoil beyond words. This mentor truly operated in a world of her own, swift and decisive to the point of catching others off guard. A fervent scientific spirit perfectly fused with formidable execution. The days ahead would certainly be anything but ordinary. He exhaled a long breath, as if expelling the tangled emotions from his chest. The decision to become her disciple was final. Whether the path ahead was thorny or smooth, he would walk it. Gripping the token tightly, he set off toward the iconic towering structure at the heart of the Beastmaster Academy, following the direction etched in his memory. Along the tree-lined path leading to the Beast Taming Academy, Lin Feng distinctly felt himself become the center of attention. Lin Feng, clutching the token given to him by Zhuge Ling, made his way toward the dormitory area. Along the way, he deeply experienced the token's power. At every checkpoint where he was questioned, the moment he presented the token, the staff's attitude instantly became warm and attentive. They provided clear directions, and he passed through unimpeded. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the dormitory registration office. The resident manager, a gray-haired elder, was momentarily startled upon seeing the token in Lin Feng's hand. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. As he processed Lin Feng's check-in, the man kept glancing up at him, his gaze filled with pity. Lin Feng was utterly baffled, silently wondering. Why is this dorm supervisor looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me? But he couldn't bring himself to ask directly, so he forced himself to suppress his confusion and waited for the paperwork to be completed. The old man slowly handed Lin Feng the key, gestured toward a nearby dormitory building, and said with a hint of a sigh, "Kid, walk straight down this road. Room 302 on the 3rd floor of that building is yours. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come find me." Lin Feng took the key and politely replied, "Thank you, sir." But just as he turned and took a few steps away, he heard the dorm supervisor mutter softly behind him. "Ah, such a fine young man. How did he end up becoming Dean Zhuge's disciple?" Lin Feng's footsteps halted, his curiosity growing. He turned back to ask for clarification, only to find the dorm supervisor had already turned and walked into the building, closing the door behind him. With no choice, Lin Feng headed to his dorm to settle in. Following the caretaker's directions, Lin Feng quickly found his assigned dorm room. Opening the door, the interior of the dorm room was quite decent, clean and tidy, with furniture arranged neatly. A single bed stood against the wall, flanked by a desk and a wardrobe. The room's window faced a lush forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the floor. After settling his luggage, Lin Feng sat on the bed, his mind replaying the dorm supervisor's pitying gaze and muttered words. Was there really something wrong with being teacher Zhuge's disciple? After all, she was at least the dean. The more Lin Feng pondered it, the more perplexed he became. He resolved to ask his classmates about it at the first opportunity. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Lin Feng rose and opened it to find a group of students chatting and laughing as they passed down the hallway. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His chance had come. He hurried out of the dormitory and stopped one of the students who looked relatively friendly. With a smile, he asked, "Hello, classmate. I just became Dean Zhuge Ling's disciple. I was wondering why did the dorm supervisor give me such a strange look? It almost seemed like he felt sorry for me." The student paused slightly upon hearing Lin Feng's question, then wore an expression of sudden realization. He glanced at his companions, then back at Lin Feng, hesitated, and said, "Well, it's nothing really. It's just that Dean Zhuge is so fanatical about her research. Her disciples are often dragged into helping with all sorts of dangerous and bizarre experiments. Plus, once she gets absorbed in her research, she tends to overlook a lot of things, including proper guidance and care for her disciples' daily lives. So everyone figures being her disciple means enduring quite a bit of hardship. Is that really all there is to it?" Lin Feng smiled with a hint of amusement. Following the directions, Lin Feng arrived at the dormitory. Pushing open the door, the scene before him made him gasp. True to what he'd heard, this was a 3-person dormitory, yet it was laid out like a 3-bedroom apartment with a living room, offering a very spacious interior. The living room was bright and airy, sunlight pouring freely through floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire space. Lin Feng's gaze swept around the room, immediately spotting the brand-new refrigerator tucked away in the corner. Its sleek, minimalist exterior gleamed with a cool metallic sheen, exuding exceptional quality. He couldn't resist stepping closer and gently opening the door. Inside, the compartments were neatly organized, and thoughtfully, it even came equipped with an ice-making function. Truly befitting a prestigious institution like Huaxia Academy, they certainly don't skimp on the details. Lin Feng marveled inwardly. The wealth wasn't just evident in the hardware facilities, the academy's intense cultivation atmosphere, top-tier faculty, and abundant cultivation resources all left him deeply impressed. Lin Feng crossed the living room and headed toward his own room. The room was equally spacious, with a solid wood bed placed against the wall. The wood grain at the headboard was distinct, emitting a faint woody fragrance. Beside the bed stood an exquisitely crafted desk, its surface smooth as glass. The adjacent bookshelf was already stacked with various foundational beast-taming cultivation manuals. A soft single sofa sat by the window, offering a perfect vantage point to take in the beautiful campus scenery outside. Chapter 124, Reunion with Yao Yao. The late summer sun, radiating a sticky warmth, generously bathed the crisscrossing tree-lined paths of Huaxia Academy. The air carried the unique excitement of freshmen, mingled with a subtle, barely perceptible confusion, blending with the scent of fresh grass and the distant, faint clamor from the training grounds. Lin Feng wiped the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead as his gaze scanned the throng of people. Guessing his roommate was bogged down by paperwork and wouldn't be free anytime soon, he decided to head to the meeting spot first. Su Yushi should already be there. The agreed-upon spot was at the edge of the quiet reflection grove on the western edge of campus. Several ancient banyan trees stood there, their gnarled branches intertwined, their dense canopies casting large patches of cool shade on the ground. As Lin Feng rounded the corner of the red brick teaching building, his gaze swept over the bustling crowd ahead and instantly locked onto that familiar figure. Sure enough, Su Yushi stood there. A light-colored dress accentuated her slender, upright figure, like a magnolia blossoming quietly beneath a lush, ancient banyan tree. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering dancing golden spots around her. Yet, what made Lin Feng pause was the equally striking figure standing beside her. That adorably petite form, the signature waist-length hair, the lively and spirited aura. Who else could it be but Yao Yao? What was this girl doing here? Lin Feng muttered to himself, yet a smile involuntarily touched his lips. What a pleasant surprise. Before he could approach, Yao Yao's eyes as sharp as radar had already locked onto him. Almost instantly, the serious expression she'd worn while talking to Su Yushi exploded like fireworks, bursting into a dazzling, radiant smile. Lin Feng. Her clear, excited shout pierced the surrounding noise, drawing curious glances from several nearby freshmen. Yao Yao, like a fawn finally spotting its treasure, abandoned all pretense of composure. She took long strides toward Lin Feng, her skirt and long hair tracing lively arcs as she ran. Lin Feng smiled and quickened his pace to meet her. Yao Yao? It really is you. I thought I was seeing things. Didn't you say you had family matters and would arrive a few days later? His voice held unmistakable delight. Plans change, you know. Yao Yao came to a halt before him, slightly out of breath. Her cheeks flushed with the run and excitement, her eyes sparkling. Things at home got sorted out early. I just arrived today, barely dropped my bags in the dorm, and thought I'd come out to get familiar with the area. Guess what happened? She excitedly pointed behind her at Su Yushi. I just walked to the edge of this grove and spotted Yushi right away. Isn't that a coincidence? It's more coincidental than fiction. She paused, then added rapidly. We were just talking about where you'd gone off to, wondering if you'd gotten lost in some backwater, when you appeared as if you timed it perfectly. What do you call that? A meeting of minds? Yao Yao said, winking mischievously as her gaze swept suggestively between Lin Feng and Su Yushi. At that moment, Su Yushi strolled over at a leisurely pace. She lifted her petite chin slightly, her beautiful eyes glancing sideways at Lin Feng before letting out a soft snort through her nose. Lost? More like he got tangled up in some senior or junior's affection, didn't he? Dithering around, leaving us to feed the mosquitoes under this tree. Though her words carried a sting, the faint curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings at seeing him. That proud, teasing attitude hadn't changed a bit. Lin Feng spread his hands helplessly, his gaze shifting to Su Yushi. I swear, Miss Priss. The dorm building was packed. My roommate was still locked in a staring contest with the registration desk. I timed it perfectly and rushed over here. He turned to Yao Yao, his smile unchanged. But you, Yao Yao, never expected to run into you here. Seems Huaxia Academy's reputation for bringing people together isn't just hype. The three of us gathering on the very first day in this huge place? That kind of fate, well, it's worthy of being written into the school history books. You bet. After a brief silence, Yao Yao's excitement flared up again, and she couldn't wait to share her news. Alright, my turn. Guess what? I got assigned to the Warrior Academy. She puffed out her chest and flexed her muscles, though her slender arms weren't exactly convincing. Her confidence and spirit shone brightly. A fury goddess? Born to be forged in the crucible of warriors. I checked out the Warriors Hall today. Holy crap, the atmosphere. The shouts on the training grounds, the clang of weapons clashing, and that mix of sweat and steel in the air? Totally my thing. My blood's boiling. Just imagine charging into battle, unstoppable. Now that's what I call badass. As she spoke, she instinctively mimed a few slashing and parrying motions, her eyes brimming with boundless anticipation for the future. Lin Feng nodded sincerely. Yeah, the Berserker class is top tier in burst damage and battlefield dominance. With your fiery temper and that stubborn refusal to back down, you'll absolutely shine in the Warrior Academy. You'll find your perfect place there. There'll be plenty of other passionate souls just like you. Watching Yao Yao gesticulate wildly with excitement, Su Yushi curled her lip and gave her habitual dismissive snort. Put. It's just fighting and killing. Look at you getting all excited, like a little kid. Yet her tone held little mockery, instead carrying a subtle hint of indulgence. Watching Yao Yao's vibrant energy, the corners of Su Yushi's slightly pursed lips finally curved upward in a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Yao Yao, long immune to Su Yushi's jabs, grinned and hooked her arm through Su Yushi's, shaking it affectionately. Alright, we know our Miss Yushi has lofty ambitions. Come on, spill it. Which academy is fighting tooth and nail for this rare six-winged angel? The Healing Academy or the Mage Academy? Or could it be the legendary? She blinked her eyes curiously. Su Yushi felt slightly uncomfortable being held by Yao Yao, but she didn't pull away. Hearing the question, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing a rare hint of vexation. Don't even mention it. It's precisely because both sides want me that it's such a hassle. She sighed. The Healing Academy mentor said my talent could elevate their group healing spells and holy light revival to a whole new level, making me an indispensable core member. The Mage Academy, on the other hand, claimed my holy light magic holds immense purifying and destructive power, with limitless potential. They say pursuing a pure offensive path could lead to extraordinary achievements. She spread her hands helplessly, her tone tinged with resignation. The six-winged angel class, I'm skilled in both, excelling at both. The result? Both sides are courting me now, giving me a headache. Choosing either feels like a waste of the other's potential. Lin Feng stroked his chin, thought deeply for a moment, and analyzed. This is indeed a choice that requires careful consideration. The Healing Academy would maximize the development and enhancement of your support and healing abilities. In the future, whether in large-scale dungeons, secret realm expeditions, or battlefield support, you would become the most reliable backbone of any team, holding an irreplaceable position. The Mage Academy, however, would systematically enhance your mastery of magic, elemental affinity, and the potency of your offensive spells. It would transform your holy light from a shield into a spear of judgment, granting you terrifying offensive capabilities. The crucial question lies within your own heart. Do you yearn to be the guardian safeguarding your team's lifeline, or do you crave commanding immense power to become the center of attention on the battlefield? He sought to guide Su Yushi toward discovering her true inclination. Chapter 125, Zhuge Ling's Special Talent. Su Yushi shot Lin Feng a disdainful look, her eyes practically screaming, "That's obvious. If I could figure out which path my heart truly favors, would I be stuck agonizing over this? Oomph. Your analysis sounds all logical and sound, just like what those mentors spout, not a shred of practical advice. It's like you said nothing at all. Yao Yao chuckled beside them and chimed in. Honestly, Yushi, you're so talented, why settle for just one? Why not attend classes at both? See which environment you prefer, which mentor clicks better? With your skills, juggling both isn't impossible. Su Yushi stared at Yao Yao as if she were an alien. Miss Yao, do you think Huaxia Academy is your family's vegetable market? Trying to have it both ways? The academy has clear regulations. New students can only choose one primary faculty for core training and resource allocation. Auditing a few classes might be possible, but core resources and dedicated mentors are exclusive to one faculty. She shook her head helplessly. Forget it. I'll think it over. Seeing both friends had outlined their situations, Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and began describing his own circumstances. My path is quite clear, I'll definitely be joining the Beast Taming Academy. He paused, his expression growing slightly nuanced, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible complexity. Though my situation is a bit unusual. I wasn't assigned through the regular assessment. Instead, I was pre-recruited by the Beast Taming Academy's headmistress, teacher Zhuge Ling, to become her personal disciple. Su Yushi merely raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression carrying a hint of surprise. Oh? So that's how it works? But overall, she remained calm. After all, she was new here and unfamiliar with the academy's upper echelons. For her, the name Zhuge Ling was merely a symbol representing the highest authority of the Beast Taming Academy. She didn't yet grasp its full significance. However, Yao Yao standing beside her reacted completely differently. Her large, bright eyes instantly widened to their fullest, as if she'd heard something utterly unbelievable. The color drained from her face, replaced by utter shock and sympathy? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she nearly cried out in disbelief. What? Zhuge Ling? Lin Feng? You were taken in by her? Good heavens! You've been completely duped. This sudden, terrified cry crashed like a stone into calm waters. Lin Feng and Su Yushi froze simultaneously, both turning to stare at Yao Yao. Lin Feng, especially, his expression froze instantly, and his heart sank. Totally screwed? What did that mean? Lin Feng's voice tightened involuntarily, laced with intense confusion and a hint of foreboding. He fixed his gaze on Yao Yao. Yao Yao, you know Dean Zhuge Ling? Quick, tell me everything. What exactly happened? What do you mean you got screwed? Yao Yao's expression at that moment could only be described as heart-wrenching. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm, her words coming out in rapid succession like a machine gun. Of course I know. I know him all too well. Dean Zhuge Ling is famous among our freshman class, but not in a good way. She glanced around nervously, as if afraid someone might overhear, and lowered her voice, though the urgency in her tone remained undiminished. It's common knowledge she's notorious as a research maniac. The kind who forgets her own family when she's immersed in her work. I've heard she drags her students into some incredibly dangerous, even life-threatening experiments just to uncover the limits of rare beasts' abilities or test her wild theories. Extreme environment survival tests, high-risk energy stimulation reactions, and even rumor has it forcing beasts and their masters into overloaded combat. Several seniors had been pushed to the brink, complaining bitterly about the toll it took on them. Rumor had it some suffered serious injuries, nearly sustaining permanent damage. Yao Yao took a breath, her face clouding with even deeper concern. But that wasn't the worst part. The real danger was that once she entered the lab or became engrossed in a project, she wouldn't notice if the sky fell down outside. Regular guidance, cultivation plans, daily care? Those were nothing but pipe dreams. Her students were essentially left to fend for themselves, left to their own devices. Even cultivation resources? They had to figure out how to obtain and exchange them themselves. Stuck on a problem? They had to puzzle it out alone or seek help from other seniors. When she got busy, she might disappear for 10 days or even half a month. Tell me what kind of pitfall is this? Yao Yao finished in one breath, her anxious gaze fixed on Lin Feng, her eyes screaming, how could you be so foolish to jump into this fire pit? Lin Feng felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, his heart clenched by an invisible fist. The dorm supervisor's meaningful, sympathetic gaze. The scattered whispers he'd overheard on the way, words like "you asked for it" and "brave soul." And Zhuge Ling's decisive, unquestionable demeanor at the registration desk, all the clues suddenly clicked into place. Yao Yao's words struck him like a heavy hammer, shattering the last sliver of his faint hope. So that's it. No wonder. He swallowed unconsciously, his throat parched, yet he stubbornly clung to a sliver of rationality. Perhaps the rumors were exaggerated? After all, she was the dean, her abilities and status were undeniable. She had said following her would grant access to the most cutting-edge beast taming knowledge. And being personally chosen as her disciple was itself a form of recognition, right? Even as the words left his mouth, he felt his own conviction falter. Recognition? Lin Feng. Snap out of it. Yao Yao stamped her foot in frustration, her ponytail jerking violently. It was precisely because she held such high status and power that she was all the more terrifying. If she wanted to conduct an experiment, ordinary students might refuse, but who dared refuse the dean? Her status is high. When her students suffer injustices, how many dare speak up for them? Everyone knows the truth. Otherwise, why do you think her prestigious department remains perpetually deserted, with hardly any students? The promising ones all get scared off. Those who stay are either desperate or, like you, unsuspecting suckers who didn't know the truth beforehand. Yao Yao's choice of words was unapologetically blunt. Su Yushi, who had been listening quietly without much comment, now wore a look of utter gravity. Watching Lin Feng's face darken instantly, her delicate brows knitted together as her voice took on a rare seriousness. Lin Feng, though I know nothing about this Dean Zhuge, Yao Yao's account rings true. Such rumors rarely arise without cause. Given your current situation, extreme caution is indeed necessary. Taking on a master isn't trivial, it affects your cultivation path for years to come, even your personal safety. You must stay alert, keep your wits about you, protect yourself, and protect your beast companion. Don't go charging in like a fool. If you end up getting screwed over, you won't even have time to cry. Lin Feng felt his mind buzzing like a swarm of bees. Before, he could dismiss the whispers he'd heard as prejudice or hearsay. But now, these words came from Yao Yao, someone he knew inside out, someone straightforward and honest, someone who would never deceive him about such matters. The credibility was practically 100%. It was over. A wave of immense regret and anxiety instantly engulfed him. He had already performed the initiation rite. In front of so many people, he had personally agreed to it. Back out now? Never mind Zhuge Ling's domineering personality, the very act of breaking his word would be enough to ruin his reputation at the academy. How could he ever hold his head up again? How would the academy's higher-ups view a student who dared to toy with the dean so soon after enrollment? This path was utterly impassable. No, he couldn't panic. Lin Feng forced himself to take deep breaths, letting the icy air fill his lungs in an attempt to quell the turmoil within. He strained to shift his nearly frozen thoughts, considering another perspective. After all, she was the dean, a figure of immense power and influence, pivotal to the entire Huaxia Academy. Even if she was obsessed with research, neglectful of her students, or even somewhat reckless in her experiments, she wouldn't actually push her own protege to the brink of death, would she? That wouldn't be good for her own reputation either. And she did say I could access cutting-edge knowledge, maybe that's true? High risk might come with high reward? These thoughts tugged at his mind like a revolving lantern. Finally, he exhaled a long, slow breath, forcing his facial muscles to relax. He managed a somewhat composed smile and addressed Yao Yao, whose face was etched with worry, and Su Yushi, whose expression was grave. Forget it. The die is cast. The contract is as good as verbal. Backing out now would cost too much. Chapter 126, The Freshman Exam. Yao Yao leaned closer to Lin Feng and Su Yushi, her voice thick with secrecy. Oh, and I heard some important news. There's a crucial competition for us newbies in 2 days called the Freshman Exam. The Freshman Assessment? Lin Feng hadn't expected Huaxia Academy to hold an exam so soon after enrollment. How urgent could it be? If you rank high in this exam, you can earn a ton of points. Lin Feng perked up at the mention, his curiosity piqued. What's so special about these points? Why does everyone value them so much? Yao Yao lifted her chin proudly and explained. You wouldn't know, would you? These Huaxia points hold immense power within our academy. Here, nearly everything requires them. From cultivation resources and rare manuals to specialized training grounds, even one-on-one guidance from mentors. With enough points, you can acquire almost anything you desire. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp at the sheer power these points held within Huaxia Academy. Su Yushi, who had been standing nearby with an air of haughty pride, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at this revelation. Clearly, she too was drawn in by the importance of these points. Yao Yao continued. I heard about a freshman who ranked exceptionally high in the entrance exams and earned a massive amount of points. With those points, he not only acquired top-tier cultivation techniques but also hired several senior mentors for specialized guidance. In just a few short years, his strength skyrocketed, making him a rising star within the academy. Lin Feng clenched his fists, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. If these points are so crucial, we'd better prepare thoroughly and aim for top results in the freshman grand exam. Su Yushi snorted lightly, her voice tinged with pride. Need I say more? This lady won't let such an opportunity slip by. Though I do fear some people might lack the strength to match their enthusiasm. She shot Lin Feng a sidelong glance as she spoke. Lin Feng shot back without backing down. Oh, Miss Su, don't underestimate me. We'll see who comes out on top on the field. I might just outperform you. Yao Yao watched the banter unfold, grinning as she interjected, all right. No fighting amongst ourselves. Why don't we discuss how to prepare for the freshman exam together? We might even help each other out and all achieve top rankings. After sharing all their news, their stomachs promptly growled in unison, so they decided to grab a bite first. At the school cafeteria, they savored delicious dishes while continuing to chat about campus happenings, the atmosphere light and cheerful. After finishing their meal, it was already getting late. The three bid each other farewell and headed back to their respective dorms. Lin Feng had barely stepped into the Beastmaster dormitory area, still feeling a bit awkward. His mind was still churning over what Yao Yao had said about Zhuge Ling. But unexpectedly, he was immediately confronted by Zhuge Ling, who had rushed over in a hurry. Zhuge Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. The moment she spotted Lin Feng, she looked at him as if he were a rare treasure. Without a word, she grabbed his arm and spoke rapidly. Lin Feng, I finally found you. Come with me now. Before Lin Feng could react, Zhuge Ling had already dragged him forward at a brisk pace. Stumbling along behind, he managed to ask, Teacher, where are we going? Why the rush? Without turning back, Zhuge Ling exclaimed excitedly, I just made a major discovery while examining that mutant turtle's carcass. It might be related to your dragon. Come with me to the lab, let's study it together. Lin Feng inwardly groaned. This wasn't quite the apprenticeship life he'd imagined. Before he'd even had time to adjust, he was being dragged off to do research. But a master's command was hard to refuse. Besides, he himself was filled with curiosity about dragon-related research. So, gritting his teeth, he followed Zhuge Ling toward the laboratory. All the way there, Lin Feng couldn't stop wondering what kind of research journey awaited him, hoping it wouldn't be as terrifying as Yao Yao had described. Before they knew it, the two arrived at the laboratory. The room was crammed with all manner of strange instruments. Flickering lights and the hum of machinery created an atmosphere both mysterious and tense. The moment they stepped inside, Zhuge Ling eagerly urged Lin Feng, quick! Summon all 3 of your dragons. I need to study them thoroughly. Lin Feng sighed and summoned Xiaohei first. A cloud of black smoke billowed, revealing the massive, imposing form of Xiaohei within the lab. It surveyed its surroundings with curiosity, letting out a low growl, seemingly wary of this unfamiliar environment. After Xiaohei appeared, Lin Feng paused his actions. Seeing this, Zhuge Ling asked with a puzzled look. Why did you only summon 1? Where are the other 2? Lin Feng scratched his head and explained, Teacher, Xiaoyou and Bì'àn are still evolving. It's not convenient to summon them right now. What? Zhuge Ling's eyes widened in shock. Could the dragon clan evolve so easily? And 2 at once? This was utterly unbelievable. Zhuge Ling circled around Xiaohei several times, never taking her eyes off it, muttering to herself. This bloodline, this aura, truly extraordinary. Lin Feng, you must be hiding something big. Lin Feng merely smiled without responding. She turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you stay here with Xiaohei and assist me with some basic tests. With that, Zhuge Ling busied herself in the lab, preparing various testing instruments. A research project centered on Xiaohei was about to begin. While methodically calibrating the equipment, Zhuge Ling casually addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, get me some of Xiaohei's dragon blood. I've studied the dragon clan for years and have considerable expertise in dragon blood research. Rest assured, Xiaohei won't be harmed. Hearing about her years of dragon research, Lin Feng's heart stirred. He recalled Zhuge Ling's earlier remark upon first meeting Little Black, you have dragon blood too. That word too held hidden meaning. He couldn't help but ask. Teacher, you always speak of researching dragons. Could it be, you possess dragon blood yourself? When you saw Xiaohei earlier, that also you mentioned. Zhuge Ling paused her movements, a faint smile curling her lips as her eyes brimmed with affection. Indeed, I do possess a dragon. In fact, it is my second beast companion. With that, she raised her hand lightly. A peculiar ripple of spiritual energy spread out, accompanied by a soft flash of green light. A small green dragon appeared in the laboratory. This little green dragon was petite, its scales shimmering with a warm, lustrous glow, as if carved from the finest jade. Its lively eyes twinkled mischievously, radiating boundless playfulness. It circled joyfully through the air, emitting a crisp dragon's roar, clearly displaying a lively personality. Moreover, its melodious dragon's cry and agile movements made it clear this was a female dragon. Spotting Xiaohei, the little green dragon's eyes lit up. Like a streak of green lightning, it darted toward Xiaohei, circling around him while emitting a series of cheerful chirps, seemingly brimming with curiosity about this new companion. Caught off guard by this sudden display of enthusiasm, Little Black tilted its head, responding with a low growl. Lin Feng watched the scene in surprise, then turned his gaze to Zhuge Ling. Teacher, your little green dragon is truly special. It seems so lively. Zhuge Ling beamed with pride, gently stroking the little green dragon's head. The dragon affectionately rubbed against her hand. This little one has been lively and restless ever since it hatched. Never a moment of peace. But it's sharp as a tack. Then, Zhuge Ling's expression turned serious as she looked at Lin Feng. Having studied the dragon clan for years, I understand the profound secrets within dragon blood. Extracting Xiaohei's dragon blood for research might reveal ways to make them stronger. Lin Feng, would you be willing to assist me? Lin Feng gazed at the vibrant little green dragon, then met Zhuge Ling's expectant eyes. Turning to look at Xiaohei, he saw the little dragon gently wag its tail, as if urging him to agree. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng nodded. Teacher, I'm willing. But you must guarantee Xiaohei's safety. Zhuge Ling hurriedly nodded, rest assured, I have it under control. With that, she picked up a peculiar-looking container that glowed faintly, preparing to extract Xiao Hei's dragon blood. Chapter 127, Huaxia Points. The setting sun bathed Huaxia Academy in a warm golden glow, and the campus, bustling all day, finally began to settle down. Yao Yao suddenly glanced around mysteriously, confirming no one was nearby. She then lowered her voice, leaning in close to Lin Feng and Su Yushi as if sharing a life-changing treasure clue. Hey, you two. Stop looking so gloomy. I just dug up some super explosive, absolutely heavyweight news. Her tone brimmed with the excitement of discovering a new continent, instantly dispelling the heavy atmosphere brought by Zhuge Ling. Sure enough, Lin Feng and Su Yushi were drawn in by her antics. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh? What kind of news could get Miss Yao this excited? He. Yao Yao tossed her head triumphantly, her ponytail swinging playfully. Of course it's top priority news for us fresh-faced newbies. It's happening in just 2 days. She paused deliberately, building anticipation, before announcing slowly and deliberately. The freshman exam. Freshman exam? Lin Feng and Su Yushi nearly spoke in unison, their faces etched with surprise. Lin Feng frowned immediately, his tone tinged with disbelief. We've barely settled in our beds, aren't even warm yet, and they want us to take an exam? This sudden? Is the academy worried we'll get bored? Haste? This is efficiency. Yao Yao placed her hands on her hips, adopting an expression that said, you guys just don't get it. Besides, this isn't just any exam. It's our first big showcase as freshmen and the perfect chance to rake in our first big payout. Her eyes sparkled with shrewdness. The higher you rank in this major exam, the more massive the reward of Huaxia points you'll get. Do you know what that means? Huaxia points? Lin Feng was unfamiliar with the term, but his gut told him it was important. He pressed further. What makes these points so special? From the way you're acting, they seem more valuable than actual gold and silver? Spot on. Yao Yao snapped her fingers and began listing them off like they were her prized possessions, her words coming out in rapid-fire succession. At our Huaxia Academy, these Huaxia points are hard currency, our lifeblood. Want to advance faster in cultivation? Top-tier cultivation techniques, rare elixirs, extended access to spirit-gathering arrays that accelerate energy absorption all require points to exchange. Want to learn secret arts? Without points, forget about it. Bottom line, with enough points, you can practically buy anything you need for cultivation at Huaxia Academy. It directly determines how fast you progress. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes widening in disbelief. Whoa, the scope of these points is insane. They're practically the universal key and currency within the academy. Only now did he truly grasp the weight of this freshman assessment. It was far more than just an exam. Su Yushi, who had been standing with her arms crossed, seemingly listening indifferently to their conversation, now flashed an unmistakable sharp gleam in her beautiful eyes. Though she maintained her usual haughty demeanor, her slightly pursed lips and instinctively straightened posture betrayed the seriousness she attached to this matter. Clearly, the immense power of these points had precisely struck a chord with this prodigy. He instinctively clenched his fists, knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure, a surge of fierce determination churning within him. So that's it. This freshman assessment is practically a tailor-made springboard for us. We must give it our all and push into the top ranks. These starting points are crucial. Humph. Su Yushi emitted her signature light snort at just the right moment. Her chin lifted slightly as she shot Lin Feng a glance laced with her usual pride. Do I even need to say it? This lady won't let such an opportunity slip through her fingers. But as for certain people, all that loud talk. Better hope your skills don't fall short and leave you with nothing but empty joy. Her gaze drifted meaningfully toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't about to back down. He shot back instantly. Well now, Miss Su, I appreciate your concern. But let's see who comes out on top when the chips are down. Who knows? Maybe when my results are announced, I'll give you a little surprise? He deliberately emphasized the word surprise. You. Su Yushi's eyebrows shot up. Alright. Yao Yao quickly stepped between them, grinning as she played peacemaker. We three are in the same trench, fighting for the same goal scoring points. If we start squabbling and sabotaging each other now, we're just handing the advantage to others, right? Instead of bickering, why not pool our minds on preparation? Share intel, exchange strategies, lend each other a hand. Let's push all three of our rankings upward. That's true win-win. She enthusiastically reached out, patting both Lin Feng and Su Yushi on the shoulder. Her words were sincere. Lin Feng and Su Yushi exchanged a glance, though their eyes still held a spark of rivalry. They both silently agreed to Yao Yao's proposal. After all, the points were a tangible incentive. Just as the trio reached a tentative strategic alliance, an untimely rumbling sound suddenly broke the slightly tense atmosphere. The source of the sound was none other than Su Yushi's stomach. The proud young lady instantly flushed bright red, revealing a rare look of embarrassment as she quickly turned her head away. Put. Yao Yao was the first to burst out laughing. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle either, teasing. Looks like Miss Su's strategic reserves are running low? Perfect timing, my stomach's starting to play the empty fortress tactic too. Let's adjourn this intelligence exchange meeting for now. Filling our bellies comes first. Come on, my treat. Let's hit the cafeteria. We can chat over food. Who asked you to treat us? Tsuyushi retorted in a fit of anger and embarrassment, yet her feet betrayed her as she followed the two men. The dining hall at Huaxia Academy was spacious and bright. It was peak mealtime, bustling with voices and the enticing aroma of various dishes mingling together, making one's mouth water. Tense nerves gradually relaxed under the comforting embrace of delicious food. At the table, the atmosphere among the three grew relaxed and harmonious. Yaya shared some campus gossip she'd picked up, which professors had quirky habits, which training facilities were the newest, and even juicy stories about upperclassmen. Lin Feng and Tsuyushi listened with rapt attention, chiming in occasionally. In this bustling cafeteria filled with the warmth of everyday life, the unfamiliarity of first stepping into Huaxia Academy and the pressure about the future seemed temporarily set aside. Lin Feng even momentarily forgot his unease about facing Zhuge Ling, a genuine smile lighting up his face. The meal concluded amidst laughter and lively conversation. Outside the window, the sky had grown completely dark, and scattered lights began to illuminate the campus. All right, we've eaten, exchanged intel, and laid out a preliminary strategy. Yao stretched lazily and sighed contentedly. This soldier has to report to the Warrior Academy early tomorrow. I'm outta here. You two should head back and rest up to save your energy for the storm of exams coming our way. She waved to the two of them and blended into the night with light, brisk steps. I'm leaving too. Tsuyushi rose to her feet, resuming her usual cool demeanor. Yet before departing, she shot Lin Feng a glance and tossed out a stiff warning. Keep your wits about you regarding that Zhuge Ling. Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, she turned and strode away, her silhouette appearing rather frail under the lamplight. Chapter 128, Zhuge Ling's Experiment. Watching the receding figures of his two friends, the smile on Lin Feng's face slowly faded. That heavy feeling in his heart concerning Zhuge Ling quietly surfaced once more. He drew a deep breath of the cool night air and began walking toward the Beastmaster Academy dormitory area. Hope it's just rumors, he murmured to himself. Just as he reached the dormitory building and was about to pull out his access card. Lin Feng. Finally caught you. A voice, brimming with palpable excitement and delivered at breakneck speed, exploded behind him like thunder from a clear sky. Lin Feng jolted, whipping his head around. Zhuge Ling had appeared out of nowhere, rushing toward him with a flushed face from excitement. Her eyes, those piercing, researcher's eyes that seemed to see through everything, were locked firmly on him, flashing with the fervor of someone who'd discovered a new continent. Without giving Lin Feng a moment to react, she grabbed his arm with such force it felt like being clamped in iron pincers. Hurry! Come with me! Time waits for no one! Without another word, Zhuge Ling yanked him in one direction, her strength astonishingly powerful. Staggered by her pull, Lin Feng nearly stumbled and fell, forced to stumble along behind her. He hurriedly asked. Teacher! Where are you taking me? What's happened to make this so urgent? His heart sank, and he thought to himself, this doesn't bode well. Zhuge Ling didn't even look back, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. The lab! A major breakthrough. I was just dissecting and analyzing the tissue of that mutant turtle, Earthshaker, and made a startling discovery. The residual mutated fluctuations in its energy core show an extremely subtle yet undeniable connection to the energy signature of your black dragon. This is crucial. It might unlock deeper secrets about your dragon, perhaps even reveal some unknown commonality or origin clue about the dragon race. We must conduct immediate in-depth analysis and cross-verification. Your dragon is the key sample. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as his mind raced with internal protests. Here we go. Yao's research maniac mode has activated. And it's only the first day. We haven't even stepped into the dorm yet. His vision of apprenticeship involved gradual guidance and steady cultivation, not being dragged like a lab rat toward an unknown experiment table by his mentor. Wasn't the professor being a bit too hasty? I hadn't even settled in yet. Lin Feng tried to protest. Settle in? When can't those trivial matters wait? Research inspiration is fleeting. Let's go. Zhuge Ling's tone was unwavering, brooking no argument. That unyielding force instantly made Lin Feng realize resistance was futile. Not to mention the bait Zhuge Ling had dangled. The secrets of dragons, clues to the origins of their shared traits, had clawed at his heart like a cat's paws. His curiosity about the secrets of his own beast-taming abilities temporarily overpowered his fear. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed resignedly, abandoning futile resistance. He steeled himself as Zhuge Ling half-dragged, half-pulled him toward the core laboratory building of the Beast-Taming Academy, a structure that seemed particularly mysterious, even eerie, in the night. His heart raced as he prayed. Heaven forbid it's that life-threatening experiment Yao mentioned. After passing through several heavy alloy doors requiring special authorization to open, the interior of the laboratory unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. It bore no resemblance to the bright, clean laboratory he had imagined. The vast space was partitioned into multiple sections, filled with intricate instruments he'd never seen before, some gleaming with cold metallic sheen, others pulsing with strange energy currents. The entire environment radiated a peculiar, oppressive aura, cold, precise, yet tinged with an unknown wildness. The moment he stepped into this core area, brimming with futuristic and biotechnological vibes, Zhuge Ling impatiently pointed to a relatively open area in the laboratory's center. The floor was etched with intricate energy channeling runes as she issued orders to Lin Feng. Quick! Don't just stand there. Summon your dragons. All 3. Summon them all. I need the most comprehensive energy field scan and synchronized biological monitoring. Her tone was urgent, her gaze burning as she fixed it on that section, as if already seeing precious data pulsing before her. Lin Feng's scalp tightened again as he hurriedly explained. Professor, Xiaonyo and Bì'àn are still in critical evolutionary slumber. Forcibly awakening them could cause irreversible damage. Right now, I can only summon Xiaohe to assist your research. As he spoke, he concentrated his mind, communicating with the beast taming space. A profound, light-devouring black mist surged from nowhere, spreading rapidly with a faint sulfuric scent. At the mist's center, Xiaohe's massive dragon form slowly coalesced, a powerful body covered in thick, jet-black scales. Just one? Zhuge Ling watched as Xiaohe appeared alone on the field. Her face instantly filled with profound disappointment and disbelief, as if half the treasure she'd expected had vanished. She pressed urgently. Where are the other 2? Have they evolved? What form are they in now? Are their energy fluctuations stable? Do we have any recorded footage? A barrage of questions pelted Lin Feng like cannon fire. Lin Feng was momentarily flustered by the barrage and could only reiterate. Teacher, they truly are in deep evolution. Their forms and energy are undergoing drastic changes. They cannot be summoned nor recorded. This is a critical transformation period for the Dragon Clan's growth. Forcing interference would have severe consequences. He emphasized the word severe. What? Both dragons are evolving simultaneously? Zhuge Ling gasped sharply, her eyes widening like copper bells. She circled the wary little black several times, her gaze scanning him like the most precise scanner, greedily capturing every detail of his form. Good heavens! This is utterly unheard of. Dragon evolution is an arduous process. It requires immense energy accumulation and specific opportunities. Countless dragon masters may never witness it in their lifetimes. You managed to trigger the evolution of 2 dragons simultaneously? And within such a short span of time. Lin Feng. She whipped around to face Lin Feng, her gaze piercing as if it could bore through his very soul. You must be hiding some earth-shattering secret about the Dragon Clan. This is far beyond mere luck. Tell me, do you or your family possess some ancient dragon contract ritual? Or is there something unusual about your bloodline? Facing Zhuge Ling's almost frenzied gaze, Lin Feng could only offer a helpless smile. Teacher, it might just be a stroke of luck. He chose the most generic response, shifting the blame onto the elusive concept of fate. Zhuge Ling was clearly dissatisfied with this answer, but she knew now wasn't the time to press further. The little black creature before her was the perfect subject for study. She forced herself to calm down, yet her fervent gaze remained fixed on the little black dragon. Fine, if the evolving one can't be touched, then let's focus our energy on studying this black dragon first. She swiftly shifted her focus, striding toward a nearby console bristling with precision instruments and energy probes while issuing new orders to Lin Feng without turning back. Lin Feng, keep Xiaohe within this stable energy field zone. First, assist me with several basic energy radiation spectrum and force field intensity tests. I need to establish its foundational biological model. Right. She suddenly picked up a container, one end of which was connected to a slender probe flickering with an eerie blue glow. Chapter 129, could Zhuge Ling possibly have a dragon too? She approached Lin Feng and Xiaohe with the container, her tone turning unusually solemn, carrying that unquestionable authority unique to researchers. Lin Feng, I need to extract a sample of Xiaohe's dragon blood. Rest assured, I've studied dragon physiology for years and possess specialized non-invasive techniques. Only a minimal amount will be taken, and the wound will be immediately sealed with life energy gel to ensure its health and safety. Noticing Lin Feng's face instantly tense, she added emphatically. Dragon blood is the essence of their power. It holds their deepest genetic codes and energy properties. By studying it, we might unlock the source of their strength and even discover ways to enhance their potential. This isn't just for my research, it's to make your dragon power stronger. Do you understand? He keenly grasped a crucial point in Zhuge Ling's words, a question that had lingered for years in his research on the dragon race. A question that had been swirling in his mind for ages finally burst out. Teacher, you've always spoken of studying dragons. And earlier at the subway station, when you first saw Xiaohe, you said, you have dragon blood too? That too. He stared intently at Zhuge Ling, awaiting her answer. At his words, the fervent expression of the researcher softened instantly on Zhuge Ling's face, replaced by an almost tender, exceptionally rare smile of gentleness. Instead of answering directly, she gently raised her right hand, fingers spread, palm facing upward. A peculiar, vibrant surge of spiritual energy rippled outward from her palm, like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake. Gentle yet potent, this fluctuation instantly triggered a faint resonance in every energy monitoring device within the laboratory. Immediately afterward, a soft, life-infused green light gathered and shimmered above her palm. As the light faded, a small green dragon far smaller than Xiaohei but radiating a pure, natural aura floated lightly in the air, like an ethereal spirit carved from jade. This little green dragon measured just over a meter in length, its body covered in jade-like, translucent green scales that shimmered with a soft halo under the lab's lighting. Its horns were delicate and dainty, its whiskers slender and flowing. Most captivating were its lively eyes, like the finest emeralds, darting about with boundless curiosity and mischief. Whistle! A clear, pleasant dragon's chant, like the gentle sway of wind chimes, emerged from the little green dragon's mouth, carrying an obvious sense of joy. It nuzzled affectionately against Zhuge Ling's cheek, then its gem-like eyes were instantly drawn to the imposing, massive little black nearby. Whistle! Another soft, surprised chirp escaped its lips. The little green dragon transformed into a streak of emerald light, darting toward the black dragon at an astonishing speed. Far from fearful, it fluttered excitedly around the colossal creature several times its own size, darting lightly between its thick neck, broad back, and powerful dragon wings. Its constant chirping and cooing sounded like an enthusiastic greeting, yet also like a curious exploration of this new friend. Its lively, playful, and innocent demeanor stood in stark contrast to Xiaohei's solemn, dignified, and even somewhat tense appearance. Xiaohei was clearly bewildered by this sudden, overly enthusiastic little creature. Its massive head tilted slightly, its golden vertical pupils reflecting a hint of confusion and an almost imperceptible trace of resignation. "What's going on, master? There's actually another of my kind out here, and she's so strong." A series of low, abrupt growls, meaningless yet distinct, escaped its throat, seeming like a response, or perhaps a plea to stop the commotion. Lin Feng was utterly captivated by this harmonious yet slightly comical scene. He stared in amazement at the vibrant little green dragon, unable to hold back his admiration. "Teacher, your little green dragon is truly extraordinary. Such powerful vitality, such a lively personality. Is she a little princess?" Lin Feng's eyes widened in utter astonishment. He never imagined Zhuge Ling would actually possess a dragon. This was the first time he'd seen anyone else's dragon besides his own, and his heart brimmed with wonder and awe. Lin Feng scrutinized the little green dragon. Though petite in appearance, it radiated a unique and powerful aura, the strongest dragon he had ever encountered. Little Black seemed to sense the young green dragon's extraordinary nature and approached curiously. Little did he know, the moment the little green dragon saw Little Black approach, it instantly perked up. A flash of light erupted from its body, releasing a colossal, oppressive aura. Little Black had no time to react before being crushed by this force. With a thunderous crash, he was pinned beneath it, flopping on his back, utterly immobilized. Little Black's eyes widened as he let out a series of urgent, pitiful cries for help. Lin Feng watched the scene, startled at first, then unable to suppress a laugh. The usually imposing Little Black was now thoroughly subdued by the tiny green dragon, a sight that was downright comical. Zhuge Ling also found the scene amusing. She gently patted Xiao Qing's head and scolded playfully. "Xiao Qing, don't bully him. Let him go." The little green dragon blinked its big eyes, seemingly reluctant to let go, but obediently retracted its pressure. Xiaohei finally wriggled free, scurrying dejectedly behind Lin Feng. He kept peeking out cautiously, eyeing the little green dragon with lingering fear. Lin Feng smiled and reassured Xiaohei. There. Don't be afraid. Xiao Qing was just playing with you." He then turned to Zhuge Ling and remarked with admiration, "Teacher, little Qing's strength is truly astonishing. Little Black is no match for him at all." Zhuge Ling observed Lin Feng's astonished expression and explained with a smile. "This child is called Little Green. I discovered it in an ancient ruin. At the time, it was still just an egg. That ruin was fraught with danger, filled with traps and powerful guardian beasts. It took me tremendous effort to find it." She paused briefly, her eyes softening with fond recollection. "It was pure coincidence, really. After leaving the ruins, the egg hatched unexpectedly. The moment Xiao Qing emerged from its shell, I knew we were meant to be. Since then, it's become my second tamed beast." Zhuge Ling gently stroked Xiao Qing's head, and the little creature closed its eyes contentedly. "Don't let its small size fool you. Xiao Qing is incredibly powerful. Reaching level 90 was largely thanks to it. Its potential is limitless, even surpassing my companion contract beast." Listening to Zhuge Ling's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for Xiao Qing. Watching the lively little Qing, he found it hard to imagine such immense power residing within it. "Teacher, Xiao Qing seems so lively, yet I never imagined it could be such a great help to you." Zhuge Ling smiled and nodded. "Yes, it can be a bit mischievous at times, but it never lets me down when it matters. And as it grows, I can feel its power increasing. I've always hoped that through research, we could unlock more of the dragon clan's potential, making Xiao Qing even stronger and helping more beast tamers enhance their abilities. That's precisely why I'm so interested in Xiaohei's dragon blood." Lin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "Teacher, I understand your thinking. In that case, I'm willing to let you extract Xiaohei's dragon blood for research. I hope it will be of help to your studies." A flicker of delight crossed Zhuge Ling's eyes. "Wonderful, Lin Feng. Rest assured, I'll handle this with utmost care and ensure Shohei remains unharmed. Once we achieve breakthroughs, it might greatly benefit all three of your dragons. Lin Feng, I'm about to begin the extraction. Please have Shohei cooperate. Lin Feng gave Shohei a gentle pat. The little dragon seemed to understand, obediently extending its paw. Zhuge Ling worked with practiced ease, quickly filling a small vial with dragon blood. Gazing at the mysteriously glowing dragon blood within the container, Zhuge Ling's eyes brimmed with excitement. This is rare research material. It might just lead to a major breakthrough in my studies. Next, Zhuge Ling carried the dragon blood and began bustling around various instruments. She reached for a glass vial filled with a strange liquid from the shelf, carefully dripping several drops into the experimental container. Then she picked up a blue glowing crystal, crushed it, and added it to the mixture. The entire process flowed like a stream, yet Lin Feng couldn't make heads or tails of what she was doing, feeling utterly bewildered. Chapter 130, Zhuge Ling's Potion. In the lab, only the low hum of precision instruments and Zhuge Ling's occasional excited mutterings filled the air. Lin Feng stood by, feeling like a superfluous ornament. He decided to explore this laboratory full of unknowns, broadening his horizons. He had barely taken a few cautious steps, trying to avoid the crisscrossing energy conduits on the floor, when his gaze was instantly drawn to a row of towering metal racks beside him. His scalp instantly tingled, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. What lay stacked layer upon layer on those shelves were no ordinary specimens. Instead, they were massive transparent containers, each submerged in a faint green or pale purple preservative solution. Inside these vessels lay chunks of monster flesh and organs, each uniquely shaped and seemingly still twitching faintly. Some hearts still beat slowly, pulsing with an eerie vitality. Eyeballs floated, their pupils seemingly shifting as light refracted through the liquid. Others emitted faint, visible energy ripples that warped the surrounding air. What the hell is this? Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath, forcing himself to look away. Yet, wherever his eyes fell, shock followed shock. In another section, enormous, stark white skeletons resembled the remains of prehistoric beasts, meticulously secured by metal braces. The serpentine vertebrae, the astonishingly thick leg bones, and the sharp horn sockets on the ferocious skulls silently testified to the terrifying creatures they once were. Beside the skeleton, oddly twisted bone fragments with metallic or crystalline sheens were displayed separately, clearly belonging to rarer species. Just as Lin Feng was feeling a bit overwhelmed by these things, Zhuge Ling suddenly let out a high-pitched, delighted shriek. Found it! This is it! Lin Feng! Quick! Come here! Major discovery! The sound cracked like thunder, instantly shattering the laboratory's oppressive silence. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Forgetting the hair-raising collection and indecipherable notes, he immediately turned and rushed over to Zhuge Ling in 2 strides. Professor, what did you find? He asked urgently, his gaze fixed on the workbench before Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling was carefully using specialized tweezers to remove a transparent crystal vial, no larger than a thumb, from a miniature centrifuge. Inside the vial sat about 10 milliliters of liquid. But this liquid was far from ordinary. It possessed an intensely pure, vibrant red hue, as if a living flame burned within it, resembling molten rubies. Even more astonishing, the liquid wasn't still, it swirled and flowed slowly and autonomously within the vial. Inside, it seemed as though billions of tiny sparks flickered and danced, emitting an indescribable, gentle glow brimming with power. Merely observing it, Lin Feng felt the flow of blood within his own body quicken, an instinctive yearning and palpitation quietly rising within him. What is this? Deeply captivated by the liquid's strange spectacle, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask again, his voice brimming with astonishment. Zhuge Ling's face now wore an almost childlike expression of smug satisfaction and mystery. She held the crystal vial up to the light, admiring its flowing brilliance. A sly smile curved her lips as she deliberately teased him. Hee, don't rush. Why so many questions? It's something special. Come on, let your little black friend drink it. You'll understand once he's finished. She handed the crystal vial to Lin Feng, her eyes burning with urgency. Drink? Give this to little black? Lin Feng stared at the liquid pulsing with an eerie crimson glow, his heart clenching sharply. A wave of immense doubt washed over him. This stuff looked far too unusual, radiating a primal, feral energy. Who knew what would happen if he drank it? Could it be some kind of deadly poison? Or trigger uncontrollable mutations? Yao Yao's warnings about dangerous experiments echoed sharply in his mind once more. Hesitant, he didn't reach out to take it. His brows knitted tightly as his gaze shifted back and forth between Zhuge Ling's excited face and the bottle of strange potion. Zhuge Ling seemed to read his hesitation. Her smile faded slightly, her tone turning serious, imbued with a researcher's conviction. Lin Feng, I am your mentor and the dean of the Beastmaster Academy. My life's pursuit is to explore the mysteries of beastmasters and unlock their potential. Would I harm your dragon? Trust me, this is absolutely for its own good. It could unlock unimaginable power. Her words carried an unquestionable air of authority. At the same time, Lin Feng recalled the tenderness she had shown when presenting the little green dragon, and her words about helping them grow. He gritted his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. All or nothing. Fortune favors the bold. He reached out and took the warm crystal vial, which seemed to pulse with a heartbeat. Little black. Lin Feng approached the massive black dragon, gently stroking the cool scales along its neck. His voice carried reassurance and a barely perceptible tremor. Drink this. The teacher said it's good stuff that'll make you stronger. It'll be fine, trust me. He brought the bottle's mouth close to Xiaohei's massive nostrils. Xiaohei's golden vertical pupils fixed on the bottle, its red liquid radiating an alluring yet dangerous aura. He glanced at Lin Feng's eyes, filled with complex trust and encouragement. A low, short growl rumbled from its throat, as if saying, "Fine, master. I'll trust you one more time." Then, obediently, it opened its massive jaws. A powerful suction drew the bottle of blood-red potion into its mouth. In an instant, not a single drop left. The instant the potion entered its belly. Roar! A deafening, space-shattering dragon's roar erupted from the laboratory. The powerful sonic shockwave set surrounding instruments into a piercing, wailing alarm. Xiaohei's massive body convulsed violently. The pitch-black scales covering its entire body, like electrified circuit boards, suddenly erupted with a blinding, dark crimson glow. Each scale seemed to transform into a red-hot branding iron, the light raging wildly between the scales. A terrifying pressure, several times more formidable than before, spread like a tangible tidal wave, making the laboratory air thick and heavy. Immediately after, under Zhuge Ling's ecstatic gaze and Lin Feng's stunned stare, Xiaohei's body began swelling at a visible pace. Its already mountain-like frame grew even more colossal and imposing. Muscle fibers bulged like coiled dragons, bones cracking with a bone-chilling snap, as if containing primal power capable of tearing the earth apart. Its head grew more ferocious, its horns thickening noticeably, gleaming with a metallic, cold hardness. An explosive sense of power erupted from Xiaohei without restraint. Holy! A crystal-clear mental wave, brimming with extreme excitement and disbelief, slammed directly into Lin Feng's mind. Master! I feel it! I feel it now! My entire body is brimming with power. Endless power. My blood is burning. This feels incredible. Lin Feng watched this metamorphic transformation, and immense delight instantly drowned out his earlier doubts. Chapter 131, The Potion for Permanent Attribute Enhancement. He whipped his head toward Zhuge Ling, his voice cracking with excitement. Teacher! What on earth is this potion? The effects are utterly insane. It's like a miracle. His eyes brimmed with gratitude and disbelief. Zhuge Ling pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Behind the lenses, his eyes sparkled with the triumphant satisfaction of success, and a huge grin spread across his lips. Ha! See? This is the preliminary result of the dragon blood research. Just now, I used the blood extracted from your little black dragon as the core catalyst. Combined with the heart essence of the raging flame lion, the bone marrow extract of the earth-splitting rhinoceros, and several high-energy crystal core powders. To achieve instant catalytic fusion within a specialized energy field. It can rapidly awaken the primal power slumbering deep within a beast tamer's bloodline, unleashing explosive potential in the shortest possible time. Zhuge Ling continued. Though still in the experimental phase, the results far exceeded expectations. It's practically a perfect power enhancer. Her tone brimmed with pride. Just then, the intense crimson glow enveloping Xiaohei began to fade like receding tides. Yet the aura emanating from him, dense, weighty, and brimming with explosive potency, was now several times more formidable than before. It let out an excited growl, its massive head nuzzling Lin Feng affectionately before circling Zhuge Ling twice. Its massive dragon tail, brimming with power, swept unconsciously across the floor, leaving deep gouges in the sturdy alloy surface as if showcasing its newly acquired might to the two. Lin Feng was filled with joy and was about to express his deepest gratitude to Zhuge Ling. Wait! The smile vanished from Zhuge Ling's face, replaced by an extremely serious expression. She raised her hand to interrupt Lin Feng's words before they could escape his lips. Don't get too excited just yet. Lin Feng, I told you earlier it's still in the experimental phase. The results are remarkable, but there's a price to pay. A price? The smile froze on Lin Feng's face. His heart sank violently. A powerful sense of foreboding washed over him like ice water poured over his head, instantly making his limbs go cold. Before the words had even finished. AOWW. A piercing dragon roar, filled with indescribable agony, erupted suddenly. It was even more heart-shaking than the powerful roar from earlier. The once imposing and arrogant little black, its massive body seemingly struck by an invisible hammer, suddenly curled up. Its belly, covered in hard scales, convulsed violently. Its massive dragon claws frantically clawed at the ground, tearing through the hard alloy floor like tofu, emitting a shrill, screeching sound of metal warping. It writhed and twisted in agony on the floor, its massive tail lashing wildly against nearby instrument racks with a clanging crash. Golden vertical pupils contracted dangerously into needle points from the agony, while its throat emitted intermittent, death rattle-like moans and heavy gasps. Wait! It hurts! What's happening, master? My stomach, it feels like 1,000 knives are stabbing inside. It's going to explode. It hurts so much. Xiaohei's agonized mental fluctuations surged toward Lin Feng like a tidal wave, brimming with despair and pleading. Xiaohei! Lin Feng's eyes widened in fury, his heart twisted in agony. He lunged forward in a single bound, his hands desperately trying to steady the massive head thrashing wildly in agony, yet afraid to hurt him. He snapped his head up to stare at Zhuge Ling, his voice hoarse and distorted with fury, panic, and heartbreak. Teacher! What the hell is going on? How did Xiaohei end up like this? Didn't you say it would be fine? Faced with this sudden turn of events, Zhuge Ling showed no sign of panic. Instead, her expression held the calm detachment of a researcher observing an experimental phenomenon. She strode swiftly to a temperature-controlled cabinet, swiftly retrieving a large jar of dark green gel emitting a rich herbal fragrance. While gesturing for Lin Feng to step aside, she explained calmly. Don't panic. I told you, it's still in the experimental phase. The core principle of this primal power stimulating potion is to forcibly ignite and release latent power by exploiting the conflict and fusion of different magical beast bloodline essences. The effect is permanent, roughly increasing the pure power ceiling by about 2%. However, she crouched down, deftly applying the cool, numbing gel between the tightly clenched scales on Xiaohei's abdomen, still racked by agony, as she continued. This forced ignition and release triggers a violent energy backlash. Like flames consuming the body. We call this agony the bloodline burn. The backlash period lasts an entire day. This is the price one must pay to gain power. It is also the most significant side effect of the potion currently. Most beast masters simply cannot endure this backlash and may well collapse and die from the agony, their bloodline shattered. But your dragon constitution far exceeds my projections. It can endure. Though agonizing, it won't be fatal. Endure it, and the power gained will be real. Her words were clear and logical, her composure bordering on cruelty. It was as if Xiaohei's current, heart-wrenching agony was merely a parameter to be recorded in the experiment log. 2% of power requires enduring a day of such torture? Lin Feng listened to Zhuge Ling's explanation. He should have known better. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This potion was too potent. A permanent 2% attribute boost, most beast tamers couldn't endure it. Thank goodness Xiaohei was a dragon. This madwoman. Lin Feng inwardly cursed. Yet Zhuge Ling seemed completely oblivious to Lin Feng's murderous glare. After administering pain relief to Xiaohei, she stood up, her gaze toward Lin Feng growing even more intense, filled with the hunger of a researcher seeking material. Lin Feng, did you see that? Dragon blood, especially dragon blood imbued with such pure, murderous power, its research value is immeasurable. Look at my little Chang. She gestured toward the small green dragon circling Xiaohei anxiously in low flight. Its dragon blood holds immense life energy, a sacred ingredient for crafting top-tier healing potions and restorative elixirs. But Xiaohei's dragon blood? It's the core catalyst for offensive potions, potential unlocking elixirs, and even certain forbidden weapons. The energy it contains is too unique. Her tone grew urgent and expectant, tinged with a hint of pleading. So, Master, I have a request. To accelerate our research, optimize the potion formulas, and reduce or even eliminate this damnable backlash side effect, I hope you can provide me with a vial of Xiaohei's dragon blood every day, if possible. Not much is needed, around 100 milliliters will suffice. Continuous sample comparison and analysis is the key to overcoming this challenge. Every day? Lin Feng gasped aloud, his heart wrenching as he watched Xiaohei twitching slightly on the ground from pain. Teacher! Xiaohei is still suffering from the backlash. You want to draw its blood every single day? That's too cruel. Can its body even handle it? And this kind of pain? He simply couldn't bear to subject his companion to more torment. Zhuge Ling immediately stepped forward, placing both hands firmly on Lin Feng's shoulders. Her gaze was intensely serious, even bordering on a near religious fervor for research. Lin Feng, I understand your feelings. But trust me. I am a professional. I will strictly control the amount extracted, never harming its essence. This pain, for a true dragon, is tempering. It is the stepping stone to greater strength. As for the backlash agony. Her eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. This is precisely why I need to continue my research. With stable dragon blood samples, I can continuously refine the formula and analyze the source of the backlash energy. Trust me, soon, perhaps even in the next experiment, I'll discover how to suppress or even eliminate this agony. Don't you wish Little Black could gain power without enduring this torment? Don't you want it to grow stronger? Her words were utterly seductive, striking precisely at the deepest yearning within Lin Feng's heart power. Lin Feng was torn by immense conflict. He recalled Long Ting's threats, the pressure Suan brought, and the need for strength to face the new student exam. Xiaohei needed to grow stronger too. Perhaps this truly was a shortcut? Painful, yes, but the results were real. He drew a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength within him, his voice dry as he spoke. All right. Teacher, I promise. But. Chapter 132, Roommate. His tone abruptly hardened, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Zhuge Ling. First, you must guarantee absolute safety for every blood draw. Second, you must prioritize and spare no effort in researching methods to eliminate the backlash pain. Third, should Xiaohei's condition show any abnormalities, I reserve the right to halt blood supply immediately. You must agree to this. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Seeing Lin Feng relent, Zhuge Ling's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy as he nodded frantically. I pledge my research integrity. I absolutely guarantee Xiaohei's safety. Eliminating backlash will be my top priority. As if fearing Lin Feng might change his mind, she immediately offered another enticing condition. Lin Feng, your teacher won't let you give without receiving. For every bottle of Xiaohei's dragon blood that meets the standards, I'll give you 100 huaxia points. As research compensation. Furthermore, once we develop a new formula with greater efficacy and fewer side effects, I guarantee your beast will be the first recipient. Priority supply. Unlimited quantities. 100 huaxia points. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. According to Yao Yao's intel, this was an absolute fortune. Enough to exchange for numerous urgently needed resources. Not to mention the promise of priority access to new potions. This offer was simply impossible to refuse. This Zhuge Ling nomad seemed to operate with a certain fairness. Faced with such immense profit, the scales in Lin Feng's heart tilted decisively. He took another deep breath, shot a complex glance at Xiaohei on the ground, and finally nodded slowly and firmly. All right. It's settled. Teacher, I hope you keep your word. Rest assured. I, Zhuge Ling, always keep my word. Zhuge Ling pounded his chest in assurance, his face radiating uncontrollable excitement. She watched as the pain relief gel took effect on Xiaohei. His agony finally eased significantly, his breathing becoming steady and deep. Yet his spirit seemed utterly drained. He lay sprawled on the ground, his massive head resting on his forepaws, eyelids heavy and drooping. All right. Zhuge Ling's tone lightened considerably. Over the next few days, keep a close eye on Xiaohei's condition. Record any specific changes in his strength after the increase, as well as his recovery once the backlash subsides. Report even the slightest detail to me, it's crucial for the research. She paused, as if suddenly remembering something, and changed the subject. Oh, Lin Feng, how are you preparing for the freshman assessment in 2 days? The freshman exam? Lin Feng froze at the question, finally snapping out of the intense experiment and transaction. He shook his head with a wry smile. Teacher, I only learned about this today from a friend. I have absolutely no idea how to prepare. I'm still figuring out where to start. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ling's brows immediately furrowed, and her tone turned stern. This freshman grand exam is no joke. It's your first stage to showcase your abilities before the entire academy's faculty and students after stepping into Huaxia Academy. Achieving an outstanding ranking in this exam not only grants you massive Huaxia points rewards but also catches the attention of the academy's higher-ups. This opens doors to privileges like prioritized selection of core mentors, access to top-tier cultivation realms, and exchange rare resources, a series of privileges. This directly determines how high you can rise and how far you can go in the academy over the next few years. Its importance is self-evident. She looked at Lin Feng, her gaze carrying scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. Those 3 dragons of yours, especially Little Black, whose power has just begun to awaken, possess immense potential. Your strength absolutely ranks among the elite of your peers. Make good use of them. Develop your tactics. Use these next 2 days to familiarize yourself with your power and adjust your state. Don't embarrass me, and don't waste your natural talent. Bring me back a standout ranking in the freshman grand exam. Her tone carried the sternness and drive of a mentor. After entering the final data points into the lab, Lin Feng straightened up and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. It was almost time to head back. Pushing open the familiar yet strangely unfamiliar dorm room door, a fresh moved-in scent mingled with the smell of disinfectant hit him. Lin Feng paused, his gaze sweeping the room. Wow, it was lively. The once sparsely furnished space now bustled with 2 busy figures. One was a massive figure, back to the door, humming a tune that was anything but melodious. His bald head, illuminated by the overhead light, gleamed like a high-wattage bulb, the reflected glare almost blinding. His frame was as solid as a wall, yet his movements carried a reckless boldness as he forcefully shoved a pile of heavy-looking luggage into a cabinet, slamming the door shut with a loud clang. The other man was a stark contrast, slender, with thin-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He stood with his back to the door, methodically organizing his desk. The books lay perfectly aligned in his hands, placed with such gentle precision it resembled the care taken when polishing antiques. A natural smile spread across Lin Feng's face as he spoke in a clear voice. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Looks like the 3 of us will be working side by side under this roof from now on. The bald, burly man spun around at the sound, his face breaking into a smile so broad it bordered on exaggeration. His fan-like hand smacked against his smooth scalp with a crisp slap. Whoa! Finally seeing some faces. Lin Feng, right? Nice name. I'm Lu Meng, from Beijiang City. His booming voice reverberated, making ears buzz, carrying a vastness reminiscent of the grasslands. Back in the college entrance exams, I scored over 550 points. In our neck of the woods, that put me second overall. So naturally, I sailed right into our Beastmaster Academy. The pride in his voice practically oozed from every pore. The bespectacled boy turned around, adjusted his frames, and offered a gentle, slightly shy smile. "Hello, Lin Feng. I'm Liang." His voice was gentle, his speech unhurried. Compared to Brother Lu's scores, mine are nowhere near as impressive. I barely scraped by the Academy's cutoff and squeezed in. His words carried a hint of self-deprecation, yet without any trace of inferiority. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in response. "Lin Feng, from Jiangnan Province. Got lucky and snagged the provincial top scholar title, which is how I got in." His tone was calm, as if recounting an everyday occurrence. "Whoa!" Lu Meng's thick eyebrows shot up to his hairline, his eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. His gaze toward Lin Feng instantly brimmed with awestruck admiration. "Top scholar? Holy crap! That's insane! You really don't show off your true colors, bro." He rubbed his bald head excitedly. "When it comes to all that deep stuff about taming beasts, I'll need your guidance. I'm a bit rough around the edges, I'm afraid I won't learn it properly." Liang's eyes behind his glasses also lit up, radiating genuine anticipation. "Exactly, Lin Feng. Winning the top scholar title means you must have unique insights. Beast taming is vast and profound, I'm still clueless about so many things. I'll definitely need your guidance." Lin Feng waved his hands hastily, his tone earnest. "Don't say that. Anyone who made it through the Beastmaster Academy's doors has their own strengths. We're all top students from across the land. I just got a bit luckier. From now on, we should focus on learning from each other and helping one another. Who knows? You might have even more to teach me." As he spoke, he walked naturally to his bedside. With a flick of his wrist, several bottles of ice-cold beer materialized on the small table. "Enough chit-chat. Come on, brothers, let's have a drink." "Hey! That's more like it. No drinks, no vibe." Lu Meng slapped his thigh and jumped up excitedly. "Hold on. I've got some freshly bought lamb skewers still piping hot." He deftly pulled a large food bag from an insulated cooler in the corner. The rich aroma of cumin and chili mixed with the smoky scent of grilled meat instantly filled the air. Seeing this, Liang grinned and pulled a bunch of bright green, fresh vegetables from his still unpacked bag. "Perfect. Why don't the three of us whip up a simple hot pot? That'll really amp up the vibe." He began cleaning the greens with practiced ease. No time to waste. The three young people worked together, quickly setting up a portable mini hot pot in the open space at the center of the dorm room. The base was a concentrated soup packet contributed by Lin Feng. Water was added and brought to a boil. As the red oil bubbled, the rich, spicy, and savory aroma powerfully filled the entire space, overpowering the previous smells of disinfectant and new furniture. Lu Meng boldly tossed in a whole bunch of lamb skewers, while green vegetables glided gracefully into the bubbling broth under Liang's hands. The tiny dorm room instantly filled with the lively warmth of everyday life. "Here, let's toast. To room 307. Lu Meng raised his beer bottle first, and the bottles clinked together with a crisp sound. Chapter 133, Plans for the Freshman Exam. The cool liquid slid down their throats, dispelling the early autumn chill and quickly bringing the three young men closer together. Conversation bubbled up like ingredients simmering in a pot. As they chatted, Lin Feng discovered that Lu Meng, this burly fellow who looked like a bear from the northern frontier, had surprisingly delicate thoughts. The hot pot steamed vigorously, several beer bottles emptied, and the atmosphere reached its peak. Lu Meng grabbed the last lamb skewer, bit off a large chunk of meat, and chewed contentedly. Yet his tone suddenly shifted, his expression turning serious. "Guys, we've eaten our fill. Let's talk business. The freshman exams are just around the corner. Got a plan?" Liang set down his chopsticks and pushed his glasses up, his eyes behind the lenses searching. "Lu, sounds like you've got some inside scoop again? Stop beating around the bush, spill it." Lu Meng chuckled mysteriously, leaning closer as he lowered his voice. "You bet. Let me tell you, this big exam on the surface, it looks like hundreds of people all charging in at once, a chaotic free-for-all. But in reality..." He paused deliberately, building suspense. "They're allowing private team formation. Small group operations." Lin Feng paused mid-feed of a softened vegetable to Xiao Hei, sat bolt upright, and his gaze sharpened. "Team up? Is this reliable info, Lu Meng? If these rules are legit, we'll have to completely overhaul our tactics. Rest assured." Lu Meng pounded his thick chest, thudding loudly. "Absolutely legit. A senior from our college's third year, Zhang, told me personally. He's tight with mentor Wang, who's in charge of this major exams venue and some of the rules. This info is rock solid." His tone was unwavering. Liang's eyes lit up instantly, as if he'd discovered a treasure. "Teams? Then the three of us." His gaze swept over Lin Feng and Lu Meng, filled with excitement and anticipation. "If the three of us team up, with our respective beast tamers coordinating and watching each other's backs, wouldn't we have a real shot at a decent ranking in the exam?" His voice rose slightly with excitement. Lu Meng scratched his bald head, still gleaming under the lights, a hint of resignation on his face. "Teaming up sounds great. The problem is, I'm new here. I don't know anyone besides you two. You're probably in the same boat, right, Liang? He glanced at Liang, who nodded in agreement. Lin Feng? Lu Meng turned to Lin Feng, a hint of hope in his voice. You've got connections, right? Know any reliable guys we could bring along? More hands mean more strength, our odds would be better, wouldn't they? Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers unconsciously sliding along the cold beer bottle. Since starting school, he'd spent most of his time buried in the lab and caring for Xiuhei, so he hadn't really made an effort to expand his social circle. My schedule's tight, so I haven't actively made many connections. He paused thoughtfully, but his frown soon smoothed out. Well, I do have two dependable friends, both their skills and character are beyond reproach. The image of Su Yushi's cool, focused profile and Yao Yao's vibrant smile flashed through his mind. Who? Male or female? Which college? Lu Meng's eyes lit up instantly as he leaned forward, his curiosity burning bright. Both girls. One Su Yushi, a light mage with strong control abilities and a cool head. The other's Yao Yao from the Warrior Academy, exceptional combat skills and sharp as attack. Lin Feng gave a brief introduction. Mage? Warrior? Lu Meng slammed his palm on the table in excitement, making the hot pot broth ripple. Perfect. The three of us specialize in beast taming. We've been missing ranged control and a frontline fighter. This lineup is unbeatable. Lin Feng, hurry up and contact them. Ask if they're willing to team up with us. If it works out, heh. He rubbed his hands together, already envisioning victory. Our team's fully equipped close and long-range coverage, plenty of healing. We'll absolutely break through the freshman trials and make a name for ourselves. Liang nodded vigorously, his glasses reflecting a gleam of intelligence. You're right. Team synergy is crucial. Beastmasters are powerful, but in complex, large-scale melee battles, having a mage's crowd control and a healer's support massively boosts our survivability and sustained combat capability. Lin Feng, these two friends of yours sound like excellent additions. If they join, our tactical options will expand significantly, and our margin for error will increase dramatically. He was already analyzing from a tactical perspective. Alright, I'll talk to them about it later. Shouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng met the eager gazes of his two roommates and sensed their shared hope and confidence in the team. They, too, needed reliable allies. Alright. It's settled then. Lu Meng raised his bottle with a rousing gesture. Come on, let's toast to our future unbeatable team. Cheers. 3 bottles clinked together crisply once more. With the team formation taking shape, the discussion grew even more animated, naturally delving into the core combat power of their respective beast mounts. Lin Feng set down his bottle, his gaze sweeping over his two new partners with curiosity and a hint of scrutiny. Since we're fighting side by side, why not share the details of our companions' abilities? That way, we can strategize with a clear understanding and coordinate more seamlessly. Lu Meng and Liang exchanged a knowing glance, their faces breaking into mysterious smiles tinged with mischief as if revealing the secrets now would spoil the fun. Lu Meng chuckled, habitually scratching his shiny bald head. Lin Feng, well, haha. Describing my partner's abilities now just feels lacking. It's hard to convey properly, and I'm afraid I might not do him justice. Don't worry. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder with considerable force. Once we're in the real exam hall, during the actual battle, I guarantee you'll be blown away. Absolutely mind-blowing. Liang adjusted his glasses, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he chimed in. Lu Gu is right. Some abilities just can't be fully captured in words, the effect gets watered down. The real test is the ultimate stage. When the time comes, you'll see it with your own eyes and feel it firsthand. For now, it's a secret. Let's keep some mystery. His tone was gentle, yet carried an air of unquestionable mystery. Lin Feng watched the two men, their expressions both enigmatic and supremely confident. He gave a helpless chuckle and scratched his head, mimicking Lu Meng's gesture. Fine. You've got me hooked. I'll wait and see and get blown away by your surprises when the time comes. Chapter 134, Farewell, Wang Tang. Time never slows for human anticipation or nerves. It felt like only a few nights of heated discussion had passed before the actual opening day arrived, radiant with dazzling light. The morning sun poured its generosity unreservedly across Huaxia Academy's vast campus, bathing every majestic building and lush lawn in a shimmering golden glow. New Student Plaza was already a bustling hive of activity. The dense crowd surged like a rising tide, brimming with vibrant energy and boundless anticipation for this new beginning. All freshmen were divided into 5 distinct yet imposing formations according to their respective colleges. The banners of the 5 great colleges, Beastmaster, Healer, Warrior, Assassin, and Mage, fluttered in the breeze, each radiating a distinct aura of power and character. The Beastmaster Academy's formation was the liveliest. Beasts of all shapes and sizes lay quietly at their master's feet, stood beside them, or perched on their shoulders. Among them were fiery furred cubs of the Crimson Flame Tiger, sharp-eyed young windhawks with fledgling wings, and adorable rock armor turtles with gleaming shells. They curiously surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings, occasionally letting out a soft growl or snarl, drawing gentle soothing from their owners. The new recruits wore expressions of excitement and pride, whispering to their companions. The Warrior Academy's formation radiated a solemn, battle-ready aura. Each student stood as straight as a spear, their muscles clearly defined beneath form-fitting training uniforms. Their eyes were as sharp as blades, radiating a pure, unyielding power. They stood the straightest, like soldiers poised for battle, their silence brewing with explosive potential. The freshmen of the Assassin's Academy, however, seemed to blend into the shadows beneath the sunlight. Most wore dark or camouflaged attire, their positions seemingly haphazard yet cleverly exploiting the cover provided by the crowd. Their eyes were sharp and calm, constantly scanning the surroundings and the crowd. Their bodies maintained a subtle balance, ready to spring into action at any moment, radiating an aura of mystery and alertness that warned strangers to keep their distance. The Mage Academy's formation shimmered with elemental light. Most students held wands or magical artifacts of varied shapes. The Healer's Academy formation radiated the greatest sense of peace and warmth. Students wore simple, elegant robes, their demeanor serene. Lin Feng stood firmly within the Beastmaster Academy's formation. Beside him, Xiaohei crouched quietly, its jet-black eyes observing the diverse beasts and people around them with equal parts alertness and curiosity. Lin Feng's gaze swept across this grand gathering of elites from all corners, his chest swelling with an indescribable surge of ambition. He knew that the truly magnificent chapter of his academy life was only just beginning. And that highly anticipated freshman exam would be their first test to prove themselves in this land of the strong. Wow, what a sight to behold! Standing beside Lin Feng, a Liang murmured in awe, habitually pushing his glasses up his nose. The lenses reflected the shimmering banners of each academy. He'd heard about the unique strengths of the 5 great colleges before, but seeing this spectacle today, he finally grasped what it meant to be a gathering of talents, a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. Lu Meng beside him grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, his defiant spirit evident. What's there to fear? So what if they have more people? So what if they have more masters? What's wrong with our Beastmaster Academy? Once the grand exam begins, we'll show them just how formidable our companions are. He patted a bulging beast pouch at his waist, where something inside stirred restlessly. Lin Feng's gaze swept slowly through the crowd, scanning each youthful, vibrant face like a scanner. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a familiar figure within the Mage Academy's formation. Wang Tang, the opponent he had defeated, his eyes still burning with resentment. At that moment, Wang Tang was also looking at him. Their gazes met mid-air, colliding like invisible currents. Wang Tang's expression darkened instantly, his eyes churning with undisguised venom and hostility. Especially when he spotted the cool, distant figure of Su Yushi standing not far beside Wang Tang, that hatred seemed to intensify. Clearly, Wang Tang had also entered the Mage Academy, and was in the same academy as Su Yushi. He shot Lin Feng a vicious glare before turning his head away in anger. Lin Feng merely withdrew his gaze indifferently, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corner of his mouth. The hostility of a defeated foe was scarcely worth his concern. His gaze continued to sweep across the plaza, casually glancing at the cluster of instructors gathered on the elevated platform ahead. His gaze swept over faces both stern and gentle, finally settling upon a figure of rare, ethereal beauty. Luo Qingxin. Standing beside several elder instructors, her posture was as straight as a pine tree in the snow. Her aura was cool and otherworldly, making her stand out strikingly in the crowd. As if sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Luo Qingxin turned her head slightly. Her icy eyes pierced through the crowd, landing precisely on Lin Feng. Yet, that gaze held no warmth, only an icy lake of indifference. It lingered for less than a second before drifting away without a ripple, as if merely brushing past an insignificant fallen leaf. Lin Feng, what are you staring at? So engrossed? Lu Meng's rough voice snapped Lin Feng out of his thoughts. He strained to look in the direction Lin Feng had been staring, but beyond a sea of dark heads and the blurred silhouettes of instructors, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. Lin Feng snapped back to reality and smiled. Nothing. Just spotted a couple of familiar faces. Lin Feng snapped back to reality and smiled. Nothing. Just spotted a couple of familiar faces. An acquaintance? Who? Come on, spill it. A Liang leaned in curiously. Lin Feng briefly mentioned Wang Tang's past grudge and Luo Qingxin's cold, almost dismissive attitude. Put. That Wang Tang? Lu Meng's thick eyebrows shot up in disdain. What a sore loser. Dares to glare at you? When the big exam comes, we'll gang up on him and teach him a lesson. Show him why the flowers are so red. A Liang's eyes sharpened behind his glasses, a protective glint in them. Right. We'll beat him fair and square in the big exam. Shut him up for good. As for that Luo teacher. He paused, his tone calm yet laced with sharpness. Since she holds such contempt for our Beastmaster Academy, for you, Lin Feng, then in this freshman exam, we'll use our absolute strength to make her and everyone else see clearly. Lin Feng looked at his two roommates beside him, united in their resolve and brimming with confidence. A warm surge of emotion and an even stronger fighting spirit welled up within him. He nodded firmly, his voice quiet yet powerful. All right. With you both by my side, I feel even more confident. Together, we'll make room 307's name known in this freshman exam. We'll make the Beastmaster Academy's reputation shine. He lowered his head and gently rubbed Xiaohei's smooth head. As if sensing his master's resolve, Shohei let out a low, powerful growl from his throat. At that moment, the atmosphere on the plaza reached a fever pitch. Freshmen from every academy chattered excitedly, their eager gazes fixed on the elevated platform where the ceremony was about to commence. Whispers about the grand exam rippled through the crowd, the air thick with tension, anticipation, and eager excitement. Lin Feng, Lu Meng, and Liang stood side by side, their gazes fixed firmly ahead. The sunlight stretched their shadows long and intertwined, as if foretelling a shared journey filled with challenges and glory about to begin. They knew the horn was about to sound. Chapter 135, The Wine Sword Immortal, Li Liang. The square's clamor boiled like a cauldron, waves of excitement, tension, and anticipation crashing and surging without pause. Just as the clamor threatened to shatter the dome, a figure emerged. Moving with a near leisurely stroll that jarred against the surrounding fervor, he staggered to the front of all the teachers. A middle-aged man, his appearance decidedly unflattering. His hair was a tangled mess, like a bird's nest tousled by the wind, with a few unruly strands clinging to his sweat-dampened temples. His clothes were wrinkled and stained with suspicious dark spots. Up close, one could almost detect a faint scent, a mixture of dust and some aged fermented substance. Most striking was the old, polished flask dangling from his hand, swaying gently with each step. He looked as if he'd just awakened from a hangover, or was about to plunge into the next drunken stupor. As the crowd eyed him with a mix of bewilderment and disdain, he tilted his head back as if no one else existed and gulped down a large mouthful of strong liquor. His Adam's apple bobbed as liquid spilled from the corner of his mouth. Then, with a sharp flick of his head, a commanding presence erupted, a force utterly at odds with his disheveled appearance. A thunderous shout split the air like a bolt from the blue. Silence! Those two words seemed to carry some intangible force of law, like a cold tide instantly drowning all noise. The freshman plaza, bustling with lively chatter just moments before, plunged into an eerie silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes filled with shock, curiosity, and even a hint of awe turned to fix upon this seemingly drunken, unkempt figure. Lin Feng, standing amidst the crowd, felt a sudden chill run through him. He instinctively held his breath, his gaze sharpening as he locked onto the figure on the stage. That seemingly casual shout alone carried a palpable, tangible pressure that instantly sent a cold sweat trickling down Lin Feng's back. This man is incredibly powerful. He marveled inwardly. It felt like standing before a bottomless abyss, where terrifying power lurked beneath the calm surface. Hey, see that? Know who that big shot up there is? Lu Meng, the loudmouth with the natural gift of gab, immediately nudged Lin Feng and Liang with his elbow. Their faces betrayed unmistakable excitement and the smug satisfaction of knowing the inside scoop. Liang, adjusting his glasses on his nose, eyes sparkling with curiosity behind the lenses. Who? He looks pretty unique. His voice carried a scholarly tone. Charisma? Ha! Lu Meng grinned widely, lowering his voice but unable to hide his pride. That's our very own vice president of Huaxia Academy. Li Liang. What's his profession? You won't believe it, the Wine Sword Immortal. He paused deliberately, savoring the astonishment that flashed across Lin Feng and Liang's eyes. Don't let that drunken cat look fool you. His strength? Hey, unfathomable. They say back in he was the one who wielded a wine flask to slay the Demon King. Lin Feng understood. No wonder just two words could silence thousands of freshmen instantly. The title Wine Sword Immortal itself signified absolute power. A deep sense of awe welled up within him. When his gaze returned to the stage, it was now tinged with profound scrutiny. A glint seemed to flash across Liang's glasses. Sword Immortal of Wine? The very title reeks of legend. I've combed through the Academy's archives, yet found scarcely any detailed records on this vice principal. His tone carried a hint of longing and curiosity toward this unknown powerhouse. You've only been here a few days, what could you possibly know? Lu Meng chuckled, habitually scratching his steel needle like short hair. Principal Li is the living emblem of our academy. He keeps a low profile, but the tales about him are endless. In his youth, armed with a wine-soaked sword and a flask of aged liquor, he truly roamed the world fearlessly. He even slayed several sovereign-tier beasts from other dimensions. His formidable reputation was forged through battle. His tone brimmed with reverence for the mighty. Lin Feng couldn't help but press further. Lu Meng, what exactly is the secret behind his wine sword? Surely he wasn't literally drinking and wielding a sword at the same time? He was utterly fascinated by this peculiar combination of skills. Lu Meng was stumped by the question. Scratching his head again, he strained to recall. I can't really explain exactly how powerful it is. But I've heard from senior students that his sword techniques are deeply connected to the wine he drinks. It seems different wines can activate different sword energies? The power is terrifying, and his swordplay carries this drunken momentum that leaves opponents dizzy and defenseless. The craziest part is, the more he drinks, the more alert he gets, his strength actually increases. He's practically a walking wine barrel freak. He racked his brain for the right word. Whoa! Liang gasped, his glasses sliding to the tip of his nose. This defies all logic. How amazing it would be to witness Principal Li wielding his sword in person. His eyes brimmed with longing. On stage, the wine-sword immortal Li Liang seemed to have heard something, or perhaps he simply craved another sip. He let out a long, satisfied belch, the pungent scent of alcohol wafting slightly on the breeze. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the sea of freshmen below. Though his gaze held a hazy drunkenness, its depths flashed with an undeniably sharp brilliance. Ahem! He cleared his throat. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner, carrying a brash, unapologetic swagger. At Huaxia Academy, we don't tolerate all that flashy nonsense. Here. He suddenly raised his voice, making ears ring with the sudden volume. Fists are hard. Skills are great. That's the real truth. Don't even think about getting by with sycophantic flattery or underhanded tricks, it won't work. He waved his wine flask as if to dispel all the corrupt influences. His gaze swept over the young faces once more. Li Liang waved impatiently. Enough with the speeches, blessings, and visions of the future, all that pomp and circumstance bores even an old man like me. You young whippersnappers, what the hell are you all crowding in here for today? Don't you have any sense? He paused, watching the freshmen below the stage, momentarily stunned by his bluntness. Then he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Therefore, I hereby declare the freshman assessment begins now. Immediately. This very instant. Boom. The silence below the stage shattered instantly, replaced by an even louder uproar. Countless faces wore expressions of utter shock and disbelief. It starts right now? No welcome ceremony? No words of encouragement from the elders? Not even a detailed explanation of the rules? Straight into combat? This was too abrupt, too brutal. Li Liang seemed quite pleased with the effect he'd created. He took another satisfying swig of wine, wiped his mouth, and added, "Rules? Simple as hell. As long as you're not dead or crippled, you can beat the brains out of each other, no teacher will intervene. Go wild, you bastards. Fight to the death. Give it everything you've got. Let me see what you're really made of." His words carried a savage encouragement, yet laid bare the brutal essence of this grand trial: might reign supreme, and only the fittest survive. After a moment of stunned silence, a fiercer battle cry ignited among the new students, spreading like wildfire through the crowd. Lin Feng's heart tightened, as if struck by an invisible whip. He acutely sensed the blood-soaked, unflinching reality of this trial bearing down on them. He instinctively glanced at Lu Meng and a Liang beside him. Lu Meng licked his parched lips, his eyes hardening into a predatory glare as he growled. "Hear that? Pretty intense. Looks like we won't even get a chance to catch our breath. Guys, let's just get straight to it." A Liang took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses once more, his gaze behind the lenses unusually calm. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Right. Plan stands. Stay alert, watch each other's backs, and coordinate cover. His voice was steady, carrying a battle-hardened composure. Lin Feng said nothing, only gave a firm nod. Their gazes met mid-air, each seeing the unyielding resolve and trust in the other's eyes. Chapter 136, The Game Begins. Buzz. Li Liang's voice ignited the fuse of a powder keg. Before the last syllable had fully faded, the freshman plaza erupted into a seething cauldron. Every new recruit gathered here is a top-tier genius selected through rigorous trials from across the realms, with combat instincts ingrained in their very bones. Almost the instant Li Liang's words fell, countless figures lunged forward with savage ferocity. In an instant, the blazing lights of diverse skills erupted like the most dazzling fireworks on a festival night, intertwining into a dizzying, heart-stopping storm of energy. Roar! Bring it on, everyone! The burly warrior academy student roared, muscles bulging as heavy blades, axes, and hammers tore through the air, trailing piercing whistles and blinding battle chi. Swords and blades flashed like a metallic jungle, sprouting instantly. Elemental spirits, heed my command. Mages chanted arcane incantations at breakneck speed, fingers dancing through intricate seals. Elemental forces coalesced wildly in the air, and searing fireballs roared forth, trailing long, fiery tails. Icy frost spread rapidly across the ground, freezing everything in its path. Violent thunderclaps ripped through the air with crackling fury, and sharp stone spikes even erupted abruptly from the ground. Whoosh! 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 The Assassin Academy's new recruits moved like specters, merging with the shadows, darting and flickering through the chaotic crowd at breakneck speed. They sought the deadliest angles and timing for their strikes, their icy blades flickering in the darkness, radiating a lethal chill. Holy light, protect us! Natural healing. Though the Healing Academy students did not directly engage in combat, their role was equally vital. Soft beams of light fell upon their comrades, soothing wounds, dispelling debuffs, and maintaining the stability of the front lines. Though positioned further back, they too drew the enemies. Close attention. Awah! Hiss! The Beastmaster Academy students formed another distinctive sight. Surrounded by powerful beasts of diverse forms, agile windwolves, thick-scaled rock armor beasts, venom-spitting emerald-scaled pythons. At their master's commands, these ferocious beasts roared and hissed as they charged into battle, their claws and fangs becoming the most reliable weapons and shields for their owners. The cacophony of battle shouts of combat, clashing blades, exploding spells, beast roars, and cries of pain blended into a frenzied, primal symphony of war. The air thickened with the mingled sense of sweat, dust, blood, and the acrid residue of scattered elemental energies. Yet atop the towering dais, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the carnage below. Li Liang, the wine-sword immortal who had ignited this war, now leaned back against the sturdy railing with unparalleled ease. One leg bent, the other dangling casually, he occasionally raised his treasured wine flask to his lips. Slurp. Sip. His unshaven face radiated pure contentment. His slightly squinted, drunken eyes surveyed the freshmen below, clashing and fighting like ants in a frenzy. To him, it was merely a spectacular spectacle, a lively show that had little to do with him. Behind him, the assembled academy instructors were mostly relaxed, watching with keen interest. Their gazes darted like precise probes across the chaotic battlefield, meticulously identifying every standout figure, assessing their potential, fighting style, and character. Selecting raw talent was, after all, their duty. This year's crop certainly has plenty of spirit and vigor. An elderly professor with meticulously combed hair, a kind face, and unusually sharp eyes stroked his graying beard. His gaze held the satisfaction and anticipation of an elder, wondering how many truly promising talents might emerge worth polishing to perfection. Beside him, a portly teacher with perpetually rosy cheeks as if perpetually tipsy interjected in a booming voice. Old Chen, what are you saying? Has our Huaxia Academy ever lacked talent? They're as plentiful as spring chives, one crop after another. But then again. He shifted his tone, a hint of criticism creeping in. Talent alone isn't enough. What we seek are those monstrous geniuses who could pierce holes in the heavens. Geniuses who can trample the paths trodden by others on their cultivation journey. His voice brimmed with hunger for the most extraordinary prodigies. Teachers murmured among themselves, critiquing a student who had flashed brilliance in the arena. Yet amidst this murmuring, several perceptive instructors keenly noticed Luo Qingxin standing slightly off to the side. This top-tier instructor, renowned for her icy demeanor and detached attitude toward all things, was behaving unusually. Her eyes, usually as still and deep as a frozen lake, were now fixed intently on a specific point on the battlefield. Her focus was so intense that her usual aloofness seemed to fade. Deep within her eyes, a faint, elusive light flickered. This scene astonished the few teachers who noticed her, leaving them almost incredulous. Luo Qingxin held an exalted status at Huaxia Academy, her power unfathomable, but she was even more renowned for her icy, aloof nature that kept others at arm's length. She rarely engaged in the academy's affairs and was notoriously selective, or rather, indifferent when it came to accepting students. For years, no matter how exceptionally talented or well-connected the prodigious applicants were, her response remained unchanged, a mere nod of acknowledgement at most. She had never truly considered taking on a disciple. Yet today, this ice queen had fixated her attention on a single target amidst the chaotic melee of thousands of new students? Could it be that amidst this chaotic battlefield, someone or something had truly melted the ice in her heart, piquing her interest? Qingxin? A gentle-mannered female instructor who maintained a decent rapport with Luo Qingxin couldn't help but step closer, her voice soft as she inquired. You look so engrossed down there. Is there a little one down there that's particularly captivating? Her tone brimmed with curiosity. Luo Qingxin seemed to be roused from her concentration by the voice, her long lashes fluttering slightly. She turned her head, offering the inquiring teacher the faintest of smiles, brief as a dragonfly skimming water, yet surprising enough to catch the attention of those who knew her. Her voice remained as cool and clear as ever, revealing little emotion. Nothing much. Just spotted a little guy with a rather unusual profession. She brushed it off casually. Yet, though her words claimed it was nothing, her gaze seemed tethered by invisible threads, still drifting toward that direction in the arena from time to time. That unmistakable, persistent focus only stoked the curiosity burning in the hearts of the surrounding teachers. Unobtrusively, they all turned their gaze toward the area Luo Qingxin was watching, straining to find within the chaos of flashing blades and flying magic the figure that had caught the ice phoenix Luo Qingxin's attention. Chapter 137, Li Liang's Interest, Xiaohei. Just as the battle below grew increasingly fierce, with the freshmen from various colleges locked in a deadlock and the thunderous clashes of energy echoing incessantly, an unexpected voice shattered the thoughts of the teachers on the podium. Li Liang, the vice principal who had maintained a perpetually lazy, drunken demeanor throughout as if even the sky falling wouldn't prompt him to open his eyes, suddenly snapped his half-closed, bleary gaze into focus. His previously swaying leg froze. His body leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as the most piercing blade. It instantly cut through the chaotic battlefield, pinning precisely on a single point. His lips, usually curled in a playful smirk, now lifted into a rare, amused arc. In a voice barely audible to those nearby, tinged with surprise and deep interest, he murmured. This year's batch is interesting. Who'd have thought a prodigy of this profession would emerge? Who is Li Liang? The vice-chancellor of Huaxia Academy, whose strength was unfathomable. He had traveled far and wide in his youth, seeing much of the world. For something to pique his interest. For him to show such obvious interest in something was an absolute rarity within the academy. His almost unconscious whisper, however, was like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, instantly sending ripples through the minds of the surrounding teachers. A new profession that even Vice President Li finds intriguing? What level of rarity or power must it possess? Stunned, all the teachers' gazes instinctively followed the direction of Li Liang's gaze, sharp as a sword. Their vision cut through the chaotic crowd, soaring past swirling dust and flickering skill lights, finally settling clearly on a small team struggling to advance in the center of the arena. At the forefront was none other than Lin Feng. Yet what truly captured Li Liang's attention wasn't Lin Feng himself, but the companion before him unleashing astonishing might, that abyssal dragon, Xiaohei. Though still growing in size, it already radiated unmatched ferocity and dominance. Roar! As if sensing its master's intent and the countless hostile or greedy gazes surrounding them, the abyssal demon dragon Xiaohei abruptly raised its head, covered in hard, jet-black scales, and unleashed a deafening roar filled with the majesty of the dragon race toward the sky. The sound rolled over the crowd like thunder of 10,000 tons, carrying an ancient, savage, and noble aura born from the depths of its bloodline. Boom! Accompanying the dragon's roar, a terrifying, viscous pressure dark as ink invisible to the naked eye surged outward like a tangible black wave. Centered on Xiaohei and Lin Feng, it swept violently in all directions. This pressure pulsed with the essence of destruction and chaos, a cold, piercing gaze from the abyss. The first to bear its brunt were the attackers surrounding Lin Feng, Lu Meng, and Liang. Ugh! Thud! What kind of monster is this? A dragon, it's actually a dragon. Shouts of shock, muffled groans, and thuds of bodies hitting the ground erupted instantly. The burly warrior wielding the massive battle axe who'd been so fierce moments ago turned ashen white. The muscles in his arms spasmed uncontrollably, and the heavy axe nearly slipped from his grasp, nearly smashing his own foot. The blade hummed and trembled violently in his grasp, as if gripped by terror. The two Mage Academy students, who were in the midst of channeling powerful spells, were struck as if by a heavy hammer. They felt as though an invisible giant claw had seized their very souls, causing the magic they were gathering to instantly dissipate. The searing pain of magic backlash made them groan, the blood draining from their faces as they staggered backward. Their eyes fixed on Xiaohei were filled with utter terror. The others fared little better. An invisible pressure weighed upon them like mountains, constricting their breath, making their hearts pound like drums, and turning their limbs icy cold. As if violently shoved aside by an invisible giant hand, the tightly packed encirclement suddenly gaped open, revealing a vast, heart-stopping vacuum. No one dared to step into that area filled with the aura of the abyss. Ha! That felt good. Xiaohei, well done. Let them see what true dragon might is. Lu Meng nearly leapt with excitement at the immediate effect, pumping his fist in loud cheers. The tension vanished from his face, replaced by pure, exhilarating satisfaction. Liang also exhaled a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Pushing his glasses up firmly, his eyes behind the lenses sparkled with astonishment and a hint of excitement as he sincerely said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng. This partner of yours is a strategic-level deterrent weapon. Absolutely incredible. With him here, the pressure on us is reduced so much. He quickly scanned the surrounding opponents, who stood frozen in shock and hesitation, unable to advance. Amidst the crowd, someone sucked in a sharp breath, their voice trembling as they cried out, "It's the dragon! That legendary Dragon Tamer freshman is actually him!" Standing beside Xiaohei, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed. He knew that true geniuses with genuine strength and depth would never be intimidated by mere pressure. More difficult battles were surely waiting for them ahead. He reached out and gently patted the cold, hard scales on the side of Xiaohei's neck, feeling the immense power contained beneath them and the deep connection between their minds. His voice was low, yet exceptionally clear and resolute. "Xiaohei, well done. Let's go. We'll check out what lies ahead." Woo! A low, guttural response, resonating with the unique cadence of the dragon kin, echoed from Xiaohei's throat. It shook its massive head, expelling a hot breath tinged with the scent of sulfur, and began to move with heavy, deliberate steps. Each time its massive claws, encased in jet-black scales, struck the ground, the solid earth groaned with a dull thud and trembled slightly. Like the most loyal guardian and the mightiest pathfinder, it marched steadily ahead, carving out an awe-inspiring passage for Lin Feng and his companions. Wherever it passed, the crowd parted like a receding tide, no one daring to challenge its might. Upon the high platform, the teachers who witnessed this could no longer remain composed. Whispered murmurs erupted instantly. Abyssal demon dragon. It's actually an abyssal demon dragon. This child is extraordinary. A white-haired, white-bearded old mage's eyes blazed with astonishment, his voice thick with disbelief. Hadn't the dragon bloodline been extinct in this world for ages? A legendary creature from ancient texts had actually reappeared and been bound by a new contract? Another teacher, a scholar of ancient beasts, spoke with a tremor in his voice. This discovery shattered his understanding. Didn't Zhuge Ling from the Beast Master Academy also have a dragon? A azure dragon, I believe? This is getting interesting. 2 dragons on one mountain? Ha! This is going to be a show. The ruddy-faced, rotund professor stroked his chin, his expression one of eager anticipation. A dragon tamer? Ha, this final exam just got a lot more interesting because of him. Professor Chen, the white-haired elder, nodded slowly, his eyes brimming with unhidden admiration. The teacher's gazes now held intense curiosity and profound depth. Chapter 138, Lin Feng races to the rescue. The battlefield was a boiling cauldron where situations shifted faster than turning pages. One moment it might be deadlock, the next, life and death hung in the balance. Lin Feng's nerves remained taut. He had to reunite with his teammates immediately. Roar! Xiaohei's roar, reverberating through the air with an awe-inspiring power, carved a path through the chaotic crowd with its dragon's authority, born from the depths of the abyss. Seizing this precious moment of respite, Lin Feng whipped his head around, his voice sharp and urgent, like a whip lashing out at Lu Meng and Liang. Hurry! Find Yu Shi and Yao Yao. In this hellhole, stragglers are sitting ducks. We need to stick together. Got it. Lu Meng didn't even stutter. His massive battle axe was already slung hungrily over his shoulder, his gaze sweeping forward like a wolf that had caught the scent of blood. Liang's lenses reflected chaotic light as his fingers instinctively pushed up his glasses. His voice was as cool as a battlefield targeting device. Assembly point direction, 3 o'clock. Full speed. Watch for flanking attacks. No further words were needed. Riding the spine-chilling terror radiating from the abyssal dragon Xiaohei, they charged like a ship's bow cleaving through waves toward their predetermined rendezvous point. Each heavy thud of Xiaohei's footsteps echoed like war drums, pounding the hearts of those around them, making any restless souls reconsider whether their necks were strong enough to bear the consequences. The entire battlefield rippled outward like water disturbed by a pebble. Most weren't fools. The melee had barely begun, and they'd already learned the hard way that going it alone was a losing bet. Who wouldn't want allies who could block blows, heal wounds, and stab enemies together? Thus, the crowd that had been packed like sardines at the dungeon entrance suddenly began to disperse. Like a swarm of startled ants, they surged in all directions, their shouts for teammates echoing in rapid succession. Zhang Chang! Over here! Li Bing! Healers, follow me! Zhao Kai! Hold the left flank! Of course, in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. There were always a few who were overly confident in their own abilities. Instead of rushing to find their group, they prowled like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, deliberately targeting isolated newcomers or scattered squad members in the chaotic vortex. A figure clad in tight leather armor, blurred like rippling water, undoubtedly an elite from the Assassin's Academy. Assassins never need teammates. One is enough. Like an elusive loach, he darted through the gaps between flashing blades. The twin daggers in his hands, tempered with a sinister blue-hued cold light, flickered like a viper's forked tongue. Each devious thrust aimed straight for his opponent's throats, hearts, or vital joints. His movements were so swift they blurred the eye. Several freshmen attempting to surround him couldn't even touch the hem of his robe, instead thrown into disarray by his ghostly counterattacks. Lin Feng and his two companions had no time to admire this lone wolf's performance. They pressed onward, heads down, nerves taut as bowstrings. Xiaohei's presence was intimidating, but in this chaotic secret realm, there was no telling if some reckless rookie or powerful squad might fancy trying their luck at slaying the dragon. Almost there. It's right ahead. Liang's voice carried a barely perceptible urgency as he continued pinpointing their location. At that moment, an explosion of energy clashes and furious shouts erupted from the stone forest ahead, far more intense than any ordinary skirmish, booming like thunder. Lin Feng's heart sank violently as an ominous foreboding seized him. He thrust his feet forward, his speed surging another notch as he dodged several jagged boulders. The scene before him made his pupils instantly contract. There, Su Yushi and Yao Yao were being fiercely attacked by 7 or 8 assailants, the battle raging intensely. Lin Feng immediately spotted the figure he loathed, Wang Tang. The bastard still had that infuriating demeanor, his body dotted with starlight, cosmic energy swirling around him like a miniature, moving celestial map. But now, his eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, filled with venom and hatred that seemed ready to burst forth. His mouth twisted in a grimace, as if he longed to pounce and devour him alive. The humiliating defeat in the Gaokao trial had clearly become the festering wound in his heart. Yet Lin Feng keenly sensed that despite Wang Tang's fierce ranting, he wasn't the core of this group. The true anchor of their formation, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure, was the youth standing slightly behind, bearing a massive sword as wide as a door panel on his back. His posture was rigid and upright, his face stern. His gaze swept across the battlefield with an air of indifference and command, as if surveying ants from above, clearly someone accustomed to ruling from above. At that moment, Wang Tang and his henchmen were locked in fierce combat with Su Yushi and Yao Yao. Su Yushi was clearly enraged. The 6 enormous, pure white wings on her back, radiating a holy glow, were fully spread. Each flap generated a gentle yet resilient current of air, enveloping her in a halo of sacred light. In her hand, she wielded a sword formed purely from condensed light, each strike accompanied by scorching holy flames. Yao Yao's scene, however, was a stark contrast. The usually petite and adorable lowly, whose voice carried a soft, sweet lisp, now swelled up like a balloon. Her delicate garments strained to the breaking point, stretched taut by terrifying muscles now hard as steel. Veins bulged beneath her skin like coiled dragons, pulsing with fury as the bloodline of the wrathful war god fully awakened. She roared, her voice deep and thunderous like a primordial beast's bellow. Transforming into a raging war machine, she charged like a cannonball, crashing headlong into the heart of the enemy ranks. Get the hell out of my way! In her wake, bodies tumbled and horses reared, her overwhelming power exploding. Stars fall. Wang Tang's shrill voice rang out, laced with bone-deep hatred. His hands fluttered like butterflies, rapidly forming seals. The starlight above his head suddenly blazed with intense brilliance. Several meteors, compressed from pure stellar energy, screeched through the air, trailing long, luminous tails. They slammed precisely toward the direction of Lin Feng's team, attempting to intercept them. His allies unleashed their own abilities. A dual-bladed warrior slashed icy streaks toward Tsuyushi's wings, while an earth mage slammed his palms into the ground, causing sharp stone spikes to erupt and trip the enraged Yao Yao. Another elusive figure seemed intent on disrupting the flame phoenix with some form of psychic assault. In an instant, holy light and blazing flames danced together, muscle clashed with steel, and the stars and earth roared. The scene descended into utter chaos. Tsuyushi's holy sword parried a treacherous slash. Her wings flapped violently, narrowly avoiding the sudden stone spikes erupting beneath her feet. She cried out sharply. Wang Tong. Is this the best you've got? Yao Yao, meanwhile, used her muscular, knotted arm to block a slashing broadsword, producing a dull metallic clang. Her counterpunch, accompanied by a tearing roar that ripped through the air, sent the dual-bladed warrior staggering backward. She roared. Get out of the way. But her massive frame became a target. Several ranged attacks struck her, though her tough skin and surging vitality absorbed most of the force, leaving her only slightly staggered. The sword-bearing youth watched coldly, refraining from direct intervention. Yet his invisible pressure alone made Tsuyushi and Yao Yao feel their breath catch. No matter how formidable their skills, facing the enemy's numerical superiority, coordinated class synergy, Wang Tang's relentless stellar interference, and the sword-bearer youth's predatory glare, their position grew increasingly passive. Gradually forced into a defensive stance, their window for counterattack narrowed with every passing moment. Wang Ting manipulated the starlight to relentlessly harass and bombard his targets, all while emitting a shrill, piercing laugh. His words dripped with malicious glee. Tsuyushi. Yao Yao. How does it feel? Last time you slipped away by sheer luck. Today, let's see where you'll run. Just admit defeat. Offend me, Wang Tang, and you'll pay the price. Starlight flickered in his hand as another compressed starlight projectile shot toward Yao Yao's back. Tsuyushi clenched her silver teeth, her holy sword deflecting a streak of starlight. Beads of sweat glistened on her smooth forehead, yet her gaze remained stubborn as a lone wolf on the ice fields. Wang Tang, what else can you do besides rely on numbers and your silver tongue? Think we'll admit defeat? Dream on. She forcibly channeled her holy power, unleashing a fiercer holy flame slash at Wang Tang. Yet it was instantly blocked by a humming stellar shield materializing before him, sparks flying everywhere. Oomph. All talk. Hiding behind his shield, Wang Tang wore undisguised contempt on his face. Just wait until you start crying. Yao Yao took 2 attacks head-on, letting out a muffled groan as several bloody streaks appeared on her skin, now flushed crimson from fury. Her chi and blood surged violently once more, her muscles twisting into grotesque, terrifying contours as she forced her power to the limit. Just as the pressure on Tsuyushi and Yao Yao reached its peak. Wang Tang. So your young master Wang act still relies on numbers to back it up? Haven't seen you in years made something of yourself? A voice as cold as tempered ice, dripping with undisguised scorn, pierced the battlefield's clamor like a sharp ice spike. Chapter 139, Lu Meng's Bear? The air seemed to solidify with viscous dread. Beads of sweat formed on Tsuyushi's forehead as the spiritual light gathered in her hands dimmed. Each block against Wang Tang's seemingly endless barrage of stellar attacks left her arms more numb and aching. Beside her, Yao Yao's transformed face, covered in fine fur, was equally etched with exhaustion. Damn it, how does this guy's starlight power seem inexhaustible? Yao Yao panted, her voice retaining a hint of crispness even in her beast form, yet unable to mask the underlying urgency. We need to find a way to break out. Tsuyushi pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze sweeping sharply across the encircling formation, searching for the slightest, imperceptible opening. Yet Wang Tang's cold smile clung to his lips like a bone-gnawing maggot. Each meteor streaking through the air, trailing icy starlight, grew only more devastating with each strike. Each collision with their hastily erected defenses erupted in a deafening roar and a heart-stopping shockwave. At this critical moment, a heavy, domineering, yet profoundly familiar aura descended upon the edge of this chaotic battlefield. Roar! A deafening roar, as if from the primordial chaos, shook everyone's eardrums before the impact. It was none other than Lin Feng's iconic battle pet, Xiaohei. Fierce battle intent blazed in its dragon eyes. Without a word from its master, its gaping maw stretched to its limit, the crimson glow brewing deep within its throat nearly spilling forth. Burn them all, Xiaohei. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it carried a strange penetrating quality, landing clearly in everyone's ears. Boom! Like a dormant volcano erupting after 10,000 years. A terrifyingly thick, crimson-gold dragon flame erupted violently from Xiaohei's maw, carrying a scorching heat capable of incinerating the 8 desolate realms. The air ignited instantly, crackling with dense, sharp pops. The space within sight warped and distorted under the extreme heat. The dragon flame charged forward with such ferocity it seemed poised to pierce a hole through the sky itself. Wrapped in an apocalyptic aura, it collided with pinpoint accuracy into the dense cluster of stars Wang Tang was manipulating to smash down upon Tsuyushi and the others. Boom! An indescribable roar exploded in an instant. Crack! Crack crack! The solid ground could no longer withstand this frenzied force, instantly cracking open. Wang Tang's pride, the meteor forged from pure stellar energy, proved as fragile as thin ice under the scorching sun against this dragon flame that consumed all. It didn't last even a breath, whimpering, disintegrating, and evaporating within the crimson gold torrent. The dragon flame's residual might showed no sign of waning, continuing to roar as it lunged toward Wang Tang himself. What? The savage grin on Wang Tang's face froze instantly, replaced by terror unlike anything he had ever known. The overwhelming aura of death rushing toward him made every hair on his body stand on end. All decorum abandoned, he let out a wild shriek as his hands frantically formed seals at a near spasmodic speed. Starlight surged around him, instantly building layer upon layer of shields before him, each gleaming with stellar brilliance. Block it for me. Boom! 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 The dragon flames slammed into the starlight shields, unleashing a relentless barrage of explosions. With each shield shattered, Wang Tang's face paled further, his body trembling violently. As the final starlight shield groaned under the unbearable strain. Just as it cracked and threatened to collapse, the raging dragon flame energy finally exhausted itself, dissipating into a sky filled with streaks of fire. Put! Wang Tang could no longer suppress the churning blood in his chest, violently coughing up a small mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as paper. The gaze he shot at Lin Feng was filled with venomous hatred and disbelieving horror. Lin Feng! Su Yushi's voice trembled with the relief of having survived a catastrophe, but it was tinged with an indescribable delight. Ya Yao nearly jumped for joy, waving her fluffy little fist as her clear voice rang out through the dust, brimming with immense delight. Whoa, brother Feng! I knew you'd make it in time. Now let's see how this jerk dares to act cocky. She stuck out her tongue in Wang Tang's direction, the wind and thunder energy surging through her body as if reawakened by her master's excitement. Wang Tang stared fixedly at the figure slowly emerging from the smoke, his chest heaving violently not from injury, but from the overwhelming hatred threatening to burst from his chest. His eyes blazed crimson, his jaw clenched so hard it creaked. Each word was ground out between his teeth, dripping with bone-deep venom. Lin Feng! It's you again! You! Time and time again! Ruining my plans! Were you born just to thwart me? I, Wang Tang, swear if I don't reduce you to ashes today, I'm no longer human. Lin Feng walked with deliberate ease, even raising a hand to brush imaginary dust from his robe. Facing Wang Tang's predatory glare, he merely lifted his eyelids slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible curve touching his lips. His tone was as calm as if discussing the weather. Oh? Ruined your plans? He tilted his head slightly, his eyes holding an unabashed amusement. So what? Those 5 casual words cut deeper than the most vicious curse. That self-assured calm, that utter contempt that treated him, Wang Tang, as nothing, completely ignited the last shred of reason in Wang Tang's heart. Ah! Wang Tang let out a beastly roar, his last shred of sanity completely consumed. He pointed fiercely at Lin Feng and bellowed at his companions behind him, those who had also been intimidated by Lin Feng's entrance and that terrifying dragon flame. What the hell are you all standing around for? Charge! No matter the cost. Today, every single one of them must be left here. Not a single one spared. Though Wang Tang's companions still trembled with fear, intimidated by his usual authority and their numerical advantage, they exchanged glances and steeled themselves. With guttural shouts, they charged forward. Ha, you think you can gang up on me? A deep, resonant voice, thick with obvious disdain, rang out. Lu Meng, standing beside Lin Feng like an iron tower, stepped forward. The earth seemed to tremble beneath his foot. His rugged face showed no trace of fear, instead breaking into a savage, battle-hungry grin as he boomed to Lin Feng. Brother Lin, this little, huh? Relying on numbers, and still talking tough like a stone in a latrine after losing. Heh, that face begging to be smashed? Leave it to me, Lu Meng. You've always wondered what my big treasure is, haven't you? Today, I'll show you. Before the words had even faded, Lu Meng's fan-like hands snapped together. His fingers formed seals with a dexterity utterly at odds with his rugged appearance. Simultaneously, a low, guttural chant erupted from his throat, obscure yet brimming with primal, savage power. Each syllable seemed to pound against the very fabric of space. Ancient roar, bloodline of the earth. With my blood as the catalyst, awaken the slumbering power. Emerge, my companion. Sizzle. With a faint sound, Lu Meng swiftly slashed his own palm with his thumbnail without hesitation. Several drops of scalding blood instantly seeped out. Instead of falling, they were drawn by an invisible force, merging into the rapidly shifting hand seals. Hum. A deep, heavy, metallic-hued pillar of dark gold light erupted without warning from the fissure beneath Lu Meng's feet, shooting skyward. Within the pillar, a colossal, suffocating silhouette rapidly solidified. As the light dimmed, a giant bear, massive as a mountain, descended with earth-shaking footsteps. Standing over 30 feet tall, it resembled a mobile metal fortress. Bulging, taut muscles rippled with explosive power. Its dark gold fur wasn't soft but stood on end like steel needles. In the lingering smoke and remnants of dragon flame, it glinted with a cold, hard, top-grade alloy-like sheen. Merely standing there, it radiated a primal, savage fury, a terrifying aura capable of ripping the earth apart, sweeping across the entire arena like a tangible tidal wave. The air itself seemed to thicken under its crushing weight. The colossal bear abruptly raised its head, as massive as a battering ram, and unleashed a roar that shook the heavens and earth, piercing the gloomy sky. This was no mere roar, it was the furious cry from the earth's depths, the thunderous beat of primordial war drums. Visible shockwaves surged outward like tangible tidal waves, spreading with devastating force. Chapter 140, Lu Meng battles King Tang. Rumble. The already cracked earth shook violently once more, sending fragments of rock flying into the air. Wang Tang's advancing troops were met head-on by this terrifying sonic wave and overwhelming momentum, as if colliding with an invisible steel wall. The frontline fighters were struck as if by a heavy hammer, screaming as they flew backward, blood spurting from their mouths. Those behind him felt their blood boil and heads spin, their charging momentum brutally halted. Uncontrollable fear, born of pure instinct, spread across their faces. Even the stellar phantom summoned by Wang Tang swayed violently amidst the roaring. Wang Tang's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart clenched as if by an icy fist. Suppressing the tremor in his chest, he barked out a hollow threat. "What's the panic for? It's just a stupid, clumsy bear. Thick-skinned and tough, that's all. Charge together. Kill this beast first. Once it's dead, the rest won't be a threat." He tried to mask his terror with his roar, but his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Lu Meng watched the figures dwarf like ants beneath the dark gold earth-splitting bear's imposing presence. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his smile brimming with savage mockery. "Hey, you fools. Come on then. Just in time to feed my big gold. Let you well-watered frogs see what real power looks like. Big gold, crush them for me." At Lu Meng's command, the terrifying creature affectionately nicknamed Big Gold by its master stirred. Its seemingly bulky frame erupted with terrifying speed utterly disproportionate to its size. Its massive form became a dark gold lightning bolt tearing through the air, charging headlong into the enemy ranks with an unstoppable, crushing fury. Its target was the burly man wielding a massive axe at the very front. The warrior felt darkness close in before his eyes as a suffocating, blood-curdling wind slammed into his face. Before he could even discern what it was, a massive bear paw covered in dark golden fur and larger than the man himself slammed down from above with a piercing, space-tearing whistle. Before the palm's force even reached him, the terrifying pressure made every bone in his body groan. "No!" The giant managed only a brief, desperate growl before raising his massive axe overhead in a futile attempt to block. Thud! Crack! A dull, teeth-grinding thud echoed, followed by the distinct snap of metal snapping. The massive steel axe, under the dark gold clawbear's paw, proved as fragile as rotten wood. Along with the burly man's arms, twisted and deformed in an instant. The immense force unleashed without restraint, sending the burly man flying backward dozens of meters like a human cannonball struck by a speeding truck. He slammed into a pile of rubble, his fate unknown. All that remained in his place was a terrifying claw mark, several feet deep, gouged out by the bear's paw. Whoosh! Even Lin Feng, with his vast experience, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. His eyes flashed with intensity as he blurted out. "A dark gold claw bear. That fur color, that sheer power, it absolutely carries ancient bloodlines. And judging by its might, its level must surpass 30. His heart trembled with shock. He never imagined that Lu Meng, usually so carefree and boisterous, would conceal such a terrifying trump card. This bear was undoubtedly a war beast capable of standing alone on the battlefield. The dark gold clawbearer radiated a bone-chilling aura of lethal intent from every pore. Its dark gold fur wasn't soft and fluffy, but rather thick, overlapping armor plates that covered its entire body, tightly interlocked and gleaming with a metallic coldness. Its most striking feature, the claws on its forelimbs, resembled 10 peerless curved blades forged through 1,000 hammers. Their astonishing length and graceful, deathly curve gleamed with a cold light at their tips, as if they could effortlessly tear through space itself. Yet Lu Meng's tactics extended far beyond this. "Oomph. Think you can outnumber us? Wang Tong, your calculations are far from sound." A sly gleam flashed in Lu Meng's eyes as he bellowed. "Come out and show yourselves. Let's have some fun with these blind fools." His hands danced at lightning speed once more, fingers fluttering like butterflies among flowers. His lips murmured incantations, two distinct yet equally potent spells erupting from his mouth. Two distinct beams of light flared almost simultaneously at his sides. On the left, a bone-chilling silver-white light surged forth. Within the glow, a giant bear emerged, slightly smaller than the dark gold clawbear, yet covered entirely in frost-like, snow-white, crystal-clear fur. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. A thick layer of frost, emanating a bone-chilling cold, spread rapidly outward from its center like a living entity. It was the silver frost ice soul bear. Its icy blue eyes scanned the enemies without emotion. As its paw lightly touched the ground, the surface within a 10-meter radius instantly froze into a mirror-smooth ice sheet. Several enemies who had charged too close slipped unexpectedly, crashing awkwardly to the ground. To the right, a deep purple light flickered, adorned with mysterious, arcane runes. Within the glow, the smallest yet most bizarre giant bear materialized. Its entire body was a deep purple, but the most striking feature was the ancient runes covering its skin like natural tattoos. They constantly shimmered and flickered. Rune Magic Bear. Rather than charging immediately, it reared up on its hind legs. Its bare eyes, gleaming with intelligence, scanned the entire area. A low, rhythmic hum emanated from its maw, as if chanting some lost incantation. 3 heads? How is this possible? That ice bear. That rune bear. What kind of monster is Lu Meng? Wang Teng and his remaining men watched as all color drained from their faces. The fear that had gripped them earlier surged like a cold tide, instantly drowning their last shred of courage. One dark gold clawbear had already inflicted heavy losses and left them trembling with dread. Now, 2 more colossal bears, equally eerie and powerful, appeared out of nowhere. How could they possibly fight this? Ha! Scared now? Too late. Lu Meng stood with his hands on his hips, his triumphant laughter echoing across the battlefield, filled with the exhilaration of vindication. Wang Teng, you little brat. Weren't you so cocky just now? Weren't you going to wipe us out? Come on, my 3 precious beasts will play with you properly today. Big Gold, keep charging. Ice Girl, freeze them solid. Symbol Boy, scramble their spiritual energy, make them unable to even fart without a bang. As Lu Meng's rough yet precise commands echoed, the 3 colossal bears unleashed terrifying coordinated combat prowess. Dark Gold Clawbearer Dejin transformed once more into a raging golden hurricane, targeting enemies attempting to channel powerful spells or wielding heavy weapons. The battlefield erupted. The blinding flashes of spells, the shattering frost, the flickering runes, the dark gold koala's frenzied charges, and the desperate screams of enemies intertwined into a chaotic and brutal symphony. The earth groaned beneath the colossal bear's trampling, while the air warped and twisted under the strain of clashing energies. Wang Teng's face was now an alarming shade of ashen, his heart filled with shock, rage, and a frenzied humiliation. As a star tamer, he cast all decorum aside, frantically channeling the stellar power within his body. In the sky, he forcibly drew the light from several major stars, making them blaze with unprecedented brilliance. Beams of starlight, thicker and more concentrated than before, shot forth like spears of judgment. With piercing whistles, they rained down upon the dark gold clawbear charging through the enemy ranks. He must pin down this most destructive beast. Forget the ice bear. Focus fire on that rune-marked bear. Disrupt it. Wang Teng barked orders at the remaining companions, his voice hoarse from exertion. He knew the rune-marked demonic energy bear's interference was the greatest threat. Several stronger enemies, still barely holding their spiritual energy, immediately gritted their teeth. Ignoring the threat of the silver frost ice soul bear's ice spikes and freezing breath, they turned their attention, unleashing a barrage of ranged attacks upon the rune magic energy bear. Chapter 141, The Mighty Chen Zihao, Sword God Class. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, his heart feeling as though it had been gripped by an invisible hand. The scene before him completely overturned his perception of Lu Meng, the roommate who was always boisterous and arm in arm. Those 3 bears, the dark gold claw bear, the silver bear, and the rune giant bear, which usually appeared somewhat clumsy and endearing, were now transformed into a perfectly coordinated war machine under Lu Meng's precise and frenzied command. Sharp claws tore through the air, stirring up a stench of blood. Frost crystallized on the ground, creating obstacles. Runic light swirled, forming shields and buffs. Wave after wave of ferocious attacks forced Wang Teng's group back, leaving them disheveled and in disarray. Holy crap! Lu Meng, you've been hiding your true strength. Lin Feng blurted out, his voice a mix of shock, delight, and an indescribable sense of urgency. Admiration welled up within him, but it was swiftly overtaken by an even stronger battle fervor. What had seemed destined to be a grueling stalemate was suddenly propelled into a more intense, unpredictable climax by Lu Meng's explosive display. The real battle, it seemed, had only just begun. Ha! Old Lin, just you wait. This is nothing yet. Lu Meng's booming laughter cut through the roar of the beasts. Wiping sweat from his brow, his gaze sharpened like an eagle's. Brothers, push harder. Strike while their formation's in disarray, strike while the iron's hot. His roar echoed, both a response to Lin Feng and a rallying cry for his comrades. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. Shouting encouragement alone wouldn't suffice. His gaze darted like lightning across the chaotic battlefield, searching for the fleeting cracks in Wang Teng's defensive chain. Yushi, increase Yin Feng's firepower, suppress their rear. Yao, keep a close eye on that assassin trying to flank us. He swiftly adjusted tactics, his voice steady and commanding. Roger. Su Yushi's clear voice rang out, unwavering in its certainty. The 6 luminous wings behind her flapped sharply, their sacred glow dispelling some of the gloom from the battlefield. Leave the rest to me. Yao's response boomed like rolling thunder. In her raging war god form, her muscles bulged, veins pulsing like coiled dragons beneath her skin, an overwhelming sense of savage power nearly spilling out. Wang Teng's heart felt like it was being roasted over a fire. He had assumed that with their superior strength, taking down Lin Feng and his group would be child's play. Little did he expect that Lu Meng, who usually kept a low profile, would suddenly unleash such terrifying control. The 3 colossal bears coordinated flawlessly. Coupled with Su Yushi's pinpoint aerial support and Yao Yao's relentless, reckless charges, their own forces were being driven back relentlessly, their formation on the verge of collapse. Damn it! He narrowly dodged the dark gold clawbear's massive paw smashing the ground, then swung his sword to strike the rune bear's light shield only to send ripples across its surface. Veins throbbed on his temples as his frantic gaze swept over his equally flustered comrades. This couldn't go on. Bro! Step in already. I can't hold them off. Finally, Wang Tang could hold back no longer. His shrieking roar, cracked and strained, echoed across the battlefield, filled with desperation and urgency. That cry seemed to flip a crucial switch. An indescribable chill instantly enveloped the very center of the battlefield. It was a bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze the very flow of air. All eyes involuntarily turned to the figure who had stood silently at the edge of the battlefield, Chen Zihao. He slowly lifted his eyelids. His eyes held no emotion, only a blank indifference, like ice frozen for 10,000 years. He reached behind him, gripping the hilt of the ancient, broad, and heavy greatsword. The motion appeared slow, yet carried a rhythm that sent shivers down the spine. Clang! A long, cold metallic scrape echoed, like a dragon's roar from the abyss. Inch by inch, the greatsword slid free of its scabbard. Its blade gleamed with a deep, dark silver hue. The moment it emerged, the surrounding temperature plummeted several degrees. The icy light dancing along its edge seemed capable of freezing a soul. Where the blade pointed, a thin layer of frost silently crystallized upon the ground. You dare lay a hand on my people. Chen Zihao's voice was not loud, yet it pierced through all the clamor with crystal clarity. Each word fell like an icy bead striking the ground, bitterly cold and piercing. Did you ask me, Chen Zihao? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he moved. No gathering of power, no flashy opening move. He merely flipped his wrist, sweeping the greatsword upward in a diagonal arc. The motion was so swift it left only a blurred afterimage on the retina. SSS-ranked. A dazzling blade light, its vastness and sharpness beyond description, like a silver ribbon of the Milky Way descending from the heavens, ripped through the air with a bone-chilling shriek. Wherever that blade's glow passed, space itself seemed to warp. Carrying a bone-chilling cold that froze all things and a ruthless sharpness that severed everything, it instantly spanned dozens of meters. Its target, Lu Meng's 3 colossal bears. Roar! The dark gold clawbear, bearing the brunt of the attack, let out a roar of agony. Its steel-tearing dark gold claws attempted to block the strike, but upon contact with the sword beam, they erupted in blinding sparks. Its massive body was violently cleaved by an unstoppable force, leaving a bone-deep gash across its chest. Its dark gold fur froze solid, coated in a layer of white frost. Crack! The other 2 bears were instantly knocked back as well. With a single strike. A single strike. The 3 formidable beasts Lu Meng relied on to turn the tide were simultaneously repelled, each suffering varying degrees of injury. The once impregnable defensive line instantly gaped with a massive breach. Chen Zihao stepped forward, frost spreading beneath his feet. He held the massive sword radiating terrifying cold in one hand, its tip pointing distantly at Lin Feng, Lu Meng, Su Yushi, and Yao Yao. His posture was casual, yet radiated an absolute confidence and arrogance that seemed to look down upon the world. I, Chen Zihao. His voice flat and unruffled, yet carrying an undeniable force. One man. Against all of you. The air seemed to freeze. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Madness incarnate. Lin Feng's brows knitted into a deep frown. An unprecedented, overwhelming pressure washed over him, surpassing any opponent he had faced before. The bone-chilling aura emanating from that massive sword, the terrifying prowess that had effortlessly mauled 3 colossal bears, all silently proclaimed this man's unfathomable depth. This was no match for Wang Tang's kind. Could such a monster have been hiding in the freshman exam? Oomph. A cold, derisive snort shattered the silence. Far from being intimidated by the opponent's brazen words, Lin Feng's eyes instead ignited with an even fiercer flame. Fear? Not a chance. The stronger the opponent, the more it ignited the fighting spirit burning deep within his bones. His mouth was bigger than his feet. Chen Zihao, huh? He stepped forward, his aura surging like a dormant volcano awakening. The invisible spiritual bond with Xiao He reached an unprecedented level of resonance. Sensing his master's battle intent, Xiao He let out a dragon's roar that shook the heavens. Every scale on its massive body began to glow a deep crimson, while the dragon flame brewing in its maw surged in intensity, warping the surrounding air with its scorching heat. You want to take on all of us alone? Fine. Today, I'll turn your arrogant dream into a complete nightmare. Lu Meng's signature boisterous grin vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He fixed his gaze on Chen Zihao, especially the colossal sword in his hand, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Guys, stay on your toes. His voice was low and stern, carrying an unquestionable warning. That bastard's sword is downright unnatural. He shattered my ice armor with a single strike. Beware his chill. Chapter 142, One Man, One Sword. Sacred light swirled around Su Yushi, the shadowy form of a 6-winged angel flickering behind her. The sacred sword dawn in her grasp emitted a clear, resonant hum, its tip pointing directly at Chen Zihao. The power of light engaged in a silent battle against the icy aura radiating from his blade. Roar! Yao Yao's response was the most direct. The fury of the bloodline of the raging war god surged and roared within her. Her fists collided violently, producing a thunderous clang like clashing metal. A violent shockwave radiated outward from her, sending pebbles flying across the ground. Level 35 is impressive? SSS tier is terrifying? She grinned, revealing a savage, battle-hungry smile, her eyes blazing with fierce fire. I thrive on taking down the elite. Just watch me smash that arrogant face of yours into the ground so hard you won't be able to dig it out. Her center of gravity shifted downward, every muscle taut as steel. Like a primordial beast poised to strike, she locked her gaze on Chen Zihao. Ha! Hear that? A bunch of ignorant frogs in a well. Wang Teng, witnessing Chen Zihao's single sword strike intimidate the entire crowd and hearing Lin Feng's arrogant boasts, was suddenly pumped up like he'd been injected with adrenaline. His earlier embarrassment vanished, replaced by a smug, triumphant grin. He hopped around, fanning the flames beside them. Brother Hao's prowess is beyond your wildest dreams. Mark my words, he's the direct descendant of the Chen family of the capital, a true prodigy. His profession? An SSS tier sword god. Unbeaten among his peers. Open your dog eyes and see Brother Hao is already a 35th tier master. What do you have to fight him with? Your heads? Level 35. SSS tier sword god. These words exploded like a heavy bomb in everyone's minds. Even Lin Feng and the others, with their steadfast resolve, couldn't help but catch their breath. No wonder even an arrogant brood like Wang Teng would willingly bow down and play second fiddle. So what if he's high level? Brothers, shoulder to shoulder. We'll bite off a chunk of him. Lu Meng's bloodlust was fully ignited. With a furious roar, the dark gold claw bear charged first. Ignoring the terrifying sword wound still oozing blood across its chest, it charged forward with relentless ferocity. Like a moving mountain of dark gold, its massive paw, carrying the force of a tearing gale, slammed down fiercely toward Chen Zihao's head. The sheer force seemed poised to shatter the earth itself. Su Yushi's 6 wings behind her flapped violently. Her sacred form transformed into a streak of light, nearly merging with the flame phoenix above her head. Holy flame judgment! Break! Yao Yao's furious roar drowned out every beast's howl and sword shriek. Her raging war god form pushed to its absolute limit, her body seemed to swell another size, her skin glowing with a faint crimson hue. Without weapons, her fists alone became the most ferocious battering rams. The air before her fists compressed to its limit, erupting with a thunderous, muffled boom. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught from all directions, the absolute indifference finally vanished from Chen Zihao's face. The corners of his mouth twitched upward in the slightest. It was not a smile. It was a condescending curve, tinged with a hint of mockery and weariness. As if observing a swarm of ants lunging at a dragon. Noisy. Chen Zihao spat out these 2 words coldly between his thin lips, like ice shards piercing the air. The contempt and arrogance in his eyes were almost tangible. Before his words had fully faded, he had already torn through the night like a shadow, sweeping in with a fierce sword wind and crashing into Lin Feng's formation. The heavy greatsword in his grasp felt weightless as he wielded it, unleashing a dense, impenetrable silver light. The overwhelmingly fierce sword momentum crashed down upon them like a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave, suffocating and crushing. Sword Style 1. A thunderous roar exploded. The greatsword hummed, suddenly erupting with blinding radiance. A crescent-shaped blade of condensed energy, solid as substance, ripped through the air with a shrill screech, striking directly at the sacred figure in the center, Su Yushi. Watch out! Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he issued a fierce warning, yet it was too late to intervene. All color drained from Su Yushi's fair face. The sword energy was too swift, too ferocious. Flaming Phoenix, block it! She nearly screamed the command. The crimson yenphone let out a piercing wail, its surrounding flames surging as it charged headlong toward the Arc of Death. Sizzle! The clash of sword energy and flame produced a bone-chilling, tearing sound. Crimson feathers scattered across the sky like a shower of blood. A massive gash ripped open the flaming phoenix's colossal form, its blazing flames dimming. Su Yushi reeled as if struck by a heavy hammer, letting out a muffled groan. The terrifying residual force of the sword she pushed her slender frame back repeatedly, each step leaving shallow indentations on the hard stone slabs. Only when the sacred sword slammed into the ground did she barely steady herself, a faint crimson trickling from the corner of her mouth. Sis Yushi! Yao Yao's eyes widened as rage ignited instantly. Poof! Not even worth a single strike. Chen Zihao's lips curled into a cruel smile. His sword momentum never faltered. The greatsword traced an eerie arc through the air. The intricate runes along its blade lit up one after another, glowing with a sinister light. An even more colossal, more frenzied power was gathering with a wild intensity. Your turn, little girl. Sword form 2. Boom! This time, the sword energy was no longer a mere arc of light, it was a surging torrent of steel. Driven by a will to crush all in its path, it roared toward Yao Yao, who had just transformed into the frenzied war god. Roar! The small giant Yao Yao had transformed into let out a thunderous roar. Veins bulged beneath her skin like coiled dragons. Her fist, packed with explosive power and accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, slammed brutally into the torrent of sword energy. Don't underestimate her. Yet against that overwhelming torrent of power, her desperate strike proved as futile as a mantis trying to stop a cart. Thud. Crack. A dull thud mingled with the bone-chilling crack of shattered bone. Yao Yao's fist, powerful enough to shatter stone, merely caused the torrent to falter momentarily. The savage recoil surged up her arm. Her entire right arm instantly went numb, searing pain piercing her heart. Her sturdy frame, like a broken sack, was hurled violently by the irresistible force, crashing heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away. Stone slabs shattered, dust billowing. As she struggled to rise, a metallic taste filled her throat. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood, her fury-fueled battle god state wavering. Damn it! Lu Meng's eyes bulged with fury, his usually simple face twisted into a ferocious grimace for the first time. Damn it, you've gone too far. Xiong Da. Xiong Air. Rune Bear. Tear him apart. 3 colossal bears, the dark gold claw bear, the silver white bear, and the arcane rune-covered hybrid bear roared in unison, deafening the air. Channeling Lu Meng's fury, they charged like 3 moving mountains, their blood-curdling winds sweeping across the battlefield as they lunged from all directions toward Chen Zihao, the lone figure in the center. Clawed paws ripped through the air, fangs glinting coldly, intent on tearing this arrogant swordsman to shreds. Ha, mere beasts of empty form. Facing this ferocious assault, Chen Zihao's eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, they burned with an even fiercer battle intent and near cruel excitement. Perfect sacrifices for my sword. Sword 3, split light. Swish. 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 The great sword in his grasp seemed to lose all weight, transforming into 3 blurs too swift for the naked eye to follow. 3 sword energies, more condensed and swift than before, shot out with precision toward the 3 giant bears, as if possessed of life. Thud. 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 The dull thuds of blades piercing flesh echoed in succession. The dark gold clawbear's resilient fur was torn apart, revealing bone-deep wounds from which dark gold blood gushed forth. A spray of blood erupted from the silver bear's chest, instantly staining its gleaming fur crimson. The runic light pulsing across its body flickered violently as it attempted to resist, but the sword chi forcibly eroded the runes, leaving a scorched, charred gash across its thick shoulder blade. All 3 colossal bears roared in agony and fury, violently repelled by the terrifying force of the sword chi. Their massive bodies plowed deep furrows into the ground. In mere moments, Su Yushi, Yao Yao, Lu Meng, and their formidable battle beasts were utterly routed by Chen Zihao alone, wielding a single sword with thunderous force. They were left utterly defenseless. Chapter 143, True Domination, Peerless Genius. The battlefield lay in utter disarray. Only Chen Zihao stood proudly, sword in hand, his robes fluttering in the turbulent air currents like an invincible war god. Ha! Brother, how is mighty! Brother, how is invincible! Well done! Beat them like that! On the sidelines, Wang Tang danced with excitement, slapping his thigh and spitting as he cheered, his face radiating the smug arrogance of a petty victor. See that? That's what happens when you cross Brother Hao. Before him, they're all worthless trash. No match at all. Ha! His shrill laughter rang out jarringly and repulsively across the now silent training ground. On the viewing platform, the atmosphere was tense. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard stroked his long mustache, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He couldn't hide his praise. The young are truly formidable. Chen Zihao possesses a talent that is truly astonishing. At such a young age, his sword techniques are already so fierce and sharp, executed with complete mastery. These 9 sword forms already capture some of the essence of his father's style back in the day. With such skill, it would be no exaggeration to say he is one in a million among the new generation. A slightly plump teacher with a kind face immediately chimed in, his tone tinged with emotion and a subtle complexity. Rare? He's a once-in-a-century prodigy. The Chen family must be rolling in their graves with pride. With such a golden child, the power dynamics in the capital over the next few decades will likely shift entirely because of them. He paused, his voice lowering slightly. But alas! That sigh seemed to strike a shared, unspoken chord among the spectators on the viewing platform. The mention of Chen Zihao's father, a name reverberating through the highest echelons of Long Nation and its elite martial circles, shrouded in countless legends and controversies. The expressions on the teachers' faces grew subtly complex. There was reverence, apprehension, and even a hint of inexpressible distaste? Back in the days of Chen Jianchen. A stern-faced middle-aged female instructor hesitated, then shook her head. His methods were indeed a bit too brutal. Indeed. The white-haired elder also dropped his smile, his tone heavy. The name Azura is not earned in vain. For the sake of the goal, sometimes one must resort to any means. Zihao is a child of extraordinary talent. I only hope. He didn't finish his sentence, but his concern was palpable. Luo Qingxin, whose demeanor was as cold as ice, had been silently observing the battlefield below. Only now did she slightly furrow her delicate brows. Her voice, as clear as a spring, carried a hint of barely perceptible worry. Zihao's talent is unparalleled in this world. Yet his brilliance is too sharp, his ferocity too intense. I only pray he does not repeat his father's mistakes. Her words echoed the sentiments of many teachers present. Their hopes for this peerless prodigy intertwined with a complex unease about the potential pitfalls his future might hold. Watching Chen Zihao below dominate the entire arena single-handedly, driving Lin Feng's team to the brink of defeat, nearly everyone instinctively concluded this year's top freshman title could belong to none other than Chen Zihao. The terrifying might of the SSS tier sword god profession, combined with his fierce, domineering, and relentless sword techniques, who among his peers could possibly rival him? Yet, as admiration and complex thoughts filled the air, the scent of alcohol seemed to grow stronger in the corner. Leaning against the railing, the drunken sword immortal Li Liang raised his greasy, vermilion flask to his lips. He gulped down a large mouthful, the fiery liquor trickling down his graying beard, yet he paid it no mind. Yet his drunken, hazy eyes watched the heroic figure of Chen Zihao below, wielding his sword with such grace. Far from admiration, he shook his head repeatedly, his face etched with disappointment. Mumble came from his lips. TSK. All show and no substance. What a waste of good steel. Teacher Zhang, who was handling new student registration beside him, witnessed this clearly. Perplexed, he leaned in and asked. Vice Principal Li, what do you mean? Could it be that you think Chen Zihao's performance isn't good enough? Could he possibly lose? Teacher Zhang's voice carried disbelief. To him, Chen Zihao's performance was flawless. Victory was a foregone conclusion. Li Liang set down his wine gourd, roughly wiped his mouth with his grimy sleeve, let out a loud belch, and declared drunkenly yet with unusual certainty. Good. Good my ass. All show and no substance. As for winning or losing, hey, old man here never said that kid was guaranteed to win. A sharp gleam flashed in his cloudy eyes. Ha! Teacher Zhang nearly jumped out of his skin, while several nearby teachers turned their heads in astonishment. Vice Principal Li, you're not joking, are you? Teacher Wang, responsible for combat training, couldn't help but interrupt, his tone urgent. Among this year's freshmen, who else could possibly go toe-to-toe with Chen Zihao? Lin Feng? Even if he's SSS Tier 2, there are still differences between professions. The sword god profession's attack power is widely recognized as top tier. Chen Zihao's strength is plain for all to see. Even instructor-level defenses have to take his sword chi seriously. Exactly. Teacher Zhang quickly chimed in. That Lin Feng hasn't made a move yet. Probably scared out of his wits? Or knows he can't win and is looking for a chance to escape? He tried to lighten the absurd suspicion with a joke, but even he felt his confidence waver. Li Liang merely chuckled mysteriously, offering no further explanation. His drunken eyes swept back down to the chaotic battlefield below, piercing through the scattered rubble, fallen comrades, and roaring wounded bears to fix precisely on Lin Feng, the figure lingering at the edge of the fray, appearing somewhat dazed. He tilted his head back and gulped down another large mouthful of liquor. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, yet at that moment, the corners of his deeply wrinkled mouth lifted into a subtle, meaningful curve. At the center of the battlefield, Chen Zihao radiated overwhelming momentum. Like a tiger among sheep, each swing of his massive sword unleashed a fierce gale, whipping up dust and debris from the ground. Under his storm-like onslaught, Su Yushi, Yao Yao, and Lu Meng could barely hold their ground. They dodged and parried in disarray, each collision sending their blood surging and deepening their wounds. Thrilling. Ha! This is what battle should be. Chen Zihao let out a long, piercing howl. His wild laughter struck like an invisible hammer, slamming into Su Yushi and the others' hearts. It sent their chi and blood surging, adding another layer of humiliation. A bunch of useless trash. Not even worthy of warming me up? Is this all the so-called SSS tier has to offer? His words were sharp and cutting, each one a dagger to the heart. Su Yushi bit down hard on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. Her slender fingers clenched the holy sword so tightly her knuckles turned white, trembling slightly. The radiant glow of the six-winged angel flickered erratically around her, betraying the immense turmoil within. Why? She screamed inwardly, the humiliation of her pride being trampled upon nearly overwhelming her. I'm also SSS tier. Why is my holy light so powerless against his sword chi? She gazed at the disheveled, blood-stained feathers of the flame phoenix, her heart torn between anguish and fury. Spit! Yao Yao struggled to her feet once more, wiping the blood from her lips. Though dimmed, her transformation remained active. Her eyes, crimson with fury, fixed on Chen Zihao as her chest heaved violently, like a beast cornered at the brink of extinction. Damn it! Why? Why does this bastard get to be so strong? Her voice raspy and choked with frustration, she gasped, the words practically gritted out between clenched teeth. We're both SSS tier. Why is his sword so hard? So ruthless. Each time she was effortlessly repelled, it was like pouring a bucket of oil onto the raging fire of her fury. Lu Meng's face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He desperately channeled his psychic energy to calm the three battle bears badly wounded yet still snarling and roaring at Chen Zihao while keeping his eyes fixed on that arrogant figure. The burly man's heart was now filled with utter frustration and profound bewilderment. Chapter 144, Sword God vs. Dragon Tamer. Ha! See that? See that? Wang Tang bounced around behind them like a wound-up monkey, his ecstasy nearly spilling from his wide grin. It was as if it wasn't Chen Zihao dominating the battlefield with unmatched prowess, but Wang Tang himself. Challenging brother how? You arrogant fools deserve to be crushed into dust. His shrill, grating laughter cut through the air like a rusty saw blade. As Chen Zihao's mountain-heavy greatsword swept toward them, poised to sweep Su Yushi and the others off the field like trash, ending this one-sided rout without a shred of suspense. At the very last moment, a shadow streaked across the sky, faster than the eye could follow. Like black lightning ripping through the night, it sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, suddenly cutting in. Clang! A deafening metallic clang erupted. A pitch-black long sword, seemingly capable of swallowing light, steadied itself to block Chen Zihao's seemingly unstoppable strike. The blade remained utterly still, its unimaginable strength forcibly holding the massive sword at bay. Hoo! The immense recoil sent a tingling numbness through Chen Zihao's arm. He snapped his head up, his pupils instantly contracting. What met his gaze were eyes as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Not a trace of panic flickered within them, not even a ripple. They were as still as the icy depths of a millennia-old frozen lake, cold and indifferent, piercing straight through him. Your opponent. The voice was low, carrying an unquestionable, almost metallic quality, each syllable hammering against his taut nerves. It is I. The figure was none other than Lin Feng, now fully merged with Xiao He once more. A full-body black dragon battle armor, shimmering with mysterious dark light, enveloped him tightly. The armor's surface wasn't a lifeless black, countless tiny black streams of light swirled and flickered across it like living creatures, as if countless miniature black dragons breathed in slumber. In his hand was none other than the black dragon's sword. Its blade was as deep as ink, so profound it seemed capable of swallowing one's gaze, yet it radiated an intangible, heart-stopping majesty. Along the blade's edge, strands of visible magical energy danced and flowed like black lightning arcs, as if restraining a fury potent enough to tear space itself apart, ready to erupt at any moment. Lin Feng. The moment Su Yushi saw that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, the taut strings of her heart suddenly relaxed. A breath of relief, tinged with the feeling of having survived a catastrophe, escaped her lips. You little devil. You couldn't have arrived at a better time. Lu Meng's booming voice erupted with uncontrollable excitement, his earlier dejection vanishing as his spirit surged. Without hesitation, he commanded the 3 roaring warbears at his side to reposition, closing in on Chen Zihao from the flank. His intent was to coordinate with Lin Feng for a pincer attack. Yao Yao clenched her fist fiercely, the frenzied aura of the raging war god within her surging like flames doused with oil. Oomph! Just how long do you think that arrogant smirk will last? For the first time, a crack appeared in Chen Zihao's face of arrogant control. Unmasked surprise spread across his brow and the corners of his eyes. He had assumed Lin Feng was merely a standard beastmaster, weak and feeble, hiding under the wings of a powerful beast. In his mind, such individuals were utterly fragile without their beast's protection. Yet the man before him, sword in hand, had just withstood his savage strike, completely overturning his expectations. Ha! The skill awakened by beast tamers after level 30 Jade Beast Fusion enhances their combat prowess? Chen Zihao's lips curled into a smirk that blended astonishment and amusement. His gaze sharpened, like a predator spotting fresh prey. Interesting. Damn interesting. Not hiding behind your dragon like a turtle anymore? You actually dared to step out and ask for a beating? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chen Zihao flickered his wrist, and the greatsword transformed into several blurred streaks of light. Seemingly casual, yet cunning and swift, the sword chi tore through the air with a sharp hiss, closing in on Lin Feng's face and vital points in an instant. This was no mere probing strike. Each carried lethal intent, its speed and power masterfully calibrated enough to overwhelm an opponent of equal skill, leaving them scrambling or even wounded. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened like a falcon's, his black dragon sword seemingly alive in his grasp. With an exquisitely precise flick of his wrist, it traced a fluid, black arc of light. Clang! 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 For crisp clangs, as clear as jade chimes striking together, rang out in rapid succession. Sparks flew from the clashing blades. Those fierce sword chi were parried and deflected with such effortless ease, his stance not even wavering. This scene made the last trace of contempt vanish from Chen Zihao's eyes, replaced by a blazing, almost fanatical fighting spirit. The outcome of this test far exceeded his expectations. The playful expression on his face was completely replaced by excitement. Ha! Good. Very good indeed. I never imagined I'd underestimate you. Chen Zihao roared with laughter, his voice brimming with the exhilaration of finding a worthy opponent. Now this is satisfying. Now this is worthy of being my opponent. What fun is fighting a cowardly turtle? The aura surrounding him surged like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, exploding upward. His already razor-sharp sword intent became even more oppressive, its tangible edge slicing through the air. The greatsword's glow surged violently, flickering erratically as the terrifying energy within seemed poised to break free and erupt. Come! Let me see how much you've got under that black shell. Chen Zihao roared like a tiger bursting from its cage, his eyes fixed solely on Lin Feng as his prey. He was utterly exhilarated, his blood boiling. Chen Zihao's gaze darted like lightning across the restless Wang Tong and the others. His voice carried an unquestionable decisiveness, tinged with irritation at his excitement being disrupted. Get the hell out of my way. Anyone who dares interfere won't blame my sword for having no eyes. Today, I'm going to have my fill with this kid one-on-one. A flash of reluctance crossed Wang Tang's face. He opened his mouth to protest, but upon seeing the unyielding, frenzied fighting spirit in Chen Zihao's eyes, he swallowed his words. Reluctantly, he led the others back to the edge of the fighting circle. That look in his eyes, as if a juicy piece of meat had flown right out of his mouth. Lin Feng turned his head as well, nodding calmly to his tense companions watching him. His voice was steady, carrying a reassuring strength. Everyone, step back. I'll handle this fight. Worry still lingered in Su Yushi's eyes. Yao Yao seemed poised to protest, and Lu Meng's brow furrowed deeply. Yet ultimately, their trust in Lin Feng prevailed. They slowly retreated as instructed, holding their breath at a safe distance, their gazes fixed intently on the two figures in the center of the arena. Now, in the vast center of the arena, only two figures stood facing each other from a distance. The air seemed to freeze, heavy pressure spreading out. Lin Feng and Chen Zihao's gazes collided fiercely in the air. No words were spoken, only pure fighting intent roaring and burning silently, like two invisible flames devouring each other, stirring up visible swirls of air currents. In the blink of an eye, the battle erupted without warning. Clang! The deafening clang of metal striking metal, as dense as a torrential downpour pounding a tin roof, shattered the dead silence in an instant. Chen Zihao moved. His imposing frame unleashed astonishing speed. The door-sized greatsword in his grasp swung with the grace of a willow branch, yet carried the terrifying might to cleave mountains and shatter rocks. Chapter 145, The Mighty Lin Feng. Streams of sword chi, now solid and tangible, were no longer tentative whispers but raging hurricanes. With shrieks that seemed to tear through everything, they swept toward Lin Feng like a tidal wave. Each blade of energy sliced through the ground, plowing through solid rock as easily as tofu, leaving behind terrifying gullies over a foot deep. Shattered stone and dust were whipped high into the air by the violent currents. Lin Feng's figure darted through the storm of sword energy like a phantom. The shimmering light on the black dragon armor surged violently with his movements, as if it had been imbued with life. The black dragon sword in his grasp was no longer merely a defensive shield, it had transformed into a deadly serpent lurking in the darkness, waiting for its moment. Each parry was precise to an unnerving degree. The black blade always intercepted the devastating sword chi with pinpoint accuracy, erupting in deafening clashes that sent showers of blinding sparks flying. Simultaneously, his footwork became unpredictable, seeking fleeting openings within what seemed an impenetrable web of blades. The black dragon sword darted like a venomous snake, striking, piercing Chen Zihao's vital points with such cunning that he was forced to retreat defensively. Their figures crossed, collided, and separated at blinding speed, so fast they left afterimages. Chen Zihao, relying on the terrifying power boost and exquisite sword techniques granted by his sword god profession, unleashed an assault like raging waves crashing against the shore, each wave higher than the last. He sought to utterly overwhelm and crush Lin Feng with sheer force and speed. Lin Feng, however, perfectly integrated the unique physical enhancements and combat instincts granted by his beast companion. His movements were as elusive and ethereal as smoke. His defense was impenetrable as a rock, while his counterattacks were as treacherous and vicious as poisonous thorns. For a moment, sword-light crisscrossed the air, energy surged and scattered, and they fought on equal footing, neither gaining the upper hand. Spectators like Su Yushi on the sidelines felt their hearts gripped by an invisible hand, pounding violently with each perilous clash. Eyes wide as saucers, they dared not look away for even a moment, terrified of missing any decisive instant. Lin Feng. Go for it. Beat him up. Give him a good thrashing. Yao Yao's face flushed crimson with excitement. Like a little cat with its fur standing on end, she stomped her feet, waved her fists, and shouted, desperate to join the fray herself. Lu Meng, however, watched with a gasp, slapping his thigh hard with his fan-like hand, murmuring in awe. Holy! That's insane! Lin Feng, you're one hell of a hidden gem. The shock in his heart was beyond measure. He knew Lin Feng had contracted Shohei, a beast with astonishing potential, but he never imagined that after merging with his beast, Lin Feng himself could unleash such terrifying close combat prowess, going toe-to-toe with Chen Zihao, the sword god renowned for his strength. This completely shattered his understanding of beast masters. He couldn't help but think. If this fused state was already this fierce, what would happen if Lin Feng went all out? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Hold nothing back. Take him down. He bellowed again at the top of his lungs. The three giant bears beside him sensed their master's fervor, rearing up on their hind legs and unleashing deafening roars of encouragement. On the other side, Wang Tang's face turned as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. He had expected a one-sided rout, with Chen Zihao dispatching Lin Feng's group as easily as swatting flies. But the fierce, fiery back-and-forth battle unfolding before him was completely beyond his expectations. The strength Lin Feng displayed sent an inexplicable chill through Wang Tang's heart, along with a powerful sense of resentment. Damn it, what the hell got into this kid? How did he suddenly become so fierce? How much time had even passed? Gritting his teeth, he muttered curses under his breath, his eyes dark and menacing. On the elevated platform, the teachers who had merely intended to observe the match were now utterly captivated by this unimaginably fierce freshman duel. Whispered murmurs filled the air, their tones brimming with astonishment and admiration. This freshman named Lin Feng is no ordinary talent. To be able to fight the sword god Chen Zihao to this extent? He's more than just formidable. Look at his footwork, his sword techniques, and that composure. He doesn't seem like a pure beast master at all. That black battle armor and sword emit an extremely peculiar energy fluctuation. TSK, this year's freshmen are full of hidden talents. Looks like Chen Zihao won't have it easy claiming Rookie of the Year. This is going to be a show. The teachers watched with burning eyes, filled with awe at Lin Feng's astonishing display of power and intense anticipation for the outcome of this fierce battle. On the battlefield, Chen Zihao's inner turmoil was no less than anyone else's. He could feel it clearly with every clash. The force radiating from his opponent's sword was incredibly dense and heavy. That bizarre black dragon battle armor offered astonishing defense. The prolonged stalemate only fueled his desire to conquer and ignited a spark of irritation at being challenged. You've got some serious skills far beyond what I expected. Chen Zihao violently parried Lin Feng's sharp counterstab, his voice thickened by the intensity of the fight, yet his fervor only grew. But you think you can step on me to climb higher? You're ing too green. Break it! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Chen Zihao's aura surged wildly once more. His hands gripped the hilt tightly as blinding golden light erupted from the greatsword like a miniature sun. A suffocating, destructive force coalesced with frenzied intensity. He leapt high into the air, the greatsword carrying a world-shattering might. A golden sword chi, several times thicker than before and solid as substance, descended like a spear of judgment from the heavens. It tore through the sky with a terrifying sonic boom, crashing down toward Lin Feng on the ground. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed to the breaking point, emitting a wailing groan as if straining under unbearable pressure. Space itself seemed to warp. The immense pressure descended like an invisible mountain crushing down. The ground beneath Lin Feng's feet cracked inch by inch. The icy depths within his eyes finally stirred a surge of intense focus and burning battle intent. Bring it on! Lin Feng roared low, like a dragon's cry. Instead of retreating, he stomped his feet on the ground with such force that the rocks beneath him shattered into dust with a thunderous boom. His entire being surged forward like a black meteor defying the current, charging headlong into the world-shattering golden sword chi. The black dragon's sword in his grasp transformed into a profound black streak that tore through space. With unstoppable momentum, it struck with utter resolve against the golden judgment that radiated the majesty of heaven itself. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Chen Zihao's colossal blade, seemingly capable of cleaving mountains, enveloped in blinding golden radiance, collided brutally and without flourish with the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's grasp, which flowed with the eerie light of the abyss. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, only to shatter as a devastating storm of raging energy erupted. The shockwave, like an invisible giant fist, brutally plowed through the surroundings, radiating outward from the point of collision. Crack! Boom! Shattered rocks and dust were whipped high into the air, forming a murky, sky-obscuring curtain of dust that completely engulfed the core battle zone. Shouts of alarm echoed from the spectator stands. Su Yushi's heart clenched violently. Her pale fingers instinctively gripped the hem of her robe, knuckles turning slightly white. Yao Yao's wide, round eyes stared in shock as she murmured unconsciously. Holy crap, what a racket! Beside her, Lu Meng's jaw dropped wide open, nearly falling off. The three earth-raging bears at his side growled restlessly, pawing the ground with impatience. On the elevated platform, the ease on the teachers' faces had vanished, replaced by an incredulous gravity. Chapter 146, Chen Zihao's True Strength. Luo Qingxin's icy eyes fixed intently on the dust-filled center of the battlefield. Her red lips parted slightly, trembling with a quiver she herself didn't notice. How could a dragon tamer possibly hold his own in a head-on clash? This defies all logic. The senior instructors beside her exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Damn! Lin Feng is truly formidable. Is he even still a beast tamer? Absolutely absurd. We all know how heavy Chen Zihao's sword strikes are. To take that head-on and still cause this level of destruction. This freshman is extraordinary. Yeah, we thought Chen Zihao was the undisputed top talent of the new generation. Looks like this class has some major surprises in store. Luo Qingxin listened to her colleagues' murmurs, her brow furrowing deeper. A faint, almost imperceptible wave of frustration spread through her. She prided herself on her sharp eye, having conducted thorough evaluations of all the key prospects in this cohort. Lin Feng? A dragon tamer who had contracted a rare abyssal dragon. Though talented, he should have been worlds apart from a monster like Chen Zihao in her estimation. Yet this battle before her, shattering all expectations, felt like a resounding slap in the face, causing unprecedented doubt to creep into her judgment. Had she truly misjudged him? The thoughts surfaced uncontrollably, leaving her feeling unsettled and flustered. As everyone held their breath in tense anticipation, the dust and smoke finally began to slowly settle and disperse. Two figures, gradually coming into focus, each staggered back several steps before finally steadying themselves. The deep, night-black surface of Lin Feng's black dragon armor bore several long, glaring cracks like exquisite porcelain forcibly scratched. Yet his sword-gripping hand remained rock-solid, his gaze sharp as a falcon's, showing no sign of retreat. The sword tip still pointed unwaveringly at his formidable opponent across the field, as if those cracks were but insignificant battle scars. Xiaohei, the abyssal demon dragon, crouched low beside him, emitting a threatening growl. Its crimson dragon eyes locked onto Chen Zihao, its dragon might undiminished by its master's wounds. Across from him, Chen Zihao no longer bore his initial air of effortless composure. His costly battle robes were torn in several places by the fierce sword chi, and strands of black hair had broken free from their binding, clinging messily to his sweat-drenched temples. Yet, instead of defeat, his eyes blazed with an even fiercer, wilder fire, the exhilaration of meeting a worthy opponent, the primal urge to conquer a formidable foe. Good. 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 Chen Zihao suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming excellent 3 times in succession. His laughter was filled with exhilarating satisfaction, his face practically overflowing with excitement. Lin Feng. That was satisfying. Truly satisfying. He licked his slightly parched lips, his gaze burning as he fixed it on Lin Feng. Since I left the capital, you are the very first peer to push me to this limit. Today, we settle this once and for all. If we don't determine who stands above and who below, I'll write my name, Chen Zihao, backwards. His voice boomed across the battlefield, clear and unquestionably resolute. Before the words faded, he stomped his foot down hard, making the ground groan. A mightier, sharper aura than before erupted from his body like a dormant volcano awakening. Golden light once again gathered and compressed frantically upon his door-sized greatsword, the blade emitting a high-pitched hum. Faced with this overwhelming battle intent and pressure surging to its peak, Lin Feng showed no fear. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly. A faint curve lifted the corners of his mouth, his smile blending absolute confidence with a hint of excitement at meeting a worthy opponent. Bring it on! His voice was not loud, yet it cut through the hum of the sword energy with a calm, unquestionable authority. As the words left his lips, a dense, almost tangible shadow magic surged from his body. Like a living entity, it swiftly covered the cracks in the black dragon armor. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, the gaping rifts visibly wriggled and closed at a visible speed, restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. Beyond the black dragon's sword regained its deep, concentrated glow, as if it had never been damaged. Whoa, what incredible regenerative power! What kind of secret art is that? Or is it an inherent ability of the armor set? A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the spectator stands. Li Liang, who had been silently observing the battlefield, spoke in his steady voice that reached the ears of the teachers. His words, like stones dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly resolved some of the confusion in their minds. Gentlemen, do not fixate solely on the Dragon Tamer himself. The true source of his power lies in the dragon he has contracted. His gaze grew intense, settling on the small black figure beside Lin Feng, radiating an aura of terrifying abyssal depth. It is that dragon that grants Lin Feng power, defense, and even recovery abilities far surpassing those of his peers. A dragon? Luo Qingxin froze for a moment before suddenly understanding, whirling to stare at Xiaohei. The other teachers snapped out of their daze as well. Right. How could I have forgotten that? A burly tactical instructor slapped his thigh in frustration and exclaimed. That abyssal dragon. From the very start, its aura was extraordinary. Where would an ordinary juvenile abyssal dragon get such an oppressive presence? Exactly. It just felt so different. Another female professor specializing in beast evolution pushed her glasses up, her eyes glinting with contemplation behind the lenses. Even elite tier or lord tier beasts of the same rank seemed dwarfed in its presence, their very aura naturally suppressed. This is no ordinary bloodline. The professors nodded in unison. Xiaohei's various peculiarities began to connect, offering a plausible explanation for Lin Feng's extraordinary strength. Yet this did little to alter some observers' predictions of the outcome. The sword instructor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding scholarly grace, cleared his throat softly, drawing everyone's attention. Pushing his spectacles up his nose, his tone remained unwavering. Director Li's reasoning is sound, of course. Yet I still favor Chen Zihao. His gaze fixed on the golden-haired youth radiating overwhelming momentum on the battlefield. Gentlemen, do not forget, according to reliable sources, Chen Zihao has mastered at least the 5th form of his 9-sword style. Each form surpasses the last in power, its might increasing exponentially. He likely hasn't even unleashed half his true strength yet. Once the 5th form is revealed. He trailed off, merely shaking his head meaningfully, yet his implication was clear. Instructor Zhang is correct. A teacher responsible for assessing new students' potential immediately chimed in. Chen Zihao's profession is Sword God, one of the most elite combat sequences within the SSS tier. His innate talent and foundational prowess are unfathomable. No matter how formidable Lin Feng's dragon may be, it ultimately relies on external power. When Chen Zihao unleashes his full might, the instantaneous lethality cannot be easily countered by merely sharing the burden through a contract beast. His words sparked murmurs of agreement throughout the room. Chapter 147, Xiaonyo and Bì'àn make their entrance. At the center of the battlefield, Chen Ziheo's state bordered on madness. His eyes blazed crimson, hair stood on end, and the sword she swirling around him resembled boiling golden magma, emitting scorching, piercing screeches. Ha! That felt good. Lin Feng. Take this strike. This time, I'll see how you block it. He roared with maniacal laughter, raising his massive sword high, its tip pointing straight at the heavens. In an instant, the skies darkened. As if crushed by an invisible force, the heavens seemed to lower. A suffocating, colossal sword intent surged like a tangible tidal wave, bearing the momentum to obliterate all, crashing down upon Lin Feng. The fourth form of the nine-sword style, heavily net. With his furious roar, countless golden sword energies, condensed to their absolute limit, materialized out of thin air. They did not move chaotically but interwove and darted along profoundly mystical trajectories, instantly weaving a colossal sword net that obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. This net sealed off every possible escape route for Lin Feng. Each blade of sword energy was razor-sharp, slicing through the air with piercing, shrill screeches, as if space itself was about to be torn apart. An unprecedented, terrifying pressure descended in an instant. Lin Feng felt as though his body was being crushed by countless invisible mountains pressing down simultaneously. His bones creaked and groaned, and even breathing became an agonizing struggle. The ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand this immense force, cracking and sinking inch by inch. Oh no! Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as his heart pounded wildly. Chen Ziheo's burst of power far exceeded his expectations. The might of this fourth strike was several times more terrifying than any previous move. There was no way to dodge it. He had to endure it head-on. Ha! Lin Feng let out a beast-like growl, channeling every ounce of his magic power into the black dragon sword and black dragon armor. Shadow magic surged like burning black flames, raging across the blade and armor. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he charged straight into the web of destruction, advancing instead of retreating, and slashed upward with all his might. Boom! This collision no longer produced a simple explosive crack, it felt like 10,000 thunderbolts detonating simultaneously. The stalemate lasted but an instant. Thud! Lin Feng's body was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, sending him flying backward. His feet plowed 2 deep furrows into the ground as he slid over 10 meters before finally grinding to a halt. He knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword to steady his swaying frame. A mouthful of crimson blood surged uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, spattering onto the scorched ground with jarring contrast. His black dragon armor now bore several horrifying, massive cracks, revealing the dark shadow energy pulsing within, as if it might shatter at any moment. The black dragon sword in his hand glowed with an extreme dullness, its blade even emitting a faint, mournful wail. Lin Feng! Su Yushi's cry was choked with tears, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. She instinctively lunged forward, only to be held back by Yao Yao's firm grip. Yao Yao's eyes were red-rimmed, her teeth clenched so hard they ground together. She roared at the scene. Chen Ziheo! You bastard! How could you strike so viciously? If anything happens to Lin Feng, I'll never let you off the hook. Her voice cracked with fury and worry. Lu Meng was pacing frantically. His 3 earth ragebears sensed their master's agitation, letting out low growls as their claws dug deep into the ground. Muscles taut, they stood ready to charge at his command. Chen Ziheo's figure materialized amidst the chaotic energy turbulence. His chest rose and fell slightly, his breathing somewhat labored, evidently that earth-shattering strike had taken a tremendous toll on him. The giant sword in his hand still radiated intense light, but his face was slightly pale. His cold gaze swept over Lin Feng, who knelt on one knee, visibly gravely wounded. With an air of superior arrogance, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying clearly throughout the arena. To survive beneath my heavenly net, and even remain standing, Lin Feng, you truly have reason to be proud. Among your peers, you stand as the foremost. He paused, his tone tinged with condescending advice. But the outcome is decided. Continuing this fight will only deepen your wounds. Surrender now and preserve your dignity. Your dragon is formidable, yet your own limitations ultimately bind it. His words cut like a cold blade, slicing through the hearts of every supporter of Lin Feng. Yet, just as everyone believed the outcome was settled, even some teachers on the high platform who had favored Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Poof! A low chuckle erupted from Lin Feng, who knelt on one knee. At first, the laughter was faint, mingled with coughs and blood-tinged spittle, yet it pierced every ear with startling clarity. It grew louder and more unrestrained, brimming with defiance and an indescribable confidence. Slowly, with immense effort, he pushed himself up, leaning heavily on the black dragon sword. Though his body trembled slightly, though blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth, his spine stood perfectly straight. He raised his hand, using the blood-stained back of his palm to roughly wipe away the blood from his lips, the motion carrying a savage, unrefined force. Then he lifted his head. Those eyes, black as ink, pierced through his disheveled hair, locking onto Chen Ziheo with a burning, unyielding battle intent. Admit defeat? Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, yet it thundered across the battlefield like a muffled clap of thunder. Chen Ziheo, did you get too excited too soon? A near-savage grin split his lips, revealing teeth stained with blood. The warm-up has only just ended. The real battle begins now. He drew in a deep breath, as if sucking the very essence of the heavens into his lungs. Then, summoning every ounce of strength, he unleashed a soul-shaking roar toward the sky. Chonyo! Bì'àn! What are you waiting for? Come forth and crush him! Roar! Roar! Two dragon roars, distinct yet equally imbued with ancient majesty, divine might, and savage fury, ripped through the air. More earth-shattering than the roar of the abyssal demon dragon, Shohei. Two pillars of light, more dazzling and colossal than when Shohei first appeared, descended like divine spears of judgment connecting heaven and earth, crashing onto the battlefield. Within the pillars, two figures so colossal they made souls tremble slowly solidified. From the left pillar, a slender, graceful dragon stood tall and proud. Its scales no longer bore a single hue, but shimmered with a dreamlike, multicolored radiance, as if draped in the world's most beautiful rainbow hues. Bathed in sunlight, its scales refracted starlight points, radiating an aura of mystery and vitality. Its head flowed with graceful lines, its eyes like the purest gems, gleaming with wisdom and all-seeing insight. Merely standing there, it embodied the most exquisite, harmonious note in the cosmos Chonyo. At this moment, it had successfully evolved, its bloodline ascending to the mythical tier. Within the right pillar of light, a different scene unfolded. A colossal beast, even more imposing in stature, its muscles coiled like steel mountains, burst forth, shattering the pillar. Its scales gleamed with the cold, hard sheen of black iron, their edges razor-sharp, each inscribed with ancient, majestic runes. For dragon claws like pillars supporting the heavens, each stomp sent tremors through the earth, leaving deep craters in its wake. Its head resembled a ferocious tiger, radiating unparalleled ferocity and majesty. Golden flames blazed within its enormous pupils wherever its gaze swept. It seemed to pass judgment on souls, striking terror into every cowardly heart. Bì'àn. Likewise, a mythic tier bloodline. The arrival of these two mythic tier dragons instantly transformed the entire battlefield. Chapter 148, Ascension to Mythic Rank. The pressure radiating from them was no longer merely overwhelming strength, but carried a sacred and ancient aura originating from the very source of their bloodline, transcending the mortal realm. The air thickened and grew oppressive, causing even slightly weaker newcomers to struggle for breath as primal reverence and dread surged from the depths of their souls. The entire arena fell into deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone, the seasoned masters on the high platform, Chen Ziheo's once confident companions, the anxious Su Yushi and others stood frozen as if under a spell, staring wide-eyed at the two colossal figures bathed in divine light. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Only when Chonyo let out a melodious, soul-cleansing dragon's roar, and Bì'àn responded with a deep, resonant growl, a roar imbued with boundless authority and judgment, was the silence shattered. It was replaced by a mountainous roar of gasps and gasps of shock. My goodness, two of them? What kind of dragon is that? Such a terrifying aura. Even more mythical than that abyssal demon dragon. Mythical grade. Absolutely mythical grade bloodline. That kind of pressure I've only ever sensed in descriptions from ancient text illustrations. Lin Feng, he's been hiding two mythical tier dragons all along? He's only used the abyssal demon dragon up until now? Madness. This world has gone mad. A new contract holder with 3 dragons? 2 of them mythical tier? On the high platform, the teachers collectively fell silent. Luo Qingxin was utterly petrified, her beautiful eyes filled with utter shock and bewilderment. All her previous analyses and judgments now seemed utterly pale and laughable. Li Liang's eyes blazed with unprecedented brilliance as he murmured. So that's it. So that's it. The abyssal demon dragon was merely the beginning. The mythical bloodlines of Chonyo and Bì'àn, what immense fortune. What profound hidden cards. The sword instructor who had always favored Chen Ziheo gaped, oblivious to his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. His face was frozen in utter stupor and disbelief. Offstage, Chen Ziheo's companions turned ashen. Wang Tang's legs buckled, nearly collapsing him to the ground. His lips trembled as he stammered incoherently. It's over, brother. How? 2 mythical tier weapons? How can we possibly fight this? What kind of monster did we provoke earlier? And at the very center of the storm stood Chen Ziheo himself. The moment those 2 mythical dragons descended with their crushing might, the triumphant arrogance and condescending smirk on his face froze solid. Like exquisite porcelain suddenly covered in cracks. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, his heart clenched by an icy giant's fist, nearly ceasing to beat. But he was Chen Ziheo. A kendo prodigy unseen in Kyoto for a century. The pride in his very bones and the blood of an unyielding fighter, under the extreme shock and pressure, were instead ignited and boiled to the brink. Ha! After a momentary daze, Chen Ziheo erupted into a wild laugh. Yet this laughter carried less of the previous recklessness and more of a solemn, desperate madness, a determination to burn his bridges. Good. Very good. Lin Feng. You truly haven't disappointed me. 2 mythical tier dragons? Is this your true trump card? Impressive. You're worthy of being my opponent, Chen Ziheo. He slammed his massive sword into the ground before him, gripping the hilt with both hands. The chaotic golden sword chi swirling around him began to violently condense and compress once more. The space where the blade pointed began to warp and collapse. An aura more terrifying and despair-inducing than the heavenly net was brewing with fury. The fifth form of the 9 swords, annihilation. He practically gritted these words out between clenched teeth, each syllable carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Clearly, unleashing this technique placed an immense burden upon him, perhaps even pushing him beyond his limits. Yet the fighting spirit burning in his eyes reached an unprecedented peak. He would challenge the seemingly invincible foe with his absolute might. Either rebirth through annihilation or a glorious demise. There was no third path. Facing Chen Zihao's desperate final strike and the 2 colossal dragons radiating mythic pressure poised to strike, Lin Feng drew a deep breath, forcing down the surging blood and the excruciating pain from his wounds. He stood tall, his gaze as icy as a millennia-old glacier yet as fiery as a burning star. In that instant, his spiritual bonds with Xiaohe, Xiaonyo, and Bì'àn reached an unprecedented level of resonance. 3 vast, ancient, frenzied, and sacred forces surged into his body like raging rivers, flowing endlessly. The cracks on the black dragon armor rapidly mended within the surging shadows. The black dragon's sword emitted an excited hum, its tip pulsing with a deeper, more dangerous black glow. Chen Zihao. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of the 9 nether abyss, clearly drowning out the hum of sword energy and the dragon's roar. Are you ready to face your defeat? No more idle chatter. As Lin Feng's icy words fell, 3 colossal dragons launched their assault simultaneously. Roar! Xiaohe unleashed a thunderous roar. Abyssal dragon flames surged forth like a breached river of molten lava, carrying scorching heat capable of incinerating the 8 desolate realms. They surged toward Chen Zihao first. Where the flames passed, air warped and evaporated, the ground instantly charred black and cracked. Roar! Xiaonyo gracefully raised its head, its iridescent scales shimmering as it opened its maw to emit a series of profound, unfathomable notes. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of frantic heartbeats and heavy panting echoing above the arena. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the 2 figures about to collide in the center. Chen Zihao's aura erupted without warning. The sensation was like a dormant volcano erupting after 10,000 years, scorching, frenzied, and carrying the resolve to obliterate everything in its path. He transformed into a silver meteor tearing through the air, his speed so immense it left a blinding trail of light behind him. His sole target, Lin Feng, standing directly opposite. The great sword in his grasp, which had drunk the blood of countless foes, now blazed with radiant brilliance, its piercing screech shattering eardrums. Around the blade, the air hissed as it was sliced by an invisible sharpness, as if space itself was wailing. The condensed sword intent was so intense it felt tangible, as if all the fierce energy in the heavens and earth had converged into this single strike. Sky-shattering starfall. Bring it on! Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. With a roar, he charged forward without hesitation. He raised the black dragon's sword high above his head, every muscle taut as spiritual energy surged into the blade like a raging flood. The pitch-black blade aura erupted, twisting and roaring. Truly coalescing into the specter of a black dragon radiating overwhelming ferocity. Its head snarled ferociously, its claws tearing through the air, radiating a primal savagery and unyielding defiance as it charged headlong toward the falling silver star. Dragon devouring the reverse scale. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed almost simultaneously. The golden body of the Bì'àn erupted with dazzling divine radiance. Its majestic dragon head held high, its massive jaws gaped wide. A colossal pillar of golden light, imbued with the will of purification and judgment, shot forth like a divine spear of judgment. Though launched later, it arrived first, crashing violently along Chen Zihao's charging trajectory. Light Dragon's judgment, purge sin. Crackle! Around Xiaonyo, frenzied lightning serpents leapt and exploded wildly, blue-purple thunderlight instantly engulfing a space tens of feet around. Countless terrifying bolts of lightning, thick as water barrels, descended without warning from the void. They intertwined and coiled, instantly forming a hair-raising, destruction-filled prison of thunder and lightning that descended upon Chen Zihao. The air ionized, emitting a teeth-aching crackle as the ground turned charred black. Extreme Lightning Prison Bind. Chapter 149, The Final Clash. Good heavens! Is this really a battle between students? Below the stage, a senior spectator gasped in shock, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. 3 powers. Lin Feng, he's actually able to simultaneously command 3 dragon beasts to unleash such a terrifying combined attack? Another student turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. Senior brother Chen's starfall was also a full power strike. This collision. Before the person beside him could finish speaking, their eyes were already stunned painfully by the blinding light about to erupt. Boom! An indescribable roar, like thunder from the heavens exploding directly above everyone's heads. The entire training ground shook violently, as if stomped by a colossus, bouncing up and down, swaying left and right. Those with weaker cultivation struggled to stay upright, tumbling to the ground in terror. At the epicenter of the collision, a light sphere erupted 1,000 times more blinding than the midday sun. Silver Sword Chi, pitch-black dragon shadows, golden judgments, and blue-violet thunder prisons 4 distinct yet terrifyingly potent forces, like 4 primordial beasts, tore, devoured, and obliterated with frenzied ferocity. The blinding light swallowed everything, leaving only a vast, white expanse in sight. Immediately following, a visible energy shockwave, like a tsunami, violently radiated outward in all directions. Lin Feng. Su Yushi's heart leapt into her throat. Her slender fingers clamped tightly over her mouth, her nails turning white from the pressure. Lin Feng. Hold on. Hold on. Yao Yao had long since abandoned any pretense of composure. Her hands clenched into fists so tightly her knuckles cracked, her nails digging deep into her palms. She didn't even notice the blood seeping from the wounds. Her body leaned forward, as if ready to charge into the unknown cloud of dust at any moment, her face etched with extreme anxiety and unease. Lu Meng's rugged features were now taut, his thick brows knotted into a knot, veins pulsing faintly on his temples. At his feet, 3 massive warbears growled restlessly, claws digging into the ground. Their muscles bulged, poised to charge the moment their master gave the order, heedless of the danger. Damn, this noise is terrifying. Are these even people our age? He muttered under his breath, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. On the elevated platform, the teachers usually composed and seasoned by countless trials rose as one. Leaning forward slightly, their piercing gazes locked onto the churning, heart-stopping cloud of dust. The air thickened to the point it seemed almost tangible. An elderly instructor, his temples graying, swallowed hard. His parched voice broke the silence. This is the combat fluctuation of at least a level 50+ transcended warrior. With that single strike, the outcome is likely decided. Life or death remains uncertain. His aged eyes brimmed with worry. Ah, sighed a kind-faced female teacher beside him, her brows furrowed as her hands twisted unconsciously. Hoping desperately that neither of these children would come to harm. Both were rare talents, chosen from thousands. Injuring either would be a loss for the academy and a profound regret in their own lives. Wang Tang stood at the edge of the crowd, his face shifting between pale and flushed. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white, his nails digging into his flesh. He yearned to see Chen Zihao emerge from the dust like he always did, triumphant, crushing Lin Feng's spirit. He kept repeating. How? Hold on. You must win. You're the strongest prodigy in the capital. How can you lose to that self-taught dragon rider? Win. You absolutely must win. Time dragged on in suffocating silence, each second stretching like an eternity. Finally, under countless gazes that seemed to burn through the air, the thick, impenetrable dust began to reluctantly, painfully slowly, dissipate and settle. The view gradually cleared. First to meet the eye was the greatsword, once radiant with brilliance, now dull and lifeless, plunged at an angle into the cracked, charred ground. Its blade was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if the slightest touch would shatter it completely. Its master, Chen Zihao, clutched the hilt with a trembling hand, using it as support to barely stay upright. He stood there, his form swaying precariously, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. His once lavish robes were torn to shreds by energy, caked with mud and scorched marks. His once meticulously styled hair now clung in disarray to his forehead and cheeks, matted with a mixture of sweat and blood. A vivid crimson trickle oozed relentlessly from the corner of his mouth, dripping down his chin. With great effort, he lifted his heavy head, his gaze piercing through the lingering dust to focus on the figure opposite him. There, Lin Feng stood leaning on his black dragon sword. Though his face was pale and his breath came in ragged gasps, his posture remained as straight and sturdy as a pine tree. His clothes were also torn in many places, yet no obvious bloodstains were visible. More importantly, beside him stood 2 dragon beasts, one black, one gold. Though their aura had weakened considerably, their scales dulled, and scorch marks dotted their bodies, they remained steadfastly guarding their master. Their dragon eyes fixed Chen Zihao with vigilant scrutiny, throats emitting low, threatening growls. Though the golden light of the Bishi dragon was dim, it still carried a lingering aura of sacred might. The electric arcs on the Chionyo dragon were faint, yet they still crackled and popped. This relative intactness, after such a brutal clash, stood out starkly. Chen Zihao's gaze swept over Lin Feng, then over the 2 dragons, finally settling back on his trembling hand and the broken sword embedded in the ground. A bitter smile, tinged with utter despair, slowly spread across his blood-stained lips. Summoning every ounce of strength, he drew a deep breath. The searing pain in his chest forced a muffled groan from him, yet his voice cut through the silent square with peculiar calm, even hoarseness. I lost. Whoosh. 3 simple words, yet they felt like a bucket of cold water dumped into a boiling oil cauldron, instantly igniting the entire martial arts arena. What? Chen Zihao conceded? Did I hear that right? The legendary prodigy of the capital has been defeated? Good heavens. Lin Feng. Lin Feng won. He actually defeated Chen Zihao. How could this be? That earth-shattering clash just now and Lin Feng won? Unbelievable gasps, sharp inhales, excited shouts, and fervent whispers intertwined into a deafening roar that nearly tore the roof off the training ground. All eyes were fixed on those 2 figures. Shock, fervor, admiration, bewilderment, a kaleidoscope of emotions danced across countless faces. He won. Lin Feng won. He really won. Su Yushi abruptly released her hand from covering her mouth. Overwhelming joy shot through her like an electric current, instantly dispelling all her worries and making her nearly leap into the air. Crystal clear tears welled up uncontrollably, sliding down her flushed cheeks, yet her smile shone brighter than the sun itself. Chapter 150, Lin Feng takes first place. Ha! Way to go, Lin Feng. I knew it. I knew you could do it. You're awesome. Yaya was so overcome she could barely form coherent words. Waving her bloodied fist, she bounced up and down, desperate to rush over and give Lin Feng a huge hug, completely oblivious to the strange looks from those around her. Good lad. Well done. Ha! Lu Meng slammed his fist hard into the thick tree trunk beside him, sending leaves cascading down. He grinned from ear to ear, his teeth gleaming, and gave Lin Feng 2 thumbs up. The 3-headed war bear seemed to sense its master's joy, letting out a deep, satisfied growl. In stark contrast to this wild celebration was Wang Teng's face, which instantly drained of all color. He froze in place, as if frozen by the most vicious frost, his eyes vacant, mouth slightly agape, resembling a stone statue that had instantly weathered away. Lost? How really lost? He murmured to himself, his voice faint as a mosquito's buzz, filled with incomprehensible bewilderment and despair as crushing as a collapsing world. The world he had meticulously constructed, a world with Chen Zihao as its absolute center, a world that believed in his invincibility crumbled to pieces in that instant. Resentment, loss, jealousy, even a thread of hatred gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. He stared fixedly at Lin Feng's figure, his gaze complex to the extreme. The dust finally settled. Lin Feng looked at Chen Zihao across from him, disheveled yet still striving to hold his head high. His eyes held not a trace of a victor's smugness or arrogance, but instead a hint of solemnity and respect. He sheathed the black dragon sword, its eerie glow fading from the blade. He stepped forward, walking toward Chen Zihao one step at a time. Each footfall landed on the scattered stones and debris, producing a faint crunch. Coming to a halt before Chen Zihao, Lin Feng extended his hand. It was a hand with prominent knuckles, equally marked by battle scars. You've got me beat. Lin Feng's voice was calm and sincere, tinged with the weariness of battle. Your starfall technique is formidable. Had I not given my all, I could not have blocked it. Chen Zihao stared at the outstretched hand before him, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that in this moment of crushing defeat and utter humiliation, his opponent would offer not scorn or pity, but a level of respect that met him as an equal. Bitterness in his eyes seemed to fade slightly. Taking a deep breath to steady his surging blood, he extended his own hand, still functional, though equally stained with blood, and gripped Lin Feng's firmly. A surge of strength flowed from Lin Feng's hand, steadying Chen Zihao's nearly collapsed body and pulling him up. Chen Zihao steadied himself, gazing at Lin Feng's face mere inches away, equally worn yet with eyes that remained clear. A wry smile tugged at his lips once more, but this time, it held a touch more openness. I was outmatched. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. He paused, a glimmer of a warrior's resolve reigniting in his eyes as his voice regained some strength. Lin Feng, your journey has only just begun. I, Chen Zihao, will remember this defeat. I look forward to the day we cross swords again. Lin Feng met his gaze, a smile still tinged with fighting spirit playing across his face. He nodded solemnly. Agreed. It's settled. On the high platform, the expressions on the teachers' faces were nothing short of spectacular. Clatter! The white-haired old teacher finally lost his grip on the folding fan in his hand, letting it fall to the ground. Unaware of the fall, he stood with his mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers, staring fixedly at the 2 men shaking hands in the arena. It was as if he were seeing the student named Lin Feng for the very first time. Could it be? Chen Zihao, the most brilliant swordsman of the Chun family in the capital, had truly been defeated? His voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. The Dragon Master's triple dragon technique unleashed such terrifying combined power, directly clashing with the Chen family's sky-piercing sword art and emerging victorious. The round-faced teacher beside him rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if trying to confirm he wasn't dreaming, his face utterly bewildered. What kind of dragon had Lin Feng contracted? That level of synergy and power was utterly unheard of. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the stern-faced teacher in black robes furrowed his brow even deeper, as if carved by a knife. He gave a cold snort, his voice quiet yet distinct enough to drown out some of the murmurs. Astonishing? Indeed, it was astonishing. But let none of you forget he is a dragon tamer. He deliberately emphasized the words dragon tamer, his gaze sweeping sharply across his colleagues. 3 dragons? Impressive, indeed. But in this world, the dragon clan has long been as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn nearly extinct. Even if Lin Feng possessed extraordinary talent and defied fate itself, where would he find a 4th dragon? Without a 4th dragon contract, how could he break through the universally acknowledged, fatal bottleneck at level 40? No matter how great his potential, if he remained stuck at that bottleneck, it would all be a mirage, mere empty talk of the future. His cold, hard analysis poured cold water on the fervor in some teachers' eyes. Teacher Zhao, you're mistaken. Immediately, someone protested the slightly plump, straightforward teacher. His round eyes widened as he spoke in a booming voice, brimming with defiance. What do you mean empty talk about the future? Look at what this kid accomplished today. How old is he? How long has he been in the academy? Yet he managed to contract 3 dragons, 2 of them being legendary hybrids like Shonyo and Bì'àn. This level of destiny, this terrifying talent for communicating with dragons, can it really be measured by ordinary standards? His excitement grew as he spoke, his stubby fingers pointing toward Lin Feng, who stood surrounded by cheers in the center of the field. Extinct dragon race? Ha! Maybe he'll just step out for a stroll and the fourth dragon will come knocking on its own. Who dares guarantee he won't find one? I say this kid is a freak who defies all logic. Level 40 bottleneck? It won't hold him back. Fat Lee makes a point. The bespectacled, scholarly-looking teacher pushed his frames up, his eyes flashing with rational insight as he interjected. What Lin Feng demonstrated today was far more than mere strength. His cool-headed judgment in battle, his masterful command over the three dragons' power, and his decisive actions at critical moments all far surpassed those of his peers, even outshining many seasoned beast masters. With such composure and innate talent, coupled with that unparalleled affinity for dragons, Mr. Zhao, do you truly believe that so-called level 40 bottleneck could ever be his true limitation? The world is vast and full of wonders. What we perceive as extinction may not be the end for him, but merely a starting point awaiting exploration. His tone was gentle, yet his words carried undeniable weight. Master Zhao in the black robes darkened, his gaze fixed on the young man in the center of the arena. Amidst the applause and cheers, the youth remained serene, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. His lips twitched, but he ultimately refrained from further harsh rebuttal. Instead, he gave another cold snort, his gaze growing even more profound and inscrutable. Let's hope so. But predicting the future is ultimately futile. Time will prove everything. Just don't let yourself be blinded by a momentary flash of brilliance. He turned away, his figure appearing solitary and cold as he left the roaring arena behind. Meanwhile, in the arena, the glory that belonged to Lin Feng had only just begun. Chapter 151, Wang Tang begs for mercy. At the center of the arena, the dust had yet to settle completely. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, scorched earth, and a faint tang of blood. Lin Feng's chest heaved as he drew a deep breath, forcing down the surging qi and blood churned by the violent collision. That peak duel with Chen Zihao had been a colossal drain, as if every ounce of his strength had been wrung out. Yet the embers of victory still burned within him, transforming into a searing, unquenchable fighting spirit. His gaze pierced through the thin dust like lightning, locking precisely onto the figures not far away, those who had once been arrogant and defiant, now frozen in place as if nailed to the spot. Wang Tang and his companions. An invisible aura, like tangible ripples, silently radiated outward from Lin Feng. This was not a deliberate display of authority, but the heart-stopping afterglow of a life and death struggle, a natural emanation born of victory's glory. Standing there, his figure appeared exceptionally upright in the sunlight that had cleared the dust, like a volcano that had just finished erupting, its magma still surging beneath the surface. Wherever his gaze swept, the air itself seemed to grow heavier. The moment Chen Zihao's hoarse voice uttered "I lost," Wang Tang's heart felt as though it had been seized by a cold, iron fist, ceasing to beat entirely. The last shred of hope that Brother Hao could turn the tables was utterly crushed by Lin Feng's demon god-like, towering presence. When Lin Feng's piercing gaze, sharp enough to bore through the soul, fell unobstructed upon his face, a bone-chilling cold surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, freezing every bone in his body stiff. The gap? No, it was no longer a gap. It was a bottomless chasm, a despair-inducing abyss. Straddling the chasm between this self-proclaimed genius and the monster before him, a being whose absolute power had shattered the myths of the capital. Thud! His knees slammed onto the hard, gravel-strewn ground, scorched with charred marks, producing a dull, humiliating thud. Wang Tang hadn't even realized how he'd ended up on his knees, as if the bones in his legs had turned to soft mud in that instant. I surrender. I surrender. Lin Feng, no, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, spare me. I won't fight anymore. I absolutely won't fight anymore. His voice was shrill, trembling uncontrollably, even tinged with a hint of sobbing, sounding especially jarring in the suddenly silent square. Behind him, his usual gang of henchmen who had always followed Wang Tang in his tyranny now witnessed their biggest protector, Chen Zihao, defeated. Seeing Wang Tang kneel so decisively, who among them dared hesitate? Thud. 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 One after another, like wheat being harvested, the group scrambled to their knees, their movements so swift and coordinated it seemed they'd rehearsed it countless times. Each bowed their head low, as if desperate to bury their faces in the dirt. Their eyes darted nervously, filled with terror and the dull resignation of defeat. Brother Feng, we admit defeat too. Yes. We surrender. We're defeated. Please spare us, Brother Feng. Lin Feng's eyebrows arched slightly, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Even with his extensive combat experience, he hadn't anticipated Wang Tang's surrender coming so swiftly, his posture sinking so low into the dust. This wasn't merely conceding defeat, it was a complete surrender of will to resist, every last shred of struggle crushed. Watching Wang Tang's body shake like a sieve, his eyes unfocused, and cold sweat rolling down his forehead, Lin Feng understood. After this battle, especially witnessing a figure like Chen Zihao fall at his hands, Wang Tang's spirit, that pitiful remnant of pride and self-reliance deep within his bones, had been utterly destroyed, uprooted completely. This man was finished. For the rest of his life, he would likely never muster the courage to speak loudly in his presence again. A faint, contemptuous indifference flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He shook his head slightly. Such a cowardly, spineless creature, bullying the weak and cowering before the strong. He couldn't be bothered to waste another word on him. Get lost. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it reached Wang Tang and the others with unmistakable clarity, carrying an icy coldness that brooked no argument. No threat, no warning, just two simple words, yet they carried the weight of a decree. Lin Feng paid no further attention to those stray dogs. His gaze swept over his companions, equally weary from the fierce battle, yet their eyes still bright. Lu Meng, steady as a mountain, shouldered his massive battle axe and grinned, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. The meticulous Liang pushed his glasses up, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with cool analysis. Then there were Su Yushi and Yao Yao, the two girls still flushed with excitement, their gazes fixed on him with trust and dependence. The great trial was not yet over. Lin Feng's voice regained some strength, carrying an unquestionable resolve. It's time for us to take the initiative. Ha! Been waiting for you to say that. Lu Meng roared with hearty laughter, slamming his fist hard on Liang's shoulder, hard enough to make him stagger. Let's go. Sweep through. See who else has the guts to stand in our way. Right. Press our advantage and expand our gains. Liang steadied himself, nodding calmly as his fingertips tapped, seemingly calculating something. Charge. Follow the newborn king and rack up points. Yao Yao pumped her fists excitedly, brimming with energy. Su Yushi remained silent, standing firmly one step beside Lin Feng, her gaze gentle yet resolute. The five-member team, accompanied by three dragons whose aura was slightly weaker yet still formidable, surged forward like an unstoppable iron torrent that had just shattered the strongest fortress. With an unmatched momentum, they officially began their sweeping assault across the entire freshman exam battlefield. The entire martial arts arena of Huaxia Academy still reverberated with the shockwaves of Lin Feng's defiance of the heavens in defeating Chen Zihao. That earth-shattering clash, that outcome defying all expectations, was etched like a brand into the minds of every witness. The moment Lin Feng's team appeared across the battlefield, the effect was immediate. Look! It's Lin Feng and his team. Holy crap, those two dragons are still up. They look beat, but who's gonna challenge them? Chen Zihao's already on his knees, and Wang Tang's scared out of his wits. What the hell are we fighting for? Just surrender and save our skins. Shouts of shock and gasps of horror echoed continuously. We surrender. Brother Feng, our team surrenders. Here's our scoreboard. Don't attack. We surrender. For a moment, a peculiar scene unfolded across the battlefield. Wherever Lin Feng's team passed, it was as if Moses had parted the Red Sea. The new recruits scattered like sand, willingly surrendering their point-bearing nameplates with astonishing efficiency. Yet not all were willing to submit. There were always those who fancied themselves extraordinary, or hailed from remote regions, having never witnessed that earth-shattering battle firsthand. Blindly confident in their own strength, or intoxicated by the immense prestige that defeating Lin Feng could bring. Oomph. Lin Feng? He's just riding on the coattails of a few dragons. I refuse to believe in such nonsense. A towering figure over 2 meters tall, his body a mass of iron-like muscles, stood like a fortress in the road. Wielding a hammer as thick as a door panel, he boomed like a bell, his eyes brimming with defiance. Got the guts? Ditch the dragons. Face me one-on-one. These so-called challengers, whether relying on brute strength, masterful technique, or elemental power, proved as fragile as paper tigers against Lin Feng's team's seamless coordination and overwhelming might. The battles ended swiftly, leaving only a trail of destruction and the challengers' battered, disheveled forms. Their confidence, along with any lingering hope, was utterly crushed, becoming the most fitting testament to the Lin Feng team's formidable reputation. From that moment on, no one dared to challenge Lin Feng's team on the battlefield of the freshman trials. Unstoppable, sweeping all before them. When Su Yushi smiled as she collected the final symbolic point plaque, it signaled the complete end of this sweeping campaign that had engulfed the entire martial arts arena. Chapter 152, The Level 40 Bottleneck? The clamorous battlefield finally settled into silence, filled only with the victor's breaths and scattered whispers drifting from afar. Lin Feng stood atop a hill flattened by the aftermath of the battle. The setting sun's afterglow bathed him, making his black dragon armor seem to come alive. The black plates shimmered with a molten gold luster, while mysterious runes flickered in and out of view under the light, accentuating his imposing, mountain-like stature and extraordinary valor. Xiaonyo and Bì'àn flanked him, left and right, like the most loyal guardian deities. The scorch marks on Xiaonyo seemed insignificant beneath the golden glow. It held its head slightly raised, residual arcs of electricity dancing between its scales, emitting a low, crackling hiss. Bixie, having withdrawn its holy light, radiated an even more profound divine majesty. Its golden pupils, like molten lava in the sunset, swept over the landscape below. Their dragon auras intertwined, forming an invisible force field that made the air around the high slope feel thick and heavy. Lower-tier trainees dared not approach. Countless gazes, filled with awe, reverence, admiration, and complex emotions, converged upon this newly crowned sovereign. Teachers, students, and order-maintaining stewards all understood, today, on this new student trial arena, a true prodigy had ascended to the pinnacle of Huaxia Academy's new generation with indisputable dominance. He had not merely defeated his opponent, he had shattered everyone's expectations, etching the name Dragon Tamer into their minds with unprecedented ferocity. The title of Freshman King was truly well deserved. A senior murmured to himself, all trace of contempt vanished from his eyes. 3 dragons, all at this level? That starting point is so high it's downright hopeless. His companion beside him spoke with a complex tone, tinged with deep envy. Hey, what do you think? How does he stack up against those established prodigies on the genius rankings? Someone whispered, voicing an even more astonishing conjecture. Hard to say, but given time, he'll definitely carve out his place. This assessment earned silent agreement from many nearby. At the edge of the crowd, Chen Zihao stood quietly, leaning against the shadow of a stone pillar. The desolation on his face had not entirely faded, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had dried. Yet those eyes like tempered stars burned with a fighting spirit more intense and more pure than ever before. He fixed his gaze on the figure bathed in glory atop the high ridge, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, trembling slightly. No roar of resentment escaped his lips. Only a vow, so low it echoed within his chest that only he could hear, reverberated. Lin Feng, this is not the end. Wait for me next time. The sword in my hand will make you shed your first drop of blood. He spun abruptly, no longer lingering on that dazzling glory, his figure swiftly vanishing toward the cultivation area. Defeat, to him, was not only a disgrace but also the fiery crucible that tempered his edge. Further away, in a darker corner, Wang Tang lurked like a rat afraid of the light, hiding deep within the crowd. He watched Lin Feng stand atop the platform, basking in the adoration of the crowd. He saw the majestic dragon standing proudly beside him. He saw the supreme honor, the prize symbolizing the highest achievement about to be bestowed upon him. A poisonous fire called jealousy burned fiercely within his very core, threatening to consume him entirely. His teeth ground together with a grinding sound, his fingernails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood without him even noticing. How glorious, Lin Feng! His twisted face twitched with convulsions, his voice hissing like a venomous snake, dripping with venom. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Just you wait this debt, Wang Tang, remember it well. One day, I will trample you beneath my feet and make you taste the agony of begging for mercy on your knees. I swear it. He shot Lin Feng one last venomous glare before slipping away unnoticed, his tail between his legs. On the high slope, Lin Feng felt the torrent of gazes converging upon him from below, tangible as if solid. Yet his heart remained unusually calm, even tinged with a cold, appraising chill. This dazzling halo, this title of the newborn king in his eyes, it was merely a minor stopover on the long road of cultivation. Defeating Chen Zihao and sweeping the battlefield merely proved his starting point among his peers. The future? That was a path strewn with thorns, concealing countless unknown dangers and even loftier peaks. He saw the fighting spirit in Chen Zihao's eyes clearly, and Wang Tang's resentment, simmering like a festering wound, was scarcely worth mentioning. The true challenge always lay higher up. Level 40. Lin Feng's fingers instinctively traced the icy hilt of the black dragon sword, sensing the pulsations of the 3 dragon souls within him and the dragon egg he had carefully preserved now emitting increasingly distinct and potent life fluctuations. It was time to prepare for breaking through that shackle. A crystalline thought, like the first light of dawn, illuminated the blueprint within his heart. Soon, the Academy officially released the final rankings of the new student assessment. A massive light screen hovered above the central plaza, blazing with dazzling brilliance. At the top of the list, unsurprisingly, stood 2 golden characters, Lin Feng. Following closely behind, Chen Zihao's name claimed second place. Further down, the names Su Yushi, Lu Meng, Yao Yao, and A Liang stood out prominently. All had broken into the top 10. Indeed, A Liang had performed remarkably well. His beast was a unique detection-type beast, capable of spotting enemies in advance. The entire ranking seemed like the most direct showcase of Lin Feng's team strength. Whoosh! The moment the rankings were revealed, a deafening roar nearly shook the square to its foundations. Lin Feng first. Freshman King. Look! Su Yushi 4th. Lu Meng 5th. Yao Yao 7th. A Liang 9th. Holy crap, Team Lin Feng completely dominated the rankings. Unbelievably strong. They're practically invincible. Chen Zihao at second place, well deserved. Besides Lin Feng, who else could possibly outrank him? Impressed. Truly impressed. This freshman class? Lin Feng's team is in a league of their own. Praise poured in like a tidal wave. Lin Feng's name became the brightest star among all freshmen at Huaxia Academy. Whether in the bustling cafeteria, the quiet corridors of the cultivation zone, or even during the faculty's casual conversations. Lin Feng, freshman king, dragon tamer, 3 dragons, and defeater of Chen Zihao became absolute buzzwords. Standing beneath the light screen, Lin Feng gazed upward at his name perched at the very top of the rankings, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. From the youth who first contracted Little Black, to standing atop Huaxia Academy today as the universally acclaimed freshman king. The hardships, extraordinary encounters, and life or death battles he had endured flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. Mythical tiered dragon, peerless among equals. Lin Feng savored this realization. A single mythical tier dragon was enough for any beastmaster to look down on their peers. And he possessed 3. Such a foundation rendered him invincible among his peers. What stirred his soul even more was the life pulse emanating from the dormant dragon egg within his consciousness. It grew stronger and more powerful, like the beating of a war drum, as if it could break free from its shell at any moment to announce its arrival to the world. Every sacrifice, every drop of blood and sweat, it was all worth it. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and boundless anticipation for the future surged through him like a warm current. Lin Feng's lips curled upward involuntarily, forming a confident and powerful smile. Chapter 153, Choosing a Mentor. Just as the celebratory atmosphere reached its peak, the crowd automatically parted to form a pathway. Wine-sword immortal Li Liang and the cool-tempered teacher Luo Qingxin, surrounded by the admiring or probing gazes of the gathered faculty, walked slowly toward them. Their presence carried an inherent authority that instantly quieted the bustling square. Li Liang's face was serene as his gaze swept over the assembled freshmen. His voice boomed out, deep and steady. "Fellow students, the freshman assessment has now concluded successfully." He paused, observing the young faces, some brimming with excitement, others weary, a few tinged with disappointment, but most radiating enthusiasm. "Your performance, regardless of victory or defeat, has showcased the spirit and potential of Huaxia Academy's new students. The purpose of this examination lies in self-discovery and unlocking your potential. May you cherish today's insights. Whether the glory of victory or the tempering of defeat, they shall become the most precious cornerstone on your future path of cultivation. The Academy looks forward to witnessing your even more brilliant growth." Luo Qingxin's icy gaze softened momentarily as she interjected, her voice like clear water striking stone. "Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. The grand examination is merely the starting point, not the destination. May you all guard against arrogance and impatience, persevering with unwavering resolve. Within the Academy, hidden talents abound beyond the heavens. There are ever greater heights. Today's adversaries may become tomorrow's fellow practitioners. Maintain reverence and keep striving forward." Her words were concise and powerful, striking straight to the heart of the matter. When she finished, the gaze of both teachers, like spotlights, finally settled upon Lin Feng standing at the center. Li Liang's face broke into a genuine smile of admiration, tinged with the delight of discovering a raw gem. "Lin Feng." His voice rose slightly, ensuring all could hear. "Congratulations! With your absolute strength and undeniable performance, you have claimed the top spot in this year's Freshman Grand Exam and earned the title of Freshman King. Your fighting spirit, your innate potential, your quick thinking, especially that astonishing synergy with your dragon companion, have truly impressed us old-timers. Huaxia Academy is honored to have a student like you." With that, he flipped his wrist, revealing a crystal card in his palm. It glowed with a faint purple aura, its material neither gold nor jade. The Huaxia Academy emblem stood vividly engraved upon its surface. "This is the Academy's special reward for the new king, 5,000 Huaxia points." Li Liang's voice carried clearly throughout the entire venue. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Whispers erupted as everyone gasped at the staggering reward. During his time at the Academy, Lin Feng had gained a clear understanding of Huaxia points. He knew well that 5,000 Huaxia points equated to nearly 500 million long nation currency outside the Academy. Such a generous reward clearly demonstrated the Huaxia Academy's profound heritage and immense wealth. Overjoyed, Lin Feng promptly accepted the crystal card with both hands and respectfully declared, "Thank you for your recognition and reward, Professor. I shall live up to the Academy's expectations." Wang Tong stared at the crystal card in Lin Feng's hands, his eyes burning with envy and resentment. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Yet in the presence of the teachers, he dared not act out, forcing himself to suppress his burning rage. Li Liang seemed to notice Wang Tang's unusual state. His gaze fell upon him as he spoke earnestly. "Wang Tong, victory and defeat are common occurrences in the world of martial arts. I hope you can learn from this exam, strive to improve yourself, rather than harbor jealousy and act inappropriately." Wang Tang's face flushed crimson. He lowered his head and murmured, "Teacher, I understand." With the freshman assessment concluded, the crucial phase of mutual selection between teachers and students at Huaxia Academy commenced. At this elite institution, the mutual selection between mentors and students determined the direction of their cultivation and the allocation of resources for the coming period. The recently concluded entrance exam served as a grand showcase of abilities, with every student's performance meticulously observed by the faculty. Now, the teachers had formed preliminary judgments about their preferred students, while the students themselves were quietly pondering which mentor could guide them furthest along their cultivation path. Huaxia Academy, this sacred ground gathering the top cultivation prodigies from Dragon Nation and beyond, operates an internal mentor system structured like a rigid pyramid, clearly dividing mentors into two tiers, gold and silver. This dividing line symbolized not only strength and experience but also served as an invisible yardstick for resource allocation, research focus, and even the potential height of future achievements. Gold-tier mentors represented the Academy's pinnacle in their respective fields, serving as the guiding lights countless new students dreamed of following. At this moment, Luo Qingxin stood gracefully at the center of the elevated platform. Her pale blue mage robes, embroidered with ice crystal patterns, fluttered softly with her slightest movements. Her gaze was serene as she surveyed the crowd below. Her crimson lips parted, and though her voice was soft, it cut through the air like a frigid spring, instantly silencing all commotion. Her words rang clear in every ear. Luo Qingxin. Gold Medal Mentor. A simple self-introduction, devoid of any superfluity. Occupation, SS rank Ice Queen. Domain, mastery and application of pure ice elemental laws, including the construction of a permanently frozen realm, a defensive and offensive fortress built upon ice itself as my primary field of study. Her words felt like chunks of ancient ice being hurled into the hearts of her listeners, sending waves of chill and shock rippling through them. Whoa, the Ice Queen. A pure SS tier ice mage. Heavens. To master the eternal frozen realm to such an extreme, what terrifying depth of understanding of ice elemental laws must that require? Professor Luo looks so young, yet she's actually this level of powerhouse. If only I could become her disciple. Don't even dream about it. Gold medal instructors, especially pure pathmasters like Teacher Luo, have extremely high standards. The audience erupted in a whirlwind of astonishment and reverence. A pure SS tier battle mage, a queen specializing in the ultimate realm of ice magic, such stature was enough to set any frost-aspiring freshman's blood boiling, yet also enough to make the vast majority back away in awe. Luo Qingxin seemed utterly unfazed by such reactions, her expression unruffled as she added calmly. If any student truly obsesses over the purity of ice, yearning to explore its ultimate mystery of freezing all things rather than merely viewing it as a tool, you are welcome to come and exchange ideas. The word exchange rolled off her tongue with casual ease, yet carried an undeniable undertone of selection. Before her words faded, a wave of scorching heat swept through the room, instantly banishing the lingering chill. It felt as if a mobile volcano had taken the stage. Ha! After spending so long in that ice cave, Teacher Luo clearly needed a bit of heat to get things going. His voice boomed like a temple bell, making ears buzz. A colossal figure, seemingly forged from molten rock, strode forward. He wore a crimson heavy armored robe, its patterns resembling flowing magma. His beard and hair stood like spears, and sparks seemed to fly from his eyes with every blink. This was none other than one of the pillars of the Warrior Academy, the gold medal instructor, Lin Feng. Waving his fan-like hand, stirring a gust of scorching wind, he grinned widely. I am Lin Feng. Gold medal instructor. Profession, blazing dominator. His voice boomed like flowing lava. All about explosive power. All about pure satisfaction. Ultimate control? I believe in one thing, true strength is meant to smash through every obstacle. Ignite the battlefield in an instant, scorch the 8 corners of the world. Leave not even ashes of the enemy behind. His gaze blazed like tangible flames across the crowd below. Guys. Girls. Stop all that whiny scheming. Want to feel what true power unleashed feels like? Want your battle pets to ignite alongside you, scorching enemies until they howl in agony? Then come find me, Lin Feng. I guarantee you'll burn with pleasure, burn to your heart's content. This frenzied, blazing aura stood in stark contrast to Luo Qingxin's icy aloofness, instantly igniting the fervor of another group of newcomers who worshipped raw power. Cheers erupted in waves. Chapter 154, Master-Disciple Selection. The heat wave from Lin Feng had yet to subside when a cold, viscous chill one that seemed to seep into the marrow quietly spread. A figure materialized like a specter, silently emerging from the shadows at the edge of the platform. His gaunt form seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness, clad in a non-reflective jet-black outfit. A half-mask covered his face, revealing only eyes as sharp as a falcon's. It was the Shadow King himself, the gold medal mentor, Shadow Blade. He made no unnecessary movements, yet his mere presence sent a chill down the spine. A cold, emotionless voice, like a venomous snake striking, pierced the crowd's ears. Shadow Blade. Gold medal. Shadow Assassin. The words were stripped to their bare essence. Stealth is survival. One strike is eternity. His gaze swept over the crowd like a cold blade. Silent and unseen, master of life and death. Stealthy at the edge of light and shadow, reaping souls in the blink of an eye. The battlefield is the hunting ground. He paused, a faint, icy curve seemingly forming beneath his mask. If you yearn to become the shadow itself, to be your enemy's eternal nightmare rather than a target in the spotlight, come find me. This menacing aura and lethal presence seemed to lower the temperature in the room by several degrees, yet it also drew in those students who revered the mysterious and pursued the art of the single, decisive strike. Then, a gentle glow brimming with vitality dispelled the shadow's chill. A middle-aged woman with a gentle face, enveloped in a warm green aura, stepped forward. Dressed in a simple emerald green robe, her smile was like the warm sun of spring, making everyone relax without effort. Gold medal mentor Lingxin. Children, combat is not the only path. Her voice was gentle and soothing, like a clear spring flowing through the heart. I am Lingxin, gold medal mentor, priestess of life. Her palm turned upward, a vibrant green orb of life energy slowly spinning in her hand. The power of life, a miracle of creation. It is not only the nectar that heals wounds, but also the key that nourishes the soul, ignites potential, and expands the dimensions of existence. Her gaze swept over the newcomers wounded in battle. The orb scattered sparks of emerald light, settling upon them. Tiny wounds began healing and scabbing over at a visible pace. Weariness swiftly receded. Mighty warriors require resilient bodies, keen mages need clear souls. I can channel the power of life to repair damage for you or your companions, dispel curses, and even tap into deeper potential at the limits, prolonging peak states. Her gaze fell upon those of support and healing classes, her smile warm and powerful. If you hold reverence for life and yearn to become the most steadfast support on the battlefield, the most trusted pillar for your companions, my door stands open for you. 3 distinguished mentors, each with a unique style, took the stage in succession, elevating the atmosphere to its peak. The freshmen blushed with excitement, buzzing with chatter, already envisioning their brilliant futures under these elite mentors' guidance. So awesome. They're all top-tier masters. Blazing Flame Master. Just the name gets my blood pumping. I want to train under Teacher Lin Feng. Shadow Assassin is so cool. Killing silently. Teacher Lingxin is so gentle, just being near her feels reassuring. Lin Feng, however, stood like a towering rock, radiating an extraordinary calm. His gaze was serene, even tinged with the detachment of an observer. Apprenticeship? For him, that was no longer an issue. Zhuge Ling, renowned throughout the academy as a research madman, whose unconventional methods and groundbreaking insights into beast taming were nothing short of astonishing, had already taken him under her wing. Though her lab frequently erupted with jaw-dropping explosions and peculiar odors, her unconventional philosophy and relentless pursuit of dragon mysteries were precisely the keys Lin Feng needed. At this moment, his thoughts were more focused on the companions by his side. Yao Yao bit her lower lip, her large eyes brimming with longing as she wavered between Lin Feng's fierce, domineering declaration and Ling Xian's warm, gentle radiance. Su Yushi's delicate brows furrowed slightly as her fingertips unconsciously twisted the hem of her robe. Her gaze drifted between Luo Qingxin's cool, distant profile and Lingxin's vibrant, life-filled smile. Lu Meng grinned widely, his eyes burning as he stared at Lin Feng. His fan-like hands rubbed together excitedly, clearly captivated by the philosophy that power was meant to shatter everything. Liang pushed his glasses up, his gaze behind the lenses calmly scanning each mentor, seemingly calculating and analyzing something at lightning speed. Liang's composed voice rang out. From a team composition and long-term development perspective, Teacher Lingxin's life priest abilities offer exceptional sustain and status support, making her invaluable. However, personal combat style compatibility is equally crucial. He turned to Yao Yao. Yao Yao, your brute force bursts lean more toward close-range assaults, aligning better with Teacher Lin Feng's philosophy of instantly igniting the battlefield. Meanwhile, Su Yushi's 6-winged angel possesses both light purification and healing capabilities, making Teacher Lingxin or the Mage Academy's ice or light elemental paths worthy of consideration. Su Yushi nodded slightly upon hearing this, though hesitation lingered in her eyes. She instinctively glanced at Lin Feng again, seemingly seeking confirmation. Just then, a voice boomed beside Yao Yao like a muffled thunderclap, carrying a wave of heat as if freshly pulled from a furnace. Hey, kid! Stop staring at others. I'm talking to you. A towering figure had silently pushed through the crowd and now stood before Yao Yao. It was none other than the head of the Warrior Academy, Zhan Wushuang. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles were twisted and knotted like ancient tree roots. His dark red heavy armor seemed to still radiate the residual heat of forging. He stood like a moving city wall, his shadow completely engulfing the petite Yao Yao. His eyes, like 2 copper bells, blazed with intensity, fixed on Yao Yao like searchlights. That gaze seemed to pierce through flesh and bone, seeing the raw power hidden within her very sinews. He extended a palm-sized hand, thick with calluses, pointing at Yao Yao without a shred of courtesy. His voice boomed like a temple bell. I'm War without peer. Head of the Warrior Academy. Just now on the field, you were swinging that hammer nearly as tall as you, bellowing and smashing people with that wild fury. I could smell it from a mile away. He grinned wide, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His smile held unmasked admiration and a thrill of finding a kindred spirit. Right up my alley. Dead right up my alley. That look in your eyes. That sheer force. That reckless drive to smash your opponent into the ground. You were born to be one of us Warriors Academy. He leaned in, his massive head closing in on Yao Yao's bewildered face, hot breath washing over her. Little girl, don't hesitate. All that fancy mage and healer stuff? That's for sissies. True power lies right here. He pounded his thick chest plate, making a deep, hollow clang. Join the Warrior Academy. Become my final disciple, Guan Shuang. I'll personally teach you how to channel that wild spirit in your bones into earth-shattering power. I guarantee every swing of your hammer will make the earth tremble. Dare you? This thunderous recruitment speech left Yao Yao utterly stunned. The surrounding freshmen erupted in a roar of astonishment, their envious stares nearly drowning her. The Warrior Academy's dean. The top-tier gold medal instructor. Personally stepping in to recruit a freshman in such a rough-and-tumble way? This treatment was nothing short of mind-blowing. A massive wave of joy exploded like fireworks in Yao Yao's mind, instantly sweeping away all her doubts. Her face flushed crimson, eyes wide as saucers, her voice cracking with excitement. I dare. I dare. Dean. I accept. I accept to be your disciple. To learn true skills from you. To learn how to cleave mountains and split earth. She practically jumped up and down as she shouted, her excitement making her flail her arms wildly. Ha! Good. Straightforward. Zhang Wushuang roared with laughter, his voice echoing across the wilderness, slapping Yao Yao's shoulder hard. The blow sent her stumbling, nearly toppling her to the ground. From this day forward, you're under my protection, war unmatched. First thing tomorrow morning, get your ass to the Warrior Academy to report. One breath late, and I'll make you swing that hammer 10,000 times. Yao Yao rubbed her numb shoulder, grimacing in pain, yet her face broke into a wide smile. Yes, headmaster. I promise to be on time. Chapter 155, Su Yushi chooses the Healing Academy. Just as the dust settled on Yao Yao's side and the atmosphere grew heated, Su Yushi's situation also saw an unexpected contest. Two figures, vastly different in demeanor yet equally formidable, approached her almost simultaneously. One was the dean of the Mage Academy, a woman clad in a deep purple robe adorned with patterns of stars and moonlight. She exuded an air of regal elegance, her gaze as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. The other was the dean of the Healing Academy, none other than the previously introduced teacher Lin Feng, her face still graced with a smile as warm and gentle as spring breezes. The dean of the Mage Academy spoke first, her voice ethereal and melodious, carrying a persuasive magic. Su Yushi. Her gaze settled on Su Yushi, filled with both scrutiny and admiration. Your six-winged angel bloodline is pure and potent, your affinity for light elements truly exceptional. Though you focused on healing and support during the new student assessment, the speed and purity of your light elemental condensation far surpassed your peers, even faintly touching the edge of the rhythm of light. Her palm lifted slightly, and a sphere of holy light gentle yet containing astonishing energy coalesced and danced at her fingertips. Its radiance illuminated her earnest face. The path of the mage lies in understanding the essence of elements and commanding the mighty forces of heaven and earth. Light is not merely healing, it is purification, judgment, and the sharp sword that dispels all shadows. To confine your talents solely to healing is to bury a pearl in the dust. Join my Mage Academy, and I shall help you unearth the true power deep within your bloodline, master the light, and become the son of judgment upon the battlefield. These words brimmed with high praise for Su Yushi's potential and painted a vision of greater heights, utterly compelling. Teacher Lin Feng smiled gently, stepped forward, and took Su Yushi's hand softly. A warm, life-giving energy flowed like a gentle stream into Su Yushi's body, instantly calming her racing heart. Lin Feng's voice was soft yet firm. Child, do not let the form of power blind your eyes. She met Su Yushi's slightly dazed gaze directly. Your six-winged angel is a favored child of life and light. Your innate sense of life's essence and your instinct to soothe pain are kindness and responsibility etched into your very bloodline. Look at your companions. Her gaze swept over Lin Feng, Lu Meng, and the others. When they fought through blood and battle, whose radiance restored their strength? Whose comfort dispelled their pain and exhaustion? This power to reignite hope in the despairing, to grant new life to the wounded, is it not the greatest, most angelic force, closest to your very essence? A faint green glow flickered in her palm. A flower in the nearby flower bed, wilted from the earlier battle's aftermath, visibly straightened and unfurled its petals, bursting with renewed vitality. Come to the Healing Academy. I will guide you to master this gift, to become a beacon of life, a salvation in despair. This is the true glory of an angel. The two deans presented contrasting visions. One emphasized the pinnacle of light's power, its devastating attacks and majestic authority, highlighting the lofty potential of innate talent. The other expounded on the essence and grandeur of life's healing, anchored firmly in the very core of their vocation. Two starkly different paths, two weighty expectations, tugged at Su Yushi's heart like two invisible forces. She stood rooted to the spot, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her robe. Her teeth lightly biting her lower lip, her gaze shifted between the two deans, filled with the struggle of an impossible choice. Finally, she instinctively turned her gaze toward Lin Feng in the crowd, a hint of pleading in her eyes. Lin Feng met her gaze, offering no words, only a barely perceptible nod. His gaze was calm and profound, free of interference, holding only complete trust and support. No matter which path she chose, he believed in her. Su Yushi understood the meaning behind that look. She drew a deep breath, as if gathering resolve, and slowly released her tightly clenched fingers. Turning to the dean of the Mage Academy, she bowed slightly, her voice apologetic yet unwavering. Thank you for your kindness, Dean. Your guidance is truly inspiring, but... She paused, her gaze shifting to teacher Lin Feng. The satisfaction and sense of purpose born from healing others shone brightly in her eyes. I yearn to understand life itself, to safeguard this power that soothes pain and brings hope. She lifted her head to meet Lin Feng's gaze, her voice soft yet unwavering. Dean, I choose the Healing Academy. A smile instantly blossomed on teacher Lin Feng's face, like warm sunshine melting ice and snow. She stepped forward and embraced Su Yushi gently. My dear child. Welcome home. From this day forward, you are my disciple, Lin Feng's apprentice. Together, let us safeguard this miracle of life. A fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of regret flashed in the Mage Academy dean's eyes, but it swiftly transformed into an elegant smile of understanding and blessing. She gave a slight nod. I respect your choice, Su Yushi. May you, too, shine your own brilliant light upon the path of life. Lin Feng stood toward the back of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the elevated platform ahead. When he heard the Dean of Healing recite Su Yushi's name and confirm her choice of the healing path, he froze momentarily, his brows involuntarily furrowing. This was far too different from the Su Yushi he knew. In his memory, that figure always carried an indomitable spirit, pride ingrained in her very bones, and a hunger for battle etched into her gaze. Whether in simulated combat or wilderness training, she was always at the forefront. Facing even the most formidable opponents, her eyes would only ignite with fiercer flames. The word retreat never graced her vocabulary. But now? A healing academy? The image of her dancing her staff, intently chanting healing spells, silently supporting her teammates from the rear, it was impossible to reconcile with that fiery, battle-crazed warrior. Almost instinctively, Lin Feng's gaze swept past the crowd, landing precisely on the slender figure who had just confirmed her choice. His gaze held unmasked confusion, like a searchlight trying to pierce through her silhouette. As if sensing that overly focused gaze, Su Yushi's shoulders stiffened imperceptibly for a moment. She didn't turn around, nearly tilting her neck slightly to shift her fair profile and gracefully defined jawline completely away, skillfully evading Lin Feng's probing gaze. The movement carried a deliberate aloofness. The secret buried deep within her heart weighed heavily, like a scorching hot stone pressing down. No matter what, she could never speak to Lin Feng about it, explain the true reason behind this choice. Truthfully, a clear blueprint had long existed within her heart. Lin Feng's team, those core members, Lin Feng himself, unfathomable Yao Yao, unstoppable in her charge Lu Meng, brute force unleashed. Each possessed remarkable talent and strength on the offensive end. Yet beyond this dazzling offensive palette, the blueprint lacked a crucial piece: a powerful healer capable of turning the tide in the bloodiest of battles, pulling comrades back from the brink of death. A formidable team requires both a sturdy shield and a warm spring. Perhaps Su Yushi herself didn't realize it, but after Suan's injury, the once proud young woman had gradually set aside her arrogance. Chapter 156, Shen Ziheo's Apprenticeship Ceremony with the Wine Sword Immortal. As the master-disciple selection neared its end and the clamor began to subside, a tall figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. With determined strides, he cut through the crowd that parted automatically, walking straight to the foot of the high platform. He stood before Li Liang, who was standing idly, seemingly uninterested in the proceedings. It was Shen Ziheo. The entire hall instantly fixated on this unexpected move, the clamor cutting off abruptly as if severed by a blade. Everyone held their breath, watching with curiosity as this rising star among the freshmen, renowned for his sword god profession, revealed his intentions. Shen Ziheo came to a halt about 3 paces before Li Liang. His usually cold, angular face was now etched with unprecedented solemnity and an almost reverent solemnity. Taking a deep breath, he bent his right knee and knelt down before Li Liang, all eyes fixed on him in stunned silence. The thud of his knee striking the floor echoed distinctly in the silent hall. Teacher Li Liang. Shen Ziheo raised his head, his eyes burning like 2 unsheathed blades, piercing straight into Li Liang's eyes that always seemed to carry 3 parts of drunken haze and 7 parts of lazy indifference. His voice was not loud, yet it carried with extraordinary clarity and force, a metallic resonance echoing through the stillness. Disciple Shen Ziheo has long been captivated by your path of the Wine Sword Immortal. As a sword god class practitioner, my life is devoted solely to the sword. I seek nothing else. I humbly beseech you. His voice rose slightly, unwavering in its conviction. Take me as your disciple. Only under your guidance can this student find a glimmer of breakthrough at the pinnacle of the sword path. Please grant me this favor, master. Whoosh! After a brief deathly silence, a thunderous uproar swept through the entire martial arts hall like a tsunami. Li Liang, the Wine Sword Immortal. He was an exceptionally unique presence within the academy. His power was beyond question, but his distinctive sword art, a fusion of drunken abandon and wild abandon, along with his lazy, carefree demeanor, kept countless people at arm's length. Shen Ziheo, the acknowledged genius of the sword path, was actually paying such solemn homage to become his disciple? Good heavens, it's Shen Ziheo. He's actually apprenticing under Master Li Liang? The sword god paying homage to the drunken sword immortal? Theoretically, it's a perfect match. Master Li Liang's ways are too unconventional. Can Shen Ziheo handle it? What guts! A sword-mad genius meets a drunken sword immortal. This pairing is absolutely perfect. Look at Master Li Liang's expression. Whispers swirled like a swarm of bees. Every neck craned, eyes darting between Li Liang on the high platform and Shen Ziheo kneeling below, filled with shock, curiosity, and anticipation. On the platform, Li Liang seemed to have just been roused from some distant reverie by the commotion. He lowered his eyelids slightly, observing the young man below who knelt perfectly straight, his eyes burning with fervor. His face still bore that lazy, seemingly disinterested expression. He didn't speak immediately, merely idly swirling the greasy vermilion wine gourd that never seemed to leave his grasp. Inside, liquid sloshed softly. This silence made the atmosphere even more subtle and tense. Shen Ziheo knelt there like a frozen statue, his gaze unwavering. Only that burning, extreme yearning for the way of the sword remained, locked firmly upon Li Liang. Lin Feng was also drawn into the sudden commotion, exchanging low whispers with Yao Yao, Lu Meng, and Su Yushi beside him. Lu Meng scratched his spiky short hair, his large, bell-like eyes filled with confusion. Chen Zihao might have a bit of a temper, but he's incredibly strong and talented. Why doesn't teacher Li Liang seem too pleased? He's such a promising prospect. Su Yushi appeared more composed, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she murmured. Taking on a disciple isn't just about whether their strength and talent match. Teacher Li Liang has always been unpredictable in his ways. Perhaps he has his own considerations and rules. Just then, an indescribable sense of being watched suddenly washed over them, like tangible thorns piercing their backs. Lin Feng's head snapped up almost instinctively. His gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto a pair of eyes on the high platform, eyes that held a hint of amusement, a touch of scrutiny, and an indescribable, almost expectant quality. Li Liang's eyes. Li Liang's gaze had bypassed Chen Zihao kneeling before him, landing with pinpoint precision on Lin Feng. Then, Li Liang's voice hoarse and nonchalant, yet clear enough to instantly freeze the entire hall in absolute silence, thundered like a bolt of lightning. Hey, you over there, Lin Feng, right? He even casually pointed in Lin Feng's direction with a hand holding his wine gourd. Why don't you tell us? Li Liang's voice stretched out the syllables, tinged with a gleeful amusement that relished the drama, yet it struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Should I take this disciple, or not? Boom! If Chen Zihao's earlier kneeling had detonated a bomb, then Li Liang's thunderous question now was like setting off a nuclear bomb at the epicenter of that explosion. The entire martial arts hall fell into a silence even more complete and eerie than when Chen Zihao had knelt. It felt as though the very air had solidified, even the sound of breathing vanished. Countless gazes, filled with utter shock, bewilderment, and disbelief, swept like searchlights toward the black-haired youth whose name had been called Lin Feng, who stood frozen in place, equally stunned. What the hell is going on? Teacher Li Liang is asking Lin Feng for his opinion? Did I hear that correctly? Lin Feng? He knows teacher Li Liang? What the hell is this? Asking a freshman about taking on a disciple? Where's Chen Zihao supposed to put his face now? He's lost his mind. Teacher Li Liang must be drunk. Whispers of shock erupted like exposed reefs after the tide receded, suppressed yet dense. Chen Zihao, kneeling on the ground, froze rigid. He snapped his head up, staring at Li Liang in utter disbelief, as if unable to trust his own ears. Then, his piercing eyes that had previously burned only with the fervor of the sword path instantly shifted toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng? How could this matter involve him? Why would Master Li Liang question him? Lin Feng himself felt as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. His mind went completely blank in that instant, his thoughts utterly frozen. He was utterly bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend how this sudden, utterly absurd question could have landed squarely on his head. A crushing pressure, tangible as waves, instantly engulfed him. He could feel the scorching heat of thousands of eyes piercing him, sense the utterly stunned gazes of Yao, Lu Meng, and Su Yushi beside him, and most keenly, the complex glare from Chen Zihao, sharp as a tangible blade. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The entire hall fell silent enough to hear a pin drop, broken only by the collective pounding of countless hearts, merging into a muffled drumbeat. Lin Feng's own heart pounded wildly within his chest. He had no idea why the other man had singled him out. A few seconds of silence stretched out like an eternity. Finally, Lin Feng lifted his head to meet Li Liang's eyes, which held a hint of playful amusement. His voice was slightly hoarse from initial nervousness, but he quickly regained his composure. Speaking with an unnerving calmness beyond his years, his steady, clear words echoed through the eerily silent hall. Teacher Li Liang. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over Chen Zihao, who remained kneeling on the floor, his body taut as a bowstring. His tone was sincere and objective. The strength of student Chen Zihao is evident to all teachers and classmates present. His dedication in pursuit of the way of the sword far surpassed those of ordinary people. This sincere devotion commands respect. His words clearly conveyed recognition of Chen Zihao, easing the tense atmosphere around them just a little. If I could receive your guidance. Lin Feng's gaze returned to Li Liang, neither humble nor arrogant. I am confident that with his talent and character, he will undoubtedly break through the shackles and reach greater heights in the path of swordsmanship. This would greatly benefit both him and the academy. At this point, Lin Feng naturally shifted his tone, becoming more humble while subtly returning the final decision to Li Liang. As for whether to accept Chen Zihao as your disciple, Master Li Liang, that decision rests entirely with you. With your vast experience and discernment, your perspective undoubtedly sees further and more clearly than ours as students. With that, Lin Feng bowed slightly and fell silent. He had clearly expressed his endorsement of Chen Zihao and his respect for Li Liang's decision. Simultaneously, he had masterfully sidestepped the trap of directly answering whether Chen Zihao should or should not be accepted, effectively passing the buck back. The entire hall remained deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Li Liang's reaction. Upon the high platform, Li Liang regarded Lin Feng. His eyes, usually veiled in a haze of intoxication, now flashed with an extremely sharp, sword-like brilliance, fleeting yet piercing. His weathered, unshaven face slowly stretched upward, finally settling into an intensely meaningful, enigmatic smile. He did not speak immediately, instead leisurely pulling the stopper from the vermilion wine gourd. He raised it to his lips and tilted his head back, gulping down a large mouthful of potent liquor. The rich aroma of liquor instantly filled the silent hall. A low, indistinct chuckle, mingled with the scent of liquor, escaped his throat. Chapter 157, Core Materials for the Lord arrived. Chen Zihao's tense expression instantly relaxed upon hearing Lin Feng's words, his face lighting up with profound gratitude. His gaze fixed on Lin Feng, his eyes conveying not only appreciation but also a complex mix of emotions. After all, they had clashed fiercely during the new student assessment, yet now Lin Feng spoke for him with impartiality. Li Liang fixed a deep, inscrutable gaze upon Lin Feng, his eyes seemingly laden with hidden meanings. Then, shifting his attention to Chen Zihao, he gave a slight nod. Rise. From this day forward, you are my disciple. At these words, Chen Zihao's face lit up with delight. He sprang to his feet and replied respectfully. Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, the highly anticipated master-disciple selection ceremony officially concluded. Most new students had successfully found mentors of their choice. Guided by their chosen teachers, they seemed to glimpse the bright prospects of their future cultivation paths. Of course, a small number of new students, for various reasons, had not been actively chosen by any mentor. However, the school had already made arrangements for such situations. These students would be assigned mentors later, ensuring every student could steadily progress on their cultivation path under guidance. Lin Feng observed his classmates around him, some brimming with excitement, others lost in reflection, and a wave of emotion washed over him. Seeing many classmates perform elaborate initiation ceremonies after finding mentors, with warm and harmonious bonds forming between them, a hint of envy stirred within him. Look at them during their initiation ceremonies, disciples respectfully offered tea, and mentors warmly reciprocated. The scenes were both heartwarming and solemn. Then he thought of himself. That research maniac, Zhuge Ling, had plunged headlong into his studies the moment he took him as a disciple, never once mentioning the initiation ceremony. Zhuge Ling spent his days either tinkering with bizarre instruments in the lab or endlessly studying mysterious materials, his mouth constantly spewing incomprehensible scientific jargon. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. While he understood Zhuge Ling's obsession with research, witnessing others' lively initiation ceremonies still left him feeling a bit down. Ah well, perhaps in his teacher's eyes, research was the absolute priority. The whole initiation ceremony business had probably been cast to the winds long ago. Lin Feng mused silently. Lin Feng returned to the dormitory feeling slightly downcast. Just as he was about to settle down and plan his upcoming cultivation schedule, Zhuge Ling burst in with great haste the moment he stepped through the door. Her face aglow with excitement, her eyes sparkling with fervor, she rushed straight to Lin Feng and urgently exclaimed. Lin Feng, quick! Get me a vial of Xiao Hei's blood. I need it for my latest research experiment. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then smiled helplessly. He was long accustomed to his teacher's obsession with research. He fetched a vial of Xiao Hei's blood and handed it to Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling clutched the vial as if it were a treasure, muttering to himself. This will bring new progress to my experiment. But before Lin Feng could speak, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She fumbled around on her person, pulled out a token, and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted it with puzzlement. The token bore an exquisitely carved character for spirit, emanating a faint aura of mystery. Only then did Zhuge Ling explain. This is my exclusive token. Keep it. When you buy items from the Academy Treasury, you'll get a 40% discount. I know you ranked first in the new student exam, so you must have quite a few Huaxia points. This token should come in handy. Oh, and there's 10,000 Huaxia points stored inside. Consider it my gift for accepting you as my disciple. Before Lin Feng could react, Zhuge Ling vanished like a whirlwind, already muttering as she sped away. Experiments, my experiments. Off to her research again. Lin Feng stared at the token in his hand, a look of both amusement and exasperation spreading across his face. Who would have thought this teacher, usually consumed by research, would have such thoughtful gestures? 10,000 Huaxia points plus this token offering a 40% discount. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. It seems that even though the teacher is obsessed with research, she still cares about me. Lin Feng murmured to himself. He knew full well that this token and the points would greatly aid him in acquiring cultivation resources moving forward. Lin Feng was still lost in thoughts about Zhuge Ling, his uniquely affordable mentor, when suddenly, his communicator emitted a notification chime. Pulling out the device, Lin Feng's expression instantly lit up with wild excitement. It was a message from Starlight Auction House. They had finally secured the Lord core materials he needed, and the shipment was already at the gates of Huaxia Academy. The Lord core materials were crucial to Lin Feng, serving as the key item in his plan to enhance the Dragon Clan's strength. After extensive inquiries and negotiations, Lin Feng had finally secured a partnership with Starlight Auction House. He never imagined results would come so swiftly. Without a moment's delay, Lin Feng sprinted toward the academy gates. Along the way, visions of the Dragon Clans enhanced by fueled by these materials played endlessly in his mind, filling him with anticipation. When Lin Feng arrived at the academy gates, he saw an ornately decorated carriage parked there. The carriage bore the distinctive emblem of Starlight Auction House, glinting faintly in the sunlight. A middle-aged man dressed in fine robes stepped down, holding an exquisite box. Spotting Lin Feng, he offered a professional smile and said, "You must be Mr. Lin Feng? Here are the Lord core materials you commissioned us to find. Please inspect them." Lin Feng promptly took the box and opened it with great care. Inside lay a crystal emitting a mysterious glow, the very Lord core material he had longed for. After a thorough inspection and confirmation, Lin Feng's face broke into a satisfied smile as he said, "Yes, this is it. Thank you for your hard work." The middle-aged man smiled in response, "It's our honor to serve you. Should you require anything in the future, we welcome you to visit Starlight Auction House again." Lin Feng stowed the material, paid the pre-arranged fee, bid farewell to the man, and hurried back. The dorm room door slid open silently under Lin Feng's touch, the wooden hinges emitting a faint creak. "Ha!" Lin Feng's gaze swept swiftly across the empty room. That kid Lu Meng must have slipped off to the training grounds to spar with someone again, and Liang was probably still buried in the dusty books at the library. The unexpected quiet suited him perfectly. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Without hesitation, he carefully retrieved the dragon egg from the depths of his beast taming space. A profound glow flowed across the eggshell surface. Its surface felt smooth and warm, pulsating with an odd rhythm, as if breathing in slumber. He gently brought a piece of Lord core material close to the shell. The sharply angular, mysterious crystal softened its edges the moment it touched the shell, transforming into a pure, vibrant stream of light. Like a trickle of water, it was silently absorbed into the dragon egg. The faint glow on the shell visibly brightened, greedily absorbing this colossal surge of vitality. 1, 2, 3 Lin Feng repeated the motion with focused precision, like the most patient gardener tending to rare blossoms. Time slipped away in the stillness, only the growing soft halo on the eggshell bearing witness to the infusion of energy. Yet, when the 100th portion of material dissolved into a stream of light and merged into the shell, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He sensed the surging life force within the egg, yet it seemed blocked by an invisible barrier. The incubation progress had painstakingly climbed to 95%. Spreading his hand to examine the mere 75 materials remaining in his storage ring, Lin Feng's brow knotted into a tight knot, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force of his grip. "This appetite is outrageous." He muttered a curse under his breath, the sound echoing strangely in the empty dorm room. Earlier it seemed like drinking water, but now at this final hurdle, it had turned into a bottomless pit? He stared at the glowing egg, utterly uncertain whether his remaining provisions could fill this final, gaping abyss. Irritation coiled around him like a vine. He drew a deep breath, the icy air barely suppressing the anxiety in his chest. The arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. He picked up another piece of material and applied it to the eggshell with almost religious reverence. The light swirled, energy poured in, yet the force building within the shell seemed held back by an invisible dam. The increase was minuscule, agonizingly slow. One shell after another glowed with a blinding radiance, almost tangible. The immense energy surged and thrashed within, yet it always fell just short of the final push needed to break free. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Feng's forehead as he watched the pile of materials visibly diminish, his heart sinking with it. "Damn it!" Lin Feng clenched his jaw, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. No pain, no gain. Success or failure hinged on this one decisive strike. Without further hesitation, his hands fluttered like butterflies, swiftly drawing all the remaining Lord core materials from his storage ring. Those dozens of crystals radiating an enticing glow poured out in a torrent, like stars falling from the sky, all hurled toward the dragon egg bearing his hopes. Chapter 158, The Fourth Dragon, Yazi. Boom! It felt like a miniature sun had exploded within the dorm room. An unimaginably intense light erupted, instantly swallowing every ray of sunlight filtering through the window panes, bathing every corner of the room in blinding white. Lin Feng instinctively clamped his eyes shut, his eyelids stinging painfully as explosive flashes lingered on his retinas. Immediately after, a thunderous roar, dull as rolling thunder, yet like a colossal beast shattering its cage, echoed, causing the floorboards to tremble faintly. Within the blinding light, the dragon egg, having absorbed far too much energy, emitted a teeth-aching crackling sound. Countless fine cracks spread like a spiderweb at an unbelievable speed. Each crack erupted with blinding light, as if a volcano sealed within the shell was about to erupt. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, blurred by the blinding glare, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap from his throat. It was happening. This was unmistakably the sign of hatching. A surge of overwhelming joy shot through his body like an electric current. He stared fixedly at the center of the light, holding his breath, oblivious to everything around him. His entire being was immersed in the exhilaration of witnessing the birth of new life. Crack! Boom! A particularly crisp cracking sound echoed as the eggshell shattered completely. Fragments scattered like bursting fireworks before being instantly dispersed by an invisible force. From the heart of the light, a wet little head emerged first. A dragon's head. Yet not the majestic, traditional dragon's head, but one radiating a fierce, overbearing ferocity. Following closely was a lean, agile body, as swift as a wolf, none other than the legendary second son of the dragon, Yaji. Its entire body was covered in fine, dark scales, still coated with viscous egg fluid. Yet those newly opened vertical pupils already flashed with a cold, alert, piercing glare, a savage light that seemed to see straight through one's soul. With innate ferocity, it coldly scanned this unfamiliar world. Yazi struggled with its slightly clumsy body, finally breaking free from the eggshell's confinement. It shook its head, sending mucus flying in all directions. Its gaze immediately locked onto a nearby presence radiating an equally powerful aura, a hideous, shadow-dwelling abyssal dragon coiled in the darkness. Xiaohei! Roar! A threatening growl squeezed from Yazi's throat. Though its body was small, the dagger-like fangs bared between its teeth and its taut, arched back radiated unmasked hostility and territorial instinct. Glaring fiercely at Xiaohei, it seemed to declare, "This place belongs to me." Little Black, who had been lazily dozing, froze at this sudden provocation before erupting in fury. It reared its monstrous head, crimson vertical pupils locked on the presumptuous little upstart. Bearing its own menacing fangs, a thunderous growl rolled from its throat. "Roar! You brat! Look closer, I'm your father." Yet the next instant, Yazi's fierce gaze was drawn like an invisible magnet toward Lin Feng. A miraculous shift occurred. The malevolent aura that would have shattered the spirit of any ordinary person melted away as swiftly as spring sun melting snow. His cold, alert vertical pupils instantly softened and dilated, reflecting Lin Feng's figure. The vicious curve at the corners of its mouth actually turned upward, stretching into an incredibly pure, even slightly goofy, wide grin. It emitted a soft, whimpering sound, like a young cub begging for affection. Clumsy yet eager, it stumbled forward on its four short legs, tumbling toward Lin Feng. Its head, still damp with egg yolk, rubbed against his leg desperately and affectionately, as if it were the only safe harbor it recognized. Xiaohei? The colossal body of the abyssal dragon froze, its blood-red eyes bulging wide in utter disbelief at what it witnessed. It glanced at the little beast wagging its tail at Lin Feng, then looked down at its own sharp claws. An overwhelming, unprecedented sense of grievance instantly engulfed it. A series of incomprehensible gurgles and grunts, like the wheezing of an ancient bellows, erupted from its throat. Its massive head thrashed in frustration, its tail slapping the ground with a sharp crack, sending dust flying. Its expression screamed accusation. "How dare it? Why? I was here first. Why is it the only one clinging to you? This isn't fair. I'm your first cub. Master, look at it. Look at how it's fawning over you." Oomph. Lin Feng watched the starkly contrasting scene unfold before him. Stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle, his hearty laughter echoing through the dorm room. He reached out, stroking the massive, icy-scaled head of Xiaohei now drooping and hurt with a soothing touch. His fingertips felt the familiar, hard texture as he bent down. With his other hand, he gently stroked Yaji's small head as it nuzzled closer, still damp, fierce yet affectionate. The little creature immediately closed its eyes in contentment, purring softly. All right, Xiaohei. Be the bigger dog." Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of laughter, yet remained utterly earnest. "Yazi hatched and saw me first in this world, so naturally I became his closest anchor. You two are both indispensable partners to me, brothers. There's plenty of time ahead, plenty of chances to fight, but you must learn to fight side by side too, understand?" His gaze swept over Little Black before settling back on Yazi. Xiaohei seemed to grasp the weight and expectation in Lin Feng's words. Though still unwilling, he snorted twice through his nostrils, expelling hot air laced with the scent of sulfur, emitting a muffled hiss. He eyed the little beast sulking at his master's feet sideways, but the bristling resentment finally subsided somewhat. His massive frame lowered once more, though his gaze still held a hint of "we'll see about that." Yazi, however, paid no heed to Xiaohei's glare. Its entire small, jackal-like body pressed tightly against Lin Feng's calf, as if it wanted to embed itself there. The terrifying ferocity of moments before had vanished entirely. Now, it was as docile as a puppy that had found its master, basking in the warmth and caress of Lin Feng's palm. Only when it occasionally glanced at Xiaohei. A fleeting, innate glint of wariness and combativeness flickered deep within its vertical pupils, briefly betraying the true nature coursing through its bloodline. Lin Feng's thoughts flickered, and information about the Yazi flooded his mind. Race, Yazi. Attribute, darkness. Level, 1. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 200. Obedience, 100. Bloodline tier, mythic note, Beastmaster bloodlines are divided into 9 tiers: mortal, elite, rare, lord, overlord, sovereign, ancient, mythic, immortal. Personality, rebellious, bold, and fiercely intolerant of evil. Innate skills, Bloodblade Frenzy, channel the bloodline's malevolent power to enter a berserk state, boosting all attributes by 50%. A dense crimson aura erupts around the user, materializing multiple razor-sharp energy blades. These blades tear through the air at terrifying speeds, striking enemies with devastating force. Malevolent Aura releases the terrifying malevolent energy within the Yazi bloodline, mercilessly crushing the target's psyche. It triggers fear and paralysis from the depths of the soul, causing slowed movement. Those with weak willpower may collapse instantly. Lin Feng withdrew his thoughts, watching the little creature at his feet. It was gently nibbling his pant leg with its newly grown, still blunt little teeth as a sign of affection. Feeling the latent, almost explosive battle lust within its body, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, muttering to himself. Goodness, this one truly lives up to its reputation for holding grudges. From the moment this fourth one crawled out of its eggshell, every single scale on its body screamed, "I want to fight." From its unabashedly fierce provocation of Little Black right after hatching, to its two innate skills, one a frenzied assault, the other a mental suppression, it was the perfect template born for combat, with the very essence of bravery and ferocity etched deep into its soul. Chapter 159, The Fierce One's Peril. Before the smile could fully spread across Lin Feng's lips, the fleeting joy of gaining a powerful ally was snatched away by a bone-chilling dread. Thud! A dull thud echoed, like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Just a second ago, Yazzie had been frolicking at his feet, gnawing at his pant leg with newly sprouted teeth. Now, as if an invisible giant hand had instantly drained all its strength, it lay limp and lifeless on the ground. Its small, wolf-like, agile body now lay lifeless on the cold ground, its dark scales dull and lifeless. Yazzie? Lin Feng's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. His heart felt as though a cold hand had clenched it, nearly stopping its beat. He lunged forward, kneeling with such speed it stirred a gust of wind, carefully scooping the limp, icy little body into his arms. "Wake up! Yazzie! Look at me!" Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, trembling with a quiver. He hadn't even noticed himself, calling out again and again. The little one in his arms lay with eyes tightly shut, breaths faint and barely perceptible, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Those vertical pupils, which had flashed with fierce light not long ago, were now covered by thin eyelids, utterly lifeless. The back, once slightly arched and full of strength, was now limp and flaccid. Even those little paws, which had once radiated a fierce yet playful energy, hung limply. Fear coiled around Lin Feng's limbs like a cold, venomous snake. It had only just hatched, bearing all his hopes and efforts. Was it to perish so soon? No. It couldn't be. Absolutely not. Lin Feng shook his head violently, forcing down the panic threatening to overwhelm him. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, his knuckles turning white from the tight grip. The storage ring flashed rapidly, mirroring the frantic rhythm of his heart. First, he retrieved a fist-sized life spirit crystal, radiating a soft, warm glow. Within the crystal, a liquid-like vitality seemed to flow slowly. This was the life-saving treasure he had purchased at great expense, containing enough colossal vitality to keep a gravely wounded person clinging to life. He cautiously held the crystal near the faintly open nostrils of the barely breathing Yazzie, hoping the pure essence of life might awaken the slumbering creature. The crystal's steady glow illuminated Yazzie's bloodless scales. Lin Feng held his breath, his eyes fixed and unblinking. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crystal's light remained unchanged, yet the tiny creature in his arms seemed to have sunk to the deepest ocean floor, not even a flicker of an eyelash stirring. Useless. Lin Feng's heart sank even deeper. He shoved the life spirit crystal back into his ring and frantically began searching again. He quickly rummaged through other sacred healing artifacts, but to no avail. How could this be? Cold sweat beaded on Lin Feng's forehead, soaking through the fabric on his back in an instant. A crushing sense of helplessness gripped him. These priceless life-saving treasures proved utterly useless before this newborn dragon cub, as worthless as plain water. Could it be because of the hatching? A thought struck his chaotic mind like lightning. The scene of Yazzie devouring the Lord core materials like a whale gulping down the sea during its incubation was vividly etched in his memory. In the final stage, he had gambled everything, pouring in all remaining materials just to barely break the shell. Was it insufficient energy? Or an inherent flaw? Terrifying possibilities churned in his mind, but now was not the time for deep inquiry. Every second that passed could be a countdown to Yazzie's life. Hang on. Little one, I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Feng clenched his teeth fiercely, his eyes blazing with unyielding resolve. He abandoned all attempts at medication. His arms became the most precise support, cradling the unconscious Yazzie securely against his chest. He sprang to his feet and charged toward the dormitory door like an arrow released from its string. Bang! The door panel rattled under his force as he dashed out without looking back, his sole destination, Zhuge Ling's laboratory. That place was the academy sanctuary of the most profound knowledge on beast taming, and his teacher, Zhuge Ling, was the undisputed authority in this field. She was his only hope. The wind whistled in his ears as the campus scenery blurred past his vision. Lin Feng was practically sprinting, each step pounding the hard pavement with a dull echo. He ignored the astonished stares of fellow students along the way, his mind consumed by a single, frantic thought screaming. Faster! Faster still! The pounding of his heart, the thud of his footsteps, and the faint, almost inaudible breaths of the little one in his arms blended into a symphony of despair. The little one in his arms grew colder by the second, the chill seeping through his clothes straight into his bones. After an unknown span of time, the familiar alloy door, etched with intricate energy circuits, came into view. Lin Feng didn't even pause to knock. He swiped his ID card to unlock the door and burst through. Teacher! Help me! The laboratory was filled with the faint, herbal scent of medicinal plants and the low hum of some energy apparatus in operation. Zhuge Ling was bent over a massive workbench covered in star charts, deep in calculation, when the sudden intrusion and hoarse cries of distress made her snap her head up. Her gaze was instantly drawn to the small, dark figure cradled in Lin Feng's arms. The unique form dragon head, jackal body made her eyes instantly burst with a light as brilliant as the stars. A dragon. Another dragon. Lin Feng. You little. Zhuge Ling's voice rose with extreme excitement, nearly jumping up and down with joy. Freshly hatched? Good heavens. This form is another mutant dragon. She nearly leapt up in excitement, like a child discovering a priceless treasure, her face radiating the pure researcher's fervor. Professor. This isn't the time for research. Lin Feng's voice trembled with urgency as he carefully lifted the Yazi from his embrace toward Zhuge Ling. It was fine just now, then suddenly collapsed. I tried the life spirit crystal, the 1,000-year-old jade marrow, nothing worked. Please, look at it. What's wrong with it? His eyes were bloodshot, filled with extreme worry and pleading. The excitement on Zhuge Ling's face receded like a tide, replaced by solemn gravity. She lunged forward in a blur, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Without a word, her gaze sharpened to the intensity of a hawk's. First, she extended two slender fingers, gently prying open Yazi's tightly shut eyelids to scrutinize the unfocused pupils. Then, a soft blue glow emanated from her palm as she carefully placed it over Yazi's cold chest, carefully sensing the faint, almost vanishing pulse of life. Her brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Vital signs: extremely weak energy circulation, nearly stagnant inherent source severely depleted. As she examined him, she murmured rapidly under her breath, each word like an icy spike piercing Lin Feng's heart. Chapter 160, Seeking Zhuge Ling's Help. Immediately, Zhuge Ling spun around and dashed to a nearby instrument panel covered in intricate dials and light screens. Her fingers danced across the controls like a butterfly flitting through flowers. A soft hum filled the air as a gentle, pale blue beam shot from the top of the device, enveloping the Yazi in Lin Feng's arms with precision. Like the most sophisticated scanner, it moved up and down. A cascade of complex data instantly flooded the screens, displaying energy curves, life spectra, and cellular activity indices that Lin Feng couldn't begin to decipher, all flickering wildly. Finally, the suffocating scan beam extinguished. Zhuge Ling slowly turned, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses upon her nose. Behind the lenses, her gaze was serene as still water, carrying a solemnity that pierced to the core. Lin Feng, her voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable weight. The problem lies in the incubation. You, youngster, have an inherent deficiency. Innate deficiency? Lin Feng's heart sank abruptly. Yes. Zhuge Ling nodded, pointing to several red highlighted curves on the light screen. Look here, and here. The incubation of dragon eggs, especially those of mythical bloodlines like the Yazi, requires an exceptionally unique, vast, and pure primordial energy to activate and stabilize their life cores. Such energy is exceedingly scarce in Blue Star's natural environment, nearly non-existent. She paused, seemingly searching for more accessible words. Think of it like constructing a skyscraper. You need the finest, most compatible foundation materials. But Blue Star only has ordinary sand and stone. You can barely pile them up. The building might stand and appear respectable, yet its core structure remains unstable, riddled with fatal flaws. The slightest disturbance or, as now, the depletion of its energy support would cause the entire edifice to collapse from within. Lin Feng suddenly understood. The Bishi and Xiao dragons. He recalled his other two dragons, hatched in the alternate dimension. They were perfectly fine. Like a bolt of lightning, Lin Feng instantly grasped the entire situation. No wonder Bì'àn and Xiao were full of vitality after hatching, while Yaji, after consuming vast quantities of Lord core materials, appeared to break free from its shell only to reveal a hollow foundation like a castle built on quicksand, where the slightest misstep could lead to utter destruction. He'd been so caught up in his joy that he hadn't delved into the enormous disparity between them. What should he do now? Lin Feng gazed at the Yazi in his arms, its aura growing faint, his voice heavy. Send it to the alternate dimension? Is there still time? Zhuge Ling shook her head decisively, her tone unwavering. Too late. In its current state, forget traversing a spatial passage. Even the slightest intense energy fluctuation could cause it to collapse instantly. The immediate priority is to replenish it with the purest, highest-grade primordial life energy now, immediately. Use external force to forcibly compensate for the foundational deficiencies from its incubation, temporarily stabilizing its collapsing life core. Pure life essence energy? And high quality at that? Lin Feng's mind raced, sifting through every item in his storage ring like a sieve. Life spirit crystals? No, not potent enough. 1,000-year jade marrow? Seems inadequate too, primarily for healing injuries, lacking in primal essence replenishment. What else? What else? Suddenly, a vivid emerald glow flashed through his mind. Could this work? Lin Feng clutched at this last straw, his voice cracking with desperation. He swiftly retrieved a small box from the deepest recesses of his ring, a meticulously carved piece crafted from 10,000-year-old warm jade. The instant the lid opened, an indescribable, intensely potent life essence instantly filled the entire laboratory. It felt as though he stood deep within a primeval forest, each breath carrying the essence of plants and trees. Resting within the jade box was a leaf. A leaf with veins as clear and intricate as the finest jadeite carving. It lay there quietly, yet seemed to possess its own heartbeat, radiating a gentle yet overwhelming vitality. It was the very leaf bestowed upon him by Mu Linglong, the legendary healer from the class of 93, a leaf imbued with terrifying life force. Even Zhuge Ling, with his vast experience, couldn't hide the astonishment and admiration that flared in his eyes the moment he saw this leaf. Whoa! Such pure life essence. This aura is like the tender leaves of the world tree in its infancy. Lin Feng, your luck is truly enviable. She quickly composed herself, her expression turning solemn. Alright. Absolutely. The primal energy contained within this leaf is of such a high caliber it's more than sufficient. Hand it over to me. Zhuge Ling accepted the jade-like leaf with utmost care, as if cradling the world's most sacred relic. She laid the yazi flat on an experimental table covered with a soft energy pad. Immediately, her hands began to dance in an arcane, unfathomable pattern. Her fingers fluttered, leaving trails of afterimages, while her lips murmured ancient, obscure syllables. A powerful, life-filled spiritual force emanated from her, like invisible tentacles gently enveloping the leaf. The emerald leaf seemed to come alive. The vast life energy within, like a slumbering dragon awakening, erupted with a brilliant green light tenfold, 100-fold more intense than before. The entire laboratory was bathed in a hopeful emerald glow. The air became refreshingly crisp, and even a wilted potted plant in the corner visibly unfurled its leaves, rejuvenated. Zhuge Ling's expression solemn, she channeled this colossal, pure torrent of life force. Like the most precise conduit, she slowly infused it into Yazi's tiny, nearly withered body. A miracle occurred. The instant that first thread of the purest, most essential life energy touched Yazi, its cold, stiff little body suddenly trembled violently. It was as if parched, cracked earth had finally received long-awaited rain. Immediately, the faint breath, nearly extinguished, seemed infused with new strength, growing distinct and powerful. A faint, vibrant green hue began at the center of its chest, spreading like ripples across its entire body. Its once dull scales regained a deep, luminous sheen. As the primal life energy continued to flow in, Yaji's condition visibly improved at a rapid pace. Its tightly closed eyelids began to flutter slightly, and an extremely faint, dreamlike whimper escaped its throat. Its limbs were no longer limp, its tiny paws curled unconsciously, as if gathering strength. Finally, as beads of sweat formed on Zhuge Ling's forehead and the jade leaf's radiance dimmed by nearly half, Yazi's tightly shut eyes snapped open. Those vertical pupils, which had been vacant and lifeless just moments before, now blazed with a fierce, spirited light. Though still tinged with the haze of awakening, the life force belonging to the mythical dragon's offspring surged back with overwhelming power. A clear cry rang out, tinged with a hint of grievance and longing. Yazi struggled to rise, its four little legs still trembling slightly, yet it stubbornly climbed off the lab bench. Shaking its tiny head, it immediately spotted Lin Feng beside it, nearly collapsed, yet his eyes brimming with ecstatic joy. Woof! The little creature let out a cheerful low growl and, without hesitation, stumbled toward Lin Feng. With its newly revitalized little head, it rubbed affectionately against Lin Feng's palm, purring contentedly from its throat, as if recounting the terror it had just endured and the joy of being reunited. Alive. Truly alive. Lin Feng was overcome with excitement. Teacher. Thank you. Truly, truly thank you. If not for you, Yaji. The rest of his words caught in his throat. He simply bowed deeply to Zhuge Ling. This debt of gratitude was too heavy to bear. Enough, enough. Cut the formalities. Zhuge Ling waved her hand dismissively, her tone casual yet her eyes glimmering with satisfaction. She watched Yaji, now rolling around affectionately in Lin Feng's arms, showing no trace of his earlier near-death state. Then she glanced at Xiuhei, who had been nervously watching from the corner and was now visibly relieved. Her gaze grew amused, and a meaningful curve lifted the corners of her mouth. But Lin Feng. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud but carrying a piercing intensity. The secrets you carry, young man, seem to multiply by the day. This is already the fourth dragon, isn't it? And her gaze swept sharply over the intimately cuddling Yazi and the brooding Xiuhei. The way this little Yazi shares such a profound aura with your Xiuhei, it doesn't seem like just some dragon egg you picked up off the street, does it? Chapter 161, Lin Feng's Lie. Lin Feng's heart plummeted as if falling into an ice cave. His nerves, just relaxed, instantly tensed again. He knew this question would have to be faced sooner or later. The origins of Yazi and the existence of Xiuhei with the growing number of dragons, it was impossible to conceal these truths forever. His arms tightened around Yaji instinctively. The little creature seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere too, ceasing its affectionate antics. It lifted its tiny head, eyes alert as it studied Zhuge Ling. The lab fell silent, broken only by the low hum of the energy machinery. Thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind, countless possibilities flashing through his head. Conceal it? Weave a flawless lie? Or take a gamble? He drew a deep breath, as if to suppress all hesitation and fear. He lifted his head to meet Zhuge Ling's piercing gaze, determined to offer a half-truth, half-lie, one that would be shocking enough. Teacher Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of hoarseness, yet his gaze was unusually candid. This matter was indeed inextricably linked to Xiaohei. He paused, as if weighing his words, or perhaps gathering his courage. You know how dragons are. For a while, Xiaohei, well, his primal instincts were hard to contain. During a mission in the alternate dimension, he formed an indescribable bond with a particularly powerful, mysterious dark elemental beast. Later, we discovered this dragon egg. He deliberately sidestepped the core issue of his own special abilities, shifting all blame onto Xiaohei and emphasizing its uniqueness. Xiaohei isn't like ordinary abyssal dragons. He seems to carry a unique aura or perhaps a special quality that easily attracts powerful, even peculiar creatures. The origins of Bishi and Xiaonyou are actually quite similar. His words were vague, yet the implication was crystal clear. All of it stemmed from Xiaohei's romantic entanglements. The moment the words fell, Lin Feng distinctly felt Xiaohei stiffen violently in his arms. The massive abyssal dragon slowly turned its head, its crimson vertical pupils fixed intently on Lin Feng. Its gaze brimmed with incredulous accusation and bitter resentment. Roar! What? Lin Feng. You. Again. Screwing. Me. That crappy egg was clearly yours. A torrent of pent-up resentment nearly materialized as black smoke billowing from Xiaohei's nostrils. Meanwhile, the moment Zhuge Ling heard this explanation, her eyes, brimming with curiosity, locked onto Xiaohei in the corner like a spotlight. The poor little guy was on the verge of tears. Oh? Zhuge Ling's voice shot up, brimming with indescribable excitement and a fiery intensity that made the dragon's blood run cold. She strode over to Xiaohei in a few strides, completely ignoring his bristling scales and warning growls. Circling the massive abyssal dragon as if appraising a priceless treasure, she murmured with admiration. A dragon with unique reproductive abilities? A special individual possessing a powerful allure that compels cross-species, even cross-bloodline, unions with formidable beings, consistently producing superior offspring? Her eyes shone with terrifying intensity, like Columbus discovering a new continent. Good heavens! This was nothing short of an epoch-making discovery. If she could unravel this mystery, wouldn't possessing it mean owning a super factory capable of endlessly producing mythical bloodline dragons? The words super factory exploded like thunder in Lin Feng's ears. Zhuge Ling's gaze suddenly turned dangerously sharp. It was no longer the probing stare of a scholar, but a piercing intensity bordering on greed, a hunger to seize the core secret. The laboratory's previously tranquil energy field seemed to freeze solid in an instant. The air thickened and grew oppressive, an invisible pressure crushing down like a mountain. The mental force field radiating from her carried a cold, overbearing pressure characteristic of a supreme powerhouse, instantly making Lin Feng's hair stand on end and his breathing grow laborious. Yazi let out a sharp, warning snarl. Its small body arched, positioning itself in front of Lin Feng. It bared its newly sprouted baby teeth at Zhuge Ling, its fierce aura erupting once more. Xiaohei, sensing grave danger, stood its massive frame rigid. Its thick, bone-plated tail struck the ground like a steel whip, thudding with a deep, hollow sound. Lin Feng's heart pounded like a drum, blood rushing to his head. A palpable sense of danger made every muscle tense, one hand clenched protectively. Had he miscalculated? For a moment, the room was thick with tension, the air itself seemed to freeze. The next moment, Zhuge Ling suddenly smiled with amusement, instantly easing the previously palpable tension. Watching Lin Feng's nervous expression, she couldn't resist teasing him. What? Did you think your teacher was going to snatch your dragon? Before Lin Feng could respond, Zhuge Ling's expression turned serious as she said earnestly. Rest assured, I, Zhuge Ling, would never do such a thing. But Lin Feng, you must keep this secret locked away. Not a single word should slip out. There are far too many people in this world with an interest in dragons, especially an organization called the Dragon Court. Their methods are ruthless. If they find out about Xiaohei's uniqueness and the fact that you have several dragons here, you'll be in big trouble. Hearing Zhuge Ling's words, a heavy weight lifted from Lin Feng's heart. He nodded urgently. Teacher, I'll remember. I won't say a word. Seeing you like that just now really startled me. Zhuge Ling smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. I was just thinking about the research. If we can fully understand Xiaohei, it might open up a whole new direction in the field of beast taming. But you know, some research has to be done in secret. If it gets exposed, the trouble never ends. Lin Feng hadn't expected Zhuge Ling to know about the Dragon Court's existence. But then he noticed the equally mysterious little dragon beside Zhuge Ling and it all clicked. Given the Dragon Court's fanatical obsession with dragons and their ruthless methods, someone like Zhuge Ling possessing such a unique dragon connection was bound to be on their radar. The Dragon Court had surely made numerous attempts against him. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, Teacher, has the Dragon Court ever caused you trouble? Zhuge Ling's expression darkened as she sighed softly. Yes. They've tried to seize my little dragon more than once. They've also sent people to follow and monitor me. Protecting my Shaoqing has cost me a great deal of effort. Zhuge Ling seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, her expression turning grim. At that time, although Zhuge Ling was considered a prodigy, she hadn't yet reached the top tier. It was only after contracting with the little green dragon that her progress accelerated dramatically. It was only then that she truly grasped the might of the dragon clan. Yet she also realized that the legends about dragons circulating before were largely untrustworthy. Stories about eating dragon hearts for immortality? Total nonsense. True, every part of a dragon holds value, just not nearly as exaggerated as the myths claimed. Chapter 162, Little Black and Little Green Dragon. So Lin Feng, you must understand, the Dragon Court is no benevolent group. They won't rest until they achieve their goals. Each of your dragons possesses extraordinary talent. Once the Dragon Court learns of them, they'll stop at nothing to seize them. Zhuge Ling keenly sensed the unusual look on Lin Feng's face and couldn't help but ask. Judging by your expression, you know about the Dragon Court too? Lin Feng's face darkened as he slowly nodded. Yes. I've encountered the Dragon Court. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhuge Ling's eyes at his words. She knew the Dragon Court's methods and tactics well, and never imagined that someone so young as Lin Feng had already crossed paths with them. After a moment's thought, Zhuge Ling instantly realized the extreme danger Lin Feng now faced. As a research-obsessed scientist herself, she devoted all her energy to her work, rarely venturing outside and spending most of her time within the confines of Huaxia Academy. The Academy's deep foundations and formidable defenses meant that even if the Dragon Court saw trouble, they would have to exercise caution, making it difficult for them to pose a substantial threat to her. Lin Feng, however, was different. Judging by his background, he was clearly more active and less sheltered than she was. This greatly increased his chances of being exposed to the Dragon Court's scrutiny. The Dragon Court's obsession with the Dragon Clan bordered on madness. Once they set their sights on Lin Feng and his dragons, they would stop at nothing to seize them. Zhuge Ling gazed at Lin Feng with deep concern, speaking earnestly. Lin Feng, your situation is far from optimistic. Once Long Ting locks onto a target, he clings like a bone-gnawing maggot hard to shake off. You must act with utmost caution from now on. Avoid going out alone whenever possible and minimize unnecessary outings. If you absolutely must go out, make thorough preparations beforehand. Zhuge Ling's expression turned stern as he continued, Lin Feng, it's best you don't wander about carelessly for now. Focus on cultivating your fourth dragon, Yaji, with all your attention. And the dragons like Shohei, you must nurture them all diligently, strengthening their power. This is crucial for you to withstand the Dragon Court's threat. Lin Feng listened and found himself in complete agreement. This had actually been his plan all along. But before he could respond, Zhuge Ling abruptly changed the subject. Her face instantly lit up with a broad smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she said, of course, in my opinion, the fastest way for you to increase your strength right now is to contract a greater number of dragons. How about this? Let your little black stay with me for a while. I guarantee I can help it spawn several more dragons. You wouldn't believe how many suitable magical beasts I have there. They'd be absolutely perfect matches for little black. Lin Feng's face darkened instantly as he inwardly groaned. Well. So that's what you're really after, huh? You've finally shown your true colors. Seeing Zhuge Ling's eager expression, he sighed helplessly. Teacher, Xiaohei isn't a breeding machine. Besides, this should respect Xiaohei's own wishes, right? As if understanding Lin Feng's words, Xiaohei hid behind him, poking its head out and snorting disapprovingly at Zhuge Ling twice, as if expressing its refusal. Zhuge Ling paid no heed to Xiaohei's protest, persisting stubbornly. Lin Feng, think about it. If Xiaohei could produce more dragons, how much would that boost your power? And I promise to take excellent care of Xiaohei. No hardship will be inflicted. It's a win-win situation. Just agree to your teacher's request. Lin Feng gave an awkward smile and hurriedly explained to Zhuge Ling. Teacher, Xiaohei can't just mate with any random magical beast. At the very least, the other party needs to be of comparable quality, or even stronger than him. Otherwise, there's no way for the offspring to survive. Zhuge Ling tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she promptly summoned her little azure dragon. A flash of azure light filled the room as the little azure dragon appeared, radiating an imposing aura and commanding presence. Zhuge Ling looked at Lin Feng with a smug expression and asked, is this good enough? Lin Feng was instantly dumbfounded, his eyes widening as he inwardly marveled. Teacher, you're being a bit too harsh, aren't you? This dragon is a powerhouse above level 90. Its strength could completely crush Xiaohei. He looked at the imposing little green dragon, then glanced at little black, who was cowering behind him, his aura noticeably weaker. For a moment, he felt both amused and exasperated. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the azure dragon, little black's body trembled slightly. A low growl escaped its throat, seeming to express its unease. Lin Feng quickly reached out to gently soothe little black while addressing Zhuge Ling. Teacher, just look at Xiaohei's reaction. You can tell this isn't very realistic. Besides, the little green dragon is so powerful, why would it agree to this? It's like asking a mighty dragon to do the impossible. Zhuge Ling, however, refused to give up. She moved closer to the little green dragon and whispered a few words. After listening, the little green dragon turned its dragon eyes toward Xiaohei with keen interest, its gaze studying him like some novel curiosity. Zhuge Ling turned to Lin Feng and said, I spoke with little green dragon. It doesn't reject the idea and thinks it's worth a try. See? There's hope now. Lin Feng looked utterly helpless, inwardly groaning. He knew that once Zhuge Ling got fixated on a scientific endeavor, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. Before Lin Feng could refuse, Xiao He suddenly exclaimed, "I'm in." The outburst left Lin Feng speechless, his mind filled with question marks. What the heck? Xiao He explained to Lin Feng with deadpan seriousness. This is a freaking dragon, for crying out loud. All those other things were just a bunch of junk. In our dragon clan's eyes, little green dragon is incredibly beautiful. How could I possibly refuse? Lin Feng's face darkened instantly, inwardly cursing, this guy, why does he have to say everything? With things already said to this extent, how could he possibly refuse? Reluctantly, he steeled himself and replied. Fine, no problem. But master, the little green dragon will have to stay with me for now. Lin Feng knew he couldn't reveal the trump card of Xiao Hei's extraordinary fertility to Zhuge Ling without reservation. If the little green dragon came to his side, he could better control the situation and manipulate things behind the scenes. Zhuge Ling hesitated upon hearing this, stay with you? I was hoping to keep it for research. Lin Feng quickly added. Teacher, think about it, Xiao Hei and Zia Long need time to bond, right? Plus, Xiao Hei's used to staying with me. Changing his environment might affect his condition. Rest assured, I'll report any developments to you immediately. Zhuge Ling pondered for a moment, finding Lin Feng's reasoning sound. He nodded in agreement. Alright, let's proceed this way for now. You'd better take good care of little green dragon. If anything goes wrong, I won't forgive you. Little green dragon glanced at Little Black, then at Lin Feng, and gave a slight nod with its dragon head, seemingly approving of the arrangement. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, finally settling this matter for the time being. But no sooner had he relaxed than his mind began racing again, pondering how to arrange things next, how to satisfy both Xiao Hei and the little green dragon's need for companionship while keeping his own secret secure. Chapter 163, The Treasure Vault of Huaxia Academy. Lin Feng stared at the majestic little green dragon before him, its scales shimmering with a greenish glow under the light. A very practical question surfaced in his mind. Scratching his head with a troubled expression, he turned to look at Zhuge Ling beside him. Teacher, isn't little green dragon looking a bit too conspicuous? If it just stays by my side like this, and someone with ulterior motives spots it and starts digging for answers, I won't be able to explain it. Zhuge Ling's lips curved into a knowing smile at his words, as if she'd been waiting for this question. She said nothing, merely giving a slight nod in the direction of the little green dragon. The massive little green dragon seemed to understand perfectly, emitting a low, yet not deafening dragon's roar. It then elegantly swayed its body and glided slowly toward Lin Feng. During its approach, its immense form, which had previously commanded a gaze, rapidly shrank at a visible pace. The brilliant green light radiating from its body also retracted inward. Finally, under Lin Feng's stunned gaze, it transformed into a soft, green stream of light that lightly coiled around his wrist. As the green light faded, there was no trace of the majestic azure dragon left. Instead, Lin Feng's wrist now clearly bore an exquisitely crafted, ancient-looking green bracelet. The bracelet possessed a warm, smooth texture, neither quite jade nor wood. Exquisitely carved upon it were minute dragon scales and cloud patterns, so lifelike that without extremely close inspection, it was indistinguishable from a masterpiece of artistry. This. Lin Feng jerked his wrist upward, eyes wide as saucers, utterly speechless at this unimaginable sight. He instinctively touched the bracelet with his fingertips. Instead of the coldness of metal or jade, he felt a peculiar warmth pulsing with a living rhythm, even a faint yet steady heartbeat-like throb. Xiao Hei, who had been quietly resting at his feet, curiously approached. His wet nose cautiously sniffed the sudden new object, emitting a familiar yet unfamiliar scent. Emitting soft whimpers from its throat as if striving to recognize and familiarize itself with this new companion's presence. Zhuge Ling watched Lin Feng's expression of both surprise and delight, then explained with a slow, leisurely smile. Don't make such a fuss. It's just a little trick. This is a special concealment ability innate to the little green dragon, the ability to transform and hide its presence. Higher-tier dragonkin all possess something similar. It can freely transform into jewelry or small objects to cling to you, perfectly concealing its dragon aura, something impossible to hide otherwise. Wear it as an ordinary bracelet in daily life, absolutely safe. Only a level 90 plus ancient monster with abnormally keen perception, deliberately scrutinizing it, could ever see through its disguise. She paused, her tone growing more solemn. But don't treat it like an inanimate object. The moment you face a life-threatening crisis, it will sense it immediately and manifest to protect you. Having it by your side is like gaining a powerful personal guardian you can truly feel at ease. Lin Feng couldn't stop turning the azure dragon bracelet on his wrist. Its warm touch seemed to penetrate his skin, reaching his heart and bringing an indescribable sense of security and deep connection. He couldn't help but marvel, Master, this ability is truly miraculous. It's practically a tailor-made solution for me. Indeed, Zhuge Ling replied. The young azure dragon holds boundless potential. Its assistance to you in the future will surpass your wildest expectations. Zhuge Ling nodded, then cautioned. But don't let this lull you into complacency, thinking you can rest easy. True strength lies within yourself. Also, you must put more effort into being a mediator, guiding it to get along harmoniously with Shohei and deepening their bond. Both are promising assets. If they can work in harmony, the results will be far greater than the sum of their parts. If anything comes up or you have questions, come find me anytime. Understood, Master. Rest assured, I'll manage their relationship and work harder to improve myself. Lin Feng solemnly agreed. With the sweet burden of the little green dragon settled, a heavy weight lifted from Lin Feng's heart. But the brief respite was short-lived. The looming threat of the dragon court, dark clouds gathering overhead, thunder ready to strike at any moment, and the thorn-filled path ahead reminded him he had no room for complacency. Beside him, Yaji seemed to sense the unique aura of the new companion. Though the little green dragon had already taken human form, the creature still bounced excitedly around Lin Feng's wrist several times, its large eyes brimming with pure curiosity and friendliness. After bidding farewell to teacher Zhuge Ling, Lin Feng did not immediately head to the bustling training grounds or return to his quarters. Instead, he wandered alone to a quiet, tree-lined path within the academy, lost in deep thought. The faint warmth radiating from the azure dragon bracelet on his wrist constantly reminded him of the responsibility resting on his shoulders. He must grow stronger and quickly. Not only for himself, but also to live up to his teacher's expectations, and most importantly, to gain the power to protect everything around him. Enhancing the power of Shohei, Yaji, and even the newly contracted little green dragon was now his most urgent and crucial mission. Huaxia points wouldn't multiply on their own, they were meant to be used for cultivation. Lin Feng murmured to himself, his gaze growing resolute. Perfect. He'd always been curious about the treasures in the academy's vault. Today, he'd go see for himself. With that thought, he hesitated no longer. After orienting himself, he quickened his pace toward the treasury located in the academy's core area. The academy bustled with crowds as usual. Along the way, he passed students hurrying to class in small groups gathered in 2s and 3s, passionately discussing the latest cultivation insights or strategies for a dungeon run. The surrounding clamor did nothing to distract Lin Feng from his singular purpose, finding transformative opportunities for his companions. Before long, a massive structure of ancient simplicity and imposing grandeur came into view at the horizon's edge. The entire edifice was constructed from an unknown dark stone, weathered by time yet showing no signs of decay. Instead, it exuded an air of solemnity and mystery. Ornate beams and painted rafters adorned the eaves, while intricate array patterns flickered faintly among the flying eaves and bracket sets. This was the location of the famed Huaxia Academy's treasury, renowned across the continent. The closer they drew, the more palpable and invisible yet overwhelming pressure became. Flanking the main gate stood 2 guards, silent as statues, their expressions stern and their gazes as sharp as hawks. Clad in regulation spirit armor, their presence was as solid as mountains. Merely standing there, they naturally radiated an aura that kept outsiders at bay. Lin Feng took a deep breath to steady his slightly racing heart before stepping forward steadily. Without a word, he drew the trainee token from his robe, a symbol of his status and credit allocation, and respectfully presented it. Chapter 164, Potion Number 5. One guard scanned the token, then lifted his eyes to scrutinize Lin Feng. Satisfied, he gave a slight, expressionless nod. He formed a simple hand seal with both hands and directed it toward the massive door. Runes on the door flickered faintly. With a deep, rumbling creak, the massive black iron gate slowly swung inward, revealing a deeper space beyond. A complex yet not unpleasant aroma wafted toward him, a blend of various spiritual materials, elixirs, and metallic scents. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he stepped into the sacred place coveted by countless students. No sooner had he entered than a cacophony of hushed yet astonished exclamations, "Whoops, wow, holy crap, this is ridiculously expensive," rushed into his ears before he could take in the full interior. The vault's interior proved several times larger than its exterior appearance suggested. Beneath soaring domes, towering shelves crafted from materials unknown, each emitting a faint spiritual glow, stood in orderly rows stretching as far as the eye could see. Upon these shelves lay an overwhelming array of dazzling treasures and rare artifacts. Many students, like him, had come to select resources, and their reactions now painted a vivid tableau of human nature. Some stared at a pill carefully protected by a crystal dome, radiating a multicolored mist, their eyes burning with such intensity they seemed ready to burst into flames. But when their gaze swept over the lengthy exchange point numbers displayed on the adjacent light screen, they instantly felt as if doused with cold water. The yearning on their faces dissolved into a helpless, bitter smile as they shook their heads and muttered, "Insane! How many high-level quests would I have to complete? How many times would I have to farm the secret realm to save up enough for this?" Another student stood transfixed before a sapphire blue sword, its blade seemingly encrusted with crystallized ice. His fingers traced the hilt's contours from a safe distance, as if caressing it through the air. His face screamed, "I can't put this down," but in the end, he sighed heavily, let his hand fall limply, and muttered, forget it. Just look. Better head over to check out those cost-effective cultivation potions first." Lin Feng's gaze swept swiftly over these classmates, understanding their feelings all too well. He composed himself and began to survey the layout and item classifications of the first level of the treasure vault. This level was the largest in area and contained the most items, mostly high-quality cultivation resources with wide applications. Yet Lin Feng's gaze lingered little on these sections. Xiaohei, Yazi, and even the little azure dragon possessed bloodlines and potential beyond the ordinary. Common resources would likely yield limited gains for them. He needed more targeted, potent, and rare items. Just as he pondered where to begin his search, a young woman in the academy's standard long gown approached him with a professional smile and graceful stride. Her voice rang clear and pleasant, like a breeze caressing strings. Greetings, esteemed student. Welcome to the Huaxia Academy Treasury. I am Xiaoya, your guide, and I am delighted to assist you. She bowed slightly, then presented a thick, substantial ledger made of special material cool to the touch and substantial in weight. This is our illustrated catalog of all treasures currently available for purchase on the first floor of our treasury. It details the properties, origins, and required exchange points for each item. From high-grade equipment and spirit weapons to various rare celestial and terrestrial treasures, whatever appears in this catalog, our treasury maintains stable inventory or swift procurement channels. Please take your time browsing to see if anything meets your needs. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude and accepted the heavy, somewhat cumbersome ledger. Opening the cover made of some supple animal hide, he found smooth, durable pages inside. These pages bore not only neatly written explanations in small regular script but also vivid, lifelike color illustrations imprinted using special magical techniques. His eyes darted swiftly across page after page of heart-racing descriptions of treasures. The catalog truly encompassed everything, far exceeding his previous imagination. From top-tier elemental spirit crystals that greatly enhanced elemental affinity and cultivation speed, to enlightenment spirit leaves said to aid beast tamers in grasping rare or even unique skills. Even the core materials of 50th tier lord-level beasts, extremely rare on the market and typically reserved for the grand finale of major auctions, were all listed here, with the inventory quantities marked behind them looking quite substantial, a testament to the Academy's unfathomable depth of resources. Yet, when his gaze shifted to the bright red numbers beneath each treasure representing the exchange points required even with prior mental preparation, Lin Feng couldn't help but silently gasp in shock. Only one word echoed relentlessly in his mind: expensive. It was ridiculously expensive. Take, for instance, a pill named 7 Orifice Spirit Gathering and Deification Pill. Its annotation read, crafted from 49 rare spirit herbs. Crafted by a master alchemist over 99 days, it significantly enhances mental focus for beast masters or spellcasters below level 70. It markedly increases the success rate of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Its effects were nothing short of miraculous, but the price? A staggering 10,000 Huaxia points. Enough to deter the vast majority of students. Another example is the epic tier heavy armor set named Star Guardian Armor. Its image radiates dazzling light, and its description is even more extravagant. Forged with star core fragments and void metal, it comes with a built-in basic stellar shield. When attacked, it automatically activates, instantly boosting the wearer's physical and magical defense to 3 times their normal level. Lasting for several breaths. Truly a life-saving artifact. But then look at the price, 25,000 points. How many S-rank quests would one need to complete to save up enough? As for items labeled with high-grade materials or rare enchantments, none of them dip below the 5,000 point threshold. Lin Feng instinctively calculated the balance of credits in his token, what he had once considered a substantial sum, and was suddenly struck by an unprecedented sense of poverty. Guide Xiaoya seemed well accustomed to the look of shock and pain that every first-time student gave upon carefully reviewing the roster. Maintaining a professional smile, she explained calmly. As you've likely noticed, the pricing of items in Huaxia Academy's treasury does run slightly higher than comparable items circulating in the external market. Her tone shifted slightly, a hint of pride flickering across her face. However, the guarantees we offer are absolutely unmatched anywhere else. First, comprehensiveness. As long as you have sufficient Huaxia points, theoretically, no matter what rare, exotic, rare cultivation resources you desire, our academy possesses the channels and capability to procure it for you. Naturally, the rarer the item, the longer the procurement time may be. Second, exclusivity. What you hold now is merely the catalog of our treasury's first level. She raised her hand slightly, pointing toward the 2 spiraling staircases deep within the hall, those leading upward, radiating more vibrant spiritual energy and guarded by even stricter security. Her voice lowered, tinged with mystery. Within the second and even third levels of our treasury lie many truly rare treasures that can be called the pillars of our academy. Truth be told, several of these treasures, to my knowledge, may very well be exclusive to Huaxia Academy, both in terms of collection and exchange channels across the entire eastern continent and indeed the entire world. Lin Feng's heart pounded violently at these words, and he couldn't help but inwardly gasp in astonishment. He had anticipated the Academy treasury's profound depth, but never imagined it could reach such terrifying depths. This transcended the concept of a mere warehouse. It resembled a convergence point for treasures gathered from countless planes. Chapter 165, Enhancing All Attributes. Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed further. Excuse me, what types of treasures are specifically housed on the second and third levels? What conditions must one meet to gain access? Xiaoya, who seemed to have answered this question many times before, replied fluently. The second level primarily houses treasures that can trigger beneficial mutations in Beastmaster bloodlines or aid class changers in breaking through major realm barriers. There's even a chance to find artifacts related to lost civilizations or ancient ruins. There are typically two ways to gain access to the second level. First, earn the elite student honorary title from the academy and receive the corresponding badge. Second, accumulate a single transaction totaling 100,000 huaxia points, which automatically grants one entry. She paused, her tone growing solemn. As for the treasures stored in the third layer, they are truly extraordinary. It is said they contain artifacts left behind from ancient or even primordial eras, incredible objects capable of defying fate, reshaping the foundations of beast taming, or even altering bloodlines. The requirements for entering the third level are exceptionally stringent. First, one must attain the Academy's highest honor, the title of Legendary Student, which typically requires either securing supreme glory for the Academy in a continent-wide premier tournament or achieving other unparalleled feats. Second, one requires the joint recommendation and special approval of at least 3 senior Academy elders, with strict limitations on both the duration of stay and the scope of items one may access. 100,000 points per visit? Legendary Student? Joint recommendation from elders? After hearing this, Lin Feng felt his mouth go dry. These conditions weren't just demanding, they were practically reserved for prodigies among prodigies. In his current state, he hadn't even earned the elite student badge, and 100,000 points was an astronomical sum utterly out of reach. Yet this didn't discourage him. Instead, it felt like a shot of adrenaline, igniting the fiery ambition and relentless drive to grow stronger within him. The sheer power and unfathomable depth of Huaxia Academy struck him with unprecedented clarity in that moment. Alright, the journey must be taken step by step. Lin Feng shook his head, temporarily pushing aside those distant thoughts. His gaze refocused on the thick first-tier roster in his hands. The immediate priority was to make the most of his current resources and find the items best suited for Xiuhei and the others' current stage of advancement. He settled his mind, turning each page with heightened scrutiny, meticulously examining every item description in the register, not overlooking any potentially useful information. His eyes swept over dazzling weapons and armor, elixirs with varied effects, and energy-rich spirit crystals. Time ticked by. Just as he had reviewed more than half the register and felt his eyes growing sore, his gaze suddenly froze on an inconspicuous corner toward the back. There, written in a relatively plain font, was the entry, Potion Number 5 Experimental Enhanced Type. Below it was an illustration of a simple, even somewhat crude, transparent crystal vial. Inside, more than half the bottle contained a deep purple liquid, as dark as the night sky, with what seemed like specks of stardust shimmering within. His gaze swiftly scanned the brief description below. Serum Number 5 Experimental Enhancement Type. A high-concentration energy activator developed by the Academy's senior pharmaceutical team, refined from ancient formulas. Effectively stimulates cellular activity throughout the Beastmaster's body, deeply unlocking latent potential. It can permanently and modestly enhance the Beastmaster's all attributes, including but not limited to strength, agility, constitution, spirit, elemental affinity, etc. by approximately 2%. Specific effects may vary slightly due to individual bloodline differences. Note, repeated short-term consumption of similar potions diminishes effectiveness. Price, 1,000 huaxia credits per vial. A 2% increase in all attributes? Lin Feng nearly blurted out his astonishment, but managed to hold back just in time. His fingers tightened around the roster until his knuckles turned slightly white, his heart pounding wildly. He could scarcely believe his eyes. As a Beastmaster, he understood exactly what this meant. Enhancing a beast's attributes had always been the most crucial and most arduous part of a Beastmaster's training. It typically required immense time, top-tier ingredients, specific environmental conditioning, and a stroke of luck just to see a slight, gradual improvement. Any natural treasure capable of directly and permanently boosting attributes would spark frenzied bidding at an auction. And this unassuming bottle of potion, which even looked somewhat like an experimental concoction, dared to claim it could directly boost all attributes by 2%. This wasn't merely an enhancement, it was a game-breaking cheat code. Though priced at a staggering 1,000 points per bottle, in his eyes, its value far surpassed any of the flashy yet useless gear he'd seen before. He drew a deep breath, trying to quell the heart pounding in his chest with anticipation, yet a barely perceptible tremor still crept into his voice as he looked up at the young woman behind the counter, beautiful, her face perpetually graced with a professional smile. "Excuse me, senior," he asked, "about what it says here significantly boosts all attributes of beast tamers by 2%. Does significantly mean literally? Can it really provide such a stable increase? And..." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the rare treasures beside it, each priced at tens of thousands of points. His tone carried reasonable skepticism. Compared to those, its price seems a bit too affordable. Could there be, well, restrictions or side effects? It wasn't that he was overly suspicious, but in the treasure vault of Huaxia Academy, the iron rule was you get what you pay for. Such seemingly good deals always left one feeling uneasy. The young woman seemed accustomed to such inquiries. Her smile remained poised as she patiently explained. Your concern is perfectly understandable, classmate. But rest assured, the word significant here means exactly what it says. The 2% all-attribute boost is a stable value verified through countless experiments by the Academy's master alchemists. It enhances strength, speed, constitution, and energy affinity across the board. Numerous successful cases are available for reference and verification. The effects are absolutely genuine and reliable. She paused briefly, her fingertip lightly tracing the list of ingredients for potion number 5 on the roster before continuing. As for the price, the reason it appears less astonishing compared to other treasures is mainly because, although its brewing process is complex, it is not a closely guarded secret within the Academy. Several senior instructors from major disciplines are capable of brewing it. Moreover, the Academy maintains stable secret realm supply channels for its primary ingredients, ensuring relatively reliable production and controlled costs. But this absolutely doesn't mean its effects are compromised. For students urgently needing to boost their beast taming prowess, it's an exceptionally cost-effective choice. I see. Lin Feng felt a sudden clarity wash over him, an uncontrollable surge of joy bubbling up like boiling water. This elixir number 5 seemed tailor-made for Xiaohei and the ravenous baby dragons in his spiritual realm. If every dragon beast received it, their overall combat power would experience a remarkable leap. But excitement aside, practical concerns immediately surfaced. He instinctively checked the seemingly ample, yet now painfully insufficient, point balance on his identity token. Even the wealthiest landowner has no surplus grain. Every point must be spent with precision, like a knife's edge. He forced himself to calm down, his gaze sweeping over the list once more as he carefully read the descriptions of the other potions. Serum number 3 for enhancing elemental affinity, number 6 for strengthening foundations, and number 7 for boosting psychic power. Each was tantalizing. Yet his focus inevitably returned to potion number 5. He lifted his head, his gaze sharpening into intense focus as he posed 2 critical questions. Senior, one more question. If this potion is used repeatedly on the same beast, do the effects stack? Or is there resistance or a cap? Also, is there a quantity limit for this exchange? Like a cap on how many bottles each person can buy? Chapter 166, broke again. The young woman gave him an appreciative look. His questions were professional and hit the core of the matter. You've thought this through thoroughly. The same potion applied to the same target does indeed stack its effects, but not infinitely. Based on extensive experimental data, the optimal cumulative effect for potion number 5 is achieved with 5 bottles. That is, after using 5 bottles, the 2% enhancement becomes permanent. Any further use yields negligible results. It's practically a waste. As for purchase restrictions, she smiled. The Academy encourages students to invest in themselves. As long as points are sufficient, there's no explicitly stated upper limit on redemption. However, she lowered her voice slightly, offering a friendly reminder. Strategic resources like these aren't infinitely stocked. If a student redeems an excessively large quantity at once, it might trigger attention from the Resource Management Department, potentially requiring approval procedures. 5 bottles. The limit is 5 bottles. Lin Feng's mind instantly completed the calculation. Xiaohei needed 5 bottles to achieve maximum effectiveness. While other dragon beasts would require them in the future, current points were only sufficient to focus on cultivating Xiaohei. Maximizing the core combat power first was the optimal solution. I understand. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng nodded, then made his decision with unwavering resolve. Then, please exchange 5 bottles of Type 5 potion for me. 5 bottles? The young woman's professional smile froze momentarily, a genuine flicker of surprise darting across her eyes. She couldn't help but scrutinize the young man before her once more. His face still bore the fresh-faced innocence typical of new students, yet his gaze was unusually steady and resolute. Exchanging 5,000 points at once for a single type of serum was a staggering sum for a newcomer. Many upperclassmen couldn't save that much in an entire year. Classmate, are you sure it's 5 bottles? She instinctively confirmed, her tone carrying a subtle hint of caution. While potion number 5 is highly effective, 5,000 points is no small sum. Many students prefer to diversify their investments, exchanging for different types of resources. I'm absolutely certain. Lin Feng answered without hesitation, meeting the other's probing gaze with calm assurance. I have several tamed beasts with promising innate talents. It's worth the investment. He saw no need to elaborate on the existence of dragon beasts, but a reasonable explanation could dispel unnecessary suspicion. Seeing this, the young woman ceased her persuasion. The surprise on her face transformed into deeper enthusiasm and a hint of curiosity. As she operated the exchange system, she couldn't help but speculate about Lin Feng's identity. So young, yet so extravagant, could he be the core heir of some prominent family? Or perhaps one of this year's rumored prodigious newcomers? Certainly. 5 bottles of Type 5 potion, totaling 5,000 huaxia credits. Please present your identity token for verification and credit deduction. The woman smiled as she spoke, her tone even more courteous than before. Just as Lin Feng was about to hand over his identity token, a sudden thought struck him. He remembered the token Master Zhuge had given him, smooth to the touch, engraved with mysterious beast patterns. Taking a chance, he retrieved the token from his storage space and handed it over, his tone laced with tentative politeness. "By the way, Senior, do you think this might get us any special perks or discounts around here?" The woman's gaze fell upon the token, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Her expression instantly shifted from a professional smile to genuine shock and disbelief. She even instinctively stood straighter, her demeanor becoming extremely respectful. This is Dean Zhuge's personal token." She gasped in surprise, then immediately realized her slip, quickly lowering her voice. Her tone brimmed with reverence and eagerness. Yes. Of course. The Dean's token grants the highest level of privileges. Please wait a moment." Her hand trembled slightly as she took the token, swiftly performing a series of complex verification and authorization procedures on the console. Her mind was in turmoil. Zhuge Ling, Dean of the Beastmaster Academy, held a revered position and was famously strict, even aloof. Her personal token was rarely bestowed. And this young man before her actually possessed her token. He was definitely no ordinary prodigy. Could he be the legendary Lin Feng, the one who contracted not just one dragon, but was personally retrieved by the Dean to return him to the Beastmaster Academy? The thought made her hands move even faster, her demeanor bordering on eager attentiveness. Moments later, the woman looked up, her face radiant with an exceptionally warm smile. "Student, your transaction is complete. With Dean Zhuge's token, you receive a 20% discount on this purchase. The original price was 5,000 points, but after the discount, you only need to pay 4,000 points. 4,000. A surge of elation washed over Lin Feng. It felt like he'd just pocketed 1,000 points for free. Master Zhuge's token was an absolute money-saving tool. Suppressing his excitement, he calmly handed over his identity token to complete the payment. Watching the points in his account plummet dramatically, he felt a twinge of pain, but it was overshadowed by satisfaction. Carefully stowing the 5 perfectly sealed vials, each bottle radiating a faint, luminous glow, into his storage space, Lin Feng's gaze returned to the roster. Xiao Hei's issue was temporarily resolved, but there was still that little guy, Yazi. As a newly born dragon, its potential was immense, but its level was too low, requiring vast resources to build up. He meticulously searched for resources suitable for young dragons, or rather, resources that could rapidly solidify the foundation and level up high-potential beasts. Soon, he zeroed in on several items: ancient tree heart extract, rich with potent life energy, dragon blood crystals diluted, capable of purifying bloodlines, and stellar iron powder, renowned for fortifying bones and scales. Individually, these resources weren't as extravagantly priced as potion number 5, but collectively, they added up to a considerable expense, nearly depleting his remaining credits entirely. "Please exchange these for me as well." Lin Feng pointed at the resources and instructed the woman. She was already accustomed to such requests and processed them with remarkable efficiency. As the final points were deducted, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips at the nearly negligible balance left on his identity token. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, back to square one. Now I'm truly penniless." But feeling the weight of the resources in his storage space and imagining the dramatic power surges of Xiao Hei and Yaji, that pang of regret was instantly replaced by immense anticipation. Investing in himself, investing in the future, these points were well spent. He carefully stowed Zhuge Ling's token away and nodded his thanks to the woman whose attitude had shifted completely. "Thank you, Senior. You've been a great help. You're too kind. Take your time, Junior. If you ever need anything, just come find me." The woman rose promptly, her tone respectful as she bid him farewell. With his hands full of treasures, Lin Feng stepped out of the treasury. The bright sunlight outside made him squint slightly, a surge of ambition and determination welling up within him. With resources secured, it was time to give it his all. Chapter 167, Official Classes Begin. Back in his dorm, Lin Feng almost impatiently set up several simple protective and surveillance arrays before immediately summoning Xiao Hei. Woof. Xiao Hei affectionately nudged Lin Feng with his large head, his dragon eyes curiously fixed on the bottles of potion in Lin Feng's hand, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. "Good stuff. A little extra treat for you." Lin Feng smiled as he opened a bottle of potion number 5. Instantly, an indescribably exotic fragrance filled the air. The scent seemed to contain the purest form of energy, invigorating the spirit with just one breath. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up instantly. Without Lin Feng needing to prompt him, he opened his mouth willingly, rolled his tongue, and swallowed the entire bottle of potion in one gulp. The moment the potion entered its stomach, a sudden transformation occurred. A soft yet dazzling light erupted from all over Xiao Hei's body, as if a lamp had been lit within him. A faint yet intense crackling sound emanated from within its body, like bones reshaping and muscles swelling. Its scales, already as black as ink, visibly thickened and hardened at a visible pace, their edges now flashing with a metallic, icy sheen. An aura far more formidable and profound than before radiated from its body, filling the entire room. Lin Feng could distinctly feel the spiritual link between himself and Xiao Hei grow tighter and thicker. Feedback from Xiao Hei conveyed a surging sense of power, a lightness of speed, and a solidity of defense. Without pause, Lin Feng fed the remaining 4 vials of potion to Xiaohe one after another. With each potion absorbed, the glow on Little Black intensified, its aura growing more formidable. After consuming all 5, Little Black's form seemed to have subtly enlarged, lying there like a small black hill radiating a terrifying presence. Lin Feng closed his eyes, carefully sensing the state of resonance between his own power and Xiaohe's. A faint sensation stirred within him with this new, powerful bond between himself and Xiaohe. If he unleashed his full potential, he might just possess the capability to directly challenge a level 50+ transferee. This thought made his heart race once more. After calming Xiaohe, who was excitedly growling to demonstrate his power, Lin Feng sank his consciousness back into the beast taming space. There, the newborn Yaji lay sprawled, looking somewhat bewildered. Lin Feng carefully placed the resources he had exchanged those suitable for it beside it. The ancient tree heart extract radiated vibrant vitality, the dragon blood crystal diluted glowed with an imposing crimson light, and the stardust iron powder resembled a miniature galaxy. Little one, these are all yours. Absorb them well and grow strong quickly. Lin Feng transmitted his encouragement through mental intent. Though young, Yazi's dragon instincts instantly recognized the immense benefit these resources held for it. It let out a faint yet excited hiss, nodded its still immature little head in understanding, then pounced on the resources. A faint glow emanated from its body as it began instinctively absorbing them. Within the beast taming space, energy surged as Yaji's body underwent a slow yet steadfast transformation, nourished by the resources. Time always flies when you're focused, and the day of the official lecture arrived as scheduled. Huaxia Academy's teaching model was unique, with each college offering independent instruction based on their professional characteristics and traditions. Lin Feng, Lu Meng, and Liang, all freshmen of the Beast Taming College, were naturally assigned to the same class. The vast lecture hall featured a soaring dome ceiling, its walls adorned with unknown beast bone totems and ancient contract runes, exuding a primal and mysterious aura. By the time the trio entered, the room was already 7 or 8 parts full, the air buzzing with fresh excitement and a hint of nervous chatter. Shortly after finding their seats, a teacher stepped onto the podium. Dressed in plain linen robes, he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a kind face and piercing, alert eyes. His gait was steady and powerful. Merely standing there, his gaze sweeping slowly across the room, an intangible yet undeniable aura of gentle authority spread, quickly silencing the classroom. Good morning, students. I am Li Kai. Starting today, I will guide you all as you formally embark on the path of training to become beast masters. His voice was deep and calm, yet it carried clearly to every ear, carrying a soothing power. Lin Feng sat below the podium, his heart initially filled with a measure of confidence. After all, he possessed Xiaohe, had experienced life and death combat, and believed his understanding of beast taming far surpassed that of ordinary new students. He had even pored over numerous texts collected by his family. Teacher Li Kai began to delve into the most fundamental spiritual bond between Beastmaster and Beast. Lin Feng had believed his telepathic bond with Xiaohe, their seamless coordination proved his mastery of this art. Yet Teacher Li Kai delved layer by layer into soul wavelength synchronization, emotional resonance gradients, and the construction and stabilization of energy channels. The intricate techniques and profound principles revealed left Lin Feng spellbound, yet secretly ashamed. He realized his previous understanding was nothing but superficial knowledge. True deep spiritual connection was profoundly mysterious, not only enabling perfect mental communication, but even allowing bidirectional power transfer and the overclocked release of skills. He sat up straight, clearing his mind of all distractions. Like a parched sponge, he frantically absorbed this unprecedented knowledge. The last vestiges of his self-importance vanished, replaced by boundless reverence for the ocean of wisdom before him. In the classroom, Teacher Li Kai observed the students' focused gazes below the podium, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He shifted his tone and posed a very practical question. Alright, that covers the theory for now. Let's discuss a dilemma nearly every Beastmaster faces in actual combat. What do you think is one of our greatest weaknesses when facing enemies? The room fell silent for a moment before a student tentatively replied. Is it our relative fragility? Or the time it takes to summon a beast? Another voice called out more confidently. Exactly. Teacher Li Kai nodded approvingly. Exactly the summoning time. From generating the summoning intent, to communicating with the beast's space, establishing a temporary channel, and finally manifesting the beast fully, this process, no matter how practiced, requires a brief yet fatal window of vulnerability. During this time, the Beastmaster is virtually defenseless. In a clash between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on this single instant. The students nodded in unison, especially those like Lin Feng and Lu Meng who had experienced real combat. They understood this truth all too well. Lu Meng even subconsciously touched his plate armor, seemingly recalling the unease of not having a beast shielding him. So, how could one minimize or even eliminate this fatal weakness? Teacher Li Kai posed the core question, his gaze sweeping the room to meet the students' confused yet eager eyes. He smiled slightly, choosing not to answer directly. Instead, he beckoned to a student in the front row. Come here, this student. Step forward. Now, immediately, command your beast to attack me. The student hesitated, then complied. With a flicker of light before him, a green-furred wolf with piercing eyes let out a howl and leaped forward. It transformed into a green streak of lightning, hurtling straight toward Teacher Li Kai on the podium. Its claws and fangs carried the fierce howl of wind energy, its momentum truly astonishing. A low gasp rippled through the classroom. Just as the wolf's sharp claws were about to touch Teacher Li Kai's robe, in the blink of an eye. Without warning, without even the usual summoning glow, the air beside Teacher Li Kai's shoulder rippled like water. Chapter 168, Half Summon. The next second, a massive bird head covered in ice blue feathers and gazing with eyes as sharp as blades suddenly appeared out of thin air, defying all logic. The moment it appeared, needing no command, the beak snapped open, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. A fist-sized, intensely condensed ice orb, radiating frigid energy, shot forth instantly, striking precisely along the Qingmu wolf's charging path. Boom! A dull thud echoed as ice shards scattered. The immense force and frigid energy contained within the ice orb not only completely nullified the Greenwood wolf's attack but also sent it tumbling backward. It landed awkwardly, emitting a pitiful whimper, its fur now coated with a thin layer of frost. The entire classroom fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, utterly bizarre defensive maneuver. Several seconds passed before a roar of astonished gasps and murmurs erupted. What the hell was that? A bird's head? Only the head appeared? How did it appear? I didn't even see the summoning process. So fast. Way too fast. Couldn't react at all. Is the teacher okay? Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart pounding violently. He saw it clearly, this wasn't some pre-summoned beast hidden nearby. It was a genuine summoning, completed in mere fractions of a second, revealing only part of its body. This completely shattered his understanding of beast summoning. Teacher Li Kai gently patted the head of the ice phoenix perched on his shoulder. The phoenix affectionately rubbed against his cheek before vanishing just as mysteriously as it had appeared, silently retreating into the distorted air and disappearing without a trace. Class, quiet. Teacher Li Kai's voice quelled the commotion. A hint of enigmatic amusement played on his lips as he continued. What you just witnessed is one of the core advanced techniques we'll cover today: how a beastmaster compensates for their weaknesses and even turns passive situations into active ones. He turned and wrote 4 bold characters on the blackboard with energy. Partial summon. As the name suggests, half-form summoning refers to summoning not the entire beast, but only a portion of its body. For instance, a sharp claw, a head, a wing, or even the materialized projection of a specific innate ability. Teacher Li Kai's voice resonated with power, echoing through the pin-drop quiet classroom. Through prolonged practice and deep spiritual bonding, you can master this technique. Its advantages are immense. First, summoning speed reaches an extreme. Attacks or defenses materialize instantly upon thought, with zero delay. Second, energy consumption is far lower than full summoning, enabling repeated, frequent tactical disruptions or defenses. Finally, and most crucially, his gaze swept across the stunned yet excited faces. It dramatically enhances a beastmaster's survivability. Imagine this: when ambushed or when your spellcasting is interrupted before full summoning, your beast can instantly project a shield-like scale, a parrying horn, or even a burst of fiery breath to block a lethal strike. The strategic value of this is immeasurable. This partial summoning technique is one of the exclusive advanced skills perfected by generations of senior instructors at our Huaxia Academy's Beastmaster Institute through countless studies, trials, and even sacrifices. Today, we've opened a door to a whole new world for you all. Whoosh! The moment these words were spoken, the entire classroom erupted in excitement. Every student, including Lin Feng, had their eyes blazing with intense fervor. So this was another path for beast masters. That fatal weakness could actually be compensated for, even turned into an advantage through such an ingenious method. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his heart pounding wildly with excitement. His mind began racing with unstoppable ideas. Little Black's ferocious dragon head appeared in an instant, spewing devastating dragon breath. Or perhaps Yazi's razor-sharp, unmatched saber-toothed dragon fangs would materialize out of thin air, tearing through enemy defenses. This half-phase summoning, he had to master it. He absolutely had to master it. Li Kai stood at the lectern, explaining the techniques of partial summoning in detail. The key to partial summoning lies in the depth of your mental connection with your beast. This requires you to precisely convey your intentions to the beast, while the beast must fully comprehend and react swiftly. First, you must quiet your mind and enter a state of deep meditation, attempting to build a bridge for communication with your beast on a spiritual level. Everyone perked up their ears, listening intently, their eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Lu Meng and Liang, unable to contain their curiosity, eagerly tried it out. Lu Meng closed his eyes tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He strained to summon his beast in his mind, attempting to convey the command for a partial summon. After a long while, nothing happened. Lu Meng opened his eyes with a sigh of resignation. Man, this is tough. I just can't seem to establish the deeper connection with my beast. Liang looked equally defeated as he agreed, yeah, this is way harder than I imagined. I'm really trying to send my thoughts, but the beast just doesn't seem to get it. Seeing their flustered expressions, Li Kai smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Mastering the half-summon isn't something you learn overnight. It requires building rapport with your beast over time, constantly refining your approach through practice. Each beast has its own personality and way of thinking. You must take the time to understand them to achieve this deeper level of communication. Just as everyone was still immersed in the difficult attempts and contemplation of partial summoning, a familiar dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the classroom. Beside Lin Feng, Xiaohei's dragon head abruptly emerged. Its glossy black eyes darted around, looking somewhat bewildered, seemingly unsure how it had suddenly appeared in this manner. The scene left the others instantly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. He figured it out that fast? A classmate blurted out. Li Kai was so shocked his mouth hung open. He knew the difficulty of mastering the half-summoning technique. It had taken him at least a month to grasp it back then, and he'd been hailed as a genius for it. Yet Lin Feng had succeeded in casting it instantly. What did that make him? Snapping back to reality, Li Kai's eyes brimmed with delight and admiration. He hurried over to Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Lin Feng, you've truly surprised me. To grasp half-phase summoning so swiftly, your talent in beast taming is truly exceptional." Lin Feng scratched his head sheepishly. "Teacher, I didn't do anything special. Just now, while listening to your explanation, I suddenly felt a clearer connection with Xiaohei. So I tried summoning him and he actually appeared." Classmates gathered around, casting envious glances as they chattered excitedly, begging Lin Feng to share his secret. "Lin Feng, tell us. How did you do it?" Yeah. Share the trick." Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying, "I think it might be because Xiaohei and I spend a lot of time together, so we're very familiar with each other. When I tried just now, I focused on making sure Xiaohei understood my intent. Then I clearly visualized the image of Xiaohei's dragon head appearing in my mind, and it seemed to work." In truth, Lin Feng's success had nothing to do with that. The reason was simple: the dragon clan possessed unique intelligence, no less than that of the Jade human race. After a brief exchange, Xiaohei grasped exactly what he meant. Chapter 169, Xiajia. After successfully summoning Xiaohei's dragon head and grasping the initial intricacies of that partial summoning, the flame of exploration burning within Lin Feng's chest not only failed to die out but blazed even more fiercely. A powerful, almost instinctive urge drove him. He wanted to know if this newly grasped power could also be manifested in his other companions. The figures of Qianniu and Bì'àn materialized vividly in his mind. Like Xiaohei, they were indispensable comrades in arms, bound by a profound and unique connection. He gently closed his eyes, shutting out all external noise, and drew a deep breath, as if to absorb the surrounding energy into his body. Deep within his spiritual realm, he first carefully sketched the elegant and serene form of Qianniu, its gentle eyes, the flowing lines of its neck, and that unique aura as if born for music. "Qianniu." Lin Feng silently called out in his heart, his call wrapped in trust and tentative inquiry. He sent the half-formed thought, like a gentle ripple, clearly into the depths of the beast-taming space. In an instant, an ethereal yet exquisitely melodious zither sound emerged from nowhere, like mountain streams flowing over rocks. Immediately, ripples spread through the air beside Lin Feng as Qianniu's head, covered in delicate scales and radiating artistic beauty, slowly emerged. Its eyes were bright and gentle, tinged with the curiosity of one newly awakened. It turned its gaze softly, surveying this familiar yet strangely unfamiliar world. A serene and elegant artistic aura seemed to naturally emanate from its entire being. The flowing mane around its neck moved without wind, as if silently plucking invisible strings. Sigh, it worked again. Good heavens, how many beasts does he have? And they can all achieve partial summoning? Just how powerful is his mental strength? His control is incredibly precise. A wave of gasps surged from the crowd, each one louder than the last. Eyes widened in disbelief, faces frozen in astonishment. Yet Lin Feng had no time to savor this triumph, not even waiting for the crowd's gasps to subside. His mind remained intensely focused, his intent steering like a precise helmsman. Instantly, he switched channels, locking onto his next target, the Bishi. In stark contrast to the gentle Qianniu, the Bì'àn symbolized justice and authority, its nature fierce, its presence overwhelming. Lin Feng calmed his mind and spirit, striving to synchronize himself with the Bishi's unyielding and upright essence. He once again transmitted the summoning command. Roar! A deep yet piercing roar erupted, like the ancient voice of judgment, instantly drowning out all murmurs. The air beside Lin Feng seemed torn apart by an invisible force as the Bì'àn's majestic, awe-inspiring dragon head, imposing without a trace of anger, appeared with overwhelming force. Its eyes blazed like golden flames, and wherever its piercing gaze fell, all welled up involuntarily. Its massive jaws parted slightly, revealing razor-sharp fangs capable of tearing through anything. An overwhelming aura of power spread out like a tangible force, enveloping the entire vicinity. Several students standing too close were instantly cowed by this force, their faces turning pale as they instinctively stumbled backward several steps, as if pushed by an invisible barrier. Teacher Li Kai, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, now had his eyes sparkling with astonishment and unmistakable delight. He had witnessed a freshman, in such a short time, successfully execute the advanced technique of semi-summoning on 3 beasts of entirely different attributes and personalities. This was beyond what mere talent alone could explain. He couldn't help but step forward, his voice tinged with emotion. Lin Feng, your talent and mastery in the art of beast taming continue to surpass my expectations time and again. To achieve 3 consecutive successes in such a short span is a feat rarely recorded in the annals of our Huaxia Academy. Cherish this gift, your future holds boundless potential. Lin Feng gazed at the 3 dragon heads beside him, each distinct in form yet radiating formidable power, and an indescribable sense of accomplishment and pride welled up within him. Yet deep within, he understood better than anyone that this was merely the beginning, a small step on the long path of cultivation. Ahead lay countless peaks waiting for him to conquer. The melodious bell finally rang, drawing this awe-inspiring lesson to a close. With a flick of Lin Feng's thoughts, the 3 dragon heads vanished silently into the void like phantoms. After such intense spiritual training, Lin Feng, Lu Meng, and Liang were famished. They had already planned to feast at the renowned 100 Flavors restaurant outside the academy. Arm in arm, the trio walked briskly, their laughter and lively debate echoing along the path as they passionately discussed the breathtaking summoning experience from class. They argued over whether braised crimson flame rhino tendon was more flavorful or steamed ice crystal codfish lips more delectable. However, as they crossed a relatively quiet tree-lined path and neared the academy's side gate, a figure stood motionless like a statue at the intersection ahead, blocking their path. The figure wore a well-tailored black trench coat, its hem fluttering gently in the breeze. His face was stern, his features sharp, his eyes like 2 bottomless ancient wells devoid of emotion, radiating only a condescending indifference and a deeply concealed. Lu Meng's brow immediately knotted into a tight knot. Being the most impatient of the group, he strode forward and bellowed in a gruff voice. "Hey, you up front. The road's wide enough, why are you blocking the middle? Looking for trouble?" The cold-eyed youth seemed utterly oblivious to Lu Meng's words, not even deigning to lift an eyelid. His gaze, like 2 icy needles, pierced right through Lu Meng and fixed itself on Lin Feng's face. A barely perceptible curve lifted the corners of his mouth, not quite a smile, but more like the ultimate expression of contempt and provocation. "You are Lin Feng?" His voice matched his gaze, dry and icy. "The one hyped up as this year's Rookie of the Year?" The deliberately emphasized words hyped to the skies hung thick with sarcasm in the air. Lin Feng's expression remained utterly unruffled as he calmly returned the man's gaze. He'd seen this kind of unprovoked provocation before, nothing more than an attempt to rile him up and seize psychological advantage. He sneered inwardly, yet his expression remained composed. Lu Meng's temper flared instantly. Hearing those sarcastic words, his rage shot straight to the top of his head. He flexed his arms, his joints popping like beans cracking in a row. His fist, as big as a bull, clenched tightly as he roared at the young man. "You bastard! You're looking for a beating, aren't you? If you want to fight, your old man Lu will see it through to the end. Stop talking down to my brother." Unlike Lu Meng's explosive rage, Liang's eyes, usually lazy and half-closed, now narrowed slightly, revealing a cold, sharp gleam. He adjusted his stance imperceptibly, leaning forward slightly like a cheetah sensing danger. Every muscle tensed, his body primed for combat. He lowered his voice to Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, be careful. These guys mean trouble." Not far away, several passing students noticed the standoff. One instantly recognized the youth in black, his face immediately twisting into a complex expression of disgust and schadenfreude. "Ha! Look, isn't that Xia Jie? It really is him. That old fox, picking on freshmen again? Put! What a shameless bastard. Just because he enrolled a few years earlier and has slightly better skills, he picks on the weak, swindling freshmen out of their Huaxia points. Heard last year some freshman got tricked into a gambling match with him, lost everything down to his underwear, and had half a year's worth of points swindled away, almost ruined for life. And it's not just last year, every year, some unlucky soul falls for his tricks. That bastard's built his fortune on this." The murmurs weren't loud, but they drifted over clearly, every word pointing to that black-clad youth named Xia Jie. Lin Feng absorbed these fragments of information, and his mind instantly cleared like a mirror. The man before him wasn't here for friendly sparring, he was a campus bully preying on freshmen for profit, a seasoned expert at finding faults and setting traps. Hearing the surrounding murmurs and accusations, Xia Jie showed not a shred of shame. Instead, he chuckled softly, as if he'd heard some kind of praise. Chapter 170, The Wager. He spread his hands wide, adopting an utterly innocent and aggrieved expression as he raised his voice to defend himself, his tone so phony it was nauseating. "Hey, fellow juniors. Now, don't go spreading rumors. This is all a misunderstanding about yours truly, Xia Jie. You see, I have no other hobbies, I'm just naturally drawn to the strong. I particularly enjoy sparring and exchanging ideas with those renowned geniuses out there. As for that little bit of accumulated betting money," he drawled, his face contorted into a feigned expression of helpless resignation. "That's just to add a bit of fun and motivation to the matches, right? Otherwise, it'd be so boring. What rule in the academy says classmates can't have friendly wagers during sparring? Is that illegal now?" Lu Meng and Liang nearly choked on their breakfast listening to his twisted, self-righteous defense. Lu Meng's forehead veins bulged with rage as he pointed a finger at Xia Jie's nose and spat. "Put! Admiring the strong? Enjoying sparring with geniuses? You're a senior about to graduate, why don't you go challenge those monsters in the top 50 of the heavenly rankings? You lurk like a venomous snake by the roadside every day, preying on us freshmen. What kind of admiring the strong is that? It's pure bullying the weak and fearing the strong, specifically targeting us newbies to swindle and cheat. Liang snorted coldly, his words like shards of ice. Save us your lame excuses. Who can't see through your twisted schemes? If Lin Feng fell for your tricks today and lost points, you'd probably buy yourself a new outfit right away and start hunting for your next victim, wouldn't you? Xiaojie's arrogant face was practically pressed against Lin Feng's, his voice deliberately raised to echo down the academy's paths, brimming with undisguised provocation. So what do you say, Lin Feng? Our hotshot rookie king? Or is it just a fancy title? Are you really just a cowardly wimp? Got the guts to take me on? I won't give you an advantage, fair play. I'll only use one beast. The wager? 5,000 huaxia points. For a genius like you, that shouldn't be too much, right? Ha? Got the guts, or not? His drawn-out tone and sly, winking expression were the epitome of reverse psychology. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Xiaojie's little scheme was transparent to him. It was nothing more than an attempt to lure him in with a high stake and the concession of using only one beast. Lu Meng and Liang beside him paled instantly at the figure. Lu Meng grabbed Lin Feng's arm and hissed urgently. Damn it! Fengzi! Don't fall for it! 5,000. That bastard's clearly dug a pit for you to fall into. Liang frowned deeply, his voice grave. Lin Feng, stay calm. If he's willing to bet that much, that beast must be strange. It's probably no ordinary creature. You absolutely cannot accept this wager. Feeling the strength in his friend's grips and the urgency in their voices, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He turned his head, giving them a reassuring look. A hint of ease even touched the corners of his mouth as he gently patted their tense arms. Relax. I've got my own scale. He's dug a deep hole, but it might not bury me. His gaze suddenly shifted to Xiaojie. The calm in his eyes instantly sharpened into steel as he declared with unwavering certainty, challenge? I accept. Whoosh! The surrounding area erupted in an instant. The onlookers, students all, wore expressions of shock, exchanging incredulous glances. Xiaojie's formidable reputation and senior year prowess were undeniable. To them, Lin Feng's move was like a lamb walking into the lion's den. Oh no, oh no. Another one's about to lose everything. Sigh, the rookie king is still too hot-headed and impulsive. 5,000 points? How many tasks would it take to earn that back? Whispers filled the air, brimming with sympathy and regret for Lin Feng. Hardly anyone believed he could pull this off. Lu Meng and Liang were pacing like ants on a hot pan, sweat beading on their foreheads. Lu Meng stomped his foot in anger, growling in a hushed voice. Old Lin. You're being reckless. If those 5,000 points go down the drain, we'll be left with nothing. Liang's face was equally clouded with worry, his brow knotted in concern. Lin Feng, what were you thinking? That Xiaojie is a shady character, his beast tamer must be hiding some trump card. Lin Feng merely smiled, his tone as steady as ever, even tinged with eager anticipation. Xiaohei and I have been training relentlessly lately. We need a proper test to see what we've achieved. Besides, his gaze swept over the skeptical eyes around him as he remarked indifferently, without a real fight, who can say for certain who'll win? He completely ignored the murmurs, instead stepping forward. Meeting Xiaojie's triumphant smirk, he casually dropped a bombshell. 5,000 points? Sounds a bit petty. If we're playing, let's play big 10,000 huaxia points. Dare you take it? The words exploded like thunder from a clear sky, stunning everyone into silence. In an instant, the room fell silent, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Everyone stared at Lin Feng as if he were a madman. The odds were already slim, and now he was doubling the stakes? Wasn't this just courting disaster? Xiaojie froze visibly, his smug grin freezing for a second as if he doubted his own ears. But then, overwhelming elation flooded him. He nearly burst into uncontrollable laughter, already envisioning 10,000 points filling his pockets. Ha! Good! Good! Good rookie champion! What guts! Xiaojie clapped his hands and roared with laughter, afraid Lin Feng might back out. He immediately agreed. 10,000 it is. Straightforward. Looks like you won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Let's go. Head to the martial arts arena now. There are impartial referees, there's absolutely no chance of anyone reneging on the bet. That suits me perfectly. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, yet his eyes flashed with confidence as he nodded in agreement. Thus, a large crowd surged toward the martial arts arena. News spread like wildfire, drawing even more students eager for a spectacle. Along the way, the murmurs of discussion scarcely ceased, yet nearly everyone was convinced Lin Feng was doomed to lose. Some had even begun sympathizing with his impending bankruptcy and miserable life ahead. Lu Meng and Liang trailed beside Lin Feng, their faces twisted into sour expressions. Lu Meng scratched his head and jaw, muttering anxiously. You're out of your mind. Fengzi, you must have fried your brain practicing last night. 10,000 points. That's a fortune. How many lifetimes would it take us to save that much? Liang sighed heavily. Lin Feng, you can still back out now. At worst, you'll lose face. That's better than losing everything. Watching his two friends frantically fussing over him, Lin Feng felt both touched and amused. He stopped in his tracks and looked at them earnestly. Trust me, really. I wouldn't take on a job I couldn't handle. If I dared accept it, I'm confident I can win. He paused, a rare blush creeping onto his face as he rubbed his hands together. There is one small issue, though. I don't have that many points on hand right now. Could you lend me some to tide me over? What? You don't have the money? Lu Meng and Liang both gasped in unison, their eyes widening like copper bells as if they'd heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. So all this time, he was trying to pull a fast one? Seeing Lin Feng's sincere yet embarrassed expression, the two nearly choked on their breath. But in the end, their trust in their brother overrode their shock and helplessness. Exchanging a glance, they gritted their teeth, stamped their feet, and scraped together every last point they owned. Barely scraping together 10,000 points, they handed them over to Lin Feng with trembling hands. Lu Meng wore a look of heroic resolve as if delivering his last words. Forget about the money, Feng. If you lose, you don't have to pay it back. Just consider it your big brother supporting you in buying an expensive lesson. Just don't ever be so reckless again. Liang clutched his chest, adding weakly, whether you win or lose, as long as you're okay. If you lose, we'll just eat steamed buns together, brothers. Lin Feng took the heavy points card, a warm wave surging through him. He gave both of them a firm pat on the shoulder, his gaze unwavering. You're the best, bro. Thanks. Rest assured, I won't just pay back every cent, I'll make sure that bastard Xia Jie coughs up interest on top of the principal. Inside the training grounds, word spread like wildfire, drawing a growing crowd that soon packed the area so tightly there was barely room to breathe. Lin Feng, a rising star among the freshmen, and Xia Jie, the notorious representative of the upperclassmen, this bet was brimming with drama, drawing countless curious and expectant gazes. Just then, Su Yushi and Yao Yao hurried over. Lu Meng and Liang spotted them like a lifeline, immediately pushing through the crowd. They blurted out the entire story, hoping the two girls could help reason with Lin Feng, who seemed to have lost his mind. However, upon hearing the story, Yao Yao showed not a trace of concern. Instead, her large eyes lit up instantly, and she pumped her fist excitedly. Wow! A 10,000-point bet? That's so thrilling. I bet Lin Feng will win. When has he ever done anything without confidence? This is the perfect chance to teach that bully Xia Jie a lesson, that jerk who picks on freshmen all the time. Lu Meng and Liang froze on the spot, exchanging glances, their faces etched with utter despair. Great. No one came to persuade him to surrender, and now we've got another cheerleader. Chapter 171, The Golden-Winged Great Eagle. Lu Meng and Liang exchanged glances, their faces screaming were screwed. Unconsciously, they both pinned their last shred of hope on Su Yushi. This girl, who seemed to always have minor disagreements with Lin Feng and spoke bluntly and coldly, now appeared to them as the very embodiment of reason. Su Yushi, you must talk some sense into him. Lu Meng was sweating with anxiety as he lowered his voice, almost pleading. This isn't a joke. 10,000 points. That bastard Xia Jie clearly came prepared. Liang nodded frantically beside him, his voice urgent. Yeah, Yushi. Lin Feng's completely lost it. Only your words might get through to him. This bet is way too risky. Yet, to their jaw-dropping astonishment, Su Yushi's cool, clear eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Far from showing any intention to dissuade him, they instead ignited with a fiery intensity. She straightened her back, her voice clear yet unwaveringly firm as she declared. Lin Feng. Go for it. Scum like Xia Jie, who preys on freshmen just because he's been here longer, deserves a lesson. Let him understand clearly that we freshmen are not soft targets to be pushed around. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head and flashed her a smile. It held no trace of burden, only pure confidence and a battle-ready eagerness. All right. I'll take your word for it. Lu Meng and Liang froze solid in place. They exchanged a vacant glance, their faces now etched with utter despair. Well, the last voice of reason had turned against them. Not only did he fail to dissuade them, but he became the most ardent advocate for battle. The two could almost hear their points slipping away. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, yet his gaze swept over the growing crowd like the most precise radar. Several familiar figures immediately caught his attention. Chen Zihao, standing ramrod straight with a long sword slung across his back, radiating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance, was indeed present once more. Ever since his last defeat at Lin Feng's hands, the man seemed to have become a regular spectator at his matches. Their gazes briefly met in midair. Chen Zihao gave an almost imperceptible nod, his expression complex, seemingly shedding some of his former cold arrogance, replaced by a hint of indescribable scrutiny and acknowledgement. Lin Feng returned the slight nod in greeting. But his attention was swiftly captured by the overwhelming presence of the dark-robed youth standing beside Chen Zihao. The youth wore a perfectly tailored black robe. Though the fabric appeared ordinary, it seemed to absorb the surrounding light, shrouding him entirely in a layer of mysterious shadow. Out of place amidst the noisy, excited crowd, he resembled an eerie calm at the eye of a storm. At that moment, the young man in black wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing precisely on Lin Feng. The smile appeared serene, yet it sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. It was an expression that seemed to see through everything, almost anticipating something about to happen, a calm surface concealing turbulent currents beneath. What truly set off alarm bells in Lin Feng's heart was the transformation of Xiajie. Moments ago, Xiajie had been arrogantly looking down on everyone, yet now he seemed like a different person entirely. He was now walking closely beside the black-robed youth, his back slightly arched. He leaned close to the other's ear, whispering something in a tone so deferential it bordered on obsequiousness, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. The black-robed youth listened, nodding slightly, yet his gaze never left Lin Feng. That meaningful smile never faded from his lips. Lin Feng's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Who was this guy? Why did Xiajie show him such reverence? What was their relationship? Was this seemingly points-driven wager hiding ulterior motives? Was it targeted at me? A flurry of questions raced through his mind, and a growing sense of foreboding took hold. This was far from simple. His expression remained impassive, but his inner vigilance had already been elevated to the highest level. Before he could dwell on it further, the preparations for the match were complete. The barrier at the center of the martial arts arena slowly illuminated, separating the stage from the spectators. The energy fluctuations in the air grew active and restless. All eyes focused on the two figures on the stage, poised for action. A middle-aged man clad in black martial attire, his face as cold and hard as iron, strode steadily onto the stage. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over Lin Feng and Xiajie, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. This was the referee for this wagered duel. Your personal grudges and wagers are none of my concern. The referee's voice was cold and resonant, carrying clearly to every corner. But since you stand on the martial arts field of Huaxia Academy, you must abide by its rules. No deliberate lethal strikes. Stop at the first sign of injury. Whoever crosses that line, don't blame me for showing no mercy. The Academy's punishment is no joke. Lin Feng and Xiajie exchanged a glance, the air crackling with tension. Both men responded in unison, their voices deep and measured. Understood. Below the platform, Lu Meng and a Liang sweated nervously, their fists clenched tight. Yao Yao's face glowed with excitement as she pumped her fist repeatedly, cheering Lin Feng on. Su Yushi appeared composed, but her slightly pursed lips betrayed her inner tension. Chen Zihao remained expressionless, while the black-robed youth beside him seemed to smile a bit more broadly, as if a good show was unfolding exactly as he'd anticipated. Xiajie's lips twisted into a malicious sneer, his voice deliberately amplified so the entire arena could hear. Hey, so-called rookie king. Ready to lose everything? Don't think having a dragon makes you special. Think you're invincible among your peers? Let me tell you, geniuses. They're a dime a dozen. Today, I'm gonna teach you a lesson you won't forget. Before he could finish speaking, his hands swiftly formed a complex seal, and energy surged violently around him. A blinding light exploded beside him, piercing the sky with a shrill, piercing screech. A colossal figure abruptly materialized. At first glance, its outline resembled a predatory bird. But as the light dimmed slightly, revealing the creature's full form, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd below the stage. What on earth was that? Lu Meng's pupils contracted sharply as he gasped in shock, his face turning deathly pale. The golden-winged great eagle. A descendant of those ancient, fearsome birds of prey said to feed on dragons. Beside Xiajie stood a majestic giant eagle, towering with unmatched grandeur. Its immense form, wings spread wide enough to obscure the sky, gave an overwhelming sense of dominance. Every feather gleamed like pure gold, reflecting a dazzling, noble radiance under the sunlight. Its eagle eyes, sharp as lightning, surveyed Lin Feng with innate arrogance and the predator's icy detachment. Its talons resembled steel-forged hooks, radiating a bone-chilling sharpness. Merely standing with its head held high, it let out a piercing cry that split the clouds and shattered rocks. The terrifying pressure emanating from its bloodline specifically targeted at the Dragon Clan spread like a tangible tidal wave. Many students present, who commanded serpentine, reptilian, or even wyvern-like beasts, felt a deep tremor and fear rising from the depths of their souls. Su Yushi and Yao Yao's expressions instantly turned grim. A chill crept into Su Yushi's fingertips. She never imagined Xiajie had concealed such a targeted trump card. Yao Yao nervously covered her mouth, the excitement in her eyes replaced by overwhelming worry. The murmurs below the stage instantly shifted to one-sided disbelief. It's over. Xiajie is too cunning. He clearly studied Lin Feng thoroughly, specifically to counter him. The golden-winged great eagle is the natural enemy of the Dragon Clan. The bloodline suppression is too severe. Lin Feng's dragon probably can't even unleash half its power. Ah, the young are so impulsive. This lesson is going to be painfully expensive. Looks like the rookie king is about to fall today. Nearly everyone believed Lin Feng was trapped in a hopeless situation, the outcome of this wager seemingly inevitable. Some even thought it might not be a bad thing for this smooth-sailing rookie king to face a setback and have his arrogance humbled. Yet Lin Feng, standing at the eye of the storm, faced his natural enemy radiating overwhelming ferocity and bloodline suppression with an inexplicably calm expression. Only in his deep, piercing eyes did a sharp light flare like stars, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. A head-on confrontation, especially one where his attributes and bloodline were comprehensively suppressed, was the most foolish choice. He needed to find that single, hidden path to victory within this desperate predicament. Chapter 172, The Might of Three Dragons. On the battlefield, Xiaojie's arrogant rant swept past like a hot wind, laced with near-obsessive devotion to the golden-winged great eagle and the flaunting of his level 50 status. Yet Lin Feng stood immovable, his form as steady as a mountain. His deep, piercing eyes held not a ripple of emotion, as if the other's spittle-flecked boasts were nothing but fleeting noise. His entire focus had long been locked like precision radar onto the golden figure circling overhead Xiaojie and his fearsome golden-winged great eagle. Restraint? Ha! Then let me show you what true dragon devouring might truly looks like. Lin Feng sneered coldly within, his hands abruptly forming an ancient, intricate seal before his chest as he chanted obscure, arcane dragon incantations. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a strange penetrating power, as if directly communicating with some distant, otherworldly plane. Space rippled violently like water. First to tear through the void was Xiaohe, the demon dragon entirely covered in pitch-black scales, as if stepping forth from an endless abyss. The moment its colossal form materialized, a torrent of fury, chill, and destructive dragon might crashed over the entire training ground like a tangible tidal wave. Dark hellfire coiled around its form like living tendrils, searing the air until it crackled. Its molten gold vertical pupils locked onto the golden giant birds soaring overhead. Then, a majestic roar, a tiger's growl and a dragon's cry shook the heavens. The agile, formidable form of the Bì'àn leapt out of thin air. Its foreclaws struck the ground, causing the earth to sink slightly. Its scales, a blend of gold and white, reflected a metallic, cold luster under the sunlight. An electric arc danced along the single horn on its forehead. An aura of stern, inviolable judgment intertwined with Xiaohe's devastating pressure, creating a suffocating weight. Last to appear was Qiunyou. Its arrival lacked earth-shattering fanfare, yet carried a subtle, profound mystique. Tangible jade-green sound runes swirled around its agile, elegant dragon form. An ancient dragon-headed jade zither hovered before it. As its claws gently plucked the strings, a pure, resonant fundamental tone emanated, a sound that soothed the soul. Instantly, it strangely harmonized and elevated the savage killing intent of the battlefield, adding an air of unfathomable mystery. The three dragons stood in a triangular formation. Without needing further commands from Lin Feng, their battle instincts had already activated. Roar! Xiaohe let out a savage dragon's roar, flapping its massive black wings. Its form instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt tearing through the air, engulfed in rolling, all-consuming black flames. Like the waters of the river Styx bursting through a dam, it plunged toward the golden-winged giant eagle soaring mid-air. Where the flames passed, space warped, and scorching heat pressed down. Almost simultaneously, Bì'àn's four powerful dragon claws slammed into the ground. Crash! A thunderous roar echoed as the solid blue stone slabs beneath its feet shattered instantly, cracking and spreading spiderweb like fissures several meters in all directions. Harnessing this violent recoil, its colossal body launched skyward like a golden cannonball expelled from its barrel. Its target was the Dapeng eagle's vulnerable underbelly. Its gleaming fangs and claws, crackling with golden lightning, were poised for the strike. Qiunyou lowered its dragon head slightly, its long, powerful claws suddenly plucking the strings. No longer the tranquil fundamental tone, but a series of urgent, resonant, battle-filled notes carrying a murderous aura. The invisible sonic force spread like ripples, precisely merging into the bodies of Xiaohe and Bì'àn. Instantly, the two dragons' aura surged once more, their speed and strength visibly exploding. Simultaneously, another sinister sonic wave, like countless fine needles, targeted the mind of the golden-winged great eagle soaring mid-air, attempting to disrupt its judgment and slow its movements. Facing this three-dimensional assault from both ground and air, the golden-winged great phoenix eagle's piercing gaze showed no fear. Instead, a flash of provoked fury ignited within its eyes. It let out a piercing shriek that could shatter metal and split stone, then its enormous golden wings large enough to block out the sun flapped violently. Whoosh! In an instant, a violent gale erupted. A terrifying shockwave, visibly composed of highly compressed gale winds, crashed down like a tsunami. The surging netherfire spewed from Xiaohe was violently blown back by this overwhelming gale, scattering wildly in all directions. Propelled by that single flap, the golden-winged great eagle's massive frame displayed agility utterly disproportionate to its size. Like a true golden meteor, it traced a zigzagging streak of light through the air, deftly evading the sharpest edge of the Bì'àn's frontal assault. Its claws, sharp as divine hooks, flashed with runes of law. With a shrill screech that tore through space, it lunged viciously at the Bì'àn's flank. The speed was so blindingly fast that many students present only caught a flash of golden light. Clang! Crack! A deafening roar of metal scraping and shattering erupted. The golden white dragon scales covering the Bì'àn armor strong enough to withstand cannon fire were instantly torn apart upon contact with those phoenix claws. Sparks flew as scales shattered, tearing open several deep gashes down to the bone. Scorching dragon blood spurted forth instantly. Yet this only ignited the Bì'àn's savage fury. With a roar of agony laced with rage, it ignored its wounds, violently twisting its body to lock the great eagle's claw in its muscles. Its dagger-sharp dragon teeth sank in, aiming to cripple the predator. A golden opportunity. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. How could Xiao He let such an opportunity slip? It sucked in a sharp breath, the surrounding light seemingly swallowed whole as boundless dark energy surged madly toward its massive jaws. In the next instant, a breath of dragon's breath condensed to its absolute limit, radiating an aura capable of annihilating all things. Abyssal dragon breath. Like a black torrent of death, it shot with pinpoint accuracy toward the wing roots of the golden-winged great eagle, immobilized by the Bì'àn's grasp and unable to dodge. Scorching heat and corrosive energy instantly seared the golden feathers, emitting a sizzling, acrid stench. Screech! The golden-winged great eagle let out a piercing cry of pain. It violently flapped its other wing, unleashing a frenzied force that instantly hurled the tenaciously clinging Bì'àn away. Simultaneously, its razor-sharp beak, as hard as diamond, darted like lightning toward Xiao He's eye. Clang! Xiaono's harp notes became frantic, like the clangor of swords and the clatter of horses, a 10-sided ambush. Invisible sonic blades, launched later yet arriving first, relentlessly pounded the golden-winged great eagle's skull and beak. Though they inflicted no physical damage, they successfully shook its eardrums, disrupting its focus and causing a subtle deviation and delay in its vicious strike. Xiao He seized the opening to jerk his head aside. The sharp beak sliced past the corner of his eye, leaving a trail of blood and shattering a few scales. In the blink of an eye, several rounds of fierce collision erupted, blinding flashes of light, thunderous roars of energy, dragon scales, and golden feathers flying everywhere. The entire training ground trembled under the shockwaves of this terrifying battle, the protective light barrier flickering violently, its glow flickering erratically. All spectators held their breath, hearts pounding like drums, eyes fixed intently on the arena, afraid to miss a single detail. Xia Jie watched the three dragons on the field. Though wounded, they remained ferociously aggressive, even managing to fight the golden-winged great eagle to a standstill through tacit coordination. The smugness on his face had long vanished, replaced by a barely perceptible gravity. Chapter 173, The Bloodlust Potion Reversal. Yet his mouth refused to concede. While issuing precise commands through the mental link, he once again bellowed at Lin Feng, attempting to shatter his confidence with words. Left wing, 3 inches. Dive. Use the hurricane feather blade to push back that black loach. Yes. Nice. He guided the great eagle vulture through a masterful evasion and counterattack, temporarily creating distance from Xiao He. Then, he sneered at Lin Feng. Lin Feng. See that? That's the gap in absolute power. To cultivate it, I, Xia Jie, poured everything I had. Advanced strength potions like water, 3 Stormheart gems embedded. Every feather on its body is tempered to rival refined gold. This single beast carries 80% of my combat power, my blood, sweat, and future. It's like you're fighting a fully equipped, level 50 beastmaster who's staked everything. What do you have to fight me with? These 3 flashy-looking, impure-blooded snakes? These words hit the audience like cold water poured into boiling oil, instantly setting the crowd ablaze. Are you out of your mind? Pouring all your resources into a single beast? That's pure gambling. No wonder that great eagle is ridiculously powerful. It was forged by throwing money and resources at it. It's over, it's over. Junior Lin Feng is truly doomed this time. Level disadvantage, plus facing such an abnormally bred monster pet, how could he possibly win? Whispers rippled through the crowd, eyes fixed on Lin Feng, a mix of worry, awe, and schadenfreude. Yet at the eye of this storm, Lin Feng remained as calm as a still pond. He didn't even glance at Xia Jie's face, contorted with agitation. Instead, through their mental link, he continuously soothed the increasingly restless Xiao He and Bì'àn after their injuries, while calmly observing every minute detail of the golden-winged great eagle's movements, searching for that possible, fleeting opening. Hearing Xia Jie's rant, a guise of heartfelt sincerity masking bragging and intimidation, Lin Feng's lips instead curled into a cold, utterly scornful smile. A frog at the bottom of a well. He uttered the 4 words softly, his voice barely audible yet distinctly cutting through the surrounding clamor. Finally lifting his gaze to meet Xia Jie's, his eyes held a terrifying calm, as if observing a clown prancing about. Level 50? Is that so impressive? Piled up resources? Ha! He paused, then his voice suddenly soared, filled with towering arrogance and absolute confidence, echoing throughout the hall. Do you think my comrades can be measured by your low-grade potions and gems? Do you think the might of a mythic bloodline can be understood by your mundane perspective? Fighting above our level? For us, it's instinct carved into our dragon bones. As natural as eating and drinking. Roar! Wah! As if to validate Lin Feng's words, Xiao He, Bixia, and Xiaono simultaneously unleashed earth-shattering dragon roars. At that moment, the aura surrounding them seemed to break free from some sealed constraint, surging violently once more. The pitch-black abyssal flames, the dazzling judgment lightning, and the profound jade sound waves intertwined and surged skyward, faintly suppressing the golden-winged great pang's ferocious momentum. No more playing warm-up games with it. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened like a celestial blade. His arm swung violently, a thunderous roar erupting from his voice. Let's get serious. Tear it apart. Abyssal confinement, tidal waves of nether flames. Xiaohei's massive jaws opened wide, spewing forth not scattered flames, but a viscous, swamp-like black nether flame. It engulfed the sky and earth, carrying not only terrifying heat but also a powerful binding force that slowed every movement of the golden-winged great eagle. Judgment Horn, Heavenly Thunder Prison. A blinding lightning glow erupted from the unicorn horn between the Bishi's brows, causing the skies above to darken. Countless bolts of thunder, thick as water barrels, seemed to receive a command, crashing down with a thunderous roar. They intertwined into a terrifying thunder prison covering the entire martial arts arena, indiscriminately striking and paralyzing everything within. The golden-winged great eagle bore the brunt of the assault. Primordial battle hymn breaks the formation. Xiaono's dragon claws flashed as the harp's melody abruptly surged with fierce, clanging, and ruthlessly lethal intensity. Invisible sound waves transformed into a storm of countless invisible blades, specifically designed to shatter energy defenses, striking directly at the golden-winged great eagle's senses and soul. They also coalesced into amplifying halos, wildly boosting the lethal power of Xiaohei and Bì'àn. 3 dragon techniques unleashed simultaneously, darkening the heavens. The golden-winged great eagle, who moments ago seemed so confident, instantly plunged into mortal peril. Dark nether flames clung and burned, corroding energy. Endless heavenly thunder crashed down, paralyzing flesh. Invisible sound blades pierced the skull with demonic harmonies, disrupting the soul. Triple strikes, perfectly stacked. The color drained completely from Xiaojia's face, his smugness replaced by boundless terror. His voice cracked with fear as he shrieked. Great eagle! Quick! Full power! Wind god barrier! Absolute defense! The golden-winged great eagle sensed mortal peril, letting out a shrill cry of terror and rage. Its wings flapped frantically as it unleashed every ounce of wind elemental power within, desperately forging a barrier before it solid as stone, flowing with countless azure runes. Wind god barrier! Boom! Thud! Nether flames, thunder prison, and sonic blade tidal wave. 3 utterly distinct yet equally devastating forces struck the hastily erected wind god barrier with brutal, unyielding force, nearly simultaneously. An indescribably terrifying explosion drowned out everything. Blinding light devoured everyone's vision. The wind god barrier, unbreakable enough to withstand a full power strike from a level 60 powerhouse, instantly cracked like tempered glass struck by a sledgehammer. Its surface was instantly covered in a dense network of fissures, emitting a bone-chilling groan as it teetered on the brink of shattering completely. Dead silence fell over the audience below. Everyone was utterly stunned by this earth-shattering reversal and apocalyptic assault. Lu Meng and Liang leapt from their seats, faces flushed, throats strained, fists pumping as they roared. Lin Feng! You're awesome! Take him down! Su Yushi and Yao Yao clung tightly to each other, trembling with excitement. Their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the explosive center, palms drenched in sweat. Even Chen Zihao, who had been observing coldly, and the dark-robed youth beside him, had their expressions completely transformed. The contempt in the dark-robed youth's eyes vanished, replaced by profound gravity and a hint of disbelief. No! This can't be! Xiaojia's eyes bulged as he let out a roar of despair and refusal to accept defeat. He couldn't bear that his ace, whom he had poured everything into cultivating, had been driven to such a desperate corner by someone of a lower rank. The terror of losing 10,000 points and the crushing humiliation instantly shattered his sanity. You forced my hand, Lin Feng. Xiaojia's face twisted into a hideous grimace, his eyes flashing with a maddened crimson. He violently pulled a small crystal vial from his chest. Inside, an extremely unstable crimson liquid rippled, as if a living flame burned within it. A violent, chaotic, heart-stopping energy fluctuation instantly spread out. Xiaojia, seemingly mad, hurled the crystal vial at the struggling golden-winged great eagle in the sky. Great eagle! Swallow it! Tear them apart for me! The golden-winged great eagle, already driven savage by the threat of death and the frenzied assault, sensed the lure of a power within the potion, a power of the same origin yet far more brutal. Without hesitation, it seized the flying crystal vial and swallowed it whole, along with the crimson liquid inside. Screech! The next moment, a piercing shriek as if from the primordial chaos, filled with endless agony and savagery, ripped through the sky. The colossal form of the golden-winged great eagle convulsed violently, swelling in size. Every golden feather stood on end, its eyes instantly turning blood red. Lava-like crimson patterns erupted from its body, spreading wildly and covering its entire form. A chaotic, destructive terror far surpassing its previous aura exploded from within like a nuclear blast. Boom! An unimaginable dark gold energy storm, infused with crimson power, erupted from its core like a supernova, violently exploding in all directions. Xiaohei, Bì'àn, and Xiaoniu, caught in the direct line of fire, were utterly powerless against this sudden, multifold amplified torrent of annihilating energy. Boom! Xiaohei let out an agonized wail. His massive dragon body, struck as if by an invisible hammer, slammed violently into the ground. Instantly, it carved a colossal crater into the hardened training ground, sending dust and debris skyward. Thud! Crack! Bì'àn was struck mid-torso by a crimson gold wind blade, sending him flying backward like a. He slammed into the protective light barrier at the edge of the training ground, causing the barrier designed to withstand high-intensity attacks to buckle violently and crack. His own scales shattered, blood gushing from his wounds as he crashed to the ground, unable to rise for a long moment. Clang! Xiaono's harp emitted a shrill, mournful wail before abruptly halting. Swept directly by the violent psychic shockwave and energy storm, its elegant form tumbled backward through the air. The radiance on the dragon-headed jade harp dimmed, nearly dropping to the ground. The tide of battle, having been turned by Xiaojie's reckless violation of the rules to use forbidden potions, shifted once more in an instant. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Only the colossal bird remained suspended mid-air, its form now even more massive, shrouded in crimson energy storms, bloodshot eyes blazing, radiating madness and destruction. It let out a heart-stopping, agonized, savage screech. Xiaojie gasped for breath, a twisted, maniacal grin on his face. He stared at the three dragons, now severely wounded, then turned to Lin Feng, whose expression had finally turned grim. He hissed. "Lin Feng. You forced my hand. Surrender now, and it's not too late. Otherwise, once my Great Peng loses control, I can't guarantee your precious dragons will be left with even a whole corpse." Chapter 174, Another Twist. The golden-winged great eagle stunned? Bloodlust potion. It's the bloodlust potion. In the stands, a sharp-eyed senior student abruptly leapt to his feet, gasping in shock, his face etched with horror. The cry reverberated like a boulder dropped into calm waters, instantly sending shockwaves through the stands. What? Has he lost his mind? That's a forbidden substance that drains the life essence and potential of the beast. To win, he's willing to sacrifice his beast's future? Xiaojie is utterly insane. The golden-winged great eagle was cursed beyond measure to serve such a master. 10,000 points? To destroy a rare beast of limitless potential for that? The roar of anger nearly tore the roof off the training arena. The trainees were seething with fury, their eyes filled with contempt and disgust as they stared at Xiaojie. Beast tamers and their beasts were supposed to be comrades in arms, sharing life and death together. Such an act had crossed the line for many. Yet, the arbitrating instructors exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. An elder instructor sighed, his voice carried through the amplification array, quelling the commotion. Silence. The competition rules do not explicitly prohibit the use of enhancement potions. While Xiaojie's actions were inappropriate, they did not constitute a violation. His words poured cold water over the flames of anger in some, only to spread a deeper sense of helplessness among many more. How could a loophole in the rules be exploited in such a despicable manner? All eyes involuntarily refocused on the dark-haired youth in the center of the arena. Faced with this seemingly inescapable predicament, what could he possibly do? Was he too forced to resort to similarly destructive potions, only to achieve a Pyrrhic victory? In the arena, Lin Feng's brows knitted tightly, his expression as still as water. He could distinctly sense the agony, rage, and desperate struggle of Xiaohe, Bì'àn, and Xiaonyo beneath the raging storm pressure. The power boost from the bloodlust potion was terrifying and almost unreasonable, brutal enhancement. Counter with potions? The thought flashed through his mind, only to be instantly and decisively extinguished. Not only did he lack such potions, but even if he had them, he would never trade his companion's futures for the hollow glory of victory. That was his bottom line. Roar! Xiaohe was struck again by a condensed wind blade, shattering his hard dragon scales as blood spattered forth. Yet, his crimson dragon eyes burned with an unyielding flame as he unleashed another blast of nether dragon breath, charging headlong into the wind wall. Boom! The Bishi was once again repelled by the invisible wind pressure, its golden white scales cracked and damaged in multiple places. Shaking its massive dragon head, it let out a roar that suppressed its pain, then charged forward once more, fearlessly slamming its body into the wind array. Xiaono's harp notes grew increasingly urgent. Jade-like melodies collided with the wind barrier, sending ripples outward, yet failed to truly shake the unceasing flow of energy. The balance shifted. The three dragons' injuries accumulated, their vital energy showing signs of instability. Yet the wind barrier, fueled by the golden-winged great eagle's frenzied expenditure of its life essence, only grew more solid. Ha! Seeing this, Xiaojie nearly succumbed to manic joy. Standing safely within the protected zone, he danced about, his shrill taunts echoing unchecked. Lin Feng! Stop your futile struggles. It's useless. See this? This is absolute power. 10,000 points. Victory is mine. With this fortune, what are the great eagle's minor aftereffects? I'll not only heal it but make it stronger. And you? You and your 3 crippled dragons? You'll just become the Academy's biggest laughingstock. What kind of so-called freshman king? Just a stepping stone on my path to fame. This utterly shameless rant made Lu Meng's temples throb violently. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked as he lunged to the edge of the stands, bellowing at Xiaojie. You bastard! What the hell can you do besides pop pills and spew? Lin Feng hasn't lost yet. Liang gripped Lu Meng's shoulders tightly, his eyes bloodshot behind his glasses, his voice trembling with rage. Calm down. Don't fall for his trap. Trust Lin Feng. Suyushi bit her lower lip so hard her teeth nearly drew blood, her hands clenched tightly across her chest until her knuckles turned white. Yao Yao's eyes reddened with panic as she cried out. Lin Feng. There must be a way. Beat that bastard to a pulp. Just as the oppressive atmosphere reached its peak of despair, Lin Feng, who had been intently observing the battlefield, suddenly narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. He precisely caught an extremely subtle anomaly in the golden-winged great eagle's movements. Deep within its blood-red eyes, brimming with savage, murderous intent, a fleeting flicker of confusion and struggle had flickered. Though it lasted only an instant, it was undeniable. Simultaneously, the boiling crimson energy mist swirling around its body seemed to thicken slightly, growing even more unstable. So that was it. The bloodlust potion, while burning away the essence of life to grant frenzied power, also greatly intensified the burden and chaos on the mental and spiritual levels. Its consciousness was being consumed and eroded by the potion's backlash. A clear thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind like lightning. Amidst the swirling wind pressure and his opponent's frenzied taunts, the corners of his mouth lifted imperceptibly into a cold, faint smile. Am I doomed to lose? Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out, not loud, yet carrying an oddly piercing quality that clearly overpowered the howling wind in clamor. Is that so? The calm and confidence in his tone stood in stark contrast to the precarious battle unfolding before them, leaving everyone who heard it momentarily stunned. The next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly speechless and baffled. The golden-winged great eagle, which had been frantically driving its wind formation with terrifying ferocity, suddenly froze in mid-air. It was as if a machine running at full throttle had its power suddenly cut off, or a high-speed train colliding violently with an invisible wall. Its eyes, blazing with crimson fury, suddenly lost focus. They became hollow and vacant, even revealing a deeply human-like confusion and a hint of pain-filled dazed look that seemed to come from the very depths of its soul. That single moment of dazed hesitation. For an entity of its caliber, it was an unimaginably fatal mistake. The immense energy output sustaining the wind formation abruptly ceased. The impenetrable wind cage imprisoning the three dragons shattered like a punctured bubble, emitting a mournful wail as it abruptly collapsed. As for the golden-winged great eagle itself, its massive form, drained of power and clouded in confusion, completely lost its balance. Like a golden mountain of flesh, it plummeted from midair with a shrill, abrupt screech, tumbling awkwardly and crashing down with a solid crash. Crashed onto the hard ground. The earth trembled, and dust billowed skyward. What? What just happened? What happened to it? This sudden, earth-shattering reversal plunged the entire training ground into deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths gaped open, their minds utterly unable to process the unfathomable spectacle before them. Even Xiajia, who had been wildly taunting moments before, had his savage grin frozen solid. It was as if an invisible hand had violently seized his throat. His eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets, filled with the horror of the impossible. On the battlefield, victory or defeat often hinges on a single instant. For battle-hardened veterans like Shohei, Bishi, and Shonyo, such a fatal opening delivered right to their doorstep, a godsend of an opportunity was something they could never pass up. No command from Lin Feng was needed. The pent-up fury and killing intent erupted like a volcano in that instant. Roar! Shohei let out a frenzied dragon roar, venting his rage to the heavens. The nether fire surging around his body burned and compressed with unprecedented intensity. Its massive jaws snapped open, unleashing a jet of ink-black flame of breath that condensed all its current power, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Ultimate Nether Flame Breath. Chapter 175, Victory. Yazi stuns the crowd. Like a torrent of death, it surged toward the golden-winged great eagle, still reeling from its fall and unable to recover. Wherever it passed, space warped and the ground melted. Arg! Bianden's four claws slammed into the ground, shattering the earth beneath. Its scarred body transformed into a golden-white lightning bolt of vengeance, moving at an extreme speed. Its target, the golden-winged great eagle's relatively vulnerable neck. On its fangs, brilliant judgment lightning condensed intensely, radiating heart-stopping waves of destruction. Judgment Feng. Clang. Xiaonyo's dragon claws traced a piercing arc across the strings. No longer mere interference, no longer mere support. All sonic energy was compressed, shaped, and transformed into a colossal, translucent, trembling blade. Jade Sound slaying great blade. With a soul-shredding shriek, it struck first despite coming later, descending from the heavens to cleave the golden-winged giant eagle's head. Soul-sealing final sound. Triple fatal strike. The furious strike from three mythical dragons, unleashed almost simultaneously, utterly engulfed the golden-winged great eagle that had just struggled to raise its head. Boom! Snap! Screech! The crackling explosion of dark infernal flames. The shrill crunch of shattering bones. The final, agonized cry of utter despair from the golden-winged great eagle. Three sounds intertwined, composing a final symphony of annihilation. Blinding light and raging energy turbulence engulfed the area, making it impossible to look directly at. As the light gradually faded and the energy slowly subsided, the once mighty golden-winged great eagle lay charred black, its feathers scorched and fallen in patches. Its wings twisted at an unnatural angle, its neck a bloody mess. The massive body lay limp on the ground, exhaling but no longer inhaling, utterly unconscious. Dead silence. Absolute stillness. The referee froze for several seconds before snapping back to reality. Almost instinctively, he summoned every ounce of strength within him to shout. Winner! Lin Feng! Boom! After the brief silence, a roar erupted like an avalanche crashing down a mountain. He won? He actually won? Holy crap! What just happened? How did that big bird fall down on its own? Upset. A shocking upset. Lin Feng is awesome. Ha! So satisfying. Serves him right for doping. Lu Meng and Liang, overcome with excitement, threw their arms around each other, jumping and shouting wildly, their faces flushed crimson. Su Yushi and Yao Yao were so overcome with joy they wept, barely supporting each other to keep from collapsing. As for Xia Jie, he stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. His face turned as pale as paper, his lips trembled, and his eyes were vacant, as if his soul had been ripped out. He couldn't comprehend it. He simply couldn't. Victory had been within his grasp, yet. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After the initial shock, a volcanic eruption of shameful rage and refusal to accept the outcome erupted. He snapped his head up, eyes bloodshot and red, fixing a deathly stare on Lin Feng. His face contorted like a demon's as he screamed hoarsely. Cheating! Lin Feng! You cheated! What dirty trick did you pull? How could my Depeng suddenly collapse like that? You cheated! This match doesn't count. Rematch! We must have a rematch. Facing these furious accusations from a sore loser, Lin Feng merely turned slowly, shot him a look as if he were trash, and coldly spat out 2 words. Asshole. Those 2 words pierced Xia Jie's last shred of sanity like the sharpest ice pick. He completely lost his mind, struggling to charge off the court. What the did you say? I'll kill you. Referees and staff immediately rushed forward to restrain him. Lin Feng didn't even spare him a second glance. He merely pointed toward a corner of the arena and reminded him in a detached tone. You're yelling so loud, but you're not using your eyes? Go see for yourself. Look? Look at what? Xia Jie froze, his bloodshot eyes darting in the direction Lin Feng had pointed, scanning the corner that had been obscured by the energy storm and dust just moments ago. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. The madness and fury frozen on his face instantly gave way to a deeper, ghostly horror. At the edge of the ravaged battlefield, a figure that had never been seen before stood silently, its presence only now becoming apparent. It was a dragon beast, slightly more compact in build than the 3 dragons, yet radiating extreme explosive power and a savage, vicious aura. Its dragon head was ferocious, its mouth filled with dagger-like fangs glinting coldly. Its vertical pupils were a pure, unadulterated dark gold, cold, cruel, as if containing the world's most extreme will to kill. Yet its body was not that of a traditional dragon, but rather resembled a powerful jackal-like form. Its muscles bulged with tension, covered in dark, iron-like scales whose edges were razor-sharp. Dragon head, jackal body. Merely standing there, it radiated a murderous aura as brutal as mountains of corpses and seas of blood, chilling the very soul. This. Xia Jie's tongue seemed to knot, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Your 4th dragon? How is that possible? Utter, overwhelming awe instantly engulfed him. No wonder Dapeng had suddenly fallen into that eerie trance. It must be this unseen dragon beast emanating such a bizarre and vicious aura that unleashed some fatal interference targeting souls or minds at the critical moment. Lin Feng ignored his idiotic question, merely raising an eyebrow slightly before beckoning with a gentle wave toward the figure radiating savage aura at the sidelines. The dragon-headed, jackal-bodied Yazi immediately understood, striding with elegant yet powerful steps, calmly pacing over to Lin Feng's side. Its cold, dark gold vertical pupils swept indifferently over the collapsed golden-winged great eagle, then across the horrified crowd in the stands. Finally, its gaze settled on Xia Jie, whose face was ashen. A low, rumbling growl erupted from its throat, a sound so profound it sent shivers down every spine, proclaiming an undeniable authority and presence. You. Xia Jie pointed at Yazi, his fingers trembling like leaves in the wind. His face shifted from white to green, then purple, finally turning ashen. Where did you get this thing? This can't be. The dragon clan has long been extinct. You must have gotten some Tai luck or cheated in some shady ruins. You summoned a 4th beast illegally. Referee. Lin Feng finally shot him a cold, impatient glance. The contempt and disdain in his eyes were almost tangible. Idiot. Do the rules limit the number of beasts a tamer can carry? Yaji has always been my contracted partner, I simply hadn't needed it to act before. Your vision is as narrow as a stinking ditch. Do you really think everyone else shares your limited perspective? Instead of barking like a mad dog here, you'd be better off dragging your own ruined golden-winged great eagle to the treatment pod. Maybe it can salvage some of its foundation before becoming utterly useless. These words struck Xia Jie like a series of resounding slaps across the face, leaving him reeling and speechless. The rules didn't limit the number, but a 4th dragon? And one so bizarrely powerful. This was completely beyond his comprehension. The surrounding spectators finally snapped out of their successive waves of shock. The erupting chorus of murmurs nearly shook the ceiling. The fourth. It really is the fourth dragon. Good heavens. How many dragons has Lin Feng actually contracted? What kind of dragon is that with a dragon head and a jackal body? It looks terrifying. Just looking at it makes my legs go weak. It must have been him. He must have used some ability to ambush the golden-winged great eagle just now. Too powerful. And so deeply hidden. So he wasn't even using his full strength when fighting Chen Zihao? Weren't dragons extinct? Where on earth did he get this one? The referee stepped forward, scrutinizing Yazi before turning to Lin Feng. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, yet he adhered strictly to the rules, announcing loudly. After verification, contestant Lin Feng has not violated any competition rules. The victory stands. Contestant Xiajie, please immediately take your beast off the field for medical treatment. Xiajie collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been pulled out, his face ashen. He gazed at the dying golden-winged great eagle, its potential severely diminished, then at the four wounded yet formidable dragons flanking Lin Feng, especially the newly arrived Yazi, radiating a savage, murderous aura. A torrent of regret, humiliation, and despair gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. Finally, under countless gazes of contempt, mockery, and pity, he slumped like a beaten dog. With great effort, he hoisted the unconscious golden-winged great eagle onto his back and staggered away, utterly dejected, fleeing the arena that had stripped him of his dignity. His retreating figure, utterly disheveled, stood in stark, bitter contrast to his earlier arrogant, overbearing demeanor. In the center of the arena, Lin Feng gently stroked the hard, cold scales of Yazi, his gaze sweeping over his battered yet fiercely determined companions. This battle had been won by the skin of their teeth, yet it had been a thrilling victory. More than that, it had declared to all one of his true trump cards. Chapter 176, Lu Liang. The crowd receded like a tide, yet the lingering energy fluctuations and clamor on the martial arts field had not yet fully subsided. Lin Feng felt no lingering attachment. His gaze, sharp as a falcon's, locked onto Xiajie, the figure struggling to support the unconscious golden-winged great eagle, his back covered in blood and wounds. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng strode forward, cutting through the sparse crowd to block Xiajie's path. Struggling to hoist the massive golden-winged great eagle, Xiajie froze abruptly when a pair of feet appeared before him. He slowly raised his head. The moment he recognized Lin Feng, his face drained of color. His lips trembled, his eyes a turbulent mix of shame, fear, and fierce resentment. He looked as if he'd swallowed a fly whole, choking on his words. Lin Feng stood calmly, his expression serene and unruffled, as if merely collecting the most ordinary of items. He cut straight to the point, his voice clear and cool. 10,000 huaxia points. You can transfer them now. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the dying golden-winged great eagle, his tone devoid of any sympathy. You win some, you lose some. You should know that better than I do. Xiajie's cheek muscles twitched violently, veins bulging on his forehead. He opened his mouth, a few dry gurgles escaping his throat. He seemed to want to argue, to beg for mercy, but in the end, only a feeble growl escaped. Lin Feng, you're pushing it too far. Pushing it too far? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, as if hearing some absurd joke, his tone remaining calm. I'm collecting what I won in a wager. Is that pushing it too far? What about the one who arrogantly demanded this bet before the match, swearing up and down about it? Xiajie was rendered speechless, his face turning the color of liver. Just as the tension hung thick in the air, a cold, viscous aura like a swamp spread silently. A shadowy figure materialized as if seeping directly from the adjacent darkness, appearing without warning between Lin Feng and Xiajie. The figure was cloaked in a wide, dark robe that concealed its form entirely, revealing only a face bearing what appeared to be a gentle smile. Yet beneath those slightly narrowed eyes flickered a cold, calculating glint as venomous as a snake's. Boss. Upon seeing the figure, Xiajie clung to him like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. His voice instantly cracked with tears and boundless grievance as he called out softly. The cloaked figure didn't even turn to glance at Xiajie, merely emitting a faint, contemptuous snort through his nose. Useless. The two words cut like ice, sending a shiver through Xiajie, who hung his head in shame. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, his aura instantly sharpening. He recognized this figure, the dark-robed youth who had stood beside Chen Zihao in the stands all along, radiating a sinister aura. Lu Liang, the black-robed man, wore not a flicker of change in his hypocritical smile. His gaze fixed on Lin Feng, his voice gentle to the point of being excessive, as if admonishing an immature junior. Young Master Lin Feng, youthful vigor is commendable. Yet in all matters, one must know when to show mercy. Wouldn't you agree? He turned slightly, gesturing toward the golden-winged great eagle on the ground, its breath faint and weak. His tone grew earnest, tinged with a false note of pity. Look at Xiajie's beast. It's badly injured. Its internal organs are likely shattered, and its tendons and meridians probably severed beyond repair. Without sufficient huaxia points to exchange for top-tier life-restoring elixir and meridian-restoring ointment from the Academy's secret medicine pavilion, it's doomed to be crippled for life, with no chance of advancement. He sighed, shaking his head, his gaze turning earnest as he looked at Lin Feng. This beast has served its master for years. Even if it hasn't earned merit, it has certainly endured hardship. If it ends up completely crippled and reduced to an ordinary bird just because of these 10,000 points, Mr. Lin Feng, wouldn't that be a bit too cruel? After all, it's just a wager. Why go so far as to destroy it completely? Lin Feng's brows knitted tightly, his guard instantly rising to its peak. Looking at Lu Liang's sanctimonious facade, a wave of disgust surged up his throat. He gave a cold laugh, his voice devoid of warmth. Cruel? You talk to me about cruelty now? This wager was proposed by Xia Jie. The stakes were set by Xia Jie. During the match, he drove his beast to consume bloodlust potions, striking with merciless ferocity, intent on killing my companion. Did he ever consider showing mercy? Now that he's lost and feels the pain, he tries to use the word cruelty to morally blackmail me into forfeiting the winnings I rightfully earned? The world doesn't work that way. The smile on Lu Liang's face seemed to freeze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He shook his head lightly, wearing an expression that said, "You're still too young." Well, that's not entirely accurate. Xia Jie is young, impulsive, and driven by pride. His actions lack foresight. But you're different, Lin Feng. He shifted gears, launching into a flattering speech. You are the undisputed rookie of the year in this class, riding high on momentum with boundless potential. Since you've already won today's match and demonstrated absolute strength, why not showcase the magnanimity of a true champion? He leaned forward slightly, his voice lowering with a hint of persuasion. If you show mercy today and let this 10,000-point stake slide, not only will you earn a reputation for magnanimity, but Xia Jie might even become deeply grateful to you. All past grievances could be wiped clean, turning swords into plowshares. Gaining a friend is always better than making a sworn enemy, wouldn't you agree? Xia Jie, listening beside him, saw hope flicker in Lu Liang's eyes. He immediately turned to Lin Feng, his face shedding all traces of resentment and anger. Instead, he wore a pitiful, pleading expression, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Yes. Lin Feng, no, brother Feng. If you let me off this time, I, Xia Jie, swear I'll never bother you again. Consider these 10,000 points as a debt I owe you. Lin Feng's aura grew increasingly icy, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he might completely lose his temper at any moment. Just then, sensing the tense atmosphere, Lu Meng, Liang, Su Yushi, and Yao Yao immediately rushed over. They swiftly positioned themselves on either side and behind Lin Feng, forming a protective circle. Brother Feng, what's going on? Lu Meng asked in his deep, booming voice, his bell-like eyes immediately glaring at Lu Liang with hostility. Who's this guy dressed like a crow? Looking for trouble? Liang said nothing, merely pushing his glasses up. Behind the lenses, his gaze swept coolly over Lu Liang, his body tensing slightly as he went on high alert. Su Yushi and Yao Yao approached Lin Feng, one on each side. Though silent, their furrowed brows and the unmistakable mix of concern and resolve in their eyes made their allegiance clear. Faced with this suddenly tense, almost explosive standoff, Lu Liang seemed completely oblivious. The unsettling smile on his face only deepened. His gaze swept past Lu Meng and the others, remaining fixed on Lin Feng. Slowly, enunciating each word, he said. Lin Feng, my friend, this has gotten out of hand. How about this? Do me, Lu Liang, a favor. After all, we're all cultivating within the same academy. We'll inevitably cross paths again. Taking things to extremes benefits no one. Why push it? Don't you agree? Lu Liang? The mere utterance of that name carried an almost magical effect. The crowd around them, which hadn't fully dispersed and was still whispering and watching, suddenly fell into complete silence. Chapter 177, Offending Lu Liang. Then, like cold water splashing into boiling oil, a thunderous roar of gasps erupted. Lu Liang? That Lu Liang ranked third on the genius list of Huaxia Academy? Holy crap! It's actually him. He's a senior powerhouse. Rumor has it he's just one step away from level 70, with strength rivaling some teachers. Oh no, oh no. Lin Feng is in big trouble now. Lu Liang is notorious for holding grudges and fiercely protecting his own. No wonder Xia Jie dared to act so brazenly. He had this heavyweight backing him up. Ah, what a pity. Lin Feng is formidable, but he's just a freshman. How can he possibly go up against such a seasoned genius? Whispers surged like a tidal wave, filled with shock, fear, and deep sympathy and concern for Lin Feng's predicament. Lu Meng, Liang, and the others turned pale upon hearing the murmurs. They clearly knew Lu Liang's fearsome reputation, their fists clenching tighter. Xia Jie's posture instantly straightened. The pleading expression vanished from his face, replaced by uncontrollable smugness and schadenfreude. He seemed to already envision Lin Feng bowing to Lu Liang's formidable reputation. Yet, just as everyone expected Lin Feng to yield under the pressure, a faint, almost imperceptible curve of unmasked scorn and disdain slowly lifted the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Meeting Lu Liang's gaze seemingly gentle yet concealing boundless menace, he spoke with casual indifference, as if commenting on roadside weeds. Give you face? He tilted his head slightly, as if hearing something utterly ridiculous, his voice carrying clearly to every corner. Who the hell do you think you are? Silence. Dead silence. The words struck like thunder from the heavens, crashing down upon everyone's heads. The entire scene exploded into utter silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, eyes wide, mouths agape, staring in disbelief at the black-haired youth who still stood perfectly straight. Insane. Absolutely insane. How dare he? How dare he speak to Lu Liang in that tone? That was Lu Liang, the third-ranked genius on the genius list. The top-tier senior. The carefully maintained, insincere smile on Lu Liang's face instantly froze solid, shattering completely. An uncontrollable malevolence and fury surged like venomous snakes from the deepest recesses of his eyes. The icy aura surrounding him fluctuated uncontrollably for a moment, sending a bone-chilling coldness through those standing nearby. He never imagined that after revealing his identity and openly intimidating the freshman with sheer force, this newcomer named Lin Feng would not only show no fear but dare to publicly humiliate him with such insulting words. Lin Feng. Lu Liang's voice sounded as if it had been fished out of an ice cellar, deep, slow, each word carrying a bone-chilling coldness and immense pressure, bearing down relentlessly on Lin Feng. You'd better take back what you just said. Then, rephrase your words carefully. Some things, once spoken, can never be unsaid. The consequences are not something a freshman like you can bear. Facing this threat, almost tangible enough to touch, Lin Feng remained as calm as a breeze. Not only did he not retreat, but he stepped forward slightly, closing the distance between himself and Lu Liang. His gaze was as sharp as a celestial blade, meeting Lu Liang's eyes blazing with fury without flinching. His voice was firm and clear. Take it back? Why should I? I'm perfectly clear about every word I've spoken. He pointed a finger at Xia Jia, whose face had gone deathly pale, then at Lu Liang. Do you think that just because you hold the third-ranked genius title, you can twist truth and justice, manipulate me, Lin Feng, however you please? Xia Jia used forbidden substances during the competition, a despicable act that deserves punishment. As a senior, you should set an example for juniors and uphold justice. Instead, you stand up for his misconduct, leveraging your seniority and ranking to force me to forfeit my rightful winnings? Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose, carrying an icy resolve that echoed throughout the arena. You expect me to give you face? Is your so-called face meant to shield such shameless scum? Do you truly believe I, Lin Feng, am made of clay to be molded and flattened at your whim? Well said. Lu Mang roared, his chest heaving violently as Lin Feng's words ignited his fury. Damn it! What kind of bull is this third on the genius rankings nonsense? Bullying the weak, abusing your power. I'm the first one who won't stand for it. Liang took a deep breath and stepped forward. His voice wasn't as booming as Lu Mang's, but it was unwavering. Rules are rules. A loss is a loss. Try to bully us with your status? We're not afraid. Su Yushi and Yao Yao stood beside Lin Feng, their palms clammy with cold sweat and their faces pale with tension. Yet they remained firmly rooted, their silent presence a testament to unwavering support. Lu Liang's face darkened to the point of dripping with venom. He glared at Lin Feng with such malice it seemed he could devour him alive. The atmosphere around them thickened to a stifling weight, like the deathly stillness before a storm. After a long, agonizing silence, Lu Liang suddenly clapped his hands slowly, coldly, deliberately. Clap. 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 Each clap felt like a blow to the heart, suffocating. Good. Very good. Lin Feng, you've got some guts. He practically ground the words out between clenched teeth, his facial muscles twitching slightly with fury. It's been ages since I've encountered a freshman as reckless as you. He slowly lowered his hand, his gaze darting like a viper's tongue across Lin Feng and his companions before settling once more on Lin Feng's face. Since you refuse the wine of respect and insist on drinking this cup of punishment, Lu Liang's voice was low and dangerous, as if filled with endless malice. Then I'll grant your wish. From this moment on, Lin Feng's lips twisted into a cruel curve. Your days at Huaxia Academy will become very, very interesting. I guarantee it. The icy threat descended like a tangible shadow, enveloping him. The sinister menace revealed beneath Lu Liang's shattered mask of hypocrisy stirred not a ripple in Lin Feng's heart. The principle etched deep within his bones was simple and unyielding. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you, but if you dare to provoke me, I'll dig 3 feet into the earth to repay you 100-fold. He understood clearly, if he showed even a shred of cowardice today, if he yielded an inch under Lu Liang's pressure, that venomous snake, Xia Jia, would never see the light. He would only see Lin Feng as weak and easy prey. From then on, at Huaxia Academy, there would be no peace. Underhanded tactics would follow relentlessly like bone-eating maggots, until he was utterly crushed and expelled. Even those close to him, Lu Meng, Liang, Su Yushi, and Yao Yao might be dragged into the fray. Back down? Compromise? Sweep it under the rug? Absolutely not. Even if the King of Heaven himself stood here today, daring to block his path, he would confront him without hesitation. Lu Liang's face was dark enough to squeeze water from, his chest heaving violently, clearly enraged to the extreme. He uttered twice. Very well, very well. His voice scraping out like ice from a crevasse, carrying bone-chilling cold and rage suppressed to its absolute limit. He whipped his head around, his gaze piercing like an ice spike toward the pale, trembling figure of Xia Jia beside him. His tone brooked no argument, cold as ice. Still standing there like a piece of wood? Daff? 10,000 Huaxia points. Immediately. Transfer them to Lin Feng. Xiao Jie shuddered violently, all color draining from his face. 10,000 points. That was his entire savings. How long had he hoarded them? How much effort had he poured into accumulating net fortune? Chapter 178, Heaven Alliance, Sword Alliance. His heart ached as if being sliced open. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together, every cell in his body screaming in refusal. But under Lu Liang's murderous glare, he dared not utter a single word of refusal. In the end, he could only perform the transfer with trembling hands, his student crystal card operating in utter humiliation as he sent the enormous sum to Lin Feng. The moment the transfer completed, he snapped his head up. The venom in his eyes nearly solidified, fixing itself on Lin Feng as if he intended to flay him alive with his gaze and devour his flesh. Lin Feng's wrist card vibrated faintly, signaling the points had been credited. He merely glanced at it indifferently, his expression as calm as if he'd received a trivial allowance. He couldn't be bothered to spare Xiao Jie another glance. Such a sore loser and spineless coward, even one more look felt like a waste of his time. Lu Liang took it all in, letting out a deep, vicious snort through his nostrils. The wide sleeves of his black robe flung out violently, stirring a chill wind. Let's go! He shot one final venomous glare at Lin Feng, as if etching his image into his very bones, before turning away. A palpable aura of low pressure radiated from him as he strode off. Xiao Jie, like a stray dog, scrambled to support the still unconscious golden-winged great eagle, stumbling clumsily behind Lu Liang as they fled in disarray. The lingering crowd finally seemed to regain their breath, and suppressed murmurs surged like a tidal wave. Holy crap, he actually stood his ground against Lu Liang's pressure and got the points? Is this Lin Feng made of iron? Doesn't he know Lu Liang's influence within the academy? Oh no, this is gonna cause some serious trouble. Lu Liang won't let this slide. But honestly, he's a real man. If it were me, I'd never dare. He's got the skills and the guts. This Rookie of the Year title is well deserved. But he's too rigid, he'll break easily. A mix of astonishment, admiration, worry, and schadenfreude washed over Lin Feng, but he seemed oblivious. The moment Lu Liang vanished from the end of the stands, Su Yushi, Lu Meng, A Liang, and Yao Yao immediately surrounded him with anxious expressions. Not a trace of joy graced their faces, only deep concern. Lin Feng. Su Yushi stepped forward first, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. Her clear eyes brimmed with unease. We just urgently checked Lu Liang's past battle records and data using the crystal card. He's incredibly strong. Almost since he enrolled, he's remained undefeated in every duel, secret realm competition, and even the life or death arena. Among those he's defeated are many senior geniuses. We've probably gotten ourselves into serious trouble this time. A Liang pushed his glasses up, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with cool analysis, yet his tone was equally grave. Data doesn't lie. Lu Liang's comprehensive combat assessment has consistently ranked among the Academy's top 3 for years. More troubling are unconfirmed rumors suggesting he holds grudges fiercely and often crosses the line of fair play. Several students who crossed him ended up either forced to transfer or suffered severe injuries in secret realms, forced to withdraw in disgrace. Lin Feng, we must devise a detailed counter-strategy. We can't afford to take any chances. Yao Yao's eyes were red-rimmed as she tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, her voice trembling with fear and tears. Lin Feng, I'm so scared. That Lu Liang looks terrifying, his eyes are like a venomous snake. Please, let's not confront him head-on anymore, okay? Think of another way. Apologize, or maybe we could leave the academy for a while to lie low? Seeing the genuine worry and fear on his companions' faces, a warm current flowed through Lin Feng's heart. Yet the resolve in his eyes remained unshaken, sharpening like tempered steel. He reached out and gently patted Yao Yao's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the group. His voice was steady, carrying a compelling authority. I understand your concerns. But fear and retreat won't solve anything. He paused, then raised his voice, radiating soaring courage and confidence. I didn't tear his face off in public on a whim. Nor was it reckless bravado without preparation. We'll meet force with force, water with earth. Lu Liang may be powerful, his influence vast, so what? A defiant curve lifted the corners of his mouth as he swept his hand dramatically. Never underestimate the young and poor. He may be stronger than us now, but if we're ruthless enough, determined enough, and progress fast enough, surpassing him is only a matter of time. Then, who will be causing trouble for whom? That remains to be seen. Lu Meng's blood boiled at Lin Feng's fiery words. He thrust his chest forward, pounding it with a thud, and roared. Well said, Lin Feng. Old Lu here respects your fearless spirit. Let's do it. What's the worst that can happen? Who's afraid of who? With us brothers together, why should we fear Lu Liang alone? Just as the group's spirits soared yet were tinged with a vague sense of foreboding and heaviness, a figure that caught Lin Feng slightly off guard parted the sparse crowd and approached with steady steps. The figure stood tall and straight as a pine, bearing an ancient broad-bladed greatsword on his back. His stride was steady, his gaze sharp yet tinged with solemnity. None other than Chen Zihao, the very man who had fought Lin Feng to the peak of their abilities during the freshman trials. He walked straight up to Lin Feng, his gaze sweeping over him and his tense companions. His voice was low but carried an undeniable weight. Lin Feng, you've underestimated the situation. Lu Liang's tenacity and the power he represents far exceed your imagination. Lu Meng immediately took a wary step forward, positioning himself halfway in front of Lin Feng. He eyed Chen Zihao up and down with hostility. Hey! Chen Zihao! What brings you here? To kick a man when he's down? Or acting as Lu Liang's envoy? I thought you were with Wang Tang's crew? Facing Lu Meng's hostility, Chen Zihao merely gave him a faint glance. His face showed no anger, but instead a hint of a mocking smile. Don't look at me like that, and don't lump me in with a loser like Wang Tang. The conflict during the freshman exam was just us competing for rankings based on our own abilities. His gaze shifted back to Lin Feng, his tone unflappable. I, Chen Zihao, have always believed in strength alone. I admire true geniuses and respect worthy opponents. And you, Lin Feng, have earned that respect. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, his confusion deepening. He and Chen Zihao had no prior connection beyond that single battle. Now that the other had come to him, and his words seemed to carry a hint of warning, Lin Feng couldn't help but be cautious. Chen Zihao, you didn't come all this way just to say that, did you? What exactly do you want to talk about? Chen Zihao's expression grew even more solemn as he elaborated. Beyond his personal prowess ranking third on the genius list, Lu Liang held an even more significant position. He was the current president of the Celestial Alliance. The Celestial Alliance? Lin Feng, Lu Meng, and Liang exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unfamiliar with the name. Seeing their reactions, Chen Zihao sighed helplessly, seemingly exasperated by their lack of information. It's a guild organization founded and controlled by the Academy's top geniuses. Only the most exceptional talents, the cream of the crop, even the top 1 in 1,000 can join. Deeply entrenched within Huaxia Academy for years, its membership is conservatively estimated at over 300, almost all elite combat specialists. It controlled a significant portion of the Academy's premium cultivation resources and secret realm access rights, maintaining close ties with some of the Academy's higher-ups. At least half of Lu Liangning's unchecked arrogance within the Academy stemmed from his reliance on the Heavenly Alliance's golden reputation and its vast network of influence. This revelation struck the group like a sledgehammer. Lu Meng couldn't help but gasp in shock before cursing. Damn it! So that bastard had such a massive operation backing him? No wonder he acted like the Academy was his personal fiefdom. Liang's face darkened further, his voice dry. The situation is worse than our worst-case scenario. This means we might not be facing just Lu Liang, but an entire, tightly organized group of geniuses. Su Yushi's delicate brows knitted together as she looked at Lin Feng with deep concern. Lin Feng, if this is the case, what can we? Chen Zihao took in everyone's reactions, then abruptly shifted his tone, a confident smile playing on his lips, but it's not entirely without countermeasures. Lin Feng's heart stirred, his sharp gaze immediately locking onto Chen Zihao. Oh? What method? Chen Zihao cut straight to the point, join the Sword Alliance. Meeting Lin Feng's astonished gaze, he continued his explanation. The Sword Alliance is a guild founded and led by Yi Lingxiao, currently ranked second on the genius list of Huaxia Academy. Its purpose is to gather like-minded individuals and stand as a counterweight to the Heaven Alliance. To be honest, I've already joined the Sword Alliance. With your strength and potential, if you're willing to join, you'll undoubtedly be highly valued. Then, with the Sword Alliance's power, we can protect you and even your friends from the Heaven Alliance's malicious targeting. Chapter 179, Nightmare Level Alternate Space, The Dark Swamp. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He looked at Chen Zihao and voiced his doubts directly. Sword Alliance? Judging by the name, it must be filled with sword-specialized class changers. I primarily focus on beast taming, a completely different system. Even if I joined, I'd likely struggle to fit in, let alone gain resources and support truly suited to my development. Wouldn't that be like jumping out of one fire pit only to land in another muddy swamp that might not suit me at all? Chen Zihao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Lin Feng, you're overthinking it. The Sword Alliance bears this name solely because its founder was an unparalleled swordsman. The name embodies the spirit of never bending, never breaking, and charging forward relentlessly. The Alliance never restricts membership based on class systems. Whether you're an elemental mage, shield warrior, assassin, summoner, or even a rare master of life skills, as long as you possess formidable strength, immense potential, or shared aspirations, you're welcome to join. The Sword Alliance seeks diversity and collective growth. Given your status as a Dragon Tamer and the terrifying potential you've demonstrated, joining us would not only prevent any exclusion but would make you a core member receiving focused cultivation. The Sword Alliance's resources will undoubtedly provide immense support for you and your dragon companions. His gaze swept over Lu Meng, Liang, Su Yushi, and Yao Yao as he continued. Moreover, it's not just Lin Feng. If any of you are willing, you too can apply to join the Sword Alliance. By banding together, pooling our strength, we can collectively counter the pressure from the Heaven Alliance. Strength lies in numbers. More members mean greater influence and a stronger voice. Lu Meng listened intently, his eyes gleaming. He nodded vigorously and urged in a deep voice. Lin Feng. I think Chen Zihao makes a point. We're outnumbered and outmatched right now. If those bastards from the Heavenly Alliance really get shameless, we'll definitely suffer. The Sword Alliance dares challenge the Heaven Alliance, they must have the backing. This is a big tree, lean on it first. With your strength, you'd be a hot commodity anywhere. Liang also offered a calm analysis. Strategically speaking, aligning with a powerful organization that directly competes with our adversaries is currently the optimal solution to break this deadlock. Lin Feng, we can explore this further before making a final decision. Su Yushi pondered for a moment before murmuring softly. Lin Feng, Chen Zihao makes a valid point. If the Sword Alliance truly values strength and potential over profession, as he claims, it could be a solid choice for you. At the very least, it would buy us precious time and space to grow. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment, the scales in his mind beginning to tip. He knew they were all speaking the truth. Trying to oppose the deeply entrenched Heavenly Alliance with just their small group would be like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. The Sword Alliance seemed like a viable path forward. Yet, cautious by nature, he would never make a decision based on a single opinion. He lifted his head, his gaze intense as he fixed it on Chen Zihao. His voice was firm. Chen Zihao, I understand your position. I can meet with the Sword Alliance's leader first to gain a deeper understanding of their charter, resources, and the obligations required. However, the final decision on whether to join must be made only after I have a comprehensive understanding of the Sword Alliance. A genuine smile immediately spread across Chen Zihao's face, clearly satisfied with Lin Feng's concession. As it should be. I'm confident you won't be disappointed once you truly understand the Sword Alliance. I'll contact them immediately to arrange a meeting as soon as possible. With that, he stepped aside, retrieved his communication jade tablet, and began communicating in low, rapid tones. Lin Feng watched Chen Zihao's retreating figure, his gaze deep and contemplative. This engagement with the Sword Alliance, whether blessing or curse, remained an uncertain prospect. But to confront the imminent crisis, to gain the capital needed to stand toe-to-toe with Lu Liang in the upcoming elite tournament, this step seemed unavoidable. After agreeing with Chen Zihao to visit the Sword Alliance headquarters for an on-site inspection in a few days, the two temporarily parted ways. Seeing that Lin Feng had made up his mind, Lu Meng and the others refrained from further persuasion. They merely urged him to exercise utmost caution before dispersing to attend to their own affairs. Lin Feng stood alone where he was. The clamor of the training grounds had long since faded, and the setting sun stretched his shadow long and thin. An unprecedented sense of urgency burned within him like a raging fire. Time. What he lacked most was time. The elite tournament, which would determine his honor and future, was fast approaching. To defeat the formidable Lu Liang and the vast Heavenly Alliance backing him, there was only one path: grow stronger faster. Become stronger than any of them could ever imagine. To grow stronger, resources are needed. Massive amounts of resources. Whether for personal cultivation or to feed Shohei, Bishi, Chionyo, or even the newly awakened Yaji, astronomical amounts of Huaxia points are required. Points. Lin Feng muttered to himself, his gaze sharpening. Without lingering, he turned and strode purposefully toward the dormitory area. Returning to his sparsely furnished dorm room, Lin Feng immediately locked the door from the inside. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress the tumult of thoughts churning within. He flipped his wrist, and his student crystal card projected a pale blue light screen. The Academy's internal task system interface appeared clearly before his eyes. His gaze darted like lightning across the scrolling task listings. Clear the out-of-control rock golem swarm in Academy Trial Realm Number 7 Level 3040. Complete purification of the core area required. Reward, 800 points. Danger level, medium-high. Collect 10 ghost face mushrooms from the depths of the dark marsh, ensuring viability. Reward, 1,200 points. Note, the marsh contains numerous poisonous beasts and natural toxic miasma. Danger level, high. Investigate the cause of abnormal undead activity at the periphery of the burial grounds and submit a detailed report. Reward, 1,000 points. Danger level, medium. Suspected activity of an undead general. Hunt the swift-winged demon eagles nesting in Hurricane Canyon. Obtain their intact demon cores and wing skeletons. Reward, 2,000 points. Danger level, extremely high. Recommended for elite squads of 5 or more. One high reward yet high risk mission after another filled his vision. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly assessed his own strength against the mission demands, calculating the most efficient use of his time. The path to becoming stronger began with earning his first fortune. And all of this could only be achieved through his own hands. Lin Feng's gaze swept swiftly across the densely packed mission list on the light screen, like a precision radar. Finally, his gaze settled on a series of gathering missions labeled Dark Swamp and Ghost Face Mushroom. This choice was not impulsive. The Dark Marsh, this nightmare-level alternate space, lay precisely within the suppression zone of Huaxia Academy. The mission borne by this top-tier institution of the Dragon Nation was far more profound than its outward role as a place of learning. Beneath its foundations lay the suppression of 7 entire portals connecting to unknown and perilous alternate dimensions. One abyss-level realm that strikes terror into the hearts of all who hear its name, 4 hell-level realms brimming with deadly peril, and 2 nightmare-level realms including the Dark Marsh. These portals were like malignant tumors lurking beneath the skin of the tranquil real world. The faculty and students of Huaxia Academy stand as the guardians, day and night, guarding these tumors. They build the first and most solid line of defense with their flesh, blood, and cultivation. The ghost face mushroom, a bizarrely shaped medicinal herb imbued with peculiar dark energy, could only be cultivated in extreme environments like the Dark Marsh. The points reward for exchanging it was exceptionally generous, exactly what Lin Feng needed most urgently. The nightmare tier rating alone was enough to deter the vast majority of students. This signifies that the active beasts within typically range from levels 30 to 60, posing an extremely high danger. At his current level, Lin Feng barely met the entry threshold. Every step felt like walking along the edge of a bottomless abyss. The risk? Immense. But the reward? Equally staggering. Lin Feng drew a deep breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He had no way back. Lu Liang's threat hung over him like a sword of Damocles. He had to grow stronger, faster. As long as he proceeded cautiously and avoided recklessly venturing into the core area, with Xiuhei and the others' strength, there was still a chance. Take the gamble. His mind made up, he hesitated no longer. His fingers tapped rapidly, accepting several quests at once to gather ghost face mushrooms and related materials in the Dark Marsh. Chapter 180, Dark Marsh Upgrading? At the quest board, the senior student in charge of registration froze upon seeing the string of Dark Marsh quests displayed on his crystal card. She looked up, scrutinizing him with a mix of surprise and concern. Are you sure you want to take on this many, student? The Dark Marsh hasn't been peaceful lately. The energy fluctuations reported back seem rather abnormal. I'm certain. Lin Feng's tone was calm, yet carried an unwavering resolve. Seeing this, the senior stopped trying to dissuade him. With a sigh, she retrieved a cold, metallic token engraved with intricate runes and a thick, slightly rough paper manual from the cabinet behind her, handing them to him solemnly. This is an emergency teleportation token. Infuse it with energy to activate, but the swamp's internal space is unstable. It might not work 100% of the time. Use it only as a last resort. This survival manual contains lessons learned through the blood of countless predecessors. It marks relatively safe routes, the approximate distribution zones of ghostface mushrooms, and danger zones requiring extreme vigilance, along with the types of magical beasts to be wary of. You must, absolutely must, read it carefully and remain constantly alert. Lin Feng felt the weight of the man's words. He nodded firmly, tucked the token close to his body, and quickly flipped through the handbook, committing the critical information to memory. Back at their lodgings, he informed Su Yushi, Lu Meng, Liang, and Yao Yao of his decision. What? You're going to the Dark Marsh? And you're taking on all those quests alone? Yao Yao was the first to jump up, her eyes instantly reddening as she grabbed Lin Feng's arm. No. It's too dangerous. I heard there's been abnormal activity there lately. Lots of teams won't venture deep anymore. Su Yushi's delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Lin Feng, I know you're eager to earn points, but the Dark Marsh is a nightmare-level alternate dimension. Plus, I've heard rumors lately that things aren't peaceful in there. Could you wait a bit longer, or maybe we could think of another solution? Lu Meng scratched his head, his voice rough and gruff. Lin Feng, old Lu's going with you. More people means more protection. That spooky place sounds creepy enough. I won't feel right letting you go alone. Liang pushed his glasses up and analyzed calmly. Statistically, solo survival rates in nightmare-level alternate dimensions plummet. Lin Feng, even with your powerful beasts, the risk factor remains extremely high. Have you considered teaming up? Seeing his companion's genuine concern, a warm wave washed over Lin Feng. Yet he shook his head, his tone steady and confident. I understand your concerns. But for this mission, a larger group would only draw the attention of powerful entities. I have confidence in my ability to protect myself, and I'll only operate in the outer regions, avoiding unnecessary risks. He patted Lu Meng's sturdy shoulder. Rest assured, when I return, I'll treat you all to a feast. After reassuring the group, Lin Feng made a special trip to his mentor Zhuge Ling's laboratory. After hearing his plan, Zhuge Ling lifted her head from behind a pile of instruments glowing with dangerous light. Her eyes, hidden behind her glasses, fixed on him sharply for several seconds before she spoke slowly, her voice as emotionless as ever. The Dark Marsh, It's a good place to gather materials, though the environment is a bit rough, and the smell isn't exactly pleasant. Setting down a test tube bubbling with purple gas, he walked to a massive bookshelf and pulled out a tome thick enough to kill someone. The cover appeared to be an ancient tome bound in some sort of magical beast hide. He flipped through several pages swiftly, then pointed to an illustration depicting a twisted mushroom surrounded by eerie glowing dots. Grimace mushrooms. Shade-loving, decay-feeding fungi that thrive in swampy depressions saturated with magical energy or upon the carcasses of ancient beasts. When harvesting, use a jade shovel or wrap your fingers in energy to touch the ghostly patterns on its cap. Direct contact easily induces mental hallucinations. Remember, nests of toxicant toads or shadow hunters are usually nearby. He thrust the ancient text into Lin Feng's hands. This book contains detailed records on the energy nodes and common traps in the Shadow Marsh, more thorough than your handbook. Read it on the way. Then he waved his hand and buried himself back in his experiments, leaving only one parting remark. Come back alive. Your dragon data is valuable, don't waste it. Lin Feng, alright, that's so typical of Teacher Zhuge. Armed with his mentor's peculiar concern about not wasting data and the more detailed materials, Lin Feng resolutely set off with the Dark Marsh teleportation array. Yet, shortly after Lin Feng vanished into the portal's glow, the mission hall's tranquility shattered abruptly. A student covered in blood, his armor torn and tattered, staggered in. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes unfocused. One arm hung unnaturally twisted, blood dripping down onto the floor, leaving startling crimson spots. Report it immediately. He practically collapsed before the counter, his voice shrill and distorted from extreme terror and exhaustion. The Dark Marsh King. A king-tier entity. It might be evolving. The energy tides are completely chaotic. Our squad had barely entered when we collided with an energy upheaval. Brother Wang and Sister Li sacrificed themselves to cover me, they didn't make it out. As his excitement peaked, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his front crimson. What? The king is evolving? The Dark Marsh is upgrading? The hall fell deathly silent before erupting in a deafening roar of terror. Every student who heard those words paled visibly. Staff members' expressions darkened as they sprang to their feet, supporting the nearly collapsing student. Calm down. Explain clearly. What did you see? Are you certain it was signs of a king's evolution? The student wept uncontrollably, trembling like a leaf. No mistake. That black water zone at the swamp's center where no one dares go is blazing with towering purple-black light columns. All the beasts around are going mad. They're tearing each other apart, scattering in all directions. The pressure is terrifying. We're so far away, yet it feels like our souls are being crushed. It's like something dreadful is about to awaken. Upon hearing this, the staff member's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his fingers trembling slightly. The evolution of the otherworldly sovereign has elevated the entire realm's rating. This was an event significant enough to shake the entire academy to its core, even requiring reporting to the Dragon Nation's Supreme Council. Quick! Get him to the medical bay. Highest priority. He barked at his assistant beside him, then sprinted back to the control console. His hands trembled slightly with tension as he hammered the keyboard at lightning speed, triggering the highest internal alert while broadcasting to all zones. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Major anomalous energy reaction detected in the Dark Marsh alternate dimension. Suspected sovereign-level entity entering evolution phase. Danger level temporarily elevated to hell. All missions terminated immediately. Repeat. All students currently on missions to the Dark Marsh, regardless of location, abandon your missions immediately and return to the academy. Return immediately. The shrill alarm and broadcast echoed throughout every corner of the academy. However, transmitting information inevitably takes time. Some students who had already ventured deep into the academy's inner cultivation zones, where signal reception was poor, did not receive the message immediately. Others, like Lin Feng, had already set out early to gain time. Some might even have passed through the teleportation array. Staff members stared fixedly at the control screen, their faces drained of color as they watched the glowing dots representing those who had entered the alternate space suddenly go offline. Fists slammed hard against the console. Damn it! We were still too late. The Dark Marsh. The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the teleportation array, a foul air, a mixture of intense putrid stench and some peculiar, sickly sweet odor swept over him, choking him nearly to suffocation. The sky hung oppressively over him, a murky, dark green as if draped in a filthy curtain. Twisted, branch-like trees resembling ghostly claws dotted the landscape, while the ground was a bubbling, viscous swamp covered in slimy green moss. A thick, grayish-white fog filled the air, visibility extremely low. The silence was terrifying, broken only by the occasional low gurgle of unidentified creatures from the depths of the swamp and the soft squelching of mud slowly shifting beneath his feet. A powerful sense of unease, like a cold, venomous snake, coiled itself around Lin Feng's heart. The atmosphere here felt far more oppressive and dangerous than any description he'd ever encountered. He dared not relax for a moment. With a flicker of light, Xiaohei, Bì'àn, Xionyou, and Yazi materialized simultaneously. The moment Xiaohei materialized, he let out a low, alert growl. The ghostly flames surrounding him ignited automatically, dispelling some of the chill and mist. Bì'àn's golden white scales remained striking even in the dim light. It scanned its surroundings warily, a faint lightning glow flickering on its single horn. Xionyou's jade-like scales rippled with flowing musical notes. The dragon-headed harp floated silently above him, sensing the slightest shifts in the surrounding energy. The newly arrived Yazi, with its dragon head and jackal body, instantly narrowed its dark golden vertical pupils. A menacing, low growl rumbled from its throat as it crouched slightly, entering its most potent hunting and alert state. Its perception of danger and killing intent far surpassed that of other dragon clans. Lin Feng swiftly issued orders, his voice rapid. Xionyou, Bì'àn. You two split up to gather ghost face mushrooms and other materials on the list. Your safety is the top priority. Remember, operate only within the marked safe zones on the periphery. Under no circumstances approach the central black water zone. If you sense danger beyond your ability to handle or receive my mental signal, immediately retreat to the teleportation point and regroup. Understood? Xiaonyo and Bì'àn let out low growls of understanding before vanishing in a flash. One to the left, one to the right, they vanished silently into the thick fog. Chapter 181, Lin Feng's shock. How could their levels be so high? The moment Xiaonyo and Bì'àn vanished into the impenetrable depths of the miasmic fog, Lin Feng drew a deep breath of the foul air, a mixture of rotting mud and some strange, sickly sweet stench, forcing himself to focus entirely on the treacherous terrain before him. He signaled caution to Xiaohei and Yaji. The 3 one-man and 2 dragons formed a simple triangular formation and began advancing slowly deeper into the swamp. With every step, the viscous mud beneath their feet emitted a sucking sound, as if alive, sending a chill down their spines. The putrid stench in the air was almost tangible, weighing heavily on their chests and making breathing difficult. The gloomy, dark green sky overhead hung low enough to touch, its oppressive weight making it hard to catch one's breath. Before long, near a black mud pool bubbling incessantly ahead, a sudden change occurred. Gurgle. A muffled, drum-like boom erupted. Mud churned violently as a monstrous creature, as large as a small truck, burst forth. Its entire body glowed an ominous bluish black, covered in dense clusters of pus-filled boils oozing viscous fluid. 2 wheel-sized, ghastly white eyes, devoid of any life, swiveled, locking onto Lin Feng and his companions. Its wide, basket-like maw opened, and a forked, dark green tongue lashed out like a poisonous whip, trailing a dizzying cloud of toxic mist that instantly spread. Level 50. A common magical beast, the corrupted toad. Lin Feng's heart sank. Just as he was about to give the command, Xiaohei beside him could no longer contain the savagery and pride deep within his bloodline. Roar. A dragon's roar, brimming with contempt and battle intent, reverberated across the swamp. Xiaohei needed no command from Lin Feng. Upon its massive dragon form, pitch-black hellfire erupted violently, making it appear like a burning meteor hurtling from the heavens. Its limbs slammed against the ground as it charged toward the nauseating giant poisonous toad, enveloped in terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything in its path. Sensing the threat, the toxic toad's belly swelled violently. Its massive jaws snapped open, unleashing a thick, foul-smelling, dark green column of venom, a torrent of highly corrosive energy that blasted toward Xiaohei like a high-pressure water cannon. Facing venom potent enough to corrode steel, Little Black displayed agility in midair utterly incongruous with its massive frame. It executed a sudden sideways roll, the scorching edges of its dragon wings grazing the venom column, leaving a trail of hissing, searing sounds. Narrowly evading this deadly strike, Xiaohei opened its massive jaws in fury. A breath condensed to its purest form, black as ink, seemingly capable of swallowing light. Like a deathly breath from the abyss, lashing back with even greater ferocity. Boom! The dragon's breath struck the relatively vulnerable back of the corrupted toad. Hellfire scorched its slime-covered, toad-riddled skin, emitting a teeth-grinding sizzle and an indescribable, acrid stench. The toxic toad let out a pained and furious hiss, its massive body thrashing violently, churning the surrounding mud into a chaotic whirlpool. It tried to retaliate, attempting to entangle Xiaohei with its long tongue and poisonous mist. But Xiaohei, utterly enraged, unleashed an unrelenting barrage of attacks like a raging storm. Dragon breath, claws, sweeping tails, each assault flowed seamlessly into the next, leaving its opponent no moment to breathe. Under this overwhelming force and elemental suppression, the corrupted toad's resistance quickly became futile. The armor on its back cracked and melted under the dragon's breath, exposing charred, tender flesh beneath. Finally, with a wail that echoed across the swamp, the massive venomous creature crashed to the ground, splattering mud everywhere, and fell utterly silent. A surge of pure experience energy flooded into Xiaohei's body, making the ghostly flames burning around him seem even more condensed and profound. To Lin Feng's slight surprise, Yazi, who had remained tightly by his side, maintaining constant vigilance, also shared in the experience of this battle against a superior foe. A dark glow flickered around its body, and its aura visibly surged upward. It had leveled up instantly. Woo woo! Yazi let out an excited growl, circling Lin Feng and Xiaohei twice with agile speed. The ferocious expression on its dragon-like head seemed to soften slightly, replaced by a satisfied and eager to prove itself look born of its newfound power. The luster of its black iron scales grew deeper, while the claws on its forepaws seemed to sharpen noticeably. Lin Feng watched Yazi's transformation, a faint smile curling his lips in quiet satisfaction. But this ease lasted only an instant before his brows furrowed tightly once more. Slaying the corrupted poison toad felt like merely the beginning, a signal that it opened Pandora's box. The path ahead grew increasingly treacherous and eerie. They encountered threats at every turn. They had barely navigated past a vast purple mushroom forest emitting an eerie sweet fragrance when a lightning-fast green shadow suddenly burst forth from the twisted deadwood grove on one side. A level 48 swift-winged leopard. Its claws tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, as it lunged straight for Lin Feng's face. Roar! Xiaohei reacted with lightning speed, instantly meeting the attack and locking in a fierce grapple. The swift-winged leopard's speed was astonishing, only streaks of afterimages and flashes of cold steel could be seen. Xiaohei's netherfire clashed repeatedly with the beast's claw blades, explosions sending swaths of swamp mud flying in all directions. Ultimately, Xiaohei, with his superior defense and explosive power, delivered a vicious dragon tail sweep, slamming it hard into the swift-wind leopard's midsection and forcing it back. The beast let out a reluctant growl before darting into the thick fog and vanishing. Before Lin Feng could catch his breath, the ground suddenly shook violently. Thud! 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 A level 52 stone armor rhinoceros, resembling a moving mountain, charged toward them like an out-of-control war chariot, its eyes glowing crimson. Its entire body was covered in indestructible rock armor, and the force of its charge seemed capable of smashing through a small mountain. Xiaohei! Hold it off head-on. Yaji, look for an opening to strike its joints and eyes. Lin Feng barked out the orders swiftly. Xiaohei roared, unleashing dragon breath that scorched the stone rhinoceros's frontal armor, drawing its attention. Meanwhile, Yaji transformed into a ghostly shadow. Leveraging her petite frame and extreme speed, she circled the stone rhinoceros relentlessly, striking with lightning-fast attacks. Its razor-sharp claws targeted the stone-armored rhinoceros' relatively vulnerable leg joints and the eyes it desperately tried to protect. Clang! Clang! Sizzle! Sparks flew everywhere. Yazi's claws managed to leave distinct white gouges on the stone-armored rhino's thick armor, occasionally even tearing open tiny cracks. Though unable to inflict fatal wounds, these harassing attacks severely disrupted the stone-armored rhinoceros's movements, driving it into a state of irritation and repeatedly halting its charging momentum. Finally, under Xiaohei's relentless flame assault and Yazi's precise harassment, the colossal beast let out a weary, furious roar. Abandoning the pursuit, it turned and vanished heavily into the depths of the swamp. After this grueling battle, Lin Feng's expression grew grim. Surveying the eerily silent and treacherous swamp, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Damn it, is this really just the outer perimeter? How can the base levels of these ordinary beasts be so absurdly high? Level 45 minimum? If we go deeper, won't we run into a level 60 Lord Beast? A powerful sense of unease, like icy tendrils, tightly coiled around his heart. The situation in this dark marsh was absolutely abnormal. It far exceeded the danger level marked in the handbook and the warnings given by Teacher Zhuge. Stay on high alert. Something's wrong. Lin Feng lowered his voice, warning Xiaohei and Yazi beside him. Chapter 182, Deflecting the Disaster Eastward, the Level 50 Lord, the Human-Faced Demon Spider. Xiaohei gave a low whimper of understanding, while Yaji pricked up his ears in heightened alertness. His dark golden pupils scanned the thick fog and shadows like the most precise radar. Just as his nerves were stretched to the absolute limit. Boom! Not far ahead, the thick fog suddenly churned violently as if boiling. Immediately after, chaotic, panicked running footsteps and gasping breaths erupted. Run! Quick! It's catching up! Damn it! How did this place suddenly turn into this? Don't look back. Run for your life if you don't want to die. For battered figures, like stray dogs, scrambled and crawled out of the thick fog. Their Huaxia Academy combat uniforms were torn and tattered, caked in mud and stains that looked like blood. Leading the pack was a tall, slender youth with a faintly effeminate air. His face was etched with utter terror as he ran, constantly glancing back over his shoulder as if pursued by a vengeful specter. Behind him followed a girl with a ponytail, her face drained of all color, her steps unsteady. She was practically being dragged along by a short, stocky boy beside her. Bringing up the rear was a lanky figure, panting like a dog, his face etched with the terror of narrowly escaping death. These four were clearly a squad, now facing utter disaster. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He instinctively gripped his sword hilt and barked. What's going on up ahead? Who's chasing you? The effeminate youth at the front snapped his head up at the demand, his gaze locking onto Lin Feng. As his gaze swept past the imposing Xiaohei and the ferociously menacing Yazi standing beside Lin Feng, his terrified eyes instantly transformed. A look of extreme selfishness and vicious delight abruptly replaced the fear. Far from halting, he twisted his lips into a grotesque, eerie grin as his hands flashed like lightning, forming a complex magical seal. Ice Spike Barrage. Crack! 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 Without warning, the ground before Lin Feng erupted violently. Countless razor-sharp, bone-chilling ice-blue spikes erupted from the earth like a thorn forest grown from hell, instantly sealing off every possible path for Lin Feng to advance or evade. This wasn't an attack at all, it was a pure, vicious obstruction. Lin Feng was both shocked and enraged. He instantly grasped the opponent's intent, diverting the disaster eastward, using him as a sacrificial pawn. He had no choice but to halt abruptly, commanding Xiaohei to spew flames to melt the icy thorns blocking his path. In that brief delay of just 1 or 2 seconds, the sinister youth, accompanied by his team, sprinted past Lin Feng's flank with unabated speed, their faces twisted into triumphant, scheming grins. They even deliberately knocked aside some dead branches to create more noise. Ha! Thanks, bro! You held that damn thing off for us. The stocky boy shouted triumphantly as he ran. This damn alternate space upgrades at the worst possible moment. The king's evolution has driven all the beasts mad. Whoever wants this mission can have it. The lanky guy cursed frantically, his voice breaking up from the running. Their voices quickly faded into the thick fog. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was completely blocked by this sudden ice spell, his speed plummeting. Bastards! Lin Feng gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes nearly blazing with rage. These so-called classmates, fleeing for their own skins, had stooped to such despicable, shameless acts. Yet now, he had no time to seek revenge. For the monstrous creature pursuing them had already emerged from the thick fog, its terrifying, suffocating aura radiating as it revealed its hideous, true form. 8 massive, scythe-like legs, each covered in jet-black bristles, plunged deep into the mud with every step, emitting a dull, squelching sound. An enormous, bloated belly, covered in airy human face patterns, bulged high. Most bone-chilling of all was its head, not mere compound eyes, but a twisted, agonized, pallid human face seemingly formed from countless gathered souls. The eyes on this face were 2 hollow, pitch-black cavities, now fixed on Lin Feng, the corners of its mouth seemingly holding a sinister, eerie smile. A level 50 Lord-tiered demon beast, the human-faced demon spider. The moment it appeared, without the slightest hesitation, its abdomen contracted violently. A vast, viscous web of spider silk, shimmering with a sinister glow and saturated with potent corrosive and psychic pollution energy, descended like a celestial net, enveloping Lin Feng, Xiaohei, and Yazi. The speed was astonishing. Xiaohei! Blazing barrier. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he roared fiercely. Roar! Xiaohei reacted with lightning speed, gathering the underworld flames around his body. Instantly, a swirling, burning shield of fire formed above his head. Sizzle! The spider web collided violently with the flames, producing a teeth-grinding sizzle as strands snapped and vaporized, filling the air with a foul stench. But the web was simply too vast and viscous, forcing Xiaohei's flame barrier to flicker and steadily sink. And in that very instant when Xiaohei was straining to resist the web, the human-faced demon spider's 8 long legs surged with power. Its massive body charged forward silently, like a specter. 2 terrifying claws, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen like giant scythes, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. One struck left, one struck right, mercilessly aiming for Xiaohei's throat. The attack was cunning and vicious, its timing perfect. Watch out! Lin Feng's heart froze in terror, while Yazi let out a frantic roar, transforming into a black lightning bolt as it lunged forward, attempting to disrupt the demon spider's attack. A sudden, life-or-death battle against a lord-level demonic creature erupted with a thunderous crash within this eerily escalating, shadowy swamp. Damn it! A level 50 lord. No wonder it ran faster than a stray dog. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, his rage boiling over. Those 4 bastards clearly used him as a meat shield to draw fire. Their hearts deserve to be torn out. For ordinary students, even elite ones in their 40s suddenly targeted by a raging level 50 lord would likely mean a bitter, mysterious death in these muddy swamps. But Lin Feng was anything but ordinary. After the initial shock and rage, he swiftly suppressed his boiling emotions, replacing them with ice-cold composure. His gaze sharpened like blades, locking onto the battlefield. A level 50 lord? Truly terrifying. But not unshakable. His trump cards were beyond the comprehension of mere mediocrities. Long before entering the swamp, he had spared no expense to exchange top-tier potions, forging Xiaohei's base attributes to the pinnacle of perfection for his current level. At level 35, Xiaohei possessed the supreme potential of a mythical bloodline. Its true combat prowess had long surpassed the limitations of its level. The fierce battle raged on. The human-faced demon spider unleashed a storm of attacks, leveraging its colossal size and overwhelming level advantage. 2 massive, scythe-like black calyceres swung wildly, tearing through the air with streaks of afterimages and piercing screeches as they repeatedly slashed and stabbed at Xiaohei. Each collision sent the surrounding swamp mud churning and exploding. Chapter 183, Slaying the Lord. Xiaohei danced like a flame spirit on the edge of a blade. His massive dragon form displayed astonishing agility, twisting and turning to evade each deadly strike by the narrowest margin. The ghostly flames blazing around its body served as both a deadly weapon against foes and a protective shield. Scorching dragon breath erupted intermittently, forcing the demon spider to retreat defensively. Its hard carapace crackled and smoked, billowing wisps of blue vapor. But Lin Feng saw clearly, though Xiaohei fought bravely, the level gap was undeniable. Prolonged defense would lead to defeat. Its stamina and energy drained far faster than its opponents. This couldn't drag on. It had to be over quickly. Lin Feng's mind raced through calculations, making an instant decision. His gaze swept to the nearby Yazi, darting like black lightning in search of an opening. Through their mental link, he barked. Yazi! Now! Interrupted with doom gaze. Create that half-second of stun for me. Arg! Yazi emitted a short, vicious growl. Its dark gold vertical pupils abruptly contracted. An intangible yet potent wave of extreme curse and interference power surged forth like a poison needle, striking precisely at the twisted human-faced head of the human-faced demon spider. The humanoid spider, poised to unleash another web spray or claw strike, froze mid-motion. A flicker of bewilderment and confusion seemed to pass through the empty sockets of its human face, as if its brain had been forcibly severed for a fraction of a second. Its massive body froze in an extremely brief yet fatal pause. On the battlefield, the situation shifts in the blink of an eye. For an entity like Xiao Hei, this half-second of rigidity was more than enough. Roar! Xiao Hei seized this fleeting opening. All the netherfire within its body surged toward its massive jaws at an unprecedented speed, compressing and coalescing, ultimately forming a basketball-sized, ink-black abyss blast dark enough to swallow light, its core containing the energy of destruction. Boom! The blast projectile shot forth at a speed beyond visual capture, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the relatively vulnerable junction between the human-faced demon spider's chest and abdomen. Terrifying explosive force erupted instantly. The pitch-black flames bloomed like a raging black lotus, engulfing most of the demon spider's body. Its hard carapace shattered under the overwhelming force, sending disgusting green slime and shards of shell flying everywhere. Squeak! The human-faced demon spider emitted an unprecedented, piercing shriek of utter agony. Its massive body staggered backward from the blast, its 8 long legs flailing wildly. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Feng's commands pierced the two beasts' minds like icy steel needles, relentlessly driving into their brains. Xiao Hei gave its opponent no chance to breathe, unleashing a torrent of attacks, dragon breath, claw strikes, sweeping tails like a raging storm. Yazi transformed into the deadliest assassin, circling the wounded demon spider relentlessly. Each strike targeted the cracks in its carapace or its joints with surgical precision, inflicting continuous bleeding and agony. Under Lin Feng's command, precise as a surgeon's scalpel, with Xiao Hei's relentless, fearless assault and Yaji's devious, cunning support, the scales of victory began to tip. Finally, after a brutal and breathtaking battle, the once arrogant level 50 lord let out a wail filled with endless resentment and unwillingness, crashing to the ground like a collapsing mountain. Its 8 long legs twitched a few times before falling utterly still. Lin Feng exhaled a long, deep breath, releasing the pent-up tension in his chest as his nerves finally relaxed. This victory had been anything but easy. He strode forward, ignoring the pervasive acrid stench and blood-soaked odor. With practiced ease, he sliced through the magic spider's hardened cephalothorax with his dagger, extracting a magic core roughly the size of a fist. It glowed with a faint purple light, its tentacles were icy cold, and one could faintly sense the immense dark energy contained within. This was the core material of a lord-level demon beast worth a fortune. Nice work! Lin Feng patted Xiao Hei's massive head as it bowed low, then rubbed the fierce-looking head of Yazi that had crept closer. A generous experience reward followed. A dark glow rippled around Xiao Hei, its aura surging sharply as it smoothly advanced to level 36. The ghostly flames surrounding it seemed more subdued yet far more dangerous. As for Yazi, it shot up like a rocket, leaping 3 levels straight to level 18. Its form seemed slightly larger, the ferocity on its dragon-like head intensified, and the cold gleam of its claws on all 4 limbs grew sharper. That innate, savage pressure was beginning to take shape. Truly worthy of a Lord-tier boss, the experience was incredibly rich. A satisfied smile touched Lin Feng's lips. His companion's growth was his greatest source of confidence. But now was no time for celebration. The swamp had become extremely unstable due to the dimensional upgrade. Who knew what monstrosities might emerge in the next second? The risks of splitting up were now too great to bear. He immediately issued the strongest command through the soul contract to Qianyo and Bì'àn, who were still outside. Cease gathering immediately. Return at full speed. Assemble at my location. Repeat, return at full speed. Shortly after the command was issued, 2 slightly disheveled figures rapidly tore through the thick fog and rushed back to Lin Feng's side. It was Qianyo and Bì'àn. Qianyo's jade-green scales bore several deep, bone-exposing claw marks, with lingering dark energy still faintly corroding the wounds. Bì'àn fared worse. One of its forelimbs appeared splattered with a highly corrosive toxin first stripped away, muscles turning an unhealthy purplish black, its gait noticeably limping. Lin Feng's heart sank. The dangers of this alternate realm far exceeded his expectations. He murmured to himself, a flicker of fear and relief crossing his eyes. Thankfully, he had recalled them in time. Without hesitation, he retrieved the most potent antidote pills and healing ointment from his storage ring, meticulously treating the wounds of both beasts. As the potency dissolved, the pain-stricken expressions of Qianyo and Bì'àn eased slightly, and they emitted grateful low murmurs. Xiao Hei and Yaji gathered around, expressing their concern in their own ways. Once the two beasts' injuries were stabilized, Lin Feng surveyed his 4 battered yet undaunted companions, his gaze sharpening. From now on, we move as one. Watch each other's backs never split up again. His voice was unwavering. The 4 beasts responded with a unified growl. They instinctively adjusted their positions, forming a seamless defensive formation with Lin Feng at its center. Only now, with all his companions gathered around him, did the icy rage suppressed deep within Lin Feng erupt like a volcano. A cold, cruel curve formed at the corners of his mouth. His gaze, like that of a hawk locking onto its prey, shot toward the direction those 4 bastard students had fled. You bastards think you can use me, Lin Feng, as your scapegoat? You've got some nerve. His voice was low, yet it carried a bone-chilling aura of menace. Think I'm made of clay, that you can beat me and get away with it? Think you can shift the blame onto me? Lin Feng sneered coldly, flipping nimbly onto Xiao Hei's back. Today, you scum will see clearly who the true hunter of this swamp really is. Xiao Hei. Chase. Follow their stench and drag them out. Roar! Xiao He unleashed a thunderous dragon roar of vengeance, his body erupting in a blaze of netherfire. Carrying Lin Feng, he shot forward like a black meteor of retribution. Yazi, Jionyou, and Bì'àn followed close behind, radiating murderous intent. Their galloping hooves shattered the muddy swamp, unleashing an unstoppable torrent of vengeance as they relentlessly pursued the four classmates who thought they'd escape their fate. The wind howled in his ears as Lin Feng's gaze grew as cold as steel. This hunt had only just begun. Chapter 184, The Small-Minded Triumph. Elsewhere. The four men and women who had scrambled and crawled their way to safety from the man-faced demon spider's clutches now lay collapsed on a massive, half-buried tree root. Like fish out of water, their chests heaved violently as they gasped for the foul, stinking air. The exhaustion of narrowly escaping death and the lingering terror still gripped their hearts, yet a twisted, selfish elation began spreading across their faces. Ha! We survived. Damn it! I actually snatched my life back from the jaws of a level 50 lord. The leader, a youth with an effeminate face, pounded his still trembling thigh while letting out a maniacal laugh, though the laughter was laced with palpable lingering fear and tremors. Their squad was nothing special among second-year students, hovering around level 40. In Huaxia Academy, a gathering place for prodigies, they belonged to that middle-of-the-road group, neither high enough nor low enough. Facing a raging level 50 lord, they could think of no other option but to flee for their lives with every ounce of strength they possessed. Yet the friliest member of the group, the bespectacled boy, showed no sign of relief. Instead, his face grew even paler. He adjusted his crooked glasses, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he murmured. Wasn't what we did just now a bit too much? That junior, he might. Shut up. Before he could finish, the girl beside him, her ponytail fluttering, her face still haunted by terror, shrieked to cut him off. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she whipped her head around, her eyes bloodshot from fear and agitation, glaring at him with venom in her voice. Zhang Hao. Stop pretending to be some saintly do-gooder. Last time we were scavenging shadow ore from those freshmen down in the Weeping Cavern steps, you were the one who grabbed the most and grabbed it fastest. Weren't you the one who knocked someone out with a pickaxe? Now you want to play the saint? Put. Her words grew more heated, spittle nearly splattering the frail boy's face. In this godforsaken place. If you don't have a heart of steel, you won't last. He walked right into this mess. Who's to blame? Were we supposed to show mercy and stay behind to get torn apart by those spiders with him? Surviving this was pure luck. Another burly, muscular boy panted heavily, his deep voice echoing hers, his eyes cold and detached. Wang Qian's right. Surviving was a miracle. Why dwell on such bull? That kid's bones are probably already being digested by the demon spiders. No one's left to tell the tale. The scrawny boy, Zhang Hao, flushed red then drained pale under their barrage of criticism. His lips trembled, and finally, under his companion's cold, hard stares, he conceded defeat. He hung his head, stammering, unable to speak further. The effeminate youth, Sun Miao, smirked triumphantly, clapped his hands, and tried to regain control of the situation. Enough. Cut the chatter. Tend to your wounds, catch your breath, and find our way back immediately. This place is downright unnerving. We can't stay here any longer. At his words, the others began inspecting the bloody gashes from branches and thorns, along with scrapes from their frantic escape. They applied basic wound ointment while chattering excitedly about the harrowing ordeal. Each desperately justified their own despicable, shameless actions with extreme self-serving logic, as if Lin Feng's sacrifice were perfectly natural, the result of their own clever bravery. Yet, just as their nerves began to settle and they started scheming about how to brag about this thrilling ordeal back home. Thud. Thud. Rumble. Without warning, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. As if a primordial beast slumbering deep beneath the earth was turning over. A thunderous roar, muffled yet deafening, echoed from all directions, making their eardrums buzz. Immediately after, the thick, grayish-white miasma ahead churned violently like boiling water. Several enormous, hideous shadows, radiating suffocating terror, slowly revealed their despair-inducing outlines from the mist, accompanied by an oppressive force that threatened to crush everything in its path. Lords! Holy! How are there only lord-level beasts? Sun Miao was the first to recognize them. His scream instantly cracked, filled with an unprecedented, bone-chilling terror. Emerging from the churning mist were several colossal beasts, each uniquely shaped yet all radiating overwhelming ferocity. There was the swamp terror crocodile, covered in dark blue bone armor and bristling with fangs like a forest. A bloated blight-spawn monster oozing corrosive slime, its body covered in countless pus-filled tentacles. And the black bat king, its wingspan shaking the heavens as it circled overhead. Each one radiated a terror far surpassing that of the humanoid spider demon. Their cold, savage gazes swept over the four figures slumped against the withered tree roots as if they were tangible blades. How could this happen? How could we be so unlucky? The burly boy in the group turned ashen white, his legs shaking uncontrollably as he muttered in despair. Run! A heart-wrenching, completely off-key scream erupted from someone. The primal urge to survive instantly overwhelmed everything. The four scattered like ants doused in boiling oil, abandoning all sense of teamwork or strategic direction. Their minds held only the most basic desire to flee. They sprang up from the ground, exploding into unprecedented speed. Like headless flies, they scrambled and crawled frantically in different directions they deemed safe. Roar! Woo-woo! Squeak! The domain beasts, roused by the commotion or drawn by their scent, unleashed earth-shattering roars and screeches. As if enraged by these insignificant ants' actions, they stomped forward with heavy footsteps or flapped their massive wings, charging after them with an earth-shaking fury. In an instant, the air filled with a cacophony of terrified screams, the frenzied roars of enraged beasts, and the squelching of heavy footsteps crushing the muddy swamp. The once desolate marsh transformed into a hunting ground of utter despair. Among them, the colossal swamp terror lured a moving mountain of a beast locked its cold, merciless vertical pupils onto Wang Qian, the ponytailed figure struggling through the mud, her feet sinking in and out with each laborious stride. Its thick limbs surged with power, propelling it through the mire with astonishing speed. Like a black lightning bolt streaking across the ground, it closed the distance in mere strides, closing in behind Wang Qian. That gaping maw, capable of crushing steel with ease, suddenly snapped open. A thick, foul stench accompanied it as it lunged viciously toward her head. Wang Qian could even feel the icy teeth grazing her scalp as the shadow of death instantly engulfed her completely. She let out the most piercing scream of her life. On the run, the ugliest aspects of human nature were laid bare. Sun Miao sprinted for his life, glancing back in terror as the beast's shadow closed in. His utter dread instantly twisted into vicious selfishness. He violently grabbed the arm of Zhang Hao, who was also fleeing desperately beside him, his nails digging into the flesh with such force his nails nearly sank in. His voice was shrill as he yelled. "Zhang Hao! You're the lowest level. Slowest. Stay behind. Cover us. Hold them off for a moment. Buy us time. Otherwise, we'll all die here." Zhang Hao was utterly petrified by this sudden betrayal. He violently shook off Sun Miao's hand, his voice cracking with terror and rage as he screamed. "Sun Miao! Your ancestors! Why me? Why don't you just die? If we're gonna die, we die together. I'm not your sacrificial lamb." On the other side, Wang Qian had just narrowly dodged the terror crocodile's attack. Crawling and scrambling, she caught up to them. Hearing this exchange, she cried out in terror. "Stop arguing. Don't leave me behind. We need to figure this out together." But her cries were pitifully faint against the threat of death and the roar of selfishness. Chapter 185, Seeking Help from Lin Feng? The burly boy, Lu Mang, panted heavily, his jowls trembling. As he ran, he roared at Sun Miao. "Sun Miao! Cut the crap! Think we're your sacrificial lambs? No way! If you want a rear guard, do it yourself. I'll drag you down with me even if I die." Sun Miao, his schemes foiled, was so enraged his eyes turned red. As he ran, he cursed furiously. "Idiots! A bunch of idiots! Not a single one of us will escape unscathed. Do you really think you can outrun the Lord?" Zhang Hao, his legs feeling like lead as he pushed forward, fired back without backing down, his voice choppy from fear and exertion. "Yeah, you're so smart. Always making others take the hit in danger. Last time you screwed overly, the time before that you dumped it on Zhao. Why aren't you using your little tricks now? Spit." As the four fled for their lives, they hurled accusations, curses, and blame at each other, laying bare the basest selfishness of human nature. Death's footsteps clung to them like maggots on bone, relentlessly pursuing from behind. Just as despair threatened to consume them entirely, their faces flushed crimson from the heated argument, on the verge of turning on each other. At the edge of the thick fog ahead, a figure stood motionless, like a rock. In that instant, unbridled joy erupted in all four pairs of eyes. It was the look of a drowning man spotting the last piece of driftwood. "Someone! There's someone up ahead! A chance! We have a chance!" Without a moment's hesitation, that primal instinct to find someone to take the fall once again took hold. Yet, as they scrambled closer, barely making out the figure's outline and the monstrous, pitch-black dragon at its feet, its body consumed by a cold, eerie flame. The ecstatic smiles of survival on the four faces froze solid in an instant. Their eyes bulged like dead fish, pupils shrinking to pinpricks from sheer shock and terror. How could it be him? The one we thought we had. He's not dead? How is that possible? The man who appeared was none other than Lin Feng. He sat calmly atop Xiao Hei's broad, icy back, one hand casually resting on his knee. His entire appearance was clean and tidy, forming a starkly ironic contrast to the four mud-covered, ragged, and mad-looking fugitives before him. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, observing these four familiar faces. A warm smile slowly spread across his lips, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Yet to Sun Miao and his companions, that smile struck fear deeper than the fangs of the surrounding demon beasts. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough to pierce through the beast's roars and the four men's heavy panting, tinged with a hint of playful mockery. Well. What's this little charade you're putting on? The desperate lovers, or should I say, the desperate four's great escape? How convenient we meet again." The four froze in place as if collectively struck by a petrification spell. Their minds went blank, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Lin Feng was alive? Not only alive, but seemingly unscathed? Didn't that mean he had single-handedly taken down a level 50 lord? This realization exploded like thunder in their minds. Instantly, a far more tempting thought began to spread like poison ivy. He can kill lords. If only he'd help us out. We might just survive. The sheer desperation to survive instantly made them selectively forget their despicable actions just minutes prior. Sun Miao was the first to snap out of it. The terror and shock on his face swiftly gave way to an utterly fake, almost obsequious enthusiasm. He practically threw himself in front of Xiao He, his voice sharp with urgency. Brother! It was all a misunderstanding. We had no choice in that urgent situation. Look at us now. The danger is even greater. Only by working together. Only together can we fight our way out. We're classmates, we should help each other, right? Once we're out, we'll definitely apologize to you. We'll make it up to you. Wang Qian hurriedly joined in, her face contorted into what she hoped was the most pitiful expression, her voice trembling with tears and pleading. Yes, Junior. We were wrong earlier. We made a mistake. We apologize. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. Only you can handle these beasts now. Help us. Zhang Hao and Lu Mang stood beside them, frantically bowing and scraping, spouting incoherent flattery and empty promises as if they'd never been the ones who pushed Lin Feng toward the demon spider without a second thought. Lin Feng stared at the four faces before him, each etched with hypocrisy, fear, and selfishness, and felt a wave of nausea surge up his throat. The smile vanished instantly from his face, replaced by a cold, unmasked look of disgust. Help you? Lin Feng's voice rang out coldly, like shards of ice. When you pushed me toward that level 50 lord as bait without a second thought, why didn't you consider helping each other then? Now that you're being chased like dogs by even more lords, you suddenly remember to beg me to overlook past grievances and save you? He snorted derisively, his gaze like icy blades slicing across the four faces that had instantly turned ashen. Tell me, why? Because you've got thick skin? Or because you're just shameless? Bro! You can't talk like that. Sun Miao was sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he pointed behind them at the terrifying beast shadows closing in and the earth shaking violently. Now is not the time to quibble over such things. Look! They'll catch us any second. If we don't join forces, we'll all die. You won't escape either. Helping us is helping yourself. Lin Feng listened to their twisted, shameless plea for help. He paused for a moment, then burst into derisive laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world. His laughter brimmed with undisguised scorn and contempt, as if he were watching a pathetic clown. He shook his head, his gaze sweeping over them as if they were a pile of disgusting trash. Well, I've seen it now what it means to be shameless to the point of invincibility. The thickness of your skin would probably feel too rough for even a lord-level beast to chew. Yet the smile vanished from his face as swiftly as it had appeared, retreating like a receding tide, leaving only icy frost behind. His gaze, sharp as a blade's edge, slowly swept across the four faces etched with urgency and dread. His voice was calm, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. But it seems you've misunderstood one thing. He raised a hand slightly, pointing behind them, his tone casual as if merely introducing an insignificant little gift. The ones who are going to die are you. Not me. As for this little spectacle before you, it's merely a small token I brought along for you. How about it? Do you like it? Is it lively enough? The expressions on the four men's faces froze instantly. Their desperate facade of pleading for help shattered like fragile glass, leaving only raw, primal terror. They jerked their rusty necks in the direction Lin Feng pointed, straining to look. From the direction they had come, within the thick, impenetrable miasma, several more massive, hideous shadows emerged. They radiated a terrifying aura no less menacing than the pursuers ahead, their outlines slowly materializing as if crawling up from the depths of hell. Another group of level 50 lord-class beasts. Their cold, icy pupils locked onto every living thing in the field including the four of them. Trapped between two fires. A truly desperate situation. It's you? You deliberately lured them here? Sun Miao, the effeminate youth, was the first to snap out of it. His voice rose to a shrill, almost screeching pitch, brimming with disbelief and fury. He whipped his head around, fixing a deathly stare on Lin Feng, his eyes bloodshot from extreme terror and rage. The other three felt as if icy venomous snakes had coiled around their necks. Every hair on their bodies stood on end as they stared at Lin Feng with utter terror, as if seeing this seemingly calm freshman for the first time. They could never have imagined that not only would he offer no assistance whatsoever, but he would instead employ such a ruthless, underhanded tactic to push them completely into an abyss of utter ruin. You heartless bastard. Wang Qian, her voice trembling uncontrollably, pointed at Lin Feng. Her eyes burned with despair and a betrayed fury despite being the one who had betrayed first. Chapter 186, Lin Feng's Retribution. Lin Feng merely snorted coldly through his nose at her words, as if he'd heard the most laughable thing imaginable. Me, vicious? He tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on them as if observing a group of hopeless fools. Compared to your straightforward approach of striking to kill the moment we met, using me as bait to feed the spider my little return favor is merely paying back what I learned on the spot. It doesn't even count as interest. He paused, his tone growing colder, each word cutting like a blade. In this inhuman realm that devours without mercy, the rules are simple: either you die, or I perish. Since you chose my death without hesitation, now it's your turn to taste the consequences of that choice. Fair enough, wouldn't you agree? With that, he gave Xiao Hei a gentle tug. The beast let out a low, dragon-like roar, its shadowy flames flickering faintly around its body. Carrying Lin Feng, it retreated gracefully and deliberately, pulling the four completely surrounded by the beast horde to a safe distance, the perfect vantage point to watch the spectacle unfold. The newly arrived lord beasts, combined with those that had been pursuing the group, now pincered them in between. They crouched low, emitting threatening, deafening roars. Viscous saliva dripped from their fangs, corroding the mud beneath them. Their cold, hungry eyes swept back and forth over the four, seemingly assessing which prey to sink their teeth into first. The four individuals at the eye of the storm were now utterly consumed by boundless terror. Their minds went blank, their legs felt like lead weights, yet also as if they were treading on cotton, completely paralyzed with fear. Trapped between a rock and a hard place, they were truly without a way out, with no escape in any direction. Lin Feng sat calmly atop the dragon's back, observing their desperate, cornered, and utterly helpless state. His expression remained serene, a faint, amused smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were watching a slightly absurd farce that had nothing to do with him. Besides, he added casually, as if stating an insignificant fact, I didn't go looking for trouble. Just a moment ago, I was being chased by a few blind beasts and had no choice but to flee. Accidentally, well, I happened to pass by the entrance to your lordship's lair and made a bit of a racket. Can you really blame me for that? This casual, self-exonerating explanation struck like the sharpest mockery, instantly igniting the last shred of reason in Sun Miao and his three companions. You! Only a fool would believe that. Sun Miao's eyes blazed crimson, veins throbbing furiously on his forehead as he roared with near hysterical fury. His body trembled slightly from the sheer intensity of his rage. Oomph! Wang Qian, too, had completely shed her facade. All traces of pleading vanished from her face, replaced by the desperate arrogance and viciousness of someone cornered. She shrieked, attempting to salvage the situation with her last card. Don't get cocky. We're members of the Celestial Alliance. We're under Senior Lu Liang. You stood by and did nothing today. Just wait until we get back. Just wait until Senior Lu Liang finds out. He'll make sure you can't survive at Huaxia Academy. He'll ruin your reputation. Even begging on your knees won't save you. Right. Right. The frail Zhang Hao clung to this last straw, his voice trembling yet feigning bravado as he echoed. Senior Lu Liang's power is unfathomable. He's the Academy's top genius. Offending us means offending the entire Heavenly Alliance. You won't end well. There's still time to save us. The burly Lu Mang pumped his fists, trying to add weight to his words as he heaped praise upon Lu Liang. Senior Lu Liang's power knows no bounds. Crushing you would be like squashing an ant. Even the Academy elders give him face. You'd better think carefully about the consequences. Hearing them invoke Lu Liang and the Heavenly Alliance, a flicker finally crossed Lin Feng's eyes, but it was not fear. Rather, it was a deeper, more profound impatience and disgust, akin to the irritation one feels at the buzzing of a fly. The Celestial Alliance? Lu Liang? He repeated the two names, his tone flat as a sheet, devoid of any ripple. Sounds formidable. Too bad. His tone shifted abruptly, his voice turning as cold as ice. I, Lin Feng, act as I please. Why should I care about anyone else's opinion? You think threatening me with this will work? First, you'll have to see if you even have the life left today to crawl out of this swamp and go wag your tails before your masters, begging for mercy and reporting me. His gaze swept over the increasingly restless, encroaching demon beasts, his tone laced with cruel mockery. As for who lives and who dies, isn't that already plain as day? When you struck me down, you should have known that kicking a steel plate comes with a price. Roar! Arg! The surrounding domain beasts had clearly lost their last shred of patience. Their low, murderous roars, like death's trumpet, suddenly intensified. Their massive bodies began to move, claws clawing at the muddy swamp, a stench of blood and decay washing over them. Seeing Lin Feng unmoved by threats or pleas, all warnings and entreaties sinking like stones into the sea, the four were seized by utter terror, which finally transformed into complete madness and despair. If you won't let us live, then you won't live either. We'll all die together. Sun Miao let out a desperate howl, his eyes bloodshot like a raving madman. His hands shot upward as the last remnants of ice energy within him surged out recklessly. Countless razor-sharp ice shards instantly coalesced, whistling with a piercing shriek as they rained down on Lin Feng. Wang Qian screamed, her hands forming an unstable, fiery orb that seemed ready to explode at any moment. She hurled it at Lin Feng with all her might. Zhang Hao and Lu Mang, like gamblers blinded by loss, unleashed their most powerful yet energy-draining skills without reservation, pouring them all onto Lin Feng. In an instant, a dazzling array of colored energy blazed forth, thunderous explosions reverberating as if poised to swallow Lin Feng and the black dragon beneath him whole. Facing this overwhelming, desperate barrage of attacks, not even a flicker of emotion crossed Lin Feng's face. Only the mocking curve of his lips seemed to deepen slightly. A pathetic death throw, he remarked indifferently, not even bothering to respond. Xiao Hei. A soft call. Roar. Xiaohei let out a majestic dragon's roar. The ghostly flames enveloping him suddenly contracted inward before erupting outward like a volcanic explosion. But the flames did not spread outward. Instead, they twisted and spun violently between him and Lin Feng, instantly tearing open a profound spatial rift, its edges crackling with black lightning. Within the fissure lay absolute darkness and nothingness, emanating a terrifying suction force that threatened to devour everything. All the assaults pouring forth ice shards, fireballs, energy blasts vanished the moment they touched the fissure. Like a stone sinking into the sea, they failed to create even a ripple before being utterly swallowed and obliterated by the absolute darkness. The next instant, Xiaohei, carrying Lin Feng, elegantly swept its tail like a dragon's. Its massive form then gracefully vanished into the rift. The fissure swiftly closed and vanished. Left behind at the spot was only Lin Feng's voice, tinged with playful amusement, echoing clearly in the ears of the four as if carried from another dimension. Bye-bye, everyone. Elite members of the Celestial Alliance. Hope you have fun with my little gifts. The moment the voice faded, Lin Feng and Xiaohei vanished completely, as if they had never been there. Sun Miao, Wang Qian, Zhang Hao, and Lu Mang stood frozen, their frenzied, furious expressions solidifying into a mask of utter, icy despair as they maintained futile attack stances toward the empty void before them. All their attacks, all their fury, all their curses had struck empty air, so laughably futile, so utterly futile. The next instant, the hungry, savage gazes of the Lord monsters, now deprived of any diversion, focused with terrifying precision on these four small, helpless prey, whose bodies radiated the scent of deliciousness. No, don't come closer. Don't come closer. Wang Qian let out the most shrill, most desperate scream of her life, tears and snot instantly smearing her cheeks. I'll fight you to the death. Sun Miao attempted a final resistance, conjuring a thin ice shield. But a swamp terror crocodile merely casually flicked its tail. Boom! The ice shield and Sun Miao himself were violently flung away. His arm twisted unnaturally as blood spurted wildly. Help me! Help me! I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Save me! Please, save me. Zhang Hao collapsed limp in the cold mud, his pants instantly soaked through. Staring at the ever-approaching, slime-dripping maw, he let out incoherent cries and pleas. Lu Mang swung his battle axe futilely, striking the terror crocodile's thick scales and only managing to spark a few sparks. This only enraged the creature further. Roar! Several lord beasts roared their attacks simultaneously. The colossal shadows completely engulfed the four. Shrill, inhuman screams, the crisp crack of shattering bones, and the excited tearing and chewing of beasts instantly replaced all curses and pleas, becoming the sole melody in this corner of the swamp. A death feast sown by their own evil deeds and graciously accelerated by Lin Feng officially commenced. The sole spectator had long since slipped away, concealing both merit and fame. Chapter 187, The Black-Eyed Toad. Those piercing screams of despair, the snapping of bones, and the excited tearing and chewing of the beasts were left far behind at the end of the shadow shuttle. When Lin Feng and Xiaohei stepped out of the twisted fissure, returning to the suffocating, putrid air of the dark marsh, the sounds behind them had already faded to an inaudible whisper. Lin Feng's gaze remained calm and unruffled, as if he had merely brushed dust from the hem of his robe. Pity? Sympathy? Such extravagant emotions had no place here. He knew better than anyone, had he not possessed formidable strength and ample hidden cards, he would have become the sacrificial lamb for those four bastards' cowardly survival the moment he encountered the human-faced demon spider. Not a single bone would have been left. Their current fate was nothing but reaping what they had sown. They deserved every bit of it. In this harsh, survival of the fittest realm, mercy toward enemies was cruelty toward oneself. Yet before he could even begin to steady his nerves and reassess the immediate danger before him. Whoosh! A jarring, piercing sound erupted without warning from the seemingly tranquil black mud below, where only occasional viscous bubbles had been rising. The next instant, the mud exploded violently. Dozens of putrid poisonous toads, their bodies an ominous dark green, skin covered in pus-filled boils, and constantly emitting a thick, foul-smelling mist, catapulted out. Their puffed-out cheeks contracted violently as their hideous mouths opened, emitting a pungent, sour stench. They lunged headlong toward Xiaohei and Lin Feng, who had just completed their spatial leap and hadn't fully regained their footing. Damn it! Never ending. Alarm bells rang in Lin Feng's mind as he cursed inwardly, forced to fight back. Xiaohei! Left! The venom is corrosive. Don't block it head-on. Lin Feng's warning came in a rapid-fire hiss. Simultaneously, his wrist flipped and a long sword dripping with icy coldness was already in his grasp. The blade hummed, reflecting his icy gaze. Roar! Xiaohei reacted with lightning speed. The burning netherfire enveloping his body suddenly contracted inward, then exploded outward like a violent blast, instantly forming a swirling wall of burning netherfire that stood across the path of the venomous arrowstorm. Sizzle! The dense stream of venom collided with the searing wall of flame, instantly vaporizing and evaporating with a hair-raising sizzle. Billowing clouds of foul-smelling, dark green vapor rose and spread rapidly, severely obscuring the surrounding visibility. Amidst this thick, low-visibility mist, they seized the cover of the toxic fog. Their hind legs tensed with explosive force as they leapt fiercely from the muddy swamp. Their short yet astonishingly powerful limbs flailed wildly in the air. With mouths bristling with fine, venomous fangs, they lunged fearlessly toward Lin Feng and Xiaohei. Looking for death. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness as he gripped his long sword tightly and moved instantly. Like a ghostly apparition, he leapt from Xiaohei's back and charged head-on into the oncoming swarm of toads. The sword's light flashed like lightning, carving precise and ruthless arcs of death. Put! Put! Xiaohei roared in fury, his dragon tail lashing like a steel whip, snapping the bones and tearing the tendons of the attacking toads. His sharp claws tore through their fragile bodies with ease. Occasional bursts of dragon's breath instantly cleared small patches of the area. This skirmish erupted suddenly and ended just as quickly. When the last poisonous toad was pinned to the muddy ground by Lin Feng's sword, twitching lifelessly, a brief, eerie silence fell over the surroundings. Huff, huff. Xiaohei panted softly, the once vibrant underworld flames enveloping his body now seeming slightly dimmed. Several scorched black marks, corroded by splattered venom, were now visible on its hard dragon scales, slowly repairing themselves. Yazi, Shonyo, and Bì'àn summoned by Lin Feng to fight alongside him now stood with disheveled fur, their breathing slightly uneven, each bearing battle scars of varying severity. Lin Feng's expression grew more grave than ever before. He slowly shook the viscous, dark green blood from his sword, his gaze sweeping over the wounds on his companions' bodies as his heart sank. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. In this eerily upgraded, gloomy swamp, even the most common monsters that suddenly appeared were at least around level 50. Meanwhile, his strongest fighter, Xiaohei, had just endured a grueling battle and spatial traversal, barely reaching level 37. The enormous, nearly insurmountable gap in levels made every battle exceptionally difficult and exhausting. This couldn't go on. Lin Feng muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed tightly. Yet deep within his eyes, there was no trace of retreat or fear, only a sharpening resolve. He understood clearly that in this desperate situation, retreating or hesitating would be tantamount to digging his own grave. Without hesitation, he immediately retrieved the most potent antidotes and high-efficiency recovery potions from his storage pouch, swiftly administering them to Xiaohei and the other three beasts. The pills dissolved upon contact, releasing pure, gentle potency that swiftly neutralized the lingering toxins within their bodies, repaired the damage, and replenished their severely depleted stamina. He had to change tactics. The strategy that had swept through the outer perimeter wouldn't work here. Lin Feng's mind raced as his vigilant gaze scanned the churning fog and treacherous mud swamps, not missing the slightest stir. He resolved to avoid large-scale engagements, prioritizing stealth, evasion, and precise hunting. He even briefly wavered, considering abandoning the ghost mushroom gathering mission altogether to seek an immediate escape route. After all, preserving his life was the top priority. But the phrase, "since we're already here," was a fundamental principle for the Chinese. Great risks often brought great rewards. Besides, having ventured this far, how could he possibly return empty-handed? How could he face Lu Liang and the Heavenly Alliance's pressure afterward? He'd fight to the end. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He understood the principle that risk and opportunity coexist. Just as he agonized over a way out, his nerves stretched to the breaking point, a previously overlooked detail struck him like lightning. These beasts, those whose power had surged dramatically due to the dimensional shift, their strength seemed unstable. During previous battles and escape attempts, he had keenly observed that some beasts, during their evolution, would periodically or when triggered by certain stimuli fall into a peculiar state of rigidity or slumber. During those brief moments, their reactions to the outside world became extremely sluggish, even completely defenseless. As if the evolutionary process drained most of their energy, leaving them no room to spare. This was a flaw. A colossal flaw. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. An indescribable surge of excitement instantly swept away the gloom in his heart. There's a chance. An absolute chance to make a move. He was so overcome with excitement he nearly let out a low growl. An incredibly bold, even reckless plan instantly took shape in his mind. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a spot not far ahead to his right. There, in the center of a relatively dry patch of land, among the exposed, jagged black rocks, flickered a patch of green, ghostly light, wavering like will-o'-the-wisps. As Xiaohei crept silently closer, the glow grew clearer and more intense. Beneath the glow lay a dense, countless expanse of ghost face mushrooms. Their caps bore an eerie, dark green hue, their surfaces naturally etched with twisted, agonized human facial patterns. Found them. Ghost face mushrooms. And so many. Lin Feng's heart leapt violently, his breathing quickening noticeably. His eyes blazed with disbelief and delight. The entire area of strange rocks was nearly covered by these eerie mushrooms. A rough estimate suggested tens of thousands. Jackpot. This time, it was truly a jackpot. Such a vast quantity of ghost face mushrooms, if he could harvest them all, it wouldn't just perfectly complete every quest and earn him massive points, but also allow him to exchange them for unimaginably rare resources, enabling a quantum leap in his strength in a short time. Yet this immense delight proved fleeting, instantly shattered by a sudden, bone-chilling aura of dread that descended upon him. His gaze involuntarily shifted toward the very center of the ghost mushroom patch, tinged with a hint of dread. There, beneath the largest black rock shaped like a ferocious demon head, a massive figure lay silently crouched. It was a black toad of suffocating proportions. Its size was nearly comparable to a small house. Its entire body was covered in profoundly dark, pitted skin. Each pit resembled cooled lava, its surface glistening with a sinister, icy glow. Most terrifying of all were its eyes, two enormous, wide-open orbs devoid of any white, composed purely of endless darkness, gazing coldly and emotionlessly ahead. The level 55 Lord Beast, Black-Eyed Toad. Feeding on ghost mushrooms, it was also the ultimate nightmare for any intruder daring to covet this granary. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, feeling a chill surge from the base of his spine straight to the crown of his head. Xiaohei sensed the terrifying, abyssal pressure of the Lord's presence. Every muscle in its body instantly tensed, and the ghostly flames surrounding it surged uncontrollably. A low growl, filled with extreme vigilance and suppressed fear, erupted from its throat as it assumed a stance ready to fight to the death at any moment. Lin Feng swiftly raised his hand, gently pressing it against Xiaohei's neck scales, signaling him to calm down. He forced himself to calm down as fast as possible, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. A level 55 Lord. Its power far surpassed that of the human-faced demon spider. A direct confrontation would be a Pyrrhic victory at best. His gaze locked onto the demon toad, which seemed to merge with the darkness itself, then swept over the tantalizing sea of ghost-face mushrooms just inches away. Stay calm. Must stay calm. A direct assault is the worst option. So then. Chapter 188 Ambush, Ghost Face Mushrooms. Gazing at the level 55 Lord's aura emanating from the black-eyed toad crouched amidst the ghost face mushrooms, Lin Feng's brow knotted tightly. A full 20-level gap yawned before him like an unbridgeable chasm. This was not a gap that could be easily bridged by sheer courage or mythical bloodlines. Even if he gritted his teeth and unleashed all four dragons Xiaohei, Yazi, Xiaoniu, and Bì'àn playing every last card in his hand, there might be a sliver of chance for a grueling victory. But the cost would be unbearable devastation. In this perilous realm teeming with beasts and lurking danger, once his primary beast companions were incapacitated, encountering even a single Lord-level beast or worse, a pack of high-tier common beasts would spell utter annihilation. No matter how you calculated it, the losses would be astronomical. His gaze scanned the surroundings meticulously, the thick fog that lingered, obstructing his vision. The tangled, pitch-black thorn bushes emitting a faint paralytic toxin. A few jagged, protruding rocks that might offer brief cover. The environment was complex, yet it seemed difficult to directly use it to counter a level 55 Lord. Create distractions? Strike from the east while feigning an attack on the west? Lin Feng murmured softly, his fingertips tapping the sword hilt unconsciously. Yet for the moment, a clear, viable plan refused to take shape. His gaze returned to the black-eyed toad. The monster appeared utterly immersed in the pleasure of its feast. Its massive body trembled slightly with each swallow. Its thick, long tongue precisely curled around several ghost face mushrooms, delivering them contentedly into its mouth as a satisfied gurgle echoed from its throat. As a level 55 Lord with considerable intelligence, it clearly understood the value of these ghost face mushrooms. Lin Feng could even discern a hint of calculation and greed traits of a sentient being in its cold, pitch-black eyes. What a splendid day this is. As the black-eyed toad chewed, it mused contentedly. The great sovereign has finally taken that step. The energy of the entire swamp boils, bestowing blessings upon us all. It swallowed the succulent mushroom, feeling the surging power within its body. The greed within it grew fiercer, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I devour every treasure in these mushrooms and accumulate enough power, perhaps I can shatter that barrier and enter the entirely new realm of level 60. The very thought of the power, status, and true sovereign authority level 60 would grant in this swamp made the black-eyed toad tremble with excitement, its tongue flickering faster and faster. It was utterly intoxicated by the exquisite illusion of its own power breakthrough, its vigilance reduced to its lowest ebb. Unbeknownst to it, hidden within the thick fog not far away, a pair of human eyes were watching it. At that very moment, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly locked onto the little black creature beside him. A bold, almost insane thought struck him like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, suddenly illuminating his mind. A plan was born. Gobble. The black-eyed toad sat contentedly, its enormous, pitch-black eyes half-closed. Its massive body crouched among the ghost face mushrooms, trembling slightly as it reveled in the ultimate pleasure of being saturated with energy. Its long tongue shot out again, effortlessly snatching 5 or 6 more ghost face mushrooms and sending them into its bottomless maw. Delicious juices exploded in its mouth, transforming into pure energy that coursed through its entire body, making it so comfortable that a low, snoring like purr escaped its throat. Yet, in that very instant of utmost relaxation and bliss, a sudden, piercing sense of danger, brimming with the essence of utter destruction, stabbed into its senses like an icy spike. Poof! The black-eyed toad's massive body stiffened abruptly, its contentment instantly replaced by terror. It whipped its head around. A jet-black abyssal dragon's breath surged savagely toward its massive head. Damn it! Who dares to challenge me? The black-eyed toad erupted in fury. Its furious roar thundered like a bolt from the blue, causing the surrounding swamp mud to violently churn. It could scarcely believe that within the very heart of its absolute domain, some foolhardy fool dared to launch an attack? This was tantamount to digging up the ground on the head of the Tai Sui. As its two pitch-black eyes locked onto the source of the attack, its rage erupted like a volcano, shooting straight to the heavens. The attacker was none other than that hellishly black-scaled, inferno-breathing abyssal dragon Xiaohe, whose form, to its eyes, resembled nothing more than a tiny lizard. What infuriated it beyond measure was that the damned black dragon hovered mid-air. Not only did it show no fear, but it tilted its ferocious dragon head, its pair of molten gold vertical pupils flashing with infuriatingly mocking derision. It even deliberately whipped its bone-spiked tail back and forth, swaying left and right with an utterly arrogant and domineering posture, as if saying, "Come on, come bite me, you big dummy." Gah! Utter humiliation. Absolute humiliation. The black-eyed toad trembled violently with rage, as if it might explode at any moment. Endless murderous intent surged toward Little Black like a tangible cold wave. It would tear this insolent, ignorant dragon to shreds. Grind it into mincemeat. Make it regret ever coming into this world. But the very next second, as it sensed the pure dragon bloodline's aura emanating from Little Black with even greater clarity, a thread of disbelief and shock unconsciously mingled with its raging fury. Dragon? How could this be? Hadn't the dragon race been extinct since the ancient era? This thought struck like a curse, causing it to lose its focus for an incredibly brief moment. The living, breathing abyssal dragon before it, one that dared mock it, utterly shattered the knowledge ingrained in its ancestral memories. Yet this flicker of shock proved utterly insignificant before the raging fury ignited by the grave insult to its dignity as a level 55 overlord. It was crushed in an instant. Whether you're a dragon or not, dare to challenge me. You shall die. The black-eyed toad dragon unleashed its most vicious curse, its thirst for vengeance driving it to strike back with thunderous fury. It snapped open its terrifying maw wide enough to swallow a car whole. A monstrous tongue, thick and slick with viscous saliva, whipped through the air with a piercing shriek and a nauseating stench. With a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, it lashed out, coiling toward the tiny figure of Xiaohe suspended mid-air. This strike, fueled by fury, could shatter solid rock with ease. Facing this terrifying assault, Xiaohe displayed agility utterly incongruous with its massive frame. Anticipating the attack, its massive dragon body executed a near defiance of physics elite, twisting maneuver in midair. Like a ghostly apparition, it narrowly evaded the terrifying, slime-covered tongue at the last possible moment. The tongue's wind whipped past its scales, leaving a stinging gust that made the skin tingle. In that split second of passing, Xiaohe even cheekily opened its mouth to spit a small jet of concentrated netherfire, precisely scorching the tongue that hadn't retracted in time. Sizzle! The acrid stench of burning flesh instantly filled the air. Gwa! The black-eyed toad let out a shrieking cry, a mix of agony and fury, violently snapping its tongue back. Seeing the charred tip of its tongue blackened and even emitting wisps of smoke, its rage ignited to its absolute peak. Yet its massive body remained firmly coiled at the center of the ghost mushroom grove, showing no intention of leaving its post or pursuing its prey. Its primary duty was to guard this granary that belonged to it. Rage aside, its basic vigilance and territorial instincts remained intact. Chapter 189, Acquiring Ghost Face Mushrooms. Deep within the shadow cast by a massive, cold rock, Lin Feng had completely blended into his surroundings, suppressing even his breathing to the absolute minimum. His piercing eyes fixed intently through the rock crevices, locked onto the vastly mismatched standoff unfolding in the distance. He watched as Xiaohe darted nimbly up and down before the black-eyed demon toad, which loomed like a small mountain. At times, it spat dragon breath in defiance, at others, it dodged the terrifying, lightning-fast tongue with impossibly precise angles. Each encounter was perilously close, making Lin Feng's temples throb violently. Why the hell won't this demon-eyed black toad budge an inch? Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly as he cursed inwardly. His plan had been a classic diversion, using Xiaohe to draw the black-eyed toad away from this precious cluster of ghost face mushrooms, then striking swiftly to finish it off. But the current situation was completely unexpected. The black-eyed demon toad clearly valued this batch of ghost face mushrooms above all else. No matter how fiercely Little Black performed, how thoroughly he mocked it. It merely roared furiously in place and counterattacked, its thick hind legs rooted firmly in the center of the ghost mushroom patch, refusing to budge an inch. Time ticked away second by second, and Lin Feng's heart sank deeper with each passing moment. Every second of this stalemate meant an increase in variables. Who knew what other monstrosities lurked in this newly upgraded? What if the commotion here attracted even more terrifying lords, or stirred up hordes of beasts into a rampaging horde? Forget stealing mushrooms, even escaping unscathed would be a major problem. His anxious gaze darted rapidly between the protective figure of the black-eyed demon toad and the tempting, gleaming ghost mushrooms just inches away. He had to break this deadlock. He had to get this stubborn toad guarding its treasure to budge. Meanwhile, the black-eyed toad's patience was nearly exhausted by that slippery black loach. But its inner obsession ran deeper. These ghost face mushrooms were its only hope to break through the level 60 bottleneck and become the true ruler of this swamp. For this, it could endure any provocation. As long as it held its ground here and devoured every mushroom, power beyond measure would be its. It would not tolerate any unexpected events. Little Black was inwardly cursing his luck. The constant high-intensity dodging and dragon breath attacks were taking a heavy toll. Worst of all, that toad's tongue had an absurdly long range and terrifying speed. It had nearly been swept away several times already. Ugh, this long-tongued monster is such a pain. Just as it debated whether to risk closing in for another provocation, Lin Feng's clear, urgent command flooded its mind like icy water. Xiao Hei! Stop wasting time. Burn those ghost face mushrooms. Aim for the ones right under its rear. Xiao Hei's molten gold vertical pupils flared instantly. Brilliant! Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Hei executed a sharp turn, its massive dragon body tracing a graceful arc through the air. Its target shifted instantly from the black-eyed toad itself to the dense cluster of ghost face mushrooms growing beneath it. Roar! A long-suppressed dragon's roar shook the swamp. Xiao Hei's massive jaws snapped open. Gone were the earlier playful bursts of flame now. Without reservation, he unleashed the full fury of the surging netherfire within his body. Boom! The flames ignited instantly. Vast swaths of dark green ghost mushrooms withered, carbonized, and turned to ash without even a flicker of resistance under the extreme heat. The acrid smell of burning mingled with the mushroom's peculiar, pungent aroma instantly filled the air. Qua! No! My precious! My source of power! The black-eyed demon toad, who had been scheming about how to dominate the realm after breaking through, watched helplessly as the ghost face mushrooms it cherished like life itself vanished before its eyes. The agony was a million times worse than being slashed by a blade. The power dream it had built shattered in an instant under this blaze. Reason? Caution? Duty? All gone. Now, its simple mind was filled with nothing but the purest, most hysterical rage and a burning desire for destruction. You damned creature! I'll tear you to shreds. Grind you into mincemeat. The black-eyed demon toad unleashed a deafening, soul-shredding roar from its depths. Its massive body trembled violently with fury. Guardian? Right now, it only wanted to tear the creature that ruined its future limb from limb. Boom! Its thick hind legs erupted with terrifying force, blasting a deep crater in the muddy swamp. It charged recklessly toward Xiao Hei. Its speed now was more than double what it had been before. This was precisely the effect Xiao Hei had been aiming for. Seeing the toad finally enraged enough to abandon its lair, Little Black swiftly whipped its tail and darted away straight into the deepest, darkest swamp, far from Lin Feng's hiding spot. Simultaneously, it deliberately lowered its altitude, sweeping its dragon tail to shatter vast stretches of deadwood and send mud flying everywhere, as if afraid the enemy might lose track. Where do you think you're going? The black-eyed demon toad had completely lost its mind. Its brain was now consumed solely by the pursuit of Xiao Hei, roaring as it charged headlong in hot pursuit. Dragon and toad, one before and one behind, swept through the swamp like two hurricanes. Wherever they passed, muddy waves surged skyward, ancient trees snapped and shattered, and deafening roars echoed. The tremendous commotion alarmed the other beasts. A whoa! Hiss! Gurgle! In an instant, countless beasts, some lurking in the swamp steps, others suppressed by the king's evolved aura, were roused by the sudden surge of terrifying energy and deafening roar. Panicked, they burst forth from their hiding places, caves, mud pools, and deadwood forests. The entire swamp seemed to come alive in an instant, a chaotic cacophony of screams, roars, and the sound of frantic running. Now! Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chaos, Lin Feng leapt from behind the rock like a long dormant cheetah. Pushing his agility to its absolute limit, he became a barely discernible afterimage, ignoring the panicked lower-tier beasts scattering in all directions. His sole target, that ravaged patch of ghost face mushrooms. In a few swift bounds, he reached his destination. Even now, the black-eyed toad's furious roar and the destruction caused by its pursuit still echoed in the distance. But his figure had already vanished into the thick fog and the chaotic horde of beasts. Lin Feng halted, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the ghost mushroom field ravaged by dragon flames. His heart gave a sharp twinge. Where once dense clusters of ghost mushrooms had glowed with an eerie light, nearly 1/5 of the area was now a charred wasteland. Only a few charred, twisted mushroom stems remained standing crookedly, the air thick with the heart-wrenching stench of burnt flesh and the distinctive, pungent odor of mushrooms. What a tragedy! All those shiny points and resources. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, his facial muscles twisting in anguish. These were treasures that could be exchanged for vast amounts of huaxiao points, used to obtain rare cultivation supplies. But this pang of regret lasted only an instant before he forced it down. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. Without paying a price, how could he lure that black toad away? He muttered to himself as if consoling himself, yet his gaze instantly hardened into one of steely determination. Chapter 190: The Black-Eyed Demon Toad's Pursuit. Without a shred of hesitation, his form shot out from behind the rock, moving so swiftly it left a faint afterimage in its wake. His target was the unguarded cluster of ghostface mushrooms, now glowing with an eerie light. His eyes glowed faintly red with intense excitement and desire, his hands moving so swiftly they seemed to vanish. His left hand gripped a jade shovel, a tool specifically crafted for harvesting high-grade spiritual plants, now glowing with a warm, milky light, and with pinpoint precision, he slid it gently along the base of the ghost mushroom's stem. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out like lightning, catching the mushroom the instant it fell. Without a second glance, he flicked it backward into an open cloth sack at his waist. The bag's opening seemed small, yet its interior appeared to connect to a bottomless abyss. One ghost mushroom after another, each bizarrely shaped and brimming with pure soul energy, was tossed inside. Not even a ripple disturbed its surface, as if they vanished into thin air, swallowed silently and completely. With each ghost mushroom he handled, its icy, energy-charged touch made Lin Feng's heart throb violently. These weren't mere mushrooms, they were a mobile treasure trove. A vast reservoir of huaxia points. It was rare resources that could dramatically boost the power of Xiaohei, Yaji, and the others. Capital to stand firm against Lu Liang and the Heavenly Alliance in the future. He was utterly immersed in the exhilaration of this frenzied harvest, his movements fluid and seamless, his efficiency terrifyingly high, transforming him almost into a ruthless harvesting machine. The chaotic beast roars stirred by the Lord's pursuit and the churning sounds of the muddy swamp now seemed like irrelevant background noise. Harvest. 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 His world seemed to consist solely of the endless cycle: reach out, cut, store. In mere moments, the once dense cluster of ghost-face mushrooms had thinned to sparse patches, and finally, it was completely stripped bare. Only small pits remained on the ground, testaments to the precious treasures that had once thrived here. Done. Lin Feng straightened abruptly, exhaling a long, pent-up breath from his chest. An uncontrollable smile of wild delight blossomed across his face. He instinctively weighed the spatial cloth bag at his waist. Its heavy weight made his heart soar with joy. He struck it rich. This time, he truly hit the jackpot. Bringing back this many ghost-face mushrooms to the academy would definitely net him tens of thousands, no, likely hundreds of thousands of huaxia points. He murmured excitedly to himself, already envisioning countless precious cultivation pills, top-tier techniques, and rare materials beckoning to him. Yet this euphoria was instantly doused like ice water poured over his head. A sense of danger so intense it made his soul tremble pierced his senses like an icy spike. Almost simultaneously. Master! Run! That giant toad is coming back! A frantic, gasping mental roar exploded like thunder in his mind. It was Xiaohei. Lin Feng's scalp instantly tingled as he whipped his head toward the direction of Xiaohei's voice. In the distance, the thick fog seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible force. That massive black-eyed demon toad had returned. And its current state was clearly even more terrifying. The black mist surrounding it was thick and viscous like congealed ink. Within the churning darkness, sickly pale lightning bolts darted and flickered like venomous serpents. Its massive body seemed to have swollen another size. Each step it took shook the earth and mountains, carrying overwhelming fury and a destructive aura. It was charging forward at a speed even faster than when it had left. But when the black-eyed demon toad's burning, pitch-black eyes that burned with endless fury saw the ghostly mushroom grove it had cherished as its very life, its hope for breakthrough, reduced to utter ruin, not a single mushroom left standing. It abruptly halted its charge, as if all its strength had been instantly drained. But this was no surrender, rather, the deathly stillness before the storm. The next second. Gao arg. A roar beyond description, a concoction of excruciating agony, fury, madness, and a thirst for annihilation exploded from its massive maw like a tangible sonic cannon. The terrifying shockwaves exploded outward in a ring, tearing through the air in every direction. The surrounding air visibly warped and trembled. Dead trees within dozens of meters were severed cleanly at the waist as if by an invisible blade, crashing to the ground. Muddy waves several meters high surged from the swampy ground beneath. A suffocating aura of murderous intent instantly engulfed the entire area. It locked onto the sole intruder on the field, Lin Feng. It understood. It understood everything. That damned black dragon was merely a decoy. This insignificant human, this despicable thief, was the true culprit. He had stolen everything from it. Roar! Xiaohei let out a warning roar, its massive dragon body abruptly blocking Lin Feng's front, forcibly absorbing part of the sonic shockwave. Its scales trembled violently. Lin Feng's face instantly turned as white as paper, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. No words, no hesitation. Run! He let out an extremely short growl, his body springing upward like a coiled spring, landing precisely on Xiaohei's back. Xiaohei, attuned to his mind, flapped its massive wings with full force the instant Lin Feng landed. The colossal dragon soared skyward like an arrow released from its string, fleeing frantically in the opposite direction of the black-eyed toad demon. Boom! The black-eyed toad went completely berserk. It stomped the ground, blasting the marsh into a massive crater. Its mountain-like bulk propelled itself skyward with savage force, like a black cannonball fired from a barrel. It latched onto Xiaohei's tail and pursued with relentless fury. Its speed was terrifyingly fast. Retract! Lin Feng, clinging to the dragon's back against the howling gale, stirred his spiritual energy. In an instant, he recalled Yazi, Xiaoniu, and Bì'àn, who had remained behind, into his beast-taming space, reducing the burden and risk. Xiaohei! Don't hold back. Use spatial teleportation. Quick! Lin Feng's voice cracked with the strain of speed and tension as he clung desperately to Xiaohei's scales. Roar! Xiaohei let out a dragon's roar signifying understanding. The burning netherfire enveloping its body abruptly retracted inward, and intense ripples of dense spatial law began to surge violently. The scenery around it started to blur and distort. In the next instant, Xiao Hei's form seemed to merge with the void. With each flash, he instantly appeared at an extremely distant location, leaving only streaks of black afterimages that slowly faded away. This was the full manifestation of its innate spatial ability. Gurgle. The black-eyed toad demon raced after it, furious. It frantically fired corrosive venom blasts and shockwaves imbued with dark power, yet each time, just as impact seemed imminent, Xiao Hei would evade with a ghostly spatial leap. It could only watch helplessly as that slippery black loach and that damned thief repeatedly slipped through the edges of its attacks. Though the distance hadn't closed, it couldn't catch up for the time being. This frustrating sensation seeing its enemy right before its eyes yet being unable to tear it apart nearly made the black-eyed toad explode with rage. It could only vent its boundless fury on everything in its path. Wherever it passed, utter chaos reigned, as if disaster had swept through. And the sheer scale of its reckless, frenzied destruction created an uproar. It was like dropping a series of heavy bombs onto an already turbulent lake. Roar. Hiss. In the distance, several other terrifying auras, no weaker than the black-eyed toads, seemed to be stirred by this immense commotion and the surging energy fluctuations. Filled with confusion and the anger of being disturbed, they awoke from their respective domains and rushed toward this location at breakneck speed. Lin Feng, lying prone on the dragon's back, sensed several more terrifying auras locking onto him from behind. His expression darkened instantly. Damn it, this never ends. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, his heart racing with anxiety. Xiao Hei's spatial traversal consumed immense energy and couldn't be sustained indefinitely. Yet the pursuing forces only grew in number. He was forced to command Xiao Hei to constantly change their escape route, attempting to shake off the pursuers. Yet, by some twist of fate, driven step by step by the deliberate or inadvertent pressure of the most overwhelming aura, they were being pushed deeper and deeper into the heart of the Dark Martia region marked on maps as extremely dangerous, with abnormal energy readings. The mist here grew thicker, its color shifting to an ominous purplish black. The air felt oppressive, making breathing difficult. An eerie silence hung over the surroundings, even the chaotic beast cries from before had vanished, as if something existed here that instinctively terrified all living creatures. Something felt terribly wrong here. Lin Feng's heart leapt into his throat, every nerve in his body stretched taut to the limit. Just as Xiao Hei carried him, soaring over a vast, mirror-like swamp lake as still as a black surface. A sudden change occurred. The deathly still, pitch-black surface below erupted without warning, churning violently. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Countless enormous bubbles, each as large as a house, erupted violently from the lake steps, exploding and sending towering plumes of foul-smelling mud into the air. The entire marsh lake seemed to transform into a boiling cauldron of tar. A terrifying will, saturated with extreme malice, slowly awoke. An invisible pressure surged upward from the lake steps, instantly enveloping Xiao Hei and Lin Feng in the sky. Xiao Hei let out a terrified whimper as the spatial fluctuations around him became wildly unstable, as if caught in a massive disturbance. Lin Feng's hair stood on end, a bone-chilling coldness shooting from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Simultaneously, they sensed something utterly terrifying, something far surpassing all the lord-level beasts behind them was about to emerge. Chapter 191, The King of Forest Anacondas, Transforming into a Dragon. Dead silence. Suffocating, deathly silence. Lin Feng and Xiao Hei hovered mid-air, every muscle taut to the breaking point, every nerve screaming danger. Below them, the swamp lake once as still as a black mirror now churned like a cauldron of boiling tar, violently bubbling, churning, and erupting. Boom! With a deafening roar, a 1,000-foot wall of mud erupted from the swamp lake. A shadow so colossal it defied comprehension tore through the sky-filling muddy sludge. With an overwhelming, crushing majesty, it revealed its despair-inducing form. A giant python? No! Any known python would appear as a pitiful earthworm in its presence. Its body was nothing less than a living, coiled black mountain range. Its entire body was covered in thick scales, each as large as millstones, jet black yet glinting with a cold metallic sheen. The rustling sound these scales made when rubbing against each other was like the whispers of countless souls, making one's scalp crawl. Even the portion exposed above the swamp was so vast that its end was impossible to see. But the most terrifying feature was its monstrous head, resembling a small hill. And atop that head, two enormous lanterns hung suspended in midair, radiating an endless, savage, bloodthirsty red glow. Those were its eyes. Scarlet vertical pupils swept coldly across the sky, as if scrutinizing its pitiful prey. Its forked black tongue lashed like the whip of death itself, each flick sending a dizzying wave of putrid wind and energy ripples. This sudden spectacle caused the black-eyed toad demon and several other lord-level beasts, frantically pursuing from behind, to instinctively halt their advance. Their fury was instantly replaced by boundless terror. It was fear born from the deepest level of existence. Yet an even more spine-chilling, nearly suffocating sight unfolded before Lin Feng. The king anaconda seemed profoundly displeased at being disturbed. Without making any grand gesture, it merely opened its gaping maw mouth that seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and earth and sucked violently forward. An irresistible, terrifying suction instantly erupted. Space itself seemed to warp and collapse inward. Those few Lord-level beasts that had just been swaggering and hunting Lin Feng down, including that level 55 black-eyed demon toad, didn't even manage a terrified cry. Like withered leaves in a gale, they were helplessly sucked away without any resistance. Before the King Anaconda's maw, they were as insignificant as ants that had strayed into the mouth of a giant. The massive jaws snapped shut. Gulp! A faint, bone-chilling swallow echoed. Those powerful Lord-tier beasts vanished. Instantly killed. Served as an appetizer? Lin Feng stared fixedly at the king of anacondas before him, his mind blank. Shock made his mouth open involuntarily, yet no sound emerged. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back like a stream, his heart pounding like a drum, nearly leaping out of his throat. A sovereign. This was undoubtedly a sovereign-level being of the Dark Marsh. The legendary nightmare. How had he stumbled right into its lair? It's over. This time, I'm truly doomed. Before such a being, all schemes and hidden cards seemed laughably futile. A single thought from it could obliterate him and Xiaohei completely. Just as boundless despair engulfed Lin Feng, nearly extinguishing his will to think. Master Xiaohei's deep dragon's roar laced with an extremely rare hint of confusion and a peculiar stirring transmitted through their soul link into Lin Feng's nearly frozen mind. This creature, it carries an aura that feels strangely familiar, almost like a kindred spirit? What? Lin Feng jolted awake, forcing out the last shred of courage to compel himself to gaze once more upon the demon god-like king of the forest anacondas. This time, he scrutinized it more closely, ignoring the suffocating pressure and terrifying size, focusing instead on the details. Sure enough, he discovered something unusual. Upon the colossal head of the king of forest anacondas, instead of smooth scales, several conspicuous bulges protruded at specific points. Those bulges pulsed faintly, as if something beneath was incubating, poised to burst through the scales and emerge. Not only that, but across its massive body, hidden beneath the swamp mud, similar, albeit smaller, protrusions seemed to appear in various places. The vaguely outlined shapes resembled the rudiments of claws? A preposterous, maddening, yet uniquely plausible explanation for the scene before him, and Xiaohei's senses struck Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning. This isn't simple evolution. This is... Lin Feng's voice cracked and rasped from utter shock. He sucked in a sharp breath, mustering every ounce of strength to force out the words. It's transforming into a dragon? The shock of this realization was 100 times more terrifying than facing a sovereign-tier demon beast alone. Transforming into a dragon that was the ultimate metamorphosis of life itself. It was a direct assault on the ranks of the world's mightiest species. If successful, the already terrifying King Anaconda before him would transform into a dragon anaconda. Or perhaps even ascend further into the abyssal anaconda dragon? At that point, it would wield truly world-shattering power. Its terror would be beyond measure. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, his very soul trembling. This isn't just ordinary royal evolution, it's defying the heavens. The Dragon Clan stands as the supreme beings at the pinnacle of all races. Born of heaven and nurtured by earth, they possess a starting point and growth potential unmatched by any other species. The power of a being who successfully transformed from a ruler of another dimension into a dragon was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Turning rivers upside down and tearing continents asunder would likely be mere trifles. This Shadow Marsh alternate dimension would be utterly transformed by it, even ascending to an unprecedented, world-ending level. What unimaginable calamity would then befall the passage connecting it to the real world? Cold sweat poured down his back once more. Lin Feng clenched his fists so tightly his nails nearly dug into his palms. Anxiety and a sense of helplessness gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. Must it be stopped? But with what? Before such an existence, he was less than an ant. Just as Lin Feng's mind was in turmoil, his thoughts racing like a runaway horse. Boom! The celestial phenomena grew ever more terrifying. Dark clouds gathered and churned like ink, while thick, dragon-like bolts of ghastly white lightning darted wildly within the storm, roaring deafeningly. Howling winds whipped up towering muddy waves. The very heart of the swamp seemed to transform into the vortex center of cosmic energy. And the king of the anacondas stood at the very heart of this vortex. Coiled within the boiling swamp lake, it raised its head toward the heavens, as if performing some ancient ritual. The colossal energy surging around its body pulsed like tidal waves, creating an eerie resonance with the thunder raging across the heavens. Each scale pulsed with life, shimmering with mystical light. It was at the most critical and most vulnerable moment of its dragon transformation. Those foolish lord-level beasts, drawn by the black-eyed toad demon's death throes and frantic pursuit, were now nothing more than buzzing flies in its eyes. Daring to trespass upon its sacred domain and disrupt its divine transformation? Death. It didn't even deign to look directly at them, merely tilting its mountain-like head slightly. Its crimson vertical pupils flashed with irritation at the disturbance and an icy coldness beyond measure. Its massive jaws parted slightly, and a breath of darkness, a void that seemed capable of swallowing all light, erupted without a sound. A lord-class demon beast, its carapace gleaming with metallic sheen, didn't even have time to react. The instant the black beam grazed it, its massive form vanished without a sound, dissolving into thin air. Absolute power. Absolute annihilation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the human riding the back of a small black dragon is aura so faint it was nearly negligible. The king of anacondas' intent swept over him like dust being brushed aside. Too weak. So insignificant it couldn't even spark the slightest interest, not even worthy of being a snack. At this moment of its grand transformation into a true dragon, the existence of such an ant was utterly unworthy of even a fraction of its attention. As long as he didn't foolishly approach and interfere, it wouldn't even bother lifting a finger to crush him. Its entire consciousness was immersed in merging with the energies of heaven and earth, resonating with the ancient bloodline within its body, boiling and leaping toward a higher plane. Dragon transformation. Today, Lin Feng held his breath, acutely aware of that utter disregard, as if he were mere dust. A mix of relief at surviving the ordeal and the humiliation of being ignored swirled within him, but what dominated was a cold, stark clarity. He and Xiaohei were safe for now. But only for now. They were trapped within the core zone of the Dragon King's transformation, unable to move. Once the king of the forest anacondas completed its transformation, Lin Feng dared not think further. Chapter 192, Ambush to halt the dragon transformation. Lin Feng practically dragged Xiaohei with him as they both retreated into a shadowy corner concealed by massive, decaying tree roots and jagged, grotesque rocks. His back pressed against the cold, slippery rock, his chest heaving violently, his expression grim. Time. What he lacked most now was time. Returning to the academy for help? That was absolutely impossible. Even if he could send a message from the depths of this gloomy swamp, by the time the academy's higher-ups gathered their forces and arrived, it would be too late. And rescuing them? The energy surging around this king of forest anacondas was suffocating. It had clearly stepped 1 foot over the threshold, entering the final and most crucial stage of its dragon transformation. This monster was just a step away from completing its transformation. Lin Feng ground out the words through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with icy coldness and profound helplessness. If it succeeded, everything would be lost. He understood better than anyone what a successfully transformed Dragon King from another dimension would mean. It would be a true catastrophe. The most despairing part was that, as the absolute ruler of this space, it possessed a terrifying domain suppression ability that granted it near absolute authority. It could forcibly reduce the power level of any enemy invading its domain to a level comparable to its own current state. This meant that even if the elusive dean of Huaxiao Academy descended personally, his heaven-piercing cultivation might be brutally suppressed to match its level. Without the advantage of level superiority, facing a sovereign dragon king blessed with pure dragon blood, terrifying combat instincts, and the home field advantage, the tide of battle would turn in an instant. Humanity would lose all means of resistance. Xiaohei paced restlessly nearby, clawing at the ground and letting out a low, stifled growl. It too sensed that heart-stopping evolutionary fluctuation and the oppressive pressure emanating from the depths of its bloodline. It couldn't be allowed to succeed. Lin Feng bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain instantly dispelled his sense of helplessness, his gaze sharpening like a blade, filled with the resolve of a desperate gamble. He must interrupt its evolution. At any cost. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. This wasn't just for his own survival, it was for the countless unsuspecting people behind him. For Huaxia Academy. To prevent the human world from facing an utterly unstoppable, world-ending threat. If this King Anaconda were allowed to complete its transformation into a dragon, the entire academy and surrounding regions would face utter annihilation. Countless lives would be reduced to dust. He could not bear such responsibility, nor could he allow it to happen. Even if hope was as faint as a firefly's glow, he must fight for that sliver of survival. At that very moment, the energy surging through the heavens and earth reached an unprecedented peak. Boom! The deafening thunder seemed poised to tear the entire alternate dimension apart. The sky tore open like a gaping maw, unleashing countless bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels, lashing the earth with frenzied fury. Dark clouds swirled violently, while the swamp below erupted in a violent boil, sending mud spewing skyward. Surrounding mountains shook violently, boulders tumbling down as if the entire world trembled in dread of the forbidden entity about to emerge. The king of anacondas let out a howl that mingled agony and madness, its enormous crimson vertical pupils filled with reckless determination. Its colossal body reared up on its hind legs, then charged headlong into the very heart of that devastating thunderous inferno, fearless of death. Crackle! Boom! Countless frenzied bolts of lightning instantly engulfed it completely. Blinding flashes of lightning erupted, nearly searing the eyes of onlookers. A terrifying shockwave of energy spread outward like a tsunami. The king of anacondas let out a piercing, agonized howl as its massive body convulsed and thrashed wildly within the sea of lightning. Every scale on its body shattered and charred under the lightning strikes. Yet the savage expression on its face held a fanatical madness, as if declaring its unyielding will to the heavens. It would transform into a dragon. It must transform into a dragon. No one could stop it. Amidst this self-inflicted baptism of thunder, the miracle of evolution unfolded in tandem. At the very center of its massive skull, a powerful force tore through the tough flesh and scales. Two nascent dragon horns, their tips flashing with blinding lightning, painstakingly broke through the flesh, inch by inch, growing forth. Natural threads of thunderous energy coiled around the horn's shafts. Simultaneously, its once pitch-black colossal body began radiating a sacred, majestic pale golden glow from within. Wherever this light touched, the scales charred black by the heavenly thunder began to shed, revealing beneath them new dragon scales harder and shimmering with a dark golden luster. A higher-order life force was frantically taking shape. With every passing second, it grew stronger, drawing ever closer to its legendary form. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Feng watched with growing impatience, his pupils constricting sharply from the tension. Time was running out. Truly running out. Yet, perhaps due to the excruciating pain of its evolution, or the immense confidence granted by its surging power, the King Anaconda's vigilance had plummeted to its lowest point. Its entire focus was consumed by battling the thunder of heaven and earth and channeling the newly awakened dragon blood within its body, leaving its perception of the outside world blurred. It was utterly convinced that beneath this heavenly tribulation of thunder, within its core territory, no creature would dare disturb it, nor could any creature disturb it. Just as it endured the final, most colossal thunderbolt, its dragon scales erupting with an unprecedented golden radiance, the peak of transition between old and new power reached its most chaotic instant. This was the moment. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with intensity as he finally issued the command for the fatal strike. He, alongside Xiao He, and the unseen guardians Bì'àn, Zhongyou, and Yazi whom he had silently summoned, appeared like four shadowy figures tearing through space. From four distinct directions, without warning or sound, they materialized at the very edge of the thunder prison. All energy was compressed to its absolute limit, all killing intent erupting in a thunderous explosion at this very moment. Roar! Xiao Hei's massive jaws snapped open, unleashing the long-suppressed abyssal dragon breath. No longer a test, it was a full-force assault aimed straight for the relatively vulnerable belly of the King of Anacondas. Wah-ah! Bì'àn transformed into a golden white bolt of judgment lightning. The thunderlight within his single horn on the forehead coalesced to its peak intensity. The lightning of judgment, though launched later, arrived first, targeting the base of the newly sprouted, still incredibly tender dragon horn of the King of Forest Anacondas. Clang! Xiaono's dragon claws swept fiercely, the jade dragon-headed chin erupting with an unprecedented, battle-stirring melody. The battle-breaking melody transformed into countless visible sonic blades, swirling toward the 7 orifices of the King of Forest Anaconda's head. Wah-ah! Yazi, the most vicious and ruthless, transformed into an almost invisible black afterimage. Its lethal pounce activated, its razor-sharp claws and fangs striking directly at the slightly open maw of the King of Forest Anacondas, open slightly due to its evolution. 4 dragons joint assault. Precision targeting. Timing so ruthless it bordered on the absurd. It struck precisely in that 1/100th of a second when the King Anaconda's old power had just dissipated, new power had not yet risen, its entire being was focused on overcoming the final barrier of transformation within, and its external defenses were virtually non-existent. Thud. Boom. Rip. Snap. The dull thuds of various attacks landing, the explosions of energy, the ripping of scales, and even the faint crack of bones all erupted almost simultaneously. Garg! The King of Anacondas unleashed a terrifying roar unlike any before, filled with extreme agony, utter shock, and overwhelming fury. This roar even carried a hint of dragon might, yet it was distorted and chaotic, torn apart by the interruption of its evolution. The energy fluctuations around its body, which had been steadily rising toward perfection, shattered like broken glass, instantly becoming violent and chaotic. The lightning flashes upon its newly grown dragon horns flickered violently. The pale golden glow flowing across its body suddenly dimmed. Vast swaths of newly formed dragon scales even showed cracks and signs of regrowth. The evolution had been forcibly interrupted. And at the most critical moment, it suffered the most vicious backlash. Its enormous blood-red vertical pupils instantly locked onto the culprit, that insignificant human and his 4 damned serpents. Rage and venom nearly solidified into tangible form, ready to erupt from its eyes. It would tear them apart. Piece by piece. Chapter 193, Pursuit, Great Escape. Who? A roar erupted, a mixture of extreme agony, fury, and utter disbelief. This was no mere physical sound, it carried a terrifying psychic shockwave and the overwhelming pressure of a sovereign, instantly engulfing the entire Shadow Marsh alternate dimension. The spatial barrier rippled violently, distorting into countless warped ripples, as if it might shatter under the strain at any moment. Who? Who dares destroy my foundation? Sever my future? The colossal, sky-obscuring form of the Serpent King writhed and thrashed in frenzied agony. Each convulsive struggle shook the earth and mountains, sending mud surging skyward like a tidal wave. The once stabilized evolutionary energy surging through its body now raged completely out of control, radiating an intensely unstable, destructive aura. I was so close. Just one final step away. To transcend mortality and become a saint, to transform into a true dragon, to rule over this realm. Its roar was filled with overwhelming resentment and venom. The sound carried a chill that seemed to freeze everything, causing vast swaths of the surrounding marsh lake to crack instantly, solidifying into thick, black mystical ice. The air temperature plummeted so sharply that breath froze into frost. This fury, born from the very core of the sovereign, swept through every corner of the alternate realm like an invisible storm. All sovereign-level beasts that sensed this fury, no matter how ferocious or brutal they had been before, now cowered on the ground, trembling violently as if doused in ice water. They suppressed their auras to the absolute minimum, not daring to breathe a single breath, terrified of drawing even the slightest attention from the enraged sovereign and inviting utter annihilation. Meanwhile, in other regions of the alternate dimension, some students of the Huaxia Academy who had been desperately fleeing from pursuing beasts, nearly overcome by despair, suddenly discovered with astonishment. The relentless beasts pursuing them had simultaneously received some irresistible command. They abruptly halted, pacing restlessly in place with low growls, even slowly retreating. Ultimately, they abandoned the chase altogether, fleeing in panic back to their respective lairs. What the hell? Why did they suddenly run off? The students, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as they exchanged bewildered glances. Their faces were etched with bewilderment and incredulous delight, utterly unable to comprehend this sudden reversal of fortune. They could never have imagined this chain reaction was triggered by a freshman named Lin Feng, far away in the core region. As the culprit, Lin Feng now faced the terrifying pressure of the king's wrath at close range. He felt his scalp tingle in waves, his very soul trembling. Though he had successfully interrupted its dragon transformation, the monster before him was clearly no longer a mere anaconda. Its failed evolution had triggered a terrifying mutation. Its body remained mountain-like in size, yet its form had drastically changed. The scales covering its entire body were no longer pure black, but instead a dark, ominous purple black that seemed to absorb light. Their edges were razor-sharp, gleaming with an ominous metallic sheen. Along its sides, flesh had been torn away, giving rise to several pairs of bone-like fin blades resembling giant sides, their edges flashing with a cold light that seemed to tear through space. Its once long tail had thickened into a monstrous mass, its tip splitting into multiple barbed hooks. Each lash of the tail produced a piercing sonic boom. The aura it radiated was far more chaotic, savage, and filled with destruction and venom than that of the previous king anaconda, which had pursued pure evolution. It resembled a vengeful specter crawling from the deepest depths of hell. Its overwhelming pressure descended like a tangible mountain, crushing Lin Feng and the 4 dragons beneath it, nearly suffocating them. Roar! Xiaohe, Bishi, Xiaoniao, and Yazi simultaneously let out low, guttural growls, suppressing their primal fear. Xiaohe's dragon scales stood on end, Bì'àn's gold and white lightning flickered erratically, and Xiaoniao's jade-green sheen melody became jumbled with tremors. Even the most ferocious Yaji bared its fangs, its throat emitting a growl that was both threatening and wary. Lin Feng's heart sank to his feet. The enemy before him was worse than the worst-case scenario he had imagined. This was a mutated sovereign of failed evolution, consumed by backlash and seething with venom, yet still terrifyingly powerful. At that moment, the abyssal serpent suddenly whipped its head around, now even more grotesque, its massive skull covered in twisted bone spines and the remnants of shattered dragon horn bases. Its blood-red vertical pupils, now seemingly forged from molten blood and solidified venom, locked onto Lin Feng with deadly precision. "You are but human ants." Its voice was hoarse and distorted, like countless shards of glass grinding together. Each word carried a soul-chilling coldness and boundless hatred. "You destroyed my path to eternity. I shall extract your souls and roast them for 10,000 years upon the poisonous flames of the netherworld." Before the words faded, its colossal form surged forward, no longer a clumsy crawl, but a ghostly flash. Instantly closing vast distances. Carrying a suffocating, putrid wind and destructive energy, it charged toward Lin Feng like a vengeful black mountain. Its speed far exceeded all expectations. "Xiaohe! Run!" Lin Feng roared the command the instant the creature locked onto him, not even pausing to think before yanking fiercely at Xiaohe's scales. Roar! Xiaohe reacted with extreme swiftness. The instinct for survival overpowered its fear of the sovereign. Its wings flapped violently, causing the surrounding spatial energy to surge violently. In an instant, it transformed into a twisted black streak of light, fleeing frantically toward the distance, away from the Jiao nightmare. Boom! The spot where they had just stood was instantly crushed into a massive crater by the terrifying shockwave generated from the dragon snake's impact. Space itself seemed to collapse inward. Missing its target, the abyssal serpent roared with even greater fury. Its massive body twisted through the air with agility defying the laws of physics, locking onto Xiaohe's escape trajectory and launching another pursuit. The black resentment energy swirling around its body spread like a living entity, corroding the very fabric of space wherever it passed, accompanied by a hissing sound. For a moment, the very heart of this alternate realm seemed to face its apocalypse. Xiaohe pushed his spatial talent to its absolute limit, his form shifting like a ghostly apparition, constantly flickering and leaping between reality and the void. Each time he materialized, it was at an immense distance, desperately trying to create separation. But the abyssal serpent nightmare pursuing him was truly terrifying. Though it lacked mastery over spatial laws, its sheer power and speed meant every lunge, every lash of its tail, every spew of its black breath, each carrying the energy of destruction, could nearly cover every possible landing spot Xiaohe might appear at next. "Master! Has this scummy snake been drugged? How can it move this fast? It's completely unreasonable." While desperately squeezing every ounce of spatial power from his body to sustain high-load teleports, Xiaohe screamed in terror within Lin Feng's mind, his voice breaking into sobs. The stench was so foul it felt like its dragon scales were about to fall off. This time, it really was over. Finished. Absolutely finished. Its dragon heart felt like it was leaping out of its throat. Each spatial leap was perilously close. The terrifying aura of that water serpent clung to its heels like flesh-eating maggots, relentlessly closing in. Chapter 194, The Azure Dragon Emerges. The shadow of death had never felt so vivid. Lin Feng clung desperately to the dragon's back. The Gale whipped his eyes shut, yet his mind raced frantically. He could sense Xiao Hei's fear and mounting exhaustion. At this rate, being caught was only a matter of time. Shut up. Focus your mind on controlling the spatial leap. 30 degrees to the left front that rocky terrain. Use the terrain. Lin Feng barked, forcing down the storm raging within him. His gaze swept sharply across the complex terrain below, searching for a sliver of hope. Wretched humans! Turn to dust. The twisted, ferocious head of the king of anacondas closed in, its gaping maw wide open. A putrid, decaying stench mingled with an overwhelmingly dense energy of destruction, threatening to engulf Lin Feng completely. The breath of annihilation was about to erupt, erasing both him and Xiao Hei from existence. At that critical moment. Buzz! A gentle yet profoundly vibrant blue light, radiating an indescribable vitality and ancient majesty, erupted violently from the seemingly plain blue bracelet on Lin Feng's wrist. The light was not blinding, yet it instantly dispelled the despairing aura of death surrounding them. Within the swirling radiance, a small green dragon mere feet in length, its entire body carved from the finest jade emerged, spiraling out with grace and swiftness. Though petite in stature, every detail was exquisitely perfect, its translucent green scales shimmered with a soft, mysterious glow. A pair of delicate, naturally curved horns radiated an innate nobility and majesty. Most striking were its eyes like the purest sapphires alive with intelligence and wisdom, yet now filled with shock and solemnity. Several slender, soft blue dragon whiskers moved without wind, as if containing some profound, mystical rhythm. This was the ultimate life-saving trump card Zhuge Ling had entrusted to Lin Feng, a level 93 female dragon, the little green dragon. This little green dragon had always been Lin Feng's best-kept secret and greatest asset, the very reason he dared to repeatedly trespass in the king's territory, even plucking teeth from the tiger's mouth. As the king anaconda's failed evolution transformed it into an even more bizarre Jiao nightmare, a sliver of hope flickered in his heart. No matter how mutated it became, a level 93 dragon should still crush a level 70 aberration, right? The moment the little green dragon appeared, its sapphire dragon eyes instantly locked onto the abyssal nightmare before it, a monstrous form radiating murderous intent. Its petite body visibly stiffened. The king of forest anacondas? And it's become this vengeful monstrosity? Her clear, melodious voice trembled with disbelief as sapphire eyes widened in shock. What on earth did this kid go and provoke? She usually slumbered within the azure dragon bracelet, recovering her strength. Had she not sensed Lin Feng facing a truly hopeless, life-or-death predicament, she would never have been activated and emerged of her own accord. To emerge and immediately confront a clearly mutated, malevolent sovereign-level entity even with her vast experience, it sent a chill down her spine. The chaotic, violent energy and pure malevolence emanating from the creature made even her feel apprehensive. Lin Feng. Little Qinglong wanted to protest, but the situation demanded immediate action. She drew a deep breath, and the gentle green light surrounding her instantly intensified, becoming brilliant and solid. Her petite form resolutely interposed between Lin Feng and the king of forest pythons, assuming a stance ready for all-out combat. She knew this day would not end peacefully, a fierce battle was inevitable. Seeing his ultimate trump card finally activated, Lin Feng beside her was instantly energized, his earlier fear swept away, replaced by an arrogant confidence that he had someone backing him. Pointing at the king of forest pythons, he bellowed at the little green dragon. Little green dragon. Don't waste your breath on it. Take it down. That scrawny snake? You could crush it with a single finger. In his simplistic view, a level 93 taking on a level 70 was like a father handling his son a piece of cake. Yet the response he received from the little green dragon was an intensely human, almost tearful expression of helplessness. A frantic telepathic message flooded Lin Feng's mind. My dear ancestor. Do you think this is the outside world? This is its home turf in another dimension. Supreme spatial rules suppress all outsiders. No invader can exceed the local ruler's level by more than 10 tiers. Though its current grotesque form is bizarre, its life level fluctuations are genuinely capped at the 70 level threshold. So my power can only reach an 80 level standard at most. What? The smug expression on Lin Feng's face froze and shattered instantly. It felt like someone had swung a hammer right into his skull, leaving him seeing stars and his ears ringing. There's actually such a ridiculous rule? Master Zhuge never mentioned this to me. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, draining every last shred of his earlier confidence. Level 80 versus level 70? It still sounded like an advantage, but the opponent was the king dominating the home turf, enhanced by evolution and mutation, and fueled by. How much of that advantage remained? The outcome shifted from certain to utterly uncertain, even precarious. The king anaconda, naturally, had also noticed the sudden intruder, a tiny creature radiating a living essence it loathed in pure dragon might. A flicker of surprise and suspicion flashed through its blood-red vertical pupils. How did another dragon appear? But that was swiftly replaced by even more intense scorn and savagery. Poof. Another fool rushing to its death? Its aura isn't weak, though. Its voice, like shards of glass scraping together, rang out with absolute confidence and the arrogance of one who rules all. But here, in my nether swamp, I am the rule. I am invincible. Whoever comes here must die. The moment the final syllable of death left its mouth, it launched another attack without warning. Its massive body whipped around violently. That colossal tail, split into several savage barbed tails, lashed out toward Lin Feng and Little Green Dragon at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Before the tail's lash even reached them, the terrifying pressure alone caused the surrounding space to groan under the unbearable strain. Watch out! Xiao Qinglong shrieked, her petite form erupting with a colossal dragon power that belied her size. A dazzling green light surged upward like a barrier, proactively meeting the world-shattering lash of the tail. Boom! The dark green and black energies collided like two hurtling meteors. A deafening explosion echoed. The energy shockwave spread out in a frantic ring, instantly overturning and vaporizing vast swaths of the marsh below. The little green dragon's petite body shook violently, the azure light surrounding her visibly dimming for an instant. Yet she had ultimately withstood the blow. Lin Feng. Her urgent telepathic voice rang out again, strained and labored. Its power is stronger than anticipated. And this space keeps supplying it with energy to recover. Chapter 195, The Azure Dragon Battles the King of the Forest Anacondas. My level 80 power is suppressed and weakened here. As its strength grows and mine wanes, I might not hold it off much longer. You must leave. Now. As she transmitted her voice, she violently expelled a condensed jade dragon breath, firing it precisely at the Jiao Nightmare's eye to disrupt its pursuit and buy Lin Feng time. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, his expression shifting like a storm, his heart burning like it was being fried in oil. He watched as Xiao He expelled his nether dragon breath with all his might, only to see it strike the dragon's scales without leaving a single mark like an ant shaking a tree. He watched the small green dragon's petite yet resolute form flicker and parry under the Jiao Nightmare's frenzied assault, clearly on the defensive. He knew staying behind would only make him a liability. Damn it! Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with frustration and resentment, yet he had to accept reality. Xiao He! Let's go! He leapt onto the dragon's back. Xiao He let out a low, reluctant growl, cast one final glance at the fierce battle, then abruptly changed direction. Pushing his spatial power to its absolute limit, he transformed into a streak of light, racing desperately toward the exit leading away from the battlefield. With Lin Feng, its true master, fleeing, the giant boa seemed to grow even more enraged, its attacks growing increasingly frenzied and vicious. But the little green dragon seemed to shed a layer of restraint, unleashing astonishing combat power from its petite frame. Your opponent is me, the little green dragon declared, charging into the fray. Azure dragon flames collided violently with the black, venomous energy, both forces exploding and annihilating each other. In an instant, the very heart of the dark marsh transformed into an arena for two titans. Deafening roars, explosions of energy, and the tearing of space echoed ceaselessly. The earth cracked apart, the swamp evaporated, and the sky was dyed a sickly green and black as if the apocalypse had descended. The battle's aftershocks surged like a tidal wave of destruction, relentlessly battering this already ravaged land. The howling wind whipped past his ears, while beneath him, Xiao Hei's scales screeched against the air as he pushed his speed to the absolute limit. Lin Feng clung desperately to the dragon's back, his face ashen, teeth clenched so hard they ground together. A wave of intense regret coiled around his heart like a poisonous vine, tightening its grip. Damn it! How could I have forgotten such a crucial rule? He wanted to punch himself, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. Rules of the alternate realm suppression. This is fundamental knowledge repeatedly emphasized in the Academy Handbook and drilled into students by mentors before entering any known alternate dimension. Yet at the most critical moment, due to a series of unexpected events and overconfidence in his own trump card, he had cast this deadly constraint to the winds. The thought of that jade-like, luminous little green dragon who had stepped forward in the critical moment now facing alone the failed evolution giant Anaconda King, who held absolute home field advantage. Lin Feng's heart felt as though it were being seared on a red-hot iron plate. It wasn't merely the life-saving trump card entrusted to him by teacher Zhuge, it carried the weight of the teacher's profound trust and care. If the little green dragon met with misfortune here trying to save him, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Guilt and self-reproach threatened to overwhelm him. But in the next instant, an iron-willed, almost obsessive resolve violently shattered all negative emotions. No! This absolutely cannot end like this. A terrifying gleam flared in Lin Feng's eyes, a madness born of utter desperation. This mess was my doing, she couldn't bear the burden for me. Even if it meant dying, we'd go down together. To hell with caution. To hell with retreat. Only one thought raced through his mind now, charge back. Even if he could only offer the slightest, insignificant help, even if it meant distracting that dragon nightmare for just a moment, he couldn't stand by and watch little green dragon fight alone. Xiaohei! Turn around! Lin Feng nearly shouted, yanking violently at Xiaohei's scales. Roar! Xiaohei let out a dragon's cry filled with shock and confusion, but it shared a telepathic bond with Lin Feng. Instantly, it sensed its master's unwavering resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, its massive dragon body carved a breathtakingly sharp arc through the air, trailing a piercing sonic boom as it charged resolutely back toward the battlefield behind them, where energy fluctuations swirled like the eye of a storm. Its speed surpassed even that of its initial escape. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the battlefield, the situation had grown even more dire. The king of anacondas, bolstered by the relentless power of its home turf and the formidable strength granted by its bizarre form, had completely overwhelmed the little green dragon, whose power was capped at level 80 by the rules. Its massive form twisted and maneuvered effortlessly through the air, radiating a cruel, playful mockery reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Greed and triumph nearly overflowed from its blood-red vertical pupils. It emitted a bone-chilling cackle, its voice like countless pebbles grinding together. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Unable to devour the true dragon's essence, yet to encounter a pure-blooded azure dragon like you. Heaven truly has not forsaken me. Its massive head whipped violently, dodging a jade green dragon's breath. Its crimson tongue lapped over its fangs, dripping with unbridled lust. If I drain your dragon blood and devour your dragon essence, perhaps misfortune will turn to fortune. I might forge an even mightier dark dragon form. Then, this swamp and the world beyond will all bow at my feet. Ha! Amidst its maniacal laughter, it suddenly opened its massive maw, no longer to spew energy, but to unleash a terrifying, devouring suction. A pitch-black vortex, seemingly capable of devouring souls, formed in its throat. The surrounding light, energy, and even space itself seemed to be pulled and collapsed toward that vortex. Little green dragon instantly felt a tightening around her body, as if invisible chains bound her. The dragon blood and green dragon power within her surged with an urge to burst forth and plunge into that vortex. The brilliant azure light surrounding her flickered violently, visibly dimming. Delusional! The emerald dragon spirit emitted a crisp, cold rebuke. Its sapphire-like dragon eyes flashed with icy light, showing not a shred of fear. Even with your power suppressed, you dare to covet the azure dragon's might with your filthy, impure form? Her petite form coiled fiercely, dragon head held high, as an even purer, more ancient, and vibrantly life-filled azure dragon power erupted with a thunderous roar. Brilliant azure light coalesced into countless resilient, emerald vine-like phantoms, coiling around her form to forcibly stabilize the draining dragon blood and energy. Simultaneously, what erupted from her open mouth was no longer scattered dragon breath, but a single azure dragon orb, a concentrated sphere of highly compressed life energy. Boom! The orb collided violently with the vortex. Instead of an earth-shattering explosion, an eerie hissing sound filled the air, the sound of energies mutually annihilating each other. Crimson and azure light frenziedly intertwined, corroded, and devoured one another.